This guy is named Kim Gi-ju. At 18 years old, he unexpectedly awakened as a player, thinking his life was finally about to hit the big leagues. But Kim Ji-ju could not believe how other players easily leveled up just by completing a basic tutorial. As for him, despite farming monsters for 5 whole years, his level remained stubbornly stuck at level 1 until one day. A group of high-level players mocked him, saying they could not believe someone like him actually existed, but they had absolutely no idea. Behind his mask, Kim Gi-gyu hid a mysterious smile because this was only the beginning. 18 years ago, the sudden appearance of the tower and portals changed everything. These spatial gates unleashed thousands of monsters threatening the entire world. Fortunately, a small number of humans awakened with extraordinary powers. They were known as players, the select few who awakened superhuman abilities to become the ultimate hope of mankind. They grew into a powerful new faction, sparking a booming player economy and turning them into symbols of massive wealth. They became highly respected, wealthy heroes. But our unlucky protagonist, Kim Ji-ju, got absolutely zero protagonist buffs and was instead left at the very bottom. His daily grind was working as a simple delivery boy in the city, living as an ordinary citizen. Just another average face in the crowd, watching famous players show off their unique skills. Staring at the massive screens while waiting at a red light, Kim Gi-gyu's burning desire to become a real player rushed right back. Those with special abilities held truly mind-bending, insane powers, rightfully earning their reputation as the absolute superhumans among superhumans. In other words, they were overpowered monster slayers. Suddenly, a loud car horn snapped Kim Gi-ju right out of his daydream. The light had been green for a while, and the impatient drivers behind him shouted at him to move. After a long, exhausting day of delivering packages from dawn to dusk, Kim Gi-ju finally headed home. Like clockwork, every time he checked the mailbox, a spark of hope would ignite, only to end in crushing disappointment. Stepping inside, his sister Kim Yoo-jung was still awake. She walked out to greet him and ask how his day went. He quietly peeked into their mother's room. Seeing her fast asleep, Kim Gi-ju gently closed the door with a sigh of relief. Just as he was turning to go to his room, his sister surprised him. It turned out today was actually Kim Gi-ju's birthday. She had secretly saved her own money to buy him some brand new clothes along with a small birthday cake. Looking at his sister's worn-out clothes, Kim Gi-ju felt a wave of guilt. He gently patted Kim Yoo-jung's head. He warmly thanked her, smiling through his guilt. Kim Yoo-jung then handed Kim Gi-ju a mysterious envelope, insisting he read it before they cut the cake. Assuming it was just a sweet birthday letter written by his sister, he did not ask any questions and happily agreed. But as Kim Gi-ju tore it open, absolute shock washed over him. Holding the paper, he could not believe his eyes. It was an official player invitation. This invitation from the Player Association was the one thing he had been desperately praying for. Kim Yoo-jung had found it earlier and hid it to surprise him. It was the ultimate birthday gift. Overwhelmed with pure joy, the two siblings hugged each other tightly, tears in their eyes. Kim Gi-ju felt like he had finally made it. From this moment on, the lives of their family of 3 would change forever. Their struggling mother would finally have a real chance to get proper medical treatment and recover. The next morning, Kim Gi-ju headed out. He arrived at the grand headquarters of the Korean Player Association. Standing before the towering, majestic building, Kim Gi-ju trembled with intense emotion. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he locked his gaze forward and confidently stepped inside. An incredibly friendly and cute receptionist greeted him warmly, guiding him through the initial registration process. She showed him how to open his player status window. As Kim Gi-ju followed her instructions, a glowing holographic screen flickered to life. The screen displayed his name, level, and unique skill. He was currently sitting at level 1, and his special ability was just a giant question mark. The receptionist gasped in surprise, noting how exceptionally rare a blank skill slot was. This meant his true power simply had not awakened yet. Staring at the status window, Kim Gi-ju felt an overwhelming wave of excitement. He was so deeply moved and proud that his hands would not stop shaking. The receptionist kindly told him to try and stay calm. An instructor would arrive soon to explain everything in detail. Suddenly, a voice echoed behind them, catching the receptionist's attention. She assumed the trainer had arrived, but was shocked to see Kim Seok-woo, an incredibly famous high-ranking player. He offered to become Kim Gi-ju's personal mentor. Having such an elite player volunteer as a guide was completely unheard of. Kim Gi-ju was left utterly speechless. He had received so many earth-shattering surprises in a single morning. She explained that choosing a mentor arbitrarily was strictly forbidden, but being completely weak for a handsome guy, she made an exception for Kim Seok-woo. And just like that, Kim Gi-ju scored an ultra-premium legendary mentor on his very first day as a registered player. Kim Seok-woo activated his ability to open a spatial portal, leading directly to the mysterious training tower's challenge floors. Each floor was packed with various training monsters. Together, they stepped through the rift, which deposited them on the first floor. Oddly enough, despite being just the very first floor, an entire army of aggressive goblins was already waiting to ambush Kim Ji-ju. Even though overlapping spawn times occasionally cause monsters to pile up, this is the first time Sikwu has ever witnessed anything like this. He explains that this is actually a blessing in disguise, quite similar to the legendary 100 Goblin test. The rewards for completing it are incredible, but the test was ultimately banned for being far too dangerous. The 100 Goblin test is designed to measure the true potential of players who are still under level 10. Whether their potential is ranked high or low depends entirely on how fast they can wipe out the goblins. 4 to 5 hours shows high potential, 2 to 3 hours means a ranker and clearing them in under an hour. That means they have the potential to become a top-tier ranker, but unique ability holders can finish the entire challenge in a mere 10 minutes. Jigyu watches Sikwu tear through the goblins in absolute awe, realizing this is the terrifying power of a unique ability holder. Sikwu takes a mere 47 seconds to completely wipe out every single goblin before them. Sikwu explains that while normal players spend years grinding just to gain power, a unique ability holder only needs a few short months to achieve the exact same results. Their growth rate and raw potential completely shatter the limits of what normal humans can even imagine. Sikwu then asks Jigyu about the famous Angela Guild, one of the most prominent groups around. He notes that their guild master is an incredibly young high ranker and almost all of their members are exceptionally talented individuals. Every single one of them cleared the goblin test in under 3 hours, and Sikwu's ultimate goal is to build a brand new guild that will eventually stand at the absolute top, which is why recruiting highly skilled players, especially unique ability holders like Jigyu, is absolutely essential. Sikwu sincerely hopes that Jigyu will continue to push past his limits day after day, until they can finally meet again higher up in the tower. Seeing Sikwu's immense expectation for him, a spark of pure determination ignites deep within Jigyu. Sword firmly in hand and with Sikwu's expert guidance, Jigyu finally begins his very first actual hunt. Every single strike is sharp and backed by absolute resolve as he targets the goblins, his eyes shining with an unwavering belief in his own potential, holding on to the hope of changing his life forever. 5 years pass, but in that same forest, the sounds of training never stop. The locals around here have grown completely used to this sight, and honestly, they are pretty tired of it. 5 long years have passed, and Jigyu is still struggling to clear that same 100 goblin challenge. He was labeled a top player at age 18, possessing a unique ability, the ultimate privilege. But despite pouring his heart and soul into training 5 years later, Jigyu still takes an entire hour just to slay a single goblin. Even worse, the stats on his status window haven't changed at all over the years. He is still stuck at level 1 and his unique ability remains completely unawakened. He is not the only one here though. Plenty of rookies are out hunting, including a guy in a green shirt. He swings his blade with sharp precision, quickly putting the beast down. Looking at his quick victory, he lets out a deep sigh of relief. Jigyu, acting as their guide, praises the group for their solid work. They thank him in return, and when Jigyu asks if everyone leveled up, a guy in black happily confirms. The orange-shirted guy chimes in, "Those goblins are basically insects. Now we barely killed any and still leveled up." Jigyu nods. It is always easy at the start, so tomorrow they will be moving up to the second floor. He schedules to meet them at the entrance tomorrow morning. As he walks away, the rookies begin a gossip. One asks if the guide is famous, and another quickly replies that they have definitely heard of him. When asked what he is famous for, the guy in green shares some rumors about him being a mutant. The guy in black is shocked and asks if that is true, but the green-shirted guy shrugs. A rumor is just a rumor, because if it were real, he would never be doing this guide job. The others nod along, agreeing it makes sense before the green-shirted guy drops another piece of gossip. Apparently, he is the lowest-ranked player, which shocks the black-shirted guy since that is not even a real rank. The guy in green shakes his head, obviously not, but people just cannot ignore his bizarre situation. No one can deny the cold reality which earned the guide a notorious nickname among the player base. They call him the player who cannot level up. Exhausted after another day of guiding, he walks off alone. With a heavy heart, he makes his way to his usual quiet spot after wrapping up his shift. It is a remote, empty corner on the first floor that he found after wandering around far more than any other player. This became his secret place. Hiding behind a bush, he watches the area with incredibly sharp and meticulous care. It is a spot where only a single goblin spawns daily, making it perfect for practicing his weak point ambushes. Sneaking up on the goblin would make this an easy win, so Kim Jigyu stealthily closes the distance. He tries his absolute best to stay dead silent, but the monster's sharp eyes are already highly alert. Watching closely, Kim Jigyu creeps closer to his target while the goblin suddenly widens its glowing red eyes. Glaring with glowing sharp eyes, the beast spins around and thrusts its massive spear right at Kim Jigyu, who barely reacts in time. He blocks the fierce strike just in time, sparking a brutal drawn-out clash where neither opponent shows any sign of backing down. Furious, the young warrior wildly swings his blade, cursing under his breath that today is turning into yet another painfully exhausting struggle. Once the battle wraps up, he heads back to the player association, still thoroughly annoyed by the tough fight. Spending a whole hour on one goblin only nets him a crystal worth 20,000 won, which barely covers his potion costs. He is basically losing money again. Talk about depressing. Then a door suddenly swings open, startling him. He jumps in surprise. Oh, it is Choi Tae-oh. Kim Gi-ju greets him politely, noticing his gloomy look, and asks if everything is fine. When Choi Tae-oh gives a half-hearted nod, Kim Gi-ju tries to make conversation, mentioning that working late must be really exhausting. Choi Tae-oh merely glares in response without saying a single word. He scratches his head in obvious frustration, turns around to leave, and mutters a quiet apology back. Deeply confused by the behavior, Kim Gi-ju watches Choi Tae-oh walk away before heading inside the room to ask what is going on. He asks, "What is up with Choi Tae-oh?" Oh Tae-shik looks up, welcoming him back with a slightly awkward, flustered expression. The man nervously scratches his head hesitantly, explaining that starting tomorrow, Choi Tae-oh will be taking over the rookie players Kim Gi-ju was guiding today. Kim Gi-ju is completely stunned. What? Why? Oh Tae-shik explains that everything seemed fine initially until they finally heard the rumors. Realizing what this means, a wave of sadness washes over Kim Gi-ju as he quietly asks how those rumors affect his training duties. Oh Tae-shik holds his head in sheer helplessness, sighing that they cannot do anything about it since those rumors are actually true. Suddenly, the television catches his attention with news that the powerful Einzella Guild is preparing to conquer the 75th floor. The announcer confirms that they are targeting a legendary zone where no one has dared to step, planning a massive departure ceremony at the gate in Seoul tomorrow morning. It is bound to be spectacular. Korea has always been the cradle of legendary high-ranking heroes, and the anticipation is absolutely wild. Wishing the guild success on the 75th floor, Kim Gi-ju mutters that commoners talk about players all day without ever stepping inside. These normal citizens have absolutely no idea what the inside of the tower even looks like. Oh Tae-shik explains that players are treated like absolute superstars, especially since gates can randomly appear anywhere in the world. Since practically anyone could awaken as a player, the whole concept feels incredibly familiar and personal to everyday people. Familiar. Kim Gi-ju cannot believe his ears. Meanwhile, the television broadcast continues to hum in the background. The broadcast shifts to urgent news about a dangerous S-class gate that suddenly materialized in the United States, shocking everyone. The American government is formally requesting aid from the Korean Association, promising an incredibly massive reward in return. This unexpected turn of events will definitely stir up the entire player community, especially coming right alongside the Einzella Guild's epic raid announcement. Hearing all of this, Kim Gi-ju suddenly feels his ears go completely numb as the announcer continues. He questions himself. Despite being a licensed player, that glittering world of fame and glory feels completely out of his reach. He abruptly grabs the remote and shuts the television off, making a highly confused Oh Tae-shik complain that he was still watching. "I felt like it," Kim Gi-ju replies coldly. Oh Tae-shik just sighs and hands him a white envelope for his work. Kim Gi-ju quietly accepts the envelope and thanks him. Oh Tae-shik then mentions that despite Choi Tae-oh's incredibly cold and distant behavior, the guy actually feels pretty terrible about taking over, so he hopes Kim Gi-ju won't hold a grudge. Smiling warmly, Kim Gi-ju reassures him that it is not Choi Tae-oh's fault at all, and there is absolutely no reason to feel pity. Oh Tae-shik nods in relief, reminding him to arrive early tomorrow to hand over the guiding duties before the new shift begins. He adds that a very specific client requested Kim Gi-ju personally, which is a massive twist, leaving him completely stunned. The following morning, Kim Gi-ju enters the portal as usual, where a polite young rookie approaches and introduces himself as Kim Seon-bai. He asks for guidance, and Kim Gi-ju happily shakes his hand, introducing himself as Kim Gi-ju, his official guide for today. Kim Seon-bai mentions he has heard wonderful things about him from Kim Seok-woo, leaving Kim Gi-ju utterly speechless with pure surprise. He quickly asks how Kim Seon-bai knows him, and the rookie proudly reveals they are cousins, which instantly makes everything click for Kim Gi-ju. Sending a silent thank you to his friend, Kim Gi-ju asks the young leader to introduce the rest of his raid team. Kim Seon-bai nods eagerly. Of course, from left to right. Meet Jun Jae, Won Yoon, Sung-gu, and Kim Han-eun, who politely greet their new guide with bright, excited smiles. "We are looking forward to working with you." Kim Gi-ju replies with a warm nod, noting that since they requested him, they probably know how he works. Starting today, they will breeze through the tutorial in 5 days, and he assumes everyone has already prepared themselves for what lies ahead. He offers to explain things on the move, and after a long day of guiding them through the basics, Kim Gi-ju finally calls it a day. It is time to set up camp, and Han-eun rushes over to ask if he needs any help, but Kim Gi-ju simply shakes his head. He tells the kid to rest if his 10 is done, and soon the mouth-watering scent of Kim Gi-ju's hot soup has everyone crowding around in awe. They praise his cooking, joking that he must be a professional chef, while Kim Gi-ju laughs and says it is almost ready. He tells them to sit. Jun Jae-won suddenly asks a pretty awkward question. He asks if it is true that the guide's level never increases, earning a quick scolding from Kim Seon-bai, though Kim Gi-ju just offers a dry laugh. Kim Gi-ju tells them to ask whatever they want, forcing a sheepish apology out of Jun Jae-won while Kim Seon-bai shoots her friend a warning glare. She tells him to behave while Kim Gi-ju ladles out the soup and asks how they like the hunt. Han-un speaks up first, admitting the battle was actually much easier than he had anticipated. Sung-ju chimes in about getting a minor scratch, but Jun Jae-won immediately points out that a simple potion fixed him right up. Kim Gi-ju explains that the first-floor goblins only use basic weapons, making their movements incredibly easy to read and counter. They should treat this as practice for real combat, meaning as long as they stay sharp and keep grinding, they will improve. They are bound to make rapid progress, provided they do not run into a guardian, of course. That leaves them wondering. What is a guardian? Kim Gi-ju explains that every single floor has one. These boss monsters can easily wipe out an entire party, possessing power that easily rivals the gatekeepers themselves. They yield massive experience and rare loot, but the ones on the higher floors are incredibly lethal to face. Even veteran warriors would not dare hunt them alone, but seeing how tense the group gets, Kim Gi-ju chuckles to ease their worries. He reassures them that guilds actively track their spawn times to hunt them down, so they have nothing to fear. Low-level guardians are extremely rare, meaning their chances of accidentally crossing paths with one are practically zero. Meanwhile, on the 4th floor where the forest meets the desert, a lone goblin runs for its life in pure terror. But luck is not on its side as it trips over a stray rock and faceplants hard onto the ground. A massive guardian looms over the pathetic creature, causing the terrified goblin to shriek and tremble in absolute dread. A brutal roar echoes through the wilderness. Back with our main group, Kim Seon-bai is busy writing in her journal. She logs everything in her journal, writing about how they were ambushed by monsters on the 2nd floor during day 2 of training. Despite their intimidating size, they were slower than goblins, making them easy targets as they moved on to the 3rd floor. They encountered a horde of monsters and goblins, but the beasts were too brainless to coordinate, allowing their guide to easily outsmart them. He baited them into fighting each other with a single stone, proving that their fast leveling is entirely thanks to his guidance. He always steers them toward the safest routes, making Sung-gu's advice to hire him totally worth it, which catches Kim Gi-ju's attention. He asks what she is doing, and she replies that she has been keeping a detailed journal ever since she got invited. She jokes about publishing a full autobiography once she finally makes it big as a legendary warrior. Kim Gi-ju laughs and praises her ambition, while Kim Seon-bai confidently tells her teammates that surviving tomorrow is their only real hurdle. After that, they will face the 5th floor evaluation, leaving Han-un to eagerly wonder what rank he will ultimately receive. Sung-gu mumbles his agreement through a mouthful of toothpaste, earning a collective scolding to finish brushing before he speaks. While the crew shares a hearty laugh, Kim Gi-ju grows quiet, staring up at the dark sky with a heavy, unreadable expression. His thoughts drift to the 5th floor, and the next morning they set off for floor 4 as he briefs the team. He warns that the 4th floor is crawling with faster and stronger goblins, though their core attack patterns remain the exact same. The group quickly assumes their battle stance is eager to slay as many monsters as possible to secure their passage to the 5th floor. Watching from the sidelines, Kim Gi-ju suddenly spots something unusual, shielding his eyes from the bright sun to get a better look. He studies the distance and notices a massive dust cloud, realizing that no guardian should be active today. Whatever is causing that commotion is definitely a bad sign, prompting him to instantly yell out for everyone to stay alert. He tells them they must leave immediately and wrap up the fight, knowing from years of experience that things can turn ugly fast. Real life is nothing like a video game, and just as they start packing, an unexpected disaster strikes and catches them completely off guard. Kim Jigyu gasps in horror as Kim Seon-bai is suddenly wounded by the goblins, leaving her in desperate danger. Seon-bai glares and screams out Jun Jae-won's name, but despite all their desperate efforts, both Jun Jae-won and Kim Han-un are already severely wounded. Letting your guard down for even a single split second can wipe out the entire team. Kim Gi-ju growls through gritted teeth as he stares at the thick smoke. The heavy haze rolls closer, bringing a sickening sense of dread. Talk about the absolute worst luck possible. Kim Gi-ju helplessly mutters to himself if this is some sick joke. Through the dense fog, a terrifying guardian emerges, fueling the goblins with an explosive surge of raw power. As the monsters grow increasingly violent, Kim Gi-ju finally realizes the towering beast is a legendary floor guardian. He clicks his tongue, preparing to hurl an item as he shouts a loud warning to everyone else. Get ready to run. He throws a smoke bomb directly at the guardian, blinding the monsters with ease. The remaining team members support each other and flee, leaving the disoriented guardian and its goblin minions staring blankly around like complete fools. Kim Gi-ju urges everyone to move fast while a panicked Seon-bai desperately asks where on earth they are supposed to run. Kim Gi-ju quickly replies to just follow him since he knows a perfect spot to hide. Following the main character, they scramble into a well-hidden cave, gasping for breath as a highly skeptical Yoon Sung-gu asks what that creature even was. It looked like some giant monster, but Kim Gi-gyu firmly states it was the floor 4 guardian, though why it appeared here is still a mystery. For now, they must observe. Luckily, they have plenty of food, so they just need to wait it out until rescue arrives. But Yoon Sung-gu suddenly calls out in panic, saying Kim Han-un is in really bad shape. He got hit by the goblin's deadly poison, but Kim Gi-gyu calmly tells him not to worry. He freezes in utter shock. As Kim Gi-gyu opens his medical bag, he realizes the essential medicine he desperately needs is completely gone. Recalling their chaotic escape, he realizes the critical antidote must have slipped out of his bag and fallen somewhere along the way. Kim Gi-gyu blames himself, deeply frustrated that he could make such a basic amateur mistake just because they were in a rush. He tells himself to stay calm because panicking won't solve anything, then turns to address the shivering group. I will go outside to call for help. The team immediately objects it is far too dangerous. Kim Gi-gyu confidently assures them that he has gone through this tutorial stage more times than he can count. He only needs to fire a flare from the hilltop as the cave is situated too low to get a proper signal out. After all, he is practically the most experienced level 1 player in the entire world, and with that, he steps outside alone. Eyeing the goblins, Kim Gi-gyu sighs. He talked a big game earlier, but that floor guardian has made the monsters unpredictable. Should he throw in the towel and search for an entirely different route instead? If things go completely sideways, he still has one last smoke bomb, and at this pace, he should reach the spot in 3 minutes. He will quickly fire the signal flare and sprint right back to the cave, as long as he can successfully avoid that terrifying beast. Bad timing. The floor guardian suddenly looms right beside him, and by the time Kim Gi-gyu notices, it is already too late. Enraged, the guardian swings a massive fist, sending our main character flying backward through the air like a ragdoll. Crash! He flies violently against a jagged rock, coughing up blood from the heavy impact, forcing him to deploy his last smoke bomb. Forcing himself up, he glares at the beast, muttering that of all the monsters to encounter, it had to be this formidable one. Knowing a smart enemy won't fall for the same trick twice, he shoots his flare into the sky and prepares for the worst. He needs to put as much distance between them as possible, reminding himself that nobody knows this terrain better than he does. Staring at the massive door of the Floor 5 trial, he contemplates whether he should just gamble his life and charge right inside. But he cannot do that because he still has a family waiting, and a mere level 1 like him would surely face instant death. Yet, his feet move toward the entrance of Floor 5 anyway, forcing him to question why he is even standing before it. When even a powerful level 4 struggles with this trial, a level 1 stepping inside is practically committing suicide. Amid his inner turmoil, the Guardian charges once more, prompting the desperate protagonist to grit his teeth in this do-or-die moment. Between a guaranteed death and an unpredictable one, he still has a choice, so he decides to see what lies behind this forbidden gate. Stepping through the impossible door, a system notification instantly flashes, announcing that he has officially entered the very first trial. It processes his player data, verifying his status and confirming he meets all the savvy trick requirements to begin the legendary trial. The first test is to slay a goat, and as a confused Kim Ji-ju processes this, a sudden bleat snaps him back to reality. Too easy. He draws his blade and plunges it straight into the goat's neck, prompting another system alert. He has successfully completed the first test, unlocking his true hidden potential rating, which is finally revealed to him. For his excellent performance, the system significantly boosts Kim Gi-ju's clear rewards. Standing there, completely clueless, Kim Gi-ju wonders if this is a joke. He expected certain death, but all he finds is a single goat. Is this really it? But right then, he senses something terribly wrong. A massive cloud of black energy suddenly creeps up from behind, completely swallowing him. The darkness drags him into a void, forcing him to panic. He screams out, "What the heck is this? Who are you and where am I?" A mysterious voice echoes back, "Are you my master?" Instantly, Kim Gi-ju recognizes the childlike voice of a young boy. He asks, in complete confusion, "Master, what the hell is going on here? Is my new master seriously too dumb to answer a simple question like that?" Enraged, Kim Gi-ju snaps back. The voice sighs, saying he has waited forever, but whatever, just hurry up and give him a name. Kim Gi-gyu asks, in total confusion, "A name?" The voice replies, "Yes, a name." "I am asking you to form a bond," the voice says. Right then, a system notification pops up, an ego requests to link with you. Do you agree to link with this ego? Please provide a name for the ego once the connection is complete. Our main character completely blacks out. When he finally opens his eyes, he sees Oh Tae-shik and his sister staring down at him with sheer worry. They rush over, yelling, "Big brother Kim Gi-ju, you are awake." His sister calls for a nurse, explaining it has been 2 whole weeks since he collapsed. He was found unconscious on the 5th floor. Oh Tae-shik explains what happened. A group of players saw their distress flare and discovered the Guardian. They cornered the beast right in front of the 5th floor gate, but the monster somehow managed to escape anyway. While it is worrying that the Guardian is still loose, Kim Ji-ju feels incredibly relieved to hear that Seon-bai and the others were rescued safely. Thrilled to see his friends, Kim Gi-gyu calls his mother to assure her that he is doing all right. Yes, Mom, I am okay. They just need to run a few more tests before discharging me. Why are you even apologizing anyway? I am not a little kid anymore. Just rest up, insurance covers all the medical bills, so do not worry about a thing. Of course health comes first. Wait, you have me on speakerphone so Do-young can hear, do you not? Hey Do-young, no need to visit me at the hospital. Stay home and look after Mom. I will let you know once I am discharged. Despite his expectations, he is still level 1. But on his index finger, a mysterious snake-shaped ring suddenly appears, glowing with a strange red light. Right after the phone in his hand vanishes out of thin air. His level did not go up, but he is a completely changed man. He steps into the dungeon with absolute confidence. While the other players struggle against the goblins, Kim Gi-gyu calmly strolls in, radiating an undeniable and powerful presence. The brilliant aura shining around him instantly catches everyone's attention, drawing every single eye in the room. They start whispering, is that guy really that famous? A curious green-haired player asks what makes him so special. The guy next to him sneers, do you seriously not know about the legendary rumor? A guide who is completely unable to level up. Suddenly, a white-haired player cuts in, calling that gossip old news. Wait, you guys do not know his crazy new title? The crowd instantly demands to know what it is. The bloodthirsty guide Kim Gi-gyu. Every single time he enters a dungeon, he actively hunts down the largest goblin hordes he can find. He uses his snake ring to summon a legendary sword. Facing the charging goblins, Kim Gi-gyu does not show even a shred of fear. Sword in hand, he charges straight into the fray, completely unfazed despite being utterly surrounded by the savage beasts. They launch a vicious assault, but Kim Gi-gyu swings his blade with brutal precision, effortlessly blowing them away. One by one, they fall beneath his blade. The goblins go from bloodthirsty excitement to absolute paralyzing terror. But it is far too late to run. With a single devastating swing, Kim Gi-gyu massacres the entire horde. Imagine being mid-fight and your weapon starts nagging you for a name. Kim Gi-gyu is like a name, the voice insists. After a brief moment of thought, he makes his decision, Lu. The ego is startled, asking him to repeat it. Your name is Lu. Thrilled with the choice, the ego loves it, and the duo sets off to make a legendary name. His stats are constantly updating. Name Kim Gi-gyu, level 1 in his class, is listed as Ego Partner. His link ability allows him to connect with an ego, while his synchronization skill lets them fully merge into a single entity. This grants him access to Lu's stats: level 7 strength, 18 agility, 18 stamina, 7 magic, 7 and accessory transformation. Even after clearing several battles, Kim Gi-gyu's level remains unchanged. However, Lu levels up from 7 to 8. Looking at his bag full of crystals, Kim Gi-gyu remembers when he was terrified of a tiny snail. Now he is casually gathering heaps of crystals without breaking a single sweat. He looks down at his ring, right, Lu. Just 1 month ago, his status screen only displayed his name as level 1 Ego Partner, with nothing but a basic link ability and the power to merge together after establishing a connection. With his ego's powers finally unlocked, Kim Gi-gyu can't help but wonder if this companion is real. Luckily, it's no dream. He's glad he headed straight to the tower, but fuming at his sister's expected reaction. Just out of the hospital and already running off, Kim Gi-gyu knows his sister, Kim Yoo-jung, is going to chew him out, making him clench his fists in dread. But he can't just sit around, not when his status window has finally changed after 5 whole years. He faces a major headache. How exactly does he link with this so-called ego? Kim Gi-gyu rests his chin, thinking in absolute silence. His eyes go wide. Hoping to trigger it, he starts stretching and flexing his arm through a series of awkward movements. Moving his feet to find his stance, he confidently shouts out to initiate the link, only for time to stand dead, still in awkward silence. With absolutely nothing happening, he freezes in that ridiculous pose for a long time while a parrot in the tree watches him like he's a complete idiot. Trying to save face, he quickly bends down to tie his shoelace before slumping in a corner to nurse his absolute embarrassment. He looks like a completely delusional fool. Thank goodness, there is absolutely nobody around to witness this. He wonders how on earth to use this power, especially since he already named that incredibly cheeky voice Lu. A sudden flash of red light reveals a floating sphere in midair, indicating that his ephemeral ego Lu has officially been summoned. Kim Gi-gyu gasps in shock as the floating sphere shines so intensely that it reflects his stunned face right on its glassy surface. Since Lu lacks a fixed form and the player's level is too low, the ego's physical vessel will be selected completely at random. Kim Gi-gyu celebrates like a total fool because he actually succeeded, while the sphere explains that it must absorb local matter to build its physical form. He blankly asks what absorbing matter is supposed to mean, just as a powerful gravitational pull starts wrapping around him. Everything gets sucked toward the floating sphere, forcing Kim Gi-gyu to gasp as he desperately grabs his flying backpack. The intense gravity snaps his bag straps and he panics, since even the cheapest items inside are worth at least 5,000 won. Worse yet, and you're not going to believe this, his clothes start tearing away, flying straight toward the floating orb. But his feeble resistance does absolutely nothing, as Kim Gi-ju desperately struggles to hold onto his remaining dignity. He fights tooth and nail to protect his very last pair of underwear, begging the vortex to at least spare him this. He screams in desperate prayer until the wild vortex finally dies down, leaving him standing there in nothing but his saved underwear. The sphere transforms into a swirling dark orb radiating an ominous red glow before blasting straight up into the sky. Scaring a flock of nearby birds, the blinding flash forces Kim Gi-ju to shield his eyes until a mysterious shape suddenly materializes before him. Floating right in front of him is a dark, ominous sword with a single eye embedded on its blade. Wrapped in a tattered blanket, Kim Gi-ju rests his chin on his hand and skeptically asks the sword if it's really a king. The sword snaps back in an annoyed tone, telling him to stop making it repeat itself and asking if he is stupid. Fuming in silence, Kim Gi-ju grits his teeth and tells himself to endure, clearing his throat to ask if this ego is just some kind of soul. The sword proudly dismisses the idea, prompting him to hold it up and ask what it actually is as the giant eye judges him. Lu snaps that it has no idea before angrily scolding him as a pervert and telling him to stop touching its blade. Swallowing his rage at the foul-mouthed weapon, Kim Gi-ju plants it in the dirt and asks if it can even move on its own. The sword replies not yet, but later, making Kim Gi-ju rub his chin thoughtfully. With complete honesty, he asks if the sword can unilaterally break their link and change its master. Lu explains that such decisions lie entirely with the master, making Kim Gi-ju smile as he realizes he holds all the cards. For his next question, he asks if the sword will try to attack him once it can move freely. Lu admits that while attacking him is technically possible, if the master dies, the linked ego will instantly fade away too. This makes rebellion quite impossible, prompting a dark, villainous grin to spread across Kim Gi-ju's face as he prepares his final question. He asks if the weapon can feel pain, with Lu completely oblivious to the dark shift in its master's face. The sword proudly brags that as a great ego, it feels far more than just simple emotions. Any sensory input can be shared, but Lu suddenly pauses, noticing something highly unusual as a status window pops up before them. The prompt asks if he wants to enable pain for his ego, and he immediately raises a rock as a high-pitched scream echoes. A massive goblin is sliced clean in half as dark energy swirls around the blade, with Lu absorbing its blood and gaining experience. Lu levels up and his stats increase, letting Kim Gi-ju breathe a sigh of relief as he recalls how incredibly cocky his weapon once was. Staring at Lu, who is now back to being a ring on his finger, he asks if it still remembers those days. Lu chuckles, flatteringly admitting how ashamed it is of its past behavior and how its blood boils every single time it looks back. Kim Gi-ju stares at him with a dark look, making the Lu instantly backtrack, crying out that he is just so incredibly happy. He is thrilled to serve such an amazing master. Sighing, Kim Gi-ju decides to let it go, especially since his pockets are stuffed. Calling it a day, Kim Gi-ju stops, but the Lu begs to go outside. It has been way too long. Kim Gi-ju shrugs. Next time they will try raiding a gate instead. Tae-shik warns him to stay away from gates for now, leaving Kim Gi-ju completely baffled as to why. 4 high-ranking hunters recently died in an American gate, and Tae-shik warns that abnormal, unpredictable gates have been appearing everywhere lately. For example, an F-rank gate might actually turn out to be a dangerous C rank featuring bizarre structures not seen in 23 years. Yet they keep popping up this past month, prompting Kim Gi-ju to quickly calculate the timeline in his head. A month ago was exactly when he met the Lu, but he quickly shakes it off as a mere coincidence. Tae-shik explains he is not banning gates forever, he just wants Kim Gi-ju to stay safe during this chaotic period. He knows Kim Gi-ju is hyped to finally put his awakened powers to use, but patience is key right now. Accepting the kind advice, Kim Gi-ju nods. Tae-shik sighs with relief, praising him for all his hard work. Telling him to get home safe, he playfully teases the bloodthirsty guide, making Kim Gi-ju immediately snap back. He snaps at him to stop using that ridiculous nickname before walking out of the headquarters with his rare crystals. Quest rewards are nice, but gates clearly pay way better than the tower. Pulling his phone out, Kim Gi-ju knows he has to ignore the warning because he is completely out of options. He is still desperately struggling just to pay off the heavy interest on his massive debt. And honestly, who can blame him? He figures those abnormal gates are rare anyway, so it should be fine. Kim Gi-ju dials the number from the post. The call connects and a voice on the other end greets him. Meeting in a cafe, the leader introduces himself as Ha Song-soo, welcoming Kim Gi-ju to the upcoming raid. Kim Gi-ju shakes his hand, introducing himself as the caller, and Ha Song-soo immediately gets down to business. Confirming it is his first official gate raid, Kim Gi-ju nods but mentions he still knows the basic strategies. He is familiar with clearing strategies and mechanics. Ha Song-soo nods, quickly assessing his new recruit. Sliding a paper over, Ha Song-soo presents the contract. Profit splits and penalty fees are normal, but they will be using dice rolls to divide any loot they find. They agree to meet at Kaguji at 2 p.m. in 2 days with a strict warning not to be late. Gates generally fall into two categories: one-time instances that vanish upon clearing and stable permanent gates. These permanent dungeons stay open though their loot is lower. They cannot compete with the rare rewards of one-time gates, yet many hunters still farm them. Established public strategies keep the risks extremely low here. Gathering the squad, the leader gives the final signal. Once gear checks are complete, they step through the portal and Kim Gi-ju quietly observes his temporary squad. Everyone looks a bit sketchy, making him wonder if they all signed up through random temp agencies too. Spotting two hunters who seem to know each other, Kim Gi-ju is interrupted when Ha Song-soo suddenly orders everyone to freeze in place. An eerie noise echoes down the tunnel. Drawing an arrow, Ha Song-soo warns that hordes of undead are fast approaching. Growling with hunger, the zombies charge. Ha Song-soo barks an order and their shield tank immediately rushes to block them. Slamming his heavy shield, he knocks the monsters back, allowing Kim Gi-ju and another swordsman to instantly charge in. The Lu cackles and Ha Song-soo fires magic-infused arrows right into the incoming swarm. An arrow pierces a zombie's skull, while a sharp sword cleaves another undead, followed by a brutal heavy kick that sends a monster flying backward. Looking highly annoyed, the swordsman grumbles that these rotting corpses are way tougher than they have any right to be. A dark blur flashes past him as Kim Gi-ju dives headfirst into the horde, brutally ripping the undead apart. The tank and melee fighters watch in shock, while even Ha Song-soo looks utterly stunned. With the undead easily wiped out, the tank eagerly praises Kim Gi-ju. Talk about carrying the team on your back. The other swordsman chimes in, joking that Kim Gi-ju's level 7 status makes his own efforts look completely exhausting. Shrugging it off as pure luck, Kim Gi-ju is immediately protested by the tank, who credits him with the mini-boss kill. The tank even begs to join his permanent party afterward, but Kim Gi-ju merely chuckles, leaving the request completely unanswered. Kim Gi-ju quietly observes the two players in the corner. Though they do not seem busy, behaving like this right in front of the party leader is completely classless. The tanker keeps flattery flowing, praising how much they benefited from Kim Gi-ju today, while the melee fighter quickly chimes in to agree. The main character forces a polite smile, brushing it off, though he knows their words ring true. Just then, Ha Song-soo calls out for everyone to assemble. Time to move. Kim Gi-ju stands up, asking Lu if he is ready. Lu grumbles in his mind that zombie blood is utterly useless, but Kim Gi-ju mentally reassures him they will reach the boss room soon. Just bear with it for now. Meanwhile, the tanker quietly approaches the melee player and whispers something under his breath. A wicked grin flashes on their faces. The group approaches the massive iron gates and Kim Gi-ju realizes this is the boss room. Are these bars meant to keep the boss trapped inside? Ha Song-soo steps forward, ready to explain how to defeat the gatekeeper. First up is Talon, a giant vampire, but a loud, annoying voice suddenly cuts him off. The tanker scowls while picking his ear, demanding they hurry up since they obviously did their research before entering a fixed gate. We are wasting time. Ha Song-soo firmly reminds him that even if he already knows, the strategy precaution is necessary. One person's mistake can put the entire team in danger inside this gate, leaving the tanker highly annoyed. He mutters about how slow they are. The mage glares and Ha Song-soo frowns back as a warning while the two exchange silent looks. Ha Song-soo resumes his explanation, but Kim Gi-ju cannot shake the feeling that something incredibly strange is going on. The plan is carefully laid out for everyone. Right after melting down the iron gates with acid, they will storm into the boss room. Once inside, Talon will be sitting with his back to them. The frontliners gasp upon seeing him. He is much bigger than expected. Ha Song-soo draws his bow, announcing he will kick things off with an explosive arrow, yelling out for everyone to get ready. The arrow rips through the air, embedding into the boss before detonating violently, which will surely make him fly into a blind rage. As Talon swings his massive fists wildly, their tanker Byung-hun must step up to block the incoming onslaught. The boss's fist crashes heavily against the shield, sending the tanker flying backward as the two melee fighters instantly charge forward. The key moment is when the boss hunches over to change his attack pattern, allowing both fighters to slash at his legs. The monster's eyes burn crimson with fury. His defense is about to triple, allowing him to easily shrug off almost all incoming physical damage. Seizing the moment, Ha Song-soo yells out for Kim Gi-ju to take his shot, just as the boss curls up into a defensive stance. Kim Gi-ju needs to strike now, hoping to deal at least some minor damage. The young hero leaps high into the air. Raising his black sword high, he harnesses gravity to deliver a devastating downward plunge, fully maximizing his damage output. The system suddenly chimes in Kim Gi-ju's ears, announcing his synchronization rate with Lu has increased, allowing him to wield greater power. He can now harness Lu much more effectively. Surprised, Kim Gi-ju gasps as a massive surge of dark energy erupts from his blade. He unleashes a brutal downward slash, leaving the remaining party members completely speechless. The gatekeeper Talon is instantly defeated. Tons of experience points flood in, along with an extra bonus for defeating the high-level gatekeeper in a single devastating strike. Even Kim Gi-ju is left bewildered by his own ridiculous power. His stats get a nice boost thanks to the vampire's blood. He even unlocks a rather bizarre cannibalism skill to consume corpses for health. Nearby, one of the party members lets out a curse. Holy crap, that is insane. The tanker eagerly rushes over to Kim Gi-ju, begging for his contact info while the melee fighter does the same. Quite flustered, Kim Gi-ju tells them to save it for later. Meanwhile, Ha Song-soo calls everyone over to look at a paralyzing dagger dropped by the boss. Inspecting the weapon, the melee player is amazed that a one-hit kill actually yielded such a high-quality drop. Ha Song-soo reminds everyone that per their contract, they will roll dice to decide who gets it. Suddenly, the tanker throws an arm around Kim Gi-ju's shoulder, prompting a very confused look from the young hero. The tanker craftily whispers that the dagger clearly belongs to Kim Gi-ju, but his pushy attitude only makes Kim Gi-ju feel incredibly uncomfortable. Kim Gi-ju notes that the guy dropped honorifics entirely. The tanker continues his sweet talk, claiming Kim Gi-ju deserves all the credit for the kill. He suggests that he and Choi Tae-oh will pressure the leader and Kim Gi-ju just needs to play along secretly, hoping to secure a cut for themselves. It is a win-win strategy. Luckily, after 5 long years working as a low-level guide, Kim Gi-ju has become exceptionally good at reading people. He suspected Choi Tae-oh and Song Byung-hun from the very start, though he never expected them to cook up such an underhanded plot right under their noses. Standing on the other side are party leader Ha Song-soo and a mysterious woman, with Ha Song-soo finally chiming in to get things started. He asks if everyone is ready to begin. Kim Gi-ju watches them closely, completely unable to shake the feeling that those two are hiding a dark, dangerous secret. As Ha Song-soo reaches into his coat for the dice, Choi Tae-oh and Byung-hun exchange a quick look before Byung-hun grabs the dagger and lunges forward viciously. His target is Ha Song-soo, but Kim Gi-ju leaps in to intercept, grabbing the rogue tanker's hand and completely catching him off guard. The tanker gets slammed hard onto the ground by the main character, groaning in pain as Kim Gi-ju pins him flat to the dirt. He still cannot believe it. He genuinely thought Kim Gi-ju was on their side, but the main character knows better. One wrong step could mean instant death, so the tanker screams at Choi Tae-oh to do something, but Tae-oh just trembles, too terrified to move. Realizing his partner is useless, the tanker tries to laugh it off, claiming it was just a prank, while Kim Gi-ju tries to calm his racing heart. Honestly, you cannot blame him for being tense. Kim Gi-ju glares at the tanker, realizing the one who deserves to die is this bastard. Without him even noticing, the woman has already drawn her dagger with cold killing intent. He did not even see her pull the weapon. His throat goes bone dry. He wonders if she was not supposed to be a mage this whole time. The situation is incredibly tense. Ha Song-soo has a blade right at his throat, yet he does not even blink, staring straight at the cold steel. Kim Gi-ju asks who they really are, and Ha Song-soo tilts his head, saying he was about to ask the exact same question. Changing the subject, Kim Gi-ju asks how they should handle these two, while Choi Tae-oh immediately tries to distance himself. Tae-oh swears he only followed orders for the money and had absolutely no idea the tanker planned to stab anyone. He swears it is the truth. Ha Song-soo curiously asks why Kim Gi-ju is asking him, who replies that Ha Song-soo was the original target. Stroking his chin in deep thought, Ha Song-soo glances at the girl beside him. Ha-jin, as a dark aura begins to radiate from her body. Kim Gi-ju is completely stunned when Ha-ji moves like lightning, flashing right past him to stand beside Choi Tae-oh. She delivers a swift blow to the back of Tae-oh's neck, knocking him out instantly. Kim Gi-ju is chilled, realizing how incredibly dangerous she is. Getting a sudden idea, the main character chops the tanker's neck, knocking him out cold in a single brutal strike. Standing up, Kim Gi-ju looks at his hands. Pure disbelief, he decides to not hold back anymore. He confidently declares he is taking the dagger. Ha Song-soo asks why, and Kim Gi-ju responds with absolute certainty. Since he saved Ha Song-soo's life, he deserves a reward, right? Ha Song-soo can only shrug at the logic. Ha Song-soo thinks it is still a bit too much, but Kim Gi-ju counters that an item like this is nothing to a skilled hunter. Intrigued, Ha Song-soo asks if Kim Gi-ju knows his identity. Kim Gi-ju hesitates, pointing out that anyone with a bodyguard like Ha-jin must be highly important. He is clearly no ordinary person, but Kim Gi-ju adds that he has no interest in getting involved with them or their secrets, offering to leave the unconscious thugs for them to handle, wanting to hunt a bit more first. The duo is left absolutely speechless by his audacity. As they walk away, the Lu speaks up through the sword, warning him that the woman named Ha-jin is incredibly dangerous. Kim Gi-ju replies that he knows, which is why he only talked to them. Besides, running away would have just made him look more suspicious. The Lu scoffs, mocking him for calling that a normal conversation, especially since he just dumped the cleanup job on such dangerous people, not to mention stealing their item. Kim Gi-ju defends himself, arguing he earned the dagger by saving the man's life. Now they can stay and keep hunting. Just then, a system notification alerts him that he has absorbed the blood of an undead. Kim Gigyu asks his black sword if it feels energized, but the Lu complains, shouting that he is a proud ego sword. He hates the taste of undead blood because it is absolutely disgusting. Kim Gigyu sighs, turning the sword back into a ring. Since there are no more undead left and the sword has drunk enough, it is time to move on and check the stats. With agility from goblins, strength from orcs, and stamina from the undead, his overall stats are incredibly high for his current level. Before leaving, Kim Gigyu decides to drop by the reward room, which is a mysterious gray zone. Players can teleport there using the corpse of a gatekeeper. Just like the name suggests, this is where rewards are given. Just as Kim Gigyu reaches out to touch the corpse, his hand freezes. He hesitates, calling out to the Lu, who sounds thoroughly confused. Staring at a nearby glowing wall, Kim Gigyu asks if that was there earlier. The Lu confirms it definitely was not. Kim Gigyu knocks on the wall and hears a hollow echo. He summons his sword, asking if he should break it, and the Lu enthusiastically agrees. Channeling his strength, Kim Gigyu swings his sword, shattering the wall with a loud crash as the Lu suddenly yells for him to wait. Coughing through the thick gray dust, Kim Gigyu waves his hand and asks the Lu what he was trying to warn him about. The Lu mentions sensing another ego. Kim Gigyu is completely baffled, wondering how another living ego could possibly exist in a dungeon like this. Through the thick, swirling dust, a faint light begins to sparkle. Kim Gigyu seriously doubts there could be another ego just lying around. If they are this common, he wonders what he was struggling for over the last 5 years. The Lu bluntly replies it is because he is stupid. Kim Gigyu frowns, asking what the sword just muttered. The Lu quickly changes the subject, telling his master to search the area for the ego. Choking on the thick, swirling dust, the main character coughs heavily and immediately rejects the black sword's crazy search idea. This gate was cleared by the city ages ago, so there is no way any hidden secrets remain, but the Lu remains absolute. He senses yet another ego nearby, and as the heavy dust finally clears away, a sparkling white sword reveals itself. Kim Gigyu steps closer, noting it looks just like a holy sword. He sheathes his dark blade, wondering if he should just grab it. Using both hands, he grips the holy sword. Instantly, the embedded gemstone flares up, unleashing a blinding, brilliant radiance. In the darkness, a voice echoes, asking if he is its master as Kim Gigyu slowly opens his eyes. He enters a pure white void like before, but the vibe is completely different. He asks if this is the sword's inner ego. The gentle voice answers yes, saying it has waited here for its master for an eternity, and asks if he will please answer its question. Our main character replies that he is not its master yet, but he definitely wants to become one. A melodious voice requests a name, and with absolute certainty, Kim Gigyu decides its name will simply be L. As he pulls the sword from its stone pedestal, he stares at its brilliant colors, already feeling pretty used to this process. After all, it is only his second time doing this. Suddenly, violent tremors shake the room, causing the ceiling to crack. Thick dust rains down as the tremors intensify, sending massive stone blocks crashing to the ground while Lu frantically screams out. Lu yells to run while L gently pleads for him to escape, leaving Kim Gigyu ducking and holding his head in agreement. Hearing the unfamiliar voice, Lu demands to know who they are, prompting L to ask the same of the proud king. Lu boasts of being the greatest ego, but Kim Gigyu yells at them both to shut up while sprinting to escape. He realizes he needs to grab the Talon's corpse and teleport to the reward room immediately. Deep cracks spiderweb across the ground as Kim Gigyu focuses, bracing himself before taking a hard, heavy step. The fragile floor gives way, forcing him to leap forward and desperately reach for the Talon's corpse as the system alerts him. It asks if he wants to teleport to the reward room, and he screams to hurry as blinding light erupts beneath him. A warp portal appears, but right before he vanishes, he catches sight of a massive eye with a slit pupil amidst the ruins. A permanent gate has collapsed, a completely unprecedented event, and absolutely no one knows the actual cause behind it. This bizarre incident, combined with a sudden surge of brand new gates appearing lately, has everyone on edge. The public is in an absolute frenzy, but luckily for him, the collapse happened well after he left, keeping him entirely off the suspect list. His haul for that day consists of 30 purple crystals and a special protective amulet designed to prevent illness. It wards off common sicknesses and boosts vitality, making it a rare treasure that even ordinary humans can benefit from. While it cannot cure his mother's illness, it still helps her recover some strength, and selling the crystals brings in much-needed cash. He is finally able to get his mother hospitalized, easing his burden before he heads right back to grinding inside the massive tower. Reaching the 5th floor, Kim Gigyu is amazed to find bustling bases built everywhere thanks to the complete lack of monsters. Honestly, it looks more like a full-scale city. He pushes past this floor, clearing the 6th, 7th, and 8th floors with ease. Finally, he reaches the 9th floor, reminding his two egos that just a short while ago, he never would have dreamed of stepping foot here, remembering when someone told him levels are not everything. As long as he never gives up, his hidden potential will eventually awaken, and a faint smile plays on his lips. Seokwoo was absolutely right. He glances down as the two ego rings flash brightly on his fingers. L has gained some decent levels too, even though sharing experience points naturally slows down their overall progress. Still, synchronizing with his egos makes him feel incredibly strong. Since L claimed to be sealing a powerful demon, he expected insane power, but L admits that sealing the beast for so long completely drained its strength. As for the demon itself, L struggles to remember much, but Kim Gi-ju immediately recalls that giant eye from earlier. Could that terrifying eye be the sealed demon? He pulls up L's status screen, realizing a new path to power. He can grow stronger simply by collecting more egos, prompting Lu to ask if he even knows where to start looking. Kim Gi-ju smiles, saying he knows a spot leading them to an auction house where items are selling for massive prices. He silently asks his weapons if they sense anything, but both Lu and L report absolutely nothing, which isn't too surprising. Egos are incredibly rare after all. Suddenly, the auctioneer steps up to present the very last item of the day. This is the star of the show, a legendary healing necklace that has the entire crowd buzzing with excitement. They whisper about its insane recovery boost, but Lu and Elle suddenly gasp in unison, recognizing another living ego. With the auction wrapped up, he steps outside, frustrated by just how intensely difficult and competitive the bidding process is. Not to mention the prices are absolutely insane, though. Elle gently reminds him that high-quality items always command a premium. Lu, the sarcasm master, teases him for being dirt poor, but Kim Gi-ju just smirks. At least he sold those paralyzing herbs for 100,000 won. Du warns him that his face looks too creepy. Kim Gi-ju just gets affectionate, telling Du and Ao that he loves them both to death. Du shivers, wondering what is wrong with him. Ao doesn't know what to say politely, calling him master in a sweet customer service voice. "Thank you for your business," the clerk says as Kim Gi-ju walks out. He answers his phone, saying he is heading home and asking if there is a problem. "Actually, there is," he explains. He couldn't find a party, so he hunted solo at a gate recently, finding his teammates more exhausting than the monsters. The voice on the other end roars, "What, you went hunting at a gate?" He was explicitly told to be extremely careful. Kim Gi-ju pulls the phone away from his ear, explaining it was only an F-rank gate. He adds that if he takes off all his gear, he would just be a level 1 player again. Since he cannot climb the ranks, hunting alone is out of the question. He notes that he has no other choice, promises to meet later, and playfully reminds the caller of the free meal promise for the promotion. Hanging up, Kim Gi-ju sighs. It is not that he dislikes climbing the tower, but Du's situation makes everything much more complicated. Du needs time to absorb blood, which slows his progress down significantly. With a sigh, he walks up the stairs. Besides, that gate was highly profitable. Kim Gi-ju lets out a long breath, telling himself there is always a way. At the very least, he solved his immediate problems. Looking happily at the bag, he can finally buy some beef for dinner, making Io marvel. She mentions that despite earning well, he lives so frugally. Lu quickly corrects her, asking if she meant to say their master is just cheap. Kim Gi-ju gives Lu a stern warning, asking when the last time he taught him manners was. Lu immediately apologizes, admitting his mistake. He knows he needs to make money as fast as possible to relocate. He wants his sister Kim Yoo-jung to live in a much safer place. Kim Ji-ju's eyes widen as the space ahead suddenly distorts. He spots 4 glowing lights in the distance, growing larger by the second. Waves of raw energy erupt around his central black hole as the light expands into a massive portal. What should someone do when a gate appears? Rule 1. Do not panic. A newly formed gate is not immediately dangerous. Call 119 or the appropriate authorities immediately. Then immediately leave the area. Rule 2. Do not go near. Entering an unrated gate is extremely risky. This applies even if you are an awakened player. Entering a dimensional rift without official permission is a serious crime. Doing so without association approval can result in up to 5 years of imprisonment, or a hefty fine of 10,000 won. Rule 3. Always secure evidence immediately. If someone else claims they found the portal first, conflicts can arise. Always prove you were the first to discover it. The discoverer earns the exclusive right of first rate, a valuable asset that can be sold or traded to other guilds. These are the official guidelines issued by the Hunter Association and the Portal Management Bureau. Manager Oh Tae-shik clicks away on his computer. Suddenly, his mouse stops. Frowning, Tae-shik reaches for his cup of water. He notices the gate is right near Kim Gi-ju's house. Spotting the reporter's name, he completely spits his coffee out in shock. A loud shout echoes from the office, drawing everyone's attention. Kim Gi-ju is told that if he doesn't enter within 5 days, he will forfeit his exclusive raid rights and the gate will be auctioned off. He is urged to follow all safety protocols. The official politely thanks him again for the quick report, reminding him to stay safe and heed all the warnings. The worker looks back as manager Oh Tae-shik steps forward, nodding and praising him for a job well done. Tae-shik turns to Kim Gi-ju, mentioning he needs to discuss something. Kim Gi-ju nods and the two head over to a nearby cafe. Kim Gi-ju asks if the drink is a bit too sweet while Tae-shik calmly stirs his cup. Tae-shik replies that the syrup is what makes the coffee good, taking a huge gulp right after stirring it. He slams the cup down, now filled with nothing but ice, and gets straight to the point. Since it is an F-rank gate, he asks if Kim Gi-ju plans to go solo. Kim Gi-ju just chuckles, impressed by how well Tae-shik knows him. Kim Gi-ju playfully claims he is much stronger than he looks, but Tae-shik just rests his head on his hand, calling him incredibly stubborn instead. Kim Gi-ju laughs awkwardly before Tae-shik asks what floor he has reached. Kim Gi-ju honestly admits he is on the 11th floor. He adds that he just cleared the 10th floor exam today. When Tae-shik asks about his level, Kim Gi-ju decides not to hide it. Reminding him that he already knows the answer, Tae-shik randomly tells him he has 4 days to prepare before meeting again. He orders Kim Gi-ju to meet him then. Confused, Kim Gi-ju asks why, and Tae-shik explains he needs to run a quick test. He needs to verify if the boy is actually ready to solo the gate, warning him that half-baked preparation won't fly. 4 days later, Kim Gi-ju is amazed by the association's basement. Tae-shik explains that this massive area is a forgotten combat training facility. However, it is completely abandoned now. Looking around, Kim Gi-ju finds the interior to be incredibly spacious. The walls are reinforced by a barrier. Kim Gi-ju realizes he underestimated the association. When Tae-shik asks for his opinion, Kim Gi-ju is left completely confused. Tae-shik clarifies that he means his invitation to join the association. Unbuttoning his collar, he suggests that now is the time. He explains that Kim Gi-ju can become an official employee or take another role. Kim Gi-ju politely thanks him for the offer. However, Kim Gi-ju must decline. Scratching his head, he admits he is not ready to settle down yet. Fortunately, Tae-shik does not push him. Tae-shik shrugs, saying he is always welcome to change his mind. Just then, Kim Gi-ju remembers a crucial detail from before. He asks what happened to Choi Tae-oh since the instruction division disbanded after Tae-shik got promoted. Tae-shik readily gives an update. Apparently, Choi Tae-oh ended up joining the Cabal Guild. Tae-shik mentions that the once introverted guy actually looks much happier and brighter lately. It is as if he became a completely different person. Kim Gi-ju is genuinely glad, promising to pay him a visit when he has free time. Even though it is his first time hearing of that guild, Kim Gi-ju is curious about something else. He asks where Tae-shik's weapon is since they are supposed to duel. Tae-shik slowly rolls up his sleeves. Scratching his chin, he chuckles and notes that the young man seems to be seriously underestimating him. Simply because he works as a quiet public servant. Casually, Tae-shik throws a sudden punch into the empty air, completely startling Kim Gi-ju. The rushing air pressure forces the young man to shield his face. Tae-shik proudly reminds him that a diamond in the mud is still a diamond. He warns Kim Gi-ju not to look down on a former high-ranking ranker as an oppressive, invisible aura erupts. He commands him to stop stalling an attack. Kim Gi-ju gets serious, asking for guidance. Deep down, he knows he stands absolutely no chance of actually defeating this formidable opponent, but he refuses to just stand there and take a beating. Suddenly, his pupils dilate as a massive black boot flies straight toward his face. Taking the brutal kick head-on, he quickly draws both his dark sword and holy sword to block the devastating impact. His feet slide back across the concrete floor, pushing his entire body backward. Tae-shik tilts his head slightly, puzzled by his defense. Tae-shik asks if he is truly prepared. Kim Gi-ju silently confirms that this man is a real master, vividly reminding him of Seok-woo. Tae-shik snaps at him to focus on the damned fight, warning that letting his guard down inside a gate will get him killed. Kim Gi-ju snaps back to reality. Tae-shik is right, he has become far too complacent lately. Clenching his teeth, he resolves that he is not entirely unprepared. In fact, 4 days ago in the Demon's Sector, at the bustling player market, Lu mutters in confusion, asking what on earth his master needs more items for anyway. He claims no gear could possibly surpass them. Meanwhile, Kim Gi-ju pretends to be on a phone call to avoid drawing suspicious looks. He explains his defensive gear is currently too weak and he simply cannot continue like this forever. Perhaps he might run into another ego weapon. Elle speaks up, promising to notify him the second she senses another ego nearby. Agreeing with her, Kim Gi-ju decides to stroll around the stalls. His eyes soon land on a set of armor. It is basic metal armor from an apprentice blacksmith, offering a mere 9-point increase to his defense stat. Turning toward the high-end shop across the street, his jaw drops at the luxury armor on display. The astronomical price tag is nearly 3 billion won. Nearby basic leather armor from an apprentice blacksmith is also on display. It boosts defense by 7 but costs an insane 1.3 billion won. Kim Gi-ju sits on a bench in silence. His two egos are equally speechless. The cheap stuff is utter garbage while the decent gear is completely unaffordable. Life is incredibly unfair. Suddenly, Lu and Elle both call out to him at once. Kim Gi-ju notices a loud commotion at the street corner where a young boy is fiercely arguing. The boy insists his grandfather is a legendary craftsman, but a merchant mocks him, pointing out the gear does not even have basic stats. The boy fiercely defends his grandfather, insisting his creations are special, but the merchant completely dismisses him. Why waste time promoting a shop that refuses to sell anything? The man grumbles that anyone who goes there just gets thrown out. Frustrated, the boy scowls as Kim Gi-ju approaches him. Hearing someone call out, the kid turns his head to look back. Kim Ji-ju asks if the boy can lead him to his grandfather's shop. The kid's eyes immediately light up as he eagerly agrees. As they descend deeper underground, Kim Ji-ju grows skeptical and asks his egos if they are sure. Elle reassures him that she is certain. Lu also chimes in, confirming that every single piece of clothing on the kid is actually an ego item. Elle corrects him, noting that although artificial, they still possess ego power. Lu snaps at her to stop stealing his thunder as the boy opens the door. He calls out to his grandfather, announcing a new customer. An old voice sighs from inside, reminding Min-soo that he specifically asked him not to bring guests. Ignoring the warning, Min-soo insists he wants everyone to know how amazing his grandfather is. The old man sighs, wondering why he wears those rags instead of nice clothes. He warns that his father will be furious if he sees those handmade clothes. Min-soo whines, protesting that this outfit smells incredibly nice. Stepping inside the workshop, Kim Gi-ju freezes in sheer shock. Even his two egos are completely stunned by what they sense. Every single item in the room is an ego. Elle is left completely speechless, wondering how any human could possibly achieve this. Level 35 Nameless Armor, Level 23 Nameless Armor, and Level 64 Nameless Boots. Wait, check again. No, they are just semi-egos, completely unconscious ones. Level 32 Nameless Iron Helmet. Nameless Level 35 Gloves. Nameless Level 47 Sword. Kim Gi-ju wonders, does an ego mean consciousness in Latin? Why are all the items in this shop semi-egos? The old man tells him to scram. There is absolutely nothing to sell to you here. I won't give my gear to someone who can't even recognize its value. I'm sick of blind fools. The owner of this place is a blacksmith named Hwang Ji-chol. Kim Ji-ju speaks up, I'll buy them. Hwang looks up from his book pages and waves him off. I told you they're not for sale. Besides, someone like you can't even use this gear. Kim Ji-ju replies, what if I can actually use them? Will you sell them then? Hwang scoffs, stop talking nonsense and get out. But just as he is about to ignore him, the main character's words make him jump. A level 79 Nameless Sword, Hwang gasps, you can actually see the stats of that sword. The main character examines the blade, of course, and I'm curious if you can see them too. Hwang bursts into laughter. This is absolutely unbelievable. His tone softens up, go ahead and try using it. A blacksmith's greatest dream is to have someone recognize and master their work. Kim Ji-ju looks at the sharp blade and begins the naming process right now. Your name is Sharp. Hwang watches in tense silence, his jaw practically dropping to the floor, but the sword doesn't react at all. His ego whispers a gentle comfort, guess it really didn't like that name. Kim Gi-ju places the sword back. Guess so. Later, he and Atex stand facing each other. The main character's eyes flash as he lunges forward at full speed. The distance closes rapidly. Drawing both swords back, he channels every ounce of raw strength directly into his arms. He slashes forward in quick succession, but OTX blocks them effortlessly. I can feel hesitation in your strikes. Put some real power into it and aim for my vitals. You think this little tickle is going to cut it? Kim Gi-ju constantly reminds himself that his opponent is a top-tier veteran. He needs to focus. He swings his black sword forward, but OTX easily dodges. Then his holy sword slashes straight down. Otak spins to avoid that too. Kim Gi-ju unleashes dozens of strikes, but Otak dodges every single one. He can't even touch a single hair. In a split-second mistake, Otak tightly grabs Kim Gi-ju's shoulder. The main character freezes under Ox's gaze. There's an intense seriousness and zero mercy in his eyes. Power surges into his opponent's fist. Kim Gi-ju despairs, why can't I link with any of them? Are these really egos? Du speaks up. They are only semi-egos, but they're incredibly picky. I didn't have any options, but for them it's different. His ego comforts him, I still like you, master. Kim Gi-ju mutters, just one more try. Just once more. Just give up, foolish mortal. Kim Gi-ju almost snaps back, who taught you to talk like that? He touches the armor, your name is Bruno. A blinding light erupts as a system notification pops up confirming the ego link. Kim Gi-ju cheers in excitement, but a warning flashes due to low stats. Bruno's full power is locked. Bruno has lost most of his power as Otex's punch lands. Bruno is level 7 with strength 15 and stamina 40. His skill turns him into an accessory to reflect incoming damage. Defensive power is 12. Ox recoils in confusion as a shockwave erupts. Kim Gi-ju is sent flying straight into the wall. Coughing up blood, he collapses to the ground, leaving a crater in the shattered brick wall, exposing the steel frames. Something is tossed his way as orange bottles roll closer. Ox tells him to drink up its healing medicine. Leaning against the wall, Kim Gi-ju sighs, why put expensive healing potion in a completely cheap bottle? His hands shake too much to even open it. Ox speaks softly, "You passed." Kim Gi-ju looks up in surprise. OTX raises his fist, showing minor scratches on his knuckles. "I didn't expect you to actually hurt me." It wasn't some random fluke either. He did it completely on purpose. Ox recalls the kid's victorious smirk right before taking the hit. "I was the one underestimating him." OTX asks how he pulled that off. Kim Gi-ju just laughs. "I was simply well-equipped." Before entering the association, staff warned him that if the gate isn't cleared within a single week, the higher-ups step in. So good luck clearing the raid. Back in reality, Ox strictly warns him that he only has 5 days. "If you are not out of there by next week, forget the association. I will personally go in there and drag you out myself." The main character forced a laugh, assuring him that won't be necessary, but Otashik completely ignored him, insisting his entry would be much more convenient. Otashik repeatedly checks if Jisoo brought enough rations and potions. Jisoo seriously confirms he packed them along with smoke bombs and magic potions as instructed. Otashik warns him not to get careless just because it is an F-rank gate, leaving Jisoo curious. Wondering why the guild veteran is so worried about a basic zombie zone, Jisoo knows he is not digging his own grave. Kim Jisoo smiles warmly, thinking the man acts just like a protective father who worries over every little thing. Seeing that it is time, the protagonist says his farewells while Otashik waves him off. Jisoo resolutely steps inside as the system notification chimes, praying this dungeon turns out to be a highly lucrative permanent gate. Lu curiously asks what happens if it is permanent, and Jisoo explains they will make a fortune while cautiously moving forward. Lu asks how they can tell, and Jisoo looks ahead, replying they must conquer it first to know. Since this is an F-rank gate, as long as it is not a labyrinth or tower type, we will clear it easily. They should be able to clear it easily. Drawing his black sword, he instantly impales a lunging wolf through the throat. His battle aura erupts as their conversation ends, greeted by countless glowing red eyes from the shadows. Vicious wolves emerge from the dark, prompting Jisoo to smirk with intense excitement for the fight. Declaring it is finally time to level up, he cleanly slices a wolf in half as Lu absorbs the blood. Wielding dual blades, he relentlessly slaughters one beast after another, triggering another level up for his ego. Suddenly, an azure wolf leaps out of nowhere, aiming to tear the protagonist to shreds with a fatal bite. Surprisingly, Jisoo just smiles as the system announces his scarecrow skill will now reflect all incoming damage. The wolf's attack backfires, completely shattering all of its teeth instantly due to the absolute damage reflection. System notifications continuously pop up as his scarecrow's stats steadily rise. After slaughtering the entire pack of wolves, Kim Jisoo sits down to catch his breath. Lu mocks how easily humans tire, prompting ego to snap back as Jisoo quietly checks his watch. 5 hours have already passed, and these F-rank monsters really do feel like complete pushovers. In fact, it is almost too easy with mana crystals from his kills scattered all over the cave floor. Tearing open a quick ration pack with his teeth, he admits that conquering a dungeon entirely solo is still quite a demanding task. He got lucky this time, realizing he should probably take the player evaluation test next. However, since players must enter without gear separating from his, ego would reset his level to 1, hiding his true strength. Even Otashik cannot help with this, but ego notes that raising his stats will allow them to remain linked. They will be able to stay linked regardless of distance, which Jisoo agrees is amazing while taking a sip. Unfortunately, he has no idea how to raise his own stats, which is when Lu suddenly chimes in. For calling him a scarecrow, Jisoo ruthlessly flicks Lu a few times, ignoring his cries of pain. As Lu protests the physical abuse, Jisoo quietly packs his water bottle back into his bag. Beyond growing stronger, he still does understand the status window, showing Lu at level 17. The stats show high agility and strength, but the bizarre cannibalism skill leaves Jisoo completely baffled. He wonders what cannibalism actually entails, causing Lu to panic and call him an absolute maniac. Jisoo reassures him it was just a joke, standing up to resume their journey. Gathering 10 piles of crystals quickly fills his inventory, making him realize he needs a magic expansion bag soon. Suddenly, remembering his buff potions, he decides drinking them all now will free up plenty of inventory space. Looking at the glowing light ahead, Lu warns him that this area radiates the heaviest bloodlust in the dungeon. Expecting the boss is waiting ahead, Jisoo agrees and casually downs his remaining potions. Notifications flood his vision continuously, adding 5 points to his stamina, strength, and agility stats. He keeps chugging the bottles but starts to worry about how much farther they have to travel. At this rate, the active buffs will wear off before the fight when Ego suddenly senses a presence nearby. Thump, 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 a heavy, terrifying presence slowly steps out from the deep darkness right in front of his eyes. Yes, yes, yes. Io spoke up in a displeased tone, telling Lu not to be so rude to their master. Lu snapped at him to shut up, annoyed by his goody two-shoes act. Suddenly, a massive presence appeared carrying half the gate's power. This thing was nothing like Talon, the dungeon boss they had easily beaten countless times before. This was an undefeated boss. The beast opened its eyes, revealing a sleek, flowing coat of magnificent fur. The gatekeeper has awakened. Lu got excited, finding it cute, while Io anxiously warned their master to be careful. Kim Gi-ju gripped his dual swords tightly. This opponent looked leagues tougher than Talon. This was a true dungeon boss. Flattening the grass and kicking up dirt, the gatekeeper charged at the bold intruder. How dare he trespass on its territory? Kim Gi-ju gritted his teeth, using his dual blades to block. Defending against the gatekeeper's massive open jaws, he held the beast off with his dark sword and readied the holy sword. Sunlight caught the holy sword's embedded jewel, making it gleam. With a heavy swing, Kim Gi-ju stabbed the beast's mouth, but the blade barely pierced the skin, stabbing too shallowly. Enraged, the gatekeeper's eyes glowed crimson as it lowered its head. With a swift whipping spin, the gatekeeper caught Kim Gi-ju completely off guard, delivering a devastating blow. He was thrown back, sliding hard across the ground before driving both swords into the dirt to halt his momentum. Its defense was insanely high, meaning his only play was to wear it down. A cocky smirk played on his lips. Staring at the ferocious gatekeeper, he realized this was exactly the kind of high-stakes fight he lived for. Tossing his backpack aside, Kim Gi-ju leaped high into the air. Swordsmanship was his absolute specialty. He aimed a sharp slash at the gatekeeper's leg, but the agile beast managed to dodge his attack. With its snout wrinkling in fury, the monster lunged with open jaws. Steel clashed violently against giant fangs, ringing out loudly. Sparks flew as he drove his dark sword straight into the blue wolf's left eye, pushing down with everything. He followed up with a rapid flurry of slashes, barely dodging as the drooling, frenzied beast pushed him back. Its jaws hung open, panting heavily as the defeated gatekeeper collapsed onto the ground, refusing to accept its fate. It glared at him with pure, hateful resentment. Kim Gi-ju collapsed nearby, panting heavily and joking that he almost met his makers. His stat-boosting potions had expired. If not for the dark sword's clutch buff, he would have been toast. Talon was absolutely nothing compared to this monstrous beast. Still, victory was his. Kim Gi-ju raised his dark sword. Thanking the monster for the clean kill, he drove the blade down, letting blood spray across the grass. A system notification confirmed the Golden Wolf's defeat. Experiencing a level up, Lu also absorbed the beast's blood. Thanks to the wolf's blood, Lu's agility stats shot up. The ego weapon even unlocked a new skill. The new skill was called Indomitable Will. When taking damage beyond his normal limits, his recovery speed would skyrocket. He would recover health at an insane speed. Suddenly, a strange system alert blared, announcing the activation of cannibalism. Kim Gi-ju stared at the notifications in sheer disbelief. Before he could process it, a violent wind whipped up. Dark aura erupted from the Golden Wolf's corpse. Kim Gi-ju watched in horror, feeling a strange, massive energy. The gatekeeper's remains evaporated as Lu successfully absorbed and converted the beast into a brand new ego entity. A glowing blue crystal materialized before him. Confused, he asked what happened, but Lu had no idea. Ego-fying a monster was completely unheard of. The glowing crystal floated down gently, landing right in his hand. Realizing Lu was completely clueless, he turned to his holy sword, but Io quickly chimed in and admitted she was just as lost. She politely apologized for being useless to her master. Kim Gi-ju just wiped his brow while Lu grumbled about always getting yelled at. He ignored the bickering, focusing on the system. Did Lu just secure the Golden Wolf's ego? Lu sulked, denying everything and asking if he was even listening. Kim Gi-ju fell deep into thought. It made no sense, and Io agreed it seemed impossible. Deciding to check, he pulled up his status screen. Under his level 1 stats, he noticed a new entry under his possessed ego slots, Golden Wolf. Staring at the new entry, surprise washed over him. How was he supposed to summon this thing? Would he have to shout some embarrassing catchphrase? Memories of his cringe first summon flashed through his mind. Shuddering at the memory, he cleared his throat and decided to leave the summoning for another day. He would figure it out later. Both his ego swords stared back in complete and utter confusion. Kim Gi-ju stood up, dusting off his pants. He got a massive power-up and a rare blue crystal. One tier higher than a purple crystal, and this huge it is bound to fetch a pretty penny. Now off to the reward room he goes. But Kim Gi-ju froze in his tracks. He frantically scanned the area, wondering where it could have gone. The Lu asked what was missing, while Io chimed in asking what was wrong. He screamed that touching the gatekeeper's corpse was the only way to teleport to the reward room. But the Lu had already devoured the entire body. The Lu shouted back, telling him not to pin this on him. With no sunlight reaching the depths of this dungeon, he had been desperately searching since the second day, while the Lu just looked on with complete boredom. The Lu grumbled, asking if they really had to search when it might just be a total waste of time. Io agreed, suggesting they simply exit the dungeon instead. They could easily leave and call for backup, but Kim Gi-ju refused to stop searching, insisting they could not take that route. If another bizarre anomaly happened here, like the one back in Jigyu City, he would instantly become the prime suspect. Do you guys even know what happens if a gate is left uncleared? He argued. A dungeon break will trigger. That would mean massive casualties. He was in too deep now, but he had to see it through. He had to find a solution. Io beamed with pride, deeply admiring his master's highly commendable sense of responsibility. The Lu rolled his eyes, calling out the blatant flattery and pointing out that he was merely cleaning up his own mess. Kim Gi-gyu snapped back, telling him to shut his mouth. Tae-shik was arriving in 4 days, meaning he had a strict deadline. At the very least, he could prevent the absolute worst-case scenario. Even the Lu, who rarely praised anyone, admitted that Tae-shik was quite impressive. He had to admit the Lu was right. By the 3rd day, he had thoroughly combed through every corner of the valley. Still, he found absolutely nothing. Shoving food into his mouth, he wondered if he should just wipe out the remaining monsters. Io loved the idea. Io cheered that it sounded like a blast, and the Lu agreed that a simple, direct approach might actually do the trick. Retracing every path he had previously skipped, he systematically wiped out every single blue wolf left roaming the area. By the 5th day, his blade sliced clean through the final blue wolf. He stood quiet as the carcass collapsed right at his feet. That had to be the final one. Io cheered, praising his master's hard work. Staring into the completely empty cave, he scratched his neck, wondering what his next move should be since Tae-shik was about to enter. He debated whether he should just trash the cave. Suddenly, both Io and the Lu shouted that the gate's entire energy pool was converging. Taken aback, he demanded to know the exact location. It turned out to be the gatekeeper's original spot down in the valley. Tae-shik scoffed, saying that if the kid had been an hour later, he would have charged inside himself. Thanks to an expensive soundproofing barrier outside, Kim Gi-gyu could only chuckle at how close it had been. As warm steam filled the room, Tae-shik questioned the delay, pointing out that a hunter of his caliber should have cleared it in 2 days. Kim Gi-gyu came clean, admitting he had actually defeated the gatekeeper on day 1 but faced a major issue when the boss's corpse vanished. Without a body, he could not teleport. Tae-shik gasped in pure shock. Naturally, his senior asked what he did next. Kim Gi-gyu casually explained that he spent the remaining days slaughtering every single monster left in the entire dungeon. That explained why the kid had returned the mountain of crystals stuffed into his hat. Kim Gi-gyu smiled, remembering the final moments. Once the last monster fell, the entire dungeon's energy gathered where the boss had died. The Lu urged him to hurry, forcing him to sprint. He yelled back that he was running as fast as he could while rushing toward the cave entrance. He dove straight toward the swirling vortex. It felt as if the fabric of reality itself was fracturing. Everything got sucked into a single blinding point of light. As the glowing orb floated before him, Kim Gi-gyu reached out with both hands. Completely entranced, he stared as a system notification popped up announcing he had successfully acquired a fragment of the ego. The system offered a teleport to the reward room. Back in the present, the shower water stopped as Tae-shik listened, completely baffled. He asked what that even meant. Kim Gi-gyu remained quiet for a moment before suggesting that the gates themselves might actually be these egos. Only the dripping water broke the silence. Tae-shik promised to wire him the money from selling the crystals. Along with the dungeon clearance reward, the total came out to roughly 50,000 won. Kim Gi-gyu nodded, offering a polite thank you. The senior shrugged off his thanks and asked if he was visiting the hospital next. Kim Gi-gyu nodded. He explained that his mother was still worried sick despite his phone call. Hearing this, Tae-shik unlocked his car and offered a ride. He insisted on driving him, but Kim Gi-gyu cringed immediately, refusing to step foot inside that particular vehicle. Tae-shik just laughed. He defended his neon pink ride, declaring that real men embrace the color. Ultimately, the young hunter was dragged inside anyway. Bragging that the pink monster was every man's dream car, Tae-shik slammed on the gas pedal and sped off. Boisterous laughter echoed from the pink car as they drove away. Meanwhile, his mother lay resting in room 537. Sujin is incredibly relieved to see her daughter is all right. Meanwhile, Tae-shik tells him to grab some water to help his sister wake up. Kim Gi-gyu takes his little sister outside, promising they will be right back so the adults can talk in peace. Sujin sincerely thanks him for taking care of her, Kim Gi-gyu making Tae-shik scratch his head in embarrassment. He laughs it off, saying he was actually the one who received help. Meanwhile, the siblings walk down the hospital hallway as Kim Yoo-jung lets out a massive yawn. The male lead looks over, asking if she has an upcoming exam, but Kim Yoo-jung avoids his gaze. She claims she was just taking a quick nap to recharge. Kim Gi-gyu warns his sister not to push herself too hard or she will ruin her health. Kim Yoo-jung jokingly suggests her brother buy her a protective amulet, prompting a doting smile from the male lead. He promises he will. Just then, someone walks up and asks if this young man is Kim Yoo-jung's older brother. Kim Yoo-jung is surprised, asking the elderly lady if she is still awake. The gentlewoman replies she is just out for a quick stroll. She heard her voice and decided to stop by. Looking at the male lead, the elderly lady takes his hand and praises him. She remarks that Kim Yoo-jung's polite nature must be thanks to his guidance, leaving Kim Gi-gyu feeling a bit embarrassed. He humbly downplays it, but the gentle lady insists he seems like a truly decent young man, and he politely thanks her for the kind words. After a brief chat, she says goodbye and apologizes for interrupting, but the male lead bows, saying they were delighted to speak with her. Wishing her a good night, Kim Yoo-jung politely promises to see her tomorrow, but the old lady suddenly stops in her tracks and turns around. Calling him back, the confused male lead responds as the elderly lady gives him a warning. She warns that conflicting energies are swirling inside him, urging him to stay careful and never lose sight of who he is. She hopes he can overcome the upcoming trials. Watching her walk away, Kim Yoo-jung is left utterly baffled by the cryptic message. Looking at the 2 rings on her fingers, he wonders if she knows something. The next morning, Kim Jigyu wakes up and stretches. He slept like a log, finding the hospital far more comfortable than a dungeon. He looks up as a doctor enters with a question. The doctor asks if he is the guardian of Lee Soo-jin, and the confused Kim Jigyu confirms it, prompting the doctor to clear his throat. The doctor suggests they speak privately. Meanwhile, at the Gate Management Association, a massive crowd of players gathers before the tower entrance. Players chatter, celebrating their return home after 3 days and planning to grab a drink once they clean up. His friend agrees, suggesting they keep the night short, but his attention is suddenly pulled towards someone walking by. The friend is confused, asking if he wants soju instead, but the stocky man simply points toward a specific figure. He points out the infamous bloodthirsty guide, and his blonde companion eagerly looks over his face, lighting up with excitement. The fanboy admits his deep admiration and wonders if he should say hello, while his friend encourages him to just go for it. Suddenly, the blonde freezes with wide eyes, leaving his friend highly confused by his nervous, flustered reaction. Flashback to the previous day when the doctor discussed the grim state of his mother's health with the male lead. She is in critical condition, and despite her best efforts to hide the pain, her muscles are already severely damaged. Kim Jigyu feels his feet grow heavy as lead. The doctor explains the complications are severe despite his best care. He did everything he could to care for her, but it is too late. Cut to Kim Jigyu standing before tower monsters. He remains completely unfazed as the doctor mentions another undiagnosed issue, prompting Kim Jigyu to choke out a painful question. When he asks what the issue is, the doctor simply shakes his head apologetically, revealing that she has at most 1 year left to live. And in the absolute worst-case scenario, she only has 3 months. Distraught, Kim Jigyu madly slaughters monsters, endlessly blaming himself for everything. He deeply regrets using his family as an excuse and curses his own cowardice, leaving a brutal trail of splattered blood wherever he goes. He should have gotten stronger much earlier. As torrential rain pours down, Kim Jigyu is completely drenched by the storm. Lu yells at him, asking if he is trying to get killed, reminding him to keep a cool head in times of crisis. Io quickly tells Lu to watch his mouth, pointing out that their master's mother is in critical condition, making his emotional breakdown completely understandable. Kim Jigyu hangs his head as rainwater drips from his soaked hair. Meanwhile, he advances to the 19th floor. The players on this floor gasp in shock at the massive mountain of stuffed bags tied together on his back. Whispers spread as people wonder who he is and if those bags are filled with precious crystals. They wonder how many years it took to gather that much, realizing he is the guy who hunted crazily for 2 weeks. He spent 2 whole weeks straight inside, reportedly climbing from the 11th floor to the 19th floor in just 14 days. And of course, some clueless players decide to test their luck, mockingly asking if that heavy load is too much. They mockingly offer to lend a hand with a smug laugh, while the rest of the crowd watches in tense, uneasy silence. A literal leech guild. They steal other players' hard work, just a gang of scavengers led by arrogant trash. They mockingly offer to carry his gear. But as Kim Jigyu whispers a reply, the thug's eyes widen in terror. A cold black blade presses against his throat. Terrified, the thug stammers, asking if Kim Jigyu knows who he is. Kim Giju's voice is freezing. "Shut your damn mouth," he warns, eyes filled with murder, "and get lost right now." His legs shake violently. He is completely paralyzed. Just then, a suited man runs over, asking what the issue is. The scavengers curse. It is the association. They scramble to run, but still throw out a pathetic warning to watch his back. The suited guard approaches, asking what just happened. Kim Jigyu calmly turns around to meet his gaze. The man flashes his official ID. He is Heo Sung-hoon from the 19th floor security force. He asks for Kim Giju's cooperation. But seeing the mountain of luggage, Heo Sung-hoon can only offer a wry, helpless smile. That is an insane amount of gear. Heo Sung-hoon chuckles, then asks if he is indeed a registered player. "Wait, are you Kim Jigyu?" The sudden recognition leaves our protagonist completely speechless. Later, Kim Jigyu asks why they put a massive bounty on him. Oh Tae-shik simply leans back, casually planning to double Heo Sung-hoon's bonus this month. Kim Jigyu sighs. Is there a problem? Oh Tae-shik only frowns, wondering why he would even ask such a thing. Searching for a player missing for 2 entire weeks is completely normal. Anyone would be worried. Kim Jigyu stares at the table. "Is that all?" Oh Tae-shik smirked. "Of course it is not." Then he drops a bombshell. They have finally found a way to cure Kim Giju's sick mother. Kim Jigyu freezes. His eyes lock onto Tae-shik, whose tone instantly turns dead serious. There's only one cure. For such an incurable disease, they need the legendary elixir, a mythical medicine capable of curing absolutely any illness. An elixir, Tae-shik nods. Yes, but only 3 bottles of this legendary cure have ever been found. The first was awarded when Marco Alonso became the very first player to conquer the 50th floor. Kim Gi-ju quickly cuts in. The other 2 were rare rewards for clearing massive gates. Tae-shik is thoroughly impressed. You know your stuff, he notes. Kim Gi-ju simply explains he did some deep research. So you must know the common thread between those gates. Kim Gi-ju definitely does. They are both maze gates, highly dangerous and packed with random monsters. With beasts of every rank, deadly traps, and brutal boss gatekeepers, they are insanely difficult. But there's a massive catch. These maze gates are completely unranked. Anyone can enter, provided their identity is fully verified. Tae-shik shares the big news: a maze gate appeared in America 2 days ago. But first, Kim Gi-ju needs to wash up. His sister Kim Yoo-jung would faint seeing him like this. Tae-shik gestures to the luggage, offering to keep it safe. Storage is completely free of charge. Kim Gi-ju smiles and thanks him, heading out shortly after. Tae-shik slumps deep into his chair, sighing in utter exhaustion. He really needs a smoke. He has done all he can. A few days later at the Gate Association, Kim Ji-ju spots the friendly Hyo Sung-hoon, greeting him quite warmly. Hyo Sung-hoon smiles sheepishly. The boss ordered me to look after you to get my double bonus. He will personally guide Kim Ji-ju to the gate. All the paperwork and essential survival supplies are fully ready. Let us head out right away, Hyo Sung-hoon says. But Kim Gi-ju stops him to visit the 20th floor. A system notification pops up. Task complete. His synchronization skill has successfully upgraded to ranking now. Name Kim Gi-ju. Level 1. Ego partner. He possesses the unique ability to link with egos. He can now utilize up to 35% of his ego's power. Kim Gi-ju thoughtfully rubs his chin. Rank skills are incredibly rare. At 35%, he already feels significantly stronger. The test was definitely a success. Just then, Hyo Sung-hoon speaks up, breaking his focus. Player Kim Gi-ju, he begins. Normally, completing the 20th floor test takes a massive amount of time. Our main character suddenly recalls asking about his bounty, remembering how Tae-shik happily laughed and doubled Hyo Sung-hoon's bonus back then. Hyo Sung-hoon is still in complete shock. You literally just walked in there, he stammers, and came out in under 20 minutes. Shaking his head, he suggests they head out immediately. Kim Gi-ju asks when their flight leaves, worrying he wasted too much time, but Hyo Sung-hoon simply laughs and says they are not taking a plane. Kim Gi-ju is completely baffled. Hyo Sung-hoon explains they will be traveling straight to the 5th floor of the tower. Since the tower is split into regional sectors, running into foreign players is incredibly rare. Yet the tower's global network is an undeniable reality. Now on the 5th floor of the association building, Hyo Sung-hoon leads Kim Gi-ju inside, where Kim Gi-ju is completely blown away by what he sees. How is there an elevator running in a place with such a massive power shortage? What drives this thing? Hyo Sung-hoon explains that this is an artificial structure powered by crystal energy. The entire building is synthetically constructed. This place must be worth a fortune. Kim Gi-ju wonders just how filthy rich the association actually is. Hyo Sung-hoon mentions they've arrived. The doors slide open and Kim Gi-ju's eyes widen in sheer shock. Welcome to the International Teleportation Gate Control Center. Kim Gi-ju is thrilled. He never thought he'd actually get to use a high-end international teleportation gate. Since the association keeps these gates on lockdown, Hyo Sung-hoon reminds him that entry is restricted. Turns out Director O has way more pull than Kim Gi-ju realized. Hyo Sung-hoon stops right in front of the warp gate leading to America. After a quick confirmation with the guard, he grins. He tells Kim Gi-ju to get ready to experience the fastest travel method on Earth. Kim Gi-ju can't help but chuckle. Kim Gi-ju jokes that Hyo Sung-hoon seems a bit too hyped, but deep down he knows it's just a single step before they're suddenly in Los Angeles. With Hyo Sung-hoon behind the wheel, Kim Gi-ju starts flipping through the files. 3 high-ranking rankers have already stepped up to conquer this gate. Iron Shield from America, Athena from Europe, and the legendary Demon Lu from Korea. It gets Kim Ji-ju thinking, can he actually hold his own against these heavy hitters? The car screeches to a halt. They've arrived at a literal living hell. This is the 3rd labyrinth gate, the Overlord's Maze. Nearby, someone calls out to Veer, who glances toward Kim Gi-ju and wonders who he is. He looks Korean. Veer pushes up his glasses, admitting he has never seen this rookie before. Still, he notes the guy is walking with association officials. Suddenly, Veer's eyes flash a bright gold. He is definitely scanning the kid. When his companion asks, what's wrong, Veer looks completely stunned. The kid is only level 1 with flat 0 stats. He clearly has an active skill, but Veer's appraisal completely fails to read it. His companion is shocked, a skill that bypasses Veer's god-tier appraisal. Veer nods, admitting it is the first time he's ever been blocked. Intrigued, the female ranker slowly lowers her sunglasses. She smiles, finding both his mysterious power and his good looks rather interesting. By the next day, deep inside the desolate wasteland, Kim Gi-ju's raw power is already causing the earth around him to violently crack and shake. Gritting his teeth, Kim Gi-ju charges forward with fierce determination. His eyes lock onto his target as he prepares to strike. He halts right in front of a hideous giant spider. It's hanging in midair, shooting sticky webbing to launch a vicious counterattack. Kim Gi-gyu quickly shouts to Heo Sung-hoon to strike now. Ready for action, Heo Sung-hoon pivots instantly, leveling his heavy spear forward. With a firm grip, he thrusts the spear straight through the monster. Dark blood begins dripping down the length of Heo Sung-hoon's weapon. A massive hole tears open right through the spider's torso. Standing amidst the dissolving fumes, Heo Sung-hoon lets out a breath while Kim Gi-ju steps forward. Kim Gi-ju grins, telling him he did an amazing job. He asks if Heo Sung-hoon is leaving. Retracting his spear, Heo Sung-hoon looks back and nods. Yeah, 15 hours have already passed. Factoring in the return trek, it is best for him to head back now. Kim Gi-ju reaches out for a handshake, thanking Heo Sung-hoon for everything. He admits he only adapted this quickly because of Heo Sung-hoon's help. Heo Sung-hoon shakes his hand, praising Kim Gi-ju's incredible growth rate. He tells Kim Gi-ju that if he's really thankful, he owes him a free dinner. Kim Gi-ju promises to treat him. He wishes him a safe trip, and Heo Sung-hoon smiles, saying they'll meet again back in Korea. A while later, Kim Gi-ju stares at the X mark right in front of him. He checks his endless paint can use to mark the trail. It looks like his prep work is complete. Surveying the pile of monster corpses surrounding him, Kim Gi-ju is lost in his own thoughts. 1 week has flown by since Heo Sung-hoon left. Now Kim Gi-ju can easily handle 3 of those giant spiders at once without breaking a sweat. Yet getting too comfortable with one type of monster just means stagnation. His expression turns serious and contemplative. To reach the boss room, he needs a much stronger challenge to spawn. Suddenly, a memory flashes back to him. He remembers when Heo Sung-hoon handed him a ball of thread, explaining that this was Ariadne's thread. It's a rare item that allows him to teleport back to the gate entrance gifted by the branch manager. It came with a clear warning to run away if he encountered anything too strong. Heo Sung-hoon's final words echo in his mind. He told him not to hold back, as nothing is more precious than his life. Kim Gi-ju quietly sighs. He has no intention of using it until he retrieves the elixir, even if it kills him. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoes through the dark. Shattering his focus, the 2 rings on Kim Gi-ju's fingers suddenly flare with brilliant light. They instantly reshape themselves into 2 deadly swords. Holding them tight, he asks if they heard that. Elle's female voice echoes back, warning him that this seems highly suspicious. She tells him it's better to stay away. But Kim Gi-ju is determined. Even if it's a trap, they have to check it. Lu points out it costs nothing, noting she might become a major threat. The ego sword agrees with his master's logic. Arriving at the scene, he sees Sujeong screaming for help. She struggles against the binding vines of a monster plant, begging for rescue. He grows incredibly tense, finding the situation highly suspicious. Why would a little kid like her be wandering alone in a dungeon? She is inside a dangerous gate. She is Korean and she resembles the celebrity IU. Could this be a shapeshifter's illusion? This feels too much like a mimic trap. Gi-ju slowly backs away, deciding it is best to pretend he saw absolutely nothing. His ego sword, Lu asks what he is talking about. But as Gi-ju turns to leave, Sujeong suddenly cries out for her mother. Gi-ju instantly freezes in his tracks. The girl continues weeping, apologizing to her mother that she cannot afford her hospital bills anymore. He grits his teeth. Lu quickly chimes in, warning his master that the tragic sob story sounds completely fake. Even a 9-year-old wouldn't fall for this, the sword complains. But Lu quickly goes quiet as Gi-ju draws him a red light flashing. Gi-ju vanishes like lightning, instantly reappearing at the tree. With swift, graceful cuts, he shreds the wood and catches the fallen girl. The sliced monster falls to the ground in pieces. A while later, the 2 sit against a nearby wall as he hears her story. He asks if she was separated from her team. Sujeong nods, explaining she got distracted for just a second. Gi-ju studies the little girl as she wipes her eyes. Her name is Sujeong and she possesses a buff type innate talent. Anyone with talent can become a player even at 10. Still, bringing an underage kid into a dangerous zone is pretty messed up. Yet natural-born support players are incredibly rare, making her highly valuable for any guild despite her young age. That explains why they dragged her to such a dangerous area. Gi-ju pulls out a safe zone kit and hands it over. He explains that this shelter is cheap, so the defensive barrier will only last for 24 hours. But hopefully someone will rescue her before then. Sujeong suddenly jumps up and calls him Mister, catching him completely off guard. She looks up at Gi-ju with pleading, sparkling eyes, asking to tag along. His response is blunt and immediate. Absolutely not. He tells her that as a registered player, she must take full responsibility for her own life. He cannot help her beyond this, and besides, he is not old enough to be called Mr. Sujong tightly grabs his sleeve. She begs him, promising she is actually a useful support buffer. She only recently awakened, so her level is low. Once she mentioned her buff skill, the other party recruited her, promising a massive payout if she helped them clear the area. He looks away with a sigh. His main goal here is to completely wipe out and clear this gate. There is no turning back, meaning it will get incredibly dangerous, even if they split any loot they find. He cannot protect her or share valuable potions. Still, she perks up, realizing he is actually agreeing to let her follow. Jigyu clarifies he is only warning her. If she becomes a burden, he will drop her off with the very next party. He makes it clear he is not her personal bodyguard. Sujong happily squeals with gratitude anyway, leaving him slightly flustered. He convinces himself that having a support partner will make grinding much easier. It has absolutely nothing to do with her sick mother or because she resembles his favorite idol. The ego ring on his finger sarcastically agrees. Soon after, they confront a massive spider monster and Jigyu readies his dual blades. She raises her hands as a brilliant light erupts. Jigyu feels the massive power boosts surging through him, launching forward like a lightning bolt. His swords carve a glowing golden arc through the air, wiping out surrounding pests. Gritting his teeth, he charges ahead toward the main boss. The beast looms over him, glaring fiercely with its glowing blood-red eyes. Despite its terrifying look, the creature is instantly sliced down by Giju's lethal strike, collapsing in a heap. Right then, a system notification alerts him that Lu has absorbed the toxic blood, boosting his poison resistance. 2 whole weeks pass since he first met Sujong, and hunting has become immensely easier for the duo. Jigyu casually hands her a piece of jerky. Reaching out for the food, she happily announces that her level just went up again. He offers a warm smile, congratulating her. Chewing on her meat, she playfully boasts that she will catch up to him soon, but Jigyu quickly shuts that down. Not a chance, he retorts before suddenly freezing as an overwhelming heavy pressure floods the entire corridor. Jigyu quickly gets up and whispers for her to be quiet, sensing another presence just beyond the cracked wall. Anxiety hits him. He gazes forward and immediately recognizes who they are. It is a massive guild led by a high-ranking American player, Iron Shield. Jigyu immediately recognizes them as elite members of the guild. Gritting his teeth, he ducks behind a wall, knowing that a high ranker of that caliber has likely already sensed him. Jigyu prepares to make a run for it. Getting mistaken for a spy would be extremely dangerous right now. Before he can even take a step, the wall directly above him violently explodes, leaving him coughing in the rising smoke. Jigyu grits his teeth as a massive greatsword slams into the ground right beside him, staring up to see the master of the Iron Guild. The Iron Guild master stands frozen after throwing his weapon. A nearby member asks him why on earth he just threw his Kalian sword away. The guild leader looks dazed for a moment before muttering that it is nothing and he must have just made a mistake. The two flee deep into a quiet canyon, bathed in filtered sunlight, their heavy, desperate breathing, the only sound echoing in the silent wilderness. Sujong asks why they are running when they did nothing wrong, while Jigyu rummages through his bag to explain the harsh reality. We actually did make a mistake, he says. Running into them normally is fine, but we were trailing them. Stalking looks like preparation for an ambush, which is strictly forbidden. He hands her a water bottle, urging her to take a drink. Still, he admits it is rare for someone to lash out so violently. Sujong thanks him quietly before speaking up again. Large guilds have plenty of enemies after all. Jigyu slumps to the ground as the girl asks what their next move should be. She wonders if they should detour to avoid them, but Jigyu objects they will keep their distance and follow from behind. If they walk the same path as highly skilled pros, they are bound to reach the right destination. Sujong smiles in relief. A bit later, Jigyu and Sujong head out, his eyes locking onto a strange marking left on the wall. Look at that, he points out. There are clear path markers here left because the elite Iron Guild cleared the way. They wiped out every single monster ahead of them, meaning no exhausting battles or hidden dangers to worry about for now. It is honestly incredibly convenient. All they need to do is locate the boss room first, but suddenly, he freezes. He looks around in a panic, wondering where she went, just as his ego weapon urgently warns him of an approaching threat. Get out of the way, you idiot! Dodge, Master, the sword screams, but it is already far too late. The Iron Guild Master looms directly behind him with a murderous glare, growling that he finally caught the little bastard. Jigyu whips his head around in terror, but a massive heavy hand is already reaching out to grab him. The brute slams Jigyu's head brutally against the solid stone wall, leaving him dazed as blood begins to drip from his nose. His vision fades rapidly into total darkness. Some time passes before a violent stinging slap to the face jolts him back awake. Jigyu blinks through the pain, looking up at the towering Iron Guild leader, who sneers that he is finally awake. Grabbing a fistful of Jigyu's hair, the giant pulls his face dangerously close, demanding to know who hired him. Who paid you to spy on us, you rat? The man barks. Kim Gi-ju panics internally, realizing he barely understands English. He knows he was being trailed. The guild leader presses on, demanding to know how a nobody managed to bypass his sensory skills. "Talk and I will make your death quick and painless," the man threatens. Kim Gi-ju pleads frantically that he is just a hunter. The leader pauses in slight surprise, realizing the boy does not speak English. Another guild member steps closer to translate. "He might just be playing dumb," the lackey warns. The guild leader grins wickedly and decides they will test that theory. He summons Roger's hand to step forward. Kim Gi-ju watches the newcomer approach, immediately recognizing his face from the news. This is the famous Korean-American player who recently signed with the Iron Guild. Kim Gi-ju wonders if the man knows their shared heritage. The man approaches with a smug smile, greeting Kim Gi-ju in Korean and boasting about how famous he is back home. Skipping the pleasantries, Roger's hand pulls out Kim Gi-ju's custom healing potions, turning them over in his hands with a curious look. He explains that he identified Kim Gi-ju's nationality from these expensive items in his pack, whistling at their high market value. He offers a casual apology for the rough treatment, claiming their boss is just having a particularly bad day. For a second, Kim Gi-ju hopes this guy is actually friendly. After all, bringing an interpreter usually means they want to talk. Smiling warmly, Rogers asks why they were being trailed, who sent him, and how he bypassed the guild leader's detection. Kim Gi-ju looks up with pleading eyes, stammering that it is all a huge misunderstanding and he only came here to hunt. He insists he is just an independent player who would never do something as foolish as trying to trick their leader. He thought they already sensed his presence and simply did not mind him tagging along at a safe distance behind them. Rogers nods along with a mockingly sweet smile before suddenly unsheathing a sharp dagger from his waist in one smooth motion. Before Kim Gi-ju can even process what is happening, Rogers drives the blade deep into the boy's leg without warning. Agony floods his senses, forcing a raw scream from Kim Gi-ju's throat as Rogers watches him with cold curiosity. He scoffs at how pathetically weak the boy is, wondering how such a complete loser even made it this far. He demands to know why he dared to lie, sneering that a weakling like him must be chasing the legendary elixir. Kim Gi-ju can only stare helplessly at the surrounding guild members as an older veteran among them draws his sword to speak. He could not see the sword's status window, and it looked way too blunt for its appearance, so it could not even cut through the skin of an orc. Hearing this, the Iron Guild leader stroked his chin in deep thought. After a moment, he said they could hand it to a blacksmith once they returned, so they should keep it for now. "Understood, leader," the subordinate replied, glancing at the sword on his back and comparing it to the holy sword Kallion. He called the rusty blade mere scrap metal. Sometime later, Roger's hand tossed the empty potion bottles of Kim Gi-ju onto the dirt. Holding up a full bottle, he sneered at how fast the expensive healing liquid worked before pouring it over the fresh wounds. He had just stabbed Kim Gi-ju in the leg, boasting that no matter how many times he pierced him, he would not die. Telling him not to make that face, he mocked Kim Gi-ju, claiming he was only helping him spend his pricey resources. Roger's hand leaned in close with a savage grin, demanding the bastard spit it out and reveal whose dog he was. Kim Gi-ju hung his head, repeating his story that he lied about going hunting and truly came here entirely on his own. With a harsh crack, Rogers slapped Kim Gi-ju across the face and barked that they were not playing games, having already checked his stats. They had inspected his abilities while he was unconscious, finding that even the rope binding him was completely ordinary. It was just a regular rope. Rogers yelled, asking how he could believe anyone unable to break free from standard bonds. He demanded to know if Kim Gi-ju took him for a fool, but the Iron Guild leader cut in to stop him. He called Rogers over to eat first. Throwing one last furious glare, Rogers drove a heavy fist right into the stomach of Kim Gi-ju. He turned to leave, warning the smart boy to drop the act. Trembling, Kim Gi-ju watched the brute walk away. He realized he had grown complacent, a hard lesson he had repeated to himself over and over. He was still lacking so much, especially after facing Theseus, the labyrinth conqueror, where his odds of survival were near 0%. Even knowing it was impossible, he had clung to the foolish hope that he could somehow pull it off. But his entire confidence rested on borrowed power. Strip away his weapon, and he was completely helpless. He was reduced to absolute uselessness. Meanwhile, a mysterious group observed the entire scene from a safe distance. The silver-haired girl noted the distance was roughly 2 kilometers, suggesting they scout near the checkpoint first. Turning to Athena, she asked what her next move would be, but her companion remained dead silent. Over the next agonizing days, Kim Gi-ju suffered brutal torture, having his fingers and toes sliced 27 times by his cruel captors. His bones were shattered 63 times with 121 puncture wounds and over 200 instances of torment, leaving empty potions scattered on the bloody grass. 4 days had dragged on since the Iron Guild took him captive, leaving him to sit in a pool of his own blood under the dark night. The next morning, the Iron Guild leader stared down at the half-dead boy, noting how stubborn he was. Musing that he might have recruited the boy if he had real talent, while Kim Gi-ju stayed silent, the leader ordered his subordinate. He told Bruce to bring over the sword, prompting the man to ask if he wanted both. The leader specified only one, looking back at Kim Jigyu and explaining his initial plan to melt and recycle the blades. But he changed his mind, deciding a stubborn fool like Kim Jigyu deserved the honor of being executed by his own weapon. Taking the blade, the leader sneered that the fallen soldiers of Kim Jigyu would serve as his final tragic grave. He promised him a historic death buried forever alongside the gate, calling it a truly honorable end for a player as he firmly gripped the hilt. Staring down with sheer contempt, the guild leader promised a quick death as he rested the blade against Kim Jigyu's chest. He braced his hand on the shoulder of Kim Jigyu to drive the point home, but the lips of the boy twitched just as the blade pierced his flesh. Kim Jigyu squeezed his eyes shut against the pain as the system suddenly announced his link with the ego. With Lu re-established, an immense surge of raw power flooded his body, allowing him to violently tear his bound arms apart. As the rope shredded to pieces, he lunged forward, snatching his own sword right back from the hands of the shocked leader. Kim Jigyu aimed the sharp tip directly at the guild master and charged forward with a terrifying burst of speed, leaving Roger's hand completely frozen in shock. The other guild members stood there with their mouths wide open, but the charge of Kim Jigyu ground to a sudden, shocking halt. Unbelievably, the Iron Guild leader had stopped the incoming blade with nothing but his bare hand. Glancing down at the captured blade, the leader sneered, realizing the brat had been hiding an ace up his sleeve. He admitted he thought he had sensed the energy of the demon Lu, adding it made sense why she found him interesting. Mocking him that he was likely just her plaything, he watched Kim Jigyu grit his teeth in frustration, unable to make him budge. Demandingly, he asked how the boy had bypassed their inspection, declaring he would drag every last secret out of him. But Jigyu pays no attention to his words, instead, wondering how things could have gotten this far. It seems like he has absolutely no choice left but to use that final trump card. Far in the distance, Athena calls out to launch an attack, and a sudden arrow flies straight toward Iron Shield, piercing directly through his hand. It leaves him momentarily stunned as the Iron Guild leader looks down and realizes what just hit him. The weapon impaling his hand is actually an Artemis arrow, prompting the Iron Guild master to roar in fury. Athena chuckles mockingly from a nearby portal, calling out that it has indeed been a long time. Iron Shield. Enraged, the Iron Guild leader grips the arrow impaled in his palm and snaps it in half. Letting the broken pieces fall, he asks if this is an official declaration of war against his guild, making Athena laugh again. Mocking his sense of humor, she tightly grips her spear and pulls back with a look of pure determination. Asking if there was ever a time they were not at war, Athena hurls her spear with incredible speed, whipping up a violent gale and shockwaves. Her spear tears through the air, creating a giant vortex surrounded by a wall of blazing flames. Without a moment of hesitation, the Iron Guild leader grabs his hilt, wrapping both hands tightly around it. He slams the blade down with immense force, fracturing the earth under the sheer pressure of his power. A bright blue light surges up from the ground, wrapping around him in an instant. It forms a massive magic circle, summoning a shield that instantly blocks Athena's oncoming spear. A massive explosion rocks the sky as smoke billows outward, splitting the ground and flattening the surrounding trees. Caught in the middle of the debris, Rogers and Jigyu struggle against the overwhelming pressure of the clash. The Iron Guild leader suddenly barks an order for Rogers to capture the scout alive, and he immediately obeys. Gripping his sword, Rogers turns around as the Iron Guild leader swings his blade, unleashing a freezing wave of frost. The icy wave sweeps forward as the leader declares with cold eyes that they are ending this today, once and for all. Hearing this, Athena draws her own sharp blade, staring directly at the Iron Guild leader. Showing no emotion, he raises his sword high into the air and orders his troops to prepare for battle. The guild members shout in agreement as the once silent canyon erupts into the chaotic clashing of swords. Blinding energy illuminates the night sky as Rogers looks down at his target below. Shuddering at the sound, Rogers remarks that they are absolute monsters, mockingly wondering if they are actually gods clashing up there. He then turns his gaze to the blood-covered Jigyu, mockingly asking the young player if he agrees with that assessment. Pointing out that Jigyu can barely even stand, Rogers smirked while raising his blade despite his orders to keep him alive. He casually adds that no one would doubt him if he claimed the scout died from his injuries. Before Jigyu can react, Rogers vanishes from sight, instantly reappearing right behind him to deliver the final blow. Whispering that he cannot let Jigyu live after seeing his true colors, Rogers slides his sharp blade right against the boy's neck. Jigyu looks down at the blade pressing against his skin, realizing this is his only shot, and activates his counterattack. The sudden shout catches Rogers off guard as a massive pillar of light erupts to envelop Jigyu's entire body. The system alerts that Brunhart has successfully reflected the incoming damage, leaving Rogers utterly confused as he gasps in shock. A massive explosion detonates in the canyon, and as the dust clears, Rogers is seen collapse on the hard ground. Trembling violently and coughing up blood, Rogers struggles, while a breathless Jigyu stands up to face another system warning. Brunhart has hit its limit and is now crumbling, but a limping Jigyu still drags himself toward his defeated opponent. Standing over the fallen Rogers with a darkened expression, Jigyu raises his dark sword, its sharp tip glinting in the dark. Beaten half to death, Rogers coughs up more blood, his eyes wide with absolute terror as he begins to beg. Ignoring his desperate pleas for mercy, Gyuju keeps his heavy dark blade raised high in the air ready to strike. With cold, lifeless eyes, Gyuju drops his weight and plunges the sword down, aiming straight for Rogers' throat. The blade impales Rogers, forcing one last gasp of blood from his throat as his eyes roll back in pure agony. The polished steel reflects the bleak surroundings as Rogers' painful wheezing slowly starts to fade away. He goes completely silent, leaving Gyuju utterly exhausted as darkness rapidly begins to cloud his vision. He collapses onto the dirt right next to Rogers' corpse, clutching his chest in agony as pain shoots through him. He silently notes that thanks to Lu's protection, the physical damage is actually manageable. He is so close to touching the iron shield, but the power of reflex is terrifying, leaving Kim Gi-gyu drowning in deep self-blame. He can't stop the bleeding anymore, pushing his body past its absolute limit when suddenly a young girl calls out to Kim Gi-gyu, asking if he is okay. Kim Ji-gyu tries his best to open his eyes to see who is calling him, but only sees a long-haired girl backlit against the bright light. Her hair flutters in the wind as she calls out to him, and Kim Gi-gyu squints, trying to get a clear look at Yubin. She looks at Kim Gi-gyu, asking what he is talking about and reminding him she is Soo Kyung, while the completely exhausted Kim Gi-gyu can only let out a weak groan. Suddenly, his pupils contract as the girl's face darkens, a cold smirk spreading across her lips. She kneels right in front of Kim Gi-gyu, slowly asking what she gets if she saves and heals him as her true face finally comes into clear focus. It is Soo-jong, and she pushes back her hair with a sly smile, asking Kim Gi-gyu what her reward will be. Her voice echoes through the dark forest, mockingly asking if he would sacrifice his life for her or spend his remaining days as her obedient slave. Resting her chin on her hand while twirling her dark hair, Soo-jong gazes down at him with an amused look and asks her question. She asks if he thinks he can actually achieve any of that, while Kim Gi-gyu glares up at the strange girl talking to him. Taking a deep, ragged breath, Kim Gi-gyu slowly raises his hand, holding up a single finger as his trembling voice gasps out the word one. His hand shakes violently, yet his determined words spark Soo-jong's curiosity as Kim Gi-gyu weakly tilts his head toward her. Squeezing his hand with what little strength he has left, he whispers that he can destroy the iron shield, using all his might to ball his fist. His voice is weak, but filled with absolute resolve to dismantle the entire Iron Guild, making Soo-jong mockingly furrow her brows to question him. She asks if that is actually two things instead of one, but brushes it off and suggests they make a contract anyway. With his chest still burning in agony, Kim Gi-gyu urgently tells Soo-jong about a special sword, desperately gasping out information about its location. He mentions it is with the middle-aged man who has a white beard right before Kim Gi-gyu's tightly clenched hand suddenly drops, completely devoid of any strength. Soo-jong crouches down, asking why he keeps making so many demands just as a broad-shouldered man approaches them from behind. Carrying a backpack, the man named Bale approaches and notes that Kim Gi-gyu is indeed a highly interesting fellow. Standing up, Soo-jong casually asks if that is so and strictly reminds Ball to keep a very close eye on the boy, offering him a sharp smile. He is strong, but a terrifying demonic power lies dormant inside him, and someone will eventually force him to reveal his true nature. She points over to where Kim Gi-gyu's black sword is embedded in the ground, asking if Bale saw how he brutally killed that idiot earlier. It was not a random act of blind rage, she explains, pointing to her own neck and noting that he aimed precisely at the most vital spot. It is likely his first time, yet he was already so cold-blooded, she remarks with pure amusement as Bale simply listens. Standing beside her in silence, Bale listens as she notes there was not a single second of hesitation. He adjusts his round glasses to get a better look at the young man lying on the ground, quietly observing Kim Gi-gyu's condition. Bal suddenly turns his gaze toward Roger's hand, asking what they are going to do with that man. His injuries are incredibly severe, but he is still a high-ranking figure, and despite taking a fatal stab from Kim Gi-gyu, Roger's hand is somehow alive. He is still breathing, coughing up dark blood as Soo-jong watches the pathetic sight before quietly speaking. She says to just leave him be, offering a faint smile and noting that if he can recover on his own, he still has some value. Suddenly, she closes her eyes as a mysterious purple glow completely envelops her, remarking that keeping him alive yields no major loss anyway. Her gaze turns cold and filled with calculating vengeance, believing that a prolonged game is far more entertaining as her eyes glow a vibrant purple. The Demon King is coming, she warns, and when Bale questions it, she sternly orders him to remain silent. Only the truly ignorant would dare utter that name, she mutters as her hair turns purple and her entire body is wrapped in a brilliant violet aura. She flashes a smug smile before leaving, declaring herself as the one who will slay the Demon King as we return to Kim Gi-gyu. Following his bizarre encounter with Soo-jong, a strange glowing cube suddenly materializes right in front of Kim Gi-gyu, leaving him deeply puzzled. After thinking for a brief moment, fragments of memory begin to resurface, and inside the cube, Kim Gi-gyu frantically looks around at his strange surroundings. It is the exact nightmare that has haunted him for 5 long years, but suddenly he spots something unexpected ahead. He recalls that it disappeared after meeting Lu, so Kim Gi-ju reaches his hand toward a square carved on the wall of the cube. It displays Kim Gi-ju at level 1 with an exclusive skill, but he doesn't notice his hand passing right through the solid wall. He reaches out to grab a coarse rope connected to some unknown object, wondering to himself if it might be a simple bucket. Kim Gi-ju slowly closes his eyes, taking a deep breath to calm his breathing as the image of a tightly sealed door appears in his mind. He finally sees it, realizing that even after bypassing the wall, he is still completely trapped inside this space. But now everything changes as the mysterious cube vanishes, leaving him sitting at the bottom of a deep well. Kim Ji-ju chuckles bitterly to himself, realizing even his dreams have become a joke while he stands there clutching the rope. Of course, simply holding onto a rope to climb up is not his own strength. It all actually comes from somewhere else. Suddenly, a booming angry voice sneers at him, "Call yourself a failure, it's just a broken link, so stop whining." This voice startles Kim Gi-ju, making him turn to face the entity speaking to him, a humanoid figure covered in a strange substance. It is coated in a slimy red goo and it continues to mock his borrowed powers, asking how that makes him any different. The entity reminds Kim Gi-ju that whether it's from hard work or luck, if he has it, it's his, so don't be a fool. Kim Gi-ju gasps in realization and instinctively steps back right when a bright light flashes and a strange new voice echoes out. The voice says that the creature is right, prompting Kim Gi-ju to gasp as his pupils shrink quickly, glancing toward the light. A fairy girl with white wings spreads her arms and smiles at Kim Gi-ju, telling him that her power belongs to her master. She begs him not to despair. Suddenly, Kim Gi-ju's head spins and the lingering terror jolts him awake from his deep sleep. Seeing Kim Gi-ju stir, Bale asks if he is finally awake. Ignoring him, Kim Gi-ju looks around and wonders who this man is. He suddenly recalls something. Su-rong's face, along with her terrifying smile, flashes vividly inside Kim Gi-ju's mind as he wakes up. He feels a wave of suspicion, wondering if she is connected to the demon Lu, while Bao watches his confused expression. Bao stays silent, just smiling before gently pointing out that Kim Gi-ju's sword is right next to him, making Kim Gi-ju flinch and look down. Elle and Lu also eagerly call out to him, relieved that their master is awake as Kim Gi-ju tries to sit up. His hand instinctively reaches for his chest wound, grimacing in pain, while Bale gives a calm warning without looking back. He tells Kim Gi-ju to rest, noting that although he patched up the wound, sudden movements should still be avoided. Kim Gi-ju struggles to stand, but Bale's warning freezes him in his tracks, telling him he could face danger at any second. Suddenly, the ground beneath them starts to violently shake. Kim Gi-ju looks down in confusion, then stares blankly up at the sky. Kim Gi-ju's eyes widen in sheer shock as he spots Su-rong hovering high above them, crackling with raw purple energy. Massive cracks begin tearing open the empty ground below as her power radiates through the air. A blinding light erupts through the fissures, blasting rocks apart as a sphere of blue energy shoots straight into the heavens. The battlefield lies completely ruined, and a terrified Kim Gi-ju can only stammer in disbelief, asking Bao what on earth is happening right now. It seems this isn't Bale's first time witnessing such madness, as he simply smiles and calls it the Monster Commander. He adds that this is likely Kim Gi-ju's first time seeing a fire pillar blast from the ground, prompting a confused question. Confirming with a simple yes, Bale watches as a colossal armored humanoid monster emerges, its neck engulfed in roaring flames. Ball identifies the massive beast as Harion, the master of this dungeon, while the atmosphere around Kim Gi-ju grows dark and incredibly terrifying. Red lightning crackles across the sky as the armored giant looms before them, sporting 2 pairs of massive horns on its head. Bale repeats that this is indeed Harion, the dungeon lord, leaving Kim Gi-ju wide-eyed as he stammers out, "Is that the gatekeeper?" Ball is slightly confused by Kim Gi-ju's bizarre choice of words, but he simply nods with a calm smile. He admits Kim Gi-ju is right as the boy struggles to stand up. Does he mean we have to fight this thing? Kim Gi-ju wonders, as the giant monster commander looms directly overhead. The pressure radiating from Commander Harion is absolutely terrifying, but on the other side, Su-rong refuses to back down. She merely smirks, her lips curling into an excited grin as she eyes her opponent. Staring directly at her prey, the monster commander's eyes suddenly flash with a blinding, sinister crimson light. Behind Harion, a strange dimensional portal begins to tear open, causing Kim Ji-gyu's eyes to widen in complete and utter disbelief. Staring at the massive spatial rift behind the behemoth, Kim Gi-ju can only mutter a portal. Baal stands right beside him, completely unfazed, and calmly tells Kim Gi-ju to get over here. He warns that a single distraction could cost him his life, ordering Kim Gi-ju to stand close, and the boy complies despite his confusion. Suddenly, Baal squeezes his fist so hard that fresh blood begins to drip down. As the droplets hit the floor, a glowing magic circle instantly expands, wrapping Kim Gi-ju and Baal in a protective light. A fierce gale erupts around the boundary, forming a solid wall of wind. It completely shields them from the outside, leaving a bewildered Kim Gi-ju to wonder if this is a protective magic barrier. Baal smiles at his confused expression, praising Kim Gi-ju for not being totally clueless inside this bright red barrier. From within the shield, Kim Gi-ju stares at Haryeon, who looks far more terrifying as bizarre noises echo from the portal. A massive dimensional portal continuously spawns countless monsters of bizarre and terrifying shapes, all clawing their way into reality. They let out spine-chilling growls as the monster commander Haryeon immediately orders his beastly horde to launch a direct assault on the intruders. Yet Sujeong simply smirks with absolute disdain, standing her ground firmly without making even the slightest move to dodge the oncoming onslaught. A horde of bloodthirsty beasts charges forward, their razor-sharp teeth dripping with drool, showing exactly how desperate they are to devour their prey. Once the swarm completely engulfs Sujeong, a blinding burst of powerful purple light suddenly erupts, piercing right through the gaps of the monster pile. Pitch-black flames explode outward as Sujeong quietly whispers her exclusive skill, infernal, incinerating the monsters pouring from the gate. Even as more beasts relentlessly swarm her from the portal, a sudden sharp flash of light cuts right through the dark fire. Her black sword manifests, and with a confident smirk, Sujeong casually guides the blade to slaughter the massive horde of monsters. This display of power unfolds with such breathtaking speed and raw intensity that Gi-ju has never witnessed anything like it before. It leaves him completely stunned for several seconds as the sword cloaked in a dark purple aura sweeps away the entire monster horde. Only Sujeong and the boss Haryeon remain when suddenly a striking memory flashes right through Gi-ju's mind. Gi-ju remembers Roger's hand's helpless smile and those haunting words, "Sometimes I wonder if they are actually gods, supreme beings playing their own games." Back in reality, Sujeong controls her blade with her mind, launching it directly toward the terrifying monster commander. The sword speeds forward at a dizzying pace, radiating a colossal wave of energy that distorts the very air around it. It pierces straight through the chest of the commander Haryeon as the purple light intensifies, violently tearing up the ground beneath them. The entire path of the sword crumbles, and as everything finally ends, the turbulent sky suddenly clears up. The terrifying battle finally ends, leaving a massive trench carved into the earth before the three of them, Gi-ju, Sujeong, and Bao. They head over to the reward room together, where Gi-ju reaches out and touches the sealed reward box before opening it. Inside is a small potion vial. Lu mutters that they finally got it, while Elle happily chimes in to congratulate her master. But Gi-ju's expression suddenly grows somber as his fingers gently touch the empty prize box. He silently reflects on his victory. Even though this is the hard-earned reward for his agonizing effort, it still feels entirely surreal. Having guided Gi-ju to his prize, Sujeong reminds him that she kept her promise, making Gi-ju feel a sudden pang of self-reproach. He feels more disappointed in himself than happy. Sujeong glances over at Gi-ju and speaks with a warning tone, to be precise. "You still have plenty of enemies to seek revenge on in the future, but I probably won't need to get involved, right?" Gi-ju looks her up and down before asking if Sujeong is really her true name while she giggles, holding her own reward box. She proudly confirms she is Korean before turning to Baal to brag that her reward is also an incredibly rare potion. Asking Baal about his prize, he proudly reveals that his reward is also a special potion. Out of nowhere, Baal hands his potion over to Gi-ju, leaving the young man completely speechless and utterly confused for a few moments. Confused, Gi-ju asks why. Sujeong casually replies that helping him defeat the Iron Guild was part of the contract. "Wasn't that one of our conditions? Consider this part of the job. Besides, your body is still in a pretty weak condition. Some of your injuries haven't even healed yet, and this potion will help." Hearing her words, Gi-ju is deeply moved. Though slightly suspicious of the mysterious girl before him, he accepts the vial and quietly falls deep into his own thoughts. Her words echo in his mind, "My primary goal was never the medicine, but to become a master commander." Besides, she has plenty of other potions, so he should accept this as an investment in their contract, making Gi-ju feel incredibly guilty. He never expected her to give away something she worked so hard to obtain so easily. Gripping the potion tightly, he makes a decision. Clutching the vial, Gi-ju resolves that he cannot keep relying on others forever and absolutely must grow stronger on his own. He needs to mature, knowing that if he accepts this, Lu will probably nag him about it forever. Lu quickly chimes in, saying he is glad his master finally understands the situation. A moment later, Gi-ju glances warily at Sujeong, asking why she would hand over such a rare item without wanting anything in return. "What are you really trying to get from me?" he asks, hesitantly wondering what her true hidden motives are. "It is not like you want me to be your slave forever, is it?" Finding his wild overthinking quite amusing, Sujeong just laughs and waves it off. "Not quite," she smirks playfully before giving him a sly, dangerous look, revealing she wants him to become her personal disciple. Hearing this, Gi-ju gasps in absolute shock, prompting Sujeong to snap at him, her loud voice echoing throughout the entire reward chamber. "Don't raise your voice at me," she warns, raising her hand high to emphasize that his weakness is the only reason he is currently useless. Once you clear the 50th floor, come find me again. She then gently caresses his cheek, leaving Jigyu completely flustered with a bright red face. Promising to take care of him, then Soojeong suddenly presses her fingers right against Kim Gi-ju's temple. A sudden sting flares in Kim Gi-ju's eye as tiny sparks of purple lightning crackle, forcing a soft groan from his lips. Soojeong stares straight into his eyes and explains that this is the mark of their covenant, making Kim Gi-ju feel highly uncomfortable. He covers his left eye in discomfort while she hops onto a nearby stone ledge, ready to begin her lesson. Pointing out that he lacks any skills or abilities right now, she explains she hates micromanaging, resting her chin on her hands like a storyteller. Soojeong tells Kim Gi-ju to memorize as much as possible before her eyes suddenly drift down to the sword hanging at his waist. She glances at the weapon with a sly smirk, admitting that she has actually already taken a good look at it. She calls his sword quite unique, adding that since there is still time before the gate closes, she will teach him how to empower it. Hearing this makes Kim Gi-ju quite skeptical, but she does not keep him waiting. She reassures him, instructing him to chug the potion first while warning that this method is actually highly risky. He must prepare well for his very first lesson. Fast forward a few days later to the player's combat zone. The once dense ancient forest now lies completely devastated, with massive trees collapse and thick smoke filling the air as a fierce battle rages on. Kim Gi-ju pants heavily on the battlefield with exhaustion written all over his face when L suddenly warns his master. That woman is dangerous, don't trust her. L warns while Lu agrees that their master might lose control soon. Kim Gi-ju's sword tip trembles violently as he wonders what he should do next in this intense standoff. Facing his sword is the cold-eyed Iron Shield, who's brutally holding a short-haired girl by the head as they square off. Tension thickens in the air as Iron Shield glares directly at Kim Gi-ju's group and barks out in pure anger. He accuses them of stealing the boss while they were distracted, furious that they would dare pull off such a stunt. On the other side, Soojeong simply slides her hands into her pockets, casually replying that she was never on their side anyway. Declaring it first come first served, she flashes a bright smile and raises her arms to cheer, urging her disciple to quickly use her newly taught method. Hearing her show off so shamelessly leaves Kim Gi-ju feeling completely helpless, wondering if this woman is actually some kind of demon. As Iron Shield turns to leave, Kim Gi-ju desperately charges forward and screams his name, refusing to let the man walk away. He vows to kill him, but Iron Shield only finds this highly amusing, his expression instantly darkening with malice. Iron Shield flashes a wicked, sadistic grin, his eyes glinting with pure cruelty as a terrifying pressure bleeds out. Wait, should he even be hesitating right now? Kim Gi-ju wavers, but a sudden whoosh cuts his thoughts short. A blur dashes toward Kim Gi-ju at blinding speed, and in the blink of an eye, Iron Shield is standing right in front of him. Kim Gi-ju panics at his monstrous speed as Iron Shield looms over him, his backlit face dark with fury as he mutters that Kim Gi-ju has changed. He mocks Kim Gi-ju for becoming that woman's pet, swinging his heavy blade down with absolute lethal force. Kim Gi-ju frowns as Iron Shield keeps talking, claiming that none of it really matters anyway, because either way, Kim Gi-ju is going to die by his blade. Flashback to a few days ago in the reward room right after receiving the potion. Kim Gi-ju gulps it down, releasing a blinding flash of light as the system screen appears, announcing that his foundation is being reset. His heart skips a heavy beat as his pupils suddenly glow a brilliant electric purple, stunning the two observers. Ball and Soojeong watch in complete silence, but after several quiet seconds pass without any dramatic shift, Kim Gi-ju hesitantly notes that nothing feels different. He silently complains that his body only feels slightly better, prompting Soojeong to sigh at his ignorance. She chuckles knowingly, explaining that what actually changed is his inner sensory abilities and latent sleeping power. Kim Gi-ju listens quietly as she adds that any physical changes to his body will be incredibly subtle at first. Snap back to reality, where Kim Gi-ju has finally started to realize those changes during these past few days of intense fighting. And right now, he realizes that even the smallest difference can easily decide whether a player lives or dies. The biggest upgrade is his eyes, which are now tracking every micro-movement with absolute precision. This newfound perception lets him dodge Iron Shield's lightning-fast attacks, reacting in a split second to completely evade the strikes. He easily slips far out of Iron Shield's reach, realizing that his basic perception has dramatically spiked. Raising his sword to defend, he pants in disbelief at how easily he just avoided those fatal strikes. He remembers how Iron Shield easily snuck up behind him before and how effortlessly the man grabbed his blade. Those terrifyingly fast movements are now unfolding right before his eyes in slow motion, frame by frame. Watching from the sidelines, Soojeong wears a satisfied smirk, knowing her teaching is finally paying off. She looks at Kim Gi-ju's sweat-stained face and congratulates him on taking yet another massive step toward becoming a true high ranker. Back to Kim Gi-ju, who is suddenly flashing back to Soojeong's words from when they were still in the reward room. Just like the demon Lu warned him, this power-up does not mean he can suddenly take on the entire guild. A raw newbie taking his very first steps simply cannot compete with highly seasoned veterans. Back then, she stroked her chin thoughtfully, telling him that even with extreme luck, he could only do so much. He would probably dodge a single strike at best, but they should not bring a cannon to a knife fight. Right at the start of this clash, he silently realizes his opponent is not being careless. Iron Shield suddenly halts. Pure suffocating bloodlust explodes from him as Iron Shield glares at Kim Gi-ju, completely locking his gaze on the young hunter. One look at Iron Shield's arrogant face tells Kim Gi-ju the man is completely relaxed, fully aware of his own overwhelming and absolute power. Iron Shield sweeps his cold eyes over Kim Gi-gyu and mutters that he understands, while Kim Gi-gyu recalls Sujeong's warning. In just one single clash, Iron Shield will read his growth, tracking every single detail from their exchange to the mysterious elixir. Crackling his knuckles, Iron Shield sighs in realization, while Kim Gi-ju remembers the next part of Sujeong's warning. Once the giant figures out the situation, he will start pushing much harder. Iron Shield is finally getting serious. The heavy blade in his hand begins radiating a terrifying pressure as Iron Shield's expression turns dead silent. Whispering a command, he unleashes the holy sword Kallian and charges directly at Kim Gi-ju with terrifying speed. Rocketing forward like a missile, he closes in while Sujeong's voice echoes in Kim Gi-ju's head, "Do not flinch now. Just block it head-on with your sword." Kim Gi-ju raises his blade to parry the strike as the two weapons collide. Kallian's overwhelming energy forces Kim Gi-ju to exert every ounce of his strength just to hold his ground. Suddenly, a voice echoes. Suddenly, Kim Gi-ju's blade erupts in a blinding golden light as the Holy Sword Master L awakens to absorb Kallian's raw power. Stunned, Iron Shield gasps out in confusion. Meanwhile, the system voice warns that the Master's level is currently too low. It can only absorb a fraction of Kallian's strength. The two blades remain locked as the golden light drains the weapon's energy. A system alert confirms the absorption is complete right as Kim Gi-ju catches a glimpse of Iron Shield's completely shocked expression. Kim Gi-ju smirks, remembering Sujeong's tactical advice to seize the moment of absolute confusion when the enemy's guard drops. He will be totally paralyzed seeing his ultimate move blocked, giving Kim Gi-ju the perfect opening to strike back. The sudden drain of his holy sword will leave him completely drained and hesitant, so leap back immediately. Put as much distance between you as possible. As they separate, Iron Shield is forced to lean heavily on his sword. Looking noticeably exhausted, he watches as Kim Gi-ju reaches into his jacket, pulling out a parting gift from the reward room. Baal had handed him a special item, promising it would be his ticket to escaping the dangerous gates safely. The item in his hand is none other than Arachne's thread, making Iron Shield's face twist in absolute rage. He glares intensely at the glowing thread as Kim Gi-ju immediately activates its power, wrapping himself in a thick defensive cocoon. Infuriated, Iron Shield tightly grips Kallian's hilt and lunges forward in a blinding, desperate flash of speed. Swinging the mighty blade through the air, he roars out, asking if Kim Gi-ju seriously thinks he can dodge this. As Arachne's thread completely covers him, Kim Gi-ju flashes a smug smile and raises a mocking middle finger. This blatant insult pushes Iron Shield completely over the edge, his eyes burning with absolute unchecked fury. But the exact second his blade strikes down, Arachne's thread pulls Kim Gi-ju away, leaving his target empty. Iron Shield grinds his teeth in raw frustration, his furious roar echoing loudly through the silent, dense forest. Once he cools down, he stands silently as Sujeong watches him from behind. Glaring at her, she calmly asks a question. "Shall we have a little chat now, Iron Shield?" She gives him a mocking smirk, her eyes filled with absolute amusement. Her smug grin only irritates him further as Iron Shield curses under his breath. Meanwhile, at a nearby military base, rows of tanks sit perfectly aligned on the tarmac when a sudden, brilliant red light splits the sky wide open. A dimensional gate materializes instantly, drawing the attention of the surrounding soldiers who quickly detain the newly arrived Kim Gi-ju. Suddenly, a sleek black sedan pulls up and a completely exhausted man quickly steps out looking incredibly drained. Looking as though he just ran a full marathon, Sungun scans the area until his eyes lock right onto Kim Gi-ju. Spotting his friend, Sungun cracks a warm smile and walks over, prompting Kim Gi-ju to grin back in relief. After successfully bailing Kim Gi-ju out of military custody, they head back to the apartment he shares with his mother, where strange voices echo early the next morning. Sung-hoon's car helped bring Gi-ju's mother home too. After all, he couldn't exactly give her the elixir inside a hospital room. Opening the front door, Gi-ju speaks into his phone. "Yes, let me know when you arrive in Korea. See you later, Taeshik." Hanging up, Gi-ju turns to Sung-hoon and thanks him for helping Taeshik. Sung-hoon replies with a bright smile, saying it was no problem at all. "I'll head out now. Take care." Inside the quiet bedroom, Gi-ju's mother looks completely worn out, but then she slowly opens her eyes. Before her stands a dark silhouette sitting beside the bed. In a raspy voice, she asks if it is her son Gi-ju. Gently holding her frail hand, Gi-ju tells her that he is right there. He asks how she feels, seeing how exhausted she looks. Still, she struggles to speak, saying she desperately wanted to see him. Suddenly, tears begin to well up in her eyes. She desperately wanted to see him one last time before she passed away. To soothe his weeping mother, Jigyu tries to comfort her. He squeezes her hand with a reassuring smile, telling her not to worry because everything will be fine. Yet she still tries to speak. She whispers there is something she always wanted to tell him, gripping his hand. She starts to speak, actually you are. A sudden wave of pain hits her, causing her to groan in agony. Jigyu, panic-stricken, urgently calls out to his mother. Asking her to hang on, Jigyu pulls out a small potion bottle from his pocket. He opens it quickly, whispering that it is okay now. He carefully feeds her the elixir as the room falls dead silent. As the sun sets, his mother drifts off into a deep sleep. A faint purple light begins to glow, making Jigyu smile with relief. Suddenly, all his remaining strength completely vanishes. His final words before collapsing are that everything is fine. With that, Jigyu falls unconscious right beside his mother's bed. El speaks softly about their master, and Lu agrees, knowing he has been through far too much today. El then asks if this is all right, admitting that getting more involved with her might bring even more danger. Lu sighs in frustration, replying that there is nothing they can do anyway. He looks down at the sleeping Jigyu. Lu softly suggests letting him rest for now. Jigyu remains in a deep slumber until the sun completely fades away. While Jigyu sleeps peacefully, a strange warm glow suddenly begins to emanate from his mother's bed. The purple light envelops her body and she finally opens her eyes. Suddenly, a phone begins to ring loud in the dark. Echoing in the quiet night, Yoo-jung waits with an irritated expression, hoping the person on the other end will pick up. But all she gets is that annoying automated voice telling her the number she dialed is currently unavailable. Yoo-jung grits her teeth in sheer frustration, staring intensely at her phone screen. She angrily scrolls through her chats with Kim Gi-ju. After disappearing for a whole month, he only sent her one single text message. He is not even picking up her calls. Fuming with rage, she can only curse under her breath. She mutters that he's in for it when she gets back. Meanwhile, the dark neighborhood streets remain completely deserted. The night sky is dead silent. The atmosphere is so quiet that one can easily hear the wind rustling. The moment Yoo-jung opens the front door, she cannot help but yell out, asking if her brother is kidding her. He told her to come home but ignored all her calls, forcing her to skip her academy classes today. She continues her non-stop rant, asking if he has any idea how worried their mother has been. But before she can finish, a familiar voice calls out her name. Her mother gestures for her to quiet down because Jigyu is sleeping. The gentle woman asks if she is hungry, wanting to know how her school day went. Yoo-jung stands completely frozen, her face turning red as she stammers out, "Mother." Tears begin streaming down her face uncontrollably, but then she suddenly senses something is off. Looking closely, she asks who the woman really is. Outside, a piping hot pot of spicy noodles is served, smelling absolutely delicious. Yoo-jung chatters excitedly, asking what her brother did next. In the bedroom, Jigyu is slowly awakened by their cheerful voices. The lively conversation continues to echo from the kitchen. Muffled giggles and remarks flow in as Jigyu sits up. Half asleep, he catches the comforting aroma of his mother's soybean paste stew. The rich scent of home-cooked food fills the air, bringing an immediate sense of peace to his mind. Biting his lip, Jigyu fights back, the overwhelming emotions swelling in his chest, looking toward the closed door. Behind it lies the dream he has long yearned for, a warm family moment he would gladly risk his life to protect. Rubbing his face to compose himself, he knows he cannot show his mother his exhausted face. He must greet her with a smile. After pulling himself together, Jigyu forces a bright, natural smile, ready to ask his mother if she slept well. But before he can even finish, he freezes in absolute shock. Standing there is a beautiful, healthy woman who looks almost like their mother. Holding a fresh pot of stew, she warmly asks if he is awake while Yoo-jung giggles, teasing that he looks even more shocked. Their mother urges him to come sit down since dinner is ready. Soon they are eating together and watching the news. Yoo-jung asks him to confirm if he really entered that dungeon gate they are talking about on the news. Did he actually defeat all those high rankers, secure the elixir, and cure their mom? Jigyu awkwardly stammers out a simple yes. He never expected things to go down like this. Jigyu and Yoo-jung share a silent, heavy look while their mother smiles happily. Yoo-jung buries her face in her hands, completely overwhelmed. She does not know whether to celebrate or be absolutely terrified. After all, she already had a good cry. Jigyu can only offer an awkward chuckle before his sister suddenly speaks up. She demands more of that elixir. Now Jigyu is left helpless. She is asking for way too much. Suddenly, their mother reaches out to pat him. Tears well up in her eyes as she asks if he went through all that trouble just for her. She apologizes, but Jigyu shyly waves it off, insisting it really was not that big of a deal. She giggles warmly, telling him he is the absolute best son a mother could ask for. Jigyu plays along, asking if that is really true. As the morning sun rises on a new day, their home welcomes an unexpected honored guest. The mother welcomes him, saying it has been far too long, and invites him for dinner. Taeshik politely declines the offer. He explains he needs a private word with Jigyu first. Meanwhile, Giju's mother happily accepts a nice gift box from him. She tells him to visit again soon, expressing deep gratitude for how he always looks after her son. Tae-shik just laughs it off modestly. He bids her farewell while Giju silently watches them from behind. Later, the two men meet up at a local restaurant. Tae-shik shouts out their order, asking for 4 servings of pork belly and a bottle of soju. The staff immediately gets to work. The waiter promises the food is coming right up. Giju asks Tae-shik why he's already drinking in broad daylight. Tae-shik casually pours a full cup, asking why not since they have the absolute best reason to celebrate today. Looking at him with deep curiosity, Tae-shik asks how he managed to obtain the elixir, downing his drink before continuing. He mentions how hard it was to hold back from calling. Giju pauses to think, then asks him a direct, surprising question. He directly asks if Tae-shik is into his mother talk about having zero chill, completely catching him off guard. Tae-shik completely fumbles his words. Giju points out how red his face is, and hands him a napkin to clean himself up. Giju exposes him without hesitation, saying he had his suspicions all along while wiping the sweat pouring down his friend's face. He knows Tae-shik constantly looked after his mother while he was away, and it definitely is not just because she is looking younger. Though Tae-shik is being way too obvious today, Giju explains he fully supports them. If his mother ends up with a guy like him, even his late father would not mind. Hearing this, Tae-shik quickly covers his mouth and lets out a fake cough. He quickly changes the subject, begging to get back to their original conversation about that miracle elixir. Giju stops to ask a serious question, wondering if Tae-shik brought a soundproof barrier device. Confused, Tae-shik nods, saying it is in his car. Asks what it is for Giju simply says the truth is incredibly complicated. This only fuels Tae-shik's curiosity. They chat while grilling meat until Tae-shik suddenly slams his hands down and stands up in pure rage. He screams in pure outrage, demanding their address so he can personally pay them a visit and beat those scumbags to an absolute pulp. Giju tries to calm him down, asking what he plans to do with that bottle before letting out a tired sigh. He thanks him for having his back, but insists there is no need to be angry as he clenches his fist with pure determination. He vows to personally take down the Rotten Iron Guild. Tae-shik agrees but points out that a hungry warrior cannot properly execute any revenge plan. He shoves a piece of meat in front of his face, telling him he needs food to fuel his fire. Giju waves his hands in complete confusion. Suddenly, remembering something, Jigyu mentions that speaking of payback, he actually has one more outstanding debt he needs to settle. He asks about the Guardian on the 4th floor. Tae-shik explains that a team of C-rank players was just sent out yesterday to handle it. With 30 players in total and 70% being C-ranks, their team is incredibly solid. They are strong enough to defeat a 30th floor Guardian, so success is guaranteed. Hearing this, Giju actually looks a bit disappointed. He sighs, having hoped to use the fight to relieve some stress and get a quick workout. Meanwhile, deep in a desolate forest, heavy panting and desperate heavy footsteps echo through the trees as a lone man runs for his absolute life. Desperate to warn the association, he clutches his severed arm in agony. Their entire C-rank team has been completely wiped out. The massive Guardian catches up instantly, its terrifying face looming right behind him before a blood-curdling scream echoes through the dark forest, sending shivers down anyone's spine. Meanwhile, Sung-hoon and Giju are sitting together inside a parked car. They sit right outside his house, discussing how their immediate priority is checking on his and his mother's condition after taking the elixir. Swiping through his tablet, Sung-hoon points out that a normal hospital simply would not be able to pull this off. But he tells him not to worry because Tae-shik will take care of everything, Sung-hoon thoughtfully adds. Next is the gold ore from the elixir reward, and I have already delivered half of the proceeds to the director, exactly as you requested. Sung-hoon chuckles as he relays this hilarious story back to Giju. He nearly passed out from shock, but I told him it was your wish, so that you would no longer owe him a single thing. He accepted it hesitantly. Sung-hoon scrolls through the numbers on his tablet, noting that after taxes and some miscellaneous fees, there is still a good chunk left. About $20 million remains. Switching topics, he mentions Giju's plan to move into a brand new house with his family. Sung-hoon has already researched a few locations north of the Han River, bringing up a map displaying the absolute best options available. Having narrowed down the list based on the family's requests, he tells Giju that he only needs to make the final choice. Do you have any questions? Sung-hoon asks. Giju looks at him speechlessly, hesitating before replying that he completely understands. But why are you the one picking out our new house? Giju wonders as Sung-hoon calmly takes the phone from his hand. Is that really all you want to know? Sung-hoon asks, tapping away on the screen before speaking again. Under Director O's direct orders, I will be your personal assistant starting today, Sung-hoon announces, saving his number on Giju's phone. He cheerfully adds that he looks forward to working together, leaving Giju to mutter whether his new assistant is always like this. That evening, they head to Dongdaemun, and Sung-hoon asks a curious question while carrying their bags. He wonders what Giju plans to do with the specific item inside the suitcase, which he prepared exactly as instructed. That suitcase holds $8 million in cash and Giju has no plans to hide his intentions, explaining his gear was destroyed. He needs to clear his debt and buy replacement gear. A deeply curious Sung-hoon stammers, asking exactly how much that cost. Giju reveals the price tag is $3.5 million, making Sung-hoon's jaw drop. Secretly, Giju recalls how crazy that old blacksmith must be. To offer a $3.5 million tab without hesitating is wild, but Giju admits he was just as crazy to accept it blindly. Looking back, he has no idea what he was thinking, though he somehow managed. Deep inside a workshop, the forge is burning. Bright orange flames dance as the heavy rhythmic clanking of metal echoes through the room, a sound that is almost deafening. The old blacksmith remains completely absorbed in his craft until a young boy walks in to announce they have a guest waiting. Hwang Ji-cheon asks a guest. Sung-hoon finishes delivering the gear and heads out, promising to wait upstairs while Giju bows in gratitude. Stepping closer, Hwang Ji-cheon immediately recognizes him, chuckling at himself for failing to spot his old friend after only a few months. Giju greets him warmly, stepping forward to ask how the old man has been doing lately. Hwang Ji-cheon continues working while chatting, mentioning he received the outstanding payment that Giju sent through the association. He jokingly notes that it was a little short, prompting an embarrassed Giju to scratch his head and offer an apology. He assures him it was just a joke, adding that the accompanying letter read like a will, relieved to see him return safe. Hwang Ji-cheon admits he honestly did not expect to see him survive, which only makes Giju burst into hearty laughter. Laughing, Giju replies that he came to pay back the rest of his debt, and the old man happily accepts his resolve. Suddenly, his gaze softens as he looks at the young man. Giju stands in silence without saying a word, prompting Hwang Ji-cheon to gather his courage and ask if Iron Shield is gone. Giju quietly confirms that the shield saved his life before shattering, and the old man simply closes his eyes without blame. Understanding the situation perfectly, the old blacksmith remarks that the shield fulfilled its duty, giving him no real reason to feel sad. Even so, he notes the short life of armor is tragic, gently asking Giju to share the story of its final moments. He wants to know how it fell. The next morning, Giju and his mother get dressed up, preparing to go out. Yoo-jung notices them leaving and asks where they are heading, catching a surprised Giju off guard as he asks if she's already awake. He reminds her that they had discussed going for a medical checkup today, leaving a sleepy Yoo-jung rubbing her eyes in confusion. As her eyes finally adjust, Yoo-jung suddenly blinks and asks if he grew taller, catching Giju completely off guard. After that brief morning chat, they quickly head to their scheduled appointment for a thorough medical exam. Sung-hoon gasps in utter shock at his muscular build, joking that he looks more like a professional model these days. Sung-hoon suggests he should become a celebrity, causing a blushing Giju to quickly put his shirt back on while waving him off. Sung-hoon remains amazed, asking how it is physically possible to grow 3 centimeters and gain so much muscle in a single night. He jokes that the elixir must be high-grade, begging for a bottle, which reminds Giju of his sister throwing a similar fit. Giju silently reflects on how his younger sister had said the exact same thing about wanting the elixir. It might not seem like a big deal, but working out like crazy has brought a massive change. His muscles have reached their absolute limits, making him recall the words of the system. This must be what resetting one limit truly means, but a sudden sneering voice mocks him, claiming his master is still incredibly weak. Pricked in his pride, Giju snaps back to shut up while Sung-hoon checks the system for his test results. Starting with the endurance test, he smiles and says if this were 25 years ago, he would have broken 6 world records in the Olympics, leaving Giju wondering why 25 years ago. Brushing it off, Giju asks about current standards while Sung-hoon mutters that Giju never even watches the Olympics. Checking again, Sung-hoon grins and places him around level 10, prompting an annoyed Giju to ask if he is looking for trouble. Suddenly, Sung-hoon shows a serious look as he tells player Kim Ji-ju not to be too surprised. Confused, Giju asks what he means, but Sung-hoon excitedly pauses before bringing up his mind-blowing mana control. It is SS rank, boasting extremely high potential, but Giju only offers a calm okay, making Sung-hoon shout at his reaction. Sung-hoon complains he is way too calm, but Giju shoots back that he was told not to show surprise. An annoyed Sung-hoon demands at least some shock since it is extremely high, while Giju helplessly mutters to himself. It is old news anyway, but their bickering is cut short by a noise coming from outside the door. Taeshik walks in fully dressed and asks if they are done so. Giju eagerly inquires about the health of his mother. Taeshik delivers the good news, revealing she is not just completely healthy but actually stronger than average people. Yet that is not even the best part, as the truly incredible thing involves her status as an ordinary citizen. She can now actually use items, leaving a stunned Giju absolutely thrilled by this amazing development. Taeshik shares his joy before shifting to business, promising to provide all the specific details on that later. He explains he came for something else, asking why Giju has not been hunting, who replies he is just taking a break. He silently reminds himself that he is still absorbing the power of Caerleon when a sudden voice speaks inside his head. The ego apologizes, but Jigyu reassures them before Taeshik breaks his focus to ask when he plans to resume hunting. After thinking it over, Jigyu suggests next week while Taeshik quietly stares down at the screen of his phone. After a brief silence, he makes a decision telling Jigyu to keep his schedule open for next week. Jigyu is confused and asks if something went wrong, prompting Taeshik to explain that contact with their squad was lost. Since the C-rank subjugation team vanished, they are putting together a B-rank squad to deploy next week. Jigyu hesitates and asks what he means, to which Taeshik confirms the fourth-floor guardian has still not been defeated. Jigyu is left completely speechless with shock, but Taeshik gravely notes that is not even the most critical issue. It seems that Monster has the ability to hunt down players to grow even stronger. Jigyu fully understands the gravity of the situation now, leaving only Sung-hoon standing there completely clueless. He wishes he could join the conversation while Jigyu deeply reflects on the B-rank subjugation team. This team will have at least 30 members, with over 60% being B-rank, unlike Kim Jigyu himself. Even after drinking the legendary elixir, his rank is still technically non-existent, which makes him feel quite embarrassed. Heading to the office of the general manager, Taeshik advises Jigyu to finally take an official rank evaluation. This way he will not have to worry about restriction issues on equipment, even though his physical stats might only place him at D rank, since his massive potential could easily qualify him as a B rank player. Jigyu slumps onto the table with a heavy sigh, pointing out that B rank requires level 100 while he is level 1. He questions if such broad evaluation criteria are fair, as basing it on raw potential feels way too vague. Taeshik counters that while it is called potential, actual mana capacity and control are directly tied to real combat skills, pointing out how mutants function. Their levels do not really matter, and the general consensus supports the idea that level is secondary. What truly matters is the stat increase gained from leveling up. Besides, security protocols prevent people from seeing the levels of other players anyway, prompting Jigyu to ask another question. He wonders if taking this official evaluation will draw unwanted attention, and Taeshik nods, admitting it might. A bloodthirsty guy who can't level up suddenly jumping to B rank, yeah, he's bound to turn heads. Hearing that, Kim Jigyu grumbles. He told the guy a million times to stop using that stupid nickname. Taeshik shrugs it off. Controversy is coming anyway, and they cannot exactly gag the press. Who wouldn't want to be called a promising high-level warrior? Apparently, Kim Jigyu is not a fan. He doesn't hate the fame. Kim Jigyu is just terrified because Iron Shield is still actively hunting him down. He needs a low profile. But Taeshik sighs, calling him way too paranoid in this case. Still, he respects the caution. Unfortunately, he cannot simply hand Kim Jigyu a rank out of nowhere. Looking up, Kim Jigyu feels completely scammed. The guy made it sound like he already had a perfect plan ready. Taeshik chuckles. He fully expected Kim Jigyu to take the evaluation like any sane hunter would do. In this crazy world, high rank changes everything. Who on earth turns that kind of respect down? Scratching his head, Kim Jigyu groans. This is a massive headache. Suddenly, Taeshik slides a book forward. Startled, Kim Jigyu blinks. A loophole. He stares at the book, completely lost. Taeshik points out the list of guilds joining the upcoming subjugation raid, suggesting a temporary membership. That way Kim Jigyu gets in. Better yet, Taeshik can easily pull strings to introduce him to the leaders. Skeptical Kim Jigyu doubts any guild would recruit a complete stranger. It makes no sense. Besides, leaving right after the raid ends will just spike their turnover rate, and that kind of sudden departure is bound to damage their hard-earned reputation. Suddenly, he freezes mid-sentence as his eyes lock onto a name. The next day, a man in blue steps forward. He announces himself as Kim Dong-hae from the Chigwi Guild, the officially appointed leader of this major subjugation team. They will set out immediately after the roll call, and he expects full cooperation, earning a loud, unified salute. The entire crowd roars their excitement in response. After all, they are just one tiny squad among a massive expedition army. By then, Kim Jigyu has successfully joined Kim Seonbai's party, humbly thanking the leader for taking him in. Expressing his gratitude, Kim Jigyu admits his request was a bit much, but Kim Seonbai just laughs it off. They all owe him their lives anyway, so Kim Seonbai actually feels terrible that they cannot do more for him since their C-rank support guild is only joining for basic backup. With a laugh, Kim Jigyu says this is perfect. As long as he is not carrying bags, he's happy. If there is a fight, he wants in. But Kim Seonbai smiles, doubting they will even get a turn. There are too many heavy hitters today. Kim Jigyu tilts his head, wondering what she means by that. She points out Captain Kim Dong-hae, who is rumored to be rising to A rank soon, which would officially certify him as an elite high-level warrior. Just getting close to that tier is already legendary. Kim Jigyu nods along politely, but internally, he seriously wonders if that rank is even such a big deal. Compared to absolute beasts like the Demon Lu, a normal A rank is a joke. Lu immediately reads his mind and scolds him. Why on earth are his standards so absurdly high? Suddenly, Kim Han-un runs over to Kim Gi-ju, staring at him intently. He notes Kim Ji-ju looks completely different now, like a total transformation. Kim Ji-ju flinches, instantly sweating buckets. Jun Jae-won chimes in, asking if it was plastic surgery, while Yoon Sung-gu quickly nudges him for being rude. Warning him that it is impolite, Kim Gi-yu telepathically asks Lu if he really changed that much during training. Lu giggles. His aura has completely shifted. He finally looks like someone worth noticing. At least he leaves an impression now. Reassured, Kim Gi-ju quickly crafts a passable lie for the group. He turns back, claiming it was not surgery but a weird side effect of a special skill. Apparently, he obtained it on the 5th floor and it simply made him grow a bit taller. Lu silently curses his terrible excuse. Kim Seon-bai is completely starstruck, admitting she had no idea such a cosmetic skill existed and wishing she could get one. Lu is shocked they actually bought that garbage excuse. Kim Gi-ju quickly tells the fairy to shut it. The party keeps chatting and laughing along the long way, unaware that some burly fighters are already watching them. By the time they reach the 4th floor, a massive crowd is gathered. Kim Dong-hae takes charge. He orders the scouts to go hunt the Guardian while the rest, drawing a massive unified roar from the crowd. All squads disperse to plan their strategy. Kim Seon-bai's crew gets straight to work, brainstorming their next tactical move. Watching them quietly, Kim Gi-ju analyzes their roles. Kim Seon-bai is the archer, Han-on handles magic, Yoon Sung-gu swords, and Jae-won is the tank. But why are they called Morning Star if not a single one of them uses a mace? Even Han-on is helpless against Kim Gi-ju's totally absurd question, shaking with laughter. Seon-bi gets so mad she yells at everyone to just stop laughing. Sung-gu steps up to explain that Seon-bai actually chose this name because of you, Mr. Guide. When you emerged from the cave to call for backup, she claimed you looked radiant, basically like a shining morning star. Blushing hard, Seon-bai snaps at them to stop, but that only makes everyone struggle even harder to hold in their laughter. Kim Gi-ju chimes in, telling them to just speak casually. After all, he is not their official guide anymore. Seon-bai snaps out of it with a sudden realization. Oh right, you are the same age as Kim Seok-woo, right? Can I call you Hyeon? Kim Gi-ju gives a soft nod. Seon-bi smiles and tells him that he should drop the formalities with him too. Kim Gi-ju readily agrees, but then a sarcastic voice suddenly cuts through the air, mocking how much the world has changed. I honestly thought you guys came here for a picnic. Everyone instantly turns their heads toward the source of that voice. Kim Gi-ju leans in to whisper a quick question. Seon-bai tells him it is Jun Seo-nam, a B-rank player from the Brotherhood Guild. He is representing them on this raid. Kim Gi-ju asks what their deal is, and Seon-bai explains their reputation to him. Well, they are actually pretty famous. They constantly chase power, living by the motto that only the adaptable survive. They also place high value on traditional hierarchy and the strict class system. But above all, they demand ultimate loyalty. Hearing all this, Kim Gi-ju gets even more confused. Seon-bi bluntly wraps it up, calling them a bunch of outdated dinosaurs. Kim Gi-ju nods, slowly fully getting the picture now. Seon-nam sneers, calling them utterly useless, saying C-ranks can only do this much. Hearing this, John gets furious. What did you say? Han-un quickly restrains John, telling him to let it go, but Seon-nam only presses harder. I asked if you guys came here for a picnic. You were probably acting smug just because you joined a skilled B-rank team. You guys should be the most alert ones here, but instead, you are just slacking off and gossiping. At least try to be more useful than useless trash. Seon-bi's crew burns with rage but forces themselves to hold back. Seon-nam scoffs, calling them totally boring before turning to walk away with his team. Seon-bai looks at Kim Gi-ju, feeling incredibly guilty. I am sorry, Hyung, because of us, you had to endure this. Kim Gi-ju stays silent, making Seon-bai even more anxious. He calls out to Hyeon. This sudden shift instantly catches Kim Dong-hae's attention as Kim Gi-ju begins radiating pure, intense bloodlust. Even Lu gets completely terrified, pleading with Kim Gi-ju to calm down before he actually murders someone. Get a grip on your emotions. Kim Gi-ju questions himself. Why is he so furious? This insult is annoying, but not this extreme. Is this rage some kind of trauma response from his past torture? Suddenly, Dong-hae's voice snaps him back to reality. What is going on here? Did some kind of trouble just break out between you guys? I am not trying to blame you, but as the squad leader, I need to know what is going on. Kim Gi-ju addresses Dong-hae directly, confirming there was a conflict. Because of that, he wants to make a small request. Dong-hae looks surprised, asking what kind of request. Kim Gi-ju stands up tall, demanding a match with player Jeon Seo-nam. After all, settling our disputes before entering the actual battle is always the best approach. Hearing this, Seo-nam gasps in total shock. Everyone nearby starts whispering, wondering if a fight is breaking out. Kim Dong-hae looks at Kim Gi-ju, asking if he is absolutely sure. The gap between C rank and B rank is huge. Kim Gi-ju nods, acknowledging the risk but wants to add a specific condition. As you know, our Daeji C-rank team is treated as mere backup, while the B-rank Brotherhood serves as the main force. But in the end, real combat power matters way more than some rank, right? If I win, I want to swap our squad positions. Seunbai calls out to him, but Kim Gi-ju quickly reassures him. I am sorry for not discussing this first, but just trust me this once. Seonam smiles slyly and interrupts. Why are you so confident deciding everything? Don't be stupid, we don't want anything, but Kim Gi-ju cuts him off. Kim Gi-ju places 500 million won on the line. If you win, that cash is yours. It is a pretty sweet deal. The guys go silent, instantly huddled up to discuss the offer. One of them asks if this guy is actually serious. What if he goes back on his word? Another replies that there is no way since everyone here is a witness. Finishing their discussion, Seonam grins. It is basically a free jackpot since there is absolutely no way they can lose. Kim Dong-hae watches both sides. As a squad leader prepping for a massive raid, he knows he should stop this. He should prevent useless clashes, but if the insane pressure he felt from Kim Gi-ju earlier was not a fluke, then he needs to verify it right now. Making up his mind, he steps forward and declares his official approval. I will witness this match. External weapons and extra reinforcements are banned, and the duel ends immediately if anyone breaks the rules. Kim Seunbai looks at him with deep worry, repeatedly calling out his name while Kim Gi-ju simply nods to reassure the anxious crowd. He glances at Jue to check if this distance is good enough, and she quickly reassures him that it is perfectly fine. The more you grow, the greater the minimum distance required to maintain our spiritual connection becomes. But watch your step, master. Joan Seo-nam visibly underestimates him, arrogantly offering to let the rookie take the first strike. Ending it too quickly would be boring, so come at me. He gestures mockingly while Kim Gi-ju carefully analyzes his enemy. The guy is a B-class hunter, yet his defense is wide open. Is this some kind of chap? With that massive build, he is likely a close-range warrior, and as a B rank, he definitely has a hidden card up his sleeve. But instead of wasting time searching for clues, I need to close the gap and make the first move right now. I will put my trust in my newly upgraded agility. With that thought, he channels all his physical power into a single punch. But seeing how incredibly calm the opponent remains, Kim Gi-ju pauses. The giant is not even attempting to dodge. Is he really that confident in his natural defense, or does he possess some sort of instant counter melee skill? Damn it, there is no turning back now. The moment he reacts, I will pull back as quickly as possible, and then get ready to counter. Pushing forward, Kim Gi-ju launches his smaller frame like a rocket toward the towering giant. His fist strikes, direct hit into Jeon Seo-nam's midsection with shocking sudden force. Talk about an instant shutdown. A single punch did the trick, leaving even Kim Gi-ju baffled as he runs through dozens of theories. Nobody saw that coming. Jeon Seo-nam collapses straight to the ground, foaming at the mouth and completely knocked out. His face turns pale, leaving the rest of his Badger crew frozen in absolute shock. Kim Dong-hae is equally stunned, staring open-mouthed and completely speechless until he finally manages to gather his wits. Kim Dong-hae officially declares Kim Gi-ju Kim the winner. The Thorny Ridge team is absolutely thrilled, rushing over to shower him with praise. How did you get this strong and what level are you now? Meanwhile, the rival team rushes to check on their fallen leader. Kim Dong-hae feels a sting of shame. Those movements were so incredibly fast that even he could barely track them. It seems this rookie is the biggest wild card in the entire dungeon. Suddenly, a scout runs in panting to report their captain has returned. The scouts reappear in terrible shape, gasping for air as if they had just run an absolute marathon for their lives. Talk about a sudden plot twist. The crowd watches in shock while high up on the 43rd floor of the association. TC briefs the president on the raid, reporting that the B-rank Conquest team officially mobilized and departed on Friday morning. Scanning the roster, the president stops at Kim Gi-ju's name and questions manager, Oh Tae-shik, who quickly nods in confirmation. The president notes the underground training facility and the international portal access, and most recently the association's private clinic alongside the assistant position for Heo Sung-hoon. It certainly seems we are granting luxury-grade support to a completely unaffiliated player, Tae-shik. I expect a thorough explanation for this. Meanwhile, our hero prepares for his next move. He and his allies officially begin the Guardian raid. High above them, the massive beast tightly grips a player of the most high-risk class in the world, ranking number 1 for outright mortality rate. It is a profession where whether you like it or not, you must get very comfortable with death. And honestly, staring down a colossal monster like this makes it incredibly difficult to remain calm and collected. Leading by example, Kim Dong-hae draws his blade and rushes forward, channeling every ounce of his energy to strike the Guardian. He unleashes a highly concentrated skill known as the Hydroforce Slash, though the pressure is immense. He barely manages to close in while the beast is momentarily pinned down by the heavy impact. Kim Dong-hae yells for everyone to initiate the plan, and the Thorny Ridge crew surges forward with pure adrenaline. Their strategy is quite simple. The captain initiates the signal strike while the rest of the vanguard prepares to coordinate their most powerful spellcasting to shatter its defense before the defensive tanks move up to raise massive earth barriers. Total madness. They deploy heavy iron shields as the panicked guardian begins thrashing and swinging wildly. Utilizing synchronized defensive active skills, they absorb the incoming blunt force, clearing the path for the B-rank damage dealers, and the support porters to hurl their prepped explosives directly over the frontline barricades. At the same moment, the ranged DPS class rains down lethal barrages, catching the giant guardian in a devastating four-way crossfire. The beast is completely overwhelmed and left utterly helpless as thunderous detonations shake the entire fourth floor. It was a simple yet highly effective strategy, but Kim Jigyu could already sense that something was wrong. He warned his team leader Seonbai not to rush forward and to stay back to observe, leaving Seonbai totally confused as to why. Finally, we get to step up, but right as he said that, a massive force blasted straight through the barrier. Their solid defense shattered in an instant, forcing everyone to guard up while Kim Jigyu realized the fatal flaw of this entire strategy. If it failed, it would be in for a brutal struggle, and unfortunately, the Guardian just completely destroyed every single barrier they set up. It went on a wild rampage targeting the players as panic erupted and screams filled the air during Yoon Sung-gu's life or death moment. Yoon Sung-gu desperately begged his companion to cover him, and as his ally jumped in, Yoon Sung-gu quickly pulled out a healing potion. He asked his comrade how long they had been at it. 30 minutes already. The white-haired ally shook his head, saying it had only been 5 minutes, making Yoon Sung-gu marvel at Captain Kim Dong-hae's incredible stamina to hold his own against a monster like that. But before he could finish, Kim Dong-hae was suddenly caught in a dire crisis. He observed the beast with sharp, focused eyes grazing his blade against the Guardian before quickly looking around to assess the battlefield. Dong-hae realized with dread that its regeneration speed was insane, identical to the recovery patterns of high-tier elite guards. Thinking fast, Dong-hae ordered teams 1 and 2 to swap while the reserves got ready as a stammering Seon-bai called out to Kim Jigyu. He urged Kim Jigyu that they should prepare, but as Kim Jigyu calmly agreed and stepped forward, Seon-bai was left completely stunned. The main character was casually walking straight toward the massive guardian, prompting Yoon Sung-gu to shout out a warning. Kim Jigyu's expression went dead serious as a massive aura erupted around him, locking his eyes onto the target ahead. Closing the distance, Kim Jigyu realized he was right. Everyone who rushed through the tutorial phase had no idea how this thing actually fights. They treat it like a standard boss, completely unaware that its combat behavior is actually quite predictable. Its only real advantages are brute strength and rapid healing, which made him recall an old conversation with that guy from Black Wall. Back then, the man asked Kim Jigyu what he planned to do with those $8, and Kim Jigyu replied he wanted to buy new gear. And right now was the perfect moment to test out the raw power of his newly purchased items. He quickly stepped into a combat stance, knowing this was the ultimate chance to test his newly acquired power. Moving as fast as lightning, Kim Jigyu launched himself straight toward the towering guardian. The beast stood completely frozen as Kim Jigyu unleashed a flawless, rapid barrage of slashes across its body. As he struck, the system screen popped up with the details of his brand new gear, the Hermes boots. Level 45 with 30 strength, 89 dexterity, 12 stamina, 40 magic power, and a massive boost to movement speed, giving him 15% extra movement, 8% more dexterity, and an active skill that grants maximum speed for 5 minutes. He could hit absolute top speed in 3 minutes, while the sliced-up guardian suddenly started oozing a bizarre pitch-black mist. The entire crowd watched in utter disbelief, and the captain yelled out that its regeneration rate was way too high for simple attacks. They needed a single deep blow instead of shallow cuts, advising him to save his stamina for a long battle of attrition. But right then, the captain realized something was off. The monster's fast healing had completely stopped, all thanks to his weapon, Rene. The system showed its incredible stats: level 51, 19 strength, 25 dexterity, 67 stamina, 251 magic power, and passive mana regeneration, along with a heart wound skill which passively cuts the target's speed and halts their natural healing abilities. Yet the guardian still had some fight left, thrashing its arms wildly and leaving the spectators wondering what was going on. They thought its attack pattern had changed, but Kim Jigyu knew better. This was just the random struggling of a cornered beast. It was nothing more than the desperate flailing of a low-tier boss running out of options. Flashing a smug smile, he realized everything was going exactly as planned, prompting him to leap back into the air for another strike. He unleashed another flurry of horizontal and vertical slashes, completely shutting down any chance of a counterattack. The surrounding players could only watch in awe as he carried the entire fight, landing smoothly right after his combo. Kim Jigyu aimed directly at the boss to deliver the final crushing blow, keeping the onlookers completely frozen in absolute suspense. He stood alone against the giant guardian, yet his aura completely dominated the field as both sides charged for a head-on clash. Charging forward, Kim Jigyu noted that the beast's clumsy movements had exposed a glaring weak point in its defense. No matter how high its level scaled, it was still just a basic monster that posed absolutely zero threat to him. His final strike landed perfectly, stunning the crowd as the massive, terrifying creature began to crumble before them. The giant beast was forced to bow its head to the extraordinary warrior, leaving the recovered onlookers buzzing with excitement. He actually defeated it all by himself. A system notification pops up stating that you have defeated a low-level demon. Jisoo stands there dazed, wondering about demons as the system announces his demon-devouring skill has been activated. At that exact moment, the Guardian's corpse explodes, leaving everyone completely frozen in utter disbelief. Its dark blood splatters everywhere, followed by a barrage of urgent system alerts. Jisoo, the self-evolution process of the phoenix, has failed completely. The fragments of that failed phoenix evolution are now being absorbed directly into Jisoo, just as the system predicted. A thick white mist rises from the Guardian's corpse, slowly absorbing into Jisoo. Watching this, Captain Dong-hae is hit with one shock after another. His eyes widen, completely speechless, as he stammers out instructions to everyone. All injured members must focus on recovery. Those who did not participate in the battle, start packing up the remaining luggage. Do not let your guard down and stay focused. The squad quickly responds in unison. With the tasks assigned, Dong-hae approaches our main character. Player Kim Jisoo, can I have a quick private chat with you? Jisoo silently follows the captain, staring at Dong-hae's back while nervously wondering what he wants. Is he going to interrogate me about the missing corpse? The Guardian's body is worth a fortune, but now all the spirit stones and items are gone. He might try to pin it on me, but there is no way he has any solid proof. Still, things are highly unusual, so he can't just jump to conclusions. If that's the case, then... Dong-hae cuts in, interrupting his thoughts. Let me get straight to the point. Do you want to join our bird guild? Jisoo breathes a sigh of relief. So it's just a scout offer. Joo-hee whispers to him, I knew they'd want you. But contrary to her expectations, Jisoo quickly declines. I appreciate the offer, but I don't plan on joining any guild right now. Even the party I am with right now is just a temporary setup to secure a spot in this raid. Dong-hae nods slowly. I understand that's a real shame. But anyway, I'd still like to keep a good relationship with you, Jisoo. He hands over his card, telling him to reach out if he ever needs help. Just contact me. Sorry, it's a bit wrinkled from the fight. Afterward, everyone heads back to the association headquarters. Lively chatter fills the room as everyone is praised for their hard work. Jisoo glances at Seonbai and asks for a quick chat. Seonbai nods. Jisoo continues, explaining that he didn't ask earlier out of sensitivity, but wonders why he didn't join Yoon Sung-goo's kind guild. You have the strength, plenty of potential, and solid connections. You could have easily stood out and succeeded if you had joined. Seonbai laughs it off. Honestly, it's nothing major. I just didn't want people saying I got in through nepotism. I wanted to achieve everything on my own merits. But what about you? Jisoo is taken aback, asking me. Whether back when you were a guide or even now, I feel like Yoon Sung-goo would definitely recruit someone with your level of skill. Jisoo sighs and pauses in deep thought before replying that there is no real reason. Seeing them chatting and laughing together, Kim Han uncuriously asks what they are discussing so seriously, while Yoon Sung-goo chimes in, inviting everyone to grab some delicious food nearby. Jisoo quickly declines, saying he has urgent matters to deal with and needs to head home to pack. Seonbai looks disappointed, muttering about how unfortunate that is, while Kim Han calls out to him, wishing him luck. Jisoo waves goodbye, promising to call them once he is finished. As he walks away, he reminds himself of his next task. He murmurs to himself that he was instructed to give Song-hoon a phone call as soon as the raid wrapped up. Suddenly, his phone buzzes with a new message from Tae-sik. The screen displays a brief but direct note, telling him to make contact after the raid is over. Jisoo quickly heads to Tae-sik's office, where he is spotted immediately. Tae-sik apologizes for calling so late, explaining that the old man, the association president, wants to have dinner with him. Jisoo scratches his head in confusion. The president? That is quite a surprise. Maybe I should have gotten a haircut first. I look too messy right now. Tae-sik reassures him, calling the haircut idea ridiculous before bringing up the president of the Korean Player Association. Beyond his official title, he is entirely a self-made man with most of his private details shrouded in absolute mystery. This giant of the Korean player industry remains an enigma. Jisoo wonders why such a powerful figure wants to meet him, but realizes they are at Tae-sik's place. Tae-sik nods in agreement. He wanted to personally cook for you since he loves culinary arts. Jisoo replies, that is nice, but why are we hosting this at your apartment? Without answering, Tae-sik quietly opens the door and announces their arrival to the old man. The president calls out from inside, welcoming Tae-sik back. Tae-sik glares at the president with deep suspicion in his eyes. How much longer are you going to keep watching that old movie? It has been out for ages. The president angrily tells him to shut up, but notes they arrive right on time. He wonders what is cooking, doubting there are even enough ingredients left. But the president simply tells him to set the table since he brought his own groceries. Staring at the man wearing a simple apron, Kim Gi-ju finally realizes this is indeed the powerful president of the Korean Players Association. The president barks at Tae-shik to clean up this absolute pigsty, then reaches out a hand to Kim Gi-ju with a question. He asks if he is player Kim Gi-ju. Kim saying it is nice to meet him. Kim Gi-ju shyly shakes with both hands and introduces himself. But the moment the words leave his mouth, a sudden heavy pressure hits him. The president's aura feels ready to swallow him whole. Introducing himself as Taegu, the leader of the Korean Players Association, Kim Gi-ju's expression instantly hardens as he thinks to himself. With such an overwhelming aura, it is obvious this man did not get to lead the nation's strongest superhumans by accident. Tae-shik tells him to take it easy, leaving Kim Gi-ju utterly confused. I mean, who wouldn't be? But Taegu just casually urges them to eat. Kim Gi-ju politely thanks them for the meal, digging into the surprisingly delicious dishes prepared by the association's president himself. During dinner, Taegu starts probing, mentioning he has heard plenty from Tae-shik and noting how much the senior has assisted him. With his authority as general manager, right, way too much in fact, Tae-shik quickly steps in to stand up for Kim Gi-ju. He tells the old man to let the kid eat in peace. Taegu fires back, saying Kim Gi-ju can eat while they talk. Taegu claims he is just talking, but Tae-shik snaps back that the kid can barely swallow. Taegu sighs in response. Either way, he wants to offer Kim Gi-ju a job and asks if he is interested. Kim Gi-ju struggles to swallow his rice. Choking on his food, Kim Gi-ju nervously stammers about what kind of job he means. Taegu gets straight to the point: the association wants him. Kim Gi-ju quickly declines, explaining he already told Tae-shik that he has absolutely no intention of joining any organization. Before he can finish, Taegu cuts him off, clarifying that he is actually offering a position as an official association mercenary. Once dinner is over, Kim Gi-ju walks down the street in a daze, his mind completely cluttered with thoughts about the proposal. Prior to leaving, Tae-shik reassured him that even though the old man seemed intense, he had no intention of forcing him. He simply wants to give Kim Gi-ju a formal title, allowing him to easily receive support from the association whenever he needs help. He gets what he deserves. It is not a bad deal, since aligning with a powerful faction holds massive benefits. It brings plenty of support without requiring a full-time commitment. Reflecting on it, Kim Gi-ju has to admit it sounds promising. It is probably a good deal, if Tae-shik says so. But that word alignment reminds him of CMB's final raid question. He thinks about the kind guild that Dong-hae invited him to join, while he is just wandering around at level 1. After all, Kim Sok-woo has already become the leader of one of the top 10 strongest guilds in Korea. Ever since they met, he has been indebted to him. He refuses to be a burden and wants to stand as equals. See you in the tower, Kim Sok-woo. Meanwhile, deep inside the tower, a fierce battle rages as a robed wizard calls out to his armored ally. Damn, he missed. But the armored warrior tells him not to worry. He promises to finish it. Looking at the bright light ahead, he warns his ally that a ferocious tiger is charging right at them. Baring its teeth, the beast lunges, forcing the armored warrior to swing his heavy sword in a desperate bid to slice it down. With the players victorious, the red-robed wizard asks his ally if they should keep moving forward. Since it is already dark outside, the armored warrior suggests hunting 2 more beasts first, as he is incredibly close to leveling up. But is it just me, or is it freezing? The red wizard wonders why, since floor 26 is supposed to have a hot climate. The armored one replies they are likely just at the bottom of the hill. Suddenly, the red wizard gasps in shock. He points out the frozen area below. Look closely, everything at the foot of the hill is completely encased in bone-chilling ice. Kim Sok-woo sits silently amidst a pack of frozen tigers, with his head bowed as a guild member quickly runs up to report. He reports that their target does not seem to be here. Kim Sok-woo calmly acknowledges this, gets up, and addresses his crew. Now he commands them to move on. Meanwhile, outside the tower, the weekly Player Association broadcast is currently airing. The host reveals that last weekend the prestigious Angela Guild made a shocking announcement to clear floor 80. This news sent shockwaves around the globe, especially since Angela is a prime candidate for the top spot worldwide. LT players like Seon Ho and the newly ranked newcomer Jobson have been making massive waves lately. Debuting on the leaderboards last March, they proved once again that Korea is home to some exceptionally powerful high-ranking players. Because of this, the network has prepared a highly anticipated special event featuring the world's most elite rankers. First up is the appearance of a living legend known as Asura, a titan even among other high rankers. He is one of the 5 original players widely recognized as the founding fathers of all elite players today. Honestly, we do not know much about Asura. We have absolutely no information on them, not even their nationality. Their age, their gender, it is all a mystery. Many consider Asura the strongest living being, even ahead of Senyo Lai. Blah blah. Kim Gi-ju watches the broadcast, wondering if the president of the Korean Player Association is really his grandfather. Tae-shik admits it. Kim Gi-ju is amazed, calling him a total silver spoon, though that might be putting it mildly. Tae-shik warns him to keep this top secret. It is classified information after all. Anyway, here, take this. Tae-shik pulls out a ring box, making Kim Gi-ju instantly get goosebumps and ask if this is a proposal for the wrong person. Tae-shik helplessly explains that it is just an identification item issued to official mercenaries. It grants him authority equal to a director. Kim Gi-ju asks if that is true, and Tae-shik says Heo Sung-hoon will explain the details. From today, Heo Sung-hoon will serve as his secretary, granting Kim Gi-ju high-level player privileges regarding everything related to the tower. Clearing gates will be a breeze, and he will receive nice rewards upon completing each mission. Even better, the association will buy back any items he loots during his raids without taking a single cut. On top of that, he can reject any mission he wants. Kim Gi-ju cheers, absolutely thrilled by the sweet deal. Elsewhere, at the Iron Shield New Hope headquarters in America, the guild master gazes out the window into the distant skyline. He asks the man behind him if he wanted a meeting. The man Job nods his head in agreement. Job confirms this, but suddenly Roger's hand coughs violently, prompting the young guildmaster to ask what is wrong. Roger's hand's eyes turn bloodshot as he desperately begs to be sent to South Korea immediately. He begs, offering anything in return, but before he can even finish, the guild master readily agrees. He decides to open a branch in Korea and appoint him as director, letting him do whatever he wants. He even promises him revenge and the Holy Sword, number 9, which sends Roger's hand into a state of pure excitement. Roger's Han repeatedly thanks him while the guild master silently plots, hoping Roger's Han will serve as his perfect stepping stone. He wants him to be a stepping stone for his revenge against the Demon Lord, promising to tear his target apart. His right leg is actually one of the specimens, and now Ellie has gained the Lord title. Level 89. Strength is at 130, agility is 132, stamina is 147, and magic is 122. The Holy Sword Lord can reflect 5% of Holy Sword damage and absorb any Holy Swords weaker than Kallian. It can even prevent fatal blows once keeping him alive. Later, while riding inside the car, Kim Gi-ju starts wondering. Kim Gi-ju asks Ellie how to find more Holy Swords, since she grew much stronger after absorbing Kallian. Ellie apologizes, admitting that while her power has awakened, her memories are still far from complete. Kim Gi-ju sighs, turning to ask Lu if he figured out how to use those ego fragments yet. He refers to the fragments taken from Chan Ki-on, asking how Lu feels after absorbing Faz's ego. Before they can discuss any changes, Heo Sung-hoon suddenly interrupts the main character's private conversation. Kim Gi-ju awkwardly smiles, asking his new secretary if he got a haircut recently. Heo Sung-hoon admits he trimmed his messy hair, while Lu whispers that the guy acts like he can hear them. Kim Gi-ju dismisses the idea, but when he asks Lu about the fragments, Lu bluntly admits he has no clue. Kim Gi-ju sighs, wondering why he expected anything else. He then turns to ask Heo Sung-hoon where they are headed. Heo Sung-hoon calmly replies that they are heading to a highly unusual gate located in Yosu. The gate constantly fluctuates between rank F and C, and Kim Gi-ju only needs to clear it. Kim Gi-ju admits he is a bit nervous for his first mercenary mission, but Heo Sung-hoon quickly reassures him. Since their goal is only to gather information and Heo Sung-hoon is coming along, Kim Gi-ju suddenly remembers something. He panics about his baby potatoes back home, wondering when they even got onto the highway. Meanwhile, Heo Sung-hoon mentions that the Mercenary Association assigns official code names to all their members. Still crying over his potatoes, Kim Gi-ju asks if he means cool aliases like the Demon Lord or Asura. He admits he has never heard of this practice before, so Heo Sung-hoon continues to explain. It was decided during this morning's meeting. Kim Gi-ju wonders why they chose it themselves, but Heo Sung-hoon reveals his alias is Chaser. Kim Gi-ju is completely dazed, realizing it is the exact same name Kim Seonbai's team gave him by coincidence. Those kids are going to love it, but looking over Heo Sung-hoon is just laughing hysterically. Kim Gi-ju asks in a huff why he keeps laughing, and after walking for what feels like forever, the two finally reach their destination, a teleportation gate waiting right before them. While Kim Gi-ju is grabbing a quick bite, a stranger suddenly approaches him. It is an absolute honor to finally meet the successor. He introduces himself as the branch director of the Jeju Player Association, but Kim Gi-ju awkwardly waves his hand, telling the man to raise his head. Kim Gi-ju suggests just using his actual name. Heo Sung-hoon burst out laughing again. Annoyed, Kim Gi-ju loudly barks back at his friend to stop. The director explains the situation to Kim Gi-ju, noting that this particular gate appeared a few days ago and was immediately classified as highly unique. No one has stepped inside yet. Heo Sung-hoon strokes his chin, muttering that their first goal is simply scouting exactly as originally planned. Asked about their current manpower, the director reassures him. They can easily assemble a competent raid squad if requested. It would be a B-rank squad, and the necessary gear is already gathered in the office. Everything is set. Once they are ready, they can depart immediately. But the director panics the moment he sees Kim Gi-ju walking toward the gate. Wait player Kim Gi-ju, that is a unique gate. He warns Kim Gi-ju that jumping in recklessly is far too dangerous. Ignoring the warnings, Kim Gi-ju walks straight to the portal and quietly asks his two egos, Lu and L, if they are absolutely sure about this. Both egos confidently confirm their stance, and with that reassurance, Kim Gi-ju does not hesitate to reach out and touch the swirling gate. And just like that, Kim Gi-ju steps directly inside. Talk about a reckless move. The crowd outside instantly erupts in pure panic. They frantically try to contact headquarters and call for backup from nearby guilds, completely blindsided by the sudden turn of events. They thought they had more time, but inside, Kim Ji-ju is already reading the notifications popping up on his system interface. Lu and L chime in to remind Kim Ji-ju that this entire gate is actually a living ego, just as they had suspected. Meanwhile, Kim Ji-ju hits the accept link button, causing a thick black aura to spill from the gate and terrify the onlookers outside. Word comes in that backup is 15 minutes away. Outside, Hyo Sung-hoon continues to desperately shout for Kim Gi-ju to get back. Meanwhile, Kim Ji-gyu remains fully focused on linking up with the core specimen. Kim Gi-ju wonders if this gate is truly another ego, and though he half expected it, the timing is still incredibly tight. Hearing Hyo Sung-hoon frantically shouting his name, Kim Gi-ju is suddenly grabbed as his friend rushes over and drags him away from the portal. Hyo Sung-hoon warns him about the danger, leaving Kim Gi-ju blushing and completely flustered as he stammers out Hyo Sung-hoon's name. The onlookers can only stare in awkward silence, completely confused by the strange scene. Soon after, authorities set up heavy barricades around the gate, keeping it under strict 24/7 guard. Inside a temporary container office, Hyo Sung-hoon rests his chin on his hand, dryly teasing Kim Gi-ju about his latest stunt. Kim Gi-ju is left completely speechless, and honestly, can you blame him? Hyo Sung-hoon keeps teasing him about causing gate ruptures on demand. He jokingly asks if Kim Gi-ju will control the monsters next, leaving our hero scratching his head in sheer embarrassment. Kim Gi-ju simply shrugs, claiming he had no idea either. Hyo Sung-hoon sighs deeply and asks what actually happened in there. Outside, onlookers whisper among themselves. The gate looks normal now, but was that really a dangerous rupture? Inside the container, Kim Gi-ju tells Hyo Sung-hoon that while he might have a hunch, this is still his very first time experiencing it. He explains that he cannot share the details, but it likely involves his unique skill, making Hyo Sung-hoon close his eyes in thought. Hyo Sung-hoon agrees that pressing for details on a unique skill is rude. He quickly changes the subject, handing over an item. Kim Gi-ju examines the strange piece, asking what it is, and Hyo Sung-hoon proudly explains it is a traditional Korean mask. He painted the lips himself, warning that since the gate nearly ruptured, the surrounding area is packed. Urgently summoned players and reporters are flooding the area. If Kim Gi-ju wants to avoid the news, he needs a solid disguise. He advises Kim Gi-ju to wear it in public, though Kim Gi-ju can only sigh at his friend's incredibly questionable taste and style. Hyo Sung-hoon complains that it was extremely hard to find. Kim Gi-ju mutters that he was actually referring to the terrible lipstick job. Following a tense hour-long meeting, the authorities finally reach a decision to let Kim Gi-ju enter the gate entirely alone. Despite a few objections, the association manages to settle everything smoothly, proving their absolute authority in these matters. Right before he steps through, Hyo Sung-hoon carefully asks if Kim Gi-ju is truly going to be fine alone, receiving a confident nod. Kim Gi-ju explains it relates to his unique ability, advising the team to simply stay on standby outside just in case. Once inside, Kim Gi-ju immediately resumes the interrupted connection process, officially hitting the accept option on his screen. A blinding light erupts as Kim Gi-ju is slowly pulled inside, revealing a pitch-black night sky waiting on the other side. The silent atmosphere is eerie, and the sound of Kim Gi-ju's footsteps instantly draws the attention of nearby hidden beasts. The system displays a trial to prove his worthiness, prompting Kim Gi-ju to shout out his readiness to his two companion egos. He thinks Lu and L only need names, but the gates might be different. Hearing this, Lu speaks up immediately. "You make us look so cheap," Kim Gi-ju says. He puts his mask away and admits he is not sure what is happening, but they just need to clear it. Lu adds that he does not know either, but tells Kim Gi-ju to just destroy everything and then see what happens. Kim Gi-ju suddenly shivers, muttering that this creepy place is honestly just too much to handle. They should clean it up fast. Elle finally speaks up, saying she senses the presence of a damp and heavy magic, wet and dreary. Lu agrees, though Kim Gi-ju thinks the place is actually fine. First, head to the area with the absolute highest concentration of magic, Lu suggests. "Master, no need." As Lu speaks, the ground beneath them suddenly violently ruptures. An explosion shakes the heavens. As the tremors intensify, countless skeleton soldiers begin clawing their way out of the dirt. Kim Gi-ju watches warily, recognizing them as skeleton soldiers. But then the rapid sound of thundering hooves catches his attention. He instantly recognizes a headless knight. It is his first time seeing a real one, but he finds it quite absurd. Throwing a sub-boss at him right away feels a bit extreme. He immediately summons his two trusted partners, L and Lu. Speed up. The two clones obey instantly. With a few swift strikes, they clash. The skeleton soldiers are instantly shredded. Usually in a fight like this, the smartest move is taking out the leader first. He charges at the headless knight with his sword raised. But Lu instantly throws a harsh reality check at him. But master, he has no head. Still, the headless knight aggressively swings its massive spear at him anyway. It clashes directly with Kim Giju. As the moon climbs higher, the damp, eerie atmosphere grows incredibly tense. After clearing the skeletons and the knight, they arrive at a graveyard. Lu warns him that something feels very strange here. Kim Giju asks what she means. Lu explains that the skeletons were weak enough, but even that headless sub-boss felt off. They are way too weak for the massive magical pressure this gate is giving off. Kim Giju completely agrees. They are much weaker than expected, but why? Suddenly, his eyes lock onto a massive grave standing right ahead. It sits right in the middle of the path, and we all know what that means. Lu warns him to stay cautious. There must be a reason why that headless knight was so weak. Like maybe something is draining its power. What if all the magic power in this gate is actually concentrated inside the main boss? Right as she speaks, it happens. The boss finally appears. It lets out a creepy bone-chilling rasp as Kim Gi-ju watches. He wonders if this creature only spawns in high-rank gates or from level 60 onward. Judging by its appearance, it is highly likely. He is absolutely certain this monster is a necromancer. Suddenly, the creature speaks, asking if Kim Gi-ju is the one. So you are the one who desires to become my master, it asks. This question catches Kim Gi-ju off guard. Stunned, Kim Gi-ju hesitates. The boss raises its hand, pointing a finger directly at his face, demanding an answer once more. It demands to know if he truly wishes to be its master. Kim Gi-ju narrows his eyes, deeply confused. How on earth does a gatekeeper boss speak with a system voice? The necromancer points at Kim Gi-ju, repeating the question. It asks again if he wants to be its master. Kim Gi-ju senses something is wrong with this system voice gatekeeper. He raises his voice, confirming he is indeed here to conquer this gate. Then he throws a question right back. He asks if the monster itself is the gate. Confused, the tongueless necromancer somehow clicks its tongue in annoyance. Exactly, the gate. I am the true master of this crumbling, forgotten ruin. Kim Gi-ju frowns at its voice. He notices the creature's hand is starting to flicker and glitch like bad static. Kim Gi-ju realizes something is wrong. Attack, we have to make the first move. Both clones obey instantly. Meanwhile, a dark energy radiates heavily from the necromancer. It demands he prove himself worthy. Instantly, a massive wave of dark magic erupts from its staff. The dark power condenses into a massive sphere shooting straight at him. He grits his teeth, cursing. It is too late to dodge. A massive explosion rips through the ruins, leaving Kim Gi-ju coughing heavily in the dust. He spits out a mouthful of blood. Damn it. Lu warns him to stay on guard because the enemy is coming. Wiping blood and dust from his face, Kim Gi-ju grunts. I know. He is ready. Countless magical arrows materialize and hover around the necromancer. Is this really all he has got? The monster calmly replies that it has barely even started yet. The arrows rain down on Kim Gi-ju, completely shattering the earth around him. Ji-woo barely managed to dodge the previous rain of arrows, but another wave is already coming his way. He immediately activates Speed Boost to escape. The necromancer does not care about these petty struggles at all, muttering that it is quite useless. Ji-woo successfully dodges the third wave of arrows. He knows dropping his guard means death, so he carefully times his next move. I am counting on you, Dark Sword. Lu, he thinks. Leaning far back, the main character tells him not to worry. Ji-woo says his grenade-throwing practice went pretty well last time. Lu panics, begging him to wait and hoping he does not mean what he thinks. The Dark Sword lets out a 7-tone scream as the wind rushes past. Lu is thrown and slams heavily into the ground. The blade still vibrates from the impact. Lu curses his master, but Ji-woo just steps heavily onto the sword, casually apologizing while the sword yells at him. Using the rebound force of the blade, Ji-woo launches himself high into the air and recalls his weapon. Lu shrinks back into ring form, and the moment Ji-woo closes the distance on the necromancer, he summons the dark sword again. Ji-woo slashes downward, telling the enemy to take this, but the necromancer blocks it with his staff. Having blocked the strike, he sneers, mocking Ji-woo as a mere mortal who dares to dream of becoming his master. The boss says this is not nearly enough, but he cannot finish his sentence. Ji-woo spins around in mid-air, revealing his true trick as the blade cuts deeply into the necromancer. The monster roars as wild magic surges. Ji-woo leaps backward to avoid the counterattack while the necromancer lets out a low guttural growl. Clutching the deep gash on his chest, he stares directly at the glowing holy sword. The boss mutters that the weapon is quite troublesome. Suddenly, glowing blue lines appear in Ji-woo's eyes, reflecting a new danger. Right above him, the boss has conjured a massive magic arrow rain, and this time the sheer volume forms a full-scale magic circle. Ji-woo curses. Lu warns they cannot dodge this, but the holy sword Ao eagerly asks to be swung instead. Eo promises to block the attack. Then the heavy rain of magic arrows pours down, targeting Jiwoo as their sole mark. Jiwoo shouts to go and Eo readily complies. Lu complains about being left out as Jiwoo swings the holy sword to shatter the incoming arrows. He tells Lu that dark attributes are useless here. Lu protests, arguing that those petty dark arrows are absolutely nothing compared to his true power. Jiwoo tries to calm him down, saying there is no time to argue about uncertain things right now. Arrows graze right past him. It is pretty tense seeing them speed up, making everyone wonder if he can even hold out. Jiwoo grits his teeth hard. With no other choice, he has to gamble, asking Lu if he is absolutely sure about this. Lu gives a highly confident reply. Jiwoo summons the dark sword, trusting him as he uses Lu to block an incoming arrow. A system alert sounds. Lu is absorbing dark energy and his consciousness is finally beginning to awaken. The system mentions the Lord of the Dark Blade, leaving Jiwoo completely startled. The system prompts him to make a sacrifice to fully awaken the sword. Suddenly, energy gathers around the blood jewel on the blade. The eye on the sword glows intensely, releasing a massive wave of energy that forms a giant sphere of blood-red light. A dark red hue completely blankets the sky. The necromancer is terrified, wondering how a mere mortal could possibly do this. His cold eyes glint. The necromancer looks at Jiwoo with a new level of respect, realizing he is not just all talk, but he still refuses to accept the boy. Raising two hands to start a summoning ritual, he calls for the final test. Legions of zombies begin clawing their way out of the dirt. One after another, countless undead rise to fill the battlefield. They pile high beneath the necromancer, climbing on top of each other to form a giant pillar of squirming corpses. Jiwoo stares at the horrific sight. He still has so many questions about this whole Lord thing, but time is clearly up. Since he is out of time, Lu snorts in agreement, his glowing crimson eyes opening wide as if ready for battle. A massive giant of corpses forms and the necromancer stands proudly on its head. Jiwoo looks up at the towering undead golem. The golem raises a massive fist and slams it down, causing a violent tremor. Jiwoo is immediately swallowed by a thick cloud of dust. The boss boasts that since attributes are useless here, he will simply crush him with sheer, overwhelming physical weight. But a bright light pierces the dust, making the necromancer gasp in sudden shock. The golem's arm is sliced into countless pieces. Jiwoo charges straight at the boss as the giant arm made of corpses completely disintegrates. Jiwoo demands to know if he is finally worthy of the gateway now. The necromancer looks up slightly, completely stunned. His dark eye sockets widen as the dark sword slices right through him. The boss finally accepts him as his new master. A system message confirms the gateway has accepted the link, prompting him to name it as energy ripples across the battlefield. Gray smoke rises from the necromancer's fading body. The system repeats the prompt, asking him to name the newly bound gate. Jigyu whispers a name under his breath as dark energy swells behind him. He watches the shadow mass gather into the black blade. What kind of king is this now? Lu lets out a strained low growl. The ego is overwhelmed by a massive surge of power. Bitter cackling fills the air. He mocks his master, asking if he can finally see the true Lu. Did you think I would just stand by and watch that holy sword surpass me? Lu laughs like a maniac. Jigyu barks a frantic question, but no real answer comes. Only bizarre, twisted laughter echoes in the chamber. The eerie laughter slowly dies down. Knowing Lu is calm, Jigyu asks if he went too far. The ego sounds completely confused, wondering what he did. L chimes in, explaining that Lu is simply confused. Jigyu frowns at this, wondering why, as L prepares to explain further. Shut up, Lu snaps angrily, telling her to stop speaking of useless things before transforming back into a quiet ring. The tired ego mutters about needing some rest. Jigyu sighs and agrees, deciding to save as many questions for later. L slips back onto his finger too. Restless Jigyu rests his chin and starts planning. The system window still hovers. He must name the gate. Closing his eyes, he focuses deeply as a fragment of memory surfaces, the fading image of Brunhart. Jigyu opens his eyes with a firm decision, declaring the gate's name as Brunhart as the system announcement echoes. The warnings are very real now. Authorities officially verify a gate breakout, urging citizens to follow the association agents. Everyone must evacuate immediately. This is not a drill. With the confirmed breach, the association's elite response team quickly mobilizes. It has been a long time since a gate ruptured. They report the threat level is highly unstable, fluctuating rapidly between F and C rank. A unique gate that is ridiculous. Oh Tae-shik steps out of his vehicle and demands to know the backup plan. Sung-hoon quickly reports that nearby guilds have been alerted and their elite strike teams are already on the way. When Oh Tae-shik asks if the civilian evacuation is complete, Sung-hoon checks the live data and assures him everything is running smoothly. They estimate another 30 minutes, but Oh Tae-shik sternly demands they finish in 10. Sung-hoon quickly promises to pass on the order. He admits to being anxious, noting that the biggest obstacle right now is the uncooperative crowd of journalists. With some of them being former active players, they completely ignore authority. Oh Tae-shik grits his teeth in pure frustration. Ignore them. Oh Tae-shik growls if they want to die, let them. Sung-hoon silent nods, chilled by his leader's grim expression. The threat of this gate breakout is incredibly severe. Their current forces are stretched thin. He glares toward the massive gate. If a full breach actually occurs, it means something went horribly wrong. It means Jigyu failed to survive. Right on cue, the calm blue portal suddenly shifts to a menacing bloody red. Spatial tears rip open across the air. A full breakout is happening and Oh Tae-shik loudly orders everyone to prepare for battle. Unsheathing his weapon, he bitterly blames his own incompetence for failing Jigyu. With a fierce battle cry, Oh Tae-shik charges forward alone. He ignores Sung-hoon, desperately calling him back. Grief turns to raw fury as he prepares to avenge his friend. He vows to slaughter the monsters with his own hands. Behind him, the entire squad focuses on the terrifying red gate. Oh Tae-shik bellows Giju's name with all his remaining strength. But then a simple sneaker steps out onto the pavement accompanied by a confused yawn. Giju blinks at the blur passing right by him. He asks if they were calling his name, leaving Oh Tae-shik utterly dumbfounded. Oh Tae-shik tries to twist around mid-air in sheer shock. Unable to break in time, he can only scream at the absolute idiot. Right in front of dozens of gasping onlookers, Oh Tae-shik crashes face first into the dirt. Giju just stands there entirely clueless. He scratches his head in confusion, but a sudden barrage of blinding camera flashes immediately ruins his vision. Reporters push forward in a frenzy. They scream at him to show his face, desperate to capture this historic moment. They shout about a player who closed a collapsing red gate entirely on his own, completely swarming Giju for an interview. They bombard him with questions about his ring. Panicking, Giju pushes past them, unaware that a powerful gaze is watching from a nearby building. Inside a private office, the association president clasped his hands, staring intently at the young man before him. He asks if that secret is the source of Giju's power. Sung-hoon fidgets, nervously wondering if he is even allowed to hear this. A unique attribute is not just some random skill. Oh Tae-shik reassures his tense secretary, explaining that he trusts him completely. He adds that he never would have made him his secretary otherwise. Turning to Giju, he asks him what happened next. Jigyu hesitates, explaining that since this was his very first time, he is not entirely sure of the details himself. The gate apparently claimed it was balancing the environment and stopped responding. Jigyu suspects something went wrong during closure. Oh Tae-shik chews thoughtfully and prepares to ask more. What about the ego called the Lu? The chairman asks, since it is quiet but exceeding its limits. Kim Jigyu answers. It is silent, but he can still use its abilities like normal. The chairman nods, calling it good news. He sighs in sheer disbelief at the thought of a player owning gates. If this secret gets out, the entire world goes crazy. But he quickly reassures the boy. He tells him not to worry. The association has already handled the press. The media will never know. Kim Jigyu thanks him right as his phone begins to buzz. He excuses himself to answer the urgent call. The chairman simply waves his hand, telling him to go ahead. Kim Jigyu steps aside. He answers, noting he is in the middle of a very important talk. Hearing silence, he asks who it is. Finally, a voice asks if that was him on television. Confused, Kim Jigyu confirms it. The caller laughs, pointing out his signature ring and necklace. He asks about the bizarre mask. Meanwhile, Oh Tae-shik notices Hyo Sung-hoon's phone is ringing too. Both Hyo Sung-hoon and the chairman receive urgent calls at the exact same moment. Is it from the association? Oh Tae-shik pulls his phone out next. News is spreading fast about a mysterious hero who stopped a gate outbreak. The friend asks if they can brag about knowing him, but since Kim Jigyu remains completely silent, the caller wonders if he is still there. As the friend keeps calling his name, Kim Jigyu turns around to find everyone staring at him. Oh Tae-shik's expression turns incredibly heavy. The news flash from Amazing Out News reports a mysterious hero who single-handedly prevented a massive disaster. They wonder if a high-level player has just emerged. Unfortunately, Kim Jiju's cover is blown. An image of his masked face is printed clearly below the headline, and the story is spreading rapidly. Someone asks what is going on. Sujeong is grinning ear to ear, unable to hide her excitement. She waves it off excitedly, bragging that she simply trained her student exceptionally well. Most hunter reporters are retired players who gather inside scoops about the towers and active hunters. Later, while washing dishes together, Oh Tae-shik admits he had absolutely no control over those aggressive journalists. He apologizes to Kim Jigyu, sighing deeply that they got extremely unlucky because a troublesome reporter leaked everything. A troublemaker apparently snuck into the press pack. When Kim Jigyu curiously asks who Oh Tae-shik explains, the guy is Go Hyung-ju. He was a highly ranked notorious player before retiring to write gossip articles. Oh Tae-shik warns him to stay far away from that reporter. Kim Jigyu nods, promising to be very careful. Over at the Great Eastgate shop, the ego of judgment mocks Kim Jigyu for suddenly wanting to collect items. It calls him a selfish master craving egos. Hearing this, Kim Gi-ju cannot help but chuckle. He feels a bit lonely. But Lu would definitely say something similar if he were awake. The ego Leo apologizes sadly. He admits he would never dare speak to his master with such disrespect. Kim Gi-ju tells him it is fine. Meanwhile, Huang rests his chin, asking what he is whispering. Kim Gi-ju scratches his head nervously, but Huang laughs, mentioning he saw the news of his sudden fame. He recognized the tear and hermit immediately, jokingly asking if he should pay him for the free promo. Kim Gi-ju smiles weakly. This is exactly why he came, making Huang ask if he really wants cash. Our hero explains that things have gotten too crazy, so he wants to keep a low profile. He needs something to hide his face. Huang assumes he wants a mask, though he admits the broadcasted one looked terrible. Kim Gi-ju objects. But the old blacksmith completely ignores his words. He tells him he has nothing like that here, forcing Kim Gi-ju to sigh and repeat his request. He clarifies that he is not seeking a mask, nor did he buy that ugly thing. Huang tilts his head. When asked what he needs, Kim Gi-ju explains that both the egos and masks are too easily recognized. The mask is easy to ditch, and thankfully the media has not really noticed his tear yet. However, those highly visible rings are essential to his build, so he needs a clever way to conceal them. Huang understands, pointing towards some leather gloves and heavy iron gauntlets. He invites him to check out his custom creations, so Kim Gi-ju walks over to inspect them. He managed to link with Brunhart after multiple failed attempts, though bonding with Tyr and Hermit was far easier. If Kim Gi-ju remembered correctly, his increased capacity to possess egos was the reason, and L answered to confirm it. L agreed, explaining that before his possession capacity was only enough to hold both L and Turtle. But compared to back then, Kim Gi-ju was far stronger now. Realizing L might have sounded rude, the ego quickly apologized, claiming they did not mean he was weak before. Maybe the other egos just did not like the names Kim Gi-ju gave them. He chuckled wryly, telling L that there was no need to comfort him. He stared intently at the items. Everything looked fine, but he knew he should not pick anything with a flashy design. Where was it? His eyes were drawn to a specific piece. Reaching out, Kim Gi-ju chose it, earning silent praise from Huang Ji-chuol for his excellent taste. Kim Gi-ju began the binding process, naming the item Obizon. Instantly, the gauntlet began to glow. Accepting the name Kim Gi-ju gave it, the system notified him that he had successfully linked with the ego Obizon. Now that he could access Obizon's stats, Kim Gi-ju clenched and unclenched his fist to test the gauntlet's flexibility as Huang Ji-chuol asked how they felt. Kim Gi-ju honestly admitted it felt a bit strange, but he would get used to them before opening Obizon's status screen. It showed level 27 strength, 40 dexterity, 30 health, 12 magic power, 8 with disguise and force skills. Kim Gi-ju was amazed. It had perfect options for an iron gauntlet, and the information window continued to display them. With force boosting his temporary strength, Kim Gi-ju wondered if he could still summon Turtle and L while wearing it. Normal gloves usually broke when summoning them, making regular gear useless. He decided to test it by calling Turtle and L. 2 rings beneath the iron gauntlet glowed, and 2 swords appeared in Kim Gi-ju's hands. Huang Ji-chuol sat up straight, praising the impressive weapons. Kim Ji-ju saw that the gauntlet was completely intact. Summoning worked fine, but here's the real test: can he hide the rings? Even if this iron gauntlet was just for show, Kim Gi-ju mentally activated disguise and recalled the swords. The rings completely vanished from view. Staring at the gauntlet, Kim Gi-ju was quite satisfied, thinking he could easily wear it every single day. He turned to Huang Ji-chuol, asking how much for the amazing gear, but Huang Ji-chuol simply waved his hand. Kim Gi-ju was confused when told he did not need to pay until Huang Ji-chuol proposed a condition to help him whenever needed. Could Kim Gi-ju help him just once? The next day, at the Alliance lobby on the first floor, reporters completely surrounded the entrance. They demanded to know if they were Alliance secret agents, leaving Kim Gi-ju wondering what all the commotion was about. Sung-hun explained that journalists had been bothering them lately ever since the news about that day broke. They came every day searching for the mass ranker, Sung-hun emphasized. The one who made quite a scene during his very first mission. Kim Gi-ju felt a pang of guilt and began to contemplate. Kim Gi-ju suggested taking a break from climbing the tower to inspect some gates instead, but Sung-hun immediately declined. Confused by his refusal, Kim Gi-ju listened as Sung-hun laughed, explaining that the press believed player Kim Gi-ju was a high-level ranker, so they were waiting on the upper floors of the tower. But for Kim Gi-ju, it was fine since the reporters only patrolled those higher levels anyway. Kim Gi-ju glared at him, asking if he was mocking him, but Sung-hun denied it. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the tower, dark blood dripped. Dripping slowly from his gauntlet, Kim Gi-ju recalled Huang Ji-chuol's words, asking for his help at any moment. Could he help just once? Kim Gi-ju knew Huang Ji-chuol would never underestimate the value of the items he personally crafted. He took immense pride in his work, meaning the favor would likely be extremely difficult. Suddenly, a voice echoed, asking if Kim Gi-ju was their master. Startled, Kim Gi-ju spun around and asked L if he heard that. Confused, L asked what he was talking about. Kim Ji-ju explained that he thought he heard someone talking about a master, and right then the voice echoed once more. The voice challenged whoever claimed to be their master to call their name. Kim Gi-ju asked L if he heard it. L guessed it might be the awakening Lu, but Kim Gi-ju shook his head. The voice was completely different, and it wanted Kim Gi-ju to call its name. Suddenly, a thought struck Kim Gi-ju, and he spoke a name out loud: Brunhart. A magical orb appeared reflecting Kim Gi-ju's image inside. He felt a deep, strange sense of familiarity with it, though he could not explain why. As a cold breeze swept past, a terrifying memory flashed through his mind, the embarrassing moment where he had almost lost his own underwear. Kim Gi-ju's eyes widened in sheer panic as the trauma resurfaced. He curled up, clutching his clothes tightly while a desperate scream echoed through the entire forest. Inside the orb, his reflection showed him huddling in a corner, completely traumatized by the memory. After a long silence with no further movement, Kim Gi-ju cautiously opened one eye. The orb and the hunter simply stared at each other in silence. The system notified him that Brunhart's form was still undecided, requesting him to choose a form for it. Kim Ji-ju stared warily at the entity. L asked what was wrong, but Kim Ji-ju could not admit that he was traumatized by the Lu. So he brushed it off, saying it was nothing, while the system repeated that Brunhart's form remained undecided. Once the main character gets his head straight, he realizes things are a bit different from last time. Time to decide Brunhart's form, Io tells him. Kim Gi-ju asks if she knows what to do, and Io guides him, telling him to place his hand on the orb and visualize his desired form. Kim Gi-ju steps closer, wondering if it'll actually work. Placing his hand on the sphere, he focuses on his deepest wish. Closing his two eyes, Kim Gi-ju thinks of Brunhart. They have only been together a short while, but the spirit has saved him time and again. Until his dying day, his only wish is to keep having that protection. He wants Brunhart by his side, shielding him. A bright light erupts from the sphere, shrinking rapidly before flying straight toward the young man's chest. Stunned, Kim Ji-ju presses his hand against his chest, right where the fading glow still lingers. He jokes about looking like Iron Man, but then a gentle voice calls him master, making him jump. The voice is incredibly lively, expressing pure joy at being able to accompany him again, leaving Kim Gi-ju completely puzzled by those words. A sudden thought hits him. He opens the status screen to find Brunhart is now classified as an ego with inherited memories. Inherited memories, Kim Gi-ju mutters, wondering if this is truly the same Brunhart he knows. Meanwhile, the spirit starts whining like a little kid. The spirit eagerly confirms its identity, clinging to him and expressing how thrilled it is to be reunited with its master. Kim Gi-ju quietly welcomes Brunhart back, but in his mind he admits this lively personality is a far cry from what he expected. He always pictured his protector as a silent, stoic knight. Instead, he got this rather childish voice. Activating the merge, the light of Brunhart wraps around him, prompting Io to step up and friendly welcome the newcomer. Brunhart chirps happily, remembering Io instantly and sharing in the overall excitement. Looking at the info panel, Kim Gi-ju realizes this is a true soul merger rather than a simple accessory. By wrapping his wish in a blessing, the spirit inherited the consciousness of its former name along with Brunhart's signature reflection skill. The screen displays E-rank gate ego with 30 points in both strength and agility. Stamina and magic power are also at 30 alongside skills like merge, reflection, absorption, domination, and open. With close also unlocked, Kim Gi-ju figures these new abilities must stem from the spirit's original nature back when it was a gate. Kim Gi-ju praises his partner and the little spirit boasts proudly, asking if it did a good job. Kim Gi-ju just smiles. He decides to test things out, unleashing the skills as a whole week passes with him, continuously grinding up the tower. He spends his time studying the states of his various egos, focusing first on Brunhart's new open and close skills. These allow him to open and close gates at will, though ironically, he still cannot actually step inside them himself. The monsters inside do not take orders either, as an undead knight swings at him only to lose its head in one clean slash. Still, he admits this ability is incredibly useful, essentially giving him the terrifying power to trigger a massive dungeon break once he fully masters it. He orders it closed, knowing this potential power could easily elevate him beyond any normal human limits. Next up are Absorption and Domination, two unique abilities directly tied to Brunhart's evolution. Through Absorption, the spirit can grow by consuming other gates, paving the way for massive strength. He can dominate lower rank gates after absorbing them, which gives Kim Gi-ju a pretty solid understanding of how it all works. Brunhart chimes in to clarify that this power only applies to gates that Kim Gi-ju currently owns. Kim Gi-ju rubs his chin, realizing there are likely strict limits to this, making him want to test it immediately. But that has to wait because a massive boss just appeared, the formidable guardian of the 28th floor. Facing down the giant bear guardian, Kim Gi-ju smirks, noting he's only hunted weak underlings for the past week. He deserves a real challenge after all, just as the beast lunges forward with its razor-sharp claws. Aiming straight for his chest, Kim Gi-ju immediately activates his gauntlet skill to boost his physical defense. With a loud boom, his Hermes boots flare to life, allowing him to completely stop the massive claw dead in its tracks. Kim Gi-ju grins, calling it a decent warm-up before unleashing two clean slashes of sword energy that draw dark blood from the beast. The massive bear roars in absolute fury, but Kim Gi-ju only grows more thrilled, easily leaping back to evade the incoming strikes. The beast relentlessly pursues him. Dodge after dodge, Kim Gi-ju stays one step ahead while the Guardian madly gives chase. Smirking, Kim Gi-ju intentionally steps right into the path of the giant claws to trigger his reflection skill, shaking the entire forest. The ground tears open and the lush grass is completely obliterated as Kim Gi-ju calmly walks up to the struggling beast. He muses that these guardians are huge, but once you get used to the scale, they are much easier to handle. This upgraded reflection skill is incredibly effective, and Brunhart proudly asks if it did a great job. Kim Gi-ju praises him, promising to feed him soon, which makes Brunhart so excited he nearly flies away. As the sharp blade strikes down, the system announces that the Lu is absorbing grizzly bear blood. Kim Gi-ju feels a bit disappointed that only a single crystal dropped with absolutely no gear in sight. Still, selling the monster's carcass should fetch a decent price, assuming the association can handle the report. On second thought, he decides to keep his promise, opening the gate and tossing the crystal inside. Over the past week, he learned something new about Brunhart when the system announced the gate acquired a skill. The monsters inside are now heavily buffed, proving the gate itself can grow by absorbing crystals. Closing the gate, Kim Gi-ju is now fully familiar with Brunhart's abilities and has mastered their synergy. His stamina and speed buffs are dialed in even with the Lu still asleep. While the Lu's power is preserved and L keeps leveling up, he wonders if he should head straight to floor 30. He decides to make that choice on floor 29, where he arrives to find a brown-cloaked leader frowning. The leader demands to know if these outlaws recognize them, only for the enemy boss to arrogantly scoff back. Boasting about their own reputation, the outlaws provoke the furious brown-cloaked leader, making a clash inevitable. Ordering an all-out attack on the criminals, the team charges while Kim Gi-ju grows suspicious at the distant noise. Hearing the commotion, Kim Gi-ju suspects a player fight and Brunhart suggests they go check it out. Kim Gi-ju waves it off, refusing to meddle, but a sudden flash of light shoots directly toward his position. Clutching his wounded arm, the brown-cloaked captain curses at the enemies for daring to attack them. Mentioning the Kane Guild only makes the black-cloaked captain pick his ear, complaining about how annoying they are. He dismisses them as mere hostages, demanding they bring their guild master forward instead of wasting his time. Still boasting about dragging Seo-gu to this spot, the smug leader is cut off mid-sentence. Kim Gi-ju grabs him by the head, slamming him hard into the dirt with a bone-chilling glare and a racing heart. Adrenaline floods his veins as Kim Gi-ju repeatedly slams the thug's head straight into the ground, bones cracking under the impact. Murderous intent flares as dark memories flash in his mind, prompting Kim Gi-ju to grab the thug's hair and pull himself together. Recognizing the thug's face, Kim Gi-ju looks at the rest, wondering why the ambush guild is targeting the Kane Guild. Glaring like wild beasts, one of the thugs bellows at his comrades to attack, pointing out Kim Gi-ju is completely alone. Fighting to suppress the overwhelming rage, threatening to swallow his sanity, Kim Gi-ju forces himself to breathe. Clueless to the looming danger, the thugs close in to finish him, but they barely take a single step forward. Several sharp slashes sweep through the air as Kim Gi-ju yields to his dark impulses, taking a life for the first time. He swings his blade without a shred of hesitation, feeling the raw impact of the cut as his heart pounds. Activating the skill on his Hermes boots, Kim Gi-ju moves like a devastating, unstoppable gale across the battlefield. A faint voice calls out as fresh blood splatters onto his holy blade. After a brief heavy silence, L calls out again, snapping Kim Gi-ju back to reality as a polite voice speaks up. The Kane Guild commander Bong Gudu thanks him deeply, absolutely thrilled to realize his savior is the famous Kim Gi-ju. He mentions hearing plenty about him from Seo-gu, who apparently has high hopes of recruiting Kim Gi-ju into their guild. Kim Gi-ju simply grunts, leaving Bong Gudu to quietly observe how different this man is from the rumors. Seo-gu had described Kim Gi-ju as soft-hearted and fragile, yet the man just executed his enemies without a second thought. This immense power easily rivals their own guild master, a detail that catches Kim Gi-ju's attention. He asks about the conflict with the Ambush Guild, noting that they seem to be targeting Seo-gu directly. Bong Gudo is unsure, explaining their leader is not one to go around making enemies. Looking at the captured Ambush Guild members, he figures the truth will come out during their interrogation. Since red players face execution anyway, they might resort to torture even if the association technically frowns upon it. It is a grim task. They take no pleasure in leaving Kim Gi-ju to ponder the word torture from a distance. Keeping his distance from the questioning, he recalls his time with the guard subjugation team and his own past. He remembers how bizarrely his emotions spiraled out of control back then, assuming it was trauma from being tortured himself. Despite his usual struggle with extreme pressure, hearing about torture now triggers absolutely no emotion in him. Maybe it was because they were criminals. Still, his body had absolutely no injuries from the start, so why? Why had he lost control of himself back then? He clutches his face, trying to dismiss the thought as unimportant. Why did killing feel so thrilling in that moment? Suddenly, the voices of Io and Brunhart ring out, pulling him back. He apologizes to Io and Brunhart for making them worry needlessly, telling them to ease their minds. He tells them he has a plan, and they should not worry even as the name Demon Lu flashes in his mind. She must have done something to him. Just then, Bong Gudo spots him walking over and calls out to player Kim Gi-gyu. Seeing him return, Bong Gudo awkwardly apologizes for the mess, but Kim Gi-gyu calmly asks for a quick situation report instead. Bong Gudo admits they did not learn much other than the fact that these thugs were acting on orders from above. Kim Gi-gyu nods in understanding, guessing that these attackers must be the lowest-ranking grunts of their group. Since they know nothing and possess below-average skills, Bong Gudo agrees, though he secretly suspects Kim Gi-gyu is just ridiculously overpowered. Preparing to head down, Bong Gudo bids farewell, mentioning how great it would be to introduce him to their leader. But with so much cleanup to handle, a proper meeting will have to wait for another time. Before they can leave, Kim Gi-gyu stops him, his eyes locking onto a dark corner of the forest. Heavy rustling echoes from the trees as a massive squad wearing headbands and skull logos emerges from the shadows. Kane and the others find themselves completely surrounded. The ambush guild has arrived in force, and they mean business. Kim Gi-gyu frowns, scanning the crowd. There are easily over 100 players blocking their path. He wonders if they actually care about their fallen allies that much, turning his head toward Bong Gudo. Kim Gi-gyu asks if anyone went to contact the association. Bong Gudo confirms he sent someone. No backup was requested, though. Meanwhile, Kim Gi-gyu cannot shake a strange creeping sensation. He offers to carve out an escape route, telling Bong Gudo to prepare a runner as things heat up. Get ready, because Kim Gi-gyu is actually grinning right now, absolutely thrilled by the prospect of another brutal fight. He moves like a gale, materializing directly in front of the ambushers before they can even process his speed. Blades flash, tearing through flesh as blood sprays everywhere, leaving the thugs screaming in absolute terror. Confused and panicked, they scream for his location, unaware that Kim Gi-gyu is already dropping from above like lightning. Another squad falls instantly. He weaves through the crowd like a madman, reducing their numbers to a chaotic mess. They scream to kill him since he is alone, while Kane and his team watch in pure jaw-dropping awe. Bong Gudo rallies his men, shouting to charge in. A sinister smile creeps onto his face, though the roaring flames quickly hide his expression. The inferno spreads rapidly, towering over the forest. Kane's men gasp as Kim Gi-gyu suddenly slides out from the smoke. He slides across the dirt as a voice mockingly notes his dodge, boasting that the expensive item used was stolen. Bong Gudo instantly recognizes him. This is Choi Min-seo, the notorious leader of the ambush guild. Choi Min-seo smirks, claiming Kim Gi-gyu smells just like their kind and offering him a spot in the guild. He invites him to join, explaining that criminals who roam the tower are widely known as red killers. Realistically, enforcing laws inside the tower is impossible, so the association can only manage the gates to contain them. By guarding the entrances, they try to prevent these criminal factions from expanding their ranks. A red killer who used to be a celebrated ranker. Kim Gi-gyu frowns at the sight of Choi Min-seo. The fact that this man willingly abandoned all luxury and prestige just to live as a cheap criminal is sickening. It proves he is nothing but a twisted psychopath. Choi Min-seo laughs creepily, asking if the offer sounds appealing. He claims they are the exact same breed and promises it is much more fun on his side, triggering Kim Gi-gyu's memories of losing control. Annoyed by the comparison, Kim Gi-gyu snaps, telling the criminal to shut up and not group him with trash. Hearing this insult, a massive scarred brute steps forward in a rage, calling him an arrogant little brat. He yells at Kim Gi-gyu for his disrespect, but suddenly roaring flames erupt, leaving Kim Gi-gyu wide-eyed in shock. Choi Min-seo's eyes glow crimson as he demands to know why the brute dared interrupt him, instantly igniting the giant's head. He clicks his tongue coldly while the remaining guild members tremble in fear as their giant comrade collapses. They stutter in terror. Choi Min-seo simply blows out the flame on his blade, offering a deeply sarcastic apology. "We are a pretty rough crowd since none of us were raised right," he says as his lackeys drag the fat guy's corpse aside. Choi Min-seo does not seem to care much, casually mentioning that they currently have an open slot for a vice leader. Pointing his knife forward, he offers the spot to Kim Gi-gyu if he joins, but Kim Gi-gyu remains silent before finally speaking up. He asks why Min-seo is targeting the Kane Guild, prompting the psycho to scratch his head with his knife hilt. The man scoffs. But there is no harm in answering, so he reveals their ultimate plan to escape this tower. He explains that staying stuck here is boring and they need to negotiate, making Bong Gudo frown at the mention of leaving. Is it for hostages? Bong Gudo demands to know, while Min-seo simply smirks and Kim Gi-gyu watches in pure shock. Min-seo is surprised that Kim Gi-gyu knows the secret of Kim Sek-woo, and the second unique attribute asking if he knows it too. Growing highly interested, the lunatic finds Kim Gi-ju fascinating, but Kim Gi-ju charges forward with absolute killing intent, ordering him to talk. Min-seo goes completely wild over Kim Gi-ju's fierce gaze as his burning blade ignites, unleashing a massive fiery slash right at him. Min-seo cackles that they are cut from the same cloth as a fresh wound opens on Kim Gi-ju's cheek from a second blade. Total chaos. Crazed Min-seo unleashes a relentless barrage of fiery slashes while Kim Gi-ju barely manages to evade. The blinding fire and overwhelming heat from the clash force everyone watching to cover their eyes from the intense glare. While the ambush guild members watch in sheer terror, Kim Gi-ju digs his heels into the dirt, feeling the heavy strain. Though they have barely started, this opponent feels vastly different from anyone he has ever fought before. He has dealt with plenty of high-level rankers before, but this psycho is a true cold-blooded killer, as Min-seo bursts into wild laughter. No breaks. The maniac refuses to let him rest, forcing Kim Gi-ju to realize a critical problem. He is slightly slower than his foe, and even with his active buffs, the psycho is matching his current strength. His reinforcement skill is still on cooldown when Io suddenly warns him to watch his left just before a heavy kick lands. Grimacing in intense pain, Kim Gi-ju rolls across the dirt before stabbing his dual blades into the ground to stop himself. He wonders if the enemy used his speed skill, but Io quickly denies that his movements have changed. With his movements completely identical, the truth must lie elsewhere as the flaming dagger spins rapidly in Min-seo's hand. Catching the hilt, the killer mocks him, assuming Kim Gi-ju is simply terrified of his blazing power, but warns him there is more. Slowly stepping forward, he proudly explains that his flame technique steadily accumulates massive damage against any opponent he clashes with. Game over. The winner was decided the moment the fight dragged on, making it impossible for Kim Gi-ju to win. He offers him a spot in the guild if he surrenders, but Kim Gi-ju cuts him off, shouting that he should have said so sooner. Kim Gi-ju activates his enhancement, exciting his opponent, who eagerly wonders if he was hiding a hidden trump card. In response, a massive 10-meter pillar of fire erupts as the killer unleashes his ultimate devastating flame attack. No hesitation. Disregarding the scorching heat completely, Kim Gi-ju charges straight into the heart of the raging inferno. His blades slice right through the flames, ignoring the terrible heat because this is his chance to finish the fight. Closing the distance, his sword collides head-on with the blazing blade as he remembers the killer's words about damage accumulation. Determined to turn that mechanic against him, Kim Gi-ju triggers his counterattack as a brilliant blue light envelops his body. Instant karma. His armor skill reflects the stored damage right back, leaving Min-seo wide-eyed in absolute disbelief. Suddenly, a figure is blasted out of the terrifying inferno, leaving the onlookers completely stunned by the unexpected turn. A brutal defeat. Sliding across the ground, an unconscious Min-seo lies beaten as Kim Gi-ju slowly approaches him. With his face covered in soot, Kim Gi-ju mutters that exposing one's own weakness is a total rookie mistake. Pointing his blade at the fallen foe, he activates his devours skill, making the man vanish right before his eyes. A notification confirms the successful absorption of the player, shocking Kim Gi-ju as he realizes he can devour actual humans too. He wonders about the activation requirements while his legs begin to tremble, nearly giving out from the sheer exhaustion. He realizes how much worse things could have gone against a high ranker, forcing himself to stand tall and strong. He refuses to show any vulnerability in front of the remaining ambush guild members, even though their leader is dead. A sudden chill. A cold shiver runs down his spine as dozens of predatory eyes lock onto him like wolves. Every single eye focuses on him, realizing that this newcomer was the one who killed their powerful leader. With the leadership positions completely vacant, they realize that whoever kills him will likely become the new guild master. Kim Gi-ju immediately braces himself as the greedy crowd targets him, wondering if taking down this exhausted warrior is their ticket to the top. Suddenly, his summons panic, begging their master to run immediately. Meanwhile, the ambushers are whispering, insisting the counterattack wasn't their doing. It must be a skill. Kim Gi-ju grits his teeth, realizing the attack was completely reflected back. But reflection doesn't mean taking zero damage. To send the pain back, he has to absorb the hit first. Just like back in the Heaven Labyrinth, this reflection skill actually multiplies the raw damage he absorbs. Cold sweat drips down his face while sharp pain racks his body. He just needs 10 minutes of rest. Actually, just a few minutes would do. The ambushers hesitate, pinned down by Kim Gi-ju's pure lethal stare. The blonde guy finally understands why the guild leader took a liking to him. He isn't just some pretty face. This kid is terrifying. Who even is he? A dark smirk creeps onto his face. Wearing a savage grin, he tells himself numbers are on their side. He charges forward without hesitation. It doesn't matter how many allies die as long as he lands the final kill. The mob rushes in. They yell that he is exhausted and to hunt him down. Kim Gi-ju simply grits his teeth. His jaw tenses. Suddenly, his eyes widen and his lips curl up. Too late, a massive blizzard strikes. Every single ambusher is frozen solid. Kim Gi-ju sighs in relief as a figure lands nearby, making him smile. Kim Seok-woo greets Kim Gi-ju after a long time while Bong Gu-do cheers. The ambushers panic, recognizing the powerful guild leader. Kim Seok-woo glances over, muttering that he wants to chat but must prioritize business first as cold frost spreads. Feeling the cold wind, Kim Seok-woo steps forward and starts counting. 1, 2, 3 looks like a few remain. He swings his blade, releasing freezing energy, and casually tells Kim Gi-ju to give him just 3 minutes. With that, Kim Seok-woo leaps high into the air. "We will talk later," he promises. He rockets forward through the air. A streak of blue light flashes past, leaving deep fatal slash wounds on every enemy. Agonized groans echo through the cold air as sharp slashes cut deep, sending blood spraying across the snow. Kim Gi-ju pulls out a potion, thinking that Kim Seok-woo has not only stayed strong but has actually gotten far more powerful. Wiping his face, Kim Gi-ju smiles, knowing the power gap between them is finally starting to close. High-grade potions really are worth the price. Activating his hermit speed buff, the main character bolts forward like lightning. 2 silent streams of sword energy slice cleanly through the ambushers, throwing the remaining survivors into absolute chaos. Now that is impressive. Watching this unfold, Kim Seok-woo smiles with genuine amused surprise. He jokes that 1 minute is actually plenty. Soon the survivors are bound and the dead are cleared away. Kim Seok-woo walks over to Kim Gi-ju, pointing out how much he has changed, and asks what happened to his eye. Kim Gi-ju is completely clueless, but Kim Seok-woo is shocked that his friend has no idea his left eye turned purple. Kim Gi-ju purses his lips, remembering a strange warmth earlier, and wonders if this has to do with Sujong. Making a quick excuse, Kim Gi-ju blames it on his skill. Kim Seok-woo sits down beside him, looking closely at his friend. He notes that Kim Gi-ju did not just change physically. He heard about the power-up, but this is beyond expectation. Even after Seon-bi mentioned it, he still could not believe the famous masked rookie was actually Kim Gi-ju. Kim Gi-ju wonders how she figured it out. Kim Seok-woo laughs, reminding him that Seon-bi is his cousin after all. She claims she knew the moment she saw him, but confesses that managing this identity must be incredibly tiring. Kim Gi-ju sighs, glad the mask keeps things quiet, admitting he truly admires how his friend handles the constant fame. Kim Seok-woo chuckles, explaining that they simply have different personalities and handle the spotlight in their own ways. Kim Jigyu asks if the reporters are still swarming the association, hoping things have finally died down by now. Kim Seok-woo explains they moved on to a different topic recently, instantly catching Kim Gi-ju's full attention. Teasing him about being out of touch, Kim Seok-woo advises him to check the local checkpoint screens for the latest updates. The association president has officially revealed his identity to the media, leaving Kim Gi-ju completely stunned. He wonders if the president did this to protect him. Brushing himself off, Kim Seok-woo stands up, expressing how great it is to see him again. He mentions wanting to grab a drink, but looks over at the massive battlefield of frozen corpses. Realizing this massive scene will keep his friend incredibly busy, Kim Gi-ju watches a ring materialize on Kim Seok-woo's finger. Kim Seok-woo agrees but insists on at least grabbing coffee first, refusing to leave things on a bad note. Raising his hand, Kim Seok-woo shows off the ring, noting they have much to discuss, while Kim Gi-ju stares at it in recognition. Kim Seok-woo's ring looks identical to his. It turns out he's also a mercenary, which isn't all that uncommon. He's pretty sure everyone identified him because of that ring, which slowly fades away from Kim Seok-woo's hand. He warns his friend to stay sharp, since fellow mercenaries rarely watch each other's backs regardless of their gear. Usually everyone has their own clever way of hiding those rings, and Kim Gi-ju looks down at his heavy gloves. Kim Seok-woo nods, admitting he's taking his own precautions. Kim Gi-ju then asks his friend what his mercenary codename actually is. Kim Seok-woo hesitates, opening and closing his mouth before reluctantly muttering the name Adok. Kim Gi-ju chuckles, saying it beats his own. Kim Gi-ju's nickname is Daichi. Kim Seok-woo stares in silence. Clearing his throat, Kim Gi-ju stands up to ask about the ambush guild's attack. How did the secrets of Kim Seok-woo's guild even get out? Kim Gi-ju quietly gazes at his friend, thinking of his second unique ability. Kim Seok-woo returns the silent gaze. Both of them are fully aware of what that second secret power actually is: portal creation. Having the power to manifest gateways inside or outside the tower is a legendary skill. A skill like that could easily shake the entire world, and Kim Gi-ju realizes his friend did everything to hide it. Kim Gi-ju wonders how that ruthless enemy guild found out, since even Kim Seok-woo's own guild members were kept in the dark. Sensing the others are done, Kim Gi-ju suggests heading down to chat, wondering if Kim Seok-woo should handle his duties first. Kim Seok-woo just shrugs it off, claiming that talking to someone as important as Kim Gi-ju is always his top priority. Besides, the rest of the crew is handling the cleanup just fine. Kim Gi-ju steps forward and offers to pick a meeting spot. He knows a great cafe nearby. Kim Seok-woo smiles brightly, completely thrilled, and tells him that anywhere is perfectly fine, Soon, they end up in director Bong Gudo's office, who frowns in deep irritation at this makeshift meeting spot. Kim Ji-ju explains this is the only quiet place where they can talk privately for free. Kim Seok-woo greets him with a warm smile, but the director coldly replies that there is no such thing as a free lunch. If they keep taking advantage, he will start charging them. Bong Gudo then sighs and asks Kim Gi-ju about his strange eye color. Kim Gi-ju lightly touches his face and responds mechanically, explaining that it is just the side effect of a skill. He silently wonders how long this condition will last before glancing up. Bong Gudo just lets out a hearty booming laugh. He mentions hearing about how they completely wiped out the ambush guild before heading straight to his office. That implies they have some serious questions. Kim Gi-ju is slightly caught off guard but quickly regains his usual calm. Kim Gi-ju claims they simply wanted to escape the loud commotion. Bong Gudo chuckles, asking if the enemy had discovered Kim Seok-woo's unique portal skill. Kim Seok-woo explains that some months back he was forced to reveal the ability to several of his own members. Unfortunately, one was captured by the ruthless ambush guild. Because they were desperate for outside information, they used any brutal method to force a confession. Bong Gudo takes his coffee cup, frowning at how troublesome this is, and asks what happened to the captured guild members. Kim Seok-woo's expression darkens. None of the enemy assassins they captured had any clue about the fate of those prisoners, so the chances of them being alive are slim. Bong Gudo sighs deeply over his coffee, and Kim Seok-woo speaks up. He asks if they will form a special task force to hunt down the survivors. Bong Gudo gives a flat reply. They will eliminate them the moment they get answers. Kim Seok-woo instantly declares that his Kain guild will join the raid. He needs to find out if his people are alive and ensure absolutely no more secrets leak out to enemies. With that, he bids them farewell to attend to his duties. Bong Gudo wishes him luck as they watch him leave the office. They observe his departing figure from the window. Bong Gudo notes that the young leader is only pretending to be completely fine. He might act tough, but his insides are in knots. Kim Gi-ju agrees, understanding the heavy burden Kim Seok-woo carries. Kim Seok-woo considers every guild member to be his family. Turning his attention to Kim Gi-ju, Bong Gudo asks if he is doing okay. Kim Gi-ju explains that potions and healing magic fixed him up, but Bong Gudo clarifies he is asking about his mental state. Taking a life for the first time is never easy. Kim Gi-ju understands the question and glances away deep in thought. He admits it's complicated since he was already fully prepared to eliminate Roger's Han. To him, his enemies deserved their fate. He feels absolutely no guilt about what had to be done, and looking down at his hands, Kim Gi-ju feels surprisingly calm. The real issue is the strange thrill he felt during the act. Bong Gudo watches him silently before gently ruffling his hair. Kim Gi-ju is slightly confused by the gesture. Bong Gudo assures him that those dark feelings are common in this brutal career. Many mercenaries hide a dark side beneath a normal exterior. The only thing that truly matters in the end is whether he can keep that darkness under control. Kim Gi-ju slowly closes his eyes, searching for his own inner limit. He opens his eyes to a sunset, glowing deep pink, thinking that Guy's advice was actually pretty terrible. On the 29th floor, Kim Gi-ju picks up a leaf, noticing bones are still scattered around. Classic Kim Seok-woo. Kim Gi-ju wonders what level the guy reached, remembering yesterday's massive slaughter. He still cannot quite believe it, not that he is shocked anymore, but something feels off. Surprised by his own calm state, Kim Gi-ju stares down with strangely mismatched two-toned eyes. His eye refuses to shift back to normal. Has he completely transformed, or was he always this way? Yoon Sung-gu's warning echoes in his mind. The only thing that actually matters is keeping total control. Standing before the massive black gate, he makes his choice. Time for the 30th floor. The first test required him to hunt down a goat stretching from floor 5 to 20. Next, the second trial demanded hunting an orc, while the third simply handed him basic tasks. But the system warned him of a massive spike in difficulty. Kim Gi-ju slowly raises his head. His hands shake violently. He flinches. Why is he trembling like this? Is his own body trying to warn him? Never ignore instinct. He silently stares at his hands. He wishes his instinct could actually speak to him in moments like this. Worse yet, his physical senses are now highly enhanced. Thanks to that special elixir. Kim Gi-ju lets out a heavy, exhausted sigh. There is no use hesitating now. His summons swear to follow him anywhere, shouting out that their master is absolutely the best. Peering through the giant iron gate, he knows the final trial is meant to upgrade his personal skills. But this time, both trial and reward could be different. Suddenly, a voice announces he has entered the 4th trial room. Since he qualified, he gets a shot at a special exam. Shielding his eyes, Kim Gi-ju frowns in pure, unfiltered annoyance. A special test means things will be completely different, forcing him to head straight toward that imposing, distant castle. His summons call out to him, and he nods in agreement, looking around at the bleak, barren wasteland surrounding them. And right on cue, a massive swarm of giant, terrifying black scorpions erupts from the sand. Kim Jigyu draws a massive mystical sword, crackling with vibrant red and yellow lightning. Grinning at the giant scorpions, he activates his boost skill, calling down a massive blinding beam of direct light. The strike crashes down right onto the monsters, but Kim Jigyu suddenly loses his footing in the shifting sand. Struggling forward through the desert terrain, he unleashes a powerful wave of pure force to regain control. A brilliant blinding light explodes as Kim Jigyu uses both hands to block a giant scorpion's massive claw. The beast lashes out with its deadly tail, but Kim Jigyu swings his glowing sword down with absolute force. With one clean strike, the monster is sliced into 4 pieces, proving his boost skill is not ideal here. Riding across their backs might be faster. Suddenly, a voice from his sword echoes. He can feel it. Leaping onto another scorpion, he glides quickly across the desert. He calls out to his own sentient sword. He demands to know when it woke up, but the sword replies that none of that matters right now. It urges him to reach the castle immediately, claiming its original physical body is waiting right inside. Deep inside the castle, a dark shadow sits upon a throne, its eyes glowing a menacing red. It is a terrifying sight. Back outside, Kim Jigyu asks if the sword's spirit has finally awakened. He presses the weapon, questioning its claim about its true body being trapped inside that distant castle. Standing atop the beast he just defeated, he gets nothing but silence from Lu, the sword's spirit. Deciding not to pry, Kim Jigyu tells the spirit they can discuss the details once this is over. He swings the weapon, cutting through the swarms of vicious scorpions, blocking his path across the desert. To forge a path to the castle, he hitches a ride on them, prompting Lu to ask what he is doing. Kim Jigyu smirks, telling the sword is a perfect surfboard. He stands on it, soaring toward the castle. Fighting every single monster would just waste his energy, especially when he has no idea what lies ahead. He decides to bypass the horde entirely, shouting out that he is heading straight for the castle instead. Lu screams in terror as they fly, but Kim Jigyu just laughs, apologizing to his loyal companion Brunhart. There is no time to collect crystals right now, but Brunhart gently assures him that it is perfectly fine. Lu gets annoyed by Brunhart's response and demands to know what is up with that tone of voice. Sprinting at full speed, Kim Jigyu shouts back that the gate's ego inherited the old Brunhart's memories. Lu just clicks his tongue. Lu grumbles that everything has an ego nowadays, while Brunhart shamelessly tries to get friendly with his spectral senior. Nice to meet you. I am Brunhart. Since you are my senior, I will be sure to treat you politely. Lu grumpily tells him to do whatever he wants, while Kim Jigyu chuckles, noticing that the spirit seems to enjoy the attention. After running for a while, he suddenly frowns in discomfort and skids to a halt before a massive black castle. The imposing fortress looks incredibly dangerous, making even Kim Jigyu hesitate instead of rushing straight inside. Lu snaps at him to stop acting cool and just get moving, prompting Kim Jigyu to glance behind him. Seeing a swarm of giant scorpions rapidly closing in, he lets out a startled gasp and quickly runs inside the castle. Ahead of him lies a vast pitch-black chamber, forcing him to feel his way forward in the dark. Eventually, he reaches another gate guarded by 2 towering stone statues, making Kim Jigyu marvel at the sight. He notes that the statues look massive since it is a boss room before following the burning torches along the wall. Seeing him looking slightly overwhelmed, Lu's spirit gestures toward the right path this way. Lu warns that his physical body lies behind those doors, as Kim Jigyu looks up once more to scan his surroundings. Now that they are closer, Lu feels its presence, certain that something powerful is waiting right behind those doors. Suddenly, the subtle shifting of small pebbles puts Kim Jigyu on high alert, realizing that the massive stone sentinel from earlier is now moving. The giant sentinel swings its massive mace in a devastating downward strike, completely shattering the stone floor under the sheer force of the impact. The ground shakes violently from the blow, prompting Kim Jigyu to wonder if it is a golem, quite impressed by the guardian's strength. With a deep crater now carved into the ground, Kim Jigyu sprints forward at full speed, his limbs crackling with colorful lightning. Dropping to one knee, Kim Jigyu mutters about how tough they are, wondering if he can just bypass them as he approaches the gate. The door is marked with star sigils, and though he does not know what is inside, he cannot leave active enemies behind him. No matter how tough they are, they must have a weak spot, so he channels his energy to launch himself into the air. Deciding to target the head first, Kim Jigyu glides in and delivers a heavy slash directly to the armored giant's helmet. Hazy smoke begins pouring out from within the armor, but Kim Jigyu remains completely calm as he analyzes the changing situation. Suddenly, a gleaming mace swings at him with mind-blowing speed, showing that the 2 armored guards are totally unfazed. They continue their relentless assault, beating Kim Jigyu down and sending him flying several meters away from the sheer shock of the impact. Struggling to sit up, Kim Jigyu admits they are pretty strong, noting that even his attempt to dodge only slightly softened the blow. Despite taking so much damage, Kim Jigyu quickly gathers his resolve and forces himself to stand back up. He grits his teeth in frustration, realizing his slashes are completely useless against solid stone when the weight difference is so massive. He needs a new plan, as Brunhart warns him to be careful, while Lu merely lets out a grunt of disapproval. Lu tells Kim Ji-ju to stop holding back and finally tap into their combined power, fueling the young warrior's rising anger. Gritting his teeth, Kim Ji-ju channels his speed enhancement and launches forward like a rocket. He darts right between the feet of the two giant sentinels, blurring the surrounding scenery with his incredible velocity. Unleashing a rapid sequence of moves, Kim Ji-ju firmly plants his feet to maintain his stance on the ground. As they trade heavy blows in a chaotic clash, Kim Ji-ju suddenly begins to feel a strange sensation within his body. Jagged shards of stone suddenly begin to break off and fly from the bodies of the giant guardians. Kim Ji-ju is thrown violently into a dark corner, his sword slipping from his hands and clattering against the far wall. This brutal hit leaves him heavily injured, far more battered than he was in the previous clash. Yet surprisingly, the two giant sentries are also wrecked, with one decapitated and the other's stone torso completely shattered. They look just as devastated as he does, and as Kim Ji-ju flares his aura to stand, Lu's spirit praises him. Kim Ji-ju slowly lifts his head and grunts that it was nothing, though he wonders why today. He feels like he is taking way more of a beating than usual before standing up with both swords in hand. Clutching the blades containing Lu and Brunhart's souls, Kim Ji-ju mutters that they definitely need to talk after this. He demands to know what Lu meant by his physical self being inside, and the spirit explains it is his original body. Kim Ji-ju asks skeptically about his past life, and Lu promises to tell him all about how insanely powerful he once was. Even in your dreams, you can never defeat me. Kim Ji-ju, highly annoyed, warns Lu that he will temporarily overlook that incredibly cocky attitude of his. So you were saying it is currently impossible, the spirit of Lu replies with clear irritation, reminding him that he already explained the situation. This is just my physical body, while my real soul is standing right next to you. Inside lies nothing but a hollow shell of my former self, a mindless creature that moves solely through the sheer memory of its muscles, an imperfect clone of my old physical form. Right then, the giant gate bearing the seal of a five-pointed star slowly begins to open. Kim Ji-ju peers inside to look around silently, noting that he has already used healing potions to recover. He has fully maxed out his combat buffs. With this much preparation, he feels ready, but then the voice of Lu's spirit speaks up once more. Are you the one who awakened me? The shadowy figure seated upon the massive throne opens his eyes and glares directly at Kim Ji-ju. Gritting his teeth, Ji-woo struggles. The pressure, even from this distance, is overwhelming. Is this really just an imperfect clone? What on earth is Lu's true past? Kim Ji-ju demands, asking if he is the real Lu. But the spirit on the throne simply scoffs. Lu, what an interesting name. That is not my name. I am the master of demonic martial arts and the demonic sword. Hearing this, Ji-woo stands frozen. With those words, the imposing figure steps down from his throne to face Kim Ji-ju, declaring himself the king of all magical beasts. As the dim light finally illuminates his face, his true features are revealed. One half of his face is incredibly handsome and refined, but the other half is heavily mangled, with only raw muscles and bone exposed in a grotesque display. In a deep, commanding voice, and with a chilling tone, he says, "You can call me the devil. This is the first encounter with El, the devil who awakens from El's seal, the master of that giant eyeball." But wait, is Lu's actual identity really that of the demon Lu? You can call me, but before he can finish, Kim Ji-ju just stares at the mysterious man's face. He is completely speechless. His mind is spinning in absolute chaos, unable to think. Kim Ji-ju is struggling like never before, feeling as though some strange force is blocking him from even hearing the beast's name. After taking a moment to recover, Kim Ji-ju mutters that Lu sure has a lot of dark secrets, especially regarding past battles. Lu's spirit lets out a sharp cough. Ahem. Unbothered, Kim Ji-ju asks him anyway. But are you really okay with me destroying your physical body? The spirit of Lu simply replies. I already told you it is just a worthless shell. I have no idea who is pulling the strings behind this cheap farce. Just smash it to pieces so they can no longer toy with my old body. Kim Ji-ju smirks, telling him not to regret this. Activating his speed buff, Kim Ji-ju charges forward like a wild hurricane, his gaze suddenly turning incredibly sharp and dangerous. He immediately activates his next skill, Flowing Torrent. He thrusts his blade directly toward the menacing boss. Despite having that horrific, half-ruined face, the creature dodges the incoming attack with absolute ease, looking almost completely relaxed and entertained. Kim Ji-ju slides to a sudden halt some distance away, spinning around to look at his grotesque opponent. The monster flashes a highly mocking sneer which immediately gets under Kim Ji-ju's skin. Fueled by sheer anger, Kim Ji-ju swings his sword wildly. A barrage of chaotic slashes, yet not a single strike manages to scratch the hideous boss. He stands tall and proud, calmly staring right back at Kim Ji-ju. Lu's spirit shouts out a warning to be careful, and right on cue a massive wave of danger approaches. The grotesque monster unleashes a barrage of violent energy blasts, sending Kim Ji-ju flying backward through the air. As thick dust clouds the entire arena, Lu's spirit sighs in disappointment, while Kim Ji-ju silently admits the opponent is extremely formidable. Do not get too cocky, the monster sneers as a row of crimson swords slam violently into the ground right before them. He mocks them, calling them guests, while countless white blades begin to float ominously in the air above. The grotesque creature continues to taunt them, claiming that such minor attacks will not even leave a scratch. Incredibly annoyed, Kim Gi-yu mutters to Lu's spirit, asking if his physical body has always talked this much trash. His brow furrows deep. He is frustrated, but the monster is right. Against this endless wall, he cannot win. He will never be able to get close. Rubbing his chin, the monster looks down on him with absolute disdain. Is that all? With a simple, arrogant snap of his fingers, the glowing swords suddenly shift. The blades suddenly pivot, pointing their sharp tips directly at Kim Gi-ju as the beast declares it is his turn. Trapped in a tight spot, Kim Gi-ju grits his teeth and desperately plans his next move as the deadly blades rain down on him. A massive explosion tears through the ground where the swords plunge deep, glowing with a highly eerie and sinister red light. Surveying the wreckage, the grotesque beast casually mutters in surprise as if the young hunter possesses eyes in the back of his head. Watching Kim Ji-gyu's every single move, the beast speaks with a voice dripping in half mockery and half suspicion, asking if he really is just that foolish. Ji-gyu swings his blade wildly right behind him, but the beast's fierce counterattack hits home, leaving the young warrior flinching in sudden agonizing pain. Fresh cuts slice across his face as he performs a desperate backflip right when a volley of glowing white sword tips come charging forward to impale him. With great difficulty, Ji-gyu struggles to defend himself. He plants both of his swords into the ground to push himself back up, prompting Elle to desperately call out to him. She asks if her master is okay, but Lu coldly cuts in to warn him that the enemy is already closing in. And he is right, those spectral swords are flying back toward them at an absolutely terrifying speed. Ji-gyu immediately hunches his body to deflect the oncoming barrage from that hideous monster. Each desperate sweep of his blades manages to parry a flood of deadly razor-sharp points. Sparks of red and gold explode through the air as Ji-gyu tries to quickly analyze the situation. This multi-angled barrage is far more annoying than one single heavy strike. It feels like fighting a dozen master swordsmen simultaneously. He suddenly recalls the beast's arrogant boast from earlier, declaring himself the master of demon swords and king of all devils. Ji-gyu urgently shouts out to Lu, asking if those are demon swords, and Lu quickly confirms the truth without hesitation. Lu says they are low tier but definitely demon blades, prompting Ji-gyu to ask if it works like L, absorbing L. He asks if Lu can take control of them, but the spirit sighing replies that he would have done so already if it were possible. He explains that his current power is limited here as this domain fuels that monster's body far more than his own. Pushed to his absolute limits, Ji-gyu curses under his breath, while Lu quietly observes the flow of battle. However, Lu adds that because of this unique space, he might actually be able to lend him a fraction of his power. Ji-gyu questions this as his legs begin to buckle from sheer exhaustion, barely able to keep his footing on the slippery floor. Sliding backward, he musters every ounce of remaining energy to swing his sword with a fierce roar. He screams if the monster thinks it is that easy, releasing a devastating strike that deflects a massive wave of incoming blades. After shattering the glowing swords, Ji-gyu flashes across the massive chamber at blinding speed to reposition himself. Leaving trails of brilliant blue light behind him, his insane speed actually catches the monster off guard, earning a smirk. Leaping high into the air once again, Ji-gyu yells down to the demon's sword containing Lu's powerful soul. He demands to know how much longer, and Lu tells him to hold on just a bit longer. Unfazed, the hideous beast calmly watches him, using nothing but his sheer willpower to redirect the floating horde of deadly swords. They fly straight for Jigyu, who hurls both weapons forward, gritting his teeth in pure desperation. As a glowing armored form manifests on his body, the powerful energy instantly forces the incoming swords to divert their deadly path. No longer targeted by the barrage, Jigyu finds himself hanging precariously from a sword embedded deep into the stone wall. He gasps to see if it worked, but the stray weapons only lose their target for a brief second. They immediately turn right back to lock onto him, prompting another frustrated curse to escape his lips. He warns Lu that he cannot stall any longer, urgently asking if the power is finally ready. Lu praises him as a system alert confirms his magic sensitivity is surging, pushing their synchronization rate to C grade. Jigyu remarks that he is about to die, while a system message announces he can now utilize his ego skills more effectively. The monster's face completely pales in sheer disbelief, wondering how a mere human could possibly wield such primordial power. A new system notification declares that he has successfully learned death magic from Lu, granting him control over the dark art. His face twists into a chillingly dark expression as the system announces he has unlocked the Death Lord's skill. He can now manipulate death itself, and right on cue, the glowing white swords suddenly stall. They lose their target entirely as a creepy blood-red aura begins to bleed from their sharp points. The half-deformed beast stares up at his own arsenal in absolute shock, utterly unable to comprehend what is happening. He mutters in disbelief, demanding to know how a mere human could ever possess such godlike strength. Jigyu drops down from the ceiling with Lu tightly gripped in hand, a terrifyingly cold expression plastered across his face. Shaking with absolute fury, the hideous beast stammers that the power belongs to him alone, opening his massive jaws to let out a deafening roar. With his face twisted in pure demonic madness, the floating blades suddenly react to his will, surging upward like a massive terrifying wave. They swirl into a glowing crimson torrent, transforming into a violent hurricane of pure bloodthirsty destruction. He roars, ordering the red and white sword tornado to shred his enemy into 1,000 pieces. Obeying that command, the blades rush toward Kim Jigyu, but he calmly raises his sword right in front of him. The weapons quickly transform. They spin wildly, moving like a giant, terrifying tornado. It is ready to consume everything. But then the castle falls dead, silent, and Brunhart's soul anxiously asks a question. Did you defeat him? Kim Jigyu starts wondering why Brunhart would say such a thing. Behind the fading, colorful mist, a dark shadow remains standing, slowly revealing itself as the gloomy smoke clears. The silhouette of the hideous monster finally appears, showing his hands reduced to nothing but skeletal, charred black bones. He growls in fury at how they dare to face him, swinging a glowing sword, radiating dark, chaotic energy. A mere human daring to oppose him, his face looks even more horribly deformed after Kim Jigyu's previous brutal strike. A massive red and black demonic flame erupts like 1,000 burning torches, and he swings his heavy sword down. The strike lights up heaven and earth with immeasurable, terrifying power, forcing June to scramble away into a safe corner. Kim Jigyu struggles to think even after taking a direct death blow packed with an immense amount of magic. How does the beast still have so much power left? The spirit Lao explains that even though this is just his shell, its original form remains incredibly powerful. Kim Jigyu cuts him off, telling Lao to stop bragging and use that trick just one more time. Lao complains that it is not that easy, explaining he can only perform it one more time before Kim Jigyu breaks. Pushing past that limit will destroy his body, but Kim Jigyu growls back, demanding he do it just once. One time is more than enough. Lao asks what he means, but Kim Jigyu already takes off, launching himself into the air. A trail of blue light follows his path as the hideous monster grips his sword and sneers at him. He mocks him for never learning his lesson, swinging a massive blade aimed straight at Kim Jigyu, who watches the approach. The blade is larger than his entire body, causing a moment of shock before the massive weapon slams right down toward him. The ground cracks violently, but Kim Jigyu unleashes his energy, determined to block the crushing blow. He struggles, desperately holding up his relatively small sword to stop the giant weapon from tearing him apart. Blinding light radiates above him as the hideous monster looks down at his desperate struggle, mocking him with pure disdain. A bug is still just an insect, no matter how high it jumps. What exactly do you think you can do next? He asks if Kim Jigyu is foolishly testing his limits, standard villain arrogance, but wait until you see his face. The previous strike left his face horribly ruined, completely tearing away one of his eyes, leaving a dark void. A stream of dark blood trickles down his forehead, but right after uttering his arrogant insults, he suddenly freezes. The monster pauses in absolute shock, realizing that the human is no longer holding the sword in his right hand. The missing weapon suddenly appears directly behind him, and as he desperately spins his head around, the spirit Lao speaks 2 words from the blade that strike pure terror into him, while Kim Jigyu flashes a sinister grin. But the hideous beast refuses to back down, unleashing yet another wave of dark demonic energy across the blackened sky. But it is not nearly enough, and he lets out an agonizing scream as his body begins to dissolve into his own dark mist. Kim Jigyu watches in shock as the hideous monster continues to shriek in absolute agony. He screams about being the king of monsters, but his voice rapidly fades to nothing, vanishing into the air. With the battle over, Kim Jigyu collapses from exhaustion, prompting Brunhart to desperately cry out for his master to stay alive. As he lies on the cold ground, Kim Jigyu offers a faint smile to comfort Brunhart, saying he is just exhausted, while Lao explains the consequences. Wielding such massive power without holding back was bound to take a heavy toll on his physical body. He quickly drinks a powerful recovery potion, and suddenly a bright system message flashes above, declaring he has cleared the special test. As the system promises extra rewards for an excellent performance, Kim Jigyu slowly sits up and lets out a deep sigh. Kim Jigyu closes his eyes, and when he opens them, the entire environment has shifted, revealing a stone table. 2 glowing boxes sit on the table, and as he wonders if this is the reward room, a system voice suddenly speaks. He has acquired a new skill, gaining both the combination skill and the powerful embodiment skill. Kim Jigyu mutters in surprise as the system announces his assimilation level has risen, bringing up his status window. He is level 1 with the companion job featuring unique link and assimilation skills alongside combination and embodiment. His current roster includes Jang Hyun, Min Seo, and Choi, with 4 fragments ready. A system notification chimes. He can now manipulate 60% of the Death Ego's power, control Death itself, and even fuse his existing egos together. Kim Jigyu can't help but marvel at all his new skills, wondering if he can truly fuse and manifest his egos now. Stroking his chin in deep thought, he wonders if fusing Lu and L over a long period would create some kind of new hybrid form. Lu snaps back in irritation, asking if he lost his mind during that intense battle. L softly agrees with Lu this time, leaving Kim Gi-ju to soothe both of his bickering egos as he walks along. He chuckles and claims he was joking, but he still needs to test the skill to see its true power. Looking at his two rewards, Kim Gi-ju smiles and decides to open his reward boxes first since he cannot test the skills right now. He gets one gold box and one diamond box, prompting a curious Lu to ask why he is so incredibly pleased with himself. Kim Gi-ju playfully retorts that while the gold box is great, the diamond box is on par with the elixir container he got before. Opening the gold box first to save the best for last, he reveals 3 glowing yellow gems shining brightly inside. Feeling like he has seen them before, a system message confirms he has obtained 10 ego shards. After a brief silence, Kim Gi-ju wonders if these shards are the same rewards he earned after clearing the previous gate. He questions why they exist inside the tower as well, letting out a heavy sigh at the mystery. Shrugging it off, he decides he will learn their use later, then turns his focus to the diamond box. Brunhart shares in the excitement as Kim Gi-ju pops open the diamond box, wondering if another divine elixir is waiting inside. His eyes widen in shock at the contents, which look like a bone fragment, making Lu's spirit suddenly tremble with unease. When asked what is wrong, a shaking Lu reveals that the item is actually a piece of his original physical body. He reaches floor 31. He sits inside a secure association cafe, ordering discounted drinks as he prepares for a serious discussion. Placing the sword housing Lu's soul on the table, Kim Gi-ju tells him it is finally time to hear the whole story. He asks the ego directly, wanting to know exactly what kind of entity he truly is. Lu explains that just as his physical remains suggested, he was once the undisputed king of all demons. Compared to him, that ferocious guardian beast from before was merely a low-ranking demon of the lowest order. Kim Gi-ju asks why the demon king is currently trapped in a sword. While Brunhart finds the title of king incredibly cool, Lu asks his master if he knows what is needed to survive eternity. To endure a limitless void, one must embrace total oblivion, leaving Kim Gi-ju to repeat the word in confusion. Ice melts in the coffee glass on the table as Lu explains that forgetting is crucial to survive vast stretches of time. Without entering that state of oblivion, a soul's very existence would be crushed under the weight of history. Lu reiterates his past status as the Demon King, adding that he lost his physical body to a bitter betrayal. Left adrift in the endless void, he chose to forget everything in order to shield his fragile existence. He cast aside his emotions, his ambitions, and even his own name, eventually becoming the sword they see now. It was his only path to survival, but being awakened as the Demon King has brought back flashes of his memory. Although those memories are incomplete, the brief glimpses he recovered were enough to leave him deeply shaken. Trapped in a position where he could no longer choose his own path, he made a final decision. Lu chose to let go of his past once again, leaving Kim Gi-ju with very few solid answers. Because the ego returned to its peaceful state of oblivion, the master decides not to torment his companion with more questions. He halts his search into the sword's past, choosing instead to let those shattered memories rest for now. Kim Gi-ju walks on, realizing that regardless of the past, Lu is his greatest ally and they will simply make new memories together. He heads home in high spirits, eager to rest up before another incredibly hectic day begins tomorrow. Under a brilliant pink sunset, a set of hands clatter away at a keyboard inside a quiet office at blinding speed. An assistant walks in, prompting the busy branch manager to look up and warmly dismiss Heo Sung-hoon for the evening. Heo Sung-hoon hesitates and speaks up, noting that the manager Song Jae-gu has been buried under a mountain of tasks lately. He asks why he is not heading home yet, especially since he stayed up so late, handling the Shed Guild affairs. Song Jae-gu continues typing furiously, utterly determined to finish everything today, while his concerned assistant notices him secretly using magic to rush through the paperwork and asks why he must go to such extremes. With a triumphant grin, the manager hits enter and happily lights up a cigarette, casting a smug look over at his assistant. He smirks with a sinister grin. He is meeting Sujin tomorrow, meaning he has to attend Kim Gi-ju's party. The next morning, Kim Gi-ju welcomes his guests with a warm smile as they all enter his beautiful new home. Bernhardt enthusiastically introduces himself, but Elle quickly reminds him that only their master can actually hear them speak. A girl asks Kim Gi-ju if this massive place is really his, or if someone else lives here. Living in the basement is not too unusual. After all, Kim Gi-ju's property features a massive lush green yard. It is meticulously manicured. Kim Gi-ju chuckles shyly, saying it is really nothing special. Even though my own house has a basement, another guest looks up in awe at his gorgeous place. Our guild house looks completely abandoned in comparison. Hearing this, a guy turns around angrily, shouting what Kim Gi-ju can only look back and laugh. He slowly opens the door, telling them to stop bickering and head inside where 2 lovely women are waiting. Both of them smile warmly, welcoming the guests and thanking them all for coming over today. A young man steps forward with a housewarming gift, smiling as he introduces himself as Kim Seon-bin from the guild. The older woman takes the gift, saying she has heard so much about him from Kim Gi-ju, thanking him for taking care of her son. Seon-bin is completely shocked. Can you blame him? The guests all stare wide-eyed as she calls Kim Gi-ju her son. Perhaps it is because the woman looks incredibly young and beautiful. They quickly stammer that she just looks so youthful. They admitted they thought she was his older sister. The woman blushes, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. She giggles shyly, telling them to make themselves comfortable while they prepare food. Then a girl approaches Kim Gi-ju. She asks if Seoji is on his way, prompting Kim Gi-ju to tease if she misses him. She grimaces, calling him a dummy. She explains her friend is just a massive fan who wants an autograph. Kim Gi-ju explains that Seoji is too busy lately. He has a lot on his plate, but Kim Gi-ju promises to get her the autograph. Hearing this, the girl smiles slyly. She suggests he take off his mask and get famous so she can sell his signature. He calls her a brat, reminding her is a secret. Walking away, Kim Jigyu tells her to stop talking nonsense and go help their mother, promising to return shortly. She asks where he is heading. Kim Gi-ju replies that he is greeting guests. Right then, another visitor arrives and greets player Kim Gi-ju warmly. A guest raises his hand, telling him there was no need. Kim Gi-ju walks over anyway. After welcoming them, the man in the gray suit calmly explains that their work wrapped up much earlier than expected. The man in the black suit scratches his head sheepishly, apologetically asking Kim Gi-ju to forgive him. He was too busy to bring a housewarming gift, but Kim Gi-ju smiles, saying he is already incredibly grateful. After all, they helped him secure this gorgeous home. The man in gray asks if Kim Gi-ju really does not want a gift. Kim Gi-ju points out they already bought all his new furniture. The others marvel at such generosity as they head inside together. Even though the old furniture was perfectly fine, they insisted on replacing everything and even brought a fine bottle of wine. An idiot. Someone snaps, calling him out for getting it completely backwards. Kim Gi-ju turns with a knowing smirk, teasingly asking if the man bought all of this just to move in later. The comment makes the gray-suited man turn pale before blushing red, stammering about what Kim Gi-ju is even talking about. He stutters that he has absolutely no idea, leaving the confused director behind as they head over to greet Kim Gi-ju's mother. When the guest presents his gift, she gasps, saying it is too much since he already bought all the beautiful furniture. After a wonderful meal, the guests thank them warmly. The girl offers to help wash up, but Kim Gi-ju smiles and declines. He tells the guests to relax. Someone asks if the man is Kim Gi-ju's assistant, and he modestly replies he does not do much. Everyone is having a great time when Bong Gu-do suddenly calls Kim Gi-ju over, saying they have some urgent matters to discuss. Kim Gi-ju asks if it must be right now, wanting to finish cleaning, but Bong Gu-do insists it will only take a moment. Telling his mother to rest and leave the cleaning to him later, Kim Gi-ju steps outside to the front yard with Bong Gu-do. Kim Gi-ju wonders what is so important, and Bong Gu-do explains that he needs to know this before the news goes completely public. The Iron Shield Guild has decided to establish a branch office right here in Korea. As Kim Gi-ju stands stunned, Bong Gu-do closes his eyes, explaining the association opposed it, but the Angela Guild intervened anyway. It seems the two factions negotiated behind closed doors. Bong Gu-do sighs, reminding him that they simply cannot ignore a power like Angela. Being known as the #1 guild is no joke. Bong Gu-do runs his hand through his hair, trying to stay calm. He secretly glances at Kim Gi-ju, hinting at the real motive of the sly old chairman who is next in line. Bong Gu-do calmly steps away, telling him to take his time while he goes in to clean up first. He cannot let his family see this rage. Kim Gi-ju clenches his fists until they bleed, releasing an overwhelming torrent of bloodlust that leaves Elle terrified. Elle calls out in sheer worry, but Lao only grunts. Meanwhile, inside a bustling Seoul training room, the countdown begins 3 months until his arrival in Korea. A legendary hero had single-handedly stopped the crisis, sparking a massive new wave. Suddenly, a sharp dagger is stabbed straight through a photo of his face. It does not matter how strong that bastard is. An old silver-haired man chuckles, sinisterly confident because that mysterious person had gifted him a divine sword. Just you wait, Kim Gi-ju. As the housewarming party finally wraps up, the guests begin to leave his home. They exchange warm goodbyes and thank him for the food. Meanwhile, rumors spread that the powerful Iron Shield Guild is opening a branch in Korea. It will happen in 3 months, with Roger's hand leading the branch. These ominous words continue to echo in Kim Gi-ju's mind. His chance for revenge is coming faster than expected. Kim Gi-ju enters a massive room as Brunhart gasps in absolute awe. It always feels so comfortable here. Kim Gi-ju explains that this spacious basement is designed to be the ultimate training ground. Lao feels a bit puzzled and asks if having the entrance on the outside is somewhat inconvenient. Not at all. He needs to constantly monitor the gate to ensure that if anything goes wrong, those vile monsters cannot crawl upstairs. He never expected to be given such a flawless home. But either way, a storm is brewing. His target is a branch office of the Iron Shield Guild. Kim Gi-ju sits in contemplation, realizing even a mere branch holds terrifying power. Its military might is said to rival the Ken Guild, which is recognized as one of the 10 greatest guilds in the country. 3 months is incredibly short. He must grow much stronger, and to do that, he needs a new breakthrough. First, he must fully master the new skills he acquired back on the 20th floor, specifically synchronization and containment. How do they actually work? Activating synchronization, a blue system screen blinks to life, prompting him to select his primary ego. A primary ego, Kim Jigyu frowns, assuming it refers to the core anchor that will merge with the sub-ego. He pauses to think things through. With a quick nod, he designates Lao as the primary ego, selecting the sub-ego Gyayong to begin the synchronization process. Suddenly, the entire room glows with a bright pink light. Kim Jigyu yells in shock as a giant pink bear leaps out right in front of him. The monstrous beast bares its deadly razor-sharp teeth. The system chimes announcing that the synchronization was successful, and Lao has officially transformed into Foji. What on earth is this? Kim Jigyu offers a sheepish laugh, quickly apologizing while Lao grumbles in deep annoyance at his master. Why is it always me? Kim Jigyu sighs, realizing this strange power is still far too unpredictable to use carelessly. He cannot afford to make reckless mistakes. Lao barks out, asking if he is even listening, but the young man completely tunes his companion out. He is far too deeply lost in thought. Egos with their own distinct consciousness like Lao L or Brunhart carry way too much risk for this. Plus, both Obeson and Hermit are absolutely vital to his current combat style. That rules them out entirely. He will have to use the egos of Emi Gai-ong or raw ego fragments as sacrificial materials. Suddenly, Brunhart speaks up, begging his master to let him try because he desperately wants to grow strong like Lao and L. He wants to be of real use to him. Kim Jigyu hesitates, warning him of the unknown dangers since a failed attempt could destroy the ego entirely. It could completely alter his soul. Brunhart admits he is a little anxious, yet he strongly believes everything will turn out fine. After all, he has already died and returned once. Kim Jigyu gently places a hand over the jade pendant on his chest, smiling warmly in gratitude. Returning to his rigorous training, Kim Jigyu prompts the system to initiate synchronization. Main ego Brunhart, sub-ego ego fragment. The merge officially begins. The system immediately confirms the process is underway. An explosive, blinding energy erupts around Kim Jigyu, leaving him standing there in absolute confusion. He wonders if this brilliant light is coming from the ego fragment. Has it truly been resting inside of him this whole time? Suddenly, Brunhart calls out, panicking. Kim Jigyu desperately tries to yell back, commanding the system to immediately abort the synchronization. But it is too late. The system notifies him that he is being transported to a gate, leaving him staring at the glowing rift. Silence descends under the cold glow of a full moon. Dark crows flutter down, perching quietly along the rusty iron fence. Kim Jigyu finds himself standing in an eerie, abandoned graveyard surrounded by ancient tombs. Confused, he stammers out L's name. L mentions this resembles the previous gate. Lao chimes in, wondering if they are currently trapped inside that kid. Just then, the system alerts them. Brunhart and the ego fragment have successfully merged. However, Brunhart's gate is now being altered by the fragment. Kim Jigyu asks what that even means. Lao quickly points ahead, suggesting their answer lies just up the path. Kim Jigyu looks over, his eyes widening in pure disbelief. A violent, blinding light radiates from inside a massive stone coffin. It is the same coffin that previously held a preserved corpse. Lao silently nods. Kim Jigyu cautiously steps forward, placing his hand onto the cold stone. The system suddenly chimes, warning him that this gate currently lacks a gatekeeper. He can now construct a new guardian using the newly synchronized ego fragment. But with this unexpected prompt, Kim Jigyu is left utterly bewildered. Monsters start flashing inside his head, forcing him to choose one. Will it be a goblin or a zombie? Skeleton knights, vampires, they all seem to be undead, which probably reflects the true nature of this gate. A higher-grade monster appears as Kim Jigyu opens a coffin, releasing a blinding torrent of brilliant light. It is indeed a corpse. The system confirms Kim Jigyu chose it as the gatekeeper, consuming his synchronized ego fragment. From now on, the corpse will manage the gate. It bows deeply to Kim Jigyu, letting out a low, savage groan. Greeting the great master, the creature obeys. Kim Jigyu finds it pretty weird after having just beaten it senseless. He asks if it is officially the gatekeeper now, and the corpse responds with that same guttural, wild voice. The corpse confirms it will manage the gate from now on, leaving Kim Jigyu wondering if the other monsters will obey it. Apparently not. When a confused Kim Jigyu questions this, the gatekeeper asks him to wait, showing hands covered in colorful rings. Kim Jigyu is left puzzled. It turns out the low gate control level prevents them from commanding the monsters. With gate control at just 1%, the gatekeeper explains to Kim Jigyu that they must defeat monsters to raise it. Only then can it summon and command them. Kim Jigyu nods, thoughtfully staring off into the distance as he processes this. He asks if the monsters just need a good beating to behave similar to Lu. Lu gets visibly annoyed while Kim Jigyu draws his blades. Conquering this gate again should be a piece of cake, but Lu quickly chimed in to warn him. He warns him not to get careless since a crystal upgrade made the monsters stronger. Kim Ji-soo just smiles back. Unleashing his blue lightning, Kim Ji-soo accelerates his strikes, grunting that he has also grown a lot stronger himself. Back at his house, his mother grows deeply worried and asks Jeong-gu why Kim Ji-soo has not kept in touch. Jeong-gu knows Kim Ji-soo occasionally spends weeks inside the tower, but his friend always sends a text beforehand. With the mother hoping nothing bad happened, Jeong-ju reassures her that he is fine while the assistant calmly analyzes the situation. The sister asks if this was the last place her brother visited, and they quickly reassure her that they are on it. She mentions that her brother strictly warned her never to go inside, prompting Seong-soo to suggest they investigate first. The two step inside, finding nothing but an empty basement that appears to hold absolutely no clues at all. It makes absolutely no sense for someone to just vanish from a place like this, but look, a glowing gate is actually starting to form. Even the director is caught completely off guard as the portal materializes, leaving a terrified Jeong-gu staring in sheer disbelief. The magical energy feels highly dangerous, leaving them wondering what on earth is waiting inside that gate. Suddenly, a foot steps out, and a completely exhausted Kim Ji-soo emerges, looking as disheveled as a hibernating bear. Complaining about being starving, Kim Ji-soo looks up and is surprised to see his colleagues working in his basement. Looking back and forth between Tae-sik and Song-hun, Kim Ji-soo asks what they are doing here, but they instantly start barraging him with questions. They demand to know what that magic power was and where the gate came from. Had Kim Ji-soo really been stuck inside for 4 whole days? When Song-hun keeps interrupting him to ask if the gate was conquered, an annoyed Tae-sik grabs his head to shut him up. Telling Seong-hun to shut up, Tae-sik fumes while a helpless Kim Ji-soo steps in, asking them to ask questions one by one. Kim Ji-soo mentions he was actually about to call Tae-sik to ask for a favor, but Tae-sik just twists his ear and demands an explanation. Wincing in pain, Kim Ji-soo explains that he successfully linked with the gate from last time and had just stepped back inside. Now that he can control it, Tae-sik lets go in utter shock, unable to believe someone can actually control a gate. While they process this insane news, Kim Ji-soo rubs his sore ear, muttering that the pinch hurt more than getting stabbed. He wonders if that is the pinching power of a high-ranking warrior, while Tae-sik realizes the terrifying scale of Kim Ji-soo's new ability. Controlling a dungeon is like controlling a natural disaster. With that in mind, Tae-sik seriously asks if anyone else knows about his secret. Kim Ji-soo shakes his head, admitting this was his very first trial and that he wanted to keep it secret until he understood it better. Tae-sik nods, agreeing to keep it quiet for now before asking about the favor. Kim Ji-soo suddenly remembers his original plan. He simply wants to spar, leaving Tae-sik dumbfounded. Kim Ji-soo explains that he needs an opponent to test out his new skills. Since he has no one else to train with, Tae-sik scratches his head, asking if he looks like some kind of training dummy. Kim Ji-soo quickly begs him, offering to treat him to a home-cooked dinner with his mother, which instantly changes Tae-sik's tune. Well, if it is a request from Kim Ji-soo, Tae-sik guesses he can do it, but first Kim Ji-soo needs to go reassure his incredibly worried family. Kim Ji-soo suddenly panics, realizing he completely forgot. Lu takes the opportunity to tease him for being an idiot while he quietly reflects. It took Kim Ji-soo 4 whole days to reach 100% control, much longer than planned because the upgraded monsters were much tougher. Dealing with the crystals himself isn't too tough. He decides to give the vessel a new name. He names the vessel Heart, derived from Brunheart. His original idea of Brunheart Lu was violently shut down by both L and Lu. His naming idea was fully rejected. The next day, at the Players Association headquarters, Jigyu and Tae-sik meet up to test out Jigyu's brand new combat skills. As promised, Jigyu expresses his gratitude, but Tae-sik just waves him off. He tells him to forget the small talk and focus on their promise. It's time to unleash your magic, Tae-sik says. Following his lead, Jigyu begins releasing his mana, strange light pooling around his feet. Energy wraps around his shoes. Unleashing magic like this means releasing every ounce of power without holding anything back. Mana capacity grows with level ups, and so does the ability to conceal it. That's why when high-tier players fully release their energy, it overflows like a burst dam. Just look at the massive aura swirling around the main character. Tae-sik grins slyly, knowing his gut feeling yesterday was spot on. He looks at Jigyu with a sharp gaze. It looks like I can't hold back anymore, Tae-sik says, summoning his magic-infused spear directly into his hands. He promises himself to fight seriously this time. Instantly, the sheer power radiating from the two of them explodes. It's so intense that the water cup in Song-hoon's office shakes violently, leaving him completely bewildered. Confused by the sudden tremor, Seong-hoon looks up and asks his coworker if they felt the shaking. The coworker responds in confusion, noting they saw the director head to the training ground earlier, hinting he might be the cause. Meanwhile, Jigyu and Tae-sik charge straight at each other, locking onto their targets for a head-on collision. The impact is absolutely insane as their blue and gold energies crash, filling the training ground with thick smoke and debris. Back in the office, the short-haired manager chimes in after overhearing Song-hoon and his colleague talking. There's no way, she says. Do you know how many barriers are set up in that training area? They don't just absorb vibrations, they block mana leaks too. Seong-hoon agrees, knowing only the director's raw power could bypass that. But the director wouldn't just destroy the facility for fun. Besides, it's incredibly rare for him to find an opponent who can actually keep up with him. Right then, Jigyu pours all his strength into launching a massive mana wave at Taeshik, who quickly raises his spear to block. Jigyu's eyes are locked in with determination until Taeshik spins his spear, effortlessly deflecting the path of his sword. Seizing the opening, Taeshik drives a sharp elbow into Giju's back, leaving him no time to react. The counterstrike sends Jigyu crashing down, his eyes squeezed shut in agonizing pain. But Taeshik isn't stopping there as he prepares to strike again. He thrusts his spear straight toward Gigyu's exposed back, but under this looming threat, the main character unleashes a desperation counterattack. A massive shockwave of blue mana erupts across the area. Nearby, Yubin senses the terrifying energy shift and calls out to her grandmother. "Grandmother, do you feel this?" Suk nods, asking if she felt it too. Yubin is completely shaken by the violent vibrations. This isn't a normal tremor because massive magical forces are violently clashing. Yubin asks if a dungeon gate ruptured, but her grandmother shakes her head. No, the source is nearby but enclosed. It must be high-ranking players clashing with absolutely everything they've got. Jigyu struggles to block Taeshik's spear thrust, but the overwhelming momentum blows him backward, slamming him hard into the wall. The brutal impact shatters the concrete, pinning Jigyu deep inside the crater. Sensing the danger, El begs him to stop pushing himself. "I don't think you should overdo it, master." Lu agrees, admitting their opponent is insanely strong. But Jigyu snaps back at them. "Quit talking like cowards," he tells them. "This is how he gets stronger." He reassures his egos that he's perfectly fine. Though he has grown much stronger, he is genuinely shocked at the massive gap in their power levels. He never expected Taeshik's strikes to completely pierce through his gauntlets, forcing him to absorb the full impact. His damage reflection and injury amplification are definitely working, yet Taeshik's clean movements don't slow down at all. Taeshik approaches and warns him that they aren't playing around. Lu turns to Jigyu, agreeing that normally anyone would be dead. Yeah, normally this would kill someone. But Jigyu grips his dual swords tightly and charges forward. He knows his opponent won't die easily, which means he can go absolutely all out. Just as his blades are about to strike, Taeshik instantly teleports away. Jigyu realizes Taeshik must have predicted the surprise attack, effortlessly dodging using his godlike speed. Lu adds that his master's movements are way too straightforward. Now Jigyu has to admit Taeshik is a seriously high-ranking elite veteran. It's all thanks to his legendary weapon, the Thorn of Behemoth. Jigyu tells Lu that he's charging right back in. Lu asks if he seriously plans to kill the guy. Jigyu knows he might not be as strong as on the 30th floor, but he's far from weak. With an earth-shattering blast, the training hall completely blows wide open. Talk about a crazy sparring match, Song-hoon nervously peeks inside to see the aftermath. The training ground is left in complete and utter ruin. Lying on the ground with his face covered, Taeshik sighs heavily as Heo Sung-hoon finally walks over. Nearby, Kim Jigyu is sprawled out cold, completely motionless. Heo Sung-hoon stammers in disbelief, asking what on earth happened here. Taeshik groans that he has no clue, asking Heo Sung-hoon to fetch some potions. Kim Jigyu weakly pipes up, asking for some too. A moment later, Heo Sung-hoon returns. He rushes back with the potions for the two. As he carefully pours the liquid onto Taeshik's wounds, he starts asking questions. He asks if Kim Jigyu has some cursed skill because the potion isn't working. Kim Jigyu chimes in to explain. He has a similar skill called wound amplification. Du mutters in disbelief that even with its power drastically reduced, Taeshik is still fine, calling him a monster. Heo Sung-hoon asks Taeshik to finally explain the situation, demanding to know what on earth happened to wreck the training room like this. Taeshik merely brushes it off, saying it is exactly what it looks like. Heo Sung-hoon can only sigh and continue. From what he can see, it looks like someone tried to demolish the building. The infrastructure team is going to absolutely lose their minds. Sitting up, Kim Jigyu downs the entire potion in one gulp. He turns to Taeshik, asking if he thinks he has gotten pretty strong now. Crushing his empty bottle, Taeshik tells him he still has a long way to go, noting his movement is incredibly poor. He grew strong too quickly. He might easily beat 100 weaklings, but a true master is a different story. When a truly powerful foe appears, it will not be easy. Kim Jigyu admits he is right as Taeshik advises him to first study his opponent. Second, they must never be able to read you. He urges Kim Jigyu to refine his techniques, to which the young man quickly agrees. Du also points out that his master seems a bit clumsy with dual swords. Caressing his chin, Kim Gi-ju mutters to himself about refining his technique. He wonders if Otaishik meant this can only be learned in battle since raw power is useless without the skills to control it. A warrior cannot even utilize half their strength without proper technique. Otaishik then stares at Kim Gi-gyu's spear, quietly contemplating the legendary weapon in his hands. There is not a single scratch on a weapon with infinite durability. Kim Gi-gyu can truly master this immense power and control it. The potential is limitless. Snapping out of his thoughts, Otaishik suddenly tells Kim Gi-ju that it is time to go and finally get him registered. Kim Gi-ju completely mishears, looking utterly confused as he asks if they are going mountain climbing. An annoyed Otaishik barks back, clarifying the word register. It is time for him to earn an official warrior title. Kim Gi-ju hesitates, worried that everyone will easily find out his true identity. He reminds Otaishik they agreed to keep a low profile. Otaishik calmly reassures the young man, acknowledging his concerns. There is no need to worry about exposure, as Kim Gi-ju is considered a mercenary before being classified as an official warrior. Protecting a mercenary's secret identity is the association's absolute priority, meaning his info is safe. Even so, Kim Gi-ju remains quite hesitant. Before he can finish, Otaishik cuts in, explaining that playing the part of a masked warrior can actually keep things highly unpredictable. Besides, after their intense match today, Kim Gi-ju should be perfectly fine even if the powerful Iron Shield Guild keeps an eye on him. It looks like he is finally strong enough to protect himself. Hearing those reassuring words, Kim Gi-ju contemplates quietly for a brief moment. He mutters that he understands, noticing how incredibly red the young man's ears have turned. Heo Sung-hoon and Otaishik share a silent thought. He is totally embarrassed, though there is really no reason to be. Seizing the opportunity, Lu and Du start teasing their master. They tease him relentlessly for blushing. Trying to deflect, Kim Gi-ju asks if earning an official title is really worth taking such major risks. He feels like his current mercenary status already grants him plenty of authority. Scratched and exhausted, Otaishik leaves Heo Sung-hoon to explain the details while he heads off to rest. He advises Kim Gi-ju to head home early and rest up as well. Kim Gi-ju agrees, and on their way back, Heo Sung-hoon begins explaining the benefits. First, there are two major advantages to becoming an official warrior. The first is having direct influence over the association's decisions. It grants access to highly classified information. Actions he previously could only take through Heo Sung-hoon or a director he can now do alone. Kim Gi-ju is highly skeptical, asking what the real difference is since he heard elite mercenaries already hold authority comparable to executives. Heo Sung-hoon clarifies that those special privileges are strictly limited to active duty on the battlefield. Administrative matters are a completely different, highly complex beast altogether. The executives have their reasons, but the second major benefit is far more lucrative. The administrative perks are just extra. As Kim Gi-ju already knows, the official warrior ranks are highly prestigious. These ranks are not determined by Korea but by the International Players Association. Meanwhile, standard mercenaries have very limited reach. A mercenary's influence is restricted to Korea, whereas certified warriors wield immense authority on a global scale. They basically command respect everywhere, which is insanely cool. Kim Gi-ju is taken aback, repeating the word global in utter shock. Heo Sung-hoon chuckles, mentioning that the grand scale of things can make anyone feel incredibly small at first, but he is absolutely certain that Kim Gi-ju will be stepping onto the global stage in the very near future. He is willing to bet on it. Kim Gi-ju blushes, muttering that praise won't change anything as Lily eagerly chimes in to agree. Lily also believes her master is destined for greatness. Meanwhile, Du continues to tease him about his blushing ears. Kim Gi-ju hesitates before speaking up, saying that if it really is that easy, he will become a warrior in no time. Seung-han immediately cuts him off, asking if he really thinks becoming a warrior is that easy and what that makes him then. He wonders how he is even still alive, while Kim Gi-ju quickly tries to clarify, making Seung-han smile. Either way, being a warrior only brings benefits with no trouble at all, well, except for one tiny issue. He must participate in an unofficial ranking match at least once, prompting Kim Gi-ju to ask for clarification. Seung-han explains that normally warriors get their titles through public rank matches, but since his registration is unofficial this time, the rules are a bit different. The association requires him to duel another warrior in a place where 3 or more of them are gathered. Kim Gi-ju wonders if he will have to fight some insanely powerful high-ranking warrior. Seung-han quickly shakes his head, of course not, since this is really just a standard simple procedure, so he will likely face a rookie. And speaking of players who recently became warriors, up on the 4th and 5th floors of the tower, a monster hunt is underway, led by Yubin. Facing the fierce beast, she shows absolutely no fear as the monster snaps its giant jaws shut, but the beast only bites empty air as Yubin leaps onto its head, making it thrash around in anger. She notes that while smaller beasts are dumber, they have tougher skin, meaning a head-on clash is a pretty bad idea. It is much better to jump on their heads and go for the eyes, spraying blood everywhere as she stabs down. Yubin glances at the beast, explaining that if things do not go as planned, she can strike its legs instead. Slashing behind the knees makes hunting them far easier, and she follows up with a flurry of sharp strikes. The beast is left completely helpless, losing blood rapidly before finally collapsing onto the cold ground. Yubin smoothly sheathes her sword, finishing her explanation by adding that this only works with enough power. You must be strong enough to actually inflict damage first, she calls out, gathering her team from afar. The guild members look at Yubin with admiration, whispering about how cool their master is. They beg to see it again, but she tells them to practice it next time before returning to the association. In the locker room, her grandmother calls her over, suggesting they let other guilds handle the training. But Yubin shakes her head, saying she does it out of pure passion, honoring her late father. He always believed that guiding rookies was far more meaningful than just raising one's own rank. Speaking often of the guide who helped him as a newbie, her phone suddenly buzzes with a new message. After reading it, Yubin is visibly surprised, wondering why there is an unofficial ranking match. She turns to her grandmother to ask about it, who explains it is just a procedural match. It is meant for those newly promoted, suggesting someone within the association just join their ranks. Yubin is pretty annoyed, wondering if this newcomer is somehow getting special, unfair treatment. She refuses to let him steal their opportunities, promising she won't make things easy for him. If he is half as good as her father's old guide, great, though she notes he is quite good-looking. Meanwhile, Kim Gi-ju gets the news. The main judges for this unofficial ranking match are none other than the association president, along with director Oh and hunter Jo Seo, all people he knows, making it feel way too personal. He questions if an association priding itself on fairness should act this way, but Seung-hun just shrugs. Asking why Kim Gi-ju is acting like this, Seung-hun reminds him that he already knew this was just procedural. They are not the type to let emotions cloud their judgment, and besides, his skills are already exceptional. His power has long reached the level of a high-ranking warrior, making them hesitate on who to match him with. Kim Gi-ju blankly agrees, then suddenly realizes he forgot to ask the most important question: who is his opponent? Seung-hun points to his screen, telling him to scroll down to see the commander of the Hwasung Guild. It is the elite female warrior Shin Yubin, making Kim Gi-ju gasp in total surprise. He mutters that she looks incredibly familiar, but Seung-hun immediately teases him, saying that corny pickup line is way too outdated. Kim Gi-ju denies it, insisting he is absolutely certain they have met before, but Seung-hun just smiles. He says he probably just saw her on television since she is a famous warrior, leaving Kim Gi-ju pretty doubtful. The battle is finally underway. Outside the testing room, the guild carefully hangs a warning sign on the door. Inside the second training room, Seung-hun calls out player Kim Gi-ju and warrior Shin Rubin face each other now. The rules are simple and just as explained before. Excessive attacks are banned, and the match ends the moment someone surrenders. Break that rule and you are disqualified. The three judges take turns asking Kim Gi-ju if he understands, advising him to fight normally. Let's see what you can pull off, Kim Gi-ju. Still, he reminds himself that this is a highly critical match. Can you be more serious, Rubin thinks. Just as she expected, he is just some low-ranking opportunist. He got here through connections, and she is not about to accept him if he does not have real qualification. She will protest to the absolute end. Seung-hun then steps up and declares the official ranking match has begun. Instantly, Kim Gi-ju unsheathes his two familiar swords and charges forward. His movements are incredibly sharp, but Rubin remains perfectly calm. In a stance ready for anything, she easily blocks Kim Gi-ju's opening strike before pouring all her strength into breaking free from his pressure. Moving like wind, Rubin utilizes her insane speed to slip past his guard and reappear directly behind him. But Kim Gi-ju anticipates her strategy instantly. Rubin's sudden backstab is effortlessly dodged as he glides to the side. Refusing to let up, Rubin continuously swings her sword at him. On the sidelines, Do-hye cheers him on. He needs to suppress his raw power and speed as much as possible, focusing purely on his sword technique. His opponent is actually quite impressive. Her footwork is incredibly clean, but after several of her strikes fail to land. Rubin starts to tire out, warily watching Kim Gi-ju before lunging forward once more. Do-hye calls out to the young fighter. Deflect her blade with absolute precision. If he can redirect her strikes instead of meeting them head-on, he should do just that. Exactly. Ote-shik comments. It looks more like he's holding a training session than fighting in a ranking match. Kim Sok-woo nods along. Our ranking match is usually this smooth. Both of them are incredible. Rubin barely dares to blink as the clash continues. Growing increasingly cautious, she realizes she was way too quick to judge. This guy clearly did not cheat his way up. No matter how she strikes, she cannot even graze him. Where on earth did this powerhouse come from? She had hoped to avoid using active skills, but she has no choice now. Rubin unleashes her ultimate technique, her blade weaving through the air to generate a flurry of illusory blinding slashes. Unpredictable and incredibly fast, the bizarre strikes force Kim Gi-ju to leap backward. He has to admit to himself, he cannot track her blade paths at all. L warns him it is an illusion skill while Do-hye calmly analyzes the situation. It seems he cannot afford to hold back anymore. Kim Gi-ju agrees, deciding he needs to wrap this up quickly. Activating his blink skill, he lunges forward, appearing right in front of her in the blink of an eye. Kim Gi-ju channels his aura into his blade and thrusts forward. The impact instantly knocks Ruben's sword clean out of her hand. Knocked off balance, she falls hard to the ground. Seeing her defeat, the three judges are visibly taken aback. Seung-hun is completely dumbfounded, frozen on the spot. Ruben stammers out that she surrenders, prompting the judge to raise his arm and declare the victor. With his victory, Kim Gi-ju is officially promoted to the rank of warrior. He bypasses the usual score evaluation entirely. Ruben hangs her head in deep shame, completely overwhelmed by her own foolishness. She had totally misjudged him and ended up losing in the most humiliating way possible. She cannot even look him in the eye. Kim Ji-ju gently extends his hand, thanking her and mentioning it has been quite a while. Ruben looks up completely dazed and gasps in confusion. She asks how he knows her. Kim Gi-ju asks if her father is Shin Jung-chun. Ruben stands there in utter shock. He explains that back when he worked as a guide, he had heard quite a lot about her. Her father used to talk about her constantly, and he even attended the funeral. At first, he was not entirely sure, but facing her directly, everything clicked. He remembers her as a mere high school student back then, noting how much she has matured since those days. She instantly recalls her father's words about a unique guide who could not rank up but still helped everyone grow stronger. He was incredibly cool, but then she remembers the harsh, disrespectful comments she made about him to her grandmother. She had claimed he was stealing opportunities from newcomers, promising she would block him from getting certified. She had dismissed him as a mere opportunist who only climbed the ranks through sneaky connections. She swore to oppose him to the absolute end unless he proved his worth. If only he was even half as good as her father claimed. The realization makes her face turn completely red with embarrassment. She blushingly reaches out her hand to shake Kim Gi-ju's hand after all this time. To break the awkward silence, Oh Tae-shik speaks up with a warm laugh, congratulating him on officially becoming a true warrior. The chairman chimes in with his congratulations, wishing him well until next time. Kim Seok-woo also bids the young hero farewell. Hyo Sung-hoon announces his departure, sighing that he has neglected his urgent guild duties for far too long while staying here. He turns to Ji-woo and Subin, telling them they just need to sign on the dotted line while carefully guiding Ji-woo. Reminding them to write their full names, Warren shyly holds out his phone asking for Ji-woo's personal number, which Ji-woo warmly accepts with a smile. Behind them, Hyo Sung-hoon flashes a pretty mischievous smirk, a very strange look that a sharp Ji-woo instantly catches and questions. Hyo Sung-hoon quickly plays dumb while a companion teasingly chimes in that the master is just acting shy, leaving Ji-woo deeply pensive as he steps into the elevator. Realizing this feels nothing like a typical tower run, Ji-woo decides to talk to Song-ha, knocking repeatedly once he reaches his office. Calling out that it is Ji-woo and asking to enter, the young man notices the door is unlocked, gently peeking inside and calling for Song-ha. Is he gone? No. Looking around, Ji-woo finally spots something shocking. Song-ha is writhing on the floor, clutching his stomach, looking up with a severely bruised and battered face as Ji-woo rushes in. Seeing his friend in such agony, a terrified Ji-woo runs straight to him, frantically asking if he is okay. Helping Song-ha up, Ji-woo frantically asks what on earth happened as blood pools, completely stunned and unable to believe his eyes. He knows Song-ha barely got a scratch even against his own full power, leaving him wondering what kind of monster could have done this. Ji-woo frantically asks if he was poisoned or if an intruder breached the association, to which Song-ha groans in absolute pain. Groaning that it was the association president, Song-ha leaves Ji-woo stunned as the boy pulls out his phone to make an emergency call. Ji-woo offers to call the president immediately, but a trembling Seong-ha quickly stops him, his entire body shaking from the intense pain. That crazy old man thrashed me, Song-ha groans in absolute fury, leaving Ji-woo standing there completely frozen. Song-ha slams the bottle on the table, raging about how that old man could actually go ahead and lay a hand on him. He vows to sue the old man one day, while Ji-woo silently marvels at how a warrior this powerful could be so utterly defeated. Although Song-ha is not fatally wounded, the sheer helplessness of the situation leaves Ji-woo deeply unsettled. Curious, Ji-woo asks why the president would resort to violence, only for Seong-ha to complain that the old man keeps forcing him onto blind dates. Seong-ha groans that the marriage was already arranged, but he had insisted on only marrying someone he actually loves. His refusal earned him a direct beating, a ridiculous reason that makes Ji-woo chuckle as he suddenly realizes the situation. Laughing at the concept of arranged marriages, Ji-woo teases him about high society, prompting a highly annoyed Song-ha to snap back. Song-ha sighs with his chin resting on his hand, explaining that his family is far from being that noble or sophisticated. It turns out the old man is simply sick of seeing his fully grown son remain single, which is pretty pathetic. He mimics his father's furious rants, mocking his ideas of love and asking who would even want to marry him at his age. Jiwoo silently sits there and listens to his dramatic rant, waiting for things to calm down before hesitantly asking a question. Asking Seong-ha if he is going to be busy soon, the man immediately groans that he is absolutely swamped. Song-ja complains about being teased while in such a miserable state, causing a sympathetic Jiwoo to sigh alongside him. Jiwoo admits his concern, explaining that the threat from the Aries Guild has made him deeply worried for his family's safety. He requests some trustworthy security to watch over his mother whenever she goes out to the streets or the market. Hearing this, Seong-ga's eyes suddenly light up and he slams his hands on the desk as he stands up. He eagerly declares that he has nothing but free time, confidently assuring Jiwoo that his work at the association is completely under control and can run smoothly without him. He is even willing to burn through all his vacation days and defy the old man again, leaving Jiwoo utterly stunned by this intense energy. Startled by his sheer intensity, a sweating Jiwoo stammers that he will rely on him, quickly urging the man to sit back down. Shifting the focus, Jiwoo mentions he also wants to follow up on their previous discussion regarding the union's plans. He asks if there are any updates on them establishing a South Korean branch, prompting a serious nod from a seated Song-ha. Song-ha reveals that the official announcement is scheduled for tonight with almost all preparations and building security already completed. Hearing that the security for the entire facility is fully set, a frowning Jiwoo realizes the deal is officially locked. He asks if there is truly no turning back now, wondering about the association's response, sending Seong-ha into deep thought. Seong-ha explains that the association maintains a strict non-intervention policy, meaning they refuse to get involved in any local conflicts. They aim to stay clear of national organizations, but Song-ha suddenly pauses, looking highly hesitant as he weighs his next words. Seeing his hesitation, Jiwoo senses that something is off before Song-ha finally drops the name of the association. Song-ha nods, confirming that, according to their gathered intel, the association has suddenly backed the establishment of the Aries branch. It seems they will completely back off once the branch is set, though the most troubling part is the zero interaction between both guilds. Worse yet, they share a pretty toxic history and are currently meeting in secret. Tae-shik adds with concern. My team suspects the leaders of the Iron and Angela guilds are currently cooking up a shady deal, Tae-shik explains. Kim Ji-ju ponders this, wondering why two giant guilds would make a deal, prompting Tae-shik to ask if he plans to intervene. When Kim Ji-ju questions him, Tae-shik gets straight to the point, admitting this is indeed a rare chance for revenge. However, he refuses to back the plan due to the high risks involved, leaving Kim Ji-ju silent as Tae-shik speaks on. Coincidentally, they are launching a new branch in Korea right now, and with Hosei-han appointed as the manager, Kim Ji-ju connects the dots. They are coming directly for him, and if that is true, his only option is to take them down completely. Furrowing his brows with fierce determination, he notes that they still have 3 months before the branch officially opens. During this window, he vows to eliminate every single threat just as news of the branch launch begins to spread online. By nightfall, search engines are flooded with reports about the Iron Guild setting up their new branch in Korea. The public is divided while the association stays quiet, noting that the branch manager Hosei-han is targeting his own homeland. Citizens are actively debating the news online, with several top comments praising the Iron Guild and welcoming their arrival with open arms. Many feel they no longer have to fear riots, claiming nationality does not matter as long as Korea is kept safe. Supporters praise Hosei-han as the association's finest creation, mockingly asking if protesters would prefer their own homes destroyed by riots. But alongside the positive reactions, a massive wave of backlash rises from highly critical skeptics. Angry netizens lash out at the supporters, warning that these incoming guild members are far more dangerous than actual monsters. They question how anyone can welcome armed foreigners into their country and demand to know what the association is doing. Some wonder if the association will just let this happen, while Kim Ji-ju has spent the entire day closely monitoring these developments and analyzing the public's reactions. Though the guild tries to project a friendly and peaceful image, they are essentially a private army, drawing both warm welcomes and fierce resistance. Some believe they will prevent chaos, while others strongly reject having a foreign military force stationed on their soil. As he remains glued to his screen, his companion suddenly leans in and asks what the famous ranker Kim Ji-ju is reading. Startled, Kim Ji-ju tells him to drop the dramatic ranker title quickly, pocketing his phone as they turn their attention to the mission. Looking around the desolate ruins, he wonders if this is truly the secret rendezvous spot they agreed on to meet their mysterious contact. His contact certainly has unique taste, picking a completely destroyed area in a war-torn district ravaged by past riots instead of somewhere nicer. Sung-hoon double-checks the coordinates on his device, confirming the location is correct, though their target is running late. Kim Ji-ju shrugs it off, noting that they are the ones asking for a favor when he suddenly senses movement behind them. Turning around with a knowing grin, he remarks that their guest has finally arrived, officially starting their 3-month road to revenge right now. Descending from the sky is a scruffy-looking guy wearing incredibly thick glasses, heading straight toward their position. Approaching them with a somewhat awkward and cautious demeanor, the young informant keeps his voice low as he speaks. He apologizes for his lateness and introduces himself as an associate of their main target. Hearing that he is an associate of Go Hyung-chul triggers a memory of Tae-shik's warning about the man's tense history with the association. Remembering to stay on guard, Kim Gi-ju admits to himself that he never had a stellar impression of the guy anyway. Ever since the masked ranker incident, his trust has been low, but he desperately needs to tap into this guy's vast information network. When Kim Ji-ju demands to speak with Go Hyung-chul directly, the assistant firmly apologizes, stating that all requests must go through him first. Kim Gi-ju calmly stands his ground, explaining that this is a massive request with high stakes that absolutely requires a face-to-face meeting. Without missing a beat, the assistant tells him it is impossible, reiterating that he is the sole gatekeeper who decides which jobs are accepted. As Kim Gi-ju rubs his chin in quiet contemplation, the young man encourages him to go ahead and lay out his request. Seeing this, Sung-hoon leans in to whisper a warning about the extreme danger of their plan leaking, but Kim Gi-ju quickly cuts him off. After a brief quiet discussion with his partner, Kim Gi-ju turns back to the informant and gets straight to the money. He offers a massive 5 billion won deposit, promising another 10 billion upon completion, which leaves the assistant utterly speechless with shock. Gasping in complete disbelief, the assistant asks what the job entails, and Kim Gi-ju confidently demands a full profile on the Iron Guild's new branch. He specifically wants proof of a secret business deal between the Iron and Angela Guilds, a request that visibly terrifies the young informant. Shaking so violently he can barely stand, the terrified assistant stammers, asking if Kim Gi-ju has completely lost his mind. With those words, the terrified young man turns away in panic, flatly rejecting the request because no amount of money is worth their lives. He leaps into the air to flee, shouting that he will pretend this dangerous conversation never even happened. A hand suddenly shoots out and grabs his ankle. Terrified, the young man looks down to see Kim Gi-ju holding him tight. Gi-ju asks if the man really thought he could just leave so easily after saying all that, acting like he owns the place. Leaving is a whole different story. The man struggles, yelling at him to let go, but Gi-ju just glares right back. He tells him to get back down unless he wants a fight and stop acting. The terrified man stammers, asking what he means. Tired of the act, Gi-ju uses his raw strength to yank the imposter straight down into the dirt. The crash leaves a deep crater in the ground as dust swirls around. An annoyed Gi-ju warns that he held back plenty last time. He says the beating helped him vent his anger, so it is time to talk nicely. Then Jigyu shouts out his real name, Go Hyung-chul. He demands that Go Hyung-chul cooperate, then stares down at the item in his hand while the glasses-wearing man struggles to stand. Fuming, the man curses and shouts, asking what the hell Gi-ju is doing, threatening that he won't just stand there and take it. Gi-ju smirks mockingly and calls him a master paparazzi, Go Hyung-chul. Flustered, the young man stammers, asking what he is talking about. The man denies being Go Hyung-chul, but Gi-ju coldly tells him to drop the act as purple sparks flash in his eyes. He examines him closely before declaring he has his own ways of verifying his true identity. In fact, this started a day ago. The system notified him that the ego Lu had fully awakened as the Lord of Demonic Magic. Even Gi-ju was stunned reading this. Gi-ju mutters to himself while checking his interface, wondering when this popped up and admitting he had been too busy to notice. It seemed the awakening process was not quite finished yet. Seeing this, the system pokes fun at how busy its master is. Gi-ju asks Lu if he feels any different. Lu quickly replies that a portion of the master's demonic eye ability is now unlocked. He says becoming the Lord of Demonic Magic means gaining control over all things demonic. Gi-ju touches his ring, questioning what that actually means. Lu explains that the demonic eye refers to his left eye. Startled, Gi-ju touches his face, asking if that is true. He demands to know why he is only finding out about his demonic eye now. Lu simply murmurs that he never asked. Lu adds that he was not sure at first either, as humans do not normally acquire demonic eyes. He also admits he has no idea who that self-proclaimed Demon King woman was or where she got such overwhelming power. But regardless, the demonic eye is a legendary sight that can see through the true essence of anything. Though its full potential is still sealed, there is a good chance Gi-ju can already view other people's real names. Gi-ju grins, thinking this will be incredibly useful. He jokes that having something like deadlines visible would be even better. The system asks if that is some kind of item, but Gi-ju dismisses it. He then opens his stats to check Lu's newly awakened title, Lord of Demon Swords and Demonic Magic. Level 95. Strength is 136, Agility 155, Stamina 108, Magic Power 185. Poison Resistance 10%, Fire Resistance 5%. Endurance is 6.7%, Heat Resistance 10%, and Magic Absorption Rate is increased. Active skills are Accessorize, Cannibalism, Iron Will, Demonic Magic, and Ferrate Digestion. He can now grant dark demonic powers directly to his egos. Gi-ju is deep in thought, wondering if this means he can grant powerful skills directly to his loyal egos. He asks if he can grant them abilities like Bai's wound amplification, Hermes' flash step, and Oberon's crowd control. Lu confirms that is correct. Jigyu is thrilled to hear this. Lu adds another idea. Lu suggests testing it on his gloves. Fast forward back to the tense confrontation with Go Hyung-chul as Jigyu suddenly casts Binding. The magical gauntlets on his hands instantly grab Go Hyung-chul. Binding is a specialized skill designed to suppress targets. It restrains the opponent with dark magic. Standing nearby, his companion is amazed, asking if that is a brand new skill. An excited Jigyu pulls Go Hyung-chul closer, replying that it is something like that. Seeing him struggle, Jigyu speaks up loudly. He warns Go Hyung-chul once again to drop the act, stating that this is his very last warning. Seeing the purple light radiating from Jigyu's eyes, a man gasps in pure terror, recognizing the legendary demonic eyes. He stammers, realizing Jigyu has made contact with the Demon King. Jigyu watches the scene unfold, completely stunned and motionless. Now watch, this is where things get really intense. A thick shroud of smoke rises, revealing a powerful, imposing figure. With glowing red eyes, Go Hyung-chul casually puts his hands in his pockets and mutters that he is quite interested now. He is ready to hear what Jigyu has to say. Jigyu simply smirks at this change, replying to Hyung-chul. He notes that this look suits him much better. With the ice broken, the two sit down to negotiate as Hyung-chul states his demands. Or rather, he corrects himself, they should call it a contract, proposing they negotiate some terms. Jigyu immediately chimes in. He suggests 5 billion upfront and 10 billion upon completion. But Go Hyung-chul shakes his head, saying that is not enough. He claims his life is not that cheap. Jigyu seriously points out that his original plan was just to run away. He quietly thought to himself that it was basically just a trade of his own information. Hyung-jung burst out laughing, asking if this was about the masked man again, while Kim Jigyu silently fell deep into thought. When Kim Jigyu asked what he could offer, the man instantly demanded information about his connection to the demon Lu. He also wanted to know about the power of the devil eye, leaving Kim Jigyu wondering if that was truly all he wanted. Crossing his legs, Hyung-jung calmly replied that it was more than enough, claiming Kim Jigyu had no idea how valuable those secrets were. Kim Jigyu candidly admitted that he was indeed the demon Lu's disciple and that his eye had a unique power. The eye could see through the true nature of all things, prompting Go Hyung-jung to observe that he did not seem to be lying. After finalizing their deal, Go Hyung-jung stood up and confirmed he accepted the request since the payment had been received. He promised to find Kim Jigyu once he gathered the information, leaving Lao to whisper a curious question to the system. Lao wondered if the man didn't doubt Kim Jigyu's words at all, but the system suggested he likely possessed a lie detection skill. Standing nearby, CEO Sung-hoon remarked that while the meeting was incredibly brief, things had gone much smoother than he expected. Kim Jigyu sheepishly agreed with his friend and suggested they move directly to their next destination, aiming to get as much done as possible today. Kim Jigyu and Sung-hoon then made their way to the association headquarters, straight into the chairman's private office. The leader's deep voice echoed as Chairman Taegu leaned on his desk, noting that he heard about the situation and questioned the desire for revenge. Even though Kim Jigyu was their mercenary, the chairman explained he could not openly assist, but he could at least turn a blind eye. He would ignore Kim Jigyu's plans, admitting he only did so because this conflict was a critical battle they could not afford to lose. The branch's creation had caused severe damage to the association, and Kim Jigyu solemnly pressed on with his argument. He argued that instead of revenge, this was a preemptive strike to stop those bastards from inevitably targeting him first. While deeply grateful that the chairman was willing to overlook his plans, Kim Jigyu requested one more favor, making Taegu double-check in surprise. Kim Jigyu wanted to secure and lock down all information regarding the daily schedules of civilians working at the guild's local branch. He asked to completely block other guilds from accessing it, prompting Chairman Taegu to look at him with deep concern. Can you even imagine the scale? The chairman asked if he truly intended to wipe out a massive branch in the middle of Seoul, especially one backed by a top 10 global guild. After contemplating, Taegu sighed and admitted that the association simply was not that omnipotent. Restricting that kind of data was incredibly difficult, though it was possible as long as no public chaos broke out, which instantly made Kim Jigyu's eyes light up. He eagerly asked if a riot would make it possible, earning a highly suspicious stare from the veteran chairman. Taegu warned him not to start a massive riot, but Kim Jigyu quickly assured him that was not his plan. That answer allowed the chairman to finally breathe a sigh of relief, always wary of reckless youngsters who feared absolutely nothing. Taegu nodded in agreement while Kim Jigyu explained there had been several failed attempts by others to stage similar public disturbances. Those plans failed because such chaotic power was usually far beyond any single person, causing Kim Jigyu to scratch his head in deep thought. Breaking the silence, Kim Jigyu hesitantly suggested he could actually pull off something similar, which instantly made the chairman frown. Taegu joked that he would love to take that dangerous power away if he could, making Kim Gi-ju laugh sheepishly as their intense strategy meeting continued until late afternoon. Standing inside the elevator on his way out, Kim Gi-ju reminded himself that he only had 3 months left. He had to act quickly, having already sent Go Hyung-jung to investigate any potential. On top of that, he had secured a promise that the association would quietly back him up with some extra force. Suddenly, Lau popped up and asked if his master was planning to retrieve the mysterious deadline book next. Kim Gi-ju frowned, telling his companion that his memory was unfortunately far too sharp for his own good. He told himself there were other priorities, knowing that despite controlling the gate, his current power was still lacking. Hearing this, Brian, the system sounded hurt and asked if it was useless, forcing Kim Gi-ju to quickly explain. Kim Ji-ju assured Brian that was not what he meant, walking along while explaining how much the system actually helped. He pointed out that the gate would grow much stronger after consuming magic crystals, reminding Brian of its other secret powers, to which the system just giggled playfully. Now watch heading toward a private room. Kim Gi-ju knew that facing a top 10 guild alone was suicide, regardless of how strong he became in 3 months. Fighting them alone was impossible, so he pushed open a door with a polite apology only to spot a massive stack of paperwork on the desk. Surprised, Kim Gi-ju wondered aloud what the man was doing there all by himself after sending the rest of his guild members home. The man behind the desk greeted him warmly while Kim Gi-ju reminded himself that the association could not directly interfere in his upcoming battle. What he desperately needed was his own army to match their numbers, so he looked at the desk and made a slightly awkward request. Kim Ji-ju apologizes for making him run around everywhere like this, admitting he is currently a bit busy. The other man replies there is no need to apologize since the whole country knows you Kim Seok-woo is always busy. Kim Seok-woo slides down his glasses and laughs, mentioning it has been a while, though honestly he feels it has not actually been that long. Thoughts race through Kim Gi-ju's mind as he plans to build a powerful alliance of trusted allies who will fight alongside him. Kim Seok-woo looks at Kim Gi-ju with a hint of suspicion, asking what exactly he wants to discuss after listening to his explanation. Kim Seok-woo nods slowly, admitting he understands now and that this is the very first time he is hearing these shocking details. Kim Gi-ju sighs that it is certainly not good news, leaving Kim Seok-woo curious about what he plans to do next. Kim Seok-woo explains that his guild owes Kim Gi-ju a massive favor, meaning he is willing to help with absolutely anything. But they both know how risky this is, and Kim Gi-ju nods, confirming he did not come here just as a friend. Instead, he has come to make a serious proposal, surprising Kim Seok-woo with the massive benefits of taking down the Iron Shield Guild branch. Once Iron Shield disappears, most of their assets will be transferred by the association straight over to the Kai Guild. Kim Gi-ju admits this is the obvious outcome but raises a single finger to indicate there is another crucial condition attached. In exchange for their support, he promises to fulfill one single request from the Kai Guild, whatever it might be. He will ask absolutely zero questions, prompting Yue to tease the main character about being a bit too self-confident. She asks why he would use himself as bargaining chips, calling him arrogant, which gets an instantly annoyed glare from Kim Gi-ju. Kim Gi-ju tells her to shut up and turns back to Kim Seok-woo. Yesterday, that guy was literally shaking with fear over a single goblin. Kim Seok-woo admits the offer is pretty tempting, asking what the plan is and if they have to fight Iron Shield members. Kim Gi-ju confirms it, acknowledging it is a heavy ask, but Kim Seok-woo suddenly stands up and agrees to the deal. While he cannot make such a massive decision alone, he can easily try to convince the board of directors. Reviewing the offer, they use his cool alias Bright Star while shaking hands. Kim Ji-yu says he expects good news from him, but using each other's ridiculous nicknames makes them both struggle to hold back laughter. Kim Gi-ju warns his summons not to embarrass him on the grand opening day of the Iron Shield Guild branch office. In Suwon City, Sung-hoon looks at his phone and mutters that someone is late, prompting the chubby hunter next to him to ask who. Sung-hoon blurts out that Bright Star is running slightly behind today, causing the heavy-set hunter to check his watch. He points out that it has not even been 1 hour since Kim Gi-ju entered the massive portal right before them. He murmurs that it is a B-rank gate just as Kim Gi-ju steps out drenched in blood, with Lily praising his work. Lily complains about the sticky monster blood everywhere, while Yui admits that Kim Gi-ju's combat skills are finally looking decent. The heavy-set hunter is totally shocked, asking if he actually cleared that entire dungeon alone. A normal guild would take days to clear this, which only makes Sung-hoon burst out laughing. Sung-hoon asks if this is his first time seeing a top mercenary, while Kim Gi-ju asks if they came to meet him. Asked if he is keeping the crystals, Kim Gi-ju confirms he plans to buy even more with his reward cash, exciting L. She happily promises to eat them all, while Kim Gi-ju stretches his arms and asks where the next portal is. Sung-hoon reveals there is absolutely nothing left because Kim Gi-ju has cleared every single gate the association could offer. There is not a single gate left on the entire peninsula. Talk about absolute domination, right? Hearst whines sadly that they cannot eat any more crystals, but Yui quickly snaps back that they should finish their current stash before acting so greedy. The main character sighs, telling them he is heading home to wash off the disgusting monster blood covering his entire body. The next day, by the Han River, Kim Gi-gyu cracks open a cold beer and offers one to Sung-hoon. Sung-hoon clinks his can and asks what Kim Gi-gyu plans to do with only 2 months remaining. Kim Gi-gyu shakes his head, admitting he has no plans to buy more gates or travel abroad for crystals. Entering the tower seems like a solid alternative, especially since he still has not fully mastered all of his current strength. Worrying about so many things would make those 2 months fly by in an instant, which Seung-hoon fully agrees with. He believes Kim Gi-gyu will make it count, then asks about a mysterious figure who was supposed to meet him. Kim Gi-gyu muses that the guy will probably sneak up right behind them just like he did before. That was how their very first meeting went, followed by 3 more identical sneak appearances every single time they connected. Pointing behind him, Kim Gi-gyu gestures to show what he means. Sure enough, a thick plume of white smoke suddenly rises behind them. Out of the mist, Go Hyung-chun gradually reveals himself, visibly surprised by Kim Gi-gyu's incredible instincts and perception. He admits Kim Gi-gyu saw through his stealth technique again, which always surprises him. Before Kim Gi-gyu hands Go Hyung-chun a beer, Hyung-chun notices Kim Gi-gyu's casual tone, accepting the beer with total confusion and asking why he is suddenly speaking so informally. Kim Gi-gyu points out that Hyung-chun spoke informally first, which annoyed him upon reflection, especially since they are actually the exact same age. Classic. Hyung-chun yields to the main character's quick wit, muttering that the informal language does not really matter anyway. He wonders how Kim Gi-gyu sensed him when even high-ranking warriors usually fail to detect his presence. Hyung-chun calls Kim Gi-gyu's magic sensitivity completely abnormal, leaving the young man hesitating on how to explain his powers. Lu quickly takes credit for the feat, prompting L to tease him mockingly, while Lu angrily barks at Lu. Lu demands Lu speak with sincerity, but hearing his egos bicker makes Kim Gi-gyu quickly change the subject. He asks if Hyung-chun discovered anything since the last 3 attempts were a waste, leaving the broker utterly confused. Kim Gi-gyu casually explains that he already assumed the legs of Iron Shield Cell were used, brushing off the informant's deep confusion. Hyung-chun continues, reminding him that investigating the connection between 2 of the world's top guilds is serious business, no child's game. He warns that it is serious, to which Kim Gi-gyu simply nods and says he understands. Kim Gi-gyu asks what he found, and Hyung-chun admits he has info but must drop the case completely after sharing it today. Kim Gi-gyu frowns, questioning if the intelligence is truly that accurate, which Hyung-chun confidently confirms. He asks if Kim Gi-gyu has heard the massive rumors about Lee Seon-ho that have been spreading lately. Kim Gi-gyu mentions hearing that Lee Seon-ho was severely injured while clearing the tower, which the broker confirms is the absolute truth. Though he doesn't know the exact injury, Hyung-chun heard it is grave and that the target desperately needs an elixir. Back to the tower. Kim Gi-gyu immediately returns, deeply pondering the last known location of the legendary elixir. It was the Hellion Labyrinth, and with his tie to the demon Lu still hidden, the Iron Shield Cell Guild's moves seem logical. They likely participated in the expedition to obtain the elixir, using it as bait for negotiations. But even for the powerful leader of Iron Shield Cell, pulling such a stunt on Lee Seon-ho would be nearly impossible. Not easily fooled, Lee Seon-ho is his direct rival and far too sharp to be caught by basic tricks. Everyone knows the 3 elixirs found in the past were already consumed, meaning this negotiation must somehow involve the demon Lu. L suddenly cuts into his deep thoughts, suggesting that the man's core mana pathways might have been completely destroyed. Kim Gi-gyu questions this blankly, and L confirms that just like his own experience, the elixir can fully restore damaged pathways. If he needs that specific recovery effect, his pathways are likely heavily damaged, leaving Kim Gi-gyu to ponder this serious possibility. L adds that it would be beneficial to meet the female demon Lu, and Lu chimes in. Lu reminds them they must clear the 50th floor first, which is no easy task, before Brunhart suddenly calls out to their master. Kim Gi-gyu looks over startled, asking what is wrong, as Brunhart admits with hesitation that she is completely stuffed. She cannot eat another bite, prompting Lu to mock her, telling her to finish what she already has before wanting more. Utter shudder. Staring at the magic crystals that used to be her favorite treat, Brunhart refuses to eat. Kim Gi-gyu tucks Brunhart into his coat, suggesting they put aside these mysteries and focus on their other tasks for now. L is slightly surprised by how he handled Brunhart, teasing that he has grown quite cold as Kim Gi-gyu opens his status window. Brunhart is level 51 with high stats featuring skills like accessory creation, mana recovery, and increased wound damage. He is prompted to choose a main ego, quickly selecting Brunhart before the system asks him to select a sub-ego. Blinding light. The synchronization process begins, immediately releasing a brilliant aura that completely illuminates every corner of the dark room. A few days later, Incheon International Airport, the highly anticipated day to establish the Iron Guild branch finally arrives. At the busy airport terminal, a crowd steps out and a heavily armored man makes a sudden remark. Pure arrogance. He sneers that this is Lee Seon-ho's country, declaring he only cares about finding a good fight. A blonde woman turns her head to frown at their leader, Roger's Han, as camera flashes blink continuously around them. Reporters beg for a statement asking about the guild's new policies and what Iron Shield Cell is currently planning. Roger's Han grows highly impatient under the spotlight, catching sight of a fan holding up a bold cheering sign. The sign praises him as South Korea's pride, prompting Roger's Han to scoff at how they dare claim him as a compatriot. Roger's Han gritted his teeth, muttering that he was on a completely different level before a little girl ran up to him. Timidly, she held up a flower wreath, begging him to protect South Korea, while Roger's hand stared down at her with pure disgust. Sensing his cold anger, the little girl froze, but then a large hand gently grabbed her waist, catching her completely by surprise. Chairman Oh Tae-gu lifted her high onto his shoulders as the reporters scrambled, shouting that it was the association president himself. They flashed their cameras as the chairman playfully teased Roger's hand about having absolutely no sense of public relations. He said there was no harm in accepting a flower wreath. While she giggled on his shoulders, Roger's hand calculated his options. The South Korean Players Association president was not someone Roger's hand could afford to anger, leaving him deeply annoyed. He grumbled about their sloppy security, demanding to know why civilians were in an official zone. The chairman just laughed. It seemed the South Korean branch manager of the Iron Guild had no idea how to judge people. Balith. The chairman's friendly tone was a sharp warning, asking what kind of trouble a harmless child could possibly cause. Roger's hand clearly caught the warning, snatching the flower. He says he is honored to receive this gift, noting the chairman has softened. Haha, you should tell that to the young lady. The association prepared a grand welcome ceremony in hopes that he would attend, but a floral wreath is thrown down, shattering completely. Furious Rogers hand stomps on the ruined wreath. Damn those monkeys and their pathetic games. He orders his subordinate to head straight to the branch office. The man asks if they aren't going to the Korean Association first. Roger's hand raises his voice, asking why they should cater to them, demanding they prioritize checking the branch building. Understood, the subordinate replies. Roger's Han finds Kim Gi-ju highly suspicious since most of his profile is heavily restricted. He stares out the car window. It actually makes sense given his deep connection to that unforgettable night in the capital. But it doesn't matter. Roger's hand smiles wickedly. Getting the info is easy. He will track down the boy's family. He wonders what face he will make when staring at the cold corpses of his loved ones. The car pulls up to their destination. Roger's Han steps out, but wait, why is the main street nearby so completely deserted? Why so quiet? Suddenly, a loud emergency alert blares. A massive gate outbreak has occurred. Evacuate now. This is not a drill. I repeat, a gate break has occurred. Meanwhile, Sung-hun is on his phone. He calls the person on the other end, reporting that the evacuation and blockade are nearly complete so they can finally begin. Understood, says the voice. Sung-hun nods. This is our last call. Now activate the barrier. A bright barrier slowly expands, sealing off a massive area. Then a single name flashes on the phone screen. It reads Secretary Hyo Sung-hun. The call ends and Kim Gi-ju smirks, knowing they no longer have to worry about witnesses. Now then, he opens the gate. Eerie figures slowly emerge. The undead army assembles, with the terrifying headless knight and undead mage bringing up the rear. They drop to their knees in unison, hailing their great master. Kim Gi-ju nods, confirming they know the plan. He commands them to treat anyone with red armbands as allies. Everyone else is the enemy. The moment you see them, show no mercy. They shout in unison, acknowledging his command. He tells them to get into position and execute the plan. Kim Sok-woo is completely shocked. He actually triggered a real outbreak. He wonders why even the ordinary skeleton soldiers look so powerful. Kim Dong-hae gasps, noting that the energy radiating from the Lich and Dullahan rivals that of high-ranking hunters. Indeed, player Kim Gi-ju is truly on another level, always exceeding our expectations, the man nearby replied. Are we really going to face off against the Iron Shield Guild branch? He wondered, seeing Seonbai join in with a Che Guild member standing right beside him. 1 month ago, a Che Guild member spoke up, followed by someone from the Morning Guild, both of them declaring in unison. They wanted to form an alliance with player Kim Gi-ju. Surprised, Kim Gi-ju asked an alliance, but why are you two traveling together? Kim Dong-hae replied that they began interacting much more frequently after the raid on the Guardian. Seonbai added that they probably grew closer after all their conversations about brother Kim Jigyu. It is all thanks to you after all. Kim Gi-ju laughed, asking what this alliance was about, while Choi Tae-opei replied, let me explain the whole story from the start. After the leader of the Che Guild retired, the vice leader, was appointed as the new master Kim Gi-ju. A bit late, but congratulations, I have been so busy lately that I missed the news. Kim Dong-hae thanked him and continued his explanation. While speaking with player Kim Seon-bai in my capacity as leader, we ended up discussing player Kim Gi-ju. We believed that every side would benefit from an alliance, which is why we decided to meet up here. Kim Gi-ju listened seriously. He replied, I appreciate you holding me in such high regard, but as you know, I am just a single individual compared to any guild. Kim Dong-hae explains that when the gate outbreak at Jeolsu was stopped, he saw an article with a photo. He stepped out wearing a mask, making Kim Gi-gyu helplessly realize everyone recognized him anyway. Dong-hae keeps talking. At that time, he immediately knew this guy would become famous, so why not try to build a good relationship with player Kim Gi-ju? Kim Gi-ju sets his glass down, agreeing to the alliance and asks him to state his terms. Can he, as an alliance member, make a request beforehand, 1 month from now at a set time and place? Bring your entire force. For security reasons, the details must stay secret, but it is a task where you will face an incredibly powerful force. He admits the request is heavy, but if they show up, he guarantees a solid alliance with both of them. Kim Dong-hae feels a bit nervous. They are getting dragged into something massive, so massive that a single misstep means getting crushed. The same heavy thought strikes everyone. They might get destroyed, but after witnessing him control that gate, they are absolutely sure of one thing. Player Kim Gi-ju will take them to a whole new level. Meanwhile, circular spots begin appearing on the ground. Heavy rain pours. Chairman O looks ahead, muttering that it has begun, while Tae-shik stands behind, crushing his cigarette. Heavy footsteps echo. Rows of skeleton soldiers march forward. Looking down, the chairman admits he was doubtful at first, but it turned out real. Tae-shik finishes his father's sentence, calling it an army or something very close. The chairman suddenly asks if he is confident. Tae-shik looks over, wondering about what, and the chairman points out that kid. Are you confident he won't turn into a monster? Tae-shik simply flicks his cigarette ash away. He says he cannot possibly know that, only wishing for the boy's happiness. The chairman darkly warns that if the kid becomes a monster and interferes with their plans, they must intervene. Tae-shik remains silent, staring right back at him. Someone approaches the duo, reporting directly to the director and the chairman that preparations are complete. Tae-shik commands that from this moment on, no one is allowed to enter. Whether they are players or civilians, not even a single mouse should slip in, as rain streams down his solemn face. They are betting everything on the honor of Jigyu. Meanwhile, the rain worsens and hurried boots splash through deep puddles, making urgent splashing sounds. Kim Sok-woo glances over, noting this massive energy feels completely different from normal players. No wonder they sealed off such a massive area. The name Jigyu pops into his mind, seemingly allied with the association on the surface. But in reality, they are soldiers acting strictly under the orders of the association president and Tae-shik. Their origins and history remain complete mysteries, though some claim they exist to protect South Korea and save humanity. Still, that is just hearsay. Suddenly, a Kane Guild member urgently alerts the leader about what lies directly ahead. A group appears before them, led by a bug-eyed, red-haired freak from the Iron Shield Guild. Kim Sok-woo frowns, recognizing the rival faction. Since they do not know their plans yet, a surprise attack would work much better than a frontal clash. He halts his group and lands in front of them. Kim Sok-woo acts friendly, greeting them in English, introducing himself as Yu. Kim Sok-woo from the Kane Guild. He explains they are reinforcements sent to help, but suddenly his expression completely changes. The red-haired freak suddenly swings his sword, slicing Kim Sok-woo across the cheek. Angered, Kim Sok-woo demands to know what he is doing as he leaps backward, shooting sharp ice spikes straight out of the ground, freezing the battlefield right under the psycho's feet. The red-haired guy laughs, mocking him for dodging and praising Korean players. His figure looks blurry behind the thick ice wall, but the block is instantly shattered. Stepping forward, the maniac declares he does not care about gate breaks or reinforcements. He will simply eliminate anyone who gets in his way, showing a twisted, crazed expression as he demands a fight. Fighting them is definitely way more fun than closing gates. Kim Sok-woo scowls, realizing this guy is the captain of the second squad of Iron Shield, the Psycho Jodet. High on a rooftop, Kim Gi-gyu's summoned Barrow Hat chatters, excitedly asking how he looks. He brags about looking incredibly cool after devouring those crystals. Kim Gi-gyu praises him, offering a quick word of thanks. Barrow Hat giggles happily. Mounting his beast, Rainio, Kim Gi-gyu quietly notes that their massive operation is finally starting. The South Korean branch of the Iron Shield Guild is led by their branch manager and commander-in-chief, Han Rogers Han. Under him are first captain Sha Lemon, second captain Jodet, and third captain Kalen. Kim Gi-gyu's job is to scatter these squads to prevent them from regrouping. He signals his water elemental. The water elemental triggers, transforming its body as Jia-in shifts elements and glides swiftly down from the rooftop. It leaps across building tops to navigate. Kim Gi-gyu calculates that in terms of raw numbers, his faction holds the advantage. But we cannot afford to be careless. Our side is just a temporary alliance that was recently thrown together. If their squads manage to regroup, we will be at a serious disadvantage. Seong-bai draws her bowstring taut. 4 arrows fly straight toward Team 1's captain Cha Lyman, but the moment they hit, they detonate, leaving him without a single scratch. Is this South Korea's idea of a welcoming ceremony? Yoon Dae-won and Yo Sung-gu feel like luck isn't on their side today. Why did we have to run into Cha Lyman of all people? As the two sides clash, Kim Dong-hae winces. We are too busy. We are stuck dealing with these grunt guild members and cannot help them. When on Earth is ranker Kim Gi-ju going to show up? Cha Limon charges forward relentlessly, swinging his blade, making the tanker's massive shield ring from the impact. The metal shield is already heavily dented. Yoon Dae-won shouts Earth Shield. A towering wall of soil erupts from the ground to protect him. A heavy blow shatters the wall, turning the earth barrier into a massive cloud of dirt and sand. Debris rains down on the metal shield before scattering. Sonbai watches anxiously as Yoon Jae-won is buried in the dust while Cha Limon scoffs. So weak, you dare ambush us with this pathetic level. You are hurting my pride, he roars, filled with pure rage. At the very least, you should have brought a ranker to take me down. And look, a dual-wielding figure leaps right above him. Here is your ranker, you bastard. Cha Limon's eyes widen, his pupils tracking upward as Gi-ju plunges his twin swords toward his neck. What blood sprays everywhere as Gi-ju pulls both swords out at once. The skill, Cannibalism, is activated, attempting egoization on player Cha Limon, but the process ends in complete failure. A portion of player Cha Limon has been absorbed. His subordinates stand frozen in shock, and the allied forces' eyes widen. As Cannibalism triggers, attempting egoization once more, a dark monster appears, opening its massive mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth. Egoization has failed once more, absorbing only a small portion instead. Gi-ju is completely taken aback. Did egoization really fail? Elle calls out to her master, snapping Gi-ju back to reality. Right, that doesn't matter now, he thinks, landing. Gi-ju asks with concern, Jae-won, are you okay? The tanker groans in pain. Wiping the cold rain from his face, Jae-won complains that Gi-ju arrived way too late. Apologizing, Gi-ju reaches into his gate for something. He pulls out a vial. Drink this potion. Jae-won looks completely dazed. Where did you just pull that from? Brunhart grumbles. I am not a walking warehouse, you know. Meanwhile, Cha Limon's remaining men stand dazed, unable to believe their leader fell so easily. Kim Dong-hae is equally speechless at the ranker's sheer power. Suddenly, a dark shadow looms over a chicken-headed player, bringing intense dread. Why did the sky suddenly turn pitch black? Rain roars, opening its massive jaws and swallowing the chicken-headed man halfway down. The remaining grunts scream in terror. What is that? Kim Dong-hae grows tense, wondering if this beast is an enemy or Gi-ju's ally. Gi-ju gives him a quick wink, and Kim Dong-hae immediately gets the picture. He orders his squad, that wolf is friendly, fall back and do not attack. With only Team 1 left beneath its feet, Rain freely swings its razor claws as the desperate enemies unleash their active skills. Their magic orbs turn into roaring fireballs and rocket toward Rain. Suddenly, heavy water barriers blast from its body, and the giant wolf completely vanishes. Did it die? No, water glides beneath their feet and reforms behind them. Rain materializes and opens its jaw, wiping them out entirely. Ugh, it is heading over there. Attack now. One player shouts, pointing out that their rear has a massive opening. Should we pinch them in a flank attack? Kim Dong-hae holds them back, telling them to stay calm and wait. Jumping in blindly will only get us caught in the crossfire. He grows pensive, remembering how Cha Limon's body suddenly vanished. It was as if some unseen entity devoured him, just like during the Guardian raid. A cold sweat breaks out on his forehead. Gi-ju activates his ego skills to join the fight. The absurd speed of Hermes' boots leaves the Team 1 members shrieking in panic. I cannot track his movements. Another squad is completely disoriented by Rain's relentless attacks. Kill it. Kim Dong-hae watches in silence. The man and his beast tear through enemies as if they are merely slicing fruit. Left totally speechless, Kim Dong-hae laughs bitterly. What is this? I cannot see a thing. Suddenly, a blue light flashes a skeleton soldier. It is the sword energy of the Rogers Hanwha. Ha ha ha. A minor gate break like this, and they actually had to call us. The madman slaughters everyone, having just arrived in this country. Meanwhile, Karan is locked in combat with a headless knight. What a truly weak country, a lich mutters from high above. A sinister red light flickers in the undead mage's eyes. I must delay this group under my master's orders. The lich looks at Roger's hand. He is incredibly strong. Furthermore, that weapon of his is our ultimate counter. Dark magic surges from the lich, forming a massive storm of arrows. Roger's hand frowns, looking up as the lich points its staff downward. A heavy rain of arrows pours down, targeting Roger's hand directly. Roger's hand scoffs, pulling his sword back before swinging it with full force. Useless, he unleashes a wave of sword energy, shattering the arrows. The moment it touches that blade aura, it instantly shatters and vanishes. The residual energy sweeps over the necromancer, forcing a painful grunt from the monster. Roger's hand sneers, arrogantly calling them fools who heavily underestimate Nai's true power. While in the heat of battle, the fighting woman hears Roger's hand's sudden orders. Kalen claims he can handle this spot alone, ordering them to group up, but the branch manager objects to his plan. Roger's hand flatly declares that is unnecessary, not even looking at the battle to know how it plays out. Their movements differ from ordinary monsters. Glancing back, he admits to having a really bad feeling about this whole situation. The bodies of the Iron Shield Guild's first squad lie scattered, while the Alliance's forces remain safe, staring out toward the skeletal battlefield. Dong He gasps, wondering if that sudden light came from the Iron Shield Guild. The scale of battle between high rankers truly is on another level. Lost in thought, Jigyu asks his ego partners Elle and Lu if it could be. Elle answers that he is correct. Lu agrees, adding that he senses a truly sickening presence from that direction, while Elle warns that it is the Holy Sword. Jigyu murmurs the words Holy Sword. Elle explains further, but Bu suddenly cuts in, frantically calling out to his master. Hearing that the skeletal army is completely wiped out, Jigyu gasps in shock. They are faster than expected. He tells Jaein to move out. Raindrops fall, creating small ripples on the ground. He instructs the others to group up after tending to their wounds and reorganizing. He urges them to unite once they are ready. With that said, he mounts Jaein and swiftly rides away through the rain. Rahi leaps from building to building. Inside, rain coats the windows as a clenched fist slams hard onto a desk. How could the association do this, they demand during a tense meeting over this blatant suppression. A gate break just occurred at Yeoksam, yet they kicked the local guild out despite them being the ones managing the area. Hefet Guild Master Kang Mansu fumes, declaring that his guild will not stand for this. The Blue Dragon Guild leader agrees. He points out that the association has never acted this tyrannical before. Something is highly unusual here, and his eyes wander sideways. Staring at an empty chair, he notes that Yu Sakwu's absence is incredibly suspicious. The Fisher Guild Master crosses his arms. They have all voiced their anger. Now they want to hear from the leader of the 10 Great Guilds Alliance. Every gaze locks onto the man at the head of the table, asking for Lee Seon-ho's thoughts. Outside, the downpour intensifies. Jigyu moves to reinforce the other squads. Arriving at the scene, he urgently asks about Dullahan, and Lu immediately responds. They are still locked in combat, likely energized by consuming massive amounts of crystals to boost their raw power. Frowning, Jigyu realizes that while they got lucky, the enemy is split into two forces. Even the crystal-boosted squad cannot carry this alone. They do not have the power to win this solo. He deeply contemplates if the Ken Guild is currently engaging this second army. If they are fighting that second wave, he has to move. Jigyu anxiously spurs himself forward. If he cannot finish this within 2 hours, it is over. He recalls the director's warning. Before the battle commenced, the director warned him that they would have to deploy their ultimate barrier. Sealing the entire Yeoksam area requires their highest grade barrier, but it cannot be sustained for long due to the extreme maintenance cost. Furthermore, if you factor in the inevitable interference from the other guilds, the window narrows. They only have a maximum of 3 hours. No matter what, it must end by then. Back in reality, an hour has already passed. Meanwhile, internal friction begins brewing between Tae-shik and his father. The association president coldly announces a sudden change. The barrier comes down in 1 hour. Tae-shik asks his father in utter disbelief, but Tae-gu firmly repeats the decision. This infuriates Tae-shik. He yells at his father, but Tae-gu merely scowls, unimpressed by his son's loud protests. This contradicts your promise, Tae-shik yells, but the president coldly replies that they have hit the limit. Losing his temper, Tae-shik yells about Angela's strong opposition, but Tae-gu cuts him off completely. He reveals that Lee Seon-ho himself is on his way. Tae-shik freezes, finally realizing the sheer gravity of the situation. The president orders him to summon Jigogi. It is time to fight as the battlefield rages on. Everyone fights with desperate intensity. Choi Tae-oh and Sung-gu risk their lives, but just as they face certain Dune reinforcement arrives, Yu Sokwu sweeps in to save them. Looking down at the exhausted Sung-gu, he asks if he is all right. Scanning their surroundings, the vice leader notes that surviving one squad was already an absolute nightmare, but now their numbers keep growing. Dragging his exhausted body up, Sung-gu mutters that they have suffered enough. He stops watching the brutal clash nearby and notes that their guild master is having an even tougher time. Sek-gu is currently forced into a brutal 2-on-1 fight. Jodet snaps at Kalen to get out of his way. He claims this prey. Kalen glares back, cursing that he always fails when going solo. She asks if he has any idea how many times he has repeated that same mistake. Immediately after, both of them attack Seok-woo at once. Seok-woo struggles to fight back, cursing these bastards for coordinating so well in the heat of battle. Jumping to the ground to dodge their onslaught, Seok-woo pours every ounce of his energy into his ice sword and lands a clean strike. First up is Kalen. To Seok-woo, she does not seem to have any outstanding traits, yet her insane speed and reflexes are a major problem, preventing any trick attacks. She reads his movements instantly, keeping them perfectly locked in a balanced duel. But the real problem is Jordet. Even though the guy's hands are completely frozen solid by Sekwu's ice spell, he just laughs, whining about getting caught again and asking Kalin if she is annoyed too. Kalin glares at him, snapping that he is far too careless before instantly charging forward with absolute resolve. She unleashes brutal, decisive slashes directly into Jordet's frozen body, carving his limbs completely apart, but strangely enough, his severed flesh immediately begins to regenerate. Thanks to his unique regeneration skill, Jordet easily breaks free from the ice and mocks him. Jordet mocks him, laughing that ice is totally useless, leaving Seokwoo to worry about the growing power gap. The gap between their strength is just too massive. He should have used a lethal strike right from the start, especially since Jordet is weaker than Kalin. But the guy acts as a tank, letting Kalin unleash her true power. Seokwoo knows he must separate them, even if only for a brief moment. Jordet complains to Kalin that she has sliced him up more than 10 times now, but she simply ignores him. Instead, she focuses on sensing her surroundings before suddenly warning Jordet that something dangerous is rapidly approaching their position. Jordet chuckles and asks what it is, but before they can even react, a mysterious blur flashes right past them. It sweeps past both enemies and stops right behind them. Kalin gasps in horror, wondering what on earth just happened. It is none other than Kim Gi-ju. He just used the speed boost of his level 45 Hermes boots, backing up his 89 dexterity and 40 mana. This special speed skill allows him to boost his movement speed, completely shattering all physical limits in an instant. Kim Gi-ju glances down at his boots, knowing this brand new speed skill was only possible thanks to Lu's dark magic. While it works similarly to a short teleport, the leap distance is much greater, earning Lu some proud, smug satisfaction. Lu playfully tells him not to flatter him too much, while Kalin stares at Kim Gi-ju's back in sheer terror, wondering who he is. She could not track his movements at all, shocked that South Korea hides another monster of this caliber. But then her gaze shifts to Jordet, who is staring down at his own body in absolute paralyzed horror. Before he can even process what happened, deep wounds burst open, sending him to his knees, screaming in agonizing pain. He curses Kim Gi-ju, calling him another annoying bastard, and boasts that simple wounds like these will never put him down. Kim Gi-ju coldly cuts him off, listing his rank as the second army commander and identifying his unique skill as regeneration. Shocked, Jordet freezes. Kim Gi-ju smugly asks if his pronunciation was correct, joking that his English is still a work in progress. Kim Gi-ju warns him that his regeneration will not be working anymore, pointing out that his own little companion has a special skill too. He glances at his blue star bracelet, which is synchronized with his level 81 ego companion, Ren, boosting his strength to 77. Ren boasts 102 dexterity, 98 mana, and a powerful wound amplification skill. Harnessing bleeding, fire, water, and dark elements, this move completely disables all healing and massively amplifies any damage dealt. Seokwoo finally breathes a sigh of relief, laughing that backup has arrived, while Kalin stands there completely frozen in shock. She desperately wonders how he managed to block Jordet's regeneration, knowing a normal skill or item could never do this. Realizing the terrifying truth, a panicked Jordet demands to know if Kim Gi-ju is also the owner of a unique skill. He lets out a strained, nervous laugh, admitting it has been ages since anyone managed to wound him this badly. Staring at his wounds, he admits their synchronization is still pretty weak. And while Kim Gi-ju's unique skill managed to outsmart him, Jordet suddenly stops speaking. A twisted grin spreads across his face as his muscles rapidly begin to expand, bulging with absolute raw power. He roars out, asking if they truly thought he had no counter for his only weakness, leaving Kim Gi-ju to watch in utter confusion. The once skinny Jordet is replaced by a massive green giant, prompting a panicked Lu to warn his master. Suddenly, a massive shockwave erupts as the transformed monster sticks out his tongue with glowing predatory eyes. He sneers that they are finally even now as the surrounding windows shatter and fill the sky with thick, blinding dust. The onlookers marvel that even the heavy rain cannot clear the dust, while Kalin silently analyzes Jordet's terrifying new form. Kalin silently reckons the battle is tipping in their favor, noting a broken skill capable of converting excess stats. It channels remaining stat regeneration into a temporary, completely unexpected surge of absolute destructive combat power. He was risking a dormant skill with horrible lingering side effects, but then a cold voice echoed from right behind her. "Where do you think you are looking?" Kalin spins around as Yu Seokgu steps out from the frost. "I am not down yet, so do not let your guard down." Instantly, he unleashes a deadly volley of ice arrows. The frost projectiles swarm toward her, but Kalin easily weaves through the danger, using her agile moves, counterattacking with a sharp sneer. "You still do not get it, do you? Your pathetic attacks cannot touch a single hair on my head. I can end you by myself in a heartbeat without even needing." Jodith Seokgu frowns deeply at her arrogance. "Well," he chuckles, "looks like I am being heavily underestimated." Taking advantage of his distraction, Kalin slips behind to deliver a fatal strike, but her blade will not budge. No matter how hard she tries, her arm is completely locked as terror washes over her. Seokgu just smiles and explains that he only retreated earlier to preserve his mana in case their plans fell through. But since Kim Gi-ju is finally here, he has no reason to hold back. Terrified, Kaelin leaps backward. She creates some distance, snarling in rage. Do you not see what is happening? Your precious little partner has probably been crushed to pieces by now. But Jigyu just stares into the dust cloud, utterly unfazed. We will see about that. Seconds later, the settling dust reveals Jodith caught in Kim Gi-ju's grasp. Kim Gi-ju has stabbed him twice through the back. Jodith is barely holding on, leaving Kaelin completely horrified at the sight as she screams in disbelief. No, Jigyu coldly steps forward, telling her to try and block this before unleashing his ultimate ice spell. Kaelin stands frozen in pure terror, unable to move a single muscle as the frost sweeps over her. Sealed in solid ice, her life ends instantly. The onlookers gasp in sheer awe at the terrifying display of power, while Jigyu casually plays dumb, joking that he got a bit too heated and went too far. Then his gaze shifts toward Kim Gi-ju. He wonders why Kim Gi-ju has not finished his fight yet, but the young warrior himself is looking totally dazed. Lao suddenly pops up asking her master what he is doing, while Kim Gi-ju cries inside, wondering why his swords are stuck. What is wrong with this monster's muscles? Jodith lets out a creepy laugh, driving a blade through his own body to pierce Kim Gi-ju. Fortunately, Kim Gi-ju pulls his twin blades back just in time to dodge. Jodith rips the sword out of his own flesh and steps closer. He looks at Kim Gi-ju with a sick grin, mocking that he thought this country had absolutely nothing to be proud of. Aside from the demon Lu and Lee Seo-jun, he never expected to find two players of this caliber. Now the real fight begins. Just as the tension reaches its peak, Sung-hoon comes running from the distance, frantically shouting Kim Gi-ju's name. He yells for them to wrap this up immediately, because the legendary Lee Seo-jun is already on his way. Meanwhile, outside the barrier, Tae-shik and his son stand guard as Lee Seo-jun's elite squad finally arrives on the scene, demanding answers. Isn't it about time you tell us what is going on, Association President? He demands with a heavy glare. Back inside, Sung-hoon desperately keeps warning everyone that the absolute powerhouse Lee Seo-jun is about to breach the area. Kim Gi-ju mutters the name in worry, while Jodith beside him snarls in pure frustration. Annoyed that their duel is being interrupted, Jodith completely loses his temper and charges wildly towards Jigyu. He screams at them not to interfere while he is having fun, but Kim Gi-ju is faster, casting a binding spell to lock him down. Jodith curses in absolute rage at being trapped, while Kim Gi-ju yells for Sung-hoon to use this opening and escape immediately. He promises to finish this quickly, but Sung-hoon hesitates to leave silently, remembering the association's orders to avoid getting involved. But defying those strict orders, he draws his sword and charges toward the enemies behind, shouting that he will support the alliance. With the battlefield shifting, Jodith glares and quickly redirects his deadly focus back onto Kim Jigyu. He sneers that a cheap, low-tier trick like this cannot hold him, suddenly swelling his physical form to shatter the binding spell. Breaking free, Jodith builds momentum and declares that with the pests gone, their real battle has just begun. He delivers a colossal slash right at Kim Gi-ju, kicking up a massive dust cloud. But as the debris clears, Kim Gi-ju is nowhere to be seen. As Jodith wonders where he went, Kim Gi-ju suddenly appears perched on a light pole behind him, looking down coldly. He mutters that he hates to ruin his opponent's excitement, but he is completely out of time and needs to end this immediately. The dark elemental power was activated by Kim Gi-ju to deal with Jodith, while over on this side, Lee Seo-ho was still questioning Chairman Tae-shik and his son, demanding to know if it was finally time to tell them the truth. What on earth is going on here? Lee Seo-jun demands, eyeing the men in black suits before asking if this is Kim Gi-ju. They are blocking our path with those menacing looks. Are you planning to fight us? The association president is forced to step in and explain. Of course not. There must be some misunderstanding, as the association actually requested everyone's cooperation. And from what I gather, you all accepted that request. But Lee Seo-jun bluntly scoffs at the word cooperation. Calling it cooperation is completely wrong. As the leader of the local hair butter guild, he stands his ground. They received an eviction notice, didn't they? They are only trying to help prevent the explosion, so why reject their support? He glares, asking if they are hiding something inside that the public shouldn't know about. Things are looking incredibly bad for the president, leaving him silent and deep in thought. After a tense pause, he warns Lee Seo-jun not to jump to conclusions, claiming they are merely maintaining a barrier. It is simply to prevent further damage, and they refuse to let anyone risk their lives as completely superfluous reinforcements. Lee Seo-jun snaps at this, furiously demanding if he is considered nothing more than a redundant leftover. An icy silence falls over them, especially after the president feeds him another round of empty, superficial excuses. Lee Seo-jun loses his patience, asking directly if the president will physically stop them if they force their way in. Without a single second of hesitation, President Go simply says no, shocking absolutely everyone around him. As the president backs down, Tae-shik immediately draws his weapon, fully prepared for a clash. The sudden tension terrifies the crowd, but they steel themselves to move. Lee Seo-jun calmly proposes another option. He will go in completely alone. Using telepathy, he secretly tells the president not to worry, He promises to keep silent about whatever is inside, claiming he is actually on the president's side. Back to Kim Jiju, who is now unleashing his dark element, which literally dissolves his physical body into pure shadow. It grants powers beyond any player's imagination, allowing Kim Jiju to cast a binding spell directly on Jodith. Finding himself wrapped in those same shadow chains, Jodith laughs, boasting that Kim Jiju already saw this trick fail. He claims the skill is completely useless against him, but a second later he realizes something is terribly wrong. He is completely immobilized. Kim Jiju explains that while the dark element looks like a simple visual shift, it does far more. Its true strength lies in its passive effect, heavily amplifying any abilities sharing the same elemental attribute. Panicking as he is dragged closer, Jodith cursed. Kim Jiju ruthlessly drives his blade straight through the villain's chest. With that, Jodith is forced to log out of the game as a system notification triggers his cannibalism skill. The ego absorption of player Jordan begins and succeeds, securing Kim Jiju a powerful new soul for his arsenal. Even with Jodith dead, the dark element leaves a massive physical toll, putting a dangerous burden on Kim Giju's body. He sighs, noting how much he avoids using it. Lao appears, reminding him he had absolutely no choice this time. His companion calls him a weak master, playfully warning him that exhaustion is no excuse to rest for long. Kim Jiju groans at the nagging, quickly picking himself up and scanning the surrounding area. Seeing Yu Sok-woo's group staring back at him, Kim Jiju realizes they have managed to clean up their end too. Kim Jiju gets to his feet, telling Ryan to move out as they head straight toward the active battlefield. Hearing they are still holding the line, Kim Jiju follows Lao's directions, rushing toward the chaotic clash ahead. The Dullahan and Hearst are locked in combat with Zhou Changhan. Kim Jiju grins casually, calling out a greeting. Zhou Changhan stares in utter disbelief, stammering Kim Jiju's name as the battle continues to rage violently around them. Finding himself completely overwhelmed by a mere Dullahan and a lich, the seasoned fighter grimaces in sheer frustration. He can't believe he is struggling, especially since he is wielding a legendary holy sword. Under normal circumstances, a whole army of these undead wouldn't pose a threat. Channeling power into his blade, he roars. He screams at them not to look down on him, unleashing a massive destructive wave of holy energy. But the Dullahan easily evades the fatal blast, leaving Zhou Changhan standing frozen in absolute shock. He realizes these aren't mindless beasts. If they had basic monster intelligence, they would have struck his openings. Instead, the Dullahan held back patiently, keeping guard to let the lich fully recover its strength. They aren't trying to win, but are simply stalling for time. Suddenly, something catches his eye in the sky. A high-speed projectile streaks across the clouds, confirming his worst fears about what is really happening. Timing-wise, something is seriously off about this. That was no ordinary explosion, and the one who just arrived is none other than Kim Jiju. He smiles warmly at Yozer, saying it's been a while, but Yozer only scowls, failing to recognize him. Who is it? Our boy Kim confidently introduces himself as Kim Jiju before instantly summoning his blue wolf. Hearing that name, Jojo gasps. He repeats the name Kim Jiju. Brandishing his sword, he swings wildly in sheer terror, glancing at the Dullahans as a sudden realization hits. So that is why they held back their full strength until now. Without a single second thought, Kim Jiju charges into counterattack. Just as Jojo prepares to block with his holy sword, he recalls the warning he received to be extremely careful around that weapon. If his guess is correct, that sword might actually be capable of absorbing the holy sword's power. Seeing him constantly dodge instead of fighting back, Kim Jiju realizes he's figured it out. Lao chimes in, sharing his thoughts on the matter. It seems Iron Shield Cell gave him a clue to do something. Kim Jiju halts his advance, turning back to face his summons with a warm smile. Hurt Dullahan, you did amazing. Thanks for holding the line so long. Hurt replies that it was nothing, master. Dullahan chimed in as well, saying it was a great honor to have fulfilled their master's orders. Kim Jiju smiles softly, telling them to go rest up. Instantly, Hurt and Dullahan vanish back into his special necklace. Witnessing this, Jojo turns pale in pure panic. What kind of power is this? Could he be the one behind that massive explosion? No, that doesn't even matter, Jojo thinks, clutching his wounded chest in terror. How on earth did he grow this powerful in such a short span of time? Without giving Jojo a second to breathe, Kim Jiju speaks up. Let's start our little game of tag right now, shall we? Lightning crackles across the sky as heavy rain pours down, adding to the sheer tension. Watching from a distance, Ji Suk-gu tells Se Sung-hoon that he rushed over blindly, but it seems their friend has changed immensely. He has grown unbelievably strong in a flash. Sung-hoon nods blankly in response as they turn back to the battle. Seeing his opponent constantly on the defensive, Kim Jiju taunts him, asking what's wrong and why he's acting so weak now. With blinding speed, Kim Jiju lands several swift stabs, mocking the bastard for being so pathetic. Yozer is absolutely furious. Boiling with rage, Yozer curses out loud, completely unable to fight back. Just then, Lao appears to deliver a quick warning. You've played enough. Let's finish this. Kim Gi-ju grins confidently, agreeing that it is time to end this game. He raises his sword, aiming for a final lethal strike. Terrified, Jojo barely manages to dodge the blow, cursing under his breath. Before, this guy was nothing but a pathetic bug. Thrusting his blade forward, Kim Gi-ju shut him down completely. It's far too late to dodge now. Meanwhile, far from the brutal clash in Korea, a lighter flickers inside a quiet office. Iron Shield Cell sits calmly in his office holding a cigarette as he murmurs thoughtfully that Jojo must have arrived in Korea by now. His assistant stands nearby and asks with clear concern if everything will really be alright. Sending the Holy Sword to fight someone who can literally absorb its power, Iron Shield Cell takes a slow drag and answers calmly. I trust him, and I already warned him about Yoser, so he'll be fine. The assistant hesitates, still feeling highly uneasy. Sensing his assistant's doubts, Iron Shield Cell cuts him off. No need to finish that thought. Honestly, there's nothing to worry about. That holy sword is far from an ordinary weapon after all. At death's door, he will realize. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, Jojo struggles to control his weapon. Seeing this, Suk-gu, Sung-hoon, and Kim Gi-ju are left utterly bewildered as a strange surge of energy erupts around them. Jojo has no idea what is happening either. Looking at his sword, Kim Gi-ju wonders what exactly is being absorbed right now. But this feels completely different from Kallian. Lau appears instantly, stating he finally understands what has been so off about this. It is no longer just a holy sword master. It has been altered. Kim Gi-ju double-checks, asking if the holy sword was corrupted. Lau continues, explaining that calling it a demonic sword would be far more accurate. Seeing this, Jojo laughs mockingly, claiming Kim Gi-ju isn't so tough after all, as a strange energy envelops his body. Suddenly bathed in the holy sword's blue light, Jojo smirks, shouting out that this is how things are supposed to be. I will kill you in the most painful way possible. Meanwhile, Kim Gi-ju calmly asks Lau if it really is a demonic sword. So you can't do anything to stop it? Lau looks troubled, replying that it's not that simple. That's exactly what I mean. Kim Gi-ju frowns, having thought it would be an easy meal. Seeing them ignore him, Jojo fumes. What on earth have you been muttering about this whole time? Taking a combat stance, he demands to know if Kim Gi-ju is losing his mind. Let me chop you to pieces to wake you up. Lau tries to speak, but Kim Gi-ju stops him, pointing out that Jojo is charging. With those words, he charges frantically at Kim Gi-ju. Meanwhile, back with Iron Shield Cell, the cigarette has completely burned down. He lights up a fresh cigarette as his assistant beside him looks on, asking if that weapon is really just an ordinary holy sword. The assistant assumes Iron Shield must have massive expectations for Yoseo to trust him with such a blade, but the master solemnly scoffs at the idea. Iron Shield chuckles and admits that might be true, while the battle raging on the other side grows more intense by the second. Yoseo wields the holy sword with a clear advantage over Kim Gi-ju, who barely manages to dodge several consecutive devastating strikes. Kim Gi-ju remains completely lost, unsure of how to counter this onslaught when Se-seong notices his struggle. Se-seong grabs his staff to charge and warning that ranker Kim Gi-ju is in grave danger, but Se-gu stops him, telling him to wait. Something is off, but Kim Gi-ju suddenly plants his sword, using it as a pivot to kick Yoseo hard enough to send him flying. Kim Gi-ju stares in utter confusion, wondering what is wrong with the guy since he was supposed to be completely weakened by now. Lu manifests to explain that the sword is the cause, just like he warned his master before. It is a corrupted holy weapon that temporarily grants incredible power, but Yoseo suddenly clutches his chest in panic, feeling his body failing. His face turns pale with dread, unable to comprehend the horrifying drain happening deep inside his own flesh. Lu continues, explaining that the sword devours the wielder's energy, while Iron Shield's assistant finally puts the pieces together. The assistant eagerly repeats his master's words, realizing the sword drains the user to transfer all that power to its true owner. It is a truly terrifying weapon, but won't this ruin their plan to establish a strong influence inside South Korea? If Yoseo loses his strength too quickly, it becomes a massive setback. Hearing this, Iron Shield swirls his wine glass and responds with a wicked, scheming grin. He tells him not to worry, since Nai is incredibly intricate, and the sword will completely consume Yoseo before he even notices. That is exactly how Yoseo will become a mere stepping stone for his ultimate vengeance, leaving his assistant completely frozen in horror. Iron Shield takes another sip of wine, noting that this revenge scheme has another 6 months of preparation, so there is no rush. Granted, things might change if the boy tries to forcefully squeeze out Nai's hidden power within a short period of time, but the mastermind highly doubts Yoseo will ever have a reason to resort to such extremes while the corrupted fighter struggles. Yoseo is completely out of gas, trembling violently as he demands to know what kind of curse Kim Gi-ju has placed on him. He musters his remaining energy to leap at Kim Gi-ju, but the S-rank effortlessly deflects him and delivers a clean slash to Yoseo's arm. Kim Gi-ju snatches the holy sword away as Yoseo shrieks in agony, crying out about his ruined arm and his precious weapon. Refusing to accept this harsh reality, the defeated hunter collapses and weeps on the ground, making Kim Gi-ju let out a deep sigh. He laments that his months of meticulous preparation for revenge ended so easily, but Lu quickly chimed in to reassure his master. Lu urges him to wrap it up, expressing his absolute disgust for this pathetic middle-aged enemy who deserves some serious punishment. Looking down at the writhing Yoseo, Kim Gi-ju coldly tells him to hold out his hand. Seeing his hesitation, Kim Gi-ju reassures him that it is just a healing potion before pouring it over his arm. Surprisingly, the foolish Yoseo bursts into a mad laugh. He gloats that Kim Gi-ju finally understands that opposing the Rain Guild is suicide, claiming he will at least spare Kim Gi-ju's pathetic life now. An irritated Kim Gi-ju snaps back, asking the idiot if he even realizes what is happening to his own body, telling him to open his status window. Yoseo looks completely lost, prompting an annoyed Lu to call him a lunatic who lost his mind just because they patched up his arm. Yoseo checks his stats only to find himself back at level 1 with 0 skills left. He gasps in absolute disbelief, stammering over his screen. He stutters about his lost level and stats, while Kim Gi-ju sighs, noting the fool has finally noticed his pathetic reality. Before Kim Gi-ju can even finish his sentence, Yoseo screams out in fury, demanding to know how on earth he is back at level 1. He wails that even pesky flies are stronger than a level 1 player, lamenting that he has become a totally useless, incompetent loser who is worse than garbage. Yoseo whines that this fate is worse than death, which instantly triggers Kim Gi-ju, who delivers a brutal punch and barks at him. Kim Gi-ju tells the jerk that he is taking things way too far, asking if he thinks he was beaten by some trash. Kim Gi-ju continues venting while a curious Brunhart pipes up to ask why her master is suddenly losing his cool like this. Lu replies that their master carries a painful past, while Kim Gi-ju continues lecturing Yoseo about how starting at level 1 is not a crime. He points out that even the highest-ranking players started from level 1, asking if he expected to be born at level 1 million. Watching the scene, Seo-gu and Sung-hoon can only chuckle helplessly, knowing the idiot crossed a line he should have never touched. Suddenly, Seo-gu senses something strange in the air and screams in panic that the barrier has already been open for a while. With Lee Se-ho fast approaching, Kim Gi-ju stops his fist, glaring at the wretched Yoseo and muttering that the bastard got incredibly lucky. He tears open a gate to toss him inside, ordering Heart to feed him the gathered recovery potions since his body is at its absolute limit. Kim Gi-ju also tells him to secure the holy sword. Heart catches Yoseo and salutes, but suddenly calls out to his master in a panic. Master Kim Gi-ju glances at the light in the distance, interrupting Zeta, saying he already knows. A terrifying wave of mana can be felt miles away, as the three of them stand tall in a proud, imposing line. Greeting the newcomer, Lee Seo-ho approaches from afar and immediately says that this entire case is incredibly bizarre, just as he thought. Lee Seo-ho smiles softly at Kim Gi-ju, explaining that he cannot simply view this as a standard explosion. He then asks if he is Kim Gi-ju, making Kim Gi-ju freeze before asking how the man could possibly know him. Lee Seo-ho quickly replies that while he hates boasting, their Angela Guild is extremely confident in their massive information network. But even they could not fully grasp the situation here, prompting him to ask what exactly went down inside. He demands to hear the story directly, but Sung-hun steps up, introducing himself as CEO Sung-hun from the association. He reports that they have mostly cleared the blast site, but unfortunately several members of the local Ezon Guild branch were lost. Lee Seo-ho smirks, calling it quite a wild party, then remarks that they have clearly taken care of the enemies. But they probably do not realize that he had already set up a formal negotiation with the Ezon Guild. Lee Seo-ho looks at Kim Gi-ju, explaining seriously that they promised to let him meet the person holding the very item he desires. Hearing this, Kim Gi-ju wonders if they mean the Elixir, while Lee Seo-ho strokes his chin and claims only one person has it. He demands that the Demon Lu show herself if she does not want to see her chosen successor chopped into tiny pieces. Hearing the title of Demon Lu, everyone is utterly stunned, and even Kim Gi-ju can only stammer out in complete shock. Suddenly, a voice echoes from above, asking how he can perform such vile actions while calling himself a holy disciple. In the sky overhead, a dark purple radiance begins to manifest, expanding outward and growing heavier by the second. The Demon Lu steps forward with crossed arms, complaining that her long-awaited reunion with her beloved disciple has been totally ruined. Everyone is shaken by her sudden arrival, prompting Sung-hun to ask in disbelief if this is truly the legendary Demon Lu. Soo-jung looks amused, noting his friend seems shocked, while Kim Gi-ju is deeply unsettled that she could get so close undetected. Realizing he could not sense her presence at all, Kim Gi-ju warns the others that her stealth ability is on an entirely different level. Go Hyung-cheon watches as Soo-jung shrugs, calling Kim Gi-ju's reaction incredibly boring when she had hoped to surprise him. Dismissing the issue, she asks if he came all this way because he needs the Elixir, prompting Lee Seo-ho to nod firmly. Jung tells him his vessel is heavily contaminated and they are hardly close enough for her to hand it over. Lee Seo-ho demands a trade, but Jung acts incredibly arrogant, questioning why she should ever agree to such a deal. She warns him that even the elixir cannot fully cleanse his contaminated vessel at best, only slowing the decay. Since the elixir is so remarkably rare, she argues that wasting it on a lost cause like him would be foolish. Lee Seo-ho remains silent and hesitates for a long moment before muttering that he has no other choice, immediately triggering his transformation. Clad in heavy iron armor and gripping a gleaming razor-sharp sword, he confidently issues a challenge to the shocked onlookers. The onlookers gasp at his bold move, while Jung smirks with amusement and Kim Ji-ju silently watches the unfolding drama. Staring at the pristine white blade, Kim Ji-ju wonders about its origin, and Kim Ji-ju immediately confirms it is indeed the sword's saint. Elle chimes in, warning that they have grown incredibly powerful, now easily surpassing even her own current level of peak strength. As Jung steps closer to Lee Seo-ho, Kim Ji-ju silently wonders if she can actually handle such a deadly sword. Jung gets right in his face, mocking that fighting both her and Bon at the same time will be extremely difficult. She points out that the entire area will be reduced to a sea of fire, asking if he still hates senseless slaughter. Lee Seo-ho ignores her taunts, stating he has no time for worthless debates, which makes Jung stare deep into his eyes and sigh. She mutters that he never listens to reason anyway before vanishing from his sight in the blink of an eye. Reappearing right next to her loyal guard, Bon Jung gestures for him to hand over a small vial filled with purple liquid. Sung-hun gasps at the sight of the liquid, while Kim Ji-ju quickly identifies it as the legendary elixir. Jung chuckles, asking what he is willing to offer in exchange for the precious bottle during their negotiation. Lee Seo-ho promises to spare her successor along with everyone else present, but Jung sneers and asks if that is a threat. She calls him a common thug rather than a trading partner, demanding he keep his hands off her beloved disciple. She demands a one-year safety guarantee for her student, which Lee Seo-ho accepts in exchange for the elixir. He agrees to keep his promise, and Jung bids him farewell as she prepares to depart. Lee Seo-ho tells her to wait, demanding she swear on her god's honor while she glares back at him with unwavering resolve. Kim Ji-ju's mind is completely blank, left with nothing but endless questions as Lee Seo suddenly vanishes right before everyone's eyes. Sung-hun plops onto the ground, taking a deep, desperate breath while complaining about the absolutely crushing pressure. It was so heavy he could barely breathe. Meanwhile, Soo-dong turns to Seung-hun and Suk-gu, asking if they are both friends of her disciple. Throwing her arm around his shoulder, she asks if they can handle the rest, since she and her disciple are leaving first. Jen-hoot yells helplessly to get away from his master, but Kim Ji-ju is completely clueless. Dazed by the rapid turn of events, he gets dragged away right in front of his friends before he can even speak. Seung-hun and Suk-gu stand frozen, watching Kim Ji-ju disappear. Meanwhile, Kim Ji-ju loses consciousness and blacks out for a while. Drifting back to consciousness, he opens his eyes and overhears a private conversation between Soo-dong and Bone, mentioning he unlocked it. Unlocking the demon eye using nothing but his own raw strength is truly a remarkable feat for such a young kid. Bone believes he deserves her attention, and Soo-dong agrees, admitting she has absolute faith in Bone's eye for talent. Jen repeatedly tells him to wake up, and seeing him open his eyes, Soo-dong asks if he is awake. Kim Ji-ju forces himself up and looks around in confusion, realizing he is back in his own basement home. She had suddenly appeared out of nowhere and even knew his address. He brings up the demon eye to Soo-dong. He asks if she is using the communication device to spy on him, and Soo-dong casually admits they can see everything. Furious, Kim Ji-ju yells that this is a total invasion of privacy, and she has no business monitoring his personal life. Soo-dong keeps teasing, asking if he is embarrassed and calling him adorable. This prompts Kim Ji-ju to leap to his feet. He demands to know why she sneaked into his house, but she counters, asking if a master cannot visit her disciple. Since she missed his housewarming party, she figured a casual visit was fine. Meanwhile, the protagonist inwardly groans in pain. Besides, he owes her big time, considering she spent 3 precious elixir pills just to save his life. He asks her who she really is to possess the demon eye, and inquires about Lee Seo-ho's true identity. Soo-dong quickly cuts him off, saying she knows he has questions, but now is simply not the time to explain. She will explain later because something else is more important, leaving Kim Ji-ju completely puzzled. What could top the elixirs, the demon eye, and Lee Seo-ho? Soo-dong looks at him and speaks. She demands to live with him. The main character freezes for 3 solid seconds before screaming in absolute shock. Moments later, loud laughter fills the house as Soo-dong works her charm to flatter the main character's mother. Telling Mi-ju her skin is so radiant she looks like a teenager, the mother covers her mouth, giggling with joy. She tells her not to flatter her, then turns to sweet-talk Do-jung, complimenting her beautiful name. Calling Do-jung gorgeous and just like her mother, the embarrassed girl gushes and thanks her. She wonders where Kim Ji-ju found such a beauty, admitting she thought he was into men. Kim Ji-ju sits there feeling entirely left out. He feels like an outsider in his own home. Jung eagerly asks her brother where he met this gorgeous sister. Their mother chimes in, urging him to share. Kim Gi-ju squeezes his eyes shut, desperately looking for an escape. He cannot let his mother and sister run wild with their dramatic Korean drama imaginations. One wrong word and things will get way too complicated. He needs a sign from the universe, and fast. Suddenly, a brilliant idea strikes him. He stands straight up and loudly announces something to the family. He blurts out that he got a puppy. Jung blinks in confusion as Kim Gi-gyu suddenly bolts right out the door. He yells back that he just adopted a dog while Jung chases after him, demanding to know where he's going. Kim Ji-ju begs Jen to shrink down into a smaller form while the beast teases him about how desperate he sounds. He keeps pleading until Jen finally gives in and transforms into an incredibly cute, tiny little puppy. Their mother and sister run outside and Jung squeals in pure delight at the puppy. Kim Gi-gyu sighs in relief while Jen warns him about tomorrow. Jung excitedly scoops up the puppy. She asks about his breed, hoping his fur is natural since dye is bad for dogs, and begs to name him. He reassures her it is natural and that he already named him Jen. Jung jumps for joy, calling him the best. She remarks that he finally looks cool, which makes him grumble internally about all the years he worked to feed her. Dong walks out and teases him, saying he actually knows how to use his brain. The protagonist quickly complains. He mutters that she is the sole reason he had to resort to this, but she quickly changes the subject. Maybe we should talk for a bit. Bon found us a pretty nice spot in a local cafe. Kim Ji-ju calls Heo Sung-hoon on the phone, thanking him and sincerely apologizing for leaving before the cleanup was done. He leaves the rest of the work to him with a quick thank you before hanging up. Suddenly, Kim Ji-ju sneezes loudly, feeling terribly guilty. Leaving others to clear the mess after causing so much trouble really weighs heavily on his conscience. Seeing him walk in, Soo-gyeong teases him about his incredibly gloomy face. Kim Ji-ju approaches with a question. Can you actually read minds? Soo-gyeong denies it, claiming she only guessed, based on his expression. She tells him not to worry since those guys are highly experienced. Honestly, his presence wouldn't help anyway. Kim Ji-ju sits down, muttering that her words aren't very comforting, especially since she was the main cause of all this. But is a cafe so close to his house really going to be safe? Usually people use soundproof barriers inside the tower. Soo-gyeong reassures him not to worry. Bon's barrier is far superior to those cheap commercial ones. No one will hear their conversation or even sense their presence. Kim Gi-ju nods, saying he understands as Elle starts to explain further. She explains to Kim Gi-ju that a barrier of this caliber is impossible for any ordinary person to conjure. Soo-gyeong continues, saying they will finally answer the burning questions he has been waiting for. What do you want to ask? Kim Gi-ju falls quiet. He has a million things on his mind, yet he still can't quite pinpoint the strangely different vibe he's been getting from her lately. He remembers Soo-gyeong's absolute confidence when facing Lee Seo-ho. Lee Seo-ho had questioned her. When asked if she could handle him, she boldly pointed out that he was outnumbered against her and Bon. Wouldn't that be tough? Remembering this, Kim Gi-ju looks at the quiet man opposite and asks if he is Bon. Or rather, is he even a human? Their eyes lock in silence until Soo-gyeong finally breaks the ice. Is that seriously your first question? Your senses are pretty sharp, but why didn't you ask about your own sword first? Lu quickly speaks up, explaining that since his memory isn't great, he hasn't said anything yet. But that guy is definitely a demon. Kim Gi-ju is stunned. Lu adds that he was once an ancient, incredibly cruel archdemon. Suddenly, Bon drops to one knee. Almighty Lord of all demons, I salute the master who tamed you. Kim Ji-ju leans back, completely bewildered, while Soo-gyeong holds in her laughter, wondering if Bon actually just said that. She completely loses it, bursting into loud laughter. That is too hilarious. She then asks if his name is Lu. Lu confirms it. Soo-gyeong nods. Kim Ji-ju stands up in shock. Can you actually hear my inner ego's voice? Soo-gyeong nods. Yes, I hear L, and even that annoying little brat hanging around your neck too. Ren snaps back, angrily denying being a kid, while Lu comments that none of this is actually surprising. Makes sense, since they share a vision now. Kim Gi-gyu is completely thrown off by this wild and highly unexpected coincidence. He slams both hands flat on the table, demanding to know if she's really reading his mind. Soo-gyeong firmly denies it, explaining he was simply thinking so loudly she could easily guess his thoughts. Even if he stood completely still, she couldn't read his mind. Lu tells Kim Gi-ju she's right. Lu tells Kim Gi-ju she's telling the truth. Kim Gi-ju facepalms with a heavy sigh, begging them to slow down before his brain melts. Soo-gyeong teases her slow disciple. Lu laughs along, but Elle immediately jumps in to defend her master. Don't badmouth him. Ren also agrees he isn't stupid. Soo-gyeong chuckles softly, promising to take things slow and explain everything. First, let's clear up a massive misunderstanding. The one Bon respects isn't actually Lu. It's actually you, she says, pointing straight at Kim Gi-ju. His jaw drops in disbelief as Lu glares at everyone. That traitor Bon was one of the actual bastards who turned on me. Kim Gi-ju's jaw drops in shock yet again. Su Jiang confirms it. Just as Lu said, Ban was one of the instigators of the rebellion. Back when Lu was the demon lord, he was basically an absolute king. Yet Ban respects Kim Gi-ju now. Simply because Kim Gi-gyu managed to tame someone like Lu as a subordinate. Shaking with rage, Lu curses Ban. Su Jiang clicks her tongue, telling them to put the history lesson aside and focus on the demon eye. Kim Gi-ju must have a ton of questions about it. Since it awakened recently, even Lu doesn't know much. But Su Jiang is genuinely curious about one thing. As Kim Gi-ju stares blankly, she asks how he awakened it. After all, the demon eye is the ultimate symbol of demons. Kim Gi-ju silently ponders the weight of her words. The demon eye is a symbol of demons. Kim Gi-ju asked Su Jiang if she meant this wasn't the power she had given him. Lu spoke up, reminding him that such power isn't something humans can simply trade. Kim Gi-ju was left completely bewildered, wondering where it actually came from. Could this power have belonged to him from the very beginning? Elle chimed in, suggesting the power that mysterious woman had passed on to him. It might have been a catalyst, but he was the one who actually awakened it. Su Jiang agreed, looking at the specimens. Su Jiang admitted she never expected him to manifest the demon eye. Lu teased, asking if he was some demon descendant, earning a quick scold from Kim Gi-ju. He reminded Lu that his mother was clearly human, whom they had already met. Lu quickly countered, asking about his father. Kim Gi-ju froze. He muttered the word father, as his memories of his dad were incredibly faint, leaving him to admit he wasn't sure. Su Jiang clicked her tongue, noting that while it was not grand, the demon eye was no ordinary skill, as only powerful demons of a high rank could obtain it, and some types were exceptionally rare. His purple demon eye was exactly one of those special types. Kim Gi-ju asked what made it so special, and Su Jiang explained that color represents a demon's rank. Green is low and red is mid. Kim Gi-ju eagerly asked about purple, and Su Jiang bluntly answered that it means royalty. It belonged to the absolute highest-ranking royal demons. Nothing stood above the ultimate purple eye. It was truly unmatched. Su Jiang explained that it allowed him to utilize every single type of demon eye. Lu grumbled, telling them not to act like they knew everything. He questioned using them all, prompting Su Jiang to laugh, reminding him that he was a full demon. Normal demons only possessed a single demon eye, but she was different. Lu was left completely speechless by her explanation. Kim Gi-ju hesitated, asking if she was actually human. If the demon eye symbolized demons, didn't that make her one of them as well? Su Jiang replied that she was a special case just like him. Then without warning, she suddenly lifted her shirt right in front of him. Kim Gi-ju squeezed his eyes shut. Embarrassed, he shouted for her to stop, while Lu nodded as he finally understood. Su Jiang told him to stop overreacting and look. Kim Gi-ju opened his eyes, narrowing them in complete confusion as he stared at her stomach. He was completely baffled. Beneath Su Jiang's clothes, there was actually a glowing cat-shaped jewel embedded in her skin. Su Jiang explained that she had undergone a demon transplant. Simply put, she was a half-human, half-demon hybrid. She stood right on the boundary. Bun's feline beast half-possessed similar predatory powers to Lu, albeit limited, but with far more utility. It allowed her to devour and absorb other demons. She never expected him to awaken the eye, but he was proving to be incredibly special. She claimed he might be the only one who could fulfill her deepest wish. Kim Gi-ju frowned, asking what wish she was talking about. That shameful title. The only reason she endured bearing it was to build enough power to slay the actual true demon Lu. The Korean branch of the Iron Shield Guild was destroyed on its opening day, but the association quickly covered up the entire incident. Because of their swift actions, no major leaks occurred. Still, rumors of the unbelievable event caused public and media reactions to absolutely explode. Thankfully, Lee Seo-ho stepped in to soothe public worry. A high-ranking player's word carried incredible weight with the citizens. On the other hand, the corporate headquarters of Iron Shield reacted with an almost eerie, unbelievable sense of calm. The leader surely had deep suspicions, but all he did during the public press conference was offer simple condolences to those who fell. With the main parties acting so passive, public outrage in America slowly began to cool down. The massive tragedy quietly closed with only minor online debates. During the memorial service, everything proceeded with solemn, heavy respect. Their side escaped without major losses. Still, Kim Gi-ju's heart remained heavy over the unavoidable casualties of that fateful day. Elle gently consoled him, reminding him it was not his fault. Lu agreed, adding that even if he had proposed the plan, they all made their own conscious choices and chose their own paths in the end. Hai agreed with a nod. Later, Kim Gi-ju walked into the living room looking for Su Jiang, but finding her stuffing her face made him sigh. Su Jiang greeted him with a full mouth, welcoming her disciple back. Kim Gi-ju just stared, asking if she truly thought of this place as her home. She casually replied that she had nowhere else to sleep. Kim Gi-ju shook his head and headed upstairs, calling back to her. He scolded her not to talk with her mouth full, but she just yelled back that she literally had nowhere else to go. Kim Gi-ju wondered where she had been living all this time, realizing he still barely knew any details about her past. He recalled her telling him that he was not yet qualified to hear the full story. She promised to explain once he passed the 50th floor test. Snapping back to reality, Kim Gi-ju called down asking where his mother was. Soo-jung flatly replied that his mom went out to eat with Behemin, and they had even taken Ren along with them. Kim Gi-ju was changing. He happily confirmed the news about Tae-shik before suddenly freezing as he realized something was incredibly wrong. He grabbed his shirt and bolted downstairs angrily, demanding to know if she was watching him through his demon eye. Soo-jung gives a sly grin teasing that it is pretty good. Kim Gi-ju scratches his head, sighing in total frustration. Kim Gi-ju complains he cannot even take a normal bath anymore, but Soo-jung quickly reassures him she would never peek during those private moments. She is not doing this for fun. This is her only way to monitor the situation. It keeps them from having to constantly contact each other. Kim Gi-gyu nods slightly, admitting he gets it but begs her to finally take action. Since they do not need the link, Soo-jung excitedly asks if he is sure, and Kim Gi-ju firmly promises he won't regret it. Kim Gi-ju scoffs, asking why he would ever regret it. Soo-jung explains that breaking the shared vision requires reclaiming the energy she gave him. Injecting energy was easy. Extracting it is a different story, especially since Kim Gi-ju has already awakened his demon eye. Before Kim Gi-ju can process this, Soo-jung stands on her tiptoes and kisses him. Du-yen giggles in absolute delight while Ju-ye mutters a curse in annoyance. Kim Gi-ju leaps back in shock. "What are you doing?" Soo-jung teasingly asks if that was his first kiss. He is completely speechless. Finding his flustered face, hilarious Soo-jung laughs and announces that the shared vision is gone. His eyes will slowly return to normal. He won't lose his demon eye, but it was previously enhanced. Without her power, it will settle back to its proper form. Their connection is finally severed. She can no longer hear his inner ego's voice, which she admits is a shame because it was fun. Ren angrily snaps that it was not fun at all. Meanwhile, Soo-jung keeps teasing Kim Gi-ju. She mockingly apologizes, leaving Kim Gi-ju wondering if he should just beat her up. Ju-ye quickly holds him back. Soo-jung turns, asking if they are ready to go, leaving Kim Gi-ju utterly confused. Soo-jung reveals they are heading to the basement where Bon has prepared something. Kim Gi-ju gasps in absolute shock. The scale of this place is completely mind-blowing. Larry explains it is a space expansion spell. Jay chimes in, admitting Bon is a genius. Impact nullification has been set up, meaning they can clash without causing any damage. Kim Gi-ju nods, but then the realization hits him. Are they actually going to fight? He questions why they would fight. Soo-jung simply laughs, asking why he even asks. She teasingly asks if a master needs a reason to spar, inviting him to step up. Sensing Kim Gi-ju's rising anger, Ju-ye tries to calm him down. Kim Gi-ju snaps at her to shut up. Soo-jung confesses she does not have much left to teach him, but the 50th floor is a different story. That floor serves as the second major advancement trial designed specifically for those with unique abilities. By strengthening his unique skill here, he might even stand a chance of acquiring a second one. Still, she has a few tricks left. She instructs her disciple to draw his sword. Hearing this, Kim Gi-ju gets into stance and activates the swift speed of Hermes, charging straight at her. Soo-jung stands her ground with absolute calm, making no effort to move. In the blink of an eye, she vanishes. She presses her blade against Kim Gi-ju's neck, mockingly asking how it feels. Kim Gi-ju's eyes widen in disbelief at her speed, but Ju-ye claims she isn't as fast as she seems. She is simply adapting perfectly to his physical stats. Elle chimes in to analyze. She explains that the illusion of speed exists only because Soo-jung knows his exact blind spots. Still, there is no denying the woman's superior combat instincts. When asked why she is so annoyed, Elle snaps back, telling everyone to just be quiet. Soo-jung smugly reminds Kim Gi-ju that he already knows her experience well, promising to let him feel its full force. Before he can catch his breath, she strikes again, appearing right beside him. She taunts him to look around, teleporting to rain down attacks on the male lead. As their blades clash, she mentions that she and Lee Seon are mortal enemies. They barely manage to maintain a fragile balance over the years, but Kim Gi-ju has thrown everything off. His status as her successor and the interference of Iron Shield's cell has completely shattered that peace. Kim Gi-ju struggles to block her blows, asking why she is bringing this up now. He must surpass his current limits within a single year, or they will lose their pact against Iron Shield's cell. In the end, you will die. With those words, she unleashes her unique dark flame, observing Soo-jung's current state. Kim Gi-ju is terrified. Her entire body is radiating an incredibly menacing dark energy. The whole room fills with suffocating spiritual energy, forcing Bone to activate his defense mode to survive. He clenches his fists tight as both basement walls begin to crack under the rapidly intensifying pressure. After a fierce clash, Kim Gi-ju lies helplessly on the ground, while Soo-jung brushes back her hair with a smirk. Lu praises his final strike as decent, calling him a true disciple, though Kim Gi-ju finds her power far more incredible. Soo-jung suddenly remembers to tell him that they are actually the exact same age, so they should speak casually from now on. Kim Gi-ju narrows his eyes. Why bring this up now? Meanwhile, deep inside the dark tower, Joseph is desperately hauling heavy rocks, his battered body trembling with sheer exhaustion. Reinhardt appears right behind him, watching quietly before calling out that his food has finally arrived. Reinhardt tosses a piece of moldy bread right at his feet, and Joseph quickly scrambles to grab it. He shoves the bread into his mouth like a ravenous beast, while Reinhardt laughs at how amusing he looks. Look how happy you are. A wretch like you still clings to life, even though you deserve to be torn apart. But thanks to our master's incredible kindness, you are still alive, so never forget that grace and the mercy he showed. Your severed wrists were only healed because of him, so if you know what is good for you, get back to work, Joseph. Reinhardt lashes a thick rope whip across Joseph's back, sending him crashing to the dirt, where he clenches his fist in rage. His eyes burn with pure hatred as he vows to kill him, while Reinhardt watches his back with a knowing smile. I see. His fury has completely shifted direction instead of seeking a simple, direct revenge. Our master is using him as a perfect pawn for his next scheme, showing the true genius of our master. I could never measure his brilliant mind or his endless capacity, even his reasons for making Joseph build this massive tower. There must be some deep hidden purpose behind it all. Meanwhile, Kim Gi-ju watches Joseph from the shadows. It looks like everything over there is going smoothly, though Lu is still curious why Kim Gi-ju makes him do such labor. Kim Gi-ju replies that he is simply making him pay for his crimes when suddenly Bone appears, politely asking the master to just call him Bone. He has certainly earned that right, and Kim Gi-ju nods, asking him how his current project is coming along. Reinhardt marvels at how shiny the magic circle before them is, while Kim Gi-ju recalls Bone's earlier words. He had asked to enter the master's gate, claiming there were still many secrets left for him to study. Soo-jung agreed that his vast knowledge of demonic magic would surely be extremely helpful. Those were the demon Lu's own words, but Kim Gi-ju still felt that keeping someone like that around would be highly uncomfortable. Lu points out that even though he is a known traitor, his skills are undeniably top tier. Besides, he is not even human, but then Bone interrupts to announce he has finally finished as the magic circle glows. The sudden light blinds Kim Gi-ju, who quickly covers his eyes in utter surprise and disbelief, asking if it is really completed so quickly. Bone explains that your gate consumes far too much power, radiating heat, so he gathered all the stray mana. He concentrated it into a single point to form a crystal, leaving Kim Gi-ju to ask if it was really that simple. But wait, isn't this just recycling the very same crystals that Reinhardt had already eaten earlier? Sure, they could sell them, but Kim Gi-ju does not need money anymore, which Bone readily admits is true. If we were only making regular crystals, then this device would indeed only offer a small upgrade in efficiency. But Bone is aiming for something far more valuable, a special kind of clear, pure crystal essence. These serve as the perfect raw material for crafting countless powerful magical artifacts. Their actual worth always depends on the sheer volume of condensed mana, which also directly determines their distinct color. Holding the clear stone up, Kim Gi-ju wonders what exactly they are supposed to do with such a special item. Elle finds it incredibly strange since she cannot sense even a trace of mana inside, and Blueheart agrees that it feels totally empty. The status window pops up, showing only a blank description, prompting Bao to chime in with some advice. Since this raw crystal is extremely rare, it will fetch an incredibly high price as long as they can prove it is not a counterfeit. Buyers will be lining up for miles, and while Kim Gi-ju thinks extra cash is nice, Bao quickly interrupts him. Once they realize its true power, even 1,000,000,000 won't be enough to buy it, leaving Kim Gi-ju completely stunned. He looks at the crystal. Its true value, Bayer remains quiet, saying he does not need to know yet. You will know when you find out, Bayer says. Jiwoo falls deep in thought, while the Lu grumbles for answers. Bayer is a man of few words. Even though he calls Jiwoo master, he does not seem very cooperative. It feels like he is just a friend of a friend, though that demon queen lady is hardly his friend. He won't share any information unless he wants to, but successfully making the crystal seems to have put him in a pretty good mood. Because of this, Jiwoo learns a few secrets. Jiwoo is shocked to hear that the gate is actually a territory. Bayer nods, confirming it is an abandoned territory. Jiwoo tries to process what this actually means. A territory means a land with a ruler, right? Jiwoo asks if it is a demon. Bayer sets his cup down. Bayer replies it might not be. Demons are not the only owners. Jiwoo wonders who else could have such power. Why abandon their home, and how did it end up on Earth? In response, Bayer only offers a soft chuckle. It seems he has to explain quite a lot. Closing his thermos flask, Bayer says they did not choose abandonment. Some lands naturally end up deserted while others stay occupied. He tells Jiwoo that to learn more, he must keep climbing. Once Jiwoo clears the 50th floor and unlocks new powers, Bayer promises to share the rest of the story. Over at the training grounds, small explosions rumble as thick purple smoke billows. Jiwoo slides backward, escaping the haze. Soo-jung leaps in pursuit. As they both stop moving, she playfully teases him. She asks how long he plans on running when a beautiful girl approaches. Jiwoo simply lets out a smirk. He retorts that her attacks are far from normal. Running away is his only option against a monster like her. Sujung clicks her tongue, claiming his words hurt her, but she lunges forward in a flash. She appears right in front of Jiwoo. Her sheer speed is terrifying, leaving him completely unable to react in time. She unleashes a devastating slash, forcing Jiwoo to cross his dual blades to block the impact. Bringing her face close, Sujung asks to continue the lesson. Jiwoo grunts, asking her to show him the way. The game of cat and mouse continues. Sujung calmly points out that while his death skill is incredibly powerful, it is not a true finisher. She asks what he will do if his opponent survives that first strike. The Lu proudly remarks, "Those are just the basics." Suddenly, a massive wave of dark energy erupts from Sujung. Sword energy clashes violently between them, but Jiwoo is outmatched. He is slammed hard against the training room wall. Grimacing in pain, he listens as Sujung critiques him. His attacks are still way too simple and full of openings. She warns that relying solely on his raw, unrefined new power will never be enough to defeat Iron Shieldhar. Mentioning Iron Shieldhar triggers Jiwoo's rage. A blinding light flashes from his body as wild, dark energy erupts outward. A strange light glows from the Lu's eye as their synchronization level rapidly climbs, allowing him to use 70% of his stats. Pitch black aura wraps around Jiwoo. While Sujung watches with excitement, Jiwoo stands completely stunned by the change. The Lu explains that as their synchronization grows, the death skill evolves too, leaving Jiwoo with a strange, hazy sensation. It is as if he has reached an entirely new, unexplainable realm. His eyes glow, a deep, pure purple. Seeing this, Io senses danger and warns his master. Sujung's playful expression instantly turns dead serious. Cursing under her breath, she grabs Jiwoo by the collar, yelling at him to get a grip before throwing him down. He slams hard into the dirt, kicking up a massive cloud of dust as he groans among the debris. Regaining consciousness, Jiwoo wonders what that was. Ao hovers worriedly, while Sujung lands nearby to ask if he is awake. Sujung admits she is not sure whether to praise him or not. Jiwoo pushes himself up, deeply confused. Retracting her energy, she warns her disciple that he was on the very brink of losing himself completely. She asks how it felt to almost be swallowed by the darkness. Jiwoo frowns, repeating the word with dread. He wonders why she acts like she knows everything. In a teasing voice, she explains that this unexplainable sensation has taken over. It takes over the mind, making one feel as though all we humans should kneel at their feet. That is the nature of demonic magic, she warns, which is why demons are so obsessed with its power. Jiwoo wants to argue but cannot find any words. After a brief silence, Sujung tells him to find the Master of 100 Swords. When Jiwoo asks who that is, she explains he is a legendary player possessing swords with unique special abilities. Both the Kalion sword Iron Shieldhar wields and Roger's hand's signature weapon were gifted by this very master, she says seriously. He needs to obtain the holy sword and use it to reinforce the balance is fracturing because his demonic power is just too strong. Sudong wiggles his finger, questioning if it is even possible. After all, this perfect balance is what makes him so special, and he cannot let himself tip too far to one side. As Kim Jigyu uses his sword to stand, Sudong throws an arm over his shoulder, casually reminding him that they are actually the same age. He asks how long Kim Jigyu plans to keep his distance, suggesting they speak more casually while L7 flashes an exclamation mark to express emotion. Kim Jigyu looks highly skeptical, asking if they are really the same age. Sudong confidently replies that by Earth years, they absolutely are. Confused by the mention of Earth years, Kim Jigyu watched as Sudong simply turned around, telling him to just forget it. Sudong suggests getting some food since that training made him starve, then asks Kim Jigyu if he has returned home yet. Kim Jigyu answers uncertainly, then opens his subspace inventory. As he reaches inside to grab his gear, Berduhat screams out in shock. Berduhat complains that he is not a storage closet, while Kim Jigyu pulls out his ringing phone and mutters. He recalls them mentioning they were going shopping. Just then, his phone vibrates, displaying a call from Mr. Huang. Kim Jigyu is slightly taken aback to see Ji Cheon calling, wondering how the man timed this so perfectly. As he picks up, it is the first time the man has ever called him. Curious about what is going on, he answers. Only heavy silence answers from the other side. Kim Jigyu repeats his greeting while Sudong walks to the door and calls out that he is heading up first. On the other end, Mr. Huang gasps for air, a thick liquid trickling down his face. Kim Jigyu instantly senses that something is wrong. He wonders why there is no response, prompting L to suggest a barrier is blocking the signal, though Kim Jigyu doubts that theory. It can't be since the connection is still active, but on the other side, Mr. Huang's phone is covered in bloody fingerprints. Kim Jigyu desperately asks if he can hear him, only to hear Mr. Huang wheeze out a fragmented word, "the workshop." With heavy, agonizing breaths, the old man begs him to head to the workshop, immediately warning that Min-Soo is in grave danger. Kim Jigyu freezes, unable to squeeze out a single word, as a terrible realization hits him: something horrific has just happened. Over at the association headquarters, a phone suddenly rings inside the cafeteria. Sung-hoon pauses mid-bite and turns his head to look. Seeing ranker Kim Gi-ju on the screen, Sung-hoon quickly answers, introducing himself as the incredibly handsome Secretary Hyo. Without any greeting, Kim Gi-ju bluntly asks if it is illegal for players to leave the designated area without official authorization. Sung-hoon confirms that it is highly dangerous and illegal, wondering why Kim Gi-ju is suddenly asking about something so obvious. With a dead serious tone, Kim Gi-ju explains that he needs to reach a location immediately and asks if his mercenary privileges can grant an exemption. Sung-hoon assures him it is possible as long as he provides notice first, then asks where exactly Kim Gi-ju is heading. Sung-hoon offers to tag along but is met with absolute silence from ranker Kim Gi-ju. Confused, Sung-hoon realizes the call has been cut while back at Kim Gi-ju's starting location, the young man has already vanished. A streak of blue light flashes over the heads of busy pedestrians, yet not a single soul notices anything out of the ordinary. Kim Gi-ju leaps across the rooftops, moving with such fluid, blinding speed that he does not even startle the nesting birds. He charges toward a quiet corner of the city, landing heavily on the pavement the moment he reaches his destination. His abrupt landing kicks up a cloud of dust as L7 speaks up, confirming they have arrived. A chilling draft sweeps from inside the workshop as Kim Gi-ju makes his way down the stairs, sensing only Mr. Hwang. He cannot sense any other life force. Fearing an intruder might have slipped in, L warns him to remain on high alert. The Lu Chi-myth in reminding him that even the sharpest sensory abilities can sometimes fail to detect a hidden threat. Berduhat hesitatingly asks if his father will be all right. Kim Gi-ju is taken aback by the word before suddenly remembering. Since Mr. Hwang created Berduhat, the Lu jokingly reasons that Kim Gi-ju must be the mother for giving him his ego. Kim Gi-ju snaps at him to stop playing mind games, noting that happened ages ago, which quickly shuts the Lu up. Standing right outside the entrance, Kim Gi-ju closes his eyes to focus. Behind the heavy door lies a scene of pure chaos. Yet sensing no sign of any intruders, he opens his eyes, takes a breath, and slowly turns the handle. Kim Gi-ju calls out asking what happened, but the scene before him completely freezes him. Mr. Hwang is slumped motionless against his own workbench, his head hanging down in a state that looks incredibly grim. Kim Gi-ju rushes over to support his trembling shoulders, frantically asking if he is okay, while Berduhat whimpers in near tears. Kim Gi-ju's eyes widen as he realizes the old man's hands have been completely crushed and all his precious equipment is gone. Rage boils inside him over who could have done this, but Mr. Hwang's painful groans quickly pull his focus back. The old man weakly opens one eye, whispering that Kim Gi-ju arrived, while Kim Gi-ju quickly pulls out an elixir, urging him to drink. Hwang stops him from leaving, fully aware that his own time is running out. Eon assesses that the old man's energy is completely depleted. The Lu also tells him that at this stage, even a divine elixir is completely useless. Kim Gi-ju grits his teeth, refusing to believe it. Weakly, Hwang gasps out that his time is running short, asking Kim Gi-ju if he will listen to the request he brought up once before. Kim Gi-ju remembers the old man's past words. "One day, when I need you, will you help me just this once?" Kim Gi-ju agrees, prompting Hwang to explain that he is one of the pioneers, or whatever term they use these days. Stunned, Kim Gi-ju asks if he is really a pioneer. Hwang nods, confirming that he is indeed one of those legendary figures. "We were the ones who became players the exact moment the tower first appeared, back when it was a place absolutely no one understood. Clueless and raw, even hunting simple goblins was a brutal struggle, and so many of their comrades died along the way. Despite the losses, my comrades kept fighting to save humanity, though to be completely honest with you, I never really craved power. Even though I felt terribly guilty toward my allies, I decided to stop climbing altogether." Suddenly, Hwang lets out a raspy wheeze, sending Kim Gi-ju into a panic. The old man just waves it off as a simple sneeze. Resuming his tale, he reveals that back then he was just a tank with zero connection to blacksmithing. Yet before entering the tower, he had lived as a blacksmith, allowing him to craft basic gear using his player abilities. He combined his old trade with his new player skills, though of course things were different back then. He couldn't forge the legendary equipment he makes today. But then a massive event occurred and Kim Gi-ju eagerly asks what happened. The old man recalls that just as he was about to reach floor 50, he entered the tower once more to prepare for his second major class advancement. He was desperately searching for clues on how to upgrade his forging skill, which had already hit its absolute peak. That was when a chilling question popped into his head: had Kim Gi-ju ever wondered why they were all climbing this tower? Kim Gi-ju stands frozen. It is painfully obvious that he has never once paused to consider this before. Hwang's questions echo in his mind: does the tower only go up, and what lies in its absolute depths? Is the first floor truly the very beginning of the tower, or is there something hidden beneath? He spent years searching for that basement, tearing the entire first floor apart to find uncharted lands and hidden passages. No one knew the first floor better than him. Sensing the weight of this massive secret, Kim Gi-ju gulps and listens intently. Eventually, he found a hidden door leading down to the basement. Kim Gi-ju is completely shocked by the revelation. A sharp pain suddenly pierces Kim Gi-ju's head as blood drips onto the floor. Huang continues describing what lay beyond that gate. His heart squeezes violently as Huang mentions a completely different world. Clutching his head in agony, a system alert flashes. The system warns him that he has acquired restricted information, triggering an immediate penalty. Kim Gi-ju violently coughs up blood. His vision blurs as Huang asks if he is okay. With blood streaming from his nose, his inner egos panic. They cry out for their master, but the Lu coldly demands that he stay calm. Kim Ji-ju grits his bloodied teeth. Sudong's warning echoes in his mind. He is not ready for this truth, not until he clears the 50th floor. Bear had also told him that once he unlocked his new power after that milestone, only then would he learn more. The pieces start coming together in his mind, the 50th floor, his locked powers, and this devastating system penalty. Doubling over in pure agony, Kim Gi-ju realizes the true scale of the secret. Eon cries out in worry while Huang asks if he is alright. Gasping for air, Kim Gi-ju desperately tells him to keep speaking. The pain feels like his skull is being split open, but he knows this might be his only chance to learn the truth. He must keep listening. Huang looks at him with deep concern, warning him not to push himself before continuing his story. The tower's basement was far from a wonderland. It was a desolate wasteland with ground as scorching as a barren desert. It was a place where survival seemed completely impossible. Sensing this, the turtle grunts and Kim Gi-ju immediately notices the subtle shift. Asking what's wrong, he watches the turtle grow thoughtful before it shakes its head, advising him to just keep listening. Huang had spent ages wandering around to investigate, yet he failed to uncover anything truly out of the ordinary. It felt exactly as though he had stepped right into an endless void. Seeing no way forward, he decided his only option was to turn back and find the exit. But that was when a terrifying monster blocked his path, a beast far stronger than anything he had ever faced before. Even as one of the strongest pioneers to ever live, he was completely outmatched by the sheer power of this creature. He was rendered entirely useless, left waiting for death's cold embrace. But just as hope faded, she suddenly appeared. Kim Ji-ju asks who she was, and Huang warmly smiles, introducing her as his wife, recounting their bizarre first encounter. Kim Gi-ju asks if his wife was also a player, but Huang gently shakes his head, revealing her true origin. Before he can even finish his sentence, the old man collapses to one side. Gi-ju watches him hit the ground and rushes over desperately, shaking Old Man Huang. Old Man Huang, are you okay? El quickly alerts him that the old man is fading fast. Gasping for breath, Huang struggles to speak. Pocket, take what is in my pocket. Gi-ju reaches into the old man's apron pocket. He pulls out a folded map and a small hammer. What is this? Huang struggles to prop himself up. That is a map of the tower's first floor. It shows the gate leading to the basement. If you go there, then Min-su will. Huang suddenly erupts into a fit of violent, painful coughing. A deeply worried Gi-ju reaches out to steady him. I can't die like this, Huang wheezes, thinking of Min-su. Bayou-hat cries out for his father as Gi-ju gently props the old man against the table. Bayou-hat panics, turning to Gi-ju in desperate hope. Master, please can't you turn a person into an ego? Gi-ju freezes, confused. What do you mean? Bayou-hat's voice cracks with utter despair. Can you really not save my father? Stunned by the situation, he begins to think. Sensing his dangerous thoughts, El quickly speaks up. It is far too risky, Master. Not only could the egoization process fail entirely, but even if it succeeds, there is a major catch. He might never truly come back to life. But the Lu completely disagrees, noting that it might not be a bad idea after all. He is going to die anyway, so why not give it a shot? Gi-ju remains silent before finally making his choice. Old Man Huang listened closely. We do not have enough time for a full explanation, but I might have a way to save you. But to do this, I have to kill you first. The success rate is only 0.1%, maybe even less. It could be even lower. But if you are willing, Huang does not hesitate, then there is nothing to think about. If there was even a tiny chance, I would have begged you to do it anyway. Why do you think I called you here? I trust you completely, Gi-ju. Gi-ju draws his black sword, warning the old man to brace for the pain. Biting his lip, he lets his own blood coat the dark blade. Huang softly whispers thanks, begging him to save Min-su. Gi-ju activates Devour. Min-su is a blacksmith who can surpass even me. Huang's final words fade as his body dissolves, triggering a system alert. The system announces the egoization of Old Man. Huang failed, but a fragment was absorbed. The Lu mutters that it is not a complete failure. El reassures him they will find a way. Bayou-hat tries to offer comfort too. After a long, heavy silence, Gi-ju quietly nods. At least this is better than doing nothing, he mutters. Looking down at the black sword, he asks Lu what he makes of everything. Your reaction earlier says you know something. Lu warns him that he might face a penalty, making Gi-ju remember that sudden, sharp pain. A penalty. Just for hearing some secrets, Lu flatly confirms it, telling him that is exactly how the system works. Whether it is your demon eye or raw intellect saving you, dying from this would not be surprising. Gi-ju is stunned by how serious this is, but the Lu confirms it. Old Man Huang might not have realized the danger, or maybe the truth was simply too important to keep hidden. He had to risk his life to tell you. But do not worry, I will only tell you what is safe to hear. Just like the old man said, other worlds exist. In fact, there are more out there than you could ever count. The system's penalty strikes again, forcing Jigyu to clutch his head in agony. But Lu stops telling him they can talk later. Focus on getting stronger first. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the tower, a goblin yells that once the ritual is complete, the gateway will swing open. Countless followers kneel in submission, waiting for the gods to descend and crown their apostle as the King of Kings. The monstrous crowd roars, chanting praises to the apostle, but the lone human sacrifice stands in silence, refusing to join their cheers. A goblin asks if something displeases him, but the apostle remains silent. His cold eyes are fixed entirely on the unconscious Min Su. Until the dimensional barrier is completely shattered, we cannot predict what might happen. The goblin looks up, utterly confused by his words. The apostle places his hand on the stone coffin, muttering that it is nothing. He shuts the lid and commands the ritual to begin. Suddenly, a brilliant streak of light tears through the sky, slamming down right behind the crowd and creating a massive shockwave. The apostle whips around. Through the rising dust, a shadowy figure emerges, his right hand crackling with a strange red energy, and his left hand glows with golden power. Giju's terrifying gaze locks on where is Min Su. Meanwhile, he recalls the first floor map. It showed the hidden gateway leading to the basement. As Jigyu runs like the wind toward it, Lu asks if he is certain. Jigyu replies without a trace of hesitation, I am absolutely sure. Lu asks how he already knows the location marked on the map. Yes, Jigyu replies. He leaps forward, sprinting like a shadow across the rooftops of towering skyscrapers. Frowning, he realizes there is no way he could ever forget this place. After all, he used to visit it every single day. That was long before he met Elle and Lu. Finally, his long run ends as he halts before a massive towering skyscraper. Two massive stone statues guard the entrance, a dark aura bleeding from within. It instantly triggers a rush of memories from his past. Back then, he always stopped by here after finishing his shifts as a tower guide. It was a completely desolate wasteland back then. No other players have ever set foot on this secret first floor. A hidden sanctuary made just for a wanderer. He spent more time on this lowest floor than anyone else, a desolate zone where only one goblin spawns each day. Jigyu walks calmly into that deep forest and reaches out to touch the barrier, noting its presence immediately. Lao, the resident spirit, calmly explains that it is a barrier designed to stop intruders and hide the area from public view. Lao wonders if his sharp perception is from his demon eye, which only earns a grumpy retort from Jigyu about being judged. Jigyu keeps muttering about that remark while tapping his holographic screen, as Lao quickly flatters him as the absolute best in the world. Pondering for a moment, he points out they have arrived, but wonders aloud what their next move should be. Elle agrees that just brute forcing the barrier will not work, while Lao chimes in with his own expertise. Lao explains that these barriers usually require a specific key, prompting a thoughtful look from Jigyu as Lao reads his mind easily. Confirming his theory, Lao nods, so Jigyu pulls out his small hammer to immediately open the gate. Inside, a cult-like group stands before a sealed stone altar, muttering that nothing must interfere before the barrier is fully complete. They warn that any mistake could invite disaster, but with zero time to waste, the leader orders the ritual to begin. The ritual kicks off with a massive explosion that startles the cloaked cultists as Jigyu crashes in amidst smoke and crackling lightning. Jigyu grips his sword. Dripping with pure murderous intent, he demands Min Su's location. This sudden intrusion completely disrupts the sinister ritual, sending several of the cultists crashing hard onto the ground. A sealed stone chest rests nearby. Jigyu focuses his gaze right on it. He can clearly feel Min Su's energy radiating from inside it, matching the intel he dragged out of a guard earlier. These guys belong to the notorious Cavan Guild, and their twisted plan is to offer Min Su up as a sacrificial lamb. By exploiting her bloodline, which matches the Gatekeeper's, they hope to open a portal connecting directly to another world, the Cavan Guild. He feels like he has heard that name somewhere before. Most of them are mid-tier rankers, similar to guild leader Kim Dong-hee, and their sheer numbers are quite troublesome. But Lao warns him that the leader is the real threat, boasting a power level that might actually rival his own. Elle whispers a gentle warning. Jigyu quickly calculates his next move. If he gets bogged down fighting the minions, the leader will easily find an opening to strike him. But suddenly, a massive spirit fox leaps forward to crush the cultists, leaving them screaming about some warrior of God. The dark-skinned leader, hosting this sinister ritual marked with two bright red facial stripes and terrifyingly sharp teeth, stares in absolute shock. He shrieks in absolute shock. How is this even possible? How could a mere mortal possess a divine sanctuary unless he is also an apostle? But no, that is utterly impossible. Convincing himself it is just a cheap trick, the leader raises his glowing spear, ready to strike Jigyu down. Snarling like a wild beast, he charges straight at Jigyu, screaming at him to stop interfering with their sacred ritual. Moving at blinding speed, his hood flies back to reveal a skeletal, balding face framed by wisps of gray hair. Baring his fangs, he lunges forward with a vicious thrust, but Guju casually tilts his head to dodge the deadly point. Seeing the utter calmness in Guju's eyes only drives the cultist leader into an even deeper psychotic rage. He charges again, screaming at the insolent bastard who dares to desecrate a literal apostle of the gods. Yet no matter how many times he thrusts his spear, Guju slips away effortlessly, pushing the priest's temper past its limit. He screams at Guju to stop running like a rat and challenges him to dodge his next strike. Tired of the chatter, Guju moves with terrifying speed, swinging his blade before the priest can even register the motion. He drives his sword deep into the cavern leader, draining the color from his face before violently ripping the bloody blade back out of his flesh. The leader collapses to his knees, stammering in disbelief about how an apostle of God could be defeated so easily. He laments his failed sacrifice to Lord Underjack, a name that immediately causes Lao's spirit to flare up with intense rage. Lao growls at the mention of Underjack, releasing an overwhelming wave of fury that catches Guju completely off guard. Even back on the 30th floor, Lao had never shown this level of raw anger, though he quickly tries to compose himself. Lao tells him they will talk later, urging him to focus on the remaining enemies, while Guju nods in agreement. He watches the cultists murmur to one another in some bizarre local tongue as the guild president stands silently by. Showing absolutely no emotion, the president stands face to face with Guju, who wonders why the man is not even making a move. El calmly suggests they hold back, noting he doesn't sense any real killing intent from the man. Kim Guju steps forward and demands to know his goal, asking why he's just standing there if he is supposedly their ally. The man admits he never wanted to see his own son treated like this, leaving Kim Guju speechless as he equips his armor. He demands confirmation, asking if the man is really Min Su's father and the son of Huang Jichun. Laughing, the man asks if he's really taking a census in a situation like this, praising his productivity. Since Kim Guju managed to break through his barrier, he guesses that his father was the one who sent him. Placing his hand on the sealed red chest, the man calmly speaks, admitting to everything. He confesses that he harmed his father and kidnapped his own son, leaving Brunhart completely shocked. Min Su's father explains he is not on their side, but he had his own reasons for doing all this. He admits it was his own choice, knowing that calling it unavoidable sounds like a hollow excuse, prompting Lao to speak up. Lao wonders why the man looks so incredibly old, and Kim Guju has to remind him that this is indeed Min Su's father. Lao is still deeply confused, pointing out that the tower only appeared 23 years ago. Even Kim Guju feels a sense of doubt as he raises his sword, realizing the timeline doesn't make any sense. Huang Jichun met his wife 23 years ago when the tower appeared, meaning his son should be around Kim Guju's age. Yet looking at Min Su's age and the man's elderly appearance, the father simply closes his eyes and chuckles at their confusion. He asks if they know about other worlds, explaining that the flow of time there is entirely different from Earth. In terms of Earth years, they actually are the same age, which leaves Kim Guju reflecting in silence. The man explains that unlike his father and Min Su, who were born on Earth, he had a completely different origin. Being born and raised in another world, he faces a massive crushing penalty just for existing here on our Earth. He spent a long time agonizing over whether to return and what he would have to do to make that journey back. A sharp cracking sound suddenly echoes, and Kim Guju senses that something is terribly wrong. When asked if he saw it too, Lao quickly confirms as the man covers the sudden cracks spreading across his face. He laments that his father cut him off completely to prevent him from returning to his original world. Talking to Lao's spirit, Kim Guju realizes the old man must have pushed his own son away for a very specific reason. He probably did it right after sealing the dimensional gate, but the man is growing weaker by the second. Despite the pain, he endured it for his son until Anders came to him with a different path. Anders convinced him to live only for himself and claim his right to rule as king. Hearing the name Anders, the man mutters that Kim Guju has no idea who they are really dealing with. Anders is the commander of the forces they just fought, but his voice begins to fail him as he stammers. As the cracks on the man's face widen, a confused Kim Guju asks Lao what is happening to him. Lao explains it's a mental attack from Anders, noting the man had some resistance that unfortunately turned into a curse. That very resistance has now turned into a deadly poison as the man stares down at his own trembling hands. With his face completely fracturing, the man mutters about becoming a king, while Lao watches in grim silence. The incomplete brainwashing has broken his mind, warping his perception as his entire face begins to split apart. Flames flicker from the cracks as his mind breaks, completely transforming Min Su's father into a sacrifice for the reincarnating apostle. The man suddenly erupts into raging flames, sending the terrified Cavan Guild thugs running away for their lives. Realizing they are all doomed, the cult leader screams at everyone not to let a single soul escape. With the Cavan goons fleeing in absolute panic, they scramble to open the barrier as chaos reaches a boiling point. Fires consume the entire forest as a savage wolf tears through the chaotic smoke with pure fury. The man claiming to be Min Su's father completely transforms, turning into a massive fiery behemoth with two glowing horns. Waves of intense heat pour from the beast, leaving a dwarf Kim Guju utterly stunned by the sheer scale of it. He shields his face from the unbearable heat, realizing they are far too late to stop the transformation. A massive fist of molten lava swings right at him, forcing Kim Guju to quickly summon his blue armor. He braces himself with dual blades as Brunhart looks on in sheer terror for his master's life. Only his water attribute keeps him alive, but both El and Lao warn that he cannot survive this heat for long. Lao warns that his skill mastery is still far too low. Meanwhile, that giant fire beast stands smug and victorious, already gearing up to launch yet another devastating attack. As the fiery colossus swings its massive arm down for a heavy strike, Kim Guju agilely dashes right behind the monster to escape the blow. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Kim Guju struggles to breathe. El cries out for her master in panic while Bermute asks if he is alright. As they ask if he is alright, a weakened Kim Guju mutters that this is exactly what he expected. Lao analyzes the situation, noting that directly activating elemental skills has put an incredibly massive strain on his physical body. But Kim Guju pushes through, claiming he feels much better than before, wondering if he should let Ren monsterize and attack. Ren would not be affected much by elemental skills, but Lao quickly tells him to forget that idea entirely. Lao warns that their base defenses are completely different and Kim Guju's physical attacks will not even penetrate that monster. Right then, above the beast's head, a massive terrifying fire vortex begins to swirl, launching a blazing fireball directly at Kim Guju, who watches it closely. The fiery ball comes hurtling forward at an absolute breakneck speed. Dodging agilely, Kim Guju suddenly gasps as he remembers the coffin where Min Su is lying. The fireball detonates violently right behind him, unleashing a massive terrifying shockwave that sends Kim Guju reeling from the sheer impact. Shock flashes across his face as he drops to one knee, propping himself up with one hand while calling out Min Su's name in pure panic. Lao quickly reassures him to calm down, stating the boy will be fine because he felt a highly skilled presence protecting the child earlier. Lao senses a powerful protective barrier surrounding Min Su's coffin, a detail that Kim Guju immediately notices and realizes as well. Letting out a frustrated sigh, Kim Guju grumbles about not being told sooner, only for Lao to coldly reply that he never asked. Kim Guju mutters that either way he can now focus on this monster without having to constantly worry about Min Su. Stealing his resolve, he turns back to face the roaring fire beast with absolute determination. Lao continues to tease him, asking if he actually has a plan, but Kim Guju remains completely calm. Of course he does. Since his water element attacks had absolutely zero effect, he firmly plants his feet and decides to fight fire with fire. Instantly, Kim Guju unleashes a sequence of incredibly flashy moves, his entire body radiating with intensely hot multicolored flames. Blazing with fire, he tries to burn this colossus down. Talk about a crazy move. Standing alone against the massive colossus, Kim Guju snarls, demanding to see whose firepower is truly superior in this heated clash. Charging forward with his twin swords, he leaps directly past the giant beast, only to wonder why it still feels so incredibly hot. Lao points out that his fiery assault is actually having some effect, prompting Kim Guju to instantly raise his blades and cast a powerful binding spell. The monster lets out a hideous laugh as flames continue to wrap around its body, but Kim Guju quickly fires a strange purple blast. Eyes burning with raw determination, he plunges his glowing red-hot sword deep into the monster's flesh, driving the blade in with immense force. As the beast roars in pure agony, Lao's spirit grows incredibly frustrated, calling Kim Guju a shallow fool. Lao yells at him to stop playing around with these half-hearted moves, warning that the opponent is still stronger and must be finished off immediately. Kim Guju hesitates, reminding Lao that this monster is still Min Su's father, but El quickly warns that he is no longer human. El warns that he is now a demon controlled by evil spirits, forcing a conflicted Kim Guju to scowl in frustration. Suddenly, the beast spews a torrent of red-hot fire, blasting Kim Guju backward as his twin swords clatter uselessly onto the dirt. Painfully pushing himself up, he realizes the damage is scaling rapidly and dragging this fight out any longer will put him in serious danger. A dangerous glint returns to his eyes. His demon eye had faded away ever since the demon Lu. Well, rather, since Sujong reclaimed her power, but that dark energy is slowly flowing back into his body, allowing him to activate it again. With his demon eye active, he can see that the giant is somehow both human and not, prompting Lao and El to ask what he means. He honestly admits that he does not fully grasp it either, all while keeping his eyes locked onto the towering, menacing beast. But Kim Guju asserts that he knows exactly what needs to be done, noting that death is not just about simple destruction. By expanding his mind, he realizes he can wield this power far more creatively. That thing in front of him is definitely not Min Su's father. It is just a mindless giant that needs to be taken down. Suddenly, a massive fist crashes down, turning the entire battlefield into a blur. Kim Guju leaps high into the sky as the monster tracks him with its eyes, pushing the tension of this battle to its absolute limit. A beam of pure energy shoots straight down from the clouds. It is Kim Guju making an incredibly cool and dramatic landing on the cracked earth. As chaotic explosions rumble all around them, Elle and Bermute sigh in relief, having feared the flames would spread across the entire first floor. Fortunately, this magical tower held up perfectly. The massive monster is officially defeated, leaving behind nothing but a charred, blackened, terracotta-like shell. The shell suddenly shatters into pieces. Kim Guju walks over, asking the gasping, heavily wheezing survivor if he is finally back to his senses. The defeated man wheezes out that his name is Huang Chein, but he is also known as the descendant of Baemon, one of the four kings of hell. Lao, the magic master, finally figures it out. Kim Guju lifts his sword and demands to know if the guy recognizes him. Lao mutters Baemon's name but quickly brushes it off. None of that matters, now ask him about Underjack. Kim Guju gets suspicious. He asks the man if he can share any details about this mysterious Underjack. The dying man weakly gasps out to seek the Cavan Guild, and then Elle suddenly puts the pieces together. His life force is rapidly fading, master. The dying man trembles weakly, reaching out with a blackened hand to beg. He is desperately pleading for someone to watch over Minsu, causing Kim Guju to flinch in surprise. Planting his sword into the ground, Kim Guju sits in solemn silence next to Minsu's dying father. Cannibalism skill activated. The process to absorb the fire giant's ego is currently underway, and it's a complete success. The father's body dissolves into black smoke. Kim Guju stares at his hands, realizing he ended up killing both father and son. Elle comforts him, saying he did his best. Lao agrees there was no other choice, they must focus on rescuing the boy now. Looking at Minsu's sealed casket, Kim Guju wonders if he can just smash the barrier with a hammer. Unfortunately, Lao tells him that won't work. This barrier has a completely different mechanism. That bastard Bale could solve it, but he's already down in the basement. Suddenly, a deep voice booms behind him, reporting that all targets have been eliminated. Kim Guju slowly turns around. He is greeted by a horde of skeletal demons kneeling in absolute respect before him. Since the cleanup is finished, he tells them they can return. The loyal minions salute before he looks back at Minsu's coffin. He orders them to carefully transport the heavy casket, and his servants eagerly comply with deep bows. As they hoist the casket onto their shoulders, a faint rustle in the distance catches Kim Guju's attention. He spots a tiny demon brandishing a stick, looking absolutely furious and ready to fight. He asks who it is. Waving his hand dismissively, he murmurs that it has been quite a while. The little imp just hisses back, face completely scrunched up. The creature suddenly bolts, vanishing into the shadows. He stands there totally baffled by its bizarre behavior. Kim Guju watches it go. Lao chuckles and explains that the creature's survival instincts probably told it that it stood zero chance. Is that so? He smiles. Kim Guju casually scoops up a pebble, aims carefully, and flicks it directly at the fleeing monster. The projectile zips through the air and smacks the little creature right on the head, sending it tumbling onto the dirt. Even from a massive distance, his aim is flawless. He lets out a laugh, admitting that felt surprisingly therapeutic. Lao remarks how lucky he is. But suddenly, Kim Guju's expression stiffens. Both Elle and Bernhardt feel the sudden shift in their master. Lao asks if he felt that too. Kim Guju stands frozen. That distinctive energy signature was definitely the aura of an ego. Guju heads straight toward the source of the sensation. After tracking the energy, he stumbles upon a dark cave entrance. Approaching the dark opening, he admits he always suspected a hidden location like this existed around here. Lao wonders if this is the secret entrance to the tower basement. Guju remains quiet, deeply lost in thought. He does not feel any of that typical energy, yet he cannot forget that bright flash of light from earlier. Bernhardt agrees it was definitely an ego's aura. Guju heads inside, confident his senses are not playing tricks on him. Bernhardt nods along in agreement. Guju carefully scans the damp cavern, his eyes searching the shadows. Bernhardt suggests they scour the cave thoroughly, while Lao analyzes the area with a sharp, calculating gaze. Lao expects that the system will not react immediately. Guju decides to sit down on some flat ground to rest. Pulling out a mana potion from his inventory, he invites Bernhardt to chat while his skills slowly regenerate his energy. Taking a large gulp, he demands to know everything. Bernhardt grumbles, asking why his master is always picking on him. Bernhardt whines about being singled out. Guju wipes his mouth dryly, pointing out that the companion always acts suspicious. He asks if mentioning Irvin was the absolute limit of his memory. Bernhardt immediately fires back to deny the claim. Bernhardt explains his memories only trigger when specific events occur. Guju simply rolls his eyes in response. He teases him for acting like a know-it-all while being completely useless. An annoyed Bernhardt protests immediately. Guju presses him for details on Underjack and Bayman's true incarnation. Bernhardt explains that both are actually high-ranking demons. They both occupy spots among the legendary 72 seats of power. Guju is genuinely surprised by the news. These archdemons serve directly under the true demon, Lu, wielding immense cosmic authority. They are nothing like those fake pretenders. These true powerhouses are strictly ranked from seat 1 to 72. Among them, Baal holds the supreme first seat. Bernhardt adds that Underjack was once feared as the single most evil demon of all. Even though that demon only holds a lower seat and is not the strongest, his personality is absolute garbage. Jigyu silently wonders if all demons are like that while Lu calmly continues his story. Payman holds a much higher seat as one of Hell's gatekeepers and acts as their legendary master blacksmith. Resting his chin, Jigyu realizes that since Old Man Huang's son is Paymon's vessel, it makes perfect sense. That explains why the old man's gear is so special, but the sudden silence makes him urge Lu to continue. Lu sounds completely clueless, prompting Jigyu to demand more explanation, but the Demon King insists he just did. Slightly disappointed, Jigyu asks if that is truly all, but Lu admits he simply cannot remember any details. Jigyu silently curses his uselessness, but Lu warns that he can hear those thoughts as they head back. Waiting for him is Sujeong with a sly smirk, commenting on how brave her disciple has grown. She complains about him rejecting her dinner invitation, calling him incredibly arrogant, while Jigyu, standing a head taller, just silently stares down. He casually slips past her, pointing out that it was never a date, they were just grabbing food. Sujeong watches him go, teasing his dodging skills, while Brunhart clicks its tongue and L chimes in to remind them. But as they head up the stairs, Jigyu reminds her that he had already warned her about a sudden emergency. Sujeong follows close behind, pressing for details, but he briefly turns away before suddenly stopping in his tracks. Actually, he decides she should know, so they sit down together to discuss the long story from the beginning. Sujeong turns serious, asking for confirmation before immediately wondering what happened to the young kid Min Su. Jigyu explains that he already handed the coffin over to his father, who is now breaking the gate's barrier. Rubbing her chin, Sujeong falls deep into thought before suddenly telling him to follow her to meet someone. At the association, Jigyu looks completely bewildered as he glances between the demon Lu Sujeong and the president. Even Taeshik is there, leaving him questioning this bizarre group while Sujeong asks why he is staring so hard. She wonders if he is shocked that they know each other as president. Oh clarifies they hold no grudges. He admits he is unsure of her thoughts, though as a mercenary ring flashes on her finger while she speaks. Noticing Gigyu's surprise, Sujeong points out the mercenary ring, assuming he already knew about this connection. She mentions that the president has actually been desperately looking to recruit stronger forces. They simply help each other out whenever necessary, very similar to Gigyu's own partnership with the association. Even if they are allies, Jigyu silently notes she should show some proper respect instead of pointing fingers. El dryly remarks that she has absolutely no manners, which suddenly triggers a wild theory in Gigyu's mind. His expression shifts dramatically as if he just realized something massive about the other world. Since time flows differently over there and Sujeong claimed they were the exact same age. By Earth standards, she might actually be as old as the president, a thought that panics Sujeong. She frantically screams at him to hold on, insisting he has completely misunderstood the entire situation. She yells that she only acts rude because she dislikes the old man, forcing a terrified Jigyu to tell her to calm down. She snaps that she is definitely not old, just blunt, as absolute fury radiates from her. She suddenly lunges and knocks Jigyu flat, demanding why he made her say that, leaving Elle and Brunhart utterly shocked. Brunhart sighs, wondering how their master can be so weak, while Sujeong tells them to stop playing around. Regaining her composure, she gets serious and asks if they have heard about the Caravan Guild finally making a move. Taeshik is caught off guard by the name, prompting Sujeong to note his lack of information. She assumed all pioneers would know, while Brunhart mutters that anyone called a pioneer must be ancient. Jigyu points out that Taeshik only entered the tower 25 years ago. The president places a hand on his son's head, explaining that the boy is still unfamiliar with the other world. He adds that his son is trying to learn, though Taeshik brushes him off, refusing to stay behind a desk. With Jigyu getting stronger every single day, Taeshik refuses to sit idle at the bottom forever. He tries to remember, admitting that the Caravan Guild sounds incredibly familiar for some reason. Jigyu is surprised by this, recalling a past memory of Taeshik rolling up his sleeves. He remembers someone who once joined the Caravan Guild only to completely transform into a totally different person. Compared to the patient kid he once knew, both of them suddenly realize the truth and stand up abruptly. It is the very guild Choi Tae-oh joined. Sujeong and the chairman look on in confusion as Jiwoo and Taesik lock eyes, seemingly reading each other's minds. Curious about what they are thinking, they ask who Choi Tae-oh is, but Jiwoo tells them they have never met. He was someone I worked with when I was still a guide, and suddenly flashbacks of Choi Tae-oh apologizing flood Jiwoo's mind. Choi Tae-oh might look patient on the outside, but he really is not, so please do not hold a grudge against him. Recognizing Choi Tae-oh as a close ally, Jiwoo is suddenly gripped by a terrifying thought. Could Choi Tae-oh be one of the people he killed? No, he checked every single face. Sujeong raises an eyebrow, asking if he knows someone in that Caravan Guild. Ji-woo quickly asks if Sujung, or rather the demon Lu and the chairman, know about the Cavan Guild and what they are like. The chairman sighs, admitting he doesn't know where to start before asking how much Ji-woo actually knows about this tower. The tower acts as a bridge connecting every single world, but it also serves as a massive binding chain. It slowly erodes the worlds it binds together, and the mysterious gates appearing alongside the tower are living proof. The system warns that he has acquired information he is not yet qualified to know. With the penalty executed, a wave of agonizing, body-twisting pain surges through Ji-woo, making his inner companion cry out in sheer panic. Tae-sik screams in panic while the chairman looks confused, prompting Soo-jung to slap her forehead over the system penalty. Clutching his head, Ji-woo keeps trembling in pain, making the chairman wonder if he hasn't cleared floor 50 yet. The room goes dead silent as Ji-woo stands there, feeling completely awkward and lost. Why is everyone silent? He imagines the chairman looking at him with pity, apologizing for bringing this up. He also imagines Soo-jung scoffing in his head, mocking him for being a total loser, mocking his failure to pass floor 50, while Tae-sik questions how he even dared to ask. How could he ask when he hasn't even completed his second advancement? Ji-woo panic shakes his head. The chairman looks him over, admitting that with a growth rate like his, this is truly unexpected. He figured someone this strong would have cleared floor 50 ages ago. Ji-woo quickly composes himself. Realizing he overthought things, Ji-woo relaxes slightly, just as Soo-jung reaches her hand out toward him. Asking her disciple for a quick favor, a stream of magic shoots from her fingertips, making him wince. His status window flashes, declaring that player Kim Ji-woo is temporarily designated as a subordinate under her. Ji-woo immediately panics at the term subordinate, demanding to know what she is doing. She tells him to calm down and listen, explaining that this is simply her second unique skill. The title is just a name, as the skill merely shares whatever penalties he receives with her. She cannot order him around even if she wanted to, especially since he is far too strong to be controlled. A simple seal could never force him to submit, and his inner companion chimes in to agree. It is a soul contract, but the conditions are actually heavily weighted against her, helping him calm down. His companion notes it will not harm him, but Ji-woo still warns her to tell him first next time. Meanwhile, the father and daughter exchange looks as Tae-sik asks her if she knew he had not cleared floor 50. She admits she forgot, getting scolded about being a bad friend, and quickly apologizes. Promising to be careful next time, she shrugs and reassures him she will undo the seal once they finish talking. Hearing her mention undoing the seal makes Ji-woo imagine something highly inappropriate, prompting a sudden coughing fit to hide his blushing face. Tae-sik eyes him with suspicion before mentioning that the higher floors are governed by powerful rulers. These entities are the ones who created the tower, its true masters and former rulers of other worlds. Although they cannot unleash their full power on Earth just yet because the invasion is still incomplete, they can still use the primordial power of the tower, which acts as the intersection of all worlds. Clutching his head, Ji-woo finally understands why climbing those higher floors is such an agonizingly slow grind. Soo-jung pinches her forehead in agreement, complaining about her sudden headache, while the chairman nods as everything clicks into place. Ji-woo silently muses that while the tower and its gates are incredibly dangerous, they also hold precious crystals. Countless rare crafting materials are buried deep inside, but he never realized their presence threatened humanity. Soo-jung quickly comforts him, telling him not to worry since the vast majority of those threats have already been sealed. There is still plenty of time before the Earth is completely overrun and wiped out. Just like how they are holding Lee Seo-ho back on the upper floors, those monsters will be no match for him once they reach Earth. It all depends on the situation. Kim Gi-ju gulps, wondering just how powerful this Lee Seo-ho really is. Soo-jeong pinches her chin, guessing his power has dropped because his vessel got contaminated. But basically, if everyone gathered here joins forces to fight, we might just have a decent shot at matching him. The serious looks from the chairman and Tae-sik confirm it. Feeling a bit discouraged, Kim Ji-ju can only ask if that is really true. Soo-jeong nods in confirmation. Kim Gi-gyu falls silent, realizing he had foolishly assumed he was already strong enough. But the road ahead is still incredibly long. Every person he meets now is absurdly powerful, and there is no telling how many more walls he will have to climb. Do speaks up, mentioning that other woman. Kim Ji-ju is left confused, asking which woman he means. Do points out the one named Hazim or something like that. Kim Gi-ju cannot quite recall, wondering who Hajima could be. Ah yes, the woman traveling with the captain. The one he ran into back at the very first gate of Talon, the underground monastery. Resting his chin on his hand, Kim Gi-ju acknowledges she looks incredibly tough, but wonders if she could really be stronger than him. Lu points out that since the assimilation rate is still low, it is hard to say for sure, though one thing is certain. She is easily on par with that fake demon king over there. Kim Gi-ju is completely taken aback by how insanely powerful that makes her. Who on earth is she? Right then, Soo-jeong teases him, asking what he is staring at and if she is really that beautiful. Her playful teasing completely startles Kim Gi-ju. He defends himself, explaining he was only speaking with his alter egos. The chairman and Tae-sik cannot help but laugh at his reaction. Soo-jeon jokes that he should stop being so shy, but the chairman soon turns serious. He states that regardless, the absolute priority right now is Andres. He still finds it hard to believe. The man is actually the master of the Cavan Guild. With this intelligence in hand, Cavan's true objective becomes much clearer. Kim Gi-ju perks up asking if he knows Andras. The chairman replies that he knows him all too well. Andras, the Marquis of Discord. He is the most sinister demon in hell, driven by a dark obsession to break the ancient seals. This would free the tower rulers and trigger the end times. Now watch as the sky shifts. Soo-jeon tells Kim Gi-gyu it is time to go. She tells him to head home first as she has some private matters to discuss with the chairman. Soon the car drives off, leaving Kim Gi-ju feeling a bit guilty. Kim Gi-ju apologizes for calling him so late. Sung-hun smiles brightly, reassuring him that it is fine since he gets paid overtime anyway. Kim Gi-ju laughs, feeling relieved. He sighs inwardly, completely exhausted from the sheer number of wild events that went down today. He has learned so much today. Eo chimes in to praise his hard work, advising his master to rest up. He recommends a long, peaceful sleep, but Kim Gi-ju shakes his head. There is still far too much left to do. Once home, he gets straight to work. Fresh blood drips from his palm, landing precisely in the center of a magic circle. The circle erupts in a brilliant light. Kim Gi-ju stammers in disbelief, shocked that the barrier could be unlocked so easily. Bao smirks, proudly confirming it is indeed unlocked and asking if he wants to take a look inside. Kim Gi-ju nods. The heavy coffin lid slowly slides aside, and as he peers inside, he calls out Min-soo's name. Kim Gi-ju asks Bao why the boy remains unconscious. Tilting his head in confusion, Bao quickly activates his tracking ability. Finding no physical issues or lingering curses, Lu suggests that his master try using an elixir on him. Kim Gi-ju unbottles the rare elixir and gently pours it down the boy's throat. Yet Min-soo still shows no sign of waking. After a tense moment, the boy's eyes slowly flutter open. Kim Gi-ju asks if he is okay, but Min-soo only stares back with a blank, unfamiliar gaze. Back at his house, Kim Gi-gyu's mother and sister stare at him with pure judgment. A terrified Min-soo clings tightly to his back as Kim Gi-gyu laughs awkwardly. His sister demands to know why he brought a child home while his mother gasps, wondering if she finally has a grandson. She eagerly asks when and where this happened. Scratching his cheek, Kim Gi-ju quickly explains that it is a very long story. Ji-dong giggles, teasing him that since he only introduced Soo-jeong to the family a few days ago, this seems a bit fast. Kim Gi-ju immediately grabs her ear and pulls, telling her to shut up. Rubbing her sore ears, she retreats to the side, grumbling. She complains that a player abusing a civilian is a serious crime, while their mother sighs, asking what is actually going on. Taking a moment to gather his thoughts, Kim Gi-ju explains that the young boy is actually the grandson of one of his major benefactors. He looks down at the boy, asking if they can talk for a second, but Min-soo only clings to him even tighter. Whispering just loudly enough for his mother to hear, he explains that the poor kid lost his entire family in a tragic accident. The severe shock wiped his memory, leaving him believing Kim Gi-ju is his father. His mother sighs, feeling deeply sympathetic for the child. The elderly woman sits down and gently asks for his name, to which the boy timidly replies Min-soo. Kim Gi-ju's mother smiles warmly, telling Min-soo he can call her grandma, while Kim Gi-ju frantically yells for her to wait. He asks his mother if she even heard him, while deep tracks in the basement reveal that something massive rolled through. While Roger's hand is busy dragging stones to build the pyramid, a sweating Kim Gi-ju sits far away, completely on edge. Lu asks why he even went home if he was just going to run, and Kim Gi-ju sighs that he needs to eat. He explains his mother's intense gaze was that of someone desperate for grandkids, but Lu scoffs at his dramatic reaction. Kim Gi-ju looks down at the boy munching on snacks in his lap and asks if they taste good. Min-soo happily chirps yes, leaving Kim Gi-ju wondering if the kid's mental age has actually regressed from the trauma. Lu chimes in with a heavy tone, noting that the poor kid witnessed his very own father murder his grandfather and kidnap him, leaving a conflicted Kim Gi-ju wondering how to help a kid with such deep trauma. Elle steps in with a suggestion, wondering if Min-soo's memories would trigger by seeing a familiar place or an object tied to his grandfather, but when Kim Gi-ju mentions the blacksmith forge, Lu warns it might worsen his trauma. Elle reminds him of the hammer, prompting Kim Gi-ju to pull a small golden mallet from his pocket to show the boy. Min-soo gasps in awe, and when Kim Gi-ju asks if he recognizes it, the boy just gushes over how pretty it is. The kid jumps to the ground, and Kim Gi-gyu tries to gently jog his memory, noting how much he loves the toy. Min-soo grips it tightly, but suddenly the tiny tool erupts in a blinding light and begins rapidly expanding, shocking Kim Gi-ju. As the weapon grows, Lu's not even surprised, calmly calling the boy a true descendant of Baemon. He is naturally blessed by every weapon, and Min-soo swings the massive hammer around with absolute joy. The boy wanders forward, and Kim Gi-ju watches him approach the mysterious coffin, calling his name in confusion. The kid lifts the giant mallet with one hand, sending a golden flash down as he strikes the coffin. A shockwave of raw power erupts, shattering the coffin material and forcing Kim Gi-ju to shield his eyes from the blast. Kim Ji-ju stares in absolute shock as Lu closely observes the transformation happening to the coffin. Lu confirms the boy definitely carries Baemon's bloodline as the golden hammer hums in Minsu's hand. The weapon goes to work, yet the boy's face remains completely blank, leaving Kim Gi-ju utterly speechless. He is sculpting using only a hammer, which makes no sense since normally artists use chisels for this. Lu warns him not to judge by human standards as Baemon exists on an entirely different plane. He is far beyond average blacksmiths, making Kim Gi-ju slightly jealous that Lu is actually praising someone else for once. Lu calmly explains that Baemon was one of the few demons who remained loyal to him. As the heavy hammer turns stone to dust, Minsu looks like he is being possessed by some higher power. After a long night of golden light filling the forest, the sun rises and Minsu finally collapses from exhaustion. Kim Gi-ju catches the sleeping boy, noting how exhausting it must be to swing a weapon twice his own size. He spent 9 straight hours sculpting, and even Lu praises the kid's unreal stamina as a true Baemon heir. Survival inside the tower already proved he was different, and his compatibility with high-grade elixirs confirms it. Whatever the case, the kid is special, and Kim Gi-ju finally understands why the old man praised him, calling Minsu a far better blacksmith than himself, especially since the kid has absolutely no memories. Yet he sculpted his grandfather's exact likeness, bringing a quiet sadness over Brunhart as Lu speaks up. Lu notes that their preparations are complete, prompting a confused Kim Gi-ju to ask what they are actually preparing for. Lu explains the statue is not just for show, but a vessel, causing a realization to hit Kim Gi-ju. Lu confirms they can use the sculpture to resurrect the old man as Kim Gi-ju gently scoops up the boy. Kim Ji-ju hesitates over creating a vessel for an ego, remembering the devastating system notification from before. It stated Huang Ji-cheol's ego failed and his fragments were absorbed, leaving Lu to confirm only one piece remains. L points out that Brunhart inherited those shattered memories, meaning hope still exists as long as his soul lingers. Brunhart softly agrees with her, leaving Kim Gi-ju lost in deep thought as he weighs their desperate options. He reaches out to touch the stone statue, channeling a surge of brilliant light through the connection. A system alert immediately flashes in front of him, confirming the soul link is established just as he planned. This was an egoless vessel, much like the Emperor's legendary gear. If he could somehow seal the soul inside, it might just work. Could he really bring the Emperor back to life? Restoring a shattered ego fragment seemed completely impossible. Bayer materialized out of thin air, startling Kim Gi-ju. He spun around, yelling Bayer's name, while Min-su remained fast asleep on the bed. As the portal creaked open, Bayer admired the vessel, praising the legendary bloodline of Baemon's descendants. Dua did not look amused. Kim Gi-ju turned to the demon, asking if he was used to hearing those kinds of grand comments. So is there a real plan here? Bayer held up a finger, only a 50% success rate, nothing guaranteed. Since a miraculous existence like this had never happened before, hoping for a 100% guarantee was just wishful thinking. Kim Gi-ju stood there speechless, but Dua offered some comfort. If that proud demon actually brought it up, he was likely pretty confident. What an absolute show-off. Kim Ji-ju sighed and asked for the next step, prompting Bayer to explain the initial phase. First, they needed to stitch the old man's ego back together. Fortunately, they already had the shattered fragments ready. By merging those primary pieces with the other soul fragments Kim Gi-ju already held, they could easily patch up the damaged soul. Wait, Kim Gi-ju frowned. How did you even know about the fusion? Bayer shrugged, pointing out that Sujung was the one who spilled the beans. Kim Gi-ju's mouth twitched. That annoying girl and her cursed eyes just couldn't keep a secret. Bayer quickly got back to business. While those materials could restore the ego to its original shape, there was still a massive catch. A restored shape didn't mean a fully restored essence. Healing a shattered soul was never going to be that simple. Bayer snapped his fingers. To bridge that gap, Kim Gi-ju would need the Holy Sword Nai and a flawless transparent crystal. He explained that the Holy Sword was overflowing with raw life force. That vital energy was the key. It would easily patch the hollow voids left in the damaged soul, but they still needed one more piece. This clear crystal he crafted had 0 mana and seemed totally useless, yet it was the perfect vessel for this specific magic. It was designed to channel Kim Gi-ju's unique ability. Explaining the exact mechanics was complicated, but it basically served as a clean slate. A clean slate of sorts. Kim Gi-ju held up a hand, completely lost. No matter how Bayer explained it, the science went straight over his head. He just could not make heads or tails of the explanation. Bayer cleared his throat, apologizing for rambling, while Kim Gi-ju wondered if he was always this chatty. Dua laughed, noting that academic types always rambled like that. Still, the demon managed to grasp the basic concept. He promised to translate Bayer's technical jargon into plain, easy terms that Kim Gi-ju could actually follow. In plain English, Kim Ji-ju just needed to hold up the Holy Sword Nai and the crystal. The Holy Blade was now a dark demonic sword. Bayer likely caused the corruption, but this demonic shift actually made the weapon far easier for Kim Gi-ju to wield through their soul link. As the master of demonic blades, Dua urged him to fuse the ego fragments together and let Nai absorb the raw power. Since the sword automatically absorbed energy, Kim Gi-ju took a breath and gave the command. Initiate fusion of Huang Ji-chil's soul fragments. Right on cue, the system chimed in, announcing the successful merge of the primary and secondary egos. A blinding light erupted from the blade. Dua explained that this process would blend the fragments with the remaining life force. Now they just had to bring the clear crystal close to Nai. Kim Gi-ju hesitated for a second before moving the stone forward. The moment the crystal touched the blade, a bizarre energy surged between them. Dua grinned. The process was working perfectly. Bayer watched closely as the swirling soul fragments inside the sword were pulled directly into the glowing crystal. Like a vacuum draining fuel, the crystal siphoned the energy, causing the physical blade of Nai to crack and crumble right before Kim Ji-ju's eyes. Drained of its vital essence, the legendary sword was decaying rapidly. Panic flared in Kim Ji-ju's chest with something breaking. But Bayer just flashed a mysterious, confident grin. Don't worry, this crazy genius had everything completely calculated. From a distance, Roger's hand squinted through the blinding glare. The holy sword Nai had completely dissolved into nothingness. Its remnants clattered to the dirt as the light intensified, reshaping the shattered pieces of Huang Ji-chil's soul. The fragments finally coalesced into a complete soul. Kim Ji-ju carefully caught the glowing orb with both hands, eliciting a proud nod from Bayer. Now came the final delicate touch. If this worked, they weren't just creating a hollow soul. Kim Ji-ju approached the stone statue of the emperor, his hands trembling slightly. Rebuilding a dead man's soul was a heavy burden. It was practically playing God. He carefully pressed the glowing orb into the statue, watching the magical energy flood the stone. Cracks spiderweb across the surface as ancient stone crumbled and fell away. Bayer leaned in, holding his breath as the magic peaked. The outer stone shell shattered, raining debris onto the floor. A brilliant aura burst from the emperor's form, forcing Kim Gi-ju to shield his eyes. A massive pillar of light shot straight into the heavens. His life once had zero hope, but now anything was possible. Everything began to change after he discovered his egos El Baruhat, Jane, Hermet, and Obadon. He had successfully cured his mother's illness, became the disciple of the demon Lu, and even became the master of a dungeon gate. His egos always drove every major change in his life. Now a brand new one stood before him. Unlike any of his other personas, the entity standing directly in front of him was completely unexpected. The clone ego slowly opened its eyes. Though the outcome was unknown, this shift would bring a massive transformation. A wild, brilliant light flashed in its gaze. The status screen showed the Guardian's arrival in New York was complete. At the Iron Shield Guild, Iron Shield's cell stood by the glass window, staring at several unusual gates in the distance. They will soon appear in Korea. I will use that crisis to justify our expansion back into the Korean territory once again, and we will target the demon Lu. The man behind him nodded, saying he understood if everything went as planned. It is the most logical outcome. Another stepped up, asking for his name, to which he replied he was the leader of the Cavan Guild. I am Gap. Just call me Gap. Suddenly, massive towers and gates materialized and monsters began pouring out. Now check this out, some awakened with supernatural powers, leveling up like they were in a video game as players. Fighting beasts made them stronger. And among those players, there was Kim Gi-ju, treated like garbage until the cannibalism system suddenly activated. You have successfully transformed Kaval Sheer into a demon Lu ego. Title is Lord of the Demon Sword and Demons, level 99 with a strength of 181. His agility is 169, stamina is 167, and mana is 220. Poison resistance is 12%, fire resistance is 10%, and physical resistance is 7.1%. With heat resistance at 12%, his mana attribute increased, unlocking transformation equipment, cannibalism, and iron will. The Demon Sword and Demons devour the fragment of Ferret L, gaining the title Lord of the Holy Sword at level 96. His strength is 107, agility is 139, and stamina is 154, with transformation and equipment skills. Outside, people waited. The portal rippled, someone was coming. The staff member outside noticed Kim Ji-ju, instantly completely stunned. Is it over already? So this is what a real mercenary looks like. He ran over, thanking him. Great work, Morning Star. If we turn these crystals over to the Players Association, the association would help him. But Kim Gi-ju politely declined, keeping the crystals for himself. And as for that Morning Star title, Kim Gi-ju sighed, but the staff member stared like an adoring fan, saying he understood. Kim Gi-ju whispered to Sung-hoon that he was not used to this attention. Sung-hoon laughed and grabbed the backpack of crystals. Since you can't avoid it, might as well enjoy it. Kim Gi-ju simply smiled. Sung-hoon then checked his phone, mentioning Yu Jung had called. He handed the phone over, offering to toss the bags in the car. Kim Gi-ju wondered why his sister was calling. Sung-hoon shrugged, saying he had no idea, but she seemed frantic. She was looking for something. Suddenly, Yoo-jung's loud voice blasted through the speaker, forcing Kim Gi-ju to pull the phone away from his ear. His sister demanded to know where Rain was. Kim Gi-ju urged her to lower her voice, but Yoo-jung completely ignored him. She screamed, asking why he kept taking Rain with him, threatening him for doing so. Kim Gi-ju made up an excuse about taking Rain for a vaccine shot, but Yoo-jung instantly exposed him. Didn't he get that last week? Did he think she was stupid? Kim Gi-ju froze. He was totally out of excuses. He deeply regretted introducing the creature as a puppy. Inside his mind, the demon Lu mocked his bad karma. Barrow had suggested just telling her the truth, but Elle pointed out they would never be allowed to take him out again. Kim Gi-gyu climbed into the car, trying to dodge. "Look, Yoo-jung, I am busy, let's talk later." She screamed in protest, but he cut her off. He hung up with lightning speed. Sung-hoon asked where they were heading, and Kim Gi-ju told him to drop him off next door. He warned him not to go home. Sung-hoon was confused, asking if those weren't the empty houses Kim Gi-ju had bought. Right after they announced the Dungeon Gate experiment in this area, Sung-hoon squinted his eyes suspiciously. "Don't tell me you were living with the demon Lu in there." Kim Gi-ju snapped, telling him to shut up. Saying things like that would only invite massive trouble. Kim Gi-ju quickly explained that someone else had just moved in next door. He rang the doorbell. With a soft chime, the front door swung open automatically. A voice echoed from inside, wondering who it was. The old man tilted his head, welcoming his new master. Or rather, he corrected himself, calling him master instead. Back on that fateful night, a powerful light shot into the sky. The three egos looked highly pleased, while Kim Gi-ju stood completely frozen, muttering about the old man's body and soul. His outer appearance looks exactly like it did when he was alive, but whether he is still the same person remains to be seen. No one knows. Right then, a new system status window pops up before Jigyu. A guardian has descended. Surprised, he mutters a guardian. Suddenly, a map pops up, asking him to select a location to protect. Lu notes that it is a mana map, while Elle explains that the system is simply showing its master the surrounding area. Guardians protecting smaller zones will have much stronger defense, while those covering larger areas will naturally have weaker defensive power. Yi-ju ponders this for a moment. If that is the case, setting a 500-meter radius around his home seems perfect. Will it work? Yes. The system instantly confirms his chosen protection zone. Yi-ju gasps. Old man Huang is trembling, looking at him in complete disbelief as he realizes what just happened. "Did you bring me back?" the old man asks. Yi-ju runs over, asking if he remembers his own identity. Huang is deeply overwhelmed. Crying, the old man says he remembers asking for help but never expected it to actually work. He tightly grabs Yi-ju. He asks about Min-soo immediately. Yi-ju gently pats his hands, telling the old man that his grandson is safely asleep at home. Huang finally relaxes his tense expression. Trembling all over, he offers his deepest gratitude, stating that everything is entirely thanks to Jigyu. Reborn. Saved. Jigyu even gave them a home, making him wonder how he could ever repay such kindness. He admits he has no way to repay this debt, but Jigyu smiles, saying the old man has already given him far too much. This is simply returning the favor. But speaking of which, where is Min-soo? The old man looks around but cannot spot him. Huang answers that the boy is asleep, exhausted after everything he went through. Jigyu nods, fully understanding the situation. He spent the entire night carving statues. It is hard to believe such massive power came from such a tiny body. Unstoppable. The blacksmith adds that Min-soo has recovered nearly all of his past memories by now, though the boy remembers nothing of his father, which might be for the best. Jigyu silently recalls that man Huang Chae-il. He confirms that the old man's son was indeed brainwashed. Huang lets out a heavy sigh, only knowing that much. But here is the catch. Brainwashing does not erase sins, meaning some dark ambition must have lurked inside him all along. Lu agrees, reminding him that while Andrus is one of the 72 demons of Gotia, the heir of Paimon is different. Even with a human side, he would never submit so easily. Huang speaks up, agreeing completely with what Lu just said. "Wait," what Jigyu gasps, realizing Huang can actually hear Lu. Lu just scoffs at his surprise. Huang is now an ego after all. Bejuheart pipes up, excited and confused, wondering if the old man can hear him too. "Father, it is me," Bejuheart says. Huang smiles warmly, finding it hard to believe he can talk to his own creation. He never imagined speaking to his own masterpiece. Through this connection, he has experienced so many incredible things. The blacksmith softens his voice gently, asking Bejuheart to be patient and wait a little longer. They still have some critical matters to discuss. Bejuheart obediently agrees to wait, earning a warm praise from his creator. Calling him a good boy, Huang closes his eyes for a moment before turning back to Jigyu with a serious expression. Bad news. He can no longer forge special combat gear, completely shocking Jigyu. Huang explains that those caravan bastards are targeting something hidden deep within his workshop, Paimon's legacy. That legacy is what he must protect as a guardian. Lu speaks up, confirming it matches his original theories. The old man was destined to become a guardian. Curious, Giju asks about this legacy, prompting Huang to explain. It includes everything in existence, even Paimon's actual physical body. Giju gasps in shock while Lu bursts out laughing. Lu laughs at the irony of Paimon's fate. But wait, does this mean Caravan already holds their most valuable asset? Huang looks grave. That is not the issue, since only a select few can actually wield it. Only his son and grandson can ever use that legacy. Feeling utterly defeated, he laments his own helplessness. Giju comforts him, saying he is merely returning a favor. All the old man needs to do is protect his home. The blacksmith suddenly remembers something. He has one final gift to offer, a supreme treasure unlike any other. It is something even Giju would crave. The next morning at his house, Sujong looks at him with a soft smile. Wait, what? Giju freezes in absolute shock, completely unable to process her sudden announcement of leaving. Why the sudden departure? Bejuheart sighs, noting that it seems their companions must finally move on. Lu mockingly asks if his companion is happy to have fewer rivals around. Furious, Bejuheart snaps back, asking what he just said. Looking quite sad, Sujong explains that she wanted to stay longer, but unexpected circumstances have suddenly changed everything. Since Enzia is in danger, we cannot stay for long. Lowering his head, Kim Giju covers his mouth and whispers. What a pity, he continues, looking at the two of them. We spent so much time together and now you are leaving. Sujong frowns, asking if that is how a sad person actually looks. Kim Jiju's face becomes incredibly awkward. He grimaces, trying to hold back a laugh. It is awkward. With that, the two of them leave. Kim Giju stares at the key Kwang gave him, whispering to himself, a treasure that even I would crave. Is this really the key to the vault? Kim Giju walks up to an old rusty warehouse, muttering that it looks incredibly rundown. Lu pops out and admits he cannot sense any special energy from it. Bejuno immediately chimes in. Me too, me too. After thinking for a moment, Kim Giju decides to head inside, speaking as he walks. I wonder what the old man was talking about. Bejuno thinks it is a gorgeous gem, while Lu suggests a powerful artifact. Kim Giju slowly unlocks the heavy iron padlock. Light leaks through the crack. Warily, he peers inside. He slowly opens the door to inspect the interior. Honestly, you will not believe the staggering treasure waiting for him inside this place. Inside, countless luxury supercars sit parked next to massive towering piles of gold, silver, and precious treasures. Not only that, but there are also countless priceless magic crystals. Kim Giju stands frozen, completely speechless, before finally stammering after pulling himself back together. Private property. Lu pouts, asking if this flashy junk is truly his master's taste in treasures. Kim Giju replies that he literally just made that term up. Meanwhile, the 34th floor of the tower is enveloped by a deeply oppressive and gloomy atmosphere where a mysterious player is currently locked in a brutal battle against the dreaded evil eyes, his footsteps steady as he charges forward into danger. Slaughtering them one by one, this warrior is none other than Ranker Kim Giju, slicing an evil eye in half with a single slash. The system immediately notifies him that absorbing the evil eye's blood has boosted both his poison resistance and magical defense. Seeing this, Kim Giju flashes a devious smile, prompting Bejuno to pout and whisper that his master is becoming truly terrifying. Lu grimaces, asking if this basic junk really makes him happy. Kim Giju simply laughs. Of course it does. Staring at the 2 rows of supercars, he joyfully boasts that these are rare imports, including 20 limited editions, not to mention all those highly coveted items. Du sighs, admitting they are rare, but questions getting this excited over basic modes of transportation. It is just ridiculous. Kim Giju bends down to gather the loot from the floor, arguing that they are limited editions. Du, you simply do not understand a man's dream. Du pouts, replying that even though he is a male too, he truly does not get it. Why would a rich guy get so obsessed over this stuff? Storing the loot into his dimensional inventory, Kim Giju speaks up. Listen closely, Du. He pauses, his eyes turning dead serious. In this cruel world, some things cannot be bought with money, like love or these limited editions. Bejuno cheers, praising how incredibly cool his master sounds. Rolling his eyes, Du sighs, asking how on earth he could even compare those two completely different things. Suddenly, Kim Giju frowns, realizing that anyone could easily rob this place since there is only a single padlock and key protecting it. Du sighs, telling him there is no need to worry since the warehouse is managed by that crazy old man. Thieves would never break in. Hearing this, Kim Ji-gyu lets out a sigh of relief, though he still insists they need to transfer everything into his portal quickly. Bijuno whines that he is not a storage unit, but Kim Gi-gyu just chuckles, teasing that it actually sounds like a great plan. Now let's get back to the hunt. Glancing at the incoming swarm of evil eyes, Bijuno declares it is time to work while Kim Gi-gyu readies his sword. Lu appears to offer some strategic advice, noting that Enzia's skills include powerful flame swordsmanship, summoning, and devastating magical attacks. To defeat him, we need Kim Gigyu interrupts, grin spreading. So you mean they must absorb the blood of these monsters to boost their magic resistance? Hearing this, Lu nods with immense satisfaction. Exactly. Thanks to his Hermes boots, Kim Gigyu moves at near lightning speeds. Too fast. Moving with sheer agility, his sword flashes with vibrant colors as he unleashes a flurry of strikes mid-air. Kim Gigyu completely obliterates the evil eyes. They shatter into a million pieces, leaving behind a massive pile of valuable loot. The system alerts Flood in confirming that absorbing the monster blood has successfully raised his resistance to magical attacks once again. Bijuna groans about stuffing himself too much, making Lu tease him for complaining while still greedily devouring everything in sight. Looking at the piles of dropped loot, Kim Gigyu sighs that this doesn't even feel like a real battle, questioning if this is necessary. Lu urges him to be patient, reminding him they absolutely need to max out those 10 stats before they can officially begin. Kim Gigyu coldly responds, but with Enzia out there and that strict one-year time limit set by Lee. Lost in thought, Jisoo wonders if climbing the tower would be faster now that Seon Ho gave his word. Suddenly, a low growl echoes from the distance. Jisoo looks over in surprise, only to find Jae gnawing on a whole evil eye inside its massive jaws. The beast strolls over to Jisoo, biting down hard until the monster crumbles into ash, leaving behind a glowing item right in Jae's mouth. Jae proudly tilts its head back and gulps the item down. Jisoo watches in total amusement, admitting he never expected things to go this way. He remarks that Jae getting this strong just from eating crystals proves hunting on their own is the best way, and Lu quickly chimes in. Lu warns him that it is mostly a waste of precious crystals with little payoff. Benno completely agrees, grumbling that those crystals belong to him. Seeing Jae so excited, Jisoo replies that since the beast loves it, they should just count the crystals as a job well done reward. He steps closer to Jae, affectionately asking if the beast actually wants to bring those monsters back alive instead of just eating them on the spot. Jae lets out an excited growl in agreement before suddenly taking off, leaving Jisoo to watch its departing figure with a soft smile. He silently reminds himself that there is no need to rush. He is completely different from other players. He immediately unsheathes his blade with absolute resolve, knowing deep down that this is the absolute surest way to get stronger. But just as he zones in on his training, a bizarre noise echoes nearby. Something is coming. Jae is already charging headfirst into a horde of evil eyes, tearing into them as if it had been starved for centuries. Seeing an absolute swarm of monsters blocking their path, Jisoo winces and nervously asks Jae if this is not a bit too much to handle. With the beast showing no signs of slowing down, Jisoo steps up, channeling dark energy into his demonic arm while muttering that they cannot avoid this clash. With a fierce swing of his glowing hand, he unleashes a devastating blow on the evil eyes, obliterating them. Every single demon he slaughters feeds pure energy right into his arm, boosting his combat speed with every second. Meanwhile, Jae is absolutely tearing it up on the battlefield, prompting Buno to admit that Lu really is on another level. Buno asks if Lu is the strongest ego among them, and Lu smugly clears his throat, telling him to keep those compliments coming. He praises Lu for his insanely high level, his ability to absorb blood to form new egos, and his endless wealth of knowledge. Highly amused by the praise, Lu proudly boasts without a shred of modesty, telling the kid that he certainly has a sharp eye for talent. Hearing his own egos shamelessly flattering each other inside his head, Jisoo helplessly snaps and demands to know what on earth they are doing. But as he sighs at his ridiculous spirits, the elegant white sword L in his hand suddenly speaks up, calling out to her master. Jisoo blinks at his blade for a few seconds before lifting her up gently, asking if there is something she wants to tell him. Elle hesitates at first, but she musters up all her courage to quickly speak her mind, saying she truly wishes she could be of help. Right at that moment, scorching chunks of volcanic rock rain down from above. Absolute chaos. Realizing the gatekeeper has finally arrived, he quickly scoops up the dropped loot while apologizing to Elle for the sudden interruption. With determination blazing in his eyes, Jisoo leaps high into the air, calling back that they will finish their chat later. The towering giant evil eye is a terrifying sight, but after a split second of thought, Jisoo dives headfirst straight into its massive mouth. The beast snaps its jaws shut, thinking it won. But it is in for a rude awakening. Once inside, Jisoo delivers a brutal fatal strike that leaves the colossal monster too paralyzed with agony to even scream. The massive beast crumbles into ash, but a system notification pops up alerting him that the attempt to convert the evil eye has failed. Although he managed to obtain an evil eye ego fragment, Jisoo drops to his knees in frustration, staring blankly ahead in disappointment. He turns to complain to Lu, asking why he could not do better since a failed conversion yields absolutely nothing. Lu snaps back, asking if his master is seriously blaming him for the bad luck, but Jisoo simply chooses to ignore him. Instead, he turns to Elle and warmly asks what she was trying to say earlier, prompting the sword to fall silent before quietly replying. Suddenly, a loud system alert chimes announcing that Lu has officially reached level 100, leaving everyone in absolute shock. The excitement doubles as the interface displays a flashing message revealing that Lu has finally met all the requirements to evolve. This legendary milestone sends waves of disbelief through the group as they realize an epic upgrade is right on the horizon for him. Jisoo stares at Lu in utter bewilderment, repeating the word evolution, while Lu looks back at him with a visibly panicked face. Lu complains that his body is feeling incredibly strange and burning hot just as the system interface suddenly begins to glitch and blur. Jisoo stands frozen in complete confusion until a brand new notification pops up detailing the requirements for Lu's very first evolution. It lists 1 out of 1 body parts, 10 out of 10 new ego fragments, and several fully ego-converted souls, along with 3 demon fragments, a blood beast, and mysterious question marks, leaving Jisoo to gasp as the truth finally clicks. The checklist is complete. The stage is set for Lu's ultimate evolution. Lau's body parts appearing on the 30th floor must have been meant for this exact moment. Looking at L in his hand, Kim Gi-ju ponders for a moment before asking if L's body parts will appear on the 40th floor, to which L admits he is not quite sure. Still, it is possible. Kim Gi-ju ponders silently, turning his thoughts to their next target, the ego fragments. He had gathered these fragments from various dungeons before clashing with the Ezon Guild, turning those defeated souls into egos. That means guild leader Choi Min-seo, Jojo, the crazy father of Mizu, along with Hwang Chae and the gatekeeper he recently took down. Kim Gi-ju studies the system panel intently, completely ignoring Jae-in standing right beside him. If he needs to use them, he should choose those 3 and leave Hwang Chae's soul out, knowing that one day he might actually revive him. He might even resurrect him. Hearing this, Lau and Bijuno speak up, with Bijuno grumbling that she hates that old man but will graciously forgive him. She claims it is because she is the older sister, but Lau reminds her she is actually younger, though. Bijuno argues a resurrected soul is only 1 year old anyway. Amused, Lau points out that her father would also be just 1 year old, forcing Kim Gi-ju to sigh at their noisy bickering. He asks what they are even doing, and as silence finally returns to the room, Kim Gi-ju gets back to his research. Checking the system screen, he notes that the remaining components are a demon fragment and a blood monster, with the demon fragment likely belonging to the gatekeeper. Specifically, the gatekeeper of the 4th floor, but as he looks at the question marks next to the blood monster, he wonders if there are simply too many to list. Kim Gi-ju glances over at Jae-in, realizing that up to this point 5 egos have already been successfully created. That includes the blue beast, though he still has no idea what the exact conditions for this are. Looking at Lau, he sinks deep into thought. He is highly hesitant to use all of the egos for this evolution, knowing he needs to proceed with extreme caution. Breaking his silence, Kim Gi-ju asks if Lau is ready to evolve, and after a brief pause, the sword clears its throat and says yes. Kim Gi-ju chuckles, agreeing that it is time, before raising the sword forward and confidently declaring that they should begin the evolution. Get ready for this. The moment those words leave his mouth, the weapon begins to evolve, releasing a massive blinding beam of light. Lau floats in midair as the evolution process begins, and the core crystal starts to shift. The iconic crystal changes from deep black to a vibrant red, symbolizing his vastly increased power, just as the system board displays a new notification. Lau's new title is Lord of the Demon's Sword, reaching level 100 with 190 strength and 173 agility. His stamina is now 182, mana is 231 with boosted poison, fire, physical, and heat resistances alongside an enhanced magic attribute. His arsenal now boasts skills like equipment, transformation, devours, strong, will amplification, and the devastating summon death. No players or demons have been devoured yet, but the weapon has consumed the fragment of Chalemon, the demon eye, Lu, and Yozer's ego. Gripping his sword, Kim Gi-ju excitedly exclaims that his status screen is now ridiculously long, prompting Bijuno to chime in with equal enthusiasm. That is amazing, Kim Gi-ju says seriously, noting that Lau looks entirely different now and has clearly gained a massive boost. Lau responds that fully digesting all this raw new power will definitely take quite a bit of time. Hearing that, Kim Gi-ju nods in agreement and suggests they should head back first, but just as they get ready to leave, he remembers something. Suddenly, Kim Gi-ju stops. He looks closely at his other sword, asking L if there is something on his mind. Silence from L. Finally, he quietly reassures his master that it is absolutely nothing as the scene shifts to a modern city. Cruising down the street, Sung-hun excitedly tells Kim Gi-ju how thrilled he is to drive such an incredible car, proving his choice to be his manager was perfect. With a quiet smile, Kim Gi-ju admits this is actually his first time inside a high-end luxury car like this as well. Glancing over from the steering wheel, Sung-hun curiously asks why a famous ranker like Kim Gi-ju does not just drive himself around. Sung-hun jokes that he is happy to drive for the extra pay, but Kim Gi-ju just stares out the window, admitting he has a license but never uses it. He adds that traveling together is far more fun than riding alone, which instantly makes Sung-hun make a tearful face and tell him something beforehand. He only likes women. An offended Kim Gi-ju quickly jumps up to set the record straight. Kim Ji-ju snaps back that he is into women too, but Lao cannot resist teasing him, telling his master he can always be honest with them, while Bi-juno eagerly chimes in. Annoyed, Kim Gi-ju squeezes the crystal on his chest, warning Lao that he is crossing the line and telling Bi-juno not to listen to his bad influence. Changing the subject, Sung-hun asks if he ever ended up reaching out to the famous ranker Shin Jubin after getting her phone number. Kim Gi-ju replies without a single second of hesitation, confirming that the two of them are actually still staying in touch. However, he admits he has absolutely no idea how to reply to her, sharing some of their incredibly blunt text exchanges. Hearing how dry and blunt his replies to a girl are, Lao laments that even a simple sword ego like him is cringing, while Bi-juno feels completely helpless. Talk about an awkward question, Sung-hun bluntly asks Kim Gi-ju if he has honestly never dated a single person in his entire life. With a pained expression, Kim Gi-ju begs his manager to just be quiet, secretly impressed by how surprisingly good Sung-hun is at reading people. Seeing right through Kim Gi-gyu's kindergarten-level romance experience, he gets flustered and grumbles under his breath, asking if there is any way to shut them up. A moment later, they arrive. Sung-hoon parks his supercar in front of the building gates and calls out, "We have arrived, Ranker Kim." Kim Gi-ju steps out of the car completely amazed as he exclaims out loud that he heard they had already merged. But he never expected it to look this massive, looking up at the top floor to read the building name, Bright Star and Children. Inside the waiting room, an employee brings in some tea and apologizes, saying they are actually the ones who need help. But because of the recent merger, they have been so incredibly busy lately that they had to call him over, so Kim Gi-ju kindly takes the teacup and thanks him. Kim Gi-ju reassures him it is fine since he also wanted to check out the guild building anyway before asking if he is the co-guild master. When asked about guild master Kim Dong-hee, the employee sits on the opposite sofa and replies that he has gone out. He explains that Dong-hee has had to travel a lot for work lately, while Kim Ji-ju takes a sip of tea and continues. Kim Ji-ju understands and asks what they need help with, prompting the young man to hold his chin thoughtfully, unsure if he should even ask. Suddenly, he bows deeply with respect and asks if he could possibly borrow the skeleton army a few times. Kim Gi-ju freezes up at this sudden bow, and seeing his senior silent, the young man awkwardly elaborates on his request. The truth is, they have recruited many new members lately, but they still do not have enough instructors to guide everyone. Plus, since the rookies are terrified of monsters, he thinks borrowing his army would make for the perfect safe training session. Kim Gi-ju agrees without any hesitation, leaving the young man completely stunned to ask if it is true, which makes Kim Gi-ju chuckle and ask if he looks like a liar. Recalling their past battles, Kim Gi-ju speaks seriously, admitting he bears partial responsibility for their loss of guild members. Besides, he has not properly repaid them yet for helping him deal with the Ezon guild back then. He smiles softly and continues, explaining that a stronger guild benefits him too since they are allies, are they not? Overjoyed, the young man is left speechless before raising a hand to gesture to Kim Gi-ju and promising that it is a deal. Hearing this, Bi-juno feels completely taken advantage of, complaining that he went from being storage space to a mere training tool. He laments why it feels like he is slowly turning into an object, prompting Lu to step in and comfort his friend. Lu points out they technically are objects anyway, as 10 days pass and they find themselves facing the scorching heat of the 19th floor. The intense heat only adds to the player's exhaustion as a terrifying female demon suddenly charges straight at them. But the moment she gets behind Kim Gi-ju, he slashes her down with a single swing, triggering an immediate system notification. Lu has successfully absorbed Paisoldu's blood to increase mental attack resistance, leaving everyone watching in absolute shock. Staring at the unbelievable scene, someone in the crowd gasps in awe, asking if they saw what just happened. They wonder how he wiped them out in the blink of an eye, while another asks if he is a high-ranking ranker. Watching Kim Gi-ju's powerful figure walk away, everyone in the crowd cannot help but feel deeply envious. Suddenly, a system notification pops up to announce that L has upgraded, earning the title of Holy Sword Sovereign. With strength at 140, agility 142, stamina 157, mana 132, and gear transformation skill, Kim Gi-ju ponders. He wonders if L will also evolve once reaching level 100 and if he should trigger it before attempting the 40th floor. Since evolution requires body parts, Lu suddenly appears to interrupt his thoughts, asking if his master still wants to keep his identity hidden. Lu asks if that was the reason he kept wearing that ugly mask, and Kim Ji-gyu nods, admitting that was the plan. But things have changed now. He frowns, explaining that Iron Shield Hell and Lee Seol-ho already know exactly who he is. Since they are tracking his every move, there is no longer any point in hiding, and Lu agrees that makes total sense. Besides, getting famous has its perks, so Kim Gi-gyu looks up at the sky and decides to teleport straight to the tower. Standing before the massive entrance, he resolves to start the 40th floor challenge and reaches his hand out toward the door. His entire body suddenly begins to tremble violently, reminding him exactly of the 30th floor as he stares at his shaking wrist with a quiet, knowing laugh. He tells L to just wait because they might finally trigger his evolution once they clear this level. With that, he pushes the door open, leaving L deeply touched to see his master working so hard just for his sake. The weapon quickly thanks him for his consideration as the giant door begins to creak open, though L sounds a bit worried, warning him that things might not go as expected. Kim Gi-ju boldly steps inside anyway, and the heavy door instantly slams shut behind him. Leaving no room for second thoughts, a system notification instantly flashes to announce he has entered the 15th trial area. Sikugu is carrying a stack of documents back to his office when someone suddenly calls out to him. Panting for breath, his subordinate calls out for the captain, and Seigu tilts his head as the employee holds out a ringing phone. "Please take a look at this," the employee says as Kim Sok-woo scrolls through some crazy news on his phone. "Is this about your friend from that accident back in Sangam-dong?" he asks as the phone screen displays an online article. The article reports a mysterious powerhouse spotted on the 39th floor. He cleared the dungeon solo using just 2 swords, which is insane. He even cleared the entire zone in under a day. The title is probably pure clickbait, though, since nobody actually knows if this guy is some famous high ranker. Tons of comments are flooding the post below, with one user claiming they saw the guy in person too. Another user asks if he is a professional hunter trainer, while a funny account commented 3 hours ago. They joked about how he is too perfect, saying he should at least be bald if he is that strong and handsome. Kim Seok-woo finishes reading and murmurs Kim Gi-ju's name with a knowing grin, realizing his friend has finally decided to show his face. Over at the guild headquarters, Chairman Taegu has also heard the news, looking out the window with a serious expression. "It seems he decided to step into the spotlight," the chairman remarks, while Oh Tae-shik sips tea on the sofa and smiles very calmly. Showing his power was bound to happen eventually since he hid for so long, Oh Tae-shik says, but the chairman still remains pretty skeptical. Looking off into the distance, the chairman admits he knows they have been friends for years. However, he does not think Kim Gi-gyu is the type of person to show off just to satisfy his own ego. Taegu turns to look at his son, pausing to gauge his reaction before dropping his real theory on the matter. He likely wants to show his teammates exactly what kind of leader they are actually following. Meanwhile, the system alerts Kim Gi-gyu that he has entered the 5th trial, prompting him to raise his sword Lao. The system confirms he meets the requirements, and his next summon L immediately registers with the system as well. Kim Gi-gyu then summons the Ego Sword Rain, which triggers a special trial, leaving him looking around this strange new area. Before him lies an endless expanse of absolute white, with Lao confirming that there is literally nothing around them. "This endless white space is really starting to get on my nerves," Lao grumbles. Bruno complains that his name was not called, but Kim Gi-gyu reminds him that he is currently acting as his armor. The armor insists he can open gates and be useful, leaving Kim Gi-gyu to sigh and agree just to placate him. Kim Gi-gyu wonders if this trial is a good opportunity for L, asking Lao if undead creatures suffer any pretty major disadvantages here. Turning his gaze to the white blade, Kim Gi-gyu asks L if he senses anything different since they arrived. Only a heavy, eerie silence answers him, but as he anxiously calls out again, something catches his eye. He murmurs about strange shadows before looking up to see countless identical white swords hovering in the sky. Sensing a dark premonition, Kim Gi-gyu immediately tightens his grip on Lao and braces himself for an incoming attack. Just as he feared, those floating weapons suddenly rain down like a storm of lethal arrows, and trust me, there is no place to hide. A terrifying rain of steel descends, forcing Kim Gi-gyu and Rain to suppress their brief panic and focus instantly. Standing tall, Kim Gi-gyu boasts that they picked the wrong target, immediately launching his counterattack. It takes him mere seconds to completely shatter the onslaught, leaving the ground littered with broken blades. Kim Gi-gyu simply stands there in silence, letting out a heavy sigh. Behind him, Rain looks around in total confusion, wondering how they all miss when one sword suddenly speaks. It asks if it was not the target, and a tired Kim Gi-gyu mutters that it does not matter. This feels exactly like when he had to fight Lao's physical form by manipulating magic swords. He assumes L's physical body is nearby, but Lao quickly warns him that this trial is actually entirely different. Lao tells him to prepare for combat, leaving Kim Gi-gyu confused just as the surrounding swords begin to glow. A massive pillar of light engulfs the entire area, forcing Kim Gi-gyu to shield his eyes as the colors begin to shift. He slowly opens his eyes and is instantly stunned by the sight of glowing white wings emerging from the light. Floating in the sky are countless angelic figures, prompting a startled Kim Gi-gyu to stutter out a question to Lao. Lao confirms his fears, staring at the winged beings in white robes and declaring them to be actual angels. Kim Gi-gyu is completely jaw-dropped, reasoning that if demons exist in this world, then angels surely must as well. However, their expressions are incredibly fierce, making him cry out that they look way different than the beautiful angels he imagined. Lao admits he has no idea why they look so hostile, but warns him this battle is going to take a while. Suddenly, those white-clothed figures charge toward Kim Gi-gyu with pure murderous intent, causing Lu to scream in sheer horror. They are fallen angels, but in this critical moment, L remains completely motionless and shows no sign of helping. The scene shifts to Huang's home. He closely observes a worn-out old sword in his hands, grunting quietly after a while. A broken sword. Huang mutters that he knows exactly what he needs to do next. He takes the sword down to his forge. Before long, he sits down and sighs, noting that his skills still have their limits. Since the weapon's life force is spent, it would be amazing if he could analyze a perfect blade. His eyes flash. Huang looks closely at the sword in his hand, asking if it is trembling. He smiles, realizing the blade is terrified. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a desolate and barren wasteland. A hand grips a demon's face. Sujung coldly crushes it, and within moments she wipes out the entire pack, casually brushing the dirt off her hands. Sujung smiles and tells Brun to read their memories now. Seeing him stand frozen without responding, she pauses in confusion and calls out to ask what is wrong. Brun looks back and warns her that the tower is shaking, recalling the terrifying presence they both fear. That thing has awakened. Meanwhile, Giju stares in disbelief at a pack of angels with grotesque faces. As they appear, El stammers at their numbers. Giju wonders if these angels are actually strong. Lu ponders for a moment before noting that they probably are not at full strength right now. Still, they will not go down easily. El agrees with this. Giju glances down and asks El for her opinion. Her strange tone as she agrees with Lu makes him suspicious. El usually does not talk this much. Yet, ever since they arrived, she has been even quieter. Giju frowns, realizing it started a while ago. He recalls her telling him it was nothing. Suddenly, the angels' faces distort with pure ferocity. They spread their wings and charge like wild beasts. Giju slides back on the ground to build momentum, muttering that he gets it. This is going to be tough. Suddenly, a bright blue streak of light cuts through the clouds. He bypasses the surrounding obstacles, targeting the leader of the angels directly. He slashes her in a beautiful arc, but her quick reaction leaves him utterly stunned. He calls out in disbelief as she blocks his attack with a glowing lethal blade. Footsteps echo from afar. Cutting through space, a massive wolf approaches the angel from behind. It opens its jaws, sinking its fangs into her neck and swallowing her whole body in an instant. As she vanishes, her sword remains in the wolf's mouth. The other angels immediately launch their attack. With his wolf surrounded, Jigyu grits his teeth and dives back into the chaotic fray. These flying pests are incredibly annoying. El suddenly speaks up, wishing they had wings. Lu chimes in, telling him it is the perfect time to unleash his new power. Giju looks surprised. He asks if the assimilation is already done. Lu explains that his recent evolution made it possible. Though this power is barely a tenth of his original strength, they have no time to chat. With enemies constantly attacking, Giju quickly nods. Right, the new skill he received is devour. It combines spirit magnification and summoning. He asks what they should do first. Just as Lu is about to speak, Giju cuts him off to dodge a nearby threat. He turns and tells his summon to return. His blue necklace begins to glow as a loud warning sound suddenly echoes. Brunhart deflects the blow. Giju gathers his power and unleashes a massive blast to scatter the angels. They stumble, but take no real damage. Giju chuckles helplessly, asking Lu for their next move. Lu suggests using the summon skill. Giju quickly agrees and prepares to activate the ability. The skill summons the form of the devoured ego. Red lightning crackles from the center of the sword. Dark red mana erupts everywhere. He raises his blade to protect himself as the dark energy transforms into two massive hands. The giant hands grab one of the angels, instantly crushing the creature into dust between giant palms. Lu transforms into a four-armed giant. Watching him dominate, Giju can only watch in absolute awe. El suddenly yells for him to look ahead. Jigyu spots two figures approaching them in the distance. A sharp whistle cuts through the air, signaling an attack launched at a blinding, impossible speed. Attacks rain down on Lu. Right as he's about to take the hit, two figures eagerly charge forward. Angels charge in to block them. The two sides clash at point-blank range, focusing on the one on the left. He grins as if victory is already his. He raises a devastating fist, aiming it straight for the angel's face. Not to be outdone, the guy on the right rushes in. Another angel spots him coming and prepares to strike. With a quick sword swing, the angel slashes, but he suddenly appears behind it and snaps its neck with a loud crack. Jiju is genuinely curious. Were Choi Min-sok and Rotor summoned from the egos that were devoured after Lu's evolution? Lu acts embarrassed while El praises them with excitement. That is absolutely amazing, Lu. This really boosts his fighting spirit, and we can't just stand by and watch anymore, can we? Let's do this. Giju jumps into the fray, fighting alongside Lu as the blizzard finally begins to clear up. Thousands of holy swords rain down like a storm, scattered everywhere. Looking around, he sighs softly to himself. Giju wonders if the bodies of these angels have simply reverted back to their sword forms. Are holy swords their true origin? Lu corrects him, explaining it is actually a bit different. Angels are holy swords are actually the angels. Giju is confused, wondering what the difference is. Looking down at El, he suggests they need to talk since she was once the ruler of these holy swords. Surely she knows more than Lu about them. El remains silent for a long moment before finally responding. These angels actually possess royal status. They are high-ranking beings who were completely abandoned after failing to find anyone to summon them. They belong to the royal court, acting as the elite guardians of the angel realm. Jigyu is completely stunned. Royalty, high status. He asks if this is the angel realm, but she firmly denies it. No, this place is merely a graveyard. But they are likely very grateful to you because thanks to your help, they can finally rest in peace. She admits she is finally starting to remember her duty and them as well. Taken aback, he repeats the word duty. Suddenly, El glows with a blinding white-hot light. Jigyu covers his eyes, wondering what is happening. Opening his eyes, the sword in his hand is gone. He calls out for El, but she has vanished. Jigyu panics, searching everywhere for her. Suddenly, both Lu and El call out to him as master. Jigyu turns around, completely stunned into silence. He realizes El had never called him master since they arrived here. Now she stands before him in her new form, a real angel. Jigyu breaks a sweat, asking if she is really El and if they must face off next. She only responds with a freezing cold stare. Elsewhere, behind a thick curtain of fog, broad shoulders emerge. A strange man stands silently amidst the rising smoke. Suddenly, a sharp noise shatters the quiet air. Two swords begin to vibrate heavily, instantly catching his attention. Picking up one of the swords, he notes their excitement, which makes sense now that their king has finally awakened. A woman appears, radiating a suffocating heavy aura. He silently realizes that the great changes are finally starting to unfold. Yet he believes he alone is more than enough to serve God. Back with Jigyu, he faces down this high-ranking being. Mustering all his strength, he demands to know if she is truly El. As another voice from the white sword marvels. She seems completely different from usual. His tone suddenly turns deadly serious, questioning what she means by facing him. He tells her to come down so they can talk, but a strange booming voice abruptly cuts him off. A commanding voice yells for him to get down. The sheer weight of the words makes even Jigyu tremble with fear. Faced with this colossal power, before he can even formulate a response, a sudden bolt of lightning strikes down. It lands right where Jigyu stood. Fortunately, he sensed it and dodged, but the sheer force of the blast is massive. It blows Jigyu back several meters. Shocked and unable to believe what is happening, he desperately calls out El's name. Miraculously, he manages to land safely on his feet. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupts from where the lightning struck. Feeling their relentless burning hostility, Jigyu struggles to ask why as the blast leaves a thick fog covering everything. From within the heavy smoke, a cold voice echoes, stating that every angel has a mission to complete. And for this angel, that mission is destruction. As the words fade, an immense amount of power begins to gather. Ready to strike him down, his small, fragile, mortal body is now forced to endure the punishment of the gods. They seem intent on destroying him completely. A voice from the sword cries out desperately, asking what is wrong with El. A deeper voice grunts a curse in response. Refusing to back down from their provocation, Jigyu grips his sword tightly. Lu angrily yells El's name, but the only response is another devastating bolt of lightning crashing down on them. Luckily, Jigyu dodges the strike just in time, his gaze hardening as he looks around for a chance to strike back. The moment he touches the ground, he activates his skill, putting everything into springing back up instantly. Jigyu closes the distance to the angel El, making her panic slightly as she raises her sword of holy power. Pointing it straight at Jigyu, the blade unleashes a bolt of lightning with damage far more terrifying than the last two. With the attack locked onto him and no room to dodge, he raises his sword to block the incoming strike. The impact triggers a massive explosion, blasting him back hundreds of meters when suddenly a deep, angry voice rings out. "You treacherous bastard, I knew this day would come." Even though Jigyu himself is incredibly angry, he tries to repress it to comfort Lu. At the same time, he fully understands why Lu is reacting with such pure rage. He knows Lu is furious, but it makes sense after all. The spirit was betrayed by its own subordinates in the past. Giving him no time to rest, she closes in on Jigyu's hiding spot and silently channels her sword to summon a light of destruction. A beam of total annihilation forms her eyes, locking onto him as if she wants to tear him apart. Seconds later, 10 massive lightning bolts rain down right on Jigyu, their destructive power absolutely off the charts. They hit like nuclear bombs, forcing Jigyu to focus completely on dodging each deadly strike one by one. Suddenly, an urgent voice echoes, "Master, use death. Use death to rip her limbs apart." Despite being cornered, he still tries to calm the spirit down, urging Lu to keep a steady head. "If you lose control, I will too," Jigyu warns, then everything goes deathly quiet. Sensing danger, he looks up only to see a massive heavenly thunderbolt gathering in the clouds, ready to strike. Just as it fires, he screams out to reflect the strike, unleashing a blinding light that swallows the entire battlefield. As the thick smoke clears, a sword is revealed, driven deep into the ground to keep him from blowing away. Covered in severe wounds, Jigyu clings to the hilt just to stay upright, refusing to waste a single second. He quickly analyzes the situation since El is spamming long-range attacks from the sky. Getting close is nearly impossible. Lu stands nearby, staring up at the enemy with pure contempt, mocking their cowardly tactics. That is a brainless way of fighting, just like the other traitors, Lu sneers. Hearing this, Kim Gi-ju makes his move summon crescendo. Raising his sword high, he roars the incantation, summoning a massive stone golem forged from raw magical power. The beast charges at Elo, but she does not show a hint of fear, casually activating her defensive skill. Treating the titan like a mere ant, a dark tear begins to open on her freshly healed face. A miniature black hole manifests right over her right eye, violently pulling everything in the area toward it. Within seconds, the giant golem is completely swallowed up, replaced by a tiny dark sphere floating in the air. Kim Gi-ju is left utterly speechless, realizing the power gap between him and L is simply too massive to bridge. He sinks into thought, realizing that neither of them can take down these goddamn angels at this rate. In the past, they were nothing, but now dealing with their immense holy power is proving impossible. Then a sudden realization strikes him, opening up a new path. Does this mean death is useless too? No, that thought wakes him up. Death is a fundamentally different class of power altogether. It will absolutely work on her, he realizes, locking eyes with her before shouting across the battlefield. "Elle, wake up! Do you not know who I am?" he screams, raising his voice so she can definitely hear him. Her answer to his desperate plea is another massive lightning bolt aimed straight at his chest with zero mercy. This time he takes the brunt of the impact as both of his swords cry out to their master. Knocked near unconsciousness by the blast, a fierce voice begins echoing inside his head to wake him up. "Focus, you idiot! Do you really think screaming her name will magically work? If that foolish plan could succeed, she would have never become like this." The spirit snaps, leaving him feeling utterly powerless against her. With smoke rising from his scorched armor, Kim Gi-ju desperately consults Lu on what their next move should be. "What the hell am I supposed to do?" he asks, only for Lu to bluntly reply, "Kill her." Kim Gi-ju freezes. Lu quickly adds to clarify, "You know it too, right? This is the only way." Kim Ji-ju hesitates, torn by the brutal choice he has to make. He wavers, but Lu's next words shatter his remaining hesitation. "There are no ifs or buts left," Lu warns. "Have you forgotten?" Lu warns him that the opponent is the Lord of Holy Swords. Don't even think about taming her, because if he dies, they all die too. It was an incredibly tough decision. Kim Gi-ju's body trembled as he spoke of the plan, but after a moment of hesitation, he made his choice. In this moment, signaling potential death, Kim Gi-ju's clouded eyes flared with absolute determination as he lunged straight toward Elle once more. Elle remained perfectly calm, gently releasing her power, but Kim Gi-ju charged forward before she could even finish. He unleashed a relentless barrage of skills, activating super speed acceleration and dark attribute binding in quick succession. Then, channeling all his remaining strength, he triggered his ultimate skill and pointed the full force of his sword straight at Elle. His eyes flashed with a spark of killing intent and determination, yet Elle remained completely unfazed. She looked up at Kim Gi-ju with clear, indifferent eyes as if none of this involved her, a cold gaze that burned deep into his soul. Memories flashed of Elle inside the sword, softly whispering the word master. Then reality crashed back as warm blood splattered across his face. He slowly looked down, completely paralyzed by the horrifying sight as warm drops of blood began to trickle down. His body had been impaled by El's sword, cut to Master Jichon, who suddenly clutched his chest and collapsed from a sharp pain. Gasping for air, Master Jichon clutched his pounding heart as terror seized his entire body, instantly realizing that something terrible had happened to their spiritual connection. Wondering what on earth had happened, Master Jichon summoned the strength to stand, only to immediately black out back to Kim Gi-ju. Impaled by the sword, he was pushed off the cliff to conceal the body. As he fell, his two swords screamed out for their master. With the deed done, she simply stared down at her handiwork with a completely vacant, emotionless expression. It did not take long for her true consciousness to return, but by then only Kim Gi-ju's cold, lifeless body remained in her sight. Her pupils shrank as she screamed out for her master. Kim Gi-ju lay unconscious on the cold ground, only hearing the panicked cries of her inner self. Desperately calling for her master, the angel Elle's face was stained with blood, her expression filled with panic and dread. Elle quickly flew down to Kim Gi-ju's side, her face pale with shock and her eyes wide with terror as she repeatedly screamed for her master. Brunhart also cried out in worry, begging him not to die, while Lu's furious spirit roared, "You wretched woman, how dare you show your face here?" Inside the black sword, Lu's spirit unleashed a massive wave of crimson energy that pulsed with pure, unbridled rage. Brunhart also stepped in to assist, while Elle clutched a faint green light with an aching heart, desperate to hold onto something. She murmured about their spiritual bond, but Kim Gi-ju remained totally unresponsive while Brunhart frantically kept calling out to him. He held onto a fading shred of consciousness, wondering if this was the afterlife and what had happened to all of his companions. Just as Lu had warned, were they all going to die alongside him? Would they truly perish because of his own failures? At least he would finally meet his family, though he still worried deeply for them, but surely Tae-shik would handle everything. Would Sujung be alright? If word got out that her master had died, she would be in immediate trouble. He still owed her 3 elixir pills that he could never return now, and then there was Guk Wu Sion Bin and Dong He. He had wanted to be a reliable ally to them all, and he still hadn't taken revenge on Iron Shield while Lee San Ho wanted to make an enemy of him. With Marquis Anders active and L still sealed, there were simply too many lingering threats capable of harming his beloved family. He had always assumed that once his mother's illness was cured, he would have no other desires left in this world. Yet so many regrets remained, and if anyone truly wanted him to disappear, then suddenly the protagonist's eyes flew wide open. He found himself sitting upon a massive imposing throne designed for a supreme ruler, radiating an incredible sense of absolute authority. Letting out a startled gasp, he watched as a dark shadow suddenly materialized from behind the throne, darting straight toward him. Before him stood a massive, endless crowd, all staring out toward a distant burning sunset, leaving Kim Gi-ju utterly speechless. What on earth is this? Massive dragons were soaring through the sky alongside bizarre, terrifying beasts. He had never witnessed such creatures before, with countless powerful warriors and radiant angels standing assembled high above. To make things weirder, Kim Gi-ju looked down at his seat in shock. Was he actually sitting on a royal throne? If this was a dream or his life flashing before his eyes, it felt bizarre. He was supposed to be dead when suddenly Kim Gi-ju heard the faint voice of Lu's spirit, urging him to wake up. Opening his eyes, he found himself resting on the angel L's lap. With teary eyes, L softly asked if he was finally awake, calling him master while he stared up at the sky in complete confusion. He wondered aloud if this was heaven, as the scenery stretching out before them was incredibly peaceful and beautiful. Warm sunlight bathed the hills below, illuminating a quiet village nestled among lush green trees. Vibrant, colorful wildflowers dotted the grass as L gently explained that this was not heaven, it was only the trial stage. Kim Gi-ju clutched his head and let out a weary laugh, realizing there was no way a guy like him would ever make it to heaven. He should have ended up in hell, but suddenly he realizes something. How is he still alive? A silver sword flashes in his mind. It must be Galleon, the ability L absorbed from the Lord of the Holy Sword. It can deflect 5% of Holy Sword damage, absorb any Holy Blade weaker than Galleon, and can even block an incoming attack that would otherwise cause instant death once. This skill shields him from a fatal blow. Kim Gi-ju slowly raises his hand and chuckles. It is entirely thanks to you that I actually managed to survive this ordeal. But fighting her is what almost killed him. He suddenly tenses up, staring at the angel L. She only offers a helpless smile, suggesting they take a walk, and they stroll together through the peaceful, poetic landscape. In the quiet scenery, L breaks the silence. Master, why did you not just finish me off right then? She points out she is a traitor who dared draw her blade against him. Kim Gi-ju only offers a gentle reply. He tells her he could feel she did not mean to. L turns back hastily, trying to explain, but Kim Gi-ju gently interrupts, saying he knows. He turns his gaze back to L, noting she must have foreseen that all of this would eventually happen. But he wanted her to say it first. Looking remorseful, L admits she never truly wanted to force his hand. She wanted him to abandon the 40th floor trial to stabilize things, but she simply did not dare to stop her master. After all, he has to keep climbing. Kim Gi-ju closes his eyes with a sigh and tells her not to feel guilty. Things have a way of working out and everything will be fine. He keeps walking, wearing only socks on his feet, while L walks completely barefoot. He asks where his other egos went, realizing this isolated dimension has separated them. Since the other egos are scattered elsewhere, he asks if her memories have finally returned. L helplessly admits she only remembers a fraction. Her mind remains fragmented. She explains that she was originally just an entity created to blindly follow orders. Bound to that creator's will, serving a new master left her deeply confused. Kim Gi-ju silently wonders who that creator was. Her memories of that individual grew hazy once her confusion settled, especially after the tragic events that unfolded. She had dedicated herself completely to him, but one detail remains crystal clear in her mind: the Holy Sword. Angels once degraded themselves by offering up their minds and bodies, and El herself was the very first Holy Sword created. She was the Lord of Holy Swords, and every sacred blade in existence was forged by her will and absolute permission. As El walks ahead quietly, she whispers with regret, apologizing to her master because her time has almost run out. Kim Gi-ju is left completely puzzled, but El simply thanks him for everything, expressing gratitude for her second lease on life. For cherishing her and standing by her side, she wishes she could say more, but her time is officially up. Shocked, Kim Gi-ju calls out her name, asking if she is joking, but the angel simply continues moving forward. She tells him he is far greater than he realizes and that neither she nor Lu could ever compare to him. Desperate, Kim Gi-ju begs her to wait, demanding to know what is happening as Elle folds her hands over her chest. She urges him to show absolutely no mercy to anyone blocking his climb, even if those obstacles are fellow angels, demons, humans, or even the Lord of the Tower itself. Kim Gi-ju screams her name in absolute panic, charging forward to stop her. He only sees a peaceful smile on Elle's face as she assures him he will undoubtedly become the master of the tower. Terrified, the hero trips and crashes hard onto the ground, and honestly, his sheer despair is hard to watch. Gasping for breath, a bone-deep agony of loss washes over him before Brunhart suddenly calls out to him. Brunhart notes he is finally awake, though Kim Gi-ju continues coughing violently. Lu teases that he took far too long. Finally gathering his composure, Kim Gi-ju softly apologizes to Brunhart and Lu for worrying them, but as he glances over to his left, the sight before him sends a shockwave through his system, his pupils shrink, and his entire face drains of color. He stares at the legendary white sword. Now look at this. It has decayed into a tarnished bronze color. Its once beautiful pure white radiance is completely gone. In sheer panic, Kim Gi-ju desperately shouts L's name as the scene shifts back to the tower. The climb went well, and a girl in the back waves goodbye to Ruben, telling the guildmaster to get home safely. Ruben waves back with a polite nod, and as the girl watches the guildmaster walk away, another voice calls out. Asking if she is not heading home yet, she watches Ruben walk toward the portal area, deeply engrossed in a phone. The guildmaster looks up to see who it is, explaining she is waiting for someone. The other girls immediately tease her. Asking if it is a guy, Ruben instantly turns bright red and stammers that they have completely misread the situation. Looking down at her screen, the chat history reveals a message thread showing that things are not quite what they seem. On her phone screen is a chat with Kim Jigyu asking if she can call him Appa. Kim Jigyu replies that it is fine, saying they can both speak casually, before she asks what his plans are for tomorrow. She asks if he is free tonight. He bluntly replies the 40th floor of the Tower of Trials. She worries it will take too long, but his text promises a quick run. Still, Ruben remains deeply anxious. Even though he promised a quick run, she doubts he will make it out today, deciding to wait just a bit longer. Passing girls quickly notice the presence of a striking stranger whispering and looking on in absolute admiration. They gush about seeing Lee Song-ho in real life, while over on Kim Gi-ju's side he still cannot believe what just happened. He calls out for L just as the system speaker announces that the trial is cleared and rewards are being distributed. As the reward chest opens, it reveals a stunning glowing feather, the sacred relic left behind by L. Kim Gi-ju stares blankly. His voice is completely hollow as the connection to the system suddenly cuts off. Touching the necklace resting against his chest, his eyes fall on the dried blood on his shirt as he grinds his teeth. He doubles over. Clutching his head in his hands, he screams in despair, gathering his remaining strength. He slams his fists into the dirt, whipping up a violent storm of debris, while a helpless Byom-hyot calls out to him. As Kim Gi-ju raises his arm again, Lao desperately warns him to stop, but the raging warrior refuses to listen. He keeps hammering the earth, delivering blows so devastatingly heavy that the ground begins to crack and shatter apart. The sheer force fractures the bones in his hand, prompting his worried summons to beg him to hold back. They plead for their master to stop, but Kim Gi-ju keeps unleashing his raw, untamed fury on the shattered ground. Finally, he stops. His hands bleed profusely, leaving a grim and heartbreaking scene behind. Kim Gi-ju collapses entirely, sobbing like a broken child as Byom-hyot rushes over to desperately comfort his grieving master. Lao urges him to calm down over a mere traitor, but Kim Gi-ju just trembles in agony, telling Lao to shut up. Wiping away his tears, he quietly apologizes to his companions, admitting he should not have taken his anger out on them. He just needs absolute silence. Suddenly, a blinding pillar of light erupts in the safe zone. Our exhausted hero steps out, prompting Lao to warn him about a strange barrier, wondering why the shelter is completely empty. A voice echoes from the shadows as Lee Song-ho admits he only came out of caution, calling the trip a waste. Lurking in the darkness, Song-ho stares down with cold, calculating eyes at the pathetic state of the broken hero. As the legendary master of the Holy Sword, Song-ho can barely hide his immense frustration and deep-seated resentment. Lao reacts violently inside Kim Gi-gyu's hand as he grips the legendary black sword tightly, but Song-ho simply shrugs and turns away. Telling him to relax, Song-ho claims he has no desire to fight today, having only come to satisfy his curiosity. Stopping in his tracks, he sneers. All he confirmed was how pathetic Kim Gi-ju looks. With a mocking grin, he remarks that he cannot believe someone like Kim Gi-ju cannot even properly care for a sword. Kim Gi-ju glares back in heavy silence, his dark weapon suddenly pulsing with a deeply menacing crimson glow. Dark energy rolls off the blade as Byom-hyot and Lao desperately plead with their master to control his rage. Reckless or not, Kim Gi-ju charges. He flies like a destructive whirlwind directly at his arrogant rival. Yet Song-ho does not even flinch, casually raising just 2 fingers to effortlessly catch and stop the incoming strike. Brimming with absolute arrogance, the master of the Holy Sword simply flicks his wrist to deflect the blow. The sheer shockwave sends Kim Gi-ju tumbling backward, while Song-ho coldly promises not to lay a hand on him for a year. Standing tall, he looks down on Kim Gi-ju, adding that he expects no such mercy in return. He sneers that the boy is not even a threat, disgusted that someone so weak claimed to be her master. Finding the sight pathetic, Seong-ho turns away while Kim Gi-ju desperately uses his black sword to hoist himself back up. Leaving behind a cryptic remark about the tower never acting in vain, Seong-ho resumes his walk down the corridor. Leaving Kim Gi-ju collapsed on the ground, that final advice rings out as the silent warrior grinds his teeth in rage. The sunset slowly fades behind the towering skyscrapers, as if refusing to grant the broken hero any warmth. All hope is gone. Heavy darkness settles over the city, dragging a cold torrential downpour with it. Ruben stands under the shelter of a building watching the busy crowds pass by while worrying silently to herself. Realizing she ended up waiting until nightfall, she steps out into the pouring rain without an umbrella, completely numb. Finishing all those trials in a single day was probably too much for him, and it is getting pretty late now. She figures she might as well grab dinner alone and head home, but a sudden noise quickly catches Ruben's attention. She turns around to look in shock. A player. Isn't he supposed to be extremely dangerous? Someone shouts to call the police. A growing crowd by the road catches Ruben's eye, drawing her closer as anxious whispers fill the air. People murmur about the mysterious man who just appeared. Is that actual blood on his clothes? Is he hurt? Someone contact the association. That man is Kim Ji-ju, walking aimlessly through the pouring rain with a completely blank stare, entirely numb to the world around him. Spotting him, Ruben rushes over, crying out Kim Gi-ju's name. Oh my god, what happened? Both the front and back of his shirt are drenched in terrifyingly bright red blood. He barely mutters her name, his face wet with a mix of cold rain and quiet tears. With that, his eyes flutter shut and he collapses right into her arms, leaving a terrified Ruben with a million desperate questions. Deep inside Kim Gi-ju's subconscious, a wave of dark, heavy thoughts begins to swirl. His head feels absolutely weighed down. What on earth happened after he left the tower? He vaguely remembers meeting someone. As his eyes slowly begin to blink open, he spots a dark silhouette standing right over him. He weakly croaks out Ruben's name, but the figure in front of him speaks up. Not quite, it is Sung-hun. Sitting up, Kim Gi-ju blinks in realization, while Brunhart's voice echoes, relieved that his master is finally awake. Clutching his throbbing head, Kim Gi-ju asks where he is, and Sung-hun casually replies that they are at his place. Sung-hun raises a finger and starts explaining, saying he will keep things short since he knew Kim Gi-ju would ask anyway. Kim Gi-ju was collapsed in the arms of ranker Ru-bin on the street, so Sung-hun stepped in to help her carry him. They brought him to the association doctor to get checked out, fearing that taking him straight home would only terrify his family. Sung-hun adds that he was also the one who changed his bloody clothes and gloves. Kim Gi-ju nods slowly, understanding. He mutters a quick thanks while internally panicking about being held by her. Wait, did Sung-hun really carry him? Sung-hun chuckles. They couldn't just stand by when their VIP guest left in that state. Besides, Ruben went home after making sure he was safe. He advises Kim Gi-ju to give her a call later, then stands up, stretches with a wide yawn, and wonders aloud what they should do next. It is late, so he asks if Kim Gi-ju wants some tea or maybe a bite to eat. Food, Kim Gi-ju repeats blankly. After a brief quiet pause, he looks up and asks if there is any alcohol around, which earns a knowing grin from his host. Soon the two are cracking open can after can. With the table quickly piling up with empty empties, Kim Gi-ju finally breaks the silence and asks a question. He asks if Sung-hun is not even a little curious about what went down. Sung-hun shrugs, replying that he knows Kim Gi-ju will share the story whenever he is ready. No matter what happens, some things just take time to process, and he has no right to pry into Kim Gi-ju's personal business. Taking a sip, Kim Gi-ju quietly thanks him before looking around the massive apartment. He asks if Sung-hun lives in this huge place all by himself. Sung-hun jokes about still being single, but Kim Gi-ju clarifies he meant family. Sung-hun then softly explains that his mother is currently in the hospital receiving treatment. He admits his family background is a bit complicated, raised by a hardworking single mother who unfortunately ended up falling gravely ill. Sung-hun takes a long, heavy gulp of his drink. After struggling for so long, he finally got lucky and became a player. But the sad truth is her illness is already so advanced that no amount of money can cure her now. Sung-hun sighs and Kim Gi-ju softly admits that his own life is painfully similar. Staring down at his can, his mind drifts back to the past. He recalls when Sung-hun saw him off at the Heron Labyrinth and how his friend reacted after finding out he had successfully gathered 10 elixirs. Wondering what must have gone through his friend's mind, Kim Gi-ju quietly stands up, opens the door, and steps out onto the windy balcony. Excusing himself to get some fresh air, he stands in the cool breeze and reflects on his own agonizing journey. Back when his mother was in critical condition, he honestly believed he was the most tragic soul alive, completely isolated in his silent despair. He had carried all that heavy sorrow alone, but now he realizes others like Seon Pin and Dong Hae are carrying the exact same burden. They lost so many close comrades during the brutal battle against the hostile Iron Shield Guild. Mourning the fallen soldiers from the Yeogseon district dungeon outbreak, they must be hurting just as much as him, desperately trying to hold back tears. He feels like he has barely grown since that dark day. gripping the cold balcony railing. His knuckles turn white with frustration. Sensing his heavy heart, Brunhart speaks up, but Kim Gi-ju gently cuts him off, assuring his companion that he is fine. He just needs a moment to gather his thoughts. Suddenly, he remembers the gentle words of Angel L. She had urged him to keep climbing the tower. Whispering to the wind, Kim Gi-gyu vows never to make peace with tragic loss. He must grow stronger so he never has to lose anything again. It is the only way. Closing his eyes, Kim Ji-ju turns to the glowing ring, whispering that he has one final question for Lao. Looking at the silver snake mark on his index finger, Kim Gi-gyu says he has a question, but Lu remains completely silent. He calls out again, "Lu, why are you staying quiet?" Kim Gi-ju asks. Lu snaps back that he can't talk because he was ordered to keep his mouth shut. Kim Gi-ju realizes his mistake. "Oh, are you still mad about that?" he asks. "I already apologized." But Lu is still acting incredibly stubborn. "What rule says an apology gets you off the hook?" Lu counters, pointing out that Kim Gi-gyu talked completely normally with Lee Seon-ho before. "That was just an emergency." Lu grunts, asking what he wants. Kim Ji-ju lets out a quiet scoff. After piecing everything together, "I think there's a way to revive El," Kim Gi-ju says. Lu replies that he took way too long to ask. Lu is the lord of demonic swords while El rules the holy ones. Becoming the master of these two completely opposing egos was never a coincidence. The real secret lies in their unique traits, which somehow balance each other out in absolute flawless harmony. Just like with Lu's shattered parts, the reward from the 30th floor is meant to trigger its evolution. That means L's keepsake from the 40th floor must be an evolutionary item too, as this dangerous tower never hands out completely useless rewards. Based on everything he knows, L dying on the very floor containing her evolution item makes absolutely no sense. Hearing the theory, Tae-guo picks up the blade and admits it might be possible. Kim Gi-ju instantly jumps up, shouting out in disbelief. "I already studied the holy swords through Nai," the old man says, "so fixing the physical blade won't be a major issue. But that is only the surface." He warns, "I cannot bring back its living ego." Hearing this, Kim Gi-ju breathes a silent sigh of relief. "That is fine. I will handle that part," Kim Gi-ju says, before asking if the old man is physically doing okay. Tae-guo just nods along. "Ah, are you asking about what happened back then?" The old man chuckles, thanking him for a pretty wild once-in-a-lifetime experience. "But I definitely do not want to go through that again," he adds. Kim Gi-ju apologizes with a smirk, prompting Tae-guo to ask to work inside his gate. After all, the mana density inside is incredibly high, which is bound to make his crafting job much easier. Hearing this, Kim Ji-yu immediately summons a bright blue portal without hesitation, welcoming the old man in and calling out to Bernhardt. He orders the summon to provide everything the old blacksmith needs, even telling the skeletons to run chores. Bernhardt quickly salutes in agreement. The old blacksmith happily steps through the glowing portal to get started. Kim Gi-ju laughs warmly, asking the master craftsman to take good care of his precious weapon. The old man pokes his head back out, complaining about only having two skeletons, a hammer, and an anvil. Kim Gi-ju just turns back to Lu. "What is the next step?" Kim Gi-ju asks. Lu speaks up, reminding him El died. She sacrificed her very life force to save her master because even with his powerful skills, he was still in critical condition. To bring her back, he needs to completely restore that lost core, which is the true source of the Holy Sword. Since the Holy Sword is powered by pure life, quite the opposite of my death aspect, he must somehow channel raw life force to bring her back. That means he has to manipulate both life and death simultaneously, which is obviously going to be an insanely difficult task. In theory, controlling both elements is barely possible. Honestly, it is pretty much deemed completely impossible for mortals. So from this point on, he must perform a feat touching the boundary of gods. Is his mind actually prepared for this? Sitting down in a deep cross-legged meditation, Kim Gi-ju prepares his mind. Lu directs him to focus entirely on checking his inner vessel. He blocks out the outside world, focusing solely on the beating of his heart and the flow of his blood. With every deep breath, he traces the mana flowing from his chest to his limbs, strengthening the link to his sword egos. By listening deeply to his inner self, the connection deepens. But suddenly, a wave of intense dizziness hits Kim Gi-ju out of nowhere. His surroundings blur as he senses a strange abnormality inside his body. He forces his eyes wide open, gasping for air. Doubling over, he covers his mouth and starts dry heaving violently. Bernhardt rushes forward, asking if his master is doing all right. Lu asks what he saw. Wiping his mouth while catching his breath, Kim Gi-gyu mutters that he saw a completely endless void. Lu lets out a mocking laugh. He only expected a quick surface-level glance, but this crazy development goes way past that. To think he actually observed his entire inner vessel in under 3 weeks is insane. He is a total monster. Exhausted, Kim Gi-ju slumps against the wall with a tired sigh, tightly gripping a potion to recover his lost strength. So that massive space was indeed my vessel, Kim Gi-ju realizes. Lu confirms it, shocked that his master bypassed a 2-month learning curve. Bernhardt eagerly showers his master with endless praise, but Kim Gi-ju remains deeply lost in his own complicated thoughts. That boundless space was beyond human comprehension, and just looking at it made his head spin. He turns to ask Lu another question. Does everyone have a vessel like this, he asks. Lu just sneers, telling him he needs to realize something major. His vessel is vastly different from normal people. Kim Gi-ju admits he knew he was pretty abnormal, even if saying it out loud is embarrassing. Lu responds directly from his ring, telling him he actually knows nothing about why he cannot level up or why so many powerful entities target him. Kim Gi-ju asks Lao why he is able to possess a gate that no other person can. Lao warns him that explaining further will only bring punishment. He will find out when the time is right, so if he is done resting, they should move on. Even if she can be revived, they cannot delay. Kim Gi-ju stands up and stretches to regain his flexibility. Agreeing that the sooner is indeed the better, Kim Gi-ju sits back down to meditate deeply as Lao instructs him to begin his search. He must find the power of life within his soul container, the very life force that Elle sacrificed to save him. Since remnants of her energy must still linger deep inside his body, he needs to seek them out. Kim Gi-ju is skeptical about this life force, but he closes his eyes to focus. Lao notes he does not need to search the entire container. He only needs to locate a small fragment by finding whatever object is occupying the void, leaving Kim Gi-ju to wonder what this object could be. Suddenly, he finds himself floating in the pitch-black void of his container, staring intently down at the red currents flowing below. He spots a strange black and red current swirling in a corner. Is that death? Lao quickly confirms it. Lao agrees with him while another ego happily praises him for successfully locating one of the entities inside. Lao tells him that the rest should be easy now, urging him to look for other entities. Kim Gi-ju scans the area in search of more. In the distance, he spots something glowing in the dark, revealing the translucent silhouette of a girl. The girl is reaching her hand out, prompting him to ask if she is Bernhardt, and she excitedly confirms that she is indeed there. Realizing his various egos exist in these physical shapes, Kim Gi-ju finds it quite intriguing and resumes his search. He guesses that the wolf-shaped ego must be Ren, while the two blurry, formless shapes nearby must be Hermit and Oberon. Wondering where the old man is hiding, a blinding flash of light suddenly erupts, forcing Kim Gi-ju to glance behind his back. Right behind him, a massive blacksmith is swinging a heavy hammer, striking a glowing red-hot piece of metal with incredible force. Kim Gi-ju reaches out, wondering if he can touch the blacksmith, but Lao quickly warns him as his hand draws near. Lao tells him not to touch the forging figure, warning that it represents a direct link to the real world. Nobody knows what kind of consequences that might trigger, and Lao asks if he is truly prepared to handle them. Kim Gi-ju pulls back and scratches his head, complaining that Lao should have warned him sooner, before noting he still cannot see the life force. He questions how he is supposed to locate it in such a massive void, but Lao responds with a firm tone. Lao assures him he can do it if he tries to feel the life force, reminding him that he has used it once before. He tells him to recall the moment he restored the old man's ego, prompting Kim Gi-ju to clear his mind and focus. Although everything remains quite vague, Kim Gi-ju is starting to comprehend the internal layout of his own soul container. He realizes it is divided into two main zones, with Lao standing in the domain of death and the other egos residing elsewhere. Kim Gi-ju slowly opens his eyes. He found it. A surprise, Lao admits he did not expect him to be so incredibly quick. It is not entirely shocking, though, as Kim Gi-ju stands watching a distant light shining between the realms of death and his other egos. A glowing point forms a triangle between the two domains, leaving Kim Gi-ju to wonder if this small orb of light represents life itself. Turning his head back toward Lao, Kim Gi-ju asks what their next step should be now that they have found the orb. Lao asks if he is ready, warning that he must make contact with it, despite the unknown risks. Even Lao cannot predict what will happen next, leaving the ultimate choice to Kim Gi-ju, who begins flying directly toward the light. He has no other choice. Stealing his resolve, Kim Gi-ju casts his fears aside and reaches out to touch the mysterious sphere. Immediately, a blinding light erupts from the sphere and pierces straight through his body, inflicting an absolutely excruciating and agonizing pain. His mouth hangs wide open, eyes bloodshot and filled with shock as his egos watch his terrible suffering in sheer panic. His egos panic. Seeing his miserable state, they scream for their master, while Lao urgently shouts a warning to focus. Lao frantically tells him to let go, steady his mind, and focus, warning that he will die as blood begins leaking from his face. His eyes roll back in a terrifying display, while the egos beg him to wake up, his internal organs completely tearing apart. Clutching his neck with one hand and his stomach with the other, Kim Gi-ju fights to keep his final scrap of sanity. He feels as if his throat is being violently wrung out, wondering if this agonizing torment is the price of touching life. Dragging himself up with trembling arms, he hears his egos pleading with him to focus before his body completely gives out. His hands shake violently as a crimson light begins to erupt from his palms, sending his egos into an absolute panic. They desperately ask what he is doing as he furiously raises his sword to strike, blood still dripping heavily from his mouth. Looking completely battered, Kim Gi-ju does not hesitate. He drives the blade straight into his own thigh, splattering blood everywhere. After treating his wounds, Kim Gi-ju sighs deeply as Lu calls him a stubborn bastard. Now that you have regained consciousness, Master, listen carefully. It is time for you to rebuild your vessel. Lu explains further. Right now, life force is overflowing and clashing violently with death, just like oil and water that can never mix. Actually, it is even worse than that. No wonder you are in such intense pain. So right now, you have to build a wall between those two forces. Gritting his teeth through the pain, Kim Gi-ju asks what he must do. You must change the order of your egos, putting death first, then their domain, and finally life. Otherwise, you will lose your life. Kim Gi-ju screams out in agony, asking if that is what he must do before collapsing onto the cold ground. Brunhart frantically calls out to him. A pool of blood flows from his thigh. Brunhart screams, begging him not to die, but Kim Gi-ju stubbornly forces his weak body up. But Lu quickly orders him to stop, telling him to just stay completely still. Kim Gi-ju asks what she means in utter confusion, but the egos inside his vessel are already shifting into absolute chaos. With a new day, bright light shines through the roof onto an unconscious Kim Gi-ju. His face is pale and exhausted, with blood dripping from his sunken eyes when he suddenly jolts awake. His eyes snap open in frustration. Lu quickly asks if he is finally awake. Brunhart cheers with joy while Kim Gi-ju clutches his pounding head, asking if he was out. Lu simply tells him to check for himself. He needs to look inside his vessel. Closing his eyes, Kim Gi-ju senses two very distinct and divided areas within himself. The division is clear. Kim Gi-ju is stunned to see El and Oberon holding back death, while Brunhart and Hermes are keeping the life force stable. Brunhart proudly boasts about doing an amazing job, while the old man helps both sides from the center. A system notification pops up stating that his assimilation level has increased and he has successfully perceived life. His status screen displays his name as Kim Gi-ju, level 1 class, ego partner, unique ability, link and life synthesis skills. The screen lists his possessed egos, including the fire giant, allowing him to utilize 80% of his life ego's stats now. He can now control life itself. Clenching his fist, Kim Gi-ju marvels at this new power while Lu praises his incredible luck. The egos resolve their conflict, and the leftover energy of the elixir he had yet to absorb played a huge part. It prevented his vessel from shattering completely, and even managed to expand his capacity to be much larger than before. Lu considers it a blessing in disguise. Kim Gi-ju mutters, wondering if it really was the power of that elixir. That explains how his severe injuries managed to heal on their own. Standing up, Kim Gi-ju asks what his next step should be. Lu tells him he needs to practice controlling it, confident he will succeed quickly since he already mastered death. But he warns him not to take it lightly. Kim Gi-ju simply asks if this is what he means. He suddenly summons a radiant light like the warm sun, prompting Lu to curse and tell him to let her finish. She warns him that he is getting cocky, but Kim Gi-ju calmly asks if he should take that as praise. Brunhart endlessly showers his master with compliments, calling him a genius who must now practice controlling his power precisely. It should be just like his control over death. Lu mutters to herself, disappointed that a certain outcome did not happen. Since life and death are now fully separated, her expectations fell through. When asked, she quickly brushes it off. She tells him to keep practicing anyway, noting the old man will take a while to repair the sword, leaving plenty of time. Kim Gi-ju agrees. It will take a long time, which is actually rather unfortunate. He sadly mentioned not having an intact holy sword for reference. Lu replies that this is exactly why he must train. Kim Gi-ju speaks with a hint of disbelief in his voice. Lu suddenly calls for Brunhart, who immediately opens up a bright glowing portal. Countless long swords spill out from the glowing portal, cluttering the dusty ground. They clatter loudly against the floor. Kim Gi-ju asks if these are indeed the rusted holy swords from the 40th floor. That is correct. While he was unconscious on the 40th floor, they ordered the skeletons to gather them up for his training. His task is to revive these dead swords using his new life force. Meanwhile, back at Kim Gi-ju's house, Kim Gi-ju's mother asks Tae-shik if he will be fine cooking without her help, but he confidently laughs, saying he is just returning the kindness she showed him. Telling her to rest, he ties on an apron and turns around, assuring her not to worry despite his rough appearance. He proudly boasts about his culinary skills, promising to whip up a grand feast in a flash before wondering if Kim Gi-ju has finally returned from the basement. It has been a while since they last met. His mother sighs, noting it has been over a month, hoping he is eating well. Tae-shik laughs to reassure her, saying that Kim Gi-ju is more than capable of taking care of himself, but inwardly he bites his lip and tells himself to stay focused. Tae-shik knows he won't get a second chance like this. This is his absolute only shot to show Sujin his true feelings, as she sits by the dining table looking incredibly gentle. He leaves the rest to his skills. He's been begging Kim Gi-ju every day to set up this perfect chance, even learning directly from a professional chef. Armed with the Pure Taste title and some key association connections, it's finally Tae-shik's turn to step up and shine. Tae-shik grabs the knife to prep the ingredients, slicing the zucchini into perfectly even pieces. He's breathing brand new life into this kitchen. The ingredients blend perfectly, releasing an absolutely irresistible aroma. Tae-shik quickly takes a bite to taste his masterpiece, but his face instantly freezes. It tastes horrible. Standing awkwardly by the soup pot, he desperately wonders where he went wrong and how to fix it. Suddenly, the floor shakes violently, throwing them both into a panic. Tae-shik nervously asks Sujin if that noise is coming from the basement. He tells Sujin to stay put while he checks it out. Rushing down to the basement, a thick cloud of black smoke hits him, making him cough uncontrollably. Tae-shik groans, Kim Gi-ju, what on earth are you doing? But then the shocking sight in front of him completely stops him cold. He freezes in absolute shock. Standing right there are three angels, their swords pointed directly at him. With massive white wings spread wide on their backs, Tae-shik can only stare in sheer disbelief. Wait, actual angels. The three angels speak in unison. Please allow us to perform the baptism, Father. They turn to each other with a mysterious gaze. A blinding light erupts from them, forcing Tae-shik to shield his eyes. Restoring the holy sword is easy to say, but as you can guess, doing it is a whole different story. Kim Gi-gyu focuses all his energy on restoring the weapon, but suddenly the blade in his hands shatters into 100 pieces. He sits there staring blankly at his empty hands broken again. That's when Bruno pops up with some brutal honesty. Did you think it'd be easy? Life and death might seem similar, Bruno points out, but you're leaning way too far to one side right now. Besides, it's not something you can just pull off. Frustrated, Kim Gi-ju snaps back, if you actually want to help, then shut up. With that, he tosses the broken blade aside and grabs a fresh one. Bruno quickly cheers him on, you've got this, master. Kim Gi-ju shuts his eyes, channeling every ounce of his power into the weapon. He tries again and again, refusing to stop. Even after 30 holy swords shatter, he doesn't quit. He can finally feel the core of the sacred weapon. Just as a glimmer of hope appears, the blade vanishes from his hands once more. He sighs, sinking into deep thought. I thought I finally had it, but another failure. Bruno sighs, trying to comfort him. You're doing great, master. Think of it like a human brain and heart, Bruno explains. Your job is to make the energy flow smoothly through that vital area. Kim Gi-gyu frowns, staring at the pile in front of him. He still has about 79 to 80 holy swords left. He reassures himself that he can do this. No matter how many times it takes, he will succeed. He keeps trying over and over until only 3 holy swords are left. Exhausted, Kim Ji-gyu sits cross-legged, completely motionless on the floor. Bruno gently comforts him, asking if he wants to take a step back and get some rest. At this rate, his mental energy is going to burn out. But Kim Gi-gyu grabs another blade. No, let's try one more time. His hands are practically itching to do this. If he stops now, he'll lose the flow. Bruno can only watch helplessly. Fine, have it your way, Bruno sighs. Kim Ji-gyu runs his fingers over the weapon, closing his eyes with hope this has to work. Seeing the blade finally begin to react, Bruno quickly cheers him on. That's it, keep going. But seconds later, Bruno panics. Wait, stop right now. Kim Gi-gyu, utterly confused, just frowns. As Kim Gi-gyu silently focuses, Bruno warns him that his body is being overloaded with too much raw power. Determined to finish this, Kim Gi-gyu refuses to back down, gritting his teeth. No, let it keep flowing. Drenched in sweat, Kim Gi-gyu feels the life energy continuously pouring into the blade. If this keeps up, it's just going to shatter again. His entire body begins to shake violently. Bruno pleads in a panic, stop, master, you've got the hang of it, now let this one go. Hearing this advice, Kim Gi-gyu quickly reaches out and grabs another sword, his mind racing as he makes a decision. He pauses, struck by an idea. If a single blade can't withstand all this overflowing energy, then he'll split it evenly among all 3. Following Bruno's guidance, Kim Gi-gyu grabs the remaining swords, channeling his last bit of strength into them. He pours every drop of his remaining power into those final 3 blades. By the next morning, a voice echoes from the workshop. Did you seriously pass out like that? Tae-shik asks, looking at Kim Gi-gyu with a serious face. And then you woke up surrounded by 3 angels. He looks in absolute awe at the 3 angels kneeling quietly on the floor, while Kim Gi-gyu nervously scratches his cheek. Yeah, Kim Gi-gyu admits. Bruno pops up teasingly, proud. Wow, master, you're unreal. I only asked you to restore the holy sword, but you ended up summoning actual angels. Kim Gi-gyu quickly apologizes to Tae-shik. Sorry if they startled you, I couldn't stop them in time. Tae-shik quickly waves his hands. No, don't worry about it. I don't really mind that at all. He glanced over at them and added that they weren't really a threat to him anyway. Suddenly, a male angel shouted out, warning their father that this man was extremely dangerous, while another quickly agreed. He has to be purified. The sole female angel joined in begging their father to just give them the order. Hearing this, Gaiju immediately turned and ordered them to shut it. They bowed obediently, while Tae-shik chuckled, commenting on how incredibly lively they were. First, holy swords, now angels. It seems like you pull off something completely mind-blowing every single day, don't you? I saw it with my own eyes, so I have to believe you. Blushing, Jigyu gestured, pleading with him to keep it quiet. And if possible, please don't tell the association president either, Taeshik added, noting that the old man already knows way too much. It's best to keep your powers hidden. Hearing about his father, Taeshik sighed and promised he wouldn't tell a single soul. It's not like he and his father are close enough to sit around sharing secrets anyway. Jigyu laughed cheerfully in response. But you two are father and son, so at least you should. Taeshik cut in, mentioning he actually came down to talk to him. He had some serious matters to discuss, and Jigyu nodded, immediately opening up a spatial gate to give them some privacy. Pointing to the gate, he looked at the three kneeling angels and told them to go inside as their statue-like presence was making them uncomfortable. The eldest angel hesitantly called out "Father." Hearing someone suddenly call him, that made Jigyu freeze in shock for a brief moment. He blankly stammered that calling him father felt a bit strange, but noticed the angel looking utterly miserable as they spoke up. They asked if he could name them, and as Jigyu pondered his ego companion, Brunhart sighed, realizing it was naming time again. Brunhart wondered what kind of names they would receive this time. After a brief moment of deep thought, Jigyu finally spoke up. Hamiel. Glancing at the remaining two, he added Camiel and Aniel before smiling proudly at his own naming skills. Taeshik remarked on how quick he was as tears suddenly hit the floor. The three newly named angels began crying with sheer joy. They sobbed their heartfelt gratitude to their father, and Jigyu smiled awkwardly, glad that they actually liked their new names. As the three angels walked in, Taeshik chuckled, and honestly, who wouldn't laugh at a human naming literal angels? Once quiet returned to the room, Jigyu turned back to ask what his senior wanted to discuss, and Taeshik assured him it was nothing critical. He just wanted to share some intelligence. Jigyu's expression instantly turned dead serious as he focused entirely on what was coming next. His senior brought up the Carven Guild, asking if he was curious about their rapid growth before letting out a tired sigh. Honestly, there is nothing spectacular yet. Despite their constant boasting in the past, they managed to leave behind absolutely zero trace of their movements. Worse, their illegal operations extend far beyond their own borders, meaning that even after pouring massive effort into the search, they only gathered a few scraps of information. He paused deep in thought, explaining that this was exactly why they needed international help from various global player associations. The Demon Lu is currently handling those negotiations since her massive influence easily dwarfs his own. Hearing this, Jigyu could not help but burst out laughing at the mention of his senior's official title. Who would ever dare speak that way to Paimon? Taeshik grimaced, muttering about that terrifying Demon Lu, while Jigyu gasped in surprise. He asked if his senior was still climbing the tower, prompting Taeshik to scratch his head and tell him to forget about Carven. Jigyu was constantly doing things beyond his imagination, making it impossible to sit idle, so Taeshik quietly studied his junior's reaction. In his mind, his original reason for taking an office job was simply to look after Jigyu when he was unable to level up. But those days were long gone. Looking at Jigyu, Taeshik seriously mentioned there was another matter, though it did not directly involve him. After a brief hesitation, he explained that new gates had been spawning relentlessly lately, including a few incredibly rare unique ones. Jigyu immediately fell into deep thought about these unique gates, and he's already planning to hijack them. Brunhart declared that it was finally time for her to grow, prompting an excited Jigyu to urgently call out to his senior. He asked if any guild was claiming that unique gate, offering to clear it himself. Taeshik was completely stunned by this intense enthusiasm. He gave a helpless smile, telling Jigyu he could take it since no ordinary hunter in their right mind would dare step inside. With that, Taeshik turned around and waved goodbye as he left, while a thrilled Jigyu bowed deeply to bid him farewell. Jigyu teased him to enjoy his time with his mother, making Taeshik bark at him to wipe that ridiculous look off his face. After Taeshik left, Jigyu was left alone in silence, rubbing his chin while contemplating the massive potential of a unique gate. Brunhart possessed a special skill to absorb other gates, and she eagerly chimed in that her own pocket gate could grow even larger. Staring at his own gate, he pondered the idea of gate absorption and immediately began walking directly toward Brunhart's core. The internal layout and the monsters inside would likely shift entirely. Looking into the depths, Jigyu cracked a wry smile and admitted that his current gate was looking a bit too desolate, so a fresh change of scenery would be welcome, until Hamiel suddenly screamed, "We came here to purify you filthy scavengers. I will personally cleanse you dirty bastards." Hurst, leading his army, angrily replies, "What? How dare low-grade creatures like you dare to set foot on our great lord's territory? I will break those wings and tear off your ugly faces." Kim Jigyu watches in absolute bewilderment, not understanding what on earth is going on. Looking at the flying sparks, he wonders why they are even fighting. Meanwhile, three angels are being punished for some reason. They are doing handstands over here, with Hurst joining in on the punishment. Kim Jigyu sits silently with his hands on his thighs. He stares sternly at them for a long moment. Hearing Kim Ji-ju call out Hamiel, the young angel nervously answers yes, father. Kim Ji-ju then coldly calls out to Hearst. Turning pale, Hearst does not dare delay his reply, yes, great lord. Sitting on the back of his headless monster, Kim Ji-ju demands an explanation. With a dark expression, Hamiel speaks up. I only wanted to purify this filthy place, father. That foul manna is clearly coming from those horrific beasts. Hearst immediately chimes in. And I only intended to destroy those completely hypocritical angels who dared trespass on your land. If those winged fools enter your domain, it will only defile this place. Kim Ji-ju helplessly holds his head in silence while Lu appears amused and calls them completely foolish. Creatures of death power are bound to hate holy angels. It is your fault for not predicting this, Lord. Kim Ji-ju frowns, slightly annoyed that Lu knew this beforehand but chose to keep quiet. He then commands them in a low voice, stand up. They scramble to their feet. Kim Ji-ju sternly points his finger at them, declaring that the first rule is no fighting. Both scavengers and angels are my subordinates after all. Hamiel protests indignantly, but father, why do you let these beasts? Kim Ji-ju angrily cuts him off immediately. Enough, he snaps, I do not expect you to be friends, but you are teammates. So stop speaking to each other like that. He pauses, looking at the angels, and warns them if they still do not listen. Remember that they have been serving me much longer than you have. They are actually your seniors. Kim Ji-ju adds that while he does not require treating them as respected seniors, they must show respect. Hearing this, Hamiel suddenly bursts into tears, sobbing out a reply. Seeing this, Kim Ji-ju grimaces, totally bewildered by the crying. Wait, why are they crying? Hamiel speaks up in a dejected tone. This is so humiliating, but if you insist. Hearst, seeing his misery, cannot help but tease, are you seriously crying? Kim Ji-ju immediately frowns and warns him. Hearst, stop provoking them. Hearst quickly backs down while Kim Ji-ju sighs, realizing he is dealing with a mere skeleton. How can he even read a skeleton's expressions anyway? Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoes, asking if he can hear him. Surprised, Kim Ji-ju calls out to the old man. The voice on the other end laughs, amazed by this telepathic connection they are sharing. Kim Ji-ju explains that since he is now an ego, this is completely normal. Lu watches in surprise. It has been 2 months since his resurrection after all. The old man then asks why the gate is so noisy, wondering if something bad happened. Kim Ji-ju forced a dry, awkward laugh, replying that it is nothing, just a few rowdy kids causing a scene. Hearing that, the angels and Hearst immediately feel guilty, standing quiet as puppies, not daring to make a sound. Wang Che-yi grins warmly and asks if he can come over now as the task is finally completely finished. Hearing Kim Ji-ju agree, Che-yi nods on his end, happily confirming that the sword is ready for him. Kim Ji-ju heads over immediately, staring intently at the newly crafted sword in his hands, completely amazed by its quality. Wow, Kim Ji-ju breathes in absolute awe. Beelzebub also chimes in, noting it looks even cooler than before. Huang crosses his arms, smiling as he explains he succeeded thanks to the 10 holy sword fragments Kim Ji-ju collected. I am beyond satisfied with this masterpiece. Kim Ji-ju happily thanks the old man, completely unsure of how to repay him properly. Huang Che-yi sighs and waves his hands off in dismissal. He points to the holy sword, reminding him of a massive life-saving debt. This is absolutely nothing compared to that. My job here is finally done. The rest of this is entirely up to you. Kim Ji-ju stares at the holy blade, thinking that starting now is actually a pretty good idea to test it out. Lu appears, advising him to fully prepare first. Training the force of life inside a gate, thick with demonic energy, might cause a serious spiritual backlash. Lu explains with a trace of worry in his voice. He suggests using the basement for safety, if there is nowhere else to go. Kim Ji-ju nods in agreement. That makes sense. Staring at the old blacksmith, he asks if he wants to join him. Huang eagerly agrees to tag along. He wants to see the power of life infused into his masterpiece. Lu agrees, noting that is a good plan. If anything goes wrong with El Che-yi can handle it immediately. Glancing at the distant angels, Lu suggests taking them too. Having the angels close by during the delicate life force ritual might prove quite useful if any unexpected dangerous issues arise during the process. Bruno excitedly asks what he should do, but Lau immediately snaps back that just staying still is already a huge help. Kim Ji-ju walks over to Hamiel, Kamael, and Anael, solemnly telling them to stand by and back him up if anything goes wrong. Pointing to his red ring, Kim Ji-ju tells them to follow Lau's lead, calling him absolute trash but still highly trustworthy. Lau stands there speechless, while Anael looks absolutely distressed, protesting that she can feel a dark demonic energy coming from him. She insists she cannot take orders from such a creature, but before she can even finish, Kim Ji-ju holds his head and groans. He begs her to just listen and endure it this one time, and she sadly complies right before a strange sound echoes from behind. Kim Ji-ju turns around in utter confusion to see Huang Che-in, the old man, quickly covering his mouth and looking away. He assures Kim Ji-ju that it is nothing, claiming he definitely is not laughing at them, calling him father. As Kim Gi-gyu blushes in embarrassment, Bruno playfully teases, asking if he can call him father too, which prompts Lao to chime in. Lao jokes that it would give him two fathers, driving an annoyed Kim Gi-gyu to snap at the angels, ordering them to stop calling him that. Stunned by the sudden scolding, the angels tearfully cry out that he created them so they cannot possibly call him anything else. They complain that forbidding them from calling him father is incredibly cruel, giving Kim Gi-gyu a massive pounding headache. Massaging his temples in pure exhaustion, he groans aloud right as Du materializes with a chuckle, pointing out that they are actually right. Looking closely at the pitiful angels, she reminds him that since they kept their past memories, they know they truly are his own creations. Defeated, Kim Gi-gyu tells them to just call him Grandmaster instead, and the three angels immediately agree in perfect unison. Calling him Grandmaster, they watch as he confidently raises L, shouting that it is time to finally get started. He looks closely at the unique gate, noting that its unstable energy structure fluctuates far too wildly. Since its internal structure is completely abnormal, it defies all conventional logic, leaving him staring up at the sky in deep thought. Normal players would never dare enter here, terrified of the high danger and total instability. But to Kim Gi-gyu, this place is nothing more than a buffet for Bruno, who eagerly demands to consume the entire gate immediately. Watching the fierce battle rage on, Kim Gi-gyu commends their combat skills before dropping into a ready stance to join the fray. While most sensible people would steer clear of such brutal combat, Kim Gi-gyu leaps forward with absolute excitement. He knows his shadow attribute allows him to merge with darkness, letting him fuse spirits of the exact same element. By combining these elemental spirits, his skills amplify, transforming him into a terrifying colossal eagle-like figure. Channeling Lao's advice to boost his power, he prepares to unleash the devastating force of his shadow attribute. Lao proudly takes credit for the move, reminding him that utilizing his shadow element to fly makes his skills infinitely more effective in battle. He brags about obtaining the spirit fusion skill during his evolution, causing Kim Gi-gyu to roll his eyes and scoff. Kim Gi-gyu tells him to cut the self-praise, but Lao quickly points out that the real battle is still waiting for them. Advising his master not to just stand around while subordinates fight, he watches as Kim Gi-gyu grins and charges straight ahead. Diving straight into the flock of giant eagles, Kim Gi-gyu delivers devastating, decisive slashes that clean-cut the beasts in half. As the giant birds rain down rare loot bursts into the air, and in seconds the gloomy sky clears up completely. The haunting black and red haze vanishes after Kim Gi-gyu clears the field, landing quietly back on the ground as he inspects his open hands. Clenching his fist, he feels a strange sense of emptiness, prompting a worried Bruno to call out while Lao quickly chimes in. Lao reminds him to get used to the loss of L, when suddenly a highly familiar voice echoes from right behind. The speaker announces they brought the materials from the gatekeeper, forcing a stunned Kim Gi-gyu to spin around instantly. An angel steps forward with a gentle smile, and a relieved Kim Gi-gyu offers a warm, heartfelt thanks to L. Standing proudly on top of a massive griffin, she respectfully presents the gatekeeper's rare materials to her beloved master. His ultimate goal of reviving L, which he started over 2 months ago, is finally complete. It has succeeded beyond all his wild expectations, and Elle can finally speak, asking her master how this is possible. She has returned in a form far transcending a mere sword, unleashing a blinding holy light that forces Kim Gi-gyu to cover his eyes. As her voice echoes out, Bruno complains about the blinding glare, leaving Kim Gi-gyu absolutely stunned by what is happening. The status window reveals her incarnation skill is active, granting the level 100 Lord of the Holy Swords her very own physical body. With stats like 151 strength, 153 dexterity, 163 stamina, and 149 mana, she is a beast. Kim Gi-gyu warmly thanks her as Elle glows brilliantly, transforming back into her classic holy sword form. Though she can still return to weapon form, she now has her very own physical body to manifest whenever she pleases. Kim Gi-gyu wants to let them make their own decisions freely, asking Eo if he has gotten used to his new body yet. Eldap replies that it has been a very long time since he last held a physical form. Eo apologizes to his master for showing any shortcomings. Meanwhile, Brunhart speaks up to praise Eo, saying his new form looks absolutely beautiful. The Lu scoffs, asking what is so great about a traitor like her. Kim Gi-gyu quickly tells the Lu to drop it, while Eo shows deep remorse. Eo admits he has no excuses for his past actions. Kim Gi-gyu cuts in, telling Eo to let it go as well before quietly falling into deep thought. Kim Gi-gyu muses that judging by Eo's childish appearance, there is probably still plenty of room for his skills to grow. He asks if evolving will help solve some of these issues right as his holographic status window flickers to life. The screen details Eo's first evolution, showing ego fragments at 10 out of 10 and ego-infused souls at 1 out of 3. The Holy Sword requirement stands at 0 out of 1. Kim Gi-gyu realizes that Hwang Jae-in is an ego-infused soul similar to the Lu's previous state. Kim Gi-gyu knows he cannot use this power recklessly, remembering how he previously managed to restore the old man's ego. Since he now holds dominion over life itself, Kim Gi-ju realizes he should also be able to restore the souls of Char Lemon and the evil Ai Lu. However, some components are still missing. Kim Gi-ju closes the status screen, figuring a quick hunting trip will solve his resource problem. That only leaves the missing holy sword. Kim Gi-ju rubs his chin, realizing he cannot just use an angel as a sacrificial offering. Io tries to stop him while the Lu notes the angels would cry their eyes out if they ever heard that terrifying thought. Kim Gi-ju narrows his eyes, realizing he has absolutely no other choice but to seek out the right target. He needs the heavenly being who possesses the 100 swords. Suddenly, his subordinates approach, kneeling respectfully to report that their mission is complete. Kim Gi-ju looks over at the angel, the headless knight, and the necromancer, praising their hard work before asking where the crystal is. The necromancer explains that the skeletons are currently gathering them, adding that they can load them in as soon as Kim Gi-ju opens the gate. At his command, Kim Gi-ju raises his hand to summon a massive dimensional gate, waving his subordinates forward to begin. Kim Gi-ju tells them to help gather the loot since time is money, prompting a highly respectful nod from his crew. Kim Gi-ju walks over to the griffin, knowing he needs to move quickly and absorb the gate as the system window pops up. It asks if he wishes to absorb the gate. Kim Gi-ju recalls that while reviving AO, 3 unique gates had suddenly appeared in Korea. Kim Gi-ju wanted to claim all 3, but 2 of them were showing dangerous signs of exploding, forcing him to yield them to other hunter guilds. Applying the lessons learned from the seismic tremors caused by his previous gate connection, Kim Gi-ju decided to take a smarter approach this time. He used his mercenary privileges to sneak in unnoticed, successfully absorbing its core without any outside interference. Securing the dungeon was effortless. Still, Kim Gi-ju rubs his chin thoughtfully, realizing that absorbing just 1 gate is far from enough. His system display shows a dominion rate of 0%. Kim Jigyu knows he must eliminate the local beasts to raise that number. While his 3 angels easily shoot down the flying griffins, the Lich and Doulahan handle another massive wave of the incoming monsters. The remaining beasts are easily cleared by his ego-infused summons. Meanwhile, Kim Gi-ju casually sips some tea, talk about a pretty epic way to run a dungeon. The system displays a 100% dominion rate. Kim Gi-ju smiles, glad that the job is finally finished. The entire pocket dimension begins to rumble violently as land expands, sending massive island-like rock formations crashing to the ground. Dark clouds clear away to reveal beautiful sunlight while griffins spread their wings wide, soaring majestically over the newly expanded territory. Brunhart gasps in awe at how massive the area has become, while Io quietly admires the incredibly beautiful view. The Lu merely pouts, grumbling that it looks no different than before. Kim Ji-ju decides to ignore his salty attitude, focusing on their completed gate. The system window suddenly flashes, asking Kim Gi-ju to appoint a deputy manager for the territory. Kim Gi-ju announces they need a deputy manager, which immediately prompts Brunhart to volunteer. Kim Gi-ju snaps back, calling him a fool, since he is already the gate itself. Kim Gi-ju evaluates his choices. The first candidate is Hami, who acts like the reliable eldest brother among the angels because he was named first. Brimming with burning passion, Hami vows that if entrusted with this heavy duty, he will gladly dedicate his entire life to the mission. The second candidate is Doulahan, who can actually speak thanks to the intelligence-boosting buffs active within the developing dungeon. Doulahan bows respectfully, asking his master to make the decision. He stands ready to accept the post, but before Kim Gi-ju can decide, a massive shadow suddenly looms over his head. A giant griffin beats its powerful wings, whipping up a fierce gale as it lands just a short distance away from Kim Gi-ju. With a piercing gaze, this is the Griffin Lu, the former gatekeeper of the absorbed dungeon. Its eyes glow with a very strange, intelligent light. As the beast inches closer, Kim Gi-ju finds himself completely overwhelmed by the Griffin Lu's intense, unexpected enthusiasm, leaving him totally unsure how to react. He chuckles, telling the giant creature that they will play later, while silently admitting the beast does look incredibly reliable. Still, direct communication is a bit of a challenge. If Kim Gi-ju lets a giant bird run this place, the entire territory will probably end up covered in droppings. He pondered whether to choose candidate 1 or 2. Nearby, the necromancer sat, letting out low, dry chuckles. It cackled on and on, boasting that whoever became the deputy manager would still end up under its command anyway. The Doulahan has always been my loyal subordinate, so it would definitely be easier to manage. But becoming an angel's boss doesn't sound too bad either. Oh well, either way I benefit, which is pretty interesting. The sky inside the gate was painted in vibrant colors. The necromancer sat, hugging its knees on the floating island with Hami standing nearby. Maybe because it was cold up high, the necromancer wrapped its arms tighter. Hami bluntly pointed out that the master made the choice himself. The necromancer looked up at the angel as if wanting to say something, but then it hung its head in defeat. Hami placed a comforting hand on its shoulder, reminding it that at least it got the deputy manager role and the lich remains underneath it. Huang, the new gate manager, confidently declared that they should just leave everything to him. He really liked doing things like designing and managing. Kim Gi-gyu then asked if choosing someone not on the candidate list was unfair. Kim Gi-gyu scratched his cheek, admitting he simply had not thought of the old man back then. L nodded in agreement. He truly was the perfect fit for this job. Bedu cheered happily, calling him the absolute best. Meanwhile, over at Iron Shieldhauer's headquarters, a unique gate appeared in Korea. Iron Shieldhauer stared at his phone in absolute disbelief. He wondered if the man could really spawn gates anywhere, questioning who this mysterious guy calling himself Armor truly was. Facing a barrage of rapid-fire questions, the mysterious figure only gave a polite standard smile as they stood inside the gate. While a temporary tent was being set up, Hwang finished mapping the gate, leaving Kim Gi-gyu utterly impressed. Kim Gi-gyu was amazed that he could map this out, but Hwang simply folded his arms, stating a manager easily handles such tasks. It was second nature to him. He then asked if Kim Gi-gyu already understood the basics regarding the changing environment inside the gate. Pointing closely at the map, he explained that the environments of both the old and new gates were merging. The most crucial detail to notice was that 3 rich mineral mines containing valuable crystals and rare materials had formed right near the boundary of the gate. Kim Gi-gyu did not care about money, but for Hwang, securing those rare precious gems was an absolutely vital goal. Rubbing his chin, he noted that he could craft incredible items for free, especially since he was already working without pay. However, the vast space inside this gate was barely being utilized, which Hwang immediately pointed out. Aside from the massive pyramid, there was nothing here. Hwang asked if he planned to leave it empty instead of utilizing or selling it. Hwang grew slightly annoyed. He added that even though it looked like a pyramid, the inside was actually a completely cluttered mess. Kim Gi-gyu just chuckled, reminding him that cleaning up was really Roger's hand's job. While Hwang looked up, instead of a flimsy tent, they needed to construct a sturdy base alongside a secure prison and a functional hunting ground. Taken aback by the mention of a prison and hunting ground, Kim Gi-gyu listened as Hwang asked how he planned to handle enemies. He did not want to resort to illegal acts or violence in a world already filled with chaos. However, they could not simply execute every single enemy. At the very least, they had to offer alternatives. They deserve a small chance at redemption, especially since not all captured foes would be as easily managed as a completely powerless Roger's Han. Building a secure containment facility was necessary. Kim Gi-gyu pondered the idea of establishing a highly secured prison inside the gate. Rumors in society claimed that formidable prisons existed all over the place, keeping dangerous people locked away. These facilities locked up criminals who committed heinous offenses, with Gehenna widely feared as the most terrifying of them all. Hidden away in a heavily fortified gate, it seemed this chilling prison was far more than just a simple rumor. Nodding, Kim Gi-gyu asked for clarification on the hunting ground, prompting Hwang to explain his brilliant concept. The absolute greatest advantage of this gate was that monsters spawned continuously without costing a single resource. While using them as a personal army was fine, building an active hunting ground would yield far greater benefits for everyone involved. Letting other players grind there while charging them fees killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Kim Gi-gyu realized the genius plan and nodded. They could not tackle everything at once, so taking things slow and step by step was definitely the best approach. Meanwhile, the poor necromancer was still struggling to recover from the brutal shock of its sudden demoting transition to deputy. It comforted itself, believing it could handle it since the gate was continuously growing stronger. The monsters were leveling up too, meaning the skeletons were finally classified and they possessed many more powerful Dullahens. Kim Gi-gyu pondered which of them he actually recognized, but Bedu chimed in, pointing out that they looked completely identical. It was impossible to tell them apart. Suddenly, one Dullahan raised a hand, claiming it was him, and Kim Gi-gyu simply nodded thoughtfully in response. Kim Gi-gyu decides it is time to name the knight, but the contempt Lu tells him not to be dramatic since he usually comes up with names in under a minute anyway. Barely 10 seconds later, Kim Gi-gyu snaps his fingers and names him Hadu, a choice that makes Bile-ha cheer at how incredibly cool it sounds. Light flashes inside the helmet as the knight suddenly thanks Kim Gi-gyu, calling him Great Master. Hadu's helmet materializes and fits perfectly onto his neck, finally giving the headless knight a complete and powerful body. Even his warhorse undergoes a dark transformation, and the system alerts Kim Gi-gyu that he has successfully bonded with Hadu, the Death Demon Knight, creating a whole new army. A demon-clanking armor echoes as the entire knight army kneels, swearing to serve their great master to the absolute best of their abilities. Kim Gi-gyu stands there in total shock, realizing he can summon not only holy angels, but literal demons as well, leaving the contempt Lu demanding to know what he did, though Kim Gi-gyu has no clue himself. The sword mutters that this is highly unusual, advising Kim Gi-gyu to activate his demon eye to check what is going on. Kim Gi-gyu's eyes flash a deep purple as he channels the demon eye, peering straight into the creature's inner essence. Suddenly, Ella screams, Bile-ha gasps at the sight of blood, and the sword curses. Blood drips continuously from Kim Gi-gyu's nose onto the dirt, and he touches his face in total disbelief that this is happening again. Ella panics as Kim Gi-ju stumbles with glassy eyes, and honestly, how many times is this poor guy going to pass out? Hado panics as Ella shifts into her human form, barely catching Kim Gi-gyu before he collapses. She begs him to wake up, throwing the servants into a massive panic, while the annoyed sword simply scoffs at their dramatic cries. The sword tells them to stop overreacting, but Ella is far too frantic to hear a single word. She insists they must act fast and carry Kim Gi-ju to a safe location immediately. Hado scoffs at taking orders from an angel, but because he genuinely worries about Kim Gi-gyu, he agrees to cooperate just this once. While the sword looks on in utter confusion, Hado barks orders at his troops to guard the great master with their lives. Warning them to make no mistakes, Ayla flies off carrying Kim Gi-gyu with a tense look while the sword grumbles about all the drama. Kim Gi-ju's eyes suddenly snap open, and Ella explains she only gave him a temporary dose of medicine, making Bio-ha cheer happily. Confused, Kim Gi-ju tries to strain his muscles only to realize he cannot move a single inch while the sword rests beside him. The sword tells them not to worry, revealing that he has been out cold for an entire week, completely shocking Kim Gi-ju. Kim Gi-ju asks if the black sword can move alone now, and the weapon proudly confirms that it easily can. His face suddenly goes pale as the realization hits, and Kim Gi-ju demands to know if he truly slept through an entire week. The sword explains that it is simple, as there is currently no proper balance between life and death inside his body. His dominant life force clashed violently with death energy the exact second he decided to activate his demon eye. Finally, sitting up and clutching his head, Kim Gi-ju complains that it feels like he has a ticking time bomb inside him, earning a sigh from the sword. The sword agrees, but as it starts explaining the current balance, Kim Gi-ju quickly cuts it off. Looking at his bizarre surroundings, he demands to know what is happening, so the sword explains. Apparently, the entire crew has stood guard without moving an inch ever since he passed out, and Hado welcomes him back. Bio-ha proudly takes credit for the guard shift, while the deputy manager claims he was simply doing his job. Ella adds that the angels did a fantastic job, prompting 3 emotional angels to tearfully cry out to their great master. Feeling a bit awkward, Kim Gi-ju thanks them but grows suspicious of his bed, lifting the blanket to find a massive pile of griffin feathers. Totally dumbfounded, Kim Gi-ju asks what they did, and the sword steps in to summarize everything in 3 simple sentences. First, life and death clash inside his body. Second, he was unconscious for a week, during which those 2 forces balanced out. And finally, this ridiculous feather bed is the direct result of his over-enthusiastic subordinates trying to show off. Holding his head with a wry smile, Kim Gi-ju appreciates how much they all care about him. But then he suddenly snaps, screaming that they are all fired because he cannot possibly draw with so many people crowding around. Bio-ha asks what he means by that, but Kim Gi-ju dismisses it, muttering that those complaints were just the author's true inner feelings. Once the crowded room finally empties, Kim Gi-ju sits on the bed, quietly processing this bizarre situation. He asks the sword for deeper details, but the weapon bluntly replies that there is not much else to tell. It suggests that if everything seems normal, a tiny fragment of life force must have cracked off during that intense clash. The sword worries where that stray shard might be, so Kim Gi-ju asks why, and the weapon tells him to see for himself. Urged to activate the demon eye, Kim Gi-ju worries about passing out again, but the sword promises to make it quick. Kim Gi-ju closed his eyes, and when he opened them, they had turned purple. He stared at Lua in confusion, and Lua stared back just as puzzled. Kim Gi-ju muttered that nothing seemed different. Lua pointed out that he simply could not see his own face, then told Io to transform back into a sword. Look at your reflection. My body is pitch black, so you will not see anything on me. Kim Gi-ju turned to his side and asked Io for help. Io placed her hand on his, obeying his command as the sword suddenly materialized. Kim Gi-ju stared at his reflection in the blade, wondering what changed. Behemoth suddenly gasped in excitement, shouting that one of his eyes had turned gray. His demon eye color had completely shifted. This was definitely something he could not interfere with anymore. Yet, he decided to keep a close eye on it since neither Lua nor Io knew a single thing. Then Kim Gi-ju looked down. Do you have something to say to me, Roger's hand? Roger's hand knelt down low, begging him for a single chance. His eyes burned with pure, unadulterated hatred. A chance to destroy Iron Cell. Kim Gi-ju watched him, satisfied that his training was working. All the hatred festering inside him had now been directed straight toward Iron Cell. But Kim Gi-ju simply asked what he could possibly do. Roger's hand clung to him like a lifeline, begging to be leveled up. He promised to grow stronger than ever before in the blink of an eye. Kim Gi-ju slowly placed his hand on the man's head. No, you cannot grow any stronger. Even if you hunt, the power that was taken from you can never be replaced. You have lost the ability to level up. Kim Gi-ju's demon eye flashed, seeing that Roger's hand's internal vessel was entirely shattered. Surviving this long was already a miracle. Roger's hand trembled desperately, shouting that he knew all of Iron Cell's dark corruption. He claimed to hold information that could easily destroy his enemy. Kim Gi-ju pushed him back, admitting it might be useful. Kim Gi-ju cut him off, asking how he could trust him. Roger's Han froze in absolute shock. He could not think of a single reason to give. After a long silence, Kim Gi-ju offered him one last chance. Are you truly willing to do absolutely anything? Roger's hand clasped his hands, promising to obey any command. A slash of red light ripped across his neck, splattering blood over his bewildered face. The cannibalism skill was finally activated. Lua asked why he had not used cannibalism from the very start if that was his plan all along. Fostering the man's deep malice was crucial. Even though his ego would be completely bound to follow commands, he would obey any order, but knowing his own true purpose made him far more useful to the cause. But that hardly matters now. Clad in dark gleaming armor, Ha declared that a knight's sole mission is to protect his master. No matter where you go, I will protect you. The angels also pledged their lives to follow him. They promised to serve him even in the outside world. Kim Gi-ju stared in disbelief, asking if they had all gone mad. Are you seriously planning to follow me outside? Ha replied that if they could not protect him, their entire existence was meaningless. Hermes quickly chimed in, offering their lives for his safety. Kim Gi-ju massaged his temples, feeling a massive headache coming on. He wondered if they were competing to give him a headache. Lua laughed thoroughly, enjoying the dramatic scene. Lua chuckled, pointing out that at least they would never betray him. Kim Ji-ju sighed, wondering how on earth to convince them. He asked if they simply did not trust Lua and Io. Ha and the three angels fell silent as Kim Gi-ju pointed to his rings. He asked if they really doubted the two currently protecting him. Ha stumbled over his words, trying to explain. Though he did not know Lua's true identity, Ha was terrified. The angels broke into a sweat, claiming they meant no disrespect. They knew exactly who Io was and feared that supreme being. Yielding, they begged him to forgive their utter disrespect. Lua murmured in awe at his sheer power. Io quietly added that they were all simply subordinates to his master. The sky outside was gloomy. Kim Gi-gyu opened the cellar door and stepped out into the falling snow as Behemoth cheered happily. Io cheered that winter had finally arrived. Kim Gi-gyu reached out to catch the snowflakes, realizing how much time had passed in the cellar. It felt like the seasons were changing in the blink of an eye. Lua suggested he go out and socialize with friends. Kim Gi-gyu snapped at him to stop treating him like a shut-in. Behemoth was confused while Kim Gi-gyu shivered from the cold. He complained about the freezing cold. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out to him as Yu Jung walked over carrying Jaein. She explained that Jaein had been restless, prompting her to check outside. Jaein whimpered, happily thrilled to see her master again. Io joked that she had completely turned into a dog. Kim Gi-gyu gently stroked Jaein, apologizing for being so busy lately. Yu Jung tilted her head, praising his perfect timing for coming out today. Kim Ji-ju held Jaein close, smiling proudly. He claimed he was still human, then paused, asking what day it was. Yu Jung looked surprised. She asked if he had come out without knowing it was Christmas. Kim Gi-ju froze in shock. Just then, a fifth message from Shin Ju-bin arrived. You must be pretty busy lately, huh? Since it's Friday, do you happen to have any free time today? Yu Jung stands with her hands on her hips. Come on, it's Christmas. Don't you have a date or anything? He scoffs. Sister, stop being so weird. But Yu Jung proudly claims she is still just a student, you know. Kim Ji-gyu tells her to focus on studying, but she retorts her exams are done. Besides, he should spend Christmas with family. Yu Jung helplessly slaps her forehead. She knew he'd say that, calling him the ultimate single guy before announcing her plans. She is hanging out with friends and mom has plans too. She tells him to go find a date. When Kim Gi-ju admits he actually got a text from someone, Yu Jung gasps in absolute shock. She immediately asks if it is a girl. He judges her reaction, but Yu Jung just shrugs and makes a quick guess. She teases that he probably replies with single-word texts, leaving him completely flustered as he tries to deny it. How did she know? Biju eagerly chimes in, saying she is absolutely 100% correct. Zua nods, learning what family life is like, while Kim Gi-gyu tells his sister to just go have some fun. Yu Jung nods and slyly asks if it's Sister Ruben, leaving Kim Gi-gyu lost in his thoughts. Christmas, he can't even remember the last time they actually celebrated the holidays together. He opens his chat with ranker Shin Ruben, recalling how he had initially messaged her. He told her he was busy with family and she wished him well. But after Yu Jung's news, things changed. He quickly texted back saying he was free after all. Ruben was thrilled and they agreed to meet at 4 p.m. He wanted to buy gifts for his family and treat her to dinner, setting their meeting at Gangnam Station. But Yu Jung stops him. She yells for him to halt, looking him up and down. Confused, he asks what is wrong with his outfit. He stands there completely clueless. Sighing, his little sister tells him to follow her. After a quick makeover, he is finally allowed to leave. He just hopes he is not running late because of his sister. All her fussing almost made him late for his date. Suddenly, a cheerful voice calls out. It is Shin Ruben, greeting him warmly. She smiles, noting it's been a while, while Biju gasps at how gorgeous she is. Kim Gi-ju can't help but blush. Zua teases him about his red face, though Io claims it is just the cold. Kim Gi-ju quickly tries to greet her. He mentions their last meeting was when he collapsed, apologizing and thanking her. Ruben just offers a warm smile. She says it's perfectly fine while Io gasps in surprise, wondering when their master ever fainted. Zua quickly tells Ao to drop it while Ruben chimes in asking about the gifts he wanted to buy. She suggests checking out the department store first. Kim Ji-ju agrees, apologizing for dragging her along like this. Ruben smiles, saying she's just glad someone as busy as him actually made some time to go out. Zua whispers to Io that this woman seems pretty dangerous, warning him to be careful, though Biju remains totally clueless. Biju insists she seems nice, but Io tells him to zip it. Soon the elevator stops on the 13th floor, leaving Kim Ji-yu amazed. He marvels at this hidden floor, and Ruben explains that this private area is reserved exclusively for elite guests. She adds that high-ranking players get access regardless of membership, which is completely new information to Kim Gi-gyu. He notices the display cases. Ruben confirms that these are special items designed for normal citizens. He recalls that after drinking the divine elixir, his mother gained the ability to use magical gear. Usually non-players can't activate items, but there are always a few rare exceptions to the rule. Specifically, protective accessories like the jewelry he gifted her are much easier for ordinary humans to safely activate. He guesses they must be incredibly hard to win at auctions, and Ruben confirms they are indeed quite pricey. She asks if this is too grand, but Kim Gi-gyu reassures her, saying he wanted the best recommendation regardless of cost. He admits he is highly grateful, though the sheer variety is overwhelming. Plus, he knows Yujeon. He knows she won't care for defensive items, and Zua suggests that attack power boosts are far more popular lately. Ruben points out a luxury piece from House Cindy, and Kim Gi-gyu leans down, recognizing the high-end brand name immediately. She mentions that they usually produce very few pieces each year, but this season is different. For some reason, they started mass-producing. Although the quality has slightly dipped compared to their past works, the overall price has also dropped significantly. They look familiar. Very familiar. Zua chimes in, confirming his growing suspicion. Biju exclaims that he knows exactly what these are. They are gear crafted by that old blacksmith. Kim Gi-ju finally realizes the truth after wondering about it. How could he be so rich when he barely sells any spare parts? Turns out he has a pretty interesting side hustle. No wonder he keeps working so hard even after reviving Io. Ruben thinks to herself with keen interest. She asks if he has picked anything out, and Jisoo replies that it is all settled thanks to her help. He offers to buy her dinner, and Ruben happily looks around the table, amazed by how beautiful the place is. Jisoo replies that a friend recommended the spot, slicing into his steak as they chat. He takes a bite and is instantly surprised by how incredibly delicious it tastes. Jisoo promises to bring his mom and sister next time, while Ruben sips her wine and sets the empty glass down. She asks if he has any hobbies, making Jisoo blink and rub his chin, unsure of what to say. He admits he never really thought about it, but Ruben presses on asking about his favorite movies, only for him to say it has been ages. Ruben tries asking about music, but he chuckles and admits he does not know much about modern songs. He apologizes for his boring answers, but Ruben quickly waves it off, nervously twirling a lock of hair by her cheek. She mentions that he seems to have zero free time, which puzzles him, causing her to pat her blushing face. She apologizes, blaming the wine for making her ramble and make assumptions when she barely knows him. Inside his mind, the Lu notes how perceptive she is, adding that Jisoo can hardly reveal his real life. Jisoo knows he cannot live normally, but the Lu steps in anyway. The Lu points out that Jisoo has absolutely nothing to do in his free time, having nothing truly for himself. The Lu asks what he has ever done for himself, showing his revenge and training were just for survival. It was all for his family's safety, and that goes far beyond just today. He asks if Jisoo has ever done anything just for himself, making the hunter fall silent as he realizes the truth of those words. Surely there were things he wanted to do, but he ended up pushing all of those dreams aside. It was the only way for his family to survive after meeting his alternate selves, gaining power and escaping poverty. He thought he was finally doing what he wanted, but the things he threw away are not coming back. Io apologizes in regret, admitting he never truly understood his master all this time. The Lu tells him not to apologize since this is human nature, while Ruben blushes nearby. She begs him not to take her words seriously, explaining she only knew him through her father and the alcohol made her ramble. Jisoo warmly thanks Ruben for caring about him, and right on cue her face goes completely red in pure embarrassment. She shyly mutters it is nothing, then musters the courage to ask if they should catch a movie together. Just as they get close, a massive boom cuts her off as Jisoo leaps up, hearing terrified screams from outside. People are begging for help because a highly unusual gate has just popped open nearby. This strange portal has materialized right in the heart of the city, drawing a crowd of worried onlookers. They wonder if everyone got rescued, shocked that such a disaster could strike right on Christmas night. Ruben points out that it looks like a unique dungeon, and Jisoo agrees with her assessment. Portals normally appear in the suburbs, but this one has enough mana to knock people out cold. Luckily, the Hunter Association is close by and several active players are already on the scene to help. Thanks to them, the crisis is resolved quickly, prompting an association official to step forward and thank everyone. He thanks the brave heroes who helped out, announcing they are now recruiting members for the raid team. He invites volunteers to step up and join the dungeon raid, sparking Jisoo's curiosity. Jisoo asks if high rankers are exempt from the trials, and Ruben confirms that is indeed the case. She reminds him that their identities are already registered anyway, asking if he plans to head home now. He replies that it is getting late, his family must be worried, and his phone is totally dead. Since he always wears gloves, Ruben never noticed before, but his watch is actually incredibly old and definitely does not look like a regular gear item. Jisoo suggests they head off, while Ruben wonders if the watch is a precious keepsake before saying goodbye and leaving. She hesitates, wondering if it is alright to pry before asking Jisoo if she can ask a quick question. Suddenly, a voice calls out to ranker Kim Jisoo, who turns around to see Heo Sung-hoon running over in a bizarre outfit. Heo Sung-hoon cheerfully wishes him a Merry Christmas, looking incredibly adorable in a full reindeer costume that even the Lu finds absolutely hilarious. He asked why Kim Gi-ju dressed like that on his day off. Sung-hun scratched his head, explaining there was an emergency summons. That is why I rushed over here without even changing first. Well, it looks almost finished, but I still need to double-check, just to be safe before heading back. Ruben bowed, greeting him, while Kim Gi-ju comforted him, saying he worked hard. Wondering what kind of clothes he was wearing, Sung-hun cleared his throat and called out to the ranker Kim Gi-ju. He whispered that going out with just the two of them on a holiday was pretty impressive. Kim Gi-ju knew he misunderstood and denied it. Meanwhile, Dua sneered at Eo, mocking her for doing nothing but smiling. Brunhart asked what was wrong, but Eo did not reply. Sung-hun laughed, saying he was just joking with ranker Kim Gi-ju. Telling them to get home safely, Ruben asked if that man was the supervisor for their ranking match. She mentioned meeting him while Kim Gi-ju was unconscious, assuming they were close, which Kim Gi-ju agreed was somewhat true. They talked often due to work. Ruben tilted her head, asking if he was heading straight home, leaving Kim Gi-ju in thought. He planned to head back to the restaurant to grab his forgotten things and buy a cake before going home. Ruben gasped. She offered to recommend a great spot, deciding to ask about his watch next time, as a panting Sung-hun suddenly called out to Kim Gi-ju. He asked why Kim Gi-ju's phone was unreachable, and an apologetic Kim Gi-ju replied that his battery died, wondering what happened this time. Sung-hun announced that the dungeon inspection results just came in, leaving the main character utterly confused. Was it so crucial that he had to run all this way? Was it an S rank? Sung-hun broke the news. It was completely unmeasurable. The other two stood frozen in disbelief. An unmeasurable rank. Meanwhile, Yu-dong's eyes sparkled with pure excitement. She looked at her brother with incredibly sincere eyes, asking if he really got this gift for his loyal servant. Kim Gi-ju sighed at her dramatic tone, but Yu-dong argued that her sheer gratitude had completely paralyzed her speech center. The mother wondered if it was expensive, noting that Oh Tae-shik once gave her a similar brand, though Kim Ji-gyu felt uneasy. He assured her it was just a thank you gift for her cooking before excusing himself to go change. Once inside, the main character grew pensive, knowing that unmeasurable dungeons were far more dangerous than S-rank ones. They rarely showed up, but whenever they did, they took the lives of countless players. It was also a unique gate, leaving him to wonder about its true danger, since the initial mana output felt so bizarre. Yet it quickly seemed to return to normal, prompting Dua to let out a soft huff. Kim Gi-ju asked if it found something, and it admitted to having suspicions that needed checking after consulting with Eo first. It urged him to just enjoy the rest of his day, but the main character remained quite skeptical. Eo reassured him that nothing bad would happen, urging him to relax and spend time with his family. Brunhart agreed, and Kim Gi-ju chuckled softly, thanking them as he finally decided to take a much-needed break for the day. He trusted their words, doubting anything major could happen in a single day, but then the news broadcast broke. 5 unmeasurable gates had suddenly popped up all over South Korea, starting right in the Gangnam area. Within a single day, every single gate across the country ruptured, prompting global associations and governments to act. A global state of emergency was declared, and the Korean Hunter Association launched an immediate investigation into why these dungeons all appeared at the exact same time. While brushing his teeth, Kim Gi-ju froze in complete shock at the news, quickly rushing outside. A startled Yu-dong yelled out, asking where he was heading. Why did he leave so suddenly? Kim Gi-ju quickly called Sung-hun, asking if he could pick him up immediately for an urgent trip. Sung-hun replied that he was actually about to call and was already waiting outside. Soon their car sped down the road. He asked if Kim Gi-ju was headed to Gangnam. Kim Gi-ju confirmed he needed to verify something, and Sung-hun readily agreed. He promised to get him there safely and as fast as possible. Standing before the massive Gangnam gate, Kim Gi-ju noticed nothing unusual at first glance. Activating his demon eyes, he asked Dua if it detected anything. Dua fell silent for a moment before replying. It confirmed that yesterday's deep suspicions were completely correct, leaving Kim Gi-ju utterly stunned. He quickly turned and called out to Sung Hun. He demanded to know where the other unique gates had appeared, insisting that he had to inspect them immediately. Surprised, Sung Hun mentioned that the association president had already called for him, urging them to get moving quickly. Kim Gi-ju grabbed his shoulders, insisting this was critical, and he had to check them first, leaving Sung Hun looking completely defeated. He ultimately relented. Inside the meeting room, the atmosphere was thick with heavy tension. Someone complained about being tired of waiting, wondering if the 11th mercenary was actually going to show up. The car pulled up to the association headquarters. Sung Hun looked pale, watching ranker Kim Gi-ju dash inside. First, he runs over there, then starts dashing all over the place. Kim Gi-ju is completely lost. Is this some kind of riddle? I'm really not cut out for this stuff. The Lu wonders if he's rambling about fatalism while Blue Hat is just as confused. Who knows? Sung Hun sighs gloomily. The answer is me. He holds his face. If he goes back now, he's dead meat. He's bound to get chewed out. Kim Gi-ju feels a bit guilty, asking if the association president didn't already understand after that phone call. Since this involves a unique gate, he should understand. Yet Sung Hun's face goes completely pale. Those are two completely different things. You have no idea what his poor staff has to put up with. The main character feels awkward and apologizes, but Sung Hun just shakes his head, saying the joking around is officially over. Just like I mentioned earlier, you've been recruited as a mercenary. Right now, you're on your way to meet the others. To be honest, not everyone in there is going to be friendly. If you're worried about your identity leaking, wear a mask. Kim Gi-ju declines confidently. No more hiding. He doesn't need a mask. Sung Hun is actually a bit disappointed. He bought this mask just in case something went sideways. Kim Gi-ju can only stare at the mask in silence. You actually bought this? Kim Gi-ju insists he doesn't need it, but wait, look at the sheer amount of mana leaking from that room. It turns out all the mercenaries are already gathered inside. Blue Hat cheers him on as the strongest, but the Lu immediately shuts him down. Stop that. Are you just some broken robot programmed to praise the strong? Right then the meeting room doors swing open. Every eye in the room locks onto him. There's Kim Seok-woo, a young kid, someone wearing a mask, and twin women who look exactly identical. A scar-faced man sits there too. Kim Gi-ju swallows hard while Tae-shik lets out a frustrated sigh, cursing under his breath. Clearly, he's feeling the pressure. The president breaks the silence, welcoming Kim Gi-ju and pointing him to an empty seat. Kim Gi-ju notices Kim Seok-woo gesturing to the empty chair beside him. He complains about Kim Gi-ju being late, but Kim Gi-ju says he had things to settle. Suddenly, someone calls out asking the young kid what his alias is. Kim Gi-ju looks at him, wondering if the kid is still in high school. What is this kid's deal, bringing up the one question he doesn't want to answer during their very first meeting? Kim Gi-ju keeps it short and says it is a secret. He calls out to Do, who confirms that the kid's mana signature is actually quite impressive. The kid laughs, mocking that it must be some childish nickname. Kim Gi-ju ignores the jab, amazed that someone so young holds such insane power. It seems there are still plenty of monsters hiding in the shadows. Even the master of one of the top 10 guilds is present. Kim Do-hyun speaks up, noting that they have finally met their 11th mercenary. Hearing this, Kim Gi-ju glances over at him. So he is a mercenary too, and Kim Gi-ju is the 11th, counting everyone besides the president and Tae-shik. There are only 7 here. It seems 3 mercenaries are currently absent. The president clears his throat to get everyone's attention. We are starting immediately. The situation is extremely urgent today, and as you all are probably aware, the sole reason we called you here is the sudden massive outbreak of unique gates across the globe. 20 have surfaced worldwide, and 5 of those unique gates are located right here in South Korea. Their threat levels are completely off the charts. If an S-rank gate is a disaster, this is a whole different beast. Calling this a national extinction event wouldn't even be an exaggeration. Kim Do-hyun crosses his arms, looking unimpressed. If you want to talk about dungeon clearing, shouldn't you be talking to the top 10 guilds? Mercenaries are just lone wolves. You really need to consider the massive gap between a single hunter and an entire guild. Do watches him, thoroughly confused. Isn't that guy literally a guild master himself? He belongs to both worlds, so why is he complaining like this? Kim Gi-ju figures it comes down to pure greed. Since the top 10 guilds operate as businesses, he probably hates the idea of sharing the loot. Sharing the spoils with freelance mercenaries is a no-go for him. EO calls him pathetic for worrying about profit in a literal crisis. Do mockingly retorts that at least he is honest, which is better than being a hypocrite. EO fires back, asking who he is, calling two-faced. Kim Gi-ju's head is pounding from all this bickering, wishing they would just shut up. Even Blue Hat chimes in, pleading for everyone to just get along. Kim Seok-woo finally breaks in, stating that this is absolutely not the time to draw lines between mercenaries and the major guilds. You should understand this better than anyone, Master Kim Do-hyun. Bringing these mercenaries together is entirely necessary. The scale of this threat demands nothing less than this gathering. Kim Do-hyun merely glares, but the high school kid chimes in. The president clearly had a solid reason for calling us. Why don't we all just quiet down and let him speak? First of all, Master Kim Do-hyun's point isn't entirely wrong. Normally, the top guilds would be the first ones called in. We should have brought them in first to handle these active gates. However, this situation is completely different. Perhaps because you run a solo guild, you didn't consider this. Do you honestly think the other guild leaders would willingly risk their forces? A massive number of hunters are heading straight into danger without anyone knowing what is inside. Let me repeat, this is a completely unexpected crisis. This is totally unprecedented. Sending a massive force is just throwing lives away. In fact, we would probably just end up wiped out. What we need right now is not a raid team, we need a survival squad that can make it back alive. The twins ask if he really thinks sacrificing a few of their lives is just acceptable collateral damage. The president quickly denies it. He is only proposing the plan with the highest possible chance of success. He promises he will not force anyone. Kim Gi-ju watches closely, catching every single detail. Lu whispers that besides the president and Taeshik, those twins are easily the strongest fighters here. El nods in agreement. A young student raises his hand. No complaints from him, it is just a job. Do-hyun clicks his tongue. He agrees to go, but only for a massive payout. Kim Seok-woo raises his hand to join next, while Kim Ji-ju calculates that they have 5 gates in total. 3 volunteers down, leaving them short by 2. Kim Gi-gyu decides it is time to join. Suddenly, Taeshik shakes his head slightly, signaling him to wait. Just then, the twins speak up. They agree to join. Kim Gi-gyu notes the roster is full and the mysterious masked man remains silent. The president wraps up the meeting, stating they have reached their minimum quota and will send over the full details tomorrow. He asks if anyone has questions or thoughts. Kim Gi-gyu raises his hand, wanting to share some crucial findings. Kim Gi-gyu explains he was right there when the Gangnam Gate first opened and has spent the day investigating the others. He spent an entire day checking the remaining 4 gates. The president leans in, listening intently. Acknowledging this, the president nods as Kim Gi-ju explains he used a highly specialized skill to inspect those gates. Kim Gi-ju states he cannot share the exact mechanics of his private skill, but confirms it is a unique power that helps him decode things related directly to demons. The room goes silent and Kim Gi-ju studies their expressions to see if they already know. They definitely already know about demons. The president speaks up, vouching for Kim Gi-gyu and confirming his specialized talent is real. Taeshik agrees and Do-hyun immediately turns to Kim Gi-ju, asking if those mysterious gates are directly tied to the demon world. Kim Ji-ju confirms this, adding that the 5 gates from last night, or rather all 20 gates around the globe, are actually demon territories. Brunhart had warned him about this before. These gates are essentially abandoned lands. To be precise, they are forgotten territories that now belong entirely to the demon race. This makes them completely different from normal dungeons. These 5 unmeasurable anomalies popping up across the country are actual enemy territories. They are occupied zones ruled by powerful entities that exist on a completely different level than standard gatekeepers. These are places where demons reign as supreme kings. As the meeting ends, the mercenaries slowly file out of the headquarters. Kim Gi-ju lets out a tired sigh as Brunhart complains about how boring that was. El chimed in next. El reminds them that his information was incredibly valuable, but Lu scoffs, pointing out the meeting still dragged on forever. 5 gates for 5 selected mercenaries. The plan is officially set. Each hunter must conquer 1 gate alone. Kim Gi-gyu cannot help but worry if diving into literal demon territory solo is a good idea. El gently reassures her master, but Lu snaps at both of them, asking if they slept through the entire strategy briefing. Lu reminds them the president explicitly stated it is much safer to send a single powerhouse to clear the threat and escape rather than dragging a crowd of weaklings inside to die. Kim Gi-ju is speechless. The president definitely did not put it that harshly. Spotting Taeshik, Kim Gi-ju calls out to ask why the senior hunter stopped him from volunteering. Taeshik scratches his head, admitting he wanted to wait until after the meeting to tell him the plan. He instructs Kim Gi-ju to meet him at headquarters at 9 a.m. the day after tomorrow. They will be traveling overnight, so pack carefully. Kim Gi-ju is curious but nods, agreeing to the request. Taeshik then waves him off, telling him he is free to head home. Taeshik needs to speak with the president. Kim Gi-ju bids him good night and heads outside, letting out a heavy, tired breath. A voice calls out to him. Kim Gi-gyu turns surprised to see Kim Seok-woo, who admits heading straight home feels like a total waste. Kim Seok-woo offers to grab a drink, prompting Kim Gi-ju to tease him about having free time despite his usually packed schedule. Kim Seok-woo grows quiet, confessing this upcoming mission feels completely different from anything they have ever faced. He feels incredibly uneasy. Kim Gi-ju quickly deflects, teasing him about slacking off right before such a massive, dangerous operation. Is that even allowed? Kim Seok-woo scoffs proudly, claiming he is the hardest working hunter around, so absolutely no one would dare complain. Just as Kim Gi-ju is about to follow Kim Seok-woo, the Lu chimes in, reminding him that he has other plans to attend to. Kim Gi-ju suddenly remembers that is right. He promised Sung-hun he would treat him to dinner after everything. He apologized for how things went and offered to pay, which Sung-hun happily accepted, turning to tease Kim Suk-woo about it. With beautiful dishes soon filling the table, Kim Suk-woo grabs a bottle of wine and offers to pour him a fresh glass. Sung-hun raises his glass in thanks while the Lu happily observes the lively scene. Kim Gi-gyu, however, still feels a bit apologetic about everything. He apologizes for the sudden invite, explaining that starting tomorrow he will not have any free time left. Sung-hun quickly reassures him that it is completely fine after all, they are hardly strangers to one another. Kim Suk-woo relaxes, agreeing that even though they have never shared a meal like this before, it feels incredibly natural. Kim Gi-gyu realizes they actually first crossed paths back at the association, a detail that Sung-hun confirms with a nod. Working at the association means constantly crossing paths with elite rankers, and the man takes a quick swig of his drink. He jokes that alcohol solves all problems as the three clink glasses, emptying their first bottle. Soon empty bottles pile up and their faces turn bright red. Sung-hun takes a bite of food, marveling at how delicious it is. He wonders out loud if elite rankers feast like this every single day, prompting Kim Sik-woo to burst out laughing in response. Sung-hun asks how the two of them became such close friends, wondering if they go way back, which also captures Lu's careful attention. The others admit they have never heard this tale before, with the bard eagerly chiming in that he is incredibly curious himself. Kim Sik-woo chuckles, explaining that he managed Kim Ji-ju's training back then, which takes Sung-hun completely by surprise. Intrigued, he asks what the young ranker was like back then, and Kim Sik-woo describes him as an incredibly gloomy person. Apparently he was always scowling though. Kim Gi-ju quickly protests. Even the Lu admits his first impression of him was pretty bad. Sung-hun then asks about Ju Kim Sik-woo, noting that he must have already been a famous figure back in those days. Kim Gi-ju smiles, recalling how humble his friend used to be. Suddenly, the memory shifts to a goblin being swiftly defeated. Frowning and deep in thought, Kim Gi-ju opens his status window, wondering why his level refuses to budge. The screen displays level 1 with an unknown special ability, leaving Kim Gi-ju completely drowned in deep disappointment. Kim Sik-woo announces that their training session for the day has concluded before bowing with a rather regretful look. He breaks the news that he cannot continue as his trainer from tomorrow onward, leaving Kim Gi-ju utterly stunned. Accepting it, Kim Gi-gyu thanks him for all the help, but he cannot help but notice how cold those eyes have become. The spark of expectation is gone, proving that he is no longer seen as someone worth investing in. A whole month passes filled with endless goblin hunts until collapse, just to scrape together enough money to survive. He gets by selling the few crystals he gathers. Occasionally, Ju Kim Sik-woo drops by to check on his progress, but honestly, those visits are far from welcome, leaving him wondering if it is out of curiosity, pity, or sheer superiority. Whatever the reason, it is exhausting, and he only wishes the man would stop messing with his peace of mind. Back then, Tae-shik was still a high-level ranker, drooling as he happily grilled some mouth-watering meat on the stove. He complains that food inside the gates bores him to death, agreeing when Kim Gi-gyu asks if he has been exceptionally busy lately. Pouring a fresh drink, Tae-shik offers a helping hand, telling Kim Gi-ju to speak up if he ever needs anything. Kim Gi-ju smiles, wondering how he could possibly ask for more when Tae-shik has already done so much for him. Tae-shik playfully scolds him before falling silent, letting out a heavy sigh as he asks how he is truly doing. Bowing his head in silence, Kim Gi-ju grips his pants tightly, trying to gather the courage to confess his player status. He truly believed it was the right choice, back then, finally finding the voice to speak up. But instead, he merely smiled and announced his decision to give up entirely, leaving Sung-hun utterly speechless. Turning pale, Sung-hun questions the sudden surrender while the Lu remains thoroughly baffled by the bizarre confession. Both Sung-hun and the bard are completely hooked on the story, protesting that he simply cannot walk away now. The Lu sharply rebukes his passive attitude, flashing back to that fateful night when his friends finally dropped him off. Tae-shik told him to get inside, and Kim Gi-ju warmly wished them a safe drive home before watching their car speed away. Standing alone, he realizes that once a firm decision is made, all lingering regrets vanish with surprising ease. He convinces himself that letting go is for the best, treating his player journey as nothing more than a sweet dream. It is time to find a normal job tomorrow, but as he steps inside his home, his eyes widen in pure shock. Ju Suk-gu was already sitting in his house out of nowhere. His little sister Ju Jung is pouring him some orange juice, which Suk-gu accepts with a polite thank you. That is when Ju Suk-gu notices the main character has returned, and the two of them lock eyes in a silent stare. Kim Gi-gyu asks what on earth he is doing there. Ju Jung leans in and whispers to her brother that he should have mentioned having such a famous friend. Kim Gi-ju snaps back that the guy is just a player, not a celebrity, and definitely not his friend, before demanding to know his deal. What kind of crazy situation is this? Before he can even process the confusion, Ju Suk-gu gestures for him to come closer. Telling him to take it outside, they head to a quiet spot where a curious Kim Gi-ju speaks up. He scratches his head in confusion, asking why the man showed up so suddenly, pointing out how rude it actually is. Suk-gu apologizes, explaining he could not get through on the phone. This makes the main character finally check his own screen. Realizing his stupid phone must have died again, he turns back to ask why Suk-gu is here and tells him to speak plainly. He bluntly states that he has decided to quit being a player today, completely catching the man off guard. Suk-gu is completely stunned, but after gathering his thoughts, he stammers that they should start with something else first. He asks Kim Gi-ju to take a look at this first, dropping a thick stack of documents right in front of him. Kim Gi-ju stares in disbelief, asking what this pile is. Suk-gu explains these are research documents tracking the exact amount of time required for a player to level up. It also shows how much their power scales. He points out a detailed study on what a TIE fighter accomplished in 1 week just to reach level 1. Kim Ji-ju quickly cuts him off, begging him to stop and asking what he is talking about. Suk-gyu gives an awkward laugh, admitting he is bad at encouraging others. So he gathered some potentially useful research himself, hoping the young man would not give up on his path. Kim Gi-ju asks in disbelief why he went to such extreme lengths for him. Suk-gu sighs, admitting the boy probably won't believe his words. If he claims it was purely out of kindness, it is a lie. He simply calculated everything very carefully beforehand. He wanted to align himself with a special ability user who possesses completely unknown and untapped potential. Hearing this, Kim Gi-ju freezes in place for 5 seconds. Suk-gu adds that while being a player is recognized as a vital career in society today, everyone knows it is an essential job in our society now, but 18 years ago, absolutely nobody in the world had ever heard of it. He believed that having no prior precedent meant there was infinite untapped potential, and they call that special. Back in the present, Kim Gi-ju tells Sung-hun that the man whispered those sweet words back then. Those words made him suffer for 5 long years without getting anything in return, calling him an absolute master scammer. Sitting nearby, Suk-gu fires back, asking if everything did not turn out exactly as he predicted in the end anyway. Kim Gi-ju retorts that even a broken clock manages to be right at least twice a day. Suk-gu is about to continue his explanation when Sung-hun steps in to cut off their bickering. He notes they still managed to pull off something incredibly difficult, and that meeting was a smart backup plan. Back then, they barely even knew each other. Suk-gu laughs to himself, recalling how his very first impression of the kid was absolutely nothing special. He had the clear excitement and desire to be a player, but carried a somewhat dark expression even before they opened up. They had not poured their hearts out yet, but it was never hard to guess why he looked that way. He always wore the exact same old clothes, desperately hoarding even a single crystal or portion of medicine that he did not actually use. He saved them for hidden places. Even without using his coach status to check the profile, Suk-gu could easily guess the truth. He could guess the reason. To make matters worse, the poor kid could not even manage to level up at all. He wondered if something had connected their hearts or if he was simply acting out of his own pride. In his pride, he began to think about what it meant for someone to live a life rejected by the entire world. For absolutely no reason at all would it be okay if someone was just kind to him without needing any special motive. Though he thought all this inside, Suk-gu simply replies to Sung-hun that he was just far too kind back then. Kim Gi-ju asks sarcastically if that is really true, but Suk-gu insists that he cannot deny the massive debt he owes him. Kim Gi-ju tells him to stop taking so much credit, saying he just needs to pay back his debt and be done. So in the future, he will just have to save his life at least once, making Suk-gu laugh out loud. Compared to the guy who was stuck on the first floor, he has grown quite a lot. An annoyed Kim Gi-ju asks what he just said. 2 days later at Incheon International Airport, a massive crowd of reporters has gathered early. Seeing Tae-shik walk out, they rush to ask questions. They demand to hear his thoughts on what solution the association has prepared to handle this dangerous gate incident. With rumors of the impending apocalypse spreading everywhere, they ask what the association has to say and which players are actually participating in the meeting. Is that a rookie fighter? Hey Kim Ji-yu, look over here. He follows behind, totally lost, wondering what he is even doing at Incheon Airport as the crowd goes wild. Incheon Airport suddenly erupts into total chaos. Tae-shik steps forward to the eager crowd of reporters ready to share the latest updates. He details the critical information discussed during the Player Association meeting. Specifically, he addresses the state of the current gates. High-level players and top guilds are joining forces. Together, they will investigate exactly what is going on. He urges the public to remain calm and patient, assuring everyone that the association will find a solid solution very soon. A female reporter yells out from the crowd. She asks about the mysterious guy standing next to him. Is he an official member too? Did he participate in the meeting as well? Tae-shik pats Kim Gi-ju on the shoulder, proudly introducing him as a recently revealed powerhouse. Going by the nickname Bright Star, he is already considered one of the absolute strongest fighters in the world. Kim Jigyu freezes, throwing a highly skeptical look at Tae-shik. The reporters stand there completely stunned by such a bold declaration. A barrage of rapid-fire questions immediately fills the air, asking about his innate talents, guild affiliations, and background. They even demand his rank. Sweating bullets from the pressure, Kim Gi-ju frantically wonders how things escalated so fast. One of his summons pipes up, teasing him about being incredibly famous. Right after escaping that massive media frenzy, Kim Gi-ju and Tae-shik board a private jet to leave Incheon Airport. Kim Gi-ju looks completely bewildered, asking if they are staying overnight. Flying off to America without warning is a massive surprise. It makes him wonder if something went wrong at the association meeting. And why was a simple airport trip so incredibly loud? He wonders when they will finally get to use a teleportation gate. Tae-shik waves his hand with a sly grin. He tells the kid that showmanship is half the battle in this line of work. Did Kim Gi-ju not promise to stop hiding his power? He admits that was the plan, but this is way too much. He had absolutely no idea it would be this chaotic, finally realizing why Tae-shik forced him into a suit and a hair salon. The little summons immediately chime in, showering their master with compliments, telling him how incredibly handsome he looks. They think he looks super cool, guessing Tae-shik did it so their master would fit right in with the high-ranking officials. Tae-shik steps further into the cabin, casually asking who cares about those details anyway. Is it not great? Ju-hei pipes up, asserting it must have been the idea of the old president. Kim Gi-ju just clicks his tongue in defeat. He sighs, wishing he had been warned beforehand. Suddenly, Tae-shik glances down, asking why on earth Kim Gi-ju took off his shoes, leaving him completely baffled. Kim Gi-ju admits he heard a rumor that everyone has to take their shoes off on planes, sending Tae-shik into fits of laughter. That is when Kim Gi-ju realizes he has been completely played. A few hours of flight later, the two finally touch down. They check into the luxury hotel of the American Player Association. Lying on the comfy bed, Kim Gi-ju still fumes over the shoe prank. He fires off an angry text to Da-yeon, his hands shaking with rage, unable to believe she played him like a fool. He mutters threats for when he gets back while his summons chat among themselves, some teasing him, while others try to comfort him. They joke that plenty of people make that mistake. One even happily admits they are glad their master is a bit of an idiot. Hearing the rather backhanded comfort from Janice, Kim Gi-ju sighs and dryly thanks him before closing his eyes to focus his thoughts. He senses a massive concentration of magical energy right inside the building. It seems the world top players have gathered here. His eyes snap wide open when he suddenly senses one of his elite summons beginning to stir deep within his shadow. Lily materializes, kneeling respectfully before him. She softly asks if he called for her, ready to serve her master. Sitting up, Kim Gi-gyu reassures her. He does not have any grand mission for her to execute. He just wants her to relax and enjoy having a real physical body now. Ju-hei watches with a distinct look of jealousy. Ju-hei complains that her physical form is just a sword. Looking at Lily, Kim Gi-ju rubs his chin and lets out a soft sigh. Those massive wings will draw way too much attention. He asks if she can hide them, prompting Lily to instantly make one disappear. She asks if this is enough. Kim Gi-ju is impressed she can pull that off, but points out her outfit is still quite flashy. Her current clothes stand out too much. He asks if she can change them, and Lily confidently nods, assuring him she can. Closing her eyes in deep concentration, she instantly conjures a heavy set of metallic battle armor to replace her old clothes. She explains it is her standard gear for war, great for heavy defense, but seriously lacking in flexibility. She only wears it when absolutely necessary. With a strained smile, Kim Gi-ju realizes they urgently need to go shopping for normal clothes. Ju-hei cannot resist teasing her, mocking Lily for her lack of common sense. Meanwhile, Ju Suk-gu is hard at work. He is currently clearing out a newly spawned gate, facing off against a monstrous giant mantis that repeatedly swipes sharp claws at him. He dodges every strike with effortless grace. Glaring at the beast with razor-sharp eyes, Suk-gu slams his foot heavily onto the ground. That mantis freezes up instantly, watching closely as Yu Suk-gu scratches his head in embarrassment. Looks like he made a mistake, but having one of these show up every single time is getting exhausting. As long as it turns out well, everything should be fine. Stepping forward, Yu Suk-gu stops and thinks to himself that this looks like the spot. This is definitely the most suspicious place around. Should he go in? No, the energy pouring out of there is way too shady. He's already burned through way too much mana in such a short time, so he needs to head back outside first. Just as he turns to leave, a sinister surge of energy erupts right behind Yu Suk-gu, quickly moving in. It completely wraps around his body before he can even react. Yu Suk-gu wonders what on earth this is, realizing thick spiderwebs are binding his limbs. Yu Suk-gu quickly summons his weapon, slashing wildly to shred the webs and free himself. He lets out a quiet smirk. Even if he is exhausted, there is absolutely no way he is getting caught by a simple spider. But right then, another sudden shock catches him off guard. From the deep pit right in front of him, a massive swarm of spider silk suddenly erupts everywhere. They bind Yu Suk-gu tightly, locking his body in place. Even with his weapon pinned, he remains confident and mutters to himself. Cheap tricks like this won't, but before he can even finish his sentence, the sticky silk snatches the weapon right out of his hand. By now, the silk has wrapped all the way up to his nose, suffocating Yu Suk-gu. Looking up from below, he is trapped. Hanging there like a giant cocoon, Yu Suk-gu breaks into a cold sweat, realizing he is in deep trouble and needs to act fast. He needs to report this back to the association, but the threads tighten, dragging Yu Suk-gu down into the bottomless abyss. Back at the American Association Hotel, Heo Sung-hun from the Korean Hunter Association Gate Management Division is waiting to meet the legendary Kim Gi-yu. Sung-hun blushes, realizing he came all this way through the gate just to pull off this surprise. He wonders if the great warrior Kim Gi-ju will even notice him standing here. Kim Ji-ju has an incredible ability to sense others, so finding him should be easy, but there is a catch. Right now, Sung-hun is wearing a stealth necklace worth 1.3 billion won. Watching the elevator rise from the 13th floor up to the 27th, Sung-hun suddenly picks up a familiar presence. Is he finally here? With that thought, Sung-hun rushes over to the elevator doors, waiting to surprise Kim Gi-ju. But things do not go as planned. Kim Gi-ju's calm reaction leaves him completely deflated as Kim Gi-ju nonchalantly calls out. He asks Sung-hun what he is doing here. Ellie just stares blankly, leaving Sung-hun totally confused as he asks if that is his daughter. Kim Gi-ju gets annoyed, asking what he is talking about and telling him to move aside. The three of them then head to the lounge. Ellie is completely lost in her mocktail, utterly fascinated by her very first taste of this unique drink. Sung-hun looks at Ellie curiously, asking who this child, or rather this young lady, actually is. Is she the one? Kim Gi-gyu nods quietly to confirm Sung-hun's suspicion, while Ren whines in jealousy over Ellie getting all the delicious treats. They want to eat too, but Doohae quickly crushes Ren's hopes, reminding him that the only thing they can consume is air. After learning the truth, Sung-hun notes that since they can transform into humans, she is definitely far from ordinary. Yet she does not seem like a player either, as he cannot detect a single trace of mana from her. Kim Gi-ju glances over curious. Really, Kim Gi-ju wonders to himself, knowing Ellie definitely has mana and uses it, yet others perceive her as completely powerless. It might be due to the system. Sung-hun then whispers, asking if Kim Gi-ju can feel the atmosphere here. Kim Gi-ju admits this place is packed with monsters. He realizes he does not even need to use his special eyes. He can detect them easily anyway, and besides, everyone gathered here is among the strongest hunters in the entire world. Doohae warns him not to even think about using his demon eyes. At their level, they will immediately notice the activation. That could trigger some serious trouble, but Kim Gi-gyu calmly replies that he knows. Sung-hun then speaks up again. It is incredibly rare to see so many world-class famous players in one spot. He bets even someone who ignores global events knows them. Kim Gi-gyu wonders what he means by global events, acting a bit oblivious to the status of these legendary figures. He tells Sung-hun that he is no monk or scholar to keep track of everyone, but deep down he knows. Kim Gi-ju silently agrees. Even with his absolute lack of interest in the hunter industry, he still knows exactly who they are. Take that high-level hunter from the Middle East, Kodalemi. Before stepping into this world, he was already known as a massive oil tycoon. He held a dominant position in a massive petroleum conglomerate before he even awakened. Honestly, Kim Gi-ju feels a bit envious of his absurd wealth, while Ren innocently chimes in, asking if the man is really that rich. Doohae sighs at the bottomless greed of humanity, while Kim Gi-ju shifts his gaze elsewhere, deep in thought as he looks over. That is Japan's high-ranking player, Susano. At that exact moment, his sharp gaze locks directly onto our protagonist. Seeing Kim Gi-gyu take charge, his clones call him master, prompting him to nod quietly. Yes, I feel it too, he whispers, right as heavy footsteps approach and draw everyone's attention. A towering muscular man with green hair slowly emerges into the light. He warily scans the room, his eyes filled with immense caution as everyone watches him. Kim Gi-ju curiously whispers to Sung-hun, asking who that is, but his friend is unsure. He knows almost every elite warrior here, yet Kim Gi-ju can sense something is deeply off about him. His mana flow is erratic. He cannot be 100% sure, but the man is definitely as powerful as Susano. Suddenly, the green-haired stranger locks his gaze directly onto the young protagonist, his eyes narrowing sharply. Those deep, captivating eyes emit a heavy golden aura that instantly pressures everyone in the entire room. Even Sung-hun trembles in terror before this raw power. Kim Gi-gyu looks over in worry, while Do simply teases in pure disgust at his friend's weakness. Do sneers that the weakling cannot handle the pressure unlike his master, prompting an angry Kim Gi-gyu to grit his teeth in rage. Instantly, Kim Gi-ju unleashes his own power, causing two massive blue and yellow auras to violently clash. Now watch the green-haired man's expression shifts instantly, but Kim Gi-gyu refuses to back down even slightly. He maintains a cold warning stare, holding his ground as the two of them continue to suppress each other with raw, suffocating spiritual pressure. Gradually, the intense spiritual pressure from both sides begins to fade, but this silent battle has already drawn the eyes of absolutely everyone standing nearby. Sung-hun finally sighs in relief as the green-haired man telepathically praises Kim Ji-gyu, who stands up to mockingly question him now. What does he think he is doing? Kim Gi-ju wonders when Elle suddenly screams in absolute fury, demanding to know how he dares threaten her beloved master. She yells about his killing intent, forcing the other clones to hold her back before she goes wild. Seeing Elle burning with rage, Kim Gi-ju steps in to calm her down, while the green-clothed stranger demands with a dark, serious face to know why. He asks why a holy saintess travels with someone who reeks of filthy demons, leaving both Elle and Kim Ji-ju completely dumbfounded. They exchange completely blank stares before the confused protagonist turns to ask her if she really is a holy saintess, which Elle quickly denies. She insists she has no clue, while Kim Gi-ju frowns, sensing a strange energy coming from the man. As Kim Gi-ju wonders what the guy is even talking about, a powerful new voice suddenly echoes through the hall, commanding Mi-chon to stop at once. The green-haired warrior turns in surprise, and upon seeing the figure, Mi-chon instantly drops to his knees. He greets the Pope, whose entire body radiates a brilliant holy light as he watches. Sung-hun jumps up in disbelief, while Du also recognizes the figure as their religious leader. He is the supreme head of their faith, and that old man possesses immense spiritual strength, capable of rivaling the absolute strongest warriors in this room. Just as they discuss his power, Oh Tae-shik suddenly steps forward and casually asks what is going on. Kim Gi-ju is caught off guard by his sudden appearance and calls out in surprise. Oh Tae-shik notes that Kim Gi-ju has already run into Sung-hun, and the young hero nods in agreement, asking why his friend is traveling with the Pope. Oh Tae-shik laughs awkwardly, explaining that regardless of what Kim Gi-ju thinks of him, he is here. He is representing South Korea today, meaning he naturally has to converse with other leaders from other prominent nations. That makes perfect sense to Kim Gi-ju, but get this, Oh Tae-shik's expression suddenly turns incredibly serious. He demands to know what the hell is happening, glaring directly at Mi-chon before unleashing an incredibly massive and suffocatingly dark aura of his own. Both Susanoo and Dename are thoroughly shaken, while a terrified Mi-chon points toward Oh Tae-shik in shock. He questions his presence, but the Pope fiercely commands Mi-chon to remain silent. He was explicitly ordered not to cause any trouble before the summit, yet he dares point at another country's VIP representative. Mi-chon points directly at Kim Gi-ju, desperately pleading with the Pope that the young man possesses an incredibly dark and sinister demonic energy deep within him. Silence, the Pope roars with total authority, turning Mi-chon pale with fear as his master continues. He must lock himself in his room until the meeting is over, as the Pope refuses to tolerate any further excuses regarding his strict decision. Stunned, Mi-chon grits his teeth to suppress his anger, bows his head, and obeys. He leaves to accept his punishment, allowing Kim Gi-ju to sigh in relief and mutter that he is completely lost here. He asks Elle for her thoughts, but she stands frozen in place, repeatedly whispering Mi-chon's name under her breath, which worries him very deeply. Standing beside her, he cannot comprehend what is happening as that name plagues her mind. Suddenly, her eyes widen as a lost memory flashes back and she collapses forward, forcing a panicked Kim Gi-ju to step in and quickly catch her. Just like that, Ellie completely collapses onto the table, leaving Diane in a state of absolute panic. Even Lou shows concern, asking what happened to her, while Kim Gi-ju frantically shakes Ellie and calls her name over and over with zero response. He decides to send Ellie back to her original form so she can rest. Back in his room, Kim Gi-ju sighs in exhaustion while Oh Tae-shik sits down to pry. When asked if Ellie is okay, Kim Gi-ju stays silent for a moment before replying that she likely is his mind drifting back to what just happened. He recalls holding Ellie in his arms, asking why she suddenly collapsed, while Diane chimed in, wondering what on earth happened to her. Lou jokingly teases that she is becoming just like him, since even the smallest troubles always seem to knock him out cold. Kim Gi-ju snaps that this is no time for jokes, but Lou tells him to relax, explaining she was simply overwhelmed by a sudden surge of memories. Kim Gi-ju asks in total confusion about these memories, and Lou adds that Ellie has tons of forgotten past events, just like he once did. While the details remain a mystery, it is absolutely connected to their recent encounter with that strange player named Mitron. That guy is definitely no ordinary human, and more importantly, a powerful trace of angelic energy can be felt radiating from him. Kim Gi-ju can only sigh in frustration upon hearing this, turning his head to speak to Oh Tae-shik instead. He asks who the hell this Mitron guy is, but Oh Tae-shik merely shrugs, mentioning the guy was supposedly raised by the Vatican parish. He is apparently their strongest player, but no one expected a representative of the Holy Vatican to behave so terribly. Oh Tae-shik announces he is heading out since the big meeting is tomorrow, leaving Kim Gi-ju surprised by how early his companion is calling it a night. Oh Tae-shik warns him to get some sleep and stay out of trouble tomorrow, to which Kim Gi-ju dismissively replies that he already knows. Asking if Oh Tae-shik thinks he is a child, Kim Gi-ju bids his brother goodnight, and just like that, the next day arrives. Kim Gi-ju runs into a familiar face, gritting his teeth in anger at the sight of the absolute bastard. The people nearby instantly freeze up, sensing a dark, oppressive aura starting to radiate from Kim Gi-ju's entire body. He demands to know how the guy managed to get this strong in such a short time, offering a cold greeting after so long. The scene shifts to the high-level headquarters of the Association Union, where Taeshik points ahead and proudly declares himself as the official representative of their side. Taeshik gives Kim Gi-ju a serious look before entering the room, prompting Kim Gi-ju to ask if it is really fine for him to skip out. Leaning in close with a mischievous grin, Taeshik asks if he wants to sign a contract and join the prestigious youth association. Kim Gi-ju immediately makes a face, flatly refusing the offer. He questions what the hell that even is pointing at himself, while wondering what his actual purpose is in being brought here. Since he has absolutely no role to play, Taeshik steps in to explain that it is merely a traditional custom for the event. Since the event gathers the most powerful key figures from various global factions, everyone is expected to bring along personal protection. Having bodyguards standing by is completely standard, especially since most top rankers tend to walk around with massive pride. While the association's top talents are all elite rankers now, things were actually quite different back in the day. He points out that this rule exists to stop any hot-headed players from using raw strength to bully other representatives. It keeps everyone on their best behavior, but Taeshik suddenly stops in his tracks to lean close to Kim Gi-ju once more. Frowning, he warns him that the individuals waiting inside are globally recognized powerhouses who should not be crossed. Feeling slightly overwhelmed by the sudden serious pressure, Kim Gi-ju nervously stammers back, assuring his brother that he is not a troublemaker. As Kim Gi-ju insists he has never caused any issues, Lu suddenly manifests to ask if he truly believes that statement. When Lu asks if he genuinely cannot remember his past antics, Kim Gi-ju denies it instantly, only for a flood of chaotic memories to hit his brain. Grimacing as he reluctantly accepts the truth, Kim Gi-ju admits that maybe he has caused a couple of minor scenes. Taeshik heads off with a wave, leaving Kim Gi-ju to politely say goodbye as the massive doors to the main hall finally swing open. Kim Gi-ju takes a confident step inside instantly, drawing the intense gaze of every powerhouse currently seated in the massive room. An oppressive heavy silence fills the air as Kim Gi-ju scans the crowd, realizing these are the absolute strongest players on the planet. While he takes in the sight of these global elites, a booming voice suddenly breaks the quiet, calling him a rather interesting young man. A stern older man steps right up to him, demanding to know if Kim Gi-ju possesses a unique skill, or if he is simply stronger. He admits it has been ages since he encountered anyone whose true power level he could not fully read or measure. As Kim Gi-ju silently wonders who the man is, the stranger offers a handshake, introducing himself as the legendary Chinese representative Tao Chen. He reveals his rather unique codename as Beautiful Beard, proudly admitting he modeled it after the legendary warrior Guan Yu. Kim Gi-ju introduces himself as Morning Star from South Korea, though he cannot help but mentally question the older man's bizarre nickname choice. Knowing Tao Chen is a famous top-tier ranker from China, Lu suddenly manifests, looking incredibly thrilled about the encounter. That man's beard looks incredibly cool, master. You should try growing one. Right then, another man approaches. He extends his hand to Kim Gi-ju with a grin. He introduces himself as Susanoo from Japan, mentioning they were both at the bar yesterday. But he doubts Kim Gi-ju remembers him. Another player chimes in, introducing himself as the rich Lu, saying he wanted to say hello yesterday, but he never got the chance. Flustered by the sudden wave of handshakes, Kim Gi-ju can only look on in confusion. They are way friendlier than he expected. His companion adds that everyone saw exactly how powerful Kim Gi-ju was yesterday. Almost no idiot would dare pick a fight with someone stronger. Kim Gi-ju sheepishly rubs the back of his neck as he replies. He tells them it is nice to meet everyone and introduces himself as Kim Gi-ju. Suddenly, a voice from behind demands to know where the saintess is. The speaker is none other than Mitchell, the arrogant guy from yesterday. Kim Gi-ju looks at him with annoyance as Mitchell approaches. Beelzebub immediately chimes in, admitting he really does not like this Mitchell guy at all. He warns that Mitchell is likely connected to Elle's past. Kim Gi-ju immediately calls out to Elle, asking if she is still sleeping. Beelzebub answers in a flat tone, guessing she is still asleep. Meanwhile, Mitchell extends a hand with a sour face, offering a reluctant apology. He claims he did nothing wrong, but the Pope himself ordered him to make amends. Kim Gi-ju just stands there. He has absolutely no idea what this guy is rambling about. Kim Gi-ju coldly walks right past Mitchell, completely ignoring his ongoing speech. Mitchell finishes his sentence about not wanting to fight today, only to realize his target is already gone. He quickly spins around and yells that he was not finished speaking. Kim Gi-ju just keeps walking, ignoring him entirely. A voice speaks up, saying they have finally met again. Kim Gi-ju smirks, agreeing with the sentiment. He glares at the man before him and telepathically sends a greeting, noting it has been a long time since they last met. A massive wave of pure pressure suddenly erupts from where they stand. The crowd is terrified, whispering about this insane level of power. Susanoo gasps, wondering if Kim Gi-ju was holding back yesterday. Iron Shield glares coldly, cursing Kim Gi-ju under his breath. He grinds his teeth in disbelief, demanding to know how Kim Gi-ju got this insanely strong in such a short amount of time. Kim Gi-ju replies with a mocking grin, saying he missed his old friend and offering his deep condolences about JoJo. He chuckles softly before his eyes lock onto Iron Shield's legs. Kim Gi-ju continues with a highly amused tone. He teases that those legs look pretty cool. Iron Shield's face instantly darkens as he erupts with pure rage. He barks out a curse at Morningstar. Fortunately, an association staff member steps in, cutting their tense conversation short. The employee calls out, asking if Korea's Morningstar is present. Kim Gi-ju points to himself in confusion, confirming his identity. The staff member urgently delivers the summon from the association president. Kim Ji-ju stands frozen, trying to process this sudden command. He wonders why the World Association president is calling him. Getting his bearings, he heads out while Iron Shield growls that he got lucky. Kim Gi-ju shoots back a glare, questioning who is actually the lucky one here. Walking away, his mind races. He wonders why the president would suddenly call for him. Amidst his deep thoughts, someone brushes past, and his reflexes make him turn around. A demonic figure is staring right back with a highly sinister smirk. Kim Gi-ju turns away, keeping his composure as he keeps walking. He summons Lu, who immediately confirms his master guessed correctly. Lu explains that a powerful item masked his presence, but that shady guy is definitely a member of the demon race. Beelzebub manifests, wondering why on earth Iron Shield is walking around with a demon. Meanwhile, Kim Gi-ju finally arrives at the Grand Conference Hall. World representatives are already seated in their designated spots, casting a heavy, incredibly suffocating pressure over the entire room. Feeling their heavy glares locked onto him, Kim Gi-ju cannot help but feel like some kind of criminal on trial. Beelzebub whines that these powerful figures are terrifying. Lu notes that humans and demons really are not that different when it comes to authority. They both love flexing their status to look terrifying. Kim Gi-ju quietly scans the room, noting the mix of top-tier elites and lower-ranked diplomats. Even the weaker ones still represent entire nations, meaning he must show proper respect and act with extreme caution. He resolves to watch his words very carefully. Standing tall, he looks straight at the dominant figure seated at the center. Seated right there is one of the 5 highest-ranking players in history, the legendary president of the World Player Association, the Blood Emperor. The leader's deep voice suddenly echoes through the quiet room, demanding to know if Morningstar understands why he was called. A cold sweat runs down Kim Gi-ju's neck. He hesitates, reminding himself that he needs to play his cards perfectly. He needs an answer that will not trigger any disastrous misunderstandings. Shaking off his doubts, he speaks up with confidence. He confesses that he is honestly not sure. Silence immediately takes over, leaving him standing completely frozen under their gazes. After delivering his shaky response, Kim Gi-ju immediately regrets his bluntness, standing dead still as the heavy silence stretches on. Lu sighs in frustration and asks his master if he has truly thought this through. Meanwhile, Tae-shik sits in the representatives' row, sighing in utter helplessness. Reacting to the young man's response, the Blood Emperor glares at Kim Gi-ju and explains that they summoned him there for a reason. Rumors say he possesses highly classified information about the recent crisis. Hearing this, Kim Gi-ju immediately glances at his mentor Tae-shik. Tae-shik stays quiet, giving him a stern look as a silent warning. Kim Gi-ju pauses to think, then chooses his words very carefully. He points out they might already know this, but he was actually right there when that bizarre gate first manifested. He reveals that he personally investigated all 5 gates that spawned in Korea, pausing briefly before delivering the next shock. His search uncovered some hard truths. Even though it is still just a theory, Kim Gi-ju frowns and continues with dead serious gravity. He states that someone definitely triggered this crisis on purpose. Reflecting on the chaos, he recalls how suspicious the timing and positions were. Everything pointed to NJ being the mastermind. Still, he could not have pulled off something this massive all alone. He must have accomplices backing him up. Suddenly, a powerful figure slams his hand on the table and roars in absolute disbelief. Lutz, the European Council president, points an angry finger at Kim Gi-ju, shouting that suggesting humans could control the gates is utterly ridiculous. No human possesses that kind of power. Of course, the foolish president has no idea that Kim Gi-ju can do exactly that. Staring right back at him, Kim Gi-ju calmly asks how he can be so certain, adding that he clearly underestimates his peers. He tells Lutz that he is clueless about what players are truly capable of, especially when it comes to Kim Gi-ju himself. This bold provocation drives Lutz absolutely insane with rage. Seeing the tension, the Blood Emperor steps in and tells him to sit down. Conceding that the young player has a valid point, the Blood Emperor calmly asks Kim Gi-ju for concrete proof to back up his claim. Kim Ji-ju closes his eyes, replying coldly that the evidence lies in his unique skill, meaning he cannot share it with anyone here. He opens his eyes, locking gazes with the Blood Emperor to clarify one crucial detail: he never said the mastermind was human. Instead, the real enemy is likely the demon race. This bombshell sends the world leaders into a frenzy of hushed, tense murmurs. As they murmur, Kim Gi-ju silently studies their reactions. Strangely, the leaders do not seem nearly as shocked as he expected them to be. Lu manifests to explain that as global leaders, these elites are likely already well acquainted with the demons lurking in the shadows. It seems OTX has fed them plenty of information about demons. Suddenly, a flicker of deep doubt crosses Kim Gi-ju's face as he disagrees. He realizes that is not enough, his eyes locking onto the Blood Emperor in deep thought. As the global leader and America's representative, it is clear he has been shielding the Iron Guild's leader. Kim Gi-ju recalls the demon accompanying Iron Shield. That creature had smirked at him. A powerhouse like the Blood Emperor could not have missed something so obvious. With Iron Shield openly traveling with a demon, Kim Gi-ju sneers. Can you believe these leaders are turning a blind eye to this? Once they return to their private quarters, Tae-shik grabs a cold drink. Popping the tab, he turns to check on his friend. He asks if Kim Gi-ju is doing okay. Seeing him sit in silence, Tae-shik wonders if his unusual agitation was caused by Iron Shield. Kim Gi-ju gloomily admits that there are some things he simply cannot wrap his head around. Tae-shik takes a sip, remaining completely calm. He asks if it is about the demon shadowing Iron Shield. Stunned, Kim Gi-ju asks how he already knew about that connection. Tae-shik sits beside him with a small smile, assuring him that not every member of the demon race is an enemy. He reminds Kim Gi-ju that even he has demons working under him, throwing a playful look at the young player. Thinking of his allies Bon and Soo-sung, Kim Gi-ju nods in agreement. Tae-shik then shares some fascinating rumors he recently picked up. He explains that the demons are actually quite tragic figures, launching into a tale about how they once ruled over Hell. However, they lost all their power when Hell merged with the Tower. While some survived by bowing down to the new rulers, the vast majority of their kind were simply abandoned, locked away, or brutally executed without a second thought. Tae-shik points out that this tragic history is exactly why the gates are opening, driving many demons to take action. Many are actually siding with humanity now, secretly assisting various global leaders in exchange for protection. Just as the explanation reaches its peak, a sudden heavy thud echoes through the quiet room. Tae-shik gasps in horror as Kim Gi-ju collapses, foaming at the mouth. It is a system penalty. Brunhart cries out in panic. Desperately calling for her master, Brunhart can only watch over him. Night falls, then morning arrives before Kim Gi-ju's eyelids finally begin to flutter. He winces in pain, his brows furrowing as he slowly claws his way back to consciousness and opens his eyes. Kim Ji-yu is stunned by the sight before him. Looking at the beautiful girl, he gasps out Elle's name as she smiles warmly. Elle is relieved that her master is finally awake. Brunhart manifests nearby playfully, noting that this scene feels incredibly familiar. Lu sighs in annoyance, complaining that both master and servants are far too weak. Kim Ji-ju sits up, rubbing his aching temple. "So you are awake too," Elle replies. She apologizes for causing him trouble, but Kim Gi-ju hesitantly waves his hands in reassurance. He tells her it is no big deal, but asks her to explain why she fainted later, since he and Lu need some time to sort out their thoughts. Elle falls silent for a moment before thanking him for his concern, while Kim Gi-ju hugs his own trembling body, crying internally as fear takes over. His real worry is facing another punishment, and right on cue, Lu appears to tease his master for being such a massive coward. Suddenly, Kim Gi-ju glances over at Elle and asks how merely hearing some information could trigger such a severe punishment. He wonders if people cannot use this system to attack others, since any player below floor 50 will be punished. Bruno, hearing this, immediately gasps at how incredibly smart his master is, while Lu speaks up about a different curiosity. Lu wonders why he never asked about this before, and Elle, looking deeply apologetic, offers to explain how the punishment works. She says 3 prerequisites are needed, which surprises Kim Gi-ju as Elle begins her detailed explanation. First, the listener must be genuinely curious about the information. Second, the shared knowledge must grant them some kind of potential new power or extra strength. And third, the person sharing the information must not have any malicious intent to attack the listener. If even one of these 3 conditions is not met, then the system's punishment will simply not trigger. Hearing this, Kim Gi-ju frowns and remarks that it is far more complicated than he thought, while Lu pops up to agree. Lu notes the tower is actually pretty clever. Done talking, Kim Gi-ju immediately sits up to leave. Exhausted, he asks what time it is, just as a message from T6 arrives on his phone. The text tells him to rest for the day since he's heading to a meeting, making Kim Gi-ju turn serious as he reads it. Realizing the meeting has already started, he prepares to leave, but Elle anxiously begs him to stay and rest a bit longer. She explains that even though she healed him, it is best not to push his body too hard. Kim Gi-ju stands up and waves her off, reassuring her that he feels completely fine and still has things to do. Lu wonders what he needs to do, but Kim Gi-ju just searches his phone, noting they are in America now and should meet the Iron Shield kid. It would be pretty pathetic to just go home like this, though Kim Gi-ju soon whines that New York is way too far away. He notices America has a portal leading straight into the tower because of its massive size, making Lu realize what his master is planning. Confirming his thoughts, Kim Gi-ju says they are going to see Iron Shield immediately heading off to their headquarters in New York. After absorbing power and growing stronger, Bruno unlocked a new ability that lets him open up multiple portals. He can keep these gates open indefinitely, though for now Bruno is only capable of maintaining 2 of them at once. Put simply, if he opens and holds a gate in America, he can easily use it to travel back and forth. He can move between his basement room and the portal in America, a thought that makes Kim Gi-ju smirk in excitement. A portal acting as a relay station seems like a much higher-grade version of his own gate skill. Bruno proudly boasts about his own greatness, but Lu cuts in to ask what exactly they are planning next. Exactly. Kim Gi-ju smiles. He is going to drop a gate right under the noses of the Iron Shield Guild. Lu agrees that there is nothing wrong with that, but his voice turns a bit skeptical. He whines that they should have gone straight to the actual building, questioning why they are hiding inside a public restroom. Lu asks if he suddenly had to relieve himself, but Kim Gi-gyu just unbuttons his shirt, pointing out that their target is a top-tier guild. Walking through the front door of a world-class guild is impossible without any stealth skills, making a camera-free zone like this perfect. The bathroom is indeed the safest spot, but Lu still wonders what any of this has to do with him stripping down. Watching Kim Gi-gyu stare intensely at his necklace, Lu suddenly gasps in shock as realization hits him. No way, Lu begs. But Kim Gi-ju just nods, remembering how Gain pulled this off before and refusing to be outdone. He says it is embarrassing if a master cannot do what his subordinates can before stepping right into the toilet stall. He proudly activates his water element skill, which can turn his body into pure liquid by fusing with similar elemental spirits. Successfully transforming himself, Kim Gi-gyu happily explains his grand plan to use this new state to his advantage. He intends to sneak inside by flowing directly through the drainage pipes, leaving Lu deeply impressed by his adaptability. Lu admits he expected it would take his master much longer to master such a difficult technique. Elle excitedly chimes in that their master is an absolute genius, while Lu remarks that it feels as though Kim Gi-ju is becoming less human by the day. His mastery over water, fire, and darkness allows him to instantly shift his physical body into these specific elements. He can transform completely into flowing water, raging fire, or even become one with the quiet shadows around him. The dark element allows a player to turn their body into pure shadow. By fusing spirits of the exact same attribute, they can combine skills seamlessly. Kim Gi-ju realized that this elemental skill was something Lu had specially crafted for him to use. Most importantly, since he was now linked with Lu, Gi-ju could master these complex elemental abilities in no time. Transforming into a swift stream of water, he rushed toward New York while lost in deep thought. He had faced plenty of struggles while trying to shift his physical body into a different state of matter. But through endless practice and sheer effort, he finally succeeded. Before long, Gi-ju arrived at his destination. Appearing out of the water, Gi-ju marveled at his own success, while Brunhart chimed in with a grin. It felt as if they were simply playing with water. Shifting back to his human form, Gi-ju surveyed the area. Lu materialized to report that the association headquarters was directly above them, having detected their distinct energy signature. He asked if the master planned to establish the gateway here, making it easier to retreat if things went south. Gi-ju stood up, opened the path, and raised his hand. Instantly, a bright system notification flashed before him. It asked if he wanted to deploy an additional warp gate at these fixed coordinates right now. With a small confident smile, Gi-ju confirmed the command. The system immediately declared the warp gate successfully established. Old Man Huang stepped through the portal, glancing around the dam area, and asked if they were directly beneath the association. Gi-ju scratched his head sheepishly and apologized for the sudden summons. Pinching his nose, the old man whined. He complained that while he loved visiting America, it was a shame his first stop had to be a filthy sewer. With an awkward laugh, Gi-ju apologized. Old Man Huang then pointed at the gate, asking if he just needed to conceal it. Gi-ju nodded, explaining that he had already managed to suppress most of the leaking mana. Still, even in a sewer, someone might wander in. He asked the old man if he could help secure it. Stroking his beard, Old Man Huang admitted that since he lost Paymon's legacy, crafting such a functional item would be tough. It would be extremely difficult, but turning around to leave, he cheerfully told Gi-ju to leave it to him. If any errors popped up during the process, he could just call Min-su over to fix it. Gi-ju bowed respectfully in gratitude. Brunhart appeared and assured him that if the old blacksmith said he could do it, it was as good as done. Believing his father could do anything, Brunhart smiled. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the gate, promising to keep Gi-ju's secret hobby safe. Brunhart suddenly panicked. Wait, talk about bad timing, warning Gi-ju that the stealth skill's effect had completely run out, leaving him fully exposed. He scrambled to explain that it was all a big misunderstanding, but Old Man Huang just waved it off with an amused grin. Protesting that he was telling the truth, Gi-ju wrapped up his business, liquefied back into water, and made his escape. Emerging from the restroom after what felt like an eternity, he exhaled a long sigh of relief, clad in a sleek suit. Looking sharp as if nothing had happened, Gi-ju figured he was finally close to wrapping up his task. Lu chuckled, teasing that it was indeed a highly profound thought to have right after leaving a restroom. Suddenly, a chilling voice called out from behind, asking where he was going. Instinctively, Jigyu summoned both Lu and El. Tensing up for a fight, he spun around and frowned at the stranger standing before him, a man dressed in a white suit. The young man, roughly his age, introduced himself as Michael, his eyes suddenly widening in shock as they locked onto Giju's sword. As El remained dead, silent, Giju broke out in a cold sweat, his mind racing. He hadn't sensed a single shred of this guy's massive energy despite his extreme proximity. How long had he been tailing him anyway? Panic set in as sweat poured down his face. A terrifying thought crossed his mind: did this guy witness everything? Gripping his sword tightly, Giju tried to steady his racing thoughts, but Michael's sudden laughter instantly broke the silence. Michael smirked, asking if Giju planned to silence him permanently, noting the absolute murder in his eyes. He teased that a devil's agent would certainly do that before telling him to relax, since he had no desire to fight. Still on guard, Giju demanded to know how long he had been stalking him. Michael let out a helpless sigh. He explained that it was a misunderstanding, as he was simply here to settle some personal business with the association. Pausing, Michael pointed at Giju with a quick wink, suggesting they were in the same boat, leaving Giju completely speechless. Stammering in panic, Giju asked if he had seen everything, while Brunhart desperately tried to keep him calm. Brunhart begged his master to stay calm, but Lu was already rearing for a fight, urging Giju to just slaughter him. Sensing Giju's overwhelming bloodlust, Michael held up his hands defensively, reiterating that he absolutely did not want to fight. Michael says he only sensed Giju's energy moving toward the Iron Guild. "I had no idea what you did," he smugly notes, touching his chin as he realizes Giju's tense reaction gives it all away. The boy must have done something dishonest, which explains the strange, dark energy vibrating deep beneath the ground. Behemoth panics, crying out that he knows, but Giju whispers back that the angel seems clueless. He does not know what they did, so they should just listen for now. Giju simply glares in silence. Pointing to the massive building behind them, Michael reiterates that he has urgent business to settle with the Iron Guild. Giju asks suspiciously if the Iron Guild really maintains such a close relationship with the Vatican. He asks if it involves the Holy Sword. Michael nods, clenching his fist tight as he struggles to hold back a wave of sudden burning rage. Michael's face darkens with pure hatred as he reveals that those hypocrites still keep a demon by their side. Sensing the overwhelming pressure, Giju shivers at the raw murderous intent rolling off the holy warrior. He wonders why the angel reacts so intensely, though the Vatican hating demons is completely expected. He remembers Taeshik telling him that plenty of demons are actually allied with humanity these days. Giju playfully teases him, asking how a top-tier player like him is clueless about all the helpful demons. Mocking him, Michael's voice drops to a chilling tone as he asks if the boy is laughing at him. Giju blinks in confusion, but Michael erupts in a violent aura of flames, demanding how he dares mock him. The Vatican once fell to the demon race, and Behemoth hurriedly explains to his master that they truly didn't know. Giju instantly feels a wave of guilt, while Michael continues to vent, hoping this hunter was actually different. He had hoped Giju was different, but quickly decides there is absolutely no point conversing with anyone tainted by dirty demon filth. A blinding divine radiance suddenly explodes around the holy knight, forcing Giju to shield his eyes and step back. As the glare fades, Giju gasps in horror at the terrifying sight of massive angelic wings sprouting from Michael's back. Behemoth gasps that he is a literal angel, while Giju realizes this absolute monster has been hiding his true power. He wonders if this holy knight could be even stronger than Sujong. Meanwhile, at an American Association hotel in Los Angeles, as the night deepens, Taeshik tries desperately to call Giju, but the line remains completely dead. Frustrated by the cold automated message, Taeshik rubs his temples in anger, wondering where on earth the boy could have gone. They need to return to Korea soon, and Taeshik never expected things to get this complicated. Back on the battlefield, Michael opens his eyes wide, and in a split second, the atmosphere shifts completely. Another set of massive wings unfurls from his back, creating a gale that forces Giju to shield himself. As the wild winds howl, Behemoth and Lu sense the presence of a true angel. Giju grits his teeth, overwhelmed by the crushing pressure of this holy energy. He dreads that Michael might actually be stronger than Sujung, as a single white feather floats to the ground. Michael charges forward with terrifying speed, forcing Giju to barely block the heavy strike with his black sword. The sheer force of the blow is unreal, but the young protagonist swings with all his might to force Michael back. Chaos erupts as Michael snaps his massive wings forward, unleashing a devastating shockwave of wind right at Giju. Giju shouts, pointing out that the angel claimed to have no desire for battle in a place like this. Michael laughs off the protest, asking him what on earth he is so worried about. He explains that a powerful barrier protects this area, maintained by a sacred Vatican treasure, so nobody can interfere. With no outside interference possible, Michael raises his hand to prepare another devastating blast of holy magic. Giju grits his teeth at the approaching threat, but Behemoth rises to deflect the dangerous blow just in time. A blinding flash of light consumes the battlefield, kicking up thick dust as Michael wears a faint, confident smirk. He sneers that wingless, lowly creatures trying to fly will only end up crushed into the dirt. Suddenly, Jigyu activates his armored form and leaps into the air, commanding L to open her holy domain. A brilliant blue and white barrier manifests, instantly answering his call as Jigyu uses it as a stepping stone to launch himself downward. Hurtling toward Michael with incredible force, he tries to explain that the comment about demons was just a misunderstanding. Michael braces his body, eagerly preparing to absorb the full weight of the incoming strike. Michael admits he knows the boy has no ill intent. Right before their clash unleashes a blinding shockwave of light. Everything turns blurry after such a fierce battle, with the surrounding scenery completely veiled in thick, choking dust. Amidst the withered and dying trees, Kim Jigyu gets pushed back silently, noting that his opponent's strike was incredibly simple, yet it carried massive power. Strangely, Lao also speaks up, pointing out that the guy does not actually seem to be fighting. It feels like he does not want to fight to the death, but is rather testing something. L chimes in. She asks her master if she can talk to him, and Kim Jigyu agrees, calling forth L, who now appears as a small elementary schooler. Michin is completely shocked to see the child immediately dropping to one knee and folding his massive wings as he stammers out the title of Holy Maiden. He reverently welcomes the Holy Maiden, admitting he felt a trace of her unique divine energy coming from the sword earlier. Confirming it is her, Kim Jigyu crosses his arms, amazed at how fast the guy flipped while Lao chips in. Just a moment ago, his bloodlust was off the charts. Kim Jigyu stares at the bizarre sight of this warrior kneeling before his summon. Lao asks if he has any ideas, but Kim Jigyu just wants to watch how it unfolds, wondering why Lao is even asking. L asks Michin why he calls her that and if he knows her, but Michin simply claims he senses an immense divine power. Since she has that energy, what else could she be? Kim Jigyu watches, wondering if the guy is just guessing. L asks if that is all. Michin admits it sounds strange, but he felt an odd sensation seeing her. He felt a truly bizarre emotion. L looks annoyed while Lao butts in, joking if this is love at first sight. Calling him dangerous, Michin places a hand over his chest, stating that might not be the best way to describe it. It feels more like a blood relation. L turns to her master, admitting it is hard to explain. Yet she feels that exact same bond along with some other mysterious sensation ever since the moment she first heard of him. Lao hums quietly. Lao notes that if there is a blood bond, this guy is far from normal, prompting Kim Jigyu to tilt his head. Kim Jigyu asks Michin if he is a human or an angel, but Michin calmly denies it, insisting he is just a human. Then what was that display earlier? He cannot expect them to believe it was just some regular skill or talent. He advises Michin to speak the absolute truth, as he is not foolish enough to fall for any obvious lies. Michin weakly claims he is human, leaving Lao wondering if the guy does not even know his own origin. Still kneeling, Michin apologizes for the misunderstanding and his provocation, explaining that for some strange, unexplained reason he had to fight. He feels that fighting Kim Jigyu will bring him the answers he seeks. Elle then turns back to her master. She softly tells her master that although it seems hasty, simply talking to this man is having a strange effect. Her lost memories are finally returning, and she just recalled a crucial method to break through without needing any materials. Kim Jigyu quickly calculates his options. He had been putting off her breakthrough because a holy sword is too hard to get. Since finding a holy sword is nearly impossible, her ability to advance instantly means they should absolutely go ahead with the process. Kim Jigyu steps forward and cordially tells Michin to act like nothing happened today, as they both simply had a massive misunderstanding. He secretly plans to take over the Gates Hotel, his face instantly turning devious, prompting Lao to warn him about his expression. Lao whispers that his master looks truly terrifying sometimes. Michin stares suspiciously, silently wondering what on earth he is planning. Meanwhile, at the association's hotel in Los Angeles, Tae-shik yells in fury, asking where he has been all this time. Kim Jigyu stammers that he was just sightseeing, asking why. Tae-shik is shouting, but things have already gotten messy. Tae-shik holds his head in despair, revealing they have completely lost contact with the scout teams in 20 gates worldwide. Terrified, Kim Jigyu asks if that includes Guk-yu, while Tae-shik merely stares back at him with a heavy, unblinking gaze. He realizes they must return to South Korea immediately, suggesting they simply use the international teleportation gate to get back. Tae-shik scratches his head, explaining that they are not the only ones rushing to get back home. The clearance process for international teleportation is highly complex, and getting approval will take at least 2 long hours. They miss their slot because of his delay, and with so many gates opening in South Korea, everyone is trying to leave. It is causing massive delays. Realizing the urgency, Kim Jigyu suddenly runs over and grabs Tae-shik by the shoulders. He asks if returning as quickly as possible is their main priority, and Tae-shik agrees. They have no other options, but Kim Jigyu has a trick up his sleeve, instantly opening a blue portal to his house. Stepping through, Tae-shik looks back in utter shock, asking if he can now teleport to multiple locations with his gates. Kim Gi-ju admits he can only access a few places, but Tae-shik asks about the eagles in the sky and the undead army. That force rivals an entire guild, yet Kim Gi-ju casually waves it off as their quick shortcut back home. Sure, it is an emergency, but is this really fine? There are usually a ton of protocols for things like this. Not even close. I left Sung-hun behind to handle all of it. Just imagining his face right now is hilarious. How ridiculous, his alter ego coldly comments. Why on earth would you make me handle these protocols? What a terrible boss. Tae-shik just waves his hand, telling him he is joining the raid tomorrow. But I probably won't go with you. I need to enter another gate to balance the teams. Tomorrow, you're heading to the station. Gangnam Station, so get some rest today. Wait tomorrow, but isn't this a highly critical emergency? But rushing in without any preparation will only lead to more casualties. At times like this, we need to be even more cautious. He runs a hand through his hair and admits it might sound like a jinx before a raid, but you should spend today with family. Nobody knows what tomorrow brings, and this period is truly dangerous, Kim Gi-ju notes with a helpless sigh. All right then. Tae-shik turns to leave, telling him he'll see him later, clearing his throat with a cough as he walks off. He decides to check if Sujin is alright before returning to the association. Lu curses frantically, trying to stop him. Mind your language, Lu. Kim Gi-ju chuckles and tells him to hang in there, insisting he is just visiting her, you brat. Right in the middle of the bustling, crowded city, a brilliant glowing circle appears as Choi Chang-jun arrives. The master of the Blue Dragon Guild steps onto the street, announcing the strategy briefing for this raid. Our Blue Dragon Guild will be the first wave. As one of the strongest guilds, we will secure the entrance for the main force. We enter first to ensure total safety for the Cannel Guild and the White Flower Guild, and 2 members from the association support team will follow. Kim Ji-ju quietly assesses the situation. This tactic sounds quite reasonable, but it is going to waste too much precious time, especially since Seok-woo, who can open portals, is currently trapped inside. That means some major threat is holding him captive in there even as we speak. His life might be in grave danger and there is no room for positive thinking. Suddenly, a man approaches and asks if he is Kim Gi-ju. The protagonist recognizes the man as Guild Master Choi Chang-jun. Kim Gi-ju watches him with suspicion. Why is he talking to him all of a sudden? Perhaps he wants to see if he is truly strong enough to lead. For this raid mission, Choi Chang-jun lets out a heavy grunt, his face turning incredibly dark. Seriously, this guy looks bad news. He then turns away, muttering that he hopes Kim Gi-ju won't end up being a burden to them. Kim Ji-ju looks on in confusion while his alter egos react with anger, complaining about how upsetting and rude that was. What a jerk. Heo Sung-hun chuckles and quickly explains, telling him not to take it personally because he is just grumpy. But he isn't a bad guy. Besides, your reputation among other players lately hasn't been the greatest. Kim Gi-ju smiles back at Heo Sung-hun, noting that standing out always breeds some jealousy and he is already quite used to it by now. Even though this is entirely Tae-shik's fault, the association still views him as a player close to reaching the highest tier. Choi Chang-jun waves his hand to gather the vanguard team, telling them it is time to move out. Get ready to enter 20 minutes after us. Kim Gi-ju thinks this strategy is best for a stable clear. This strategy keeps things safe, but it also means wasting precious time before they can search for Seok-woo. He realizes there is no choice but to act alone, so he quietly looks around. To do that, he needs help from the main team, but he already burned bridges with Cannel Guild Master Lee Byung-jun during the Iron Shield incident. Since Ruben is the master of the White Flower Guild, their eyes meet. Ruben looks absolutely thrilled to see him, but she immediately turns away in embarrassment. Lu asks if he saw that, and Elle quickly chimes in. I see it, but what kind of answer do you expect from me? The long-haired guy yells out. 20 minutes have already passed. Time for the main team to move in. They march toward the barrier, their heavy boots clacking. Stepping through the barrier, they freeze in absolute shock at the sight. What on earth happened? Before them lies a completely desolate wasteland with slaughtered beasts scattered everywhere across the deep red blood-stained ground. What could have happened here? Lu warns Kim Gi-ju to stay alert, explaining they have just entered the domain of a high-ranking archdevil Baal. He recalls that Baal is one of the 72 demon gods with immense power. Before he can finish the thought, Lu speaks again. The difficulty of this gate is on a completely different level than anything they have faced, though it might not be that extreme yet, since it hasn't fully merged with this world yet. Of course, it still won't be easy to defeat. The green-haired guy turns to his teammates, muttering that even if they were ambushed from the start, the sheer number is insane. It is hard to say for sure, but luckily the Blue Dragon Guild arrived first, so at least the monsters in this area have been completely cleared out. Heo Sung-hoon also catches sight of a mysterious guild flag fluttering proudly in the middle of the chaotic dark sky. At the foot of the flagpole, a tragic body lies cold on the ground, and he points toward the Blue Dragon flag flying right over there. It looks like they took the left path, so they decide to head right quickly, moving forward together along the right wing. A voice suddenly asks if he is the young man Ruben mentioned, prompting Kim Gi-ju to turn and find a silver-haired elderly woman. She looks incredibly gentle and kind. He replies asking if she means President Shin Rubin, and she nods since Rubin talks about him constantly. She admits she was pretty curious since Rubin usually dislikes men, causing Yubin to yell out in absolute embarrassment from right behind them. Yubin quickly steps up to explain that it is just a misunderstanding and her grandmother was only joking with him. As Kim Gi-gyu hums in response, Lu chimes in only for L to tell him to shut up, leaving Lu grumbling that he did not say anything. Yubin clears her throat and introduces the elderly woman as the main advisor of Gypsophila, who has guided her for years. She has helped her immensely over the years. As the advisor extends a hand to greet him, the main character politely bows. He introduces himself as Kim Ji-gyu while Lu sighs at how ridiculous this situation has gotten. Meanwhile, Kim Ji-gyu senses something unusual. He suggests they talk more when they have some free time. Soon after they arrive, but the sight ahead freezes them completely. Talk about a nightmare, giant monsters, massive beetles, and winged beasts are swarming toward them in an endless wave. The man in blue screams for everyone to get ready, ordering the tanks to move to the front. The tank players charge forward with their shields, which instantly expand to a massive size. Glows of blue light ripple across the shields as a horde of wild boars stampedes, followed by a massive explosion in the sky. The blast repels the attacking flying beasts, while the guild mages raise their staffs to launch long-range spells at the monsters in the air. Team 3 is ordered to handle the rest, clearing out any beasts blocking the barrier since their true strength remains a complete mystery. Caution is key here, so Kim Gi-gyu and his teammates prepare themselves to charge into the fray. He leaps up with his sword, just as a beast's sharp horn pierces straight through a heavy defensive shield. The tank player grimaces in pain, cursing that these monsters are insanely strong and the front line is about to collapse. Suddenly, everything in front of them turns pitch black as they wonder what is happening to the monsters. Kim Gi-gyu secures his sword against the cliffside and stands high above to observe the battlefield. There are just too many of them. Lu reminds the others to focus on defense, but L confidently replies that she can reflect the attacks. The real issue is not just how powerful these creatures are, but their overwhelming numbers. If this keeps up, casualties are inevitable. L suddenly calls out to her master as Kim Gi-gyu senses a strange, massive surge of energy nearby. Wait, check this out, a giant meteor suddenly appears in the sky, hurtling down as Kim Gi-gyu watches it unfold. Sensing the overwhelming pressure, L quickly realizes it is the power of a god, leaving the main character completely speechless. A figure with massive majestic wings appears in the sky, announcing his arrival to help. It is Michael. Seeing him, Kim Gi-gyu looks visibly annoyed and glares at him with a pretty tense, hostile expression. Michael suspects he has some kind of plan, while the main character silently realizes he can actually use this guy to his advantage. The long-haired man in blue steps forward and asks who that player actually is. Michael begins summoning a brilliant golden orb of light, radiating a force so intense that the beasts freeze. The monsters attacking the players instantly stop moving altogether, completely paralyzed by the power. Kim Gi-gyu turns to the blue-haired man and explains that the newcomer is from the Vatican. He is pretty difficult to deal with, but incredibly strong, leaving the other man amazed by the Vatican's power. The main character then makes a sudden decision, telling Vice Leader Choi Byung-jun that he is going to split up from here. The shocking announcement completely startles the entire group, prompting Hyo, Sung-hoon, and Yubin to scream in protest. They warn him that it is far too dangerous. He notes the terrifying monsters they just faced coldly, stating that their strength is exactly why he must go. He asks if they really plan to slowly fight through every mob when he can move much faster on his own. It will be much easier to find the others this way, but Vice Leader Choi Byung-jun quickly cuts him off. He says he appreciates the gesture, but it is simply too risky for Kim Gi-gyu to travel alone. He reminds him that the guild leader went missing after heading out alone, so the main character suggests taking someone along. Swinging his sword, Kim Gi-gyu apologizes. He tells them not to worry, promising to drag that guy along while pointing over at Mi-chan. Over there, Mi-chan is busy fighting beasts and blasting fire. Suddenly, a cold shiver runs down his spine, forcing him to stop. His face pales. What is this terrible feeling? Jubin then speaks up, insisting on coming along since she knows both are incredibly strong. Still, 2 people might not be enough, she says. Kim Gi-gyu gently reminds her that she needs to lead her own guild. Flying up into the air, Kim Gi-gyu adds that if she wants to tag along, she needs to at least reach his level. He dual-wields his swords against fire beasts that can turn into pure flame, using his spirit integration skill to match their speed. By merging spirits of the same attribute, he can unleash the raw power of a god. Channeling that divine authority, Kim Gi-gyu swings his blades, releasing a blinding wave of scorching fire across the battlefield. Spectators stare wide-eyed in shock. On the ground, 2 smoking glowing red trenches are carved deep into the earth. System alerts chime. His health has increased after consuming the chimera blood and devouring its soul, leaving Kim Gi-gyu slightly puzzled. Lau explains that a passive skill gained from his recent evolution has finally activated. Opening the status window, the screen displays his title as Lord of Demon Swords and Demons at level 109, Strength 207, Agility 189. Stamina is 212 max, 258 with 13% poison and 12% fire resistance. Mental resistance is 10.8% with increased magic power and his equipment transformation skill. Active skills include cannibalism, devour, ego transformation, spirit integration, summoning amplification, and an unyielding strong will. Under devoured targets, players show none except for the lingering fragment of Zack Lemon. For devoured monsters, there is a fragment of the demon Eye Lu. His passive allows him to consume the blood and soul of anyone he injures. Ego transformation also offers a chance to convert devoured souls into loyal egos, making Kim Gi-ju pout in deep thought. So he can collect 10 egos without resorting to cannibalism. That solves his worries about finding enough souls to trigger his next evolution. Elle congratulates her master, but Lao snaps back, pointing out that he was the one who actually unlocked the skill. Why congratulate him? Meanwhile, Mi-chan touches down on the ground, muttering a cold curse under his breath. He grumbles about why he has to tag along with someone so creepy, feeling like a puppet, though he still follows orders anyway. Kim Gi-ju teases him to be honest about liking it, but Mi-chan brushes him off, telling him to stop saying such disgusting things. That is because he only tags along for his own goals. When Kim Gi-ju questions what those are, Mi-chan raises a single finger. First, he wants to eliminate the demons targeting the Vatican, and second, he wants a certain person to finally notice him. Seeing Kim Gi-ju stare back blankly, Mi-chan sighs in frustration, turning away to hide his annoyance. He urges them to move because they still have a friend to rescue, but Kim Gi-ju stops him, asking if he plans to leave all the soul stones behind. Wealthy today, poor tomorrow. He warns that being wasteful means living under a bridge later, so they cannot afford to leave valuable loot behind. Mi-chan reminds him they are in a rush, but Kim Gi-ju tells him not to worry since it will only take a single second. Kim Gi-ju unleashes his power, instantly vacuuming up all the stones and leaving Mi-chan completely stunned. Staring at the portal, Mi-chan is baffled. Lao quietly asks if revealing this is safe, but Kim Gi-ju argues they will need it in battle anyway. Revealing it now saves trouble later. Brunhart pipes up, excitedly thrilled at the chance to finally show off his skills. Mi-chan still cannot process the shock. This guy wields the powers of both gods and demons, and now he can open dimensional portals too. Just what kind of monster is he? Soon they arrive at a massive pit. Kim Gi-ju asks if this is the place, slowly scanning the area. With signs of battle everywhere, Gogu must be down there. Mi-chan asks how they will descend into what looks like a bottomless pit. While Mi-chan can use his wings, Kim Gi-ju calmly replies that he could easily fly down too, but there is no need for that. He suggests jumping straight down, explaining that the pit connects to another dimension, a detail Lao quickly notices as well. Lao confirms there is a hidden teleportation device below powered by demon magic, highly impressed that his master managed to detect it. Resting his hands on his hips, Mi-chan asks if he can actually sense all of that, finding it hard to believe. Then again, he supposes such absurd feats are just a regular Tuesday for someone like Kim Gi-ju, who simply grips his sword. Lao watches in confusion as Kim Gi-ju scribbles on the ground, noting that since others might miss this entrance, he should leave a guide. I will leave a message, he says. Lao grumbles about being treated like a giant pen before Kim Gi-ju declares they are ready to go. Both leap directly into the dark abyss, wondering what kind of powerful demon awaits them below, when a system voice suddenly rings out. You have entered the territory of Botis, the system announces. Identified as a lord, you have the authority to initiate an invasion war. The system repeats the warning, confirming his intrusion into the territory of Botis and recognizing his official status as a lord. The system grants him the right to start an invasion war, but Kim Gi-ju has no clue what that even means. He asks Michael if he heard the system alert, but Michael just rubs his shoulder, confused about any system voice. Another warning pops up, saying they entered the demonic energy zone and the lord noticed them. Kim Gi-ju realizes how this works. Kim Gi-ju senses something is off here and drolls that of course it is, since the boss is not on his level. Kim Gi-ju realizes that actually makes sense, considering he can literally control these gates to some extent. He wonders if owning a gate is what the system calls lord qualification, but brings up Bodit's territory. Asks if Kim Gi-ju knows this demon, explaining that although he is not a high demon, he is just as powerful. He is a demon with 0 special abilities who managed to climb all the way to his current position. He did it purely with raw combat skills. He realizes the guy must be insanely strong, which quickly confirms. Seeing Kim Gi-ju space out, Michael snaps him back to reality and tells him to keep moving, and Kim Gi-ju quickly agrees. Kim Gi-ju tells Michael to watch their back while he covers the front, but suddenly stops, collapsing to his knees in a shiver. Michael asks what is wrong, as Kim Gi-ju desperately uses his 2 swords to keep his heavy body from completely collapsing. His head feels like it is about to explode, prompting Io to anxiously ask if his master is okay. Is not surprised, noting this is normal since demonic energy is essentially a force close to death. For someone like Kim Gi-ju, who must maintain a strict balance between life and death, this dark energy is highly dangerous. Kim Gi-ju realizes if things tilt even slightly that balance will shatter, and Du confirms that is exactly it. Michael asks if he is okay, and Kim Gi-ju stands up, claiming he is fine, but Michael's gaze is suddenly drawn. He asks what is up with Kim Gi-ju's eyes, while Du also notices, warning him about his demon eyes. Startled, Kim Gi-ju gasps and desperately scrambles to come up with some kind of quick excuse. He blurted out an explanation that even he does not believe, claiming they are just colored contact lenses. Michael obviously does not buy it, asking if he looks easy to fool while shiny crystals cover the ground. Scattered across the ground, someone notes they never expected an important figure to show up here. The speaker introduces himself as Choi Jang-dong, representing the prestigious Blue Dragon Guild. Expressing his gratitude, he is met with a hearty laugh from the high-ranking General Tao Chen, who cheerfully replies. He notes that China received help from South Korea before, so they are simply returning the favor now. Looking around, the general remarks that the situation seems off, and Choi Jang-dong has to agree. It cannot be helped with different gate levels. Tao Chen strokes his beard, mentioning the split into two teams. He suggests a single team would be better, but Choi Jang-dong sighs, stating he has no intention of fighting. He does not want to fight with dead weight. Tao Chen is confused, but Choi knows not to say more. Brushing it off, Choi shouts to the squad that they depart in 10 minutes and must fully prep their gear. As the men salute, Choi privately tells Tao Chen he does not trust arrogant rookies with their noses in the air. Just because they have association backing, they think they are special. He claims his own team is enough, leaving Tao Chen thoughtful. The crystals along the cave walls light their path as Michael tries to push the eye topic once again. Kim Gi-ju cuts him off, insisting they are colored contacts, but Michael refuses to buy such a ridiculous excuse. Michael crosses his arms, shaking his head and noting how mysterious the guy is getting, but Kim Gi-ju ignores him. He tells Michael to just stay quiet, prompting Michael to drop it and ask if they are heading the right way. He points out that our hero has been walking without a single ounce of hesitation, who begins to explain. They are targeting the gatekeeper by following the strongest demonic presence, which makes Michael express his deep admiration. He explains that while he is pretty sensitive to demonic auras himself, his companion's tracking ability is so mind-blowing that he has to admit it is legendary. Our hero suddenly halts, catching Michael off guard. Pointing ahead, he commands his companion to move. He senses Xiao Gu's intense energy radiating from that direction, leaving Michael completely baffled. Mumbling that he does not speak Korean, Michael watches in shock as our hero activates Hermes' boots and dashes like lightning. He immediately gives chase, shouting for him to wait as the glowing cave crystals blur past them. Michael curses the crazy speed, screaming in disbelief at how fast the guy is when something suddenly startles him. His boots drag hard across the dirt, leaving a long trail before he barely manages to halt right before a collision. Jiu stands right in front of him, totally bewildered, asking why he stopped, but the next second he goes dead silent, his eyes widening in absolute shock. The sight ahead completely terrifies him. What on earth are those cocoons? How are there this many? There are so many they basically form a massive cocoon city. Kim Gi-ju speaks up, wondering why Xiao Gu is trapped inside one of them. He closes his eyes briefly, and when they snap open, a terrifying bloodlust surges from him as he tells Beowulf they are heading inside. Beowulf immediately holds him back, hurriedly begging his master to wait because Battis is still trapped in there. The demon's stronghold is crawling with deadly traps and barriers he cannot possibly dodge. Kim Gi-ju sighs, asking what their next move should be. Just standing around watching will not solve anything. Nearby, Michael watches him, totally baffled by what he has been muttering this entire time. Beowulf snaps, asking if he is stupid for forgetting the system alert. Only then does Kim Gi-ju recall the system notification. Right, he now has the authority to initiate an invasion war. Kim Gi-ju repeats the term before shouting out his declaration of war. And get this, the system registers that the war has officially begun. Michael gasps in shock as his own body starts to change. A system alert chimes in, stating they will be teleported to another battlefield to kick off the war. Michael panics as strange energy wraps around both of their bodies, desperately demanding to know what is going on. The system coldly declares that the victor will claim everything at the edge of the pit. The two groups, led by Choi Chang-dong and Shin Rubin, cross paths. Choi Chang-dong smirks, noting they have reunited much faster than anticipated. Choi Byung-jun nods in agreement, but Choi Chang-dong instantly senses something is off, furrowing his brows and asking where Kim Ju is. He hopes the young guy is not dead already, but Choi Byung-jun hesitates, awkwardly explaining that is not exactly the case. Suddenly, someone yells out that Ju left a note near the deep pit, suggesting they all jump down together. He wants them to connect to another dimension. Everyone stares in that direction as Choi Chang-dong peers down the dark abyss. It seems Ju already dove in ahead of them. Choi Chang-dong scoffs in annoyance, clearly displeased by the guy's actions. He cannot believe Ju just went solo, muttering that he is starting to like the guy less and less. Tao Chen cuts in asking if he heard right and if they are actually talking about the morning star. Choi Chang-dong turns. He asks if Tao Chen actually knows him, and Tao Chen explains Jigyu is just extra baggage, always doing whatever he wants. Tao Chen rubs his chin, murmuring that the young fellow does not seem like that type of person. Choi Chang-dong flatly states he does not trust Kim Gi-gyu one bit, advising those who do to take the lead. They should jump down first, since he won't risk his neck. Shin Rubin is immediately displeased. She tries to confront him, but her elderly advisor holds her back, warning her that infighting right now is a terrible idea. She wants to push the issue, but is suddenly cut off by a system alert declaring the territory battle has begun. The notification states they are being teleported to the battle zone as bright light begins to envelop everyone. Wait for it, panic erupts as the entire group vanishes in a flash of light, instantly warped to an unknown region. Bewilderment washes over the crowd. Sung Hun glances around asking where they are, while Choi Chang-dong also inspects their surroundings. He is certain he heard something about a territory battle. Hearing this, Tao Chen lets out an intrigued hum. He explains he has heard of this method before, as it is used by demons to decide their ranks. Choi Chang-dong is thoroughly confused, questioning why they are being dragged into a demonic ranking war of all things. Tao Chen brings up a grim possibility, admitting he does not know for sure. What if a demon is lurking right among them? A sudden grunt draws their attention, and they spot an excited Kim Gi-gyu. He realizes the territory battle takes place in a completely separate zone, which Beowulf explains prevents absolute collateral damage. Fighting blindly would reduce everything to ash. Seeing a familiar face, Shin Rubin instantly brightens up with joy. Sung Han excitedly calls out to player Kim Gi-gyu, causing Choi Chang-dong to narrow his eyes in suspicion. He wonders who is standing next to the guy, and Tao Chen reveals he is a player sent directly from the Vatican. Choi Chang-dong strokes his chin, admitting he can feel an incredibly potent surge of energy radiating from him, but he quickly points his sword at Jigyu, claiming he only made it this far because of outside help. He warns Jigyu that he will have to answer for his solo actions later, declaring his guild will lead. He tells the others to stay out of the vanguard's way and just group up safely in the back. Kim Gi-gyu tilts his head flatly, stating their numbers are not nearly enough. Choi Chang-dong scowls in disbelief. Suddenly, a violent tremor shakes the entire area, and Choi Chang-dong whips around as the vibrations intensify. A rumbling sound echoes from deep within the earth. Something massive is clawing its way to the surface, tearing the ground apart with massive cracks. Monsters burst out from the dry soil, kicking up a thick cloud of dust that hides their terrifying shapes. Panic spreads among the players as they ask how many there are and if they really have to fight this entire army. Choi Chang-yong's face turns completely pale as he realizes there are at least several hundred beasts led by 3 commander-class monsters. His hand trembles on his sword hilt. They simply cannot win against a horde of this size. Suddenly, a voice from behind tells him to step aside because he is blocking the path. Chang-yong turns around in total confusion. Gi-gyu does not waste any words. He merely exhales a quiet breath and commands gate open. A massive portal opens right before their eyes, leaving Yubin stunned while Beom-jun grins with sheer excitement. Skeleton warriors march out of the portal in endless rows, and Yubin gasps as she realizes they form an entire army. Griffins spread their massive wings across the sky, led by their majestic king, sending a wave of dread through Chang-yong's team. A giant shadow looms over them, radiating pure death energy as he rides forward on a dark warhorse. The final figure to emerge is Hearts, with a sinister red glow burning in his deep sockets while Chang-yong watches the skeletal legion march by. Chang-yong stands absolutely rooted to the spot, and he is definitely not the only one. Every single hunter present is left wondering what kind of nightmare they are witnessing. Besides, Chang-yong never liked Gi-gyu anyway. To him, Gi-gyu was just a fraud who used connections to get rank through an unofficial secret match. On top of that, the association openly backed him, barely even trying to hide their ridiculous favoritism. Chang-yong had to admit that wearing a mask earlier was pretty clever. He once dismissed the guy as a mere puppet for the higher-ups, but now his jaw drops in utter disbelief. What on earth is going on here? How can anyone summon this massive horde of skeleton warriors? And that Death Knight, the demonic pressure radiating from him, is absolutely off the charts. Was this the summon that sparked the legendary territory war? Cold sweat runs down Chang-yong's neck. As if that isn't enough, an incredibly powerful lich stands ready alongside countless griffins, led by their king. He has never heard of any summoner with this level of power. Even the veteran Tao Chen is left speechless, realizing this is far beyond the limits of human capability. The angel stands before Jigyu, who asks if they are ready, and Hamiel nods while holding 2 holy swords. He yields a respectful yes, master, holding the holy sword Kamail in his right hand and Anael in his left. Michael stares in utter shock. How can a mere human command high-tier angels like this? Jigyu calls out for El, and his holy sword erupts in brilliant light as lightning crackles across the sky. Appearing in her majestic angel form, El calmly orders the attack to begin, and Hamiel answers with a firm nod. A crucial memory flashes back, piercing her chest with both holy swords is the key to evolving without any materials. Elle closes her eyes as raw power floods her veins just as the clash between the skeletons and monsters erupts. A commander beast swings its claws at the griffins while Chang Yong grits his teeth, refusing to be outshone. He declares that the Blue Dragon Guild will lead this raid, raising his blade to order an all-out charge. He urges his guild to show off the power of a top 10 guild, instantly igniting their fighting spirit. They charge forward with Chang Yong leading the vanguard silently, admitting that Jigyu has more than just good looks. But summons have limits and no hunter has an infinite pool of mana to keep them active forever. Veins bulge on his face as he clenches, his jaw determined not to let Jigyu steal all the glory. Tao Chen glances back with a surprised look, leaving Chang Yong feeling a bit confused by the sudden attention. Biom Jun suggests they move quickly, but he cuts his own sentence short as Yubin and Sung Hun freeze in terror. Following their petrified gaze, Biom Jun looks up to see a pair of breathtaking pure white wings spreading wide. A blinding oval-shaped light shoots across the battlefield, leaving a single white feather drifting gently through the air. Chang Yong's eyes widen in awe as multiple layers of pristine white wings unfold flawlessly behind her back. Her sculpted, completely emotionless face reveals Elle's newly matured form as she asks Michael not to get in her way. Michael bows respectfully from behind, calling her the Saintess, but Elle looks back and tells him to drop the title. She already has a name given by her master Elle, and she is simply here to carry out his orders. She charges forward. If anyone wants to help, feel free, but Elle has only one target in mind, the Commander Monster. Sensing her, the Commander Monster swings its giant claw to strike her down. Elle swings Hamiel's sword form. One clean, brutal slice. The Commander's massive claw is completely gone. Disgusting fluid spurts everywhere. Unbothered, Elle raises her holy sword high. Her face is completely expressionless. Divine lightning rips through the sky. It crashes down. A direct explosive hit to the Commander's head. Hart quickly orders his forces to retreat from the holy light while Choi, Chang Yong, and his group watch completely dumbfounded. Stroking his beard, Tao Chen mutters in disbelief, is that really an actual angel fighting right in front of them? How could one person control both angels and demons and wield such an overwhelmingly terrifying power all at once? Suddenly, Tao Chen stops talking as he notices something bizarre. Choi Chang Yong's lips are trembling. Yes, this guy is seriously falling in love in the middle of a war zone, while Tao Chen watches him totally speechless. Nothing. No emotion at all. Just bone-chilling cold as Michael steps up to join her in battle. Together, they rain down endless lightning. Complete chaos. Hart stands nearby, gritting his teeth in pure fury. He never wanted to work with them, but now things have gotten completely out of his control. Though Hart wants to curse them out loud, he keeps his mouth shut as Elle points her sword down once more. A devastating lightning bolt shoots straight through the fog. The one-armed mantis looks up, completely unfazed. It easily blocks Elle's attack with its remaining claw. No fear at all. Just a piercing, deafening screech. Even Elle is stunned. She realizes something crucial right now. The beast only lost its claw earlier due to sheer carelessness. That trick won't work twice. Worse, Elle forced her own evolution. Her physical energy is already starting to drain fast. Standing nearby, Tao Qian breaks into a cold sweat and lets out a tense sigh. It has been ages since he felt like he would just get in the way by helping, yet Chang Yong is still daydreaming about Elle's beauty. Suddenly, Tao Qian senses danger. No time to lose. He quickly shakes Chang Yong out of his romantic daze. He yells at Choi Chang Yong to look ahead, and the leader stammers back that he is indeed looking. But as Chang Yong turns his head, a giant, terrifying claw slices clean through the massive dust cloud. An endless swarm of vicious mantises rushes forward. No hesitation, they are ready to slaughter anyone in their path. Watching the swarm charge, Chang Yong's team shudders. Pure terror. It is an absolute nightmare. How are there still so many? Wasting no time, Chang Yong immediately orders his men to prepare for battle. The monsters close in. Hart orders his men to fire, all while silently cursing their utter uselessness. He fumes over how they let so many slip past while Michael begins charging up a massive sphere of energy. He fires it at the mantises, but it barely makes a dent as they scatter too quickly to destroy in one shot. The pests spread out. Furious, Elle grits her teeth. She curses them with every single swing of her sword. How dare these filthy bugs get close to her master? She slaughters them ruthlessly, leaving Michael watching in utter confusion. He has no idea why Elle is driven by such an intense, explosive rage, but she is fighting like a demon possessed. Suddenly, Michael notices a mantis flanking Elle, forcing her to block its strike with every ounce of her remaining strength. Sweat pours heavily from her face. Her power is fading fast. Below, the players struggle desperately against the endless swarm. Explosions ring out everywhere. But wait, something is wrong. The players quickly notice a very strange pattern. The beasts completely ignore their attacks. Sensing the danger, Tao Qian's eyes widen as he realizes the truth. He quickly shouts to cover Morningstar. They are targeting him. Every single one of them. Tao Qian panics. He genuinely believed this was just another routine low-level monster raid. He was dead wrong. This is a high-stakes territory war fully coordinated by a single commanding beast. Against the summoner's army, the smartest move is always to kill the summoner first. Seeing this, Jigyu draws his sword. He activates his flame element, transforming his physical body into pure roaring fire as he merges his soul with the elemental spirit. A massive wave of fire erupts, sending a storm of brilliant blazing sparks directly into the mantis swarm. The colorful flames consume the beasts. As the players watch in utter shock, Lu turns to Jigyu. Lu asks why he hasn't used death yet, joking that he feels left behind by L. Jigyu replies that this is enough for now. Besides, fire is perfect for roasting bugs, and death is still his ultimate trump card. Lu warns Kim Jigyu to only use it in critical battles, grumbling that even though it is just a basic skill to him, it is still risky. Still, Lu admits it is pretty powerful, and Kim Jigyu does not disagree, simply letting out a breath in quiet awe. He thinks it is incredibly easy before slipping back into a fighting stance, even though L is already starting to tire out. With a sudden flash of movement, Kim Jigyu charges past everyone like lightning, leaving Tao Chen completely stunned. A summon that fights entirely on its own seems like a cheat code, and Chang Yong can barely believe his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he admits he cannot deny the guy's sheer power, quickly ordering the Blue Dragon Guild to advance. He tells his team that if they do not want to be scolded for just watching, they need to go out there and kill at least one beast. Yubin's group quickly charges ahead as well, joining the fight behind the massive swarm of mantises. Yet deep inside the monster nest, a far more violent force is finally waking up as the territory boss stirs. Meanwhile, at Gangnam Station, the standby backup forces waiting outside get bored and start opening up their lunchboxes. It has already been 10 hours since the raid team entered the gate, leaving the backup crew waiting outside for just as long. The person who just spoke is Kim Seon-bo, the guild master of the Morningstar Child Guild. Sitting right next to him is the co-leader of the same guild, Kim Dong-hee, who notes that being backup is never easy. He adds that standby duty is a race against time, since no one ever knows when a gate might suddenly collapse. Seon-bo sighs, explaining that is just how abnormal gates work, but his explanation suddenly makes Dong-hee freeze up. Remembering that Seon-bo actually has family currently trapped inside that gate, Dong-hee quickly tries to correct himself. He reassures his friend that all this preparation is mostly a formality, confident that the raid team will be completely fine. Seon-bo tries to calm his own nerves, agreeing that since Kim Jigyu is in there with them, everything should turn out okay. Dong-hee agrees, knowing Kim Jigyu is an incredibly talented ranker, but back inside the gate, things are heating up. Kim Jiju's summoned cruiser suddenly leaps forward and grabs the giant mantis from behind, causing Chang Yong to look back in shock. The sight absolutely terrifies him, leaving him wondering what kind of monster could summon another beast like that. Still fighting, Tao Chen shouts over to him that now is not the time to be amazed by his abilities. He tells his ally to assume the guy could always do that, and though reluctant, Chang Yong has to admit he is right. At this point, nothing is surprising anymore, especially as they watch Kim Jigyu face off against the absolute largest mantis. Kim Jigyu immediately triggers his binding skill to trap the beast, then closes the distance at lightning speed to strike. Unleashing his fire element next, he engulfs the mantis in roaring flames that make the monster shriek in agony. Kim Jigyu lands gracefully to prepare for the next round as the furious mantis glares back with savage eyes. The monster lunges with a deadly thrust, but Kim Jigyu is unfazed as a dark aura begins to coat Lu. The dark aura wraps tightly around his weapon, and he braces himself for the clash we have all been waiting for. He swings his blade completely, blocking the giant's scythe and releasing a wave of pure darkness that wraps around the beast. The dark power shatters the creature's body into fragments, dissolving it slowly as it shrieks one last time. Amidst the thick dust, everyone watching is left completely speechless, with Yubin's squad staring in absolute jaw-dropping disbelief. Even Elle and Michael are stunned by the strike, which literally tears open a small black hole before the system chimes in. He has successfully slain the Votus Legion commander and converted the beast into an ego, leaving Kim Jigyu staring at his work in shock. The display is so overwhelming that he wonders if he was always this strong, but his body suddenly gives out. While the system panics over his condition, Lu realizes that the intense demonic energy in this place must have supercharged his last attack. It boosted his damage output, but it is also completely disrupting the delicate balance of energy inside his body. With his internal energies completely thrown off, Lu warns him that he needs to be much more careful next time. Trembling on the ground, Kim Jigyu asks why he was not warned about this, and Lu can only offer an honest apology. Lu admits he had no idea it would be this severe before quickly warning his master that something dangerous is approaching. Kim Jigyu looks around the devastated battlefield in confusion just as a violent earthquake begins to rip through the cavern. He senses a massive wave of energy just as deep cracks spider web across the floor. The entire squad begins to panic as Chang Yong breaks into a cold sweat, wondering if another nightmare is on the way. Yubin's team goes pale as they watch the earth tear open, praying the cavern does not collapse on top of them. The cracks spread rapidly from the center of the layer, and before anyone can react, the entire middle section explodes. Unlucky bystanders nearby are helplessly blown away, screaming for their lives, and even Kim Jigyu has to quickly dodge. What on earth? Even the system panics as the ground explodes, forcing Kim Jigyu to quickly activate his dark element. This skill turns his body into pure shadow, leaving Kim Jigyu shrouded in an eerie darkness as he floats midair. He stares down in absolute shock at the boss cocoon. It is completely massive, raising a serious question in his mind. Is Votus really this massive? Du quickly answers that yes, the boss is indeed huge. But this is just ridiculous, and its current state is likely caused by the blast if I am correct. It could completely detonate and destroy this entire pocket dimension, sending Kim Jigyu into an instant absolute panic. What then? This is definitely not the time to chat so casually, and suddenly Du falls dead silent. He seriously tells Kim Jigyu, Master, hypothetically speaking, and I am only talking about the absolute worst case scenario here. Imagine you feel there is absolutely no path to victory. You would know what to do, right? Kim Jigyu looks at Du in utter confusion, asking what he even means. Du stammers that he meant to say but hesitates and tells him to just forget it, leaving Kim Jigyu frustrated. Just then, Elle calls out in exhaustion, telling him that she has completely drained all of her remaining power. It is too difficult to maintain this evolved state, but Kim Jigyu quickly reassures her that she did an amazing job. The three angels hovering nearby apologize as well, begging for forgiveness because they could not be of more help. But Kim Jigyu gently declines, telling them they did plenty and should return to rest as he commands the portal open. The angels express their gratitude, but suddenly Du calls out to Kim Jigyu again, forcing him to look back down. Watch closely, the giant cocoon is starting to twitch, and Kim Jigyu instantly senses a highly dangerous, unexpected threat. It suddenly forms a razor-sharp spear, pointing straight at Kim Jigyu as Du and the system both scream out in warning. Kim Jigyu quickly raises his sword to block, but the raw impact is so massive his eyes widen in pure shock. This is unbelievable. How can its shell be this hard? After barely holding off the brutal strike, Kim Giju's sword hand trembles violently, but the cocoon is already moving again, shaping its silk threads into deadly spikes. Hundreds of sharp threads shoot out in every direction, impaling the giant eagles and shredding the mantises to pieces. Kim Jigyu watches in confusion. The monster is just attacking completely at random, showing absolutely no regard for friend or foe. He quickly contacts Hurt to check on him, and the undead general replies that they are fine since they cannot die. As long as he stands, the army will never fall, but Du immediately scoffs at his ally for showing off. That only works if demonic energy is still flowing, but he is already reaching his absolute limit. This situation is looking pretty bad. Kim Jigyu knows this means they are running out of time, but he also notices a small weakness in the attacks. The sharp spikes cannot reach too high, meaning the flying griffins overhead should be completely safe from any danger. But then he remembers the ground forces turning around only to stare in absolute disbelief at the scene below. A brilliant golden light envelops every single soldier, shielding them from the cocoon's deadly spikes like some kind of protective barrier. It turns out Michael cast his ultimate sanctuary barrier, prompting a highly surprised shout from Kim Jigyu. Du is completely stunned by the absurd amount of mana, noting that Michael might actually match Kim Giju's power. The cocoon generates another wave of sharp spikes aimed directly at Kim Jigyu, but he gracefully dodges every single strike. Closing in fast, he raises his blade and unleashes his death stab, driving it straight into the boss's weak point. But the blow barely leaves a scratch, only carving out a tiny puncture on the cocoon because the shell is simply too thick. It is just too massive and tough, which suddenly reminds him of Du's warning about what happens if this thing detonates. Du nods solemnly, warning that first, this entire zone will be wiped out and then a far worse boss will awaken. Kim Jigyu asks if this nightmare scenario triggers once everyone inside the dungeon gate is killed. A dungeon break will occur, unleashing the beast right in the city center, which makes Kim Jigyu grit his teeth in frustration. But suddenly, fresh blood begins to pour from his nose, followed closely by his eyes dripping onto his face. The system panics at the sight of the blood, screaming for its master as Kim Jigyu struggles to even stand. Du curses under his breath, warning that the power balance has completely broken and Kim Jigyu will literally die if he keeps forcing his death skill. Meanwhile, the cocoon curls up, unleashing another relentless storm of razor-sharp spikes. Kim Jigyu is blown off the cocoon as his vision starts to fade, leaving him dazed and barely aware of the hit. His mind was racing with endless thoughts. If utilizing the power of death was impossible, he had to find another way. But what could possibly work against a cocoon that easily resisted his fully enhanced death skill? There was absolutely no way any normal attack or standard skill would leave even a scratch on it. Even Elle with all her holy power was completely drained, and he was quite certain of it. Michael was also reaching his absolute limit, and to make matters worse, two enemy commanders were still standing ready. As he fell toward the deadly razor-sharp thorns, Jigyu suddenly remembered Lu's past words. This disaster would unfold once everyone here died. A massive dungeon explosion would tear through the area, and it would unleash this terrifying monstrosity right in the middle of the city. Images of his family flashed before his eyes, fueling him with sudden strength as he recalled his conversation with Lu. I am only asking for that one rare moment. If a time ever comes when you believe there is no hope of winning, then use me to stab deep into your own stomach with that memory. He raised Lu high. The other egos cried out in sheer panic, "Wait, master, master, please, you cannot do this." But Jigyu had made up his mind, instantly driving the blade in as Lu once instructed, while the system chimed. Your connection with Ego Lu has deepened, breaking the limit. Meanwhile, the defensive barrier was cracking with a sharp, shattering sound. Everyone was desperately fighting to survive while Michael grit his teeth in rage. Damn this useless shield. He had burned through his mana far too quickly. At this rate, he would not survive. Just then, he realized a swarm of deadly insects was diving straight for him. Michael cursed bitterly in his head. He noticed them too late, leaving him no time to dodge or block. Suddenly, a massive surge of dark energy erupted, and the insect's sharp claws vibrated violently against the shield. The overwhelming force practically blasted them back, forcing the swarm to retreat instead of launching another strike on Michael. Stunned by their sudden retreat, Michael gasped out in confusion. It was as if they were terrified of something. Before the bugs could even fly away, their bodies began to shake violently, slowly ripping apart in midair. Everyone present, including Michael, stood frozen with their mouths wide open, utterly shocked by this bizarre sight. Michael muttered in disbelief what just happened. Through the sharp thorns, Jigyu emerged, his hands overflowing with dark energy. With Lu fully possessing his body, the demon declared, "How dare a lowlife who has not even touched true power move before me? Without my permission." The undead soldiers below shivered in fear, instinctively taking a step back. A terrifying aura rolled off Jigyu as demonic horns sprouted from his head, his face twisting into a sinister smirk. Having taken complete control of his body, Lu cold-heartedly demanded, "Now kneel and bow your heads. The demon Lu has finally returned." As the dark mist billowed, Michael stared in absolute shock and gasped, "Kim Jigyu." Trembling with intense fear, Choi Chang-yong could barely stutter out that appearance. That power, is that really Jigyu? What is this pressure? I cannot even move. Suddenly sensing something off behind him, Choi Chang-yong whipped around and stammered, "What on earth is this?" All the local energy was rapidly condensing into a single point, making everyone shiver as their own power began draining away. No longer able to maintain his summons, Susanoo burst into a maniacal laugh as expected of the great Kim Jigyu. They stared at him in horror, stammering, "No, this is impossible. This is not what the Morningstar would do." It was the cocoon itself, absorbing all the residual energy in the area as its deadly thorns pulsed with dark mist. The colossal mass grew larger on the ground, severely draining anyone unfortunate enough to be standing too close to it. Their defensive shields shattered into nothingness, leaving them completely vulnerable to the crushing pressure of the dark demonic aura. The players were violently thrown back, crashing hard into the stone walls behind them, while others were launched into the sky. Agonizing screams filled the cavern, and even the powerful Tao Chen was caught in the brutal blast. Squinting through the dust to assess the damage, he yelled out to check on his allies, "Is everyone all right?" What nightmare was this now? His eyes widened in absolute shock at the sight ahead. What in the world is that? Standing right on top of the cocoon was a towering colossal giant. Its muscular frame burned with intense, searing heat, forcing Tao Chen to realize that victory or defeat no longer mattered. With the raid party's mana depleted, the boss's arrival guaranteed total annihilation in 10 minutes. If the Morningstar and that beast clash, the shockwave alone will knock everyone out, and most here will surely die. Michael has clearly taken massive damage since his shield is shattered, and his very survival is no longer guaranteed. This looks like a grave for them, but stopping that thing from escaping makes the sacrifice worth it. The massive beast raises its crimson claw high to build momentum before bringing it crashing down right on Jigyu. Under the crushing weight of this attack, everyone nearby is instantly driven to their knees. Choi Chang-yong has to plant his sword and use every ounce of strength just to avoid collapsing. He wonders if wind pressure alone can be this deadly, but Jigyu calmly warns the beast it has crossed the line. He casually snaps his fingers. "Trust me, the result is absolutely mind-blowing." The giant monster's head instantly vanishes, leaving the onlookers staring in absolute disbelief at what just happened. With his head full of questions, Choi Chang-yong wonders what on earth the Morningstar just did. He figures the demon must have attacked, and the heavy wind pressure forced everyone to blink for a second. But in that brief moment, half of the demon's giant body completely dissolved, prompting a cold chuckle from Jigyu. He mockingly notes that Bot has finally learned to use his brain before leaping high and driving downward with immense force. In an instant, 2/3 of the creature is obliterated, and Jigyu grabs Botis's true body. He slams the demon's head into the dirt, asking if Botis really thought he could hide. Distracting him with a massive attack to slip away was a decent plan, but it failed. He squeezes his skull and growls Botis's name, sending the terrified demon into a cold sweat as cracks appear. Under the main character's heavy grip, the demon desperately pleads that he was also set up and deceived. He begs to share everything he knows, but Giju flatly rejects the desperate offer. There are plenty of other ways to find out. Botus panics, but Giju just scoffs at his tiny form. He notes that the demon is too small to satisfy his hunger, prompting Botis to scream for mercy. The terrified demon begs Lu for his life, but Giju stomps down hard on his face, entirely driven by Lu's dominant consciousness. Lu growls that he abandoned that name a long time ago, preparing to swallow his prey whole. Botus tries to warn him that cannibalism violates their demonic laws, but his voice is silenced as he falls. The system suddenly chimes in, announcing that the territorial war is won and Botis is now a loyal ego. Giju wipes his mouth casually, trying to remember his original goal, while the onlookers stand frozen in awe. They watch intently, whispering among themselves about what kind of monstrous power is unfolding right before their eyes. Giju easily leaps down from the wreckage, carrying the unconscious guildmaster Sukwu as he returns to his allies. He gently sets down the unconscious fighter, leaving Sukwu's allies completely stunned and calling out to their leader. The skeleton soldiers gather and drop to their knees, bowing before the merged incarnation of Giju and Lu. They hail him as the Vice Overlord, but the hostile incarnation glares fiercely at Hart before striking. He shatters a bone fragment on Hart's skull, muttering the title. He sneers that the Lich is acting far too arrogant for his position. He asks if Hart truly believes his anchored life source in the gate makes him immortal. Hart warily begs Lu to regain his senses, urging the demon to return control of the physical body to their beloved master. Lu gets right in the Lich's face with a mockery, forcing Hart to retreat into his necklace to escape. Standing behind him, Elle draws her sword and fiercely demands that Lu hand back their master's body immediately. Her angelic followers join the protest, commanding the demon to release his hold on their master. Hart desperately calls out for Lu to wake up, and the collective pleas finally start to work. Lu clutches his head as sanity returns, complaining about how incredibly irritating the situation has become. An uncontrollable wave of raw energy erupts from the merged form, blasting everyone in the area backward. Elle and Hart are thrown back instantly alongside Anna Jame and the rest of the surrounding egos. With Giju's closest companions lying bruised on the ground, Lu pauses to question his own actions. He angrily wonders why he went so easy on those who dared to show hostility, believing they should have all been devoured instead. Staring at his bloodlust-filled hands, the merged entity mutters a chilling question: who am I exactly? The killing intent slowly fades. Sparking electricity all over, Lu suddenly returns to his original form. He is now a snake ring on Giju's hand. The armor around him vanishes. He collapses backward, completely unconscious, while Elle screams in panic for her master. Choi Changdong seizes the moment. He quickly incites the crowd, shouting that they must kill Giju immediately. He claims that Giju is not human, leaving Elle standing in a tense and quiet silence. Glaring at Choi Changdong with terrifying eyes, Elle watches as Michael finally runs over, utterly bewildered by the chaos. Michael demands to know what is going on. Seeing no response, Choi Changdong continues fanning the flames eagerly. Now watch. Choi Changdong urges them to kill Giju now, while he is unconscious before it is too late. Sung Hun and Ruben quickly step forward to defend him, demanding to know how anyone could be so heartless. While Susanoo silently carries Ju Suk-gu on his back, Choi Changdong continues pointing directly at Giju. He argues that Giju even attacked his own summon, making him far too dangerous to let live. Tao Chen silently reflects that they only survived the battle thanks to Morning Star. Yet letting Morning Star run completely wild is highly dangerous, a fact he simply cannot deny as Elle scoffs. Elle demands to know if they have already forgotten who saved their lives, calling them ungrateful hypocrites. Michael frowns deeply upon hearing this, knowing Elle's dangerous nature all too well. Elle silently apologizes to her master, fully prepared to slaughter every ungrateful coward standing before her. Her body erupts with golden lightning, leaving Choi Changdong wondering what this power is. Even Zenith's massive skeleton army begins to crumble under the sheer weight of her furious rage. Gritting his teeth, Tao Chen realizes this is mana, but the sheer bloodlust is unreal. Michael desperately rushes to stop her, but Ruben's grandmother suddenly appears out of nowhere. Ruben cries out to her, but the old woman silently steps directly in front of Elle's glowing blade. Elle warns that she has no desire to attack anyone without hostile intent, but if she takes one more step toward her master, any remaining mercy is completely off. The old woman asks if she is truly prepared to let Giju die by leaving him like this. Elle rejects the claim, but the old woman calmly tells her to find out. She warns that by the time she realizes the truth of those words, it will already be far too late to do anything to save him. Elle's intense gaze softens as she ponders the warning, while Giju's soul suddenly awakens inside a completely dark, pitch-black void. Looking around in absolute confusion, he feels a strange familiarity before Lu's voice suddenly echoes. Lu asks if he is foolishly assuming he ended up in the underworld. Giju immediately recognizes Lu's familiar voice, but his companion urgently cuts him off, stating they are running out of precious time. Lu admits he will forget everything, unable to bear the thought of enduring that agonizingly empty void ever again. While Giju demands to know what he means, Lu cuts him off and tells him to listen carefully. Lu's voice begins to fade away, completely panicking. Giju, who desperately begs his companion to speak up. Lu confesses he felt entirely empty without his master, and as those words linger, Giju suddenly snaps awake. Elle cries out in absolute relief that he is safe, while Ruben's grandmother approaches asking if he is finally awake. Sitting up, Giju looks at his blood-soaked clothes, shocked to find his entire body has been completely healed. He asks if she was the one who saved him, but the old woman calmly shakes her head, claiming she did very little. She points toward his subordinates and Michael, prompting Giju to look over at his friend in surprise. He can feel that Michael has drained an immense amount of his own mana while Giju was lying unconscious. The old woman warns that things are far from over, telling him to meet her later. She sighs quietly, looking at him, while remembering that he is the son of Kim Sejin, the son of Kronos. Giju turns back to Michael, asking if he really used a fragment of the Holy Grail. Michael explains he willingly sacrificed his own segment of the legendary Grail to save Giju. While Giju is completely stunned by the sacrifice, Lu quickly scoffs at his master's needless worry. Elle also chimes in, reassuring him that it was likely just a harmless transfer of pure energy. Since nothing physical appeared, it was likely just a direct transfer of pure power. But the real issue is that it is a Vatican treasure, right? As Kim Giju speaks, he recalls Michen's past words. Relax, this entire place is protected by a powerful barrier created by the Holy Grail, the Vatican treasure itself. Machen chuckles, telling him there is no need to look so worried since they only took a small portion. It will recover soon so she won't get scolded, but then Kim Giju remembers the warning Grandma Ruby gave to Ellie. If she wants to save her master, she must suppress her power after burning through so much life force. Wasting her energy now on unnecessary things will only make saving him completely impossible. The old woman asks if Ellie can trust her just this once, prompting Ellie to stare silently into her eyes. Closing her eyes, she takes a deep breath, withdraws her aura, and asks what she needs to do. The old woman asks if she can transform into a sword, instructing her to take that form first. Once Ellie transforms, the old woman holds the blade and mutters that she hopes there is no misunderstanding. She reveals her plan. She is going to stab the sword straight into Ellie's own master. There is no need to worry about other areas, she explains before turning her focus toward Michen. She admits she does not know his relationship with Kim Giju, but asks if his artifact can be used to save him. Recalling this, Michen tells Kim Giju he still has no clue how that old woman knew about the Holy Grail, or how she knew he had it, wondering who she really is, though Kim Giju admits he has no idea either. It is his first time meeting her, and all he knows is that she advises the Bone Flower Guild. Michen admits he cannot tell if Kim Giju is a god or a demon, making Kim Giju point to himself in confusion. Talk about a massive plot twist. Michen was the only one who could use the Grail, yet Kim Giju handles it effortlessly. He adapted to the shard without any side effects, showing a level of compatibility that is even higher. Who is he really? This brings back Du Zheng's old question about how he awakened the Devil's Eye. That eye represents the demon mind, and a confused Kim Giju admits to Michen that he is wondering too. Kim Giju has no idea what he is. Meanwhile, Sung-hun touches the thorny cocoon, asking about teleporting. He figures the cocoon counts as part of the boss, meaning everyone can finally teleport. The crowd erupts into excited cheers, celebrating the fact that they have finally made it through. As others weep with relief, Kim Giju stands by the cocoon when a system prompt asks to absorb the gate. He realizes he must be the absolute last one to leave, while Reinhardt urgently pushes him to act. Kim Giju wants to absorb it quickly, but first he curiously asks Lu if he truly remembers nothing. Lu insists he already explained his memory loss, though he mentions having prepared a few backup plans just in case. They agree to discuss details later, but Kim Giju worries about Ellie, prompting Lu to tell him not to fret. She simply overused her power and just needs some time to recover. Yet Kim Giju still feels incredibly heavy-hearted over her sudden absence. Suddenly, guild leader Choi Chang-dong approaches and calls his name nervously, scratching his head as Kim Giju turns to face him. Struggling to find the right words, Choi hesitates before bowing deeply alongside his allies to show the protagonist his sincere gratitude. Choi thanks him on behalf of the Blue Dragon Guild for saving their lives, but Reinhardt suddenly speaks up in warning. He warns Kim Giju not to be fooled by a man who actively tried to kill him, while Lu completely agrees. Kim Giju simply shrugs, telling the group there is no need for such formality since he only helped on a whim. And just like that, he tells Choi to pretend nothing happened, leaving the guild leader sweating bullets. Nervously wiping his brow, Choi quickly nods in agreement, and the entire group prepares to make their exit. They all teleport to the reward zone, leaving Kim Giju behind to wait for his chance to clear out the gate. Reinhardt is baffled, asking why he spared those scoundrels after they literally tried to end his life. Kim Giju points out that execution was not really an option, warning Reinhardt not to let Lu influence her thoughts. Lu protests her innocence, while Kim Giju realizes this setup is perfect now that they owe him their lives. In his current weakened state, taking on the entire group would have been an incredibly foolish move. especially with two high-tier hunters present, though Lu playfully reminds him that running his mouth does not actually cost any mana. Lu tells him to direct his anger at the enemies instead of her as they transition to the quiet reward hall. While everyone rests waiting for news of the vanguard, Kim Seo-bai suddenly snaps her eyes open, waking the others. As strange sounds echo from the portal, the crowd watches everyone step through and erupts into cheers. They actually did it. The strike squad is back, though many are carrying serious injuries. The wounded are rushed to the hospital after first aid, with Sukgu receiving special care while Seo-on-bai helps her cousin and looks around in confusion. She asks where Hunter Kim is, and Jun Dae-won points back toward the gate. He is way behind everyone else. With the crisis finally over, Jisoo heads straight back home to wash off the dirt and grimminess. Scrubbing the sticky monster blood off his skin, his mind races with endless questions. He still has no idea why they targeted Sukgu. Why kidnap him but keep him alive, and what was the enemy truly searching for? Lu casually suggests they just ask the guy directly since he is nothing but a soul, now making Jisoo gasp. Wondering when he got so distracted, Jisoo is stunned when Lu reveals he literally ate the guy, leaving him totally speechless. He asks for clarification, hoping that when Lu says eat, it is just a figure of speech. But Lu denies it, explaining it was completely literal, while Reinhardt chimes in that it was more like a gourmet feast. The explanation completely breaks Jisoo's brain, and he stumbles into the bathroom looking utterly dazed before making a quick gesture with his fingers. He stares blankly at the toilet as the entire bathroom suddenly fills with thick steam while out in the living room. Yoo Jung hugs Rain, thinking that anyone with functioning eyes can clearly see this is no ordinary dog. He takes Rain with him every single time he goes to work and has even walked the pet outside several times without any issues, only to completely forget to bring him back home. She holds him up, wondering if he is a summoned beast belonging to some mysterious player, most likely. Hugging him close with a heavy sigh, she whispers softly into his ear. She admits she absolutely hates seeing him constantly dragged into danger, but if his presence guarantees her brother's safety, she can accept it. But today is the day she confronts him. He really shouldn't be keeping secrets from his own sister like this. Determined to get answers, she storms straight into her brother's bedroom and flings the door open, calling out to him. But her voice cuts short when she sees him curled up on the bed, sleeping deeply and looking completely exhausted. Not wanting to disturb his rest, she gently pulls the blanket over his shoulders and lets him sleep in peace. She quietly slips out and closes the door behind her, leaving Jisoo to sleep peacefully without ever noticing her visit. It is already evening when a sudden phone call from Heo Sung-hoon jolts Jisoo awake from his deep slumber. Sitting up to answer, he groggily agrees to meet up tonight alongside Ruben, confirming the quick details before hanging up. He rubs his eyes sleepily, planning to quickly wash his face and head straight out the door. Realizing it is already 6 p.m. after getting back at 10 in the morning, he figures he slept for 8 hours, but Lu quickly corrects him. He slept for over 30 hours, meaning an entire day has passed, leaving Jisoo absolutely shell-shocked by the news. Reinhardt chimes in that their master is a total sleepyhead, leaving a highly embarrassed Jisoo to complain to his summons. He asks why they did not wake him, but Lu and Reinhardt both agree that his rest was far more important. Lu adds that his sister even came into the room once just to make sure he was still breathing. Hearing this makes Jisoo incredibly annoyed, wishing they had used that exact moment to wake him up. Hurrying over to meet Heo Sung-hoon, Jisoo arrives to find a massive spread of delicious food already waiting for them. As the three of them dig in, Jisoo eventually looks up to ask where guild leader Choi is. Heo Sung-hoon replies that he is likely busy handling affairs for the fallen guild members, as their losses this time were incredibly severe. Since the CAI Guild suffered heavy casualties, they are planning a joint funeral with the Blue Dragon Guild, prompting Jisoo to ask Ruben how things went on her side. Ruben reassures him that everyone survived, bringing a small sigh of relief from Jisoo, though his expression remains noticeably gloomy. Lu wonders why he looks so down since death is natural, but Reinhardt quickly tells him to read the room. Munching on a rib, Heo Sung-hoon notes that they were incredibly lucky to clear that gate as quickly as they did. Predicting when these portals appear is impossible, making it extremely difficult to even estimate the potential casualties beforehand. When Jisoo asks about other locations, Heo Sung-hoon clarifies that the Gangnam Station portal was the only one successfully cleared. This immediately makes Jisoo think of director Tae-sik, until Ruben suddenly calls out his name. She asks if he is actually planning to enter another portal, and Heo Sung-hoon chimes in with concern. He insists that even a powerhouse like Jisoo needs a break, forcing the hunter to quickly wave his hands in denial. Lu warns that fighting is impossible in his current exhausted state, and going back out there would be pure suicide. Rain keeps pleading with his master, saying he really needs some rest, but Kim Gi-ju dismisses it, telling his two companions he hears them. Kim Gi-ju asks Heo Sung-hoon about Seo-kwu, prompting Lu to tease him about trying to change the subject. Heo Sung-hoon replies that Seo-kwu still has not woken up, and though there are no visible injuries for some bizarre, inexplicable reason, he remains in a deep coma, leaving them completely clueless about what happened inside the gate at that moment. They have no idea what those monsters did to him, and he is currently under special supervision. At the association's medical center, Kim Gi-ju quietly sits down, casting his eyes low as he reflects on the news. Lu asks him why he is spacing out again, pointing out they already said they do not know what happened. If he does not know, he should just go ask, calling him dummy. Kim Gi-ju realizes the truth and heads through the gate to find Old Man Huang. Seeing Kim Ji-ju, Old Man Huang is clearly delighted, welcoming him and saying he has been waiting for him to arrive. What started as a floating island has now completely submerged, and he is highly curious to learn more. Rain chimes in, speculating that the total area of the territory might even be larger than Earth itself. Kim Ji-ju laughs politely, apologizing for making the old man handle all these troubles, but Old Man Huang reassures him it is quite the opposite. He actually loves it because the larger a territory is, the more he enjoys trying to master it. He bids them farewell, noting that as a manager, he cannot leave his post unattended for very long. Rain politely says goodbye, and Old Man Huang bids the familiar farewell, telling him he will see him later. Kim Gi-ju chuckles, remembering that this massive place originally started as just a simple pyramid built by a low-rank monster. But look at what it has become now, as Elle and Lu both marvel at how incredibly talented that crazy old guy is. Kim Gi-ju teleports to the chamber holding the thorny cocoon, staring in awe at the strange structure. Just as Lu predicted, Botis's body is still right there, prompting Lu to explain the rules of a territory war. In the end, the victor gets to completely absorb and wipe out everything belonging to the defeated side. Kim Gi-ju approaches the cocoon, realizing he only needs to assign Botis's ego to get this process started. The system prompts him to select the designated ego, and without a second thought, he locks in Botis. Right before his eyes, Botis's body begins to regenerate, and the torn cocoon miraculously heals itself to wrap around him. Within moments, Botis is fully sealed inside as strange noises echo, leaving Kim Ji-ju waiting with a sense of anticipation. Suddenly, the cocoon explodes and Botis emerges in his true form, instantly kneeling before Kim Gi-ju to speak. He formally begs to greet his Lu, prompting Rain to remark that he looks far more human now, though Lu immediately questions his eyesight. Kim Gi-ju welcomes his newly restored subordinate, apologizing that even though he was only just brought back to life, he has to put him to work immediately, but Botis quickly replies that he is ready to serve. Kim Gi-ju gives him his first command, which is to let him beat him up, leaving Botis completely stunned. As Botis stammers in absolute shock, Kim Gi-ju calmly cracks his knuckles, explaining that he owes a massive unpaid debt to one of his close friends. He promises to keep it gentle, but the brutal beatdown that follows leaves Botis screaming in agonizing pain. Lu cheers at how legendary this is, while Rain eagerly agrees, praising their master for looking so incredibly cool, while Botis lies absolutely battered in a crater. Kim Gi-ju waves his hand, asking Botis if he is satisfied, admitting his power is still tough to control. Lu sighs that it is a pity they cannot kill him, but Rain assures him there will be plenty of chances later. Hearing those terrifying words, Botis begins to shiver violently as Kim Gi-ju asks if he is finally ready to speak. Crying without tears, Botis stammers that he was prepared to obey from the start as Kim Gi-ju sits down to continue. He demands to know Andras's real objective and what exactly they plan to achieve by opening all these gates. Botis nods, admitting that just as he suspected, his Lu already knows about the mastermind behind this. He confirms Andras is responsible and reveals he made them a highly unusual proposal, causing Kim Gi-ju's eyes to widen in shock. Botis nods eagerly, explaining that their plan is to steal the players' physical bodies and launch a full-scale invasion of Earth. Kim Gi-ju suddenly connects the dots about Sokwu, but Lu interrupts his thoughts, claiming such a plan is completely impossible. He insists Andras could never pull that off, but Botis quickly warns them that this is not an empty threat. Clearly, Andras could never accomplish this with his own strength alone, but if they look at the facts, creating so many massive gates simultaneously is an absurd feat that should be completely impossible. Lu agrees that it makes no sense, and Botis reveals Andras only achieved this by using a certain legacy. Kim Gi-ju immediately thought of Mr. Huang. After all, Paimon's legacy included everything he owned, even his very self. Lu warns him that this is far from a simple case of someone stealing his body. When a demon possesses a human host, it means those who previously struggled to use their full potential will suddenly unleash 100% of their power. Still, Kim Gi-ju wonders if this plan can succeed against Earth's strongest. With monsters like the demon Lu and Lee Seo-jun around, plus Kim Ji-ju beating Botis, their chances seem pretty low. Botis agrees, admitting that running into Kim Gi-ju was unfortunate, but they all believe this high-stakes gamble was actually worth a shot. It actually stood a chance of succeeding, and Andras had even shared some crucial news with them. They had successfully possessed an incredibly powerful human on Earth, and Botis is certain this target is currently living in the United States. With those critical details secured, Kim Gi-ju heads back to meet Mr. Huang as they both look up at the massive building. Mr. Huang eagerly asks Kim Gi-ju for his opinion, while Yoon-ho quickly chimes in to agree with his dad. Mr. Huang adds that he plans to showcase the imported cars he gifted Kim Gi-ju right there. The first and second floors will be Kim Gi-ju's office, and he just needs to pick out the interior design. Kim Gi-ju chuckles and gives him full control, though he cannot help but wonder about the architectural structure. Having worked part-time at construction sites before, he finds the design a bit hard to believe. It feels completely different from conventional structures, but Mr. Huang reassures him that they have both himself and Minsu. The successor of Paimon wields immense magic, providing them with an practically unlimited labor force. So there is absolutely nothing to worry about, and they could even connect it to the floating island up in the sky. Lu wonders why he makes it sound like a piece of cake. Young-ho snaps back, warning Lu not to insult his father, while Lu dryly notes the dad is barely 1 year old. Mr. Huang proudly reveals they decided to call it Kim Gi-ju Tower, making the young hero hesitate. Kim Gi-ju awkwardly asks Mr. Huang to reconsider, leaving the older man quite confused while Kim Gi-ju struggles to explain. Lu interrupts, explaining that demons are targeting a highly influential player in the United States to take over. They plan to launch an invasion, but Lu warns Kim Gi-ju that the attack itself is not the biggest concern. The real threat is their plan to hide among humans, targeting the elite squads assigned to clear the gates. Since these squads consist of the top players from various nations, their possession would trigger an unimaginable and catastrophic threat. Talk about a massive headache. Kim Gi-ju scratches his head, realizing they now have to hunt down hidden traitors and demons. It feels like an unwanted treasure hunt, but Lu advises him that they desperately need more details first. They must uncover Andres's master plan, prompting Kim Gi-ju to realize that it might finally be time to wake it up. Specifically, the seed of Mr. Huang's son, though the old man simply notes he cannot disobey Kim Gi-ju's orders anyway. He tells Kim Gi-ju to proceed, but Kim Gi-ju hesitates, refusing to look at it that way. He hates viewing their bond as master and servant, prioritizing how Mr. Huang actually feels above all else. Mr. Huang sighs softly, asking for a little more time before Kim Gi-ju finally heads back home. Sitting quietly by the portal to focus on his training, Kim Gi-ju listens as Lu examines his completely shattered meridians. The damage occurred when Lu integrated with his body, though grandmother Lim Hai-suk temporarily patched it up using life force. However, that was merely a temporary emergency fix, especially since his unique meridians are unlike absolutely anything else in existence. Even Lu cannot predict how they will affect him, prompting Kim Gi-ju to quiet his mind and focus inward. He has successfully done this once before, so he focuses on feeling everything inside his body while entering deep meditation. Suddenly awakening, Kim Gi-ju snaps his eyes open as a strange thumping sound echoes in his ears, leaving him sweating bullets. Realizing that something is terribly wrong, Lu growls in anger that it has already merged, leaving Kim Gi-ju utterly shocked. Lu explains that his traits from when he descended into Kim Gi-ju's body should have been completely wiped out. Instead, a fragment of that memory has fused with Kim Gi-ju's meridians, leaving him wondering what that even means. Lu explains that simply put it means his old dominant personality that once ruled over Kim Gi-ju's body could resurface at any moment, regardless of whether the young man wants it to. Horrified, Kim Gi-ju wonders if that barbaric alter ego can truly resurface, referring to that terrifying savage personality that had literally devoured Bodis alive. Just thinking about his savage self doing that makes Kim Gi-ju shudder in absolute disgust. Lu tells him there is no need to go that far, seeing Ki-ju constantly gagging and throwing up. Ki-ju can't help but curse under his breath. Urging him to find out what is going on, Lu suggests visiting that old woman. This reminder immediately sparks Ki-ju's memory of her. She had warned him inside the gate to definitely come find her after escaping. He mutters her exact words in a complete daze. Lupin's advisor Lu suggests he handle what he can, first focusing on waking Elle up to reclaim his balance, even if temporarily. Even a temporary fix is better than nothing. Ki-ju agrees, but scratches his head, wondering how he is supposed to wake her up. He can't exactly beat her up like he did Lu. Lu snaps back, asking why that method even worked on him. Rain teases Lu for being a literal punching bag. Lu immediately confronts Ki-ju, demanding to know where he learned that phrase. Regardless, Lu reminds him that Elle is only sleeping because her energy is fully depleted. All he needs to do is simple. He must share some of his life force with her, while also seizing the opportunity to evolve her and boost her power. Ki-ju gets the point and does as told. The system screen flashes, announcing Elle's first evolution, her relic 1 out of 1, 10 out of 10, 3 out of 3, 0 out of 1. Name Kim Gi-ju. Level 1. Class Ego's Partner. Innate Ability Link. Skills: Assimilation, Death Fusion, Empowerment, and Ego Creation. Own Egos: Fire Giant and Brunheart, Manitou Mantis, Chimera, and 14 Ego Fragments. Ki-ju silently ponders his inventory, realizing Lu's absorption has left him with plenty of fragments. He decides to utilize Manitou Void, General Sharon, and the Evil Eye Lu's fragment, figuring they will yield the best results. Lu agrees, explaining that a stronger ego will empower Elle further, much like how Ki-ju gains power by absorbing them. However, that doesn't mean she will be able to utilize the same absorption abilities as Lu. Kiju nods, fully understanding now. He decides to let her evolve first, but then wonders about the Holy Sword. Can he simply use the various swords he broke in his previous battles to help her? Lu suggests a very simple solution, telling him to go find that old blacksmith. Kiju asks if he means Huan. Right now might not be the best time as the old man is still worried sick about his son. Lu shrugs, saying there is no other choice. Left with no option, Kiju visits Huang, who readily gives him an answer. Huang says it's entirely possible, making Kiju gasp in delight. Huang nods, explaining he kept the remains of the holy sword Kaine, and the fragments of other holy swords as well. You can use them to resurrect El, but take only what you need. Kiju wonders if it's possible. Lu proudly replies, "Didn't I tell you?" Yonha praises Huang, calling him the absolute best. Huang wags his finger, telling Kiju that in truth he is prepared. Huang figured this day would come eventually, so he already prepared a sword. Kiju stares in disbelief, asking what he means. Huang explains that while he did make one, it is really just an empty frame for now. He commands Hearst to bring it over. Hearst quickly grabs the item from atop the building and flies down. Kneeling respectfully, the manager asks if he was summoned. Huang marvels at Hearst's incredible speed, noting how fast he is. Hearst smiles proudly, claiming he is always ready. Kiju notes Huang trained his assistant while staring at the sword in hand. He calculates, wondering if channeling his life force will work. Taking the sword, Kiju heads straight back home. Staring at the sword in her master's hand, Yonha gasps that it is working. Kiju looks equally surprised. It really is. Lu chimes in, reminding him that he has successfully done this before. Wasn't he the one who restored a broken holy sword in the past? Kiju swings the weapon. He nervously asks if this new blade won't randomly turn into an angel like Hamiel. Lu scoffs, saying if that were possible, the old man would be insane. Still, this is pretty impressive. Kiju nods in agreement. Yonha beams with excitement, saying it is finally time to revive El. Lu quickly objects. She isn't even dead. Kiju then commands the system to merge Charon's ego. The system announces that Charon's ego, the main vessel, has been combined with the sub-ego. Kiju orders the next fusion. A familiar system alert chimes, confirming the main evil eye, Lu ego, has been merged with the sub-fragment. He initiates the evolution process utilizing the Mantis Charon and evil eye Lu egos. As the command ends, his ring glows brilliantly. Blinding light floods the room. Elle awakens once more, appearing directly in front of Kiju. She kneels down respectfully, greeting her master. Kiju is slightly bewildered, asking if it is really her. She feels completely different, and though he has many questions, he hesitates. But first of all, why does she only have a single pair of wings? Didn't she grow stronger after evolving? Elle looks at her wings, explaining that her full set of wings only manifests when she enters her combat state. Ellie quickly offers to show him her wings since she usually hides them, but Kim Jigyu waves his hands in hasty refusal. He tells her to just do whatever she feels is best. Lu then asks curiously what he means by saying wings are so complicated. Kim Jigyu quickly brushes it off as nothing. He immediately redirects the conversation, asking Ellie about her hair instead. He wonders why the color changed. Even Ellie looks surprised, admitting she is not quite sure herself. Ren praises Ellie's hair, calling it absolutely beautiful. Meanwhile, Lu speaks up to ask Kim Giju a question. Lu asks Kim Giju if he noticed how the color got mixed. Kim Giju asks in confusion. Lu explains that it happened because he used General Mantoad's ego to evolve Ellie. That ego fused with Ellie's, ultimately turning her into a unique angel who wields the dark power of a demon. She has become an unprecedented existence, making Gigi gasp in shock. Lu agrees, admitting that the whole situation is completely insane. Lu suggests that his master spar with Ellie right now, expecting something interesting to happen. Gigi looks suspiciously at Lu and questions him. Gigi asks if Lu is plotting something. Lu quickly reassures his master, claiming he has only ever tried to help him out. Lu adds that they need to test both Ellie and Kim Giju himself. This leaves Kim Giju wondering why he needs to be tested too. He asks if his master forgot his skill, Link Power, which lets him borrow a portion of any linked ego. Kim Giju is told to think about his recent links. He immediately remembers his connection with Bothet, and Lu confirms he is correct. Bothet's special ability, which earned him a spot among the 72 demons of Solomon, is now ready for Kim Giju to use. Meanwhile, Bothet's whiskers suddenly twitch wildly. He grumbles to himself, wondering why he feels so itchy and if someone is talking about him. Back with Kim Giju, Ellie plucks a glowing feather from her own angel wing and holds it out in front of him. At the same time, she summons a pure white sword, offering it to her master and telling him to use it. She assures him he can use his abilities normally during their spar, leaving Kim Giju absolutely stunned by her new power. Ren is amazed that Ellie can replicate weapons, now loudly praising how much stronger she has become. Kim Giju wonders if she can mass-produce these legendary weapons now. Ellie shakes her head, explaining that unfortunately, it is just not possible. She explains that the blade represents her very existence. Since there is only one of her, she can only manifest a single sword. It holds her entire pool of power. Even though it might feel a bit strained, she is confident it will perform beautifully in battle. This new sword form is highly optimized. The sheer absurdity of her sudden evolution leaves Kim Gi-ju questioning his sanity. Lu chimes in, noting her combat power has doubled. Seriously, how crazy is that? He suggests it might be due to Kim Gi-ju's link. Ellie slowly steps forward, ready to begin the spar with her master. She spreads her majestic angel wings, sparking with heavy electricity, and tells him to bring it on. Kim Gi-ju deeply nods in agreement. A blue light suddenly glows from his chest as he draws his familiar dual swords. He tells Ellie to begin, and a heavy dark aura fills the entire room. The two of them clash head-on. Swords collide in a rapid, relentless storm of ringing steel. Ellie moves with incredible confidence, completely focused on every single move she makes against her master. Kim Ji-ju smiles, admitting he did not expect her to be this good at close combat. Ellie smiles back, saying she learned it all by watching him. She admits she still has a lot to learn. Just then, Ren eagerly volunteers to jump in. Ren begs for a turn. Lu mockingly points out that he does not even have a body. Grumbling back, Ren watches as Kim Gi-ju backs off slightly to maintain his distance. Kim Gi-ju then asks Lu what that interesting thing from earlier was. He asks about Buffett's special ability too. Lu admits things might be turning out slightly different from what he originally imagined. Look at her go. Ellie is clearly in her element now, leaving Kim Gi-ju watching in utter disbelief. Ellie flashes a mischievous grin, apologizing to her master as she prepares to go all out. Kim Gi-ju instantly senses a surge of dark mana. Ren watches her in awe, joking that Ellie's vibe suddenly feels just like Lu's, wondering if she's becoming a troublemaker too. Lu growls in annoyance, telling Ren to repeat himself. Meanwhile, Kim Gi-ju realizes that demon mana has indeed mixed into Ellie's core. An angel-wielding demonic mana is highly unusual, but Lu asks why he is so shocked, revealing this is not even the real surprise. Kim Gi-ju is left completely speechless. Suddenly, a terrifyingly dark, malevolent energy begins to completely wrap around Ellie's blade. Gritting his teeth, Kim Gi-ju forces an awkward smile, asking Ellie if she is seriously trying to take him out. He wonders if this is a bit too cruel for a simple spar. Ren immediately blames Lu, claiming she has been totally corrupted. Ellie replies that she only dares to go all out because he is her master, knowing he can easily block anything she throws. Without another word, Ellie makes her move. She pours every ounce of her strength into a single devastating strike aimed right at him. Kim Ji-ju laughs and clicks his tongue, admitting he appreciates her high expectations. With that, he charges forward to meet her head-on. Kim Gi-ju suddenly freezes with a confused look on his face, realizing he has already completely seen through Elle's trajectory and attack speed. The closer she gets to Kim Gi-ju, the thicker the demonic energy around Elle becomes, her eyes sharp with an obvious desire to win. Yet Kim Gi-ju simply raises his sword with ease, effortlessly blocking her strike the moment their two blades collide. A violent burst of power erupts, sending Elle's sword flying into the distance, leaving even Elle herself completely shocked by the impact. She stands there surprised by how incredibly fast she lost as her flying sword clatters against the wall and slowly fades into nothingness. The room falls into a terrifying silence before she finally snaps out of it, whispering that it is exactly as expected of her master. She admits she knew he would block it, but never expected such a perfect counter, while Dian flatteringly calls him the absolute best. Kim Gi-ju wonders to himself whether his eyes are just tracking things better now, or if her movements were simply that easy to predict. It is not at all what Elle thinks, but Lu suddenly cuts off his train of thought, asking if he predicted the future. He congratulates Kim Gi-ju, revealing that this is actually the special ability Bodis possessed, the power of future sight. Kim Gi-ju skeptically asks if he really saw the future, and Lu confirms it, though he adds there are many limitations. Still, the young man has gained the power to glimpse certain future events, leaving him deeply curious. Kim Gi-ju wonders aloud how Bodis could have possibly lost to Lu when he possessed such an incredible godlike ability. Lu explains that, as he mentioned before, this power is highly restricted and Kim Gi-ju will not see the entire big picture. When facing overwhelmingly powerful enemies that leave him completely helpless, this foresight skill becomes utterly useless. Hearing Lu boast, Kim Gi-ju grumbles that his sword never misses a single opportunity to show off. He turns and orders Elle to return, and the obedient spirit immediately retreats back into the ring on his finger. Checking his watch, Kim Gi-ju mutters that although he still has things to test, it is high time for bed. If he stays up any longer, his internal clock will be completely ruined, and Lu politely agrees. He points out Kim Gi-ju still needs to fully recover, but Kim Gi-ju suddenly freezes when he notices his watch has stopped ticking. Lu casually notes that watches do not run forever, while Rain quickly chimes in to reassure Kim Gi-ju that it is no big deal. After all, even a stopped clock is right twice a day, though. Elle wonders if it simply ran out of battery or oil. Kim Gi-ju quickly shakes his head, explaining that this is a precious keepsake left behind by his father. He has kept it close since childhood, and it has never once broken down, prompting a curious Lu to ask if it is a system item. Lu mentions he cannot feel any special energy coming from it, while Rain agrees that the whole situation is rather strange. Feeling absolutely nothing from the device, Lu wonders why they are only just noticing its strange existence now. Kim Gi-ju stands dazed, staring blankly at the watch in his hand for a long time, thinking about how it has suddenly died. A broken watch is usually no big deal, but his instincts are screaming that something massive is shifting in the shadows. His sixth sense as an experienced player is ringing loud, warning him of a storm brewing just over the horizon. He heads to bed for a long, deep sleep, only to be jolted awake by his phone ringing loudly early the next morning. Waking up, Kim Gi-ju answers the call and asks the person on the other end if Taeshik is finally back. The caller confirms it, explaining that Taeshik is currently at the association headquarters, asking if they plan to meet. They offer to pick him up in about 10 minutes, and the young man quickly replies that he will get ready to leave immediately. Hanging up, Kim Gi-ju rushes straight to the association building, bursting through the doors to frantically ask Taeshik what went wrong. Pointing at his face, Taeshik chuckles and says he almost fell asleep waiting, while Lu bluntly remarks that the man is now one-eyed. Diane immediately jumps in to agree that he only has one eye now, causing Elle to scold her for being so incredibly rude. With a look of slight sadness, Taeshik tries to play it down as a minor scratch, but Kim Gi-ju is not buying it. He demands to know if his friend is joking, asking what happened and why he is not taking any healing potions. Kim Ji-gyu asks if he went to a hospital, and Taeshik pulls off his eye patch, sighing that he tried everything to no avail. Even though the physical wound seems completely normal, some bizarre mysterious energy is actively blocking it from healing. He explains that even Hunter Choi Myung-jin tried to help him, referencing the famous leader of the Holy Church Guild, one of the top 10. Kim Ji-gyu adds that she is not just famous in Korea, but is actually recognized as a world-renowned healer. Leaning back, Taeshik admits he actually met Mai of the Phoenix Guild, who went along on the mission with him. They suffered such devastating casualties that the entire guild is now on the brink of disbanding, leaving Kim Gi-ju completely stunned. He cannot believe a top 10 guild could take such a severe crippling hit, as Taeshik begins to recount the tale. Right after entering the gate, Hyojin was completely surrounded by enemies and had to fight to his absolute limit. Wait, you know that guy too, right? The mercenary wearing a school uniform during that meeting. Kim Gi-ju recalls that day. That mercenary even asked for my alias. Taeshik continues, explaining that they split their raid party in two. One half of the team was tasked with escorting him, while the remaining members pushed forward into what was known as Semiaza territory. Kim Gi-ju asks Lu, since you are a demon, you know him, right? Lu confirms yes, he is a warrior demon just like Bodis. Even so, he only ranks 66 out of 72 seats, placing him among the lowest. Taeshik suddenly cuts in. I have never seen a gate like that before. It was a total war zone, and after defeating the boss, I realized I was the only one left standing. Lu then adds that although the demon is not as strong as Bodis, especially in his berserk state, he is still no walkover even if he holds one of the lowest ranks. But regardless of rank, he still rules a throne, and he somehow managed to survive and make it back. Looking at Taeshik's face, Kim Gi-ju notes that despite his carefree attitude, losing an eye is a crippling blow. For any player, that is a devastating injury that cannot be ignored. Even the country's top healers were completely powerless. The only way to restore it is with an elixir, an incredibly rare treasure that even Lee Sun-ho struggles to acquire. I wonder if I can somehow get another bottle, since the first one was pure luck. But then Elle chimes in, Master, let me try to heal him. Kim Ji-ju looks thoroughly surprised and asks what before Elle emerges from the ring, showing her true form to Taeshik. She bows her head in greeting, making Kim Gi-ju call out her name, while Taeshik gasps, Elle, is that a younger version of you? Kim Gi-ju just smiles. It is a long story, he says before turning to ask Elle if she can truly cure his friend. Elle nods in confirmation and asks Taeshik for permission to proceed, leaving him utterly confused. He stammers about his eye, but before he can ask more, Elle swiftly reaches out, placing her hand near his face and chanting a spell. Suddenly, her hand erupts in a 5-colored glow, and the nasty wound on Taeshik's face finally begins to heal. He can actually open his eyelid as the massive scar visibly fades away, and within a mere few moments, Taeshik's eye is completely restored, rendering the eye patch useless as he touches his face and mutters that it has actually healed. Kim Gi-ju is just as stunned, noticing that not only is the wound gone, but Taeshik's entire face looks years younger. Taeshik is totally speechless, and Hearts chimed in to point out how incredibly smooth his skin has become. Lu shrugs, asking what use nice skin is on a grown man, while Kim Ji-ju is lost in thought once more. A wound that should be incurable is completely gone, and he has physically de-aged, making Taeshik quickly pull out his phone to check. He gasps in awe, saying that if he stands next to Sujin now, he won't look old at all. Kim Gi-gyu immediately thinks of his mother, remembering when she drank the elixir, as Lily suddenly sends him a telepathic message. She tells him there is something important about this close friend of his that he needs to know. While healing his eye, she had examined his body and sensed another presence currently hiding deep inside of him. Kim Ji-ju instantly remembers exactly what Bodis said about the Grand Master plan of the demon leaders. Their goal is to steal the bodies of players and invade Earth, leaving Kim Gi-ju staring at Tae-shik in absolute dread. Could they have already targeted him? And meanwhile, in the chairman's office, Tae-gu questions Sung-hoon about recent events. I want to discuss the recent raid on the Gangnam Station gate, he says. Strange rumors have started circulating with witnesses claiming they saw a monster as tall as a skyscraper, while others claim they saw an angel, which is why I must ask, were you actually monitoring Gangnam Station? You were there from the very beginning, right? Sung-hoon confirms that yes, he was. Tell me exactly what Kim Gi-ju did while he was inside that gate. Sung-hoon hesitates before finally answering. Back with Kim Gi-ju, he is currently trying to figure out if something is hiding inside Tae-shik's body. Could there actually be a demon possessed inside him? Hearts immediately dismisses the idea. L also confirms that is not the case, while Lu chimes in that it is impossible. If he were actually possessed by a demon, he would behave much more naturally and he wouldn't need to pretend his eye was damaged. More importantly, a demon would never let L get close to it so easily, and Lily agrees with Lu's theory. I cannot sense even a trace of demonic energy inside him right now. Even if they are not acting as we expected, we cannot rule out the possibility that the demon is tricking us. Lu chimes in, pointing out that if she looks at it that way, there are endless possibilities. Being overly cautious will only hold them back from doing other things. As they discuss this obstacle, Kim Gi-ju sinks deeper into thought. Tae-shik suddenly cuts in, asking why his face is so tense and joking if he needs a restroom. Kim Gi-ju quickly denies it, saying he is just lost in thought. Kim Gi-ju recalls L and tells Tae-shik he is heading out. Tae-shik acts surprised, asking why he is leaving so early as Kim Gi-ju turns back to answer. He explains he only stopped by to check on his health. Tae-shik waves goodbye, saying he understands and hopes to see him later. Lu seizes the moment to tease him, suggesting they bring his mother next time. Kim Gi-ju warns him in a low voice. Lu, stop forcefully shoving your own monologues into other people's minds like this. On his way back, Kim Gi-ju keeps pondering. If it is not a demon, what else could it be? Before they go on, Elle speaks up with a question. She asks if he has ever noticed anything unusual or out of the ordinary about that man. His power and combat experience are remarkably high, even when compared to the strong association players they have met so far. Those experts all know something about demons and the tower's secrets, yet strangely, he knows nothing at all. Lu then asks Kim Gi-ju what kind of person he thinks Tae-shik is. Elle continues, explaining that while one of the reasons she manifested was to heal his friend, it was also to get close enough to uncover what is wrong with him. What she discovered aligns perfectly with her earlier suspicions. That man hides a massive secret. Hearing this, Kim Gi-ju is left dazed while Ren speaks up to argue, pointing out that Elle still has no idea what that secret actually is. Lu chimes in, telling her to cut the long talk since she clearly has no clue either. Just then, Kim Gi-ju suddenly remembers something important. He asks Elle about her healing earlier, which worked just like a high-grade elixir, wondering if her recovery power is truly that outstanding. Lu speaks up on her behalf, telling his master that is not actually the case. The reason the treatment was so insanely effective is because the foreign energy blocking his recovery was actually demonic power. His damaged eye could only heal because Elle is capable of controlling demonic energy, which Elle herself calmly admits is true. She explains that his sudden youth is because she managed to revitalize his rapidly fading life force. Kim Jigyu nods in understanding, while Lu adds that he does not know exactly how strong Choi Myung-ji is. But at the end of the day, he is still just a human. If Elle were at her peak, Choi Myung-ji would not even be worthy of serving as her footstool. Ultimately, Elle's healing magic is just on a completely different level compared to mere humans, which leaves Hut thoroughly surprised. Hut remarks it is rare to hear Lu praise Elle. Lu admits he just enjoys looking down on humans when talking to his master. However, treating her like a disposable healer to be used whenever they please is not ideal, even if this situation was a unique exception. This time was indeed a special case, but even so, Elle healing that human. Kim Gi-ju asks if Lu noticed something strange, but Lu just sighs and brushes it off, prompting Kim Gi-ju to scold him. He tells him to finish his sentence, calling him as wicked as a demon, while Ren agrees. Kim Gi-ju sighs and thanks Elle, saying he understands now. He praises her for being extraordinary, and Elle happily responds that his words flatter her. Meanwhile, Kim Ji-gyu starts wondering. Wait, life force energy. He remembers that Sung-hoon has a sick mother who raised him all alone in extreme poverty. Even after finally getting lucky and becoming a player after so much struggle, he still cannot cure his mother's illness. Even with money, nothing is guaranteed. Kim Gi-ju wonders if they can heal her. Meanwhile, over on Sung-hoon's side, he is highly praising Kim Gi-gyu to the chairman, explaining that without Kim Gi-gyu's incredible efforts inside the gate, there would have been far more casualties. Chairman Tae-gu then asks if there was anything else worthy of special note. Sung-hoon shakes his head in denial. Tae-gu lowers his voice, telling Sung-hoon that based on his assessment of the situation, Kim Gi-gyu must be put under close surveillance. Therefore, he is assigning this task to him in case anything goes wrong. From what he gathered after personally reviewing the incident reports, something major definitely went down during that raid. Yet here, Sung-hoon stands boldly assuring him with absolute certainty that nothing out of the ordinary happened. Who is he supposed to believe here? How dare he stand there and spit outright lies straight to his face? As he speaks, Tae-gu releases a heavy aura to suppress him, putting immense pressure on the young player. Sung-hoon grits his teeth, forcing himself to endure as the floor and vase crack. He drops to his knees before the chairman. Facing his immense wrath alone, he steadfastly refuses to utter a single word that would betray Kim Gi-ju. After a moment, the chairman stops, letting Sung-hoon breathe. Tae-gu softens his tone, declaring that it is fine. Sung-hoon squints in confusion, asking what he means. Tae-gu explains he wants him to be a supportive force for Kim. He must stand by Kim Gi-ju so that Kim Gi-ju too will stand with humanity. That is all he requires him to do. Sung-hoon bursts out, laughing, warning him that it is a pretty dangerous joke. After all, he just shattered the floor. And he even broke an expensive vase. He asks if he will pay for it himself, making Tae-gu reluctantly nod in agreement. At the hospital, Io reaches out her hand gently, placing her finger on the forehead of a haggard woman in bed. Sung-hoon stands aside and waits as a warm light radiates from Io's hand, flowing directly into the woman's weak body. The doctor stands there in complete disbelief. By some miracle, his terminal patient is suddenly completely cured of her illness. She even looks 10 years younger. Sung-hoon tries his best to hold back the tears welling up in his eyes. Shaking, he tightly hugs Kim Gi-ju, who smiles and embraces him back. Finally calming down, Sung-hoon deeply thanks ranker Kim Gi-ju, saying he has absolutely no idea how he can ever repay him for this. Kim Gi-ju shakes his head. He says he did not do this for a favor, especially since he already owes him so much. Sung-hoon beats his chest and vows that from now on, whatever Kim Gi-ju asks, he will get it done no matter what. Kim Gi-ju feels flustered, saying there is no need for that. But then Lu chimes in with a suggestion. He suggests turning him into a recruit. Bihat gets excited about getting a new friend, but Kim Gi-ju snaps at them both to shut up. Sung-hoon stands up and says it is about time they get changed. This leaves Kim Gi-ju highly confused, asking where they are even going. Sung-hoon is surprised, realizing he forgot to mention they are heading to the memorial, which serves as the final resting place. It is the burial ground for those who lost their lives during the recent gate incident. The vice guild leader of Kanli Byung-jun steps forward and welcomes ranker Kim Gi-ju to the somber gathering. Kim Gi-ju and Sung-hoon bow deeply, offering their sincere condolences to everyone who perished in the tragic incident. Bowing back in respect, Byung-jun tells him not to be so polite, expressing his deep and absolute gratitude for everything he did. He gestures toward the altar, guiding them inside. Incense smoke rises heavily as Sung-hoon and Kim Gi-ju step forward. They stand respectfully before the portraits of the fallen when a voice suddenly calls out Kim Gi-ju's name. It is the guild master of Blue Scales, Choi Chang-dong. Kim Gi-ju is slightly surprised to see the man standing there. A tense silence stretches between them. Furrowing his brow, the young man slowly walks directly over to face Choi Chang-dong. Looking clearly anxious, Choi Chang-dong tightly purses his lips. Kim Gi-ju politely bows his head before the guild master. He offers his condolences for the tragic losses of this accident, which leaves Choi Chang-dong completely stunned. Slightly trembling, he purses his lips before bowing in return. He then speaks in a very quiet whisper meant only for Kim Gi-ju's ears. He calls the accident a terrible tragedy, causing Kim Gi-ju's expression to turn incredibly dark and cold. He quietly warns that there should not be any more casualties, adding that he trusts Choi Chang-dong's judgment. Naturally, the man understands. This is a blatant, chilling threat. Long after Kim Gi-ju walks away, the guild master remains frozen in his bowed posture. Bu-hat calls out to his master in a soft whisper. Kim Gi-ju asks what is wrong, noticing the summon's hesitation. Io speaks up instead, acknowledging that this is not really her place to interfere in his private matters. She asks if she can speak freely, and Kim Gi-ju gently tells her to go ahead without any hesitation. Io mentions hearing about the warning he gave them while she was unconscious, calling it a pretty smart move on his part. She explains that fear naturally fades over time, meaning those fools always need a fresh reminder of what they should truly dread. Kim Gi-ju feels a bit embarrassed. While that was partly true, hearing her analyze his actions like that makes him feel pretty self-conscious. It is quite awkward. Io gently interrupts, asking for permission to boldly offer him one crucial piece of advice. She warns him that this particular time and place might not be the most appropriate for this conversation. Kim Gi-ju pauses. Around him, the choked cries of grieving relatives mingle with the innocent voices of young children. A child asks why their dad isn't coming. Kim Gi-ju realizes it is a bit noisy, but suddenly his entire body goes completely cold. The surrounding space seems to completely fade away. He gasps, wondering what on earth he was just thinking. Kim Gi-ju grows incredibly pale as cold sweat drenches his skin. That's when Lu's mocking voice echoes in his mind. Lu asks if he is only realizing it now, calling him a total hypocrite without any hesitation. Making no effort to hide his absolute mockery, he sneers, asking if he is only now trying to mourn them. He asks if Kim Gi-ju truly feels sorry for the dead or if he even understands their heavy grief at all. Veins bulge on Kim Gi-ju's forehead as he snarls at Lu to shut up. Lu just laughs, telling him to stop putting on a show. Kim Gi-ju's eyes turn bloodshot as he growls, demanding absolute silence while his entire world spins out of control. "Why are you still trying to interfere?" Gi-ju freezes. He realizes it isn't Lu. The voice rings out with pure amusement. That's right, the final seal is broken. Gi-ju's left hand tightly grips his shirt, exposing his pocket watch to the air. Ticking second by second, the watch hands suddenly begin spinning backward at an absolutely blinding speed. Gi-ju clutches his stomach, doubling over in pain as that mocking voice echoes in his ears, declaring the seal is now open. He grits his teeth, his face contorting in agony. A seal? What does that mean? Suddenly, the space around him warps. Thread-like lines of light appear in the air, connecting everyone in the room directly to Gi-ju on the other end. Gi-ju suddenly spits out fresh blood. Sung-hoon turns around in shock, rushing over in panic as his friend collapses. "Master Kim Gi-ju," Sung-hoon yells, racing to his side. The sudden commotion immediately draws the attention of everyone nearby. Elle and Brunhart look on in utter confusion, deeply worried about their master's sudden state. Lu seems to know something. Gi-ju bites his lip, feeling the connection. Everyone in the room is bound together in an instant. Just then, Yubin runs up to help. She asks where it hurts, but Gi-ju quickly tries to steady himself, standing up and assuring her he is fine. He rubs his forehead, clearly in rough shape, and asks about the advisor. Yubin nods, but worry still lingers. "Actually, she says she needs to see you right away." Gi-ju is surprised, but Yubin confirms. She doesn't know the reason, but warns the seal is highly dangerous. Soon they head to the guild headquarters. Gi-ju looks completely lost while his egos are highly skeptical. Lu hums in deep thought. Gi-ju struggles to speak, but Yubin just offers a bitter smile. This is Advisor Lim Hae-suk, who currently looks like a 30-year-old woman. Advisor Lim frowns, asking why he is so late. Gi-ju still can't believe his eyes staring at her youthful face. She raises an eyebrow casually, claiming her makeup is just great today. Gi-ju immediately yells back that everyone can see through that. Advisor Lim smirks, admitting she was just joking. It's a skill. Gi-ju's lips twitch as he nods. Yubin excuses herself to prepare some tea, but Advisor Lim stops her, asking for tea brewed for at least an hour. Yubin agrees, realizing the advisor wants some serious privacy to talk. Once the door is shut, Advisor Lim stands up and walks directly over to the confused Gi-ju. She tells him they should get started, leaving Gi-ju totally bewildered. Advisor Lim reaches out, pressing her finger against his forehead to inspect his physical state. Telling him not to worry, she closes her eyes, sensing a deep darkness she has felt before. But she cannot find its limit. Wondering if this vast abyss is truly what lies inside him, she dives even deeper. Suddenly, her eyes snap open in terror. Pointing a trembling finger, she demands to know what kind of monster Gi-ju really is. Lu watches with keen interest while Elle fumes with rage that this woman would dare point at their master. Advisor Lim trembles violently. The seal is completely broken and there is no way to turn back now. Her eyes darken. Suddenly, she grabs Gi-ju's wrist, urging him to hurry and follow her immediately. Dragged along, the confused Gi-ju begs her to explain what is happening. Lu mutters that she is one stubborn old lady, while Elle asks for permission to eliminate her on the spot. Brunhart shivers, telling Elle her voice sounds terrifying. But Advisor Lim ignores them completely. She snaps that there is no time to explain and they must act quickly to stabilize his chaotic energy. The sky slowly shifts colors outside the window. Gi-ju's eyes suddenly snap open, causing Brunhart to cry out in relief that he is awake. Elle softly welcomes him back and Lu notes his awakening as Gi-ju sits up. He wonders if he fainted. Advisor Lim asks if he's okay, but Gi-ju's eyes widen as he sees she's an old woman again. She explains she did everything possible, but it is only temporary. Gi-ju hesitates, asking about her reverted look. Advisor Lim says not to worry, she is only exhausted. Gi-ju quickly sits up straight. He asks her to explain what this seal means and what she meant by the chaos inside him. She turns grave, explaining that she cannot speak of it because the tower strictly forbids it. Gi-ju's eyes widen. Forbidden. Advisor Lim taps her head, warning him of the penalty. She adds that she discovered this during the inspection, amazed he is this strong without even reaching the 50th floor. Impressive, she says, noting, it would be a shame to let him leave. We can chat for a bit about your father, perhaps. Hearing this, Kim Gi-ju instantly tenses up, his brow furrowing deeply. To be honest, he barely has any memories of his father. The only thing he can recall is being held by him when he was just a toddler. Those hands were massive and the embrace was warm, yet the man stared down at him with pure murderous intent. Advisor Lim begins to explain that the legendary codename Chu Yono belonged to a top-tier mercenary, the very pioneer of the mercenary system. He is your father, Kim Se-jin, she says. Kim Gi-ju stops, completely bewildered. Wait, hold on a second. Advisor Lim looks at him, highly confused. He asks if Advisor Lim was close to his father. She simply arches an eyebrow in response. She calls it a foolish question, guessing he is uncomfortable mentioning his father. Kim Gi-ju merely purses his lips in silent dread. Sensing his master's distress, the spirit stays quiet while Kim Ji-ju remembers his father's cold, hostile glare. Advisor Lim shrugs and drops the subject, leaning back. It is not like she does not understand his hesitation. She explains that even if she wanted to talk, the tower restricts her from revealing too much about his past. She tells him to find her again once he clears the 50th floor, then turns and quietly makes her exit. "We will talk," then she says. Before leaving, Advisor Lim looks back, asking him to send her regards to his mother. She mentions that his mother looked quite frail during her last hospital visit, so she could not greet her properly. Hospital Kim Gi-ju is utterly stunned. He suddenly remembers that mysterious old lady who held his hand during his visit. She had wondered why little Kim Gi-jeong was so exceptionally mature, realizing it was all thanks to Kim Gi-ju. She warned him that multiple conflicting energies were battling inside his body, urging him to never lose himself. The memory of that hospital grandmother perfectly overlaps with Advisor Lim. Later, as Sung-hun drives him back, Kim Gi-ju stares blankly out the window. He never guessed that sweet hospital grandmother was actually the powerful Advisor Lim Hae-suk. Elle points out that it would be weird to recognize her instantly, given that her physical appearance and spiritual avatar are completely different. Plus, the spirit admits they are still too weak to easily detect another person's energy field. Kim Gi-gyu agrees that makes total sense. Behemoth chimes in to ask how he is holding up, wanting to know if his master is feeling any better now. However, the Lu speaks up, noting that a second seal seems to have taken the place of the first broken lock. The Lu admits he has no clue how she pulled it off, but warns that the real mystery is what she actually sealed. What is truly locked inside Kim Gi-gyu's body, a dangerous possibility suddenly crosses the young man's mind. The Lu seems to read his thoughts, agreeing that his theory is highly likely, though it is merely a deduction. He pieced it together from the old woman's words, believing the first seal had been dormant inside Kim Gi-ju since birth. It only broke once they entered the gate. Elle adds that awakening the Lu was likely just the opportunity needed to unlock it. The seal had always been there. Even so, Kim Gi-ju admits he can still feel the Lu's residual energy pulsing within him. Along with Elle's power, two distinct egos stir. Kim Ji-ju is certain Advisor Lim was referring to this internal chaos. She made it clear they needed to address this inner turmoil. Hearing this, Behemoth excitedly interrupts, asking what about his own energy. The little beast asks if Kim Ji-ju can feel his power too. Kim Ji-ju just laughs awkwardly, prompting Elle to tease the newcomer. Elle tells him he is too newly formed to have any link to the seal, warning him to stay out of grown-up business. Behemoth pouts at being dismissed. Just as they bicker, the car pulls over. Sung-hun announces they have finally arrived. Sung-hun tells the young ranker to head inside first while he parks the car. Kim Ji-ju nods and agrees to go ahead. Elle is still completely reeling from being called a grandmother, while the Lu scoffingly asks why she is so shocked. Inside, the intensive care unit monitors beep rhythmically. Kim Sok-woo lies unconscious as Kim Gi-ju watches him through the observation glass. Kim Ji-ju asks if anything has changed since they cleared the gate. Sung-hun replies that his condition has not worsened. Sadly, there is no improvement either. The doctors are stumped, but Kim Gi-ju secretly knows exactly what is wrong. He recalls Baphomet's warning about a dark plot where players steal human bodies to slowly invade Earth from within. The Lu offers to inspect the man's meridians to see if there is a way to purge the corruption. The spirit believes that if anyone in this world is capable of saving Kim Sok-woo, it is definitely Kim Ji-ju. Kim Ji-ju quietly closes his eyes. Before moving, he asks Sung-hun if all the security cameras in the ward are fully disabled. Sung-hun confirms they are off, but warns they must act fast because keeping them disabled for too long will raise suspicion. Kim Gi-ju prepares his hand, activating the lethal Abaddon glove. With a swift, decisive motion, he reaches out and snatches something invisible. He slams the unseen target violently into the floor, shattering the tiles. Sung-hun gasps in shock as Kim Gi-ju stares down with icy, emotionless eyes. He keeps his hand firmly pinned on the man squeezed against the floor, a guy he hasn't seen in a while. Kim Gi-ju asks what he's doing here. The man pinned to the floor is a player paparazzi named Go Hyun-chang. He's someone deeply tied to the Iron Shield Guild incident. Go Hyun-chang, a player photographer who used to be a high-ranked player. Earlier, he didn't understand because all of this was so new to him, but now he's absolutely sure. This guy possesses the demon eye. Kim Gi-ju interrogates Go Hyun-chang, demanding to know what his purpose is for breaking in. How did you get the demon eye? Are you a demon? Go Hyun-chang desperately tries to pry off the hand, choking him, but Kim Gi-ju keeps interrogating. What is your connection to OnGap? Why are you searching for Kim Sok-woo? Go Hyun-chang's face turns pale as Kim Gi-ju's anger flares. Go Hyun-chang tries to answer, his eyes bulging as if they might pop out with drool spilling from his mouth. A few seconds later, Go Hyun Chang passes out, leaving Kim Gi-ju stunned. Elle sighs, warning that even a player couldn't survive being choked like that. They can't stand it. Yua complains that if he asks a question, he should at least let the guy breathe to answer. Kim Ji-ju hadn't thought of that, but he really didn't expect a former high-level player to pass out so easily. Sung-hun covers his face, groaning about how the floor got completely smashed to pieces once again. Yada reminds him that he really needs to realize just how monstrously strong he has become by now. Beru cheers proudly at his master's insane strength. Flustered Kim Gi-ju wonders if he should feed the guy a recovery potion to wake him up. Sung-hun asks if he's still alive. Yua suggests throwing him into the gate first, even if they still need to interrogate him. They must check on Kim Seok-woo's condition first. Kim Gi-ju asks if that won't be too dangerous once the guy wakes up. He'll definitely go wild once he wakes up. Beru speaks up in disbelief, asking what on earth his master is even worried about. The master still has plenty of loyal subordinates. Even if they are weakened, they still have one of the great demons on their side. With Bodis on guard, if that old demon decides to lock someone up practically, nobody can escape or move on their own. Kim Gi-ju rubs his chin, considering it. Beru proudly boasts how incredible it is. Deciding on it, Kim Gi-ju commands the gate to open. After dealing with Go Hyun Chang, he enters Kim Seok-woo's room and gently places his hand on his friend's forehead. He closes his eyes and begins to sense. Kim Ji-ju once asked Botis about Kim Seok-woo's condition and got a clear response. Although his body wasn't stolen, they came dangerously close. If he still hasn't woken up by now, there is a reason. It seems that due to the previous incident, Botis's demonic power still lingers inside him, along with a piece of Baemon's legacy. Kim Gi-ju enters a vast, snowy space, his hair whipping in the wind. This is the inside of Kim Seok-woo's magic circuits. It's completely different from his own. Beru excitedly points at the falling snow, while Yua says that a difference is only natural. Elle points out that his master is quite special after all. Following Botis's advice, Kim Gi-ju steps deeper into the snowy space. There should still be demonic power inside his friend's circuits. Closing his eyes, he begins to inspect the area. Yua warns him to be extremely careful, as peering into another person's magic circuits is no simple task. Any mistake could cause his consciousness to merge with Kim Seok-woo's. Kim Jigyu takes a deep breath and focuses his mind. Understood. His sensory range expands to 10 meters, then 50 meters, mapping the entire space before he opens his eyes. Is that a glowing sphere? His own magic circuits are completely formless, yet Kim Seok-woo's energy actually possesses such a concrete shape. Yua explains that simply put, his master is the weird one here, while Kim Seok-woo is the normal one. More importantly, Yua asks if he has found it yet. Kim Gi-ju nods, spotting Botis's demonic energy and Baemon's legacy. He wonders if this tiny flame is Baemon's legacy. Yua explains it is just a fraction. Kim Ji-ju rubs his chin, wondering what to do next. Yua answers that it's obvious they should purge the foreign magic and extract Baemon's legacy. Elle adds they must also use life energy. This will heal the damaged magic circuits. Kim Gi-ju ponders, knowing he can control demonic power since he has contracted with demons. He has bonded with countless demons and spirits, but he has never actually tried to direct this kind of energy. He has no idea how to manipulate Baemon's legacy while simultaneously using the delicate power of life. He must restore the damaged circuits, but Yua's earlier warning still rings clearly in his mind. Invading another person's magic circuits is extremely delicate, and any small mistake could be completely fatal. His mind could get permanently fused with Kim Seok-woo's. Just peering into his friend's circuits already feels incredibly tense. With so much pressure on him, how is he supposed to manage all these complex tasks at once? Elle seems to see right through his anxiety, offering to help. Surprised, Kim Ji-ju asks how she plans to do it. Yua realizes what she means, agreeing that it could work. It tells Kim Gi-ju to simply split the tasks between them. Elle is also an entity who can examine both demonic power and life force just like you. You only need to focus on your part, and Elle will handle the rest. Kim Gi-ju felt somewhat relieved. Understood, he stepped toward the source of demonic power. He placed his trust in Elle as Kim Gi-ju closed his eyes and Elle's ring glowed. The two began the process simultaneously. Inside the gate, old man Huang Chulman stroked his beard. He realized that without Baemon's legacy, he never would have been able to construct a physical vessel for the Lu. Back in Kim Seok-woo's hospital room, the purification was still underway when Kim Gi-ju suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes. A single feather drifted down, and Kim Gi-ju reached out. This is Elle's feather, carrying a very familiar energy. It felt just like Baemon's legacy, prompting him to ask if they succeeded, and Elle confirmed they did. Elle announced she had purified the demonic power, restored the magic circuits, and retrieved the legacy, while Bidu sang praises to her. Jiddu called for Hyud, who poked his head out of the portal, asking if his lord summoned him as Kim Gi-ju handed him the feather. Kim Gi-ju told him to give it to the old man, who would know what to do, and Hot respectfully accepted it. The gate shut. On the hospital bed, a finger twitched as Kim Sok-woo weakly called out Kim Gi-gyu's name. Kim Gi-gyu rushed over. Kim Sok-woo slowly pushed himself up, utterly confused by what was happening. Kim Gi-gyu frantically told him to wait and stay down while Sung-hun stood outside completely shocked to see him awake. Kim Gi-gyu looked over at Sung-hun and gave a subtle nod, which Sung-hun returned before quickly greeting them. He called in, identifying himself as Sung-hun from the gate management department and requesting a healer for the ICU immediately. Later at the clinic, Kim Gi-gyu stood blankly, holding a bag of fried chicken, while Kim Sok-woo gave him a judgmental look, asking what that was. Kim Sok-woo complained about not being able to eat during medical checkups, but Kim Gi-gyu ruthlessly shot back. He admitted he brought it just for himself, quickly devouring the chicken, as Kim Sok-woo watched with a dark face, asking if it tasted good. Kim Gi-gyu wiped his mouth happily, saying it was delicious, while the Lu condemned him, but L was just glad he enjoyed it. Bedu whined that he wanted some too, while Kim Gi-gyu asked Kim Sok-woo what had actually happened inside that gate. He pointed out that even if the boss was incredibly strong, Kim Sok-woo should have easily escaped by opening a portal. Kim Sok-woo's eyes grew heavy as he explained that the moment he encountered the boss, his innate ability completely stopped working. Kim Gi-gyu froze. An innate ability wasn't some common skill or magic spell. Instead, it's a fundamental trait unique to every player, and if it stopped working, his throat went dry, realizing what that meant. It meant that player had lost their status entirely, prompting him to ask if Kim Sok-woo was doing okay now. Kim Sok-woo reassured him that he was fine, conjuring a block of ice to show he had never felt this kind of sensation before. He explained that a strange energy had invaded his body, leaving him completely unable to channel any of his powers. Jigyu fell silent, troubled by how a player could temporarily lose all of their abilities. This was absolutely unprecedented, quite unlike the case of Roger's hand, whose power was simply reset. His magic circuits had been destroyed, preventing him from leveling up ever again after Nai absorbed all of his strength. He wondered if Baemon's legacy held that same terrifying power, though nothing was certain yet. But get this, Kim Gi-gyu knew exactly what to do next, deciding to go beat the boss up even if it wouldn't help much. The Lu agreed that giving him a thrashing was a great idea, and Kim Gi-gyu said his goodbyes, promising to see him later. Kim Sok-woo waved him off, and as Jigyu walked down the hallway, he realized too many strange things were happening. Everything was starting to exceed his understanding, and L sadly apologized for not being able to help him more. Jigyu scoffed that he never knew anything in the first place, while Bedu chimed in, admitting he was clueless too. He figured he might learn something from old man Huang, but there was still another serious issue he needed to investigate. He thought back to the penalty which he had brushed aside earlier because of how chaotic everything had been. But now he had to prioritize it, deciding to climb the tower immediately as they reached the 49th floor. News spreads fast. Up in the tower, players were gossiping about the latest announcement. They discussed the recently announced high-ranking player, with one of them asking if his name was Morning Star. The short-haired player remarked that the name was stupid and that he was still only on the 40th floor. A high-ranker down there, the long-haired player couldn't believe it, calling it a mere rumor. The other insisted it was true, having heard the news directly from a friend who worked as a Rift manager. The long-haired man grew confused, wondering if the guy was just a fraud or actually a once-in-a-generation genius. The short-haired man guessed it was likely the latter, mentioning rumors that he cleared from floor 41 straight to floor 48. The long-haired man was stunned. Really, I heard he can summon mythical beasts like a griffin and an angel, and wherever his army marches, not even a single mid-tier monster is left behind. Refusing to believe it, the long-haired man scoffed that the story was completely absurd. To sum it up, he is just a regular summoner who can bring out a few strong monsters. Right, the guy simply got lucky. Boasting loudly, he claimed he could easily take him down in a direct one-on-one fight if they ever crossed paths. Before he could even finish his sentence, a sudden violent tremor cut him off, leaving everyone panicking about an earthquake. How could an earthquake happen inside the tower? As the tremors grew increasingly violent, a colossal beast suddenly charged out from deep within the forest. It was the undead guardian Daejiak. The short-haired man went pale, wondering if the Warhammer Guild was supposed to deal with this guardian. Terrified, the long-haired man asked if they had let it escape. Wherever the massive guardian stepped, entire trees were crushed to splinters. The long-haired man quickly turned around to urge him. "What are you doing, Heo-rian's soul? Shoot the flare quick." The panicked young man from the Heo family scrambled to find it. The signal flare erupted in the sky. Panicking, the short-haired man cursed that they had gone too far. "Can the support team make it in time? It would take them at least 20 to 30 minutes, and by then we will all be killed." He made a desperate decision to act as a decoy, but suddenly a blinding streak of light shot right past them toward the guardian. Two powerful slashes of sword energy struck, forcing a painful shriek from the giant beast. Everyone stared in absolute shock as a familiar figure appeared before them. The guardian lay defeated right behind Kim Gi-gyu. Silence fell over the area for a brief second, but then the monster's wounds twitched as its flesh began to close. Recovering from the initial blow, the guardian rose, its eyes burning with pure malice, while Kim Gi-ju calmly looked back. "It is regenerating," Kim Gi-ju muttered in annoyance, recalling rumors he had heard about this creature before. Known as a guardian with extreme recovery abilities, Kim Gi-ju's necklace suddenly glowed, activating his wound-inflicting skill. It severely debuffs regeneration while worsening all physical damage. Kim Gi-ju silently analyzed. Jaein's wound-inflicting ability had previously disrupted Joda's recovery, so he figured this guardian would not be any different from normal targets, much like the boss on Floor 4 Foz. Back then, that boss had been considered a highly unusual and rare anomaly, but recently many similar bizarre occurrences have been reported much more frequently. Sung-hoon had once mentioned to him that abnormal guardians were appearing lately. These creatures either display mutated traits completely different from normal monsters, or their overall combat capabilities have been significantly enhanced. Kim Gi-ju felt certain of this, especially since the demons are highly active now. This is definitely no coincidence, and he was absolutely certain those demons were plotting something major. Meanwhile, the slobbering guardian roared. It let out a deafening screech. Lu suggested using demonic energy to finish it off, but Kim Gi-ju refused. He explained that this was actually a perfect opportunity, as there were a few things he wanted to test on it, leaving Lu completely puzzled. Dark energy pours from the demonic sword, while the holy sword erupts with a brilliant light of life. Gi-ju combines the two blades, leaving his weapon egos utterly confused as they call out. The guardian opens its massive maw and lunges at the protagonist, just as the system announces he has unlocked and can now use chaos. A wild grin spreads across the protagonist's face while the guardian opens its massive mouth, letting out a deafening, ear-piercing shriek from deep within its throat. Within seconds, absolute silence returns to the forest, leaving the nearby players completely frozen in shock, wondering what on earth they just witnessed. Inside Gi-ju's gate, old man Huang holds a feather in his hand, looking genuinely surprised by it. He can hardly believe Gi-ju recovered Baimon's legacy so quickly, placing his hand on the statue to continue. They are now one step closer to completing Turtle's body, though the little ego immediately starts complaining. Turtle insists he looks way more handsome than that, while Brunhild complains that she wants her own body too, making Gi-ju look around in amusement. Gi-ju is impressed, noting that he only briefly described the features, yet the old man created an exact replica of him. As Turtle keeps protesting that he is far handsomer, old man Huang pats the statue, explaining it is all about connection and feeling. He simply let his hands do the work to get this result, though there is still a catch to it. It seems that the creation still cannot be completed immediately, even with the newly acquired legacy of Baemon. He can somehow mold the materials Gi-ju brought into shape, but for now this is purely an outer shell. We still need a solid central piece capable of containing the Black Tortoise's massive ego. Kim Gi-ju repeats a central piece. Wang suggests using the actual body of a high-ranking demon, specifically one at least level 72, or perhaps a piece of an even higher-tier being. Kim Gi-ju is thoroughly puzzled, wondering where they could possibly find that. Huang reassures him, saying he has absolute faith. He is confident they will secure it somehow, especially since the king is bound to fight high-tier demons constantly from now on anyway. Io chimes in, saying he is sure the king will find a suitable host soon, prompting a quiet sigh and nod from Kim Gi-ju. He asks how Go Hyun-woo is doing. Huang replies that he left the prisoner with Botees and the guy has not said a single word yet. Still, Huang is highly confident they will extract their desired answers, soon flashing a rather cruel, ominous smile, regardless of what it takes. The king mutters his worry while Io feels quite curious, wondering what Huang actually plans to do with that guy. Beelzebub absolutely admires his dad's cool smile. Bowing respectfully, Kim Gi-ju announces that since things are wrapped up here, he is leaving. Huang notes that he is finally ready to move forward, reminding him to stay safe. The test on the 50th floor is a massive towering gate. It is a completely different trial compared to any challenge he has faced in the past. As the player grows stronger, the gate becomes more difficult, meaning it will not be easy, especially for someone like him. Huang chuckles softly, adding that he does not want to make him worry unnecessarily about the 50th floor. It is the tier that truly grades a player's power, promising valuable lessons. Soon, Kim Gi-ju stands right before the massive 50th floor gate. Kim Gi-ju is highly expectant, Io feels nervous about beginning, and Beelzebub simply cannot sit still out of sheer excitement. Overwhelmed with excitement, Kim Gi-ju takes a deep breath and places his hand firmly on the door to look inward. He prepares to see what everyone always whispers about regarding the legendary 50th floor as the system suddenly alerts. Having officially entered the floor, the 50th floor trial is scheduled to begin immediately, but the system suddenly pauses. It fails to analyze his player data. Meanwhile, the online forums buzz, asking if anyone has seen Morningstar lately. He apparently just walked into the 50th floor gate. Some tried following him, but they could not find him anywhere in the area. Missing from the base camp, rumors suggest he might still be roaming around the lower 40th floors. Highly talented players usually experience a massive power surge upon entering this floor, suggesting South Korea is gaining a powerhouse. Could another high-ranking ranker be emerging? Down in the comments, user A suggests he must have some insane hidden skills. Others express intense jealousy, calling him a ridiculously lucky summoner, though user C claims to have entered a gate with him once. They reveal he is actually far stronger than his own summoned beasts, but they are not allowed to share more details. User B responds skeptically, while user D drops a confused comment, but other users are simply left completely in awe of his strength. The advanced technological capabilities in this place are quite incredible, leaving some completely amazed that a primitive world could develop this fast. They managed to reach this level without using any magic, Lars notes, calmly scrolling through his phone. Thanks to this device, they can gather critical intel without tracking the target in person, though Iron Shield Cell remains pretty annoyed. He points out that calling them an uncivilized race is not very polite as Lars casually waves his smartphone around. Lars quickly apologizes, claiming he only meant it as a compliment, while Iron Shield Cell crushes his cigarette in the ashtray. He asks what exactly that track information means and how it factors into their plan, to which Lars replies it concerns Kim Gi-ju. Kim Ji-ju is the absolute biggest variable in their strategy, meaning they must act before he clears floor 50. Iron Shield Cell raises an eyebrow, asking if he is referring to that Korean guy, while Lars looks on with absolute amusement. Lars recalls that both of them actually came from the exact same country, causing Ha Song-soo to smirk and confirm the connection. He'd only had a bit of potential back then, but now he has grown into a major variable. Thinking this reunion will be highly entertaining, Kim Gi-gyu's mind suddenly wanders back to that tense meeting when he sat face-to-face with Lim Hyeon-sok's personal advisor. The advisor had told him that he cannot hear the truth until after he successfully passes the 50th floor trial. Only then will he explain everything. Then an image of Lim Hyeon-sok appears, reminding him that he still has not cleared the gate. The Spectre apologizes that nothing can be revealed yet, while Kim Gi-ju simultaneously recalls the warning from Hwang Ji-chan. He remembers being told the 50th floor trial is a massive gateway completely different from anything he has faced, promising to open his eyes. Stepping beyond the giant gate, dense white smoke swirls around as Kim Gi-ju finds himself standing alone in a vast, endless void. The evaluation system chimes, announcing that it is currently assessing the player's alignment and potential while scanning his entire history. These prompts continue predicting his future trajectory and measuring his prior achievements in the system. Left standing completely frozen, the young summoner stares ahead in sheer quiet disbelief. 3 cards float before him: black, yellow, and gray. Kiju is completely taken aback as the mysterious voice echoes once more in his mind. The system has chosen a suitable test. This trial consists of 3 stages, and the player can decide the order themselves. Kiju is lost. He stares at the 3 cards for a moment, rubbing his chin as he carefully contemplates his options. Kiju's gaze shifts continuously between the black, yellow, and gray cards. After a long moment, he focuses on the black and yellow ones, seemingly guessing the true purpose behind them. He gets it. Confident in his theory, he begins to deduce the connection between their colors and his powers. The black card is likely connected to Lu, while the yellow one must represent L. But when it comes to the final gray card, Kiju is left completely puzzled. Wait, what? Out of nowhere, the mysterious voice clarifies that the gray card represents Kiju himself, catching him completely off guard. The voice then explains the gray card in detail, revealing that it holds the massive changes and mysteries surrounding Kiju's own existence. Whatever it is, the upcoming trial is deeply tied to him. Kiju keeps his eyes locked onto the cards, deep in thought. Complete silence. Then, deciding to take a gamble instead of overthinking, he simply picks a card at random. With 0 clues to go on, worrying is completely useless. Still, as Kiju grips the selected card, a wave of hesitation hits him. Resolving to pick the leftmost card first, his guide outside does his best to encourage him and boost his morale. The guide assures him that no matter what, his master will easily conquer this test and emerge victorious. Kiju responds with absolute confidence as the card in his hand suddenly bursts with a brilliant light, immediately launching him into the long-awaited trial without delay. Prepare yourselves. A system alert rings out, instructing the player that the trial parameters are now finalized. The shocking objective is simply to experience death. Kiju is instantly warped into a completely desolate, ruined wasteland with not a single soul in sight. The surrounding area is in absolute desolate ruins, and his physical body feels incredibly weak, as if he has just barely survived some kind of horrific trauma. He can barely move. Limping forward step by painful step, he is completely drained of all physical strength. He can deeply feel the alarming change in his physical condition. Coughing uncontrollably, he realizes just how fragile this form has become. It feels as if this body does not even belong to him. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoes from within, muttering about that fateful day. Struggling to trace where this strange voice is coming from, Kiju listens as the mysterious presence continues, murmuring about the very day of his ultimate betrayal. Jigyu stumbles toward a nearby puddle to inspect his reflection, and what he sees leaves him absolutely speechless. He froze. He realizes he has been cast into the body of someone else entirely. This is none other than Lu's fragile physical form. Lu's voice confirms the truth, sending a cold shiver down Jigyu's spine. He ponders the strange rules of these trials, suddenly terrified of what might happen if he chooses the yellow card next. If he gets put into a female body like L's, next things are going to get incredibly awkward. Honestly, that would be hilarious to watch. Once the player finally manages to compose himself, the system announces the trial rules, explaining that he is currently standing in one of the brutal, unforgiving wastelands of hell, a world crafted entirely from memories stored deep within the tower and the player's own physical body. All the player has to do is complete the main objective of this location. Jigyu, however, remains deeply confused by the prompt. He worries about actually dying here. The objective is to experience death, but since it is just a test, he probably won't die for real, right? Trying to calm his racing thoughts, he reasons that even if he does die, it's Lu's body on the line, not his own. Lu cuts him off. Overhearing Jigyu's careless thoughts, the ego immediately snaps him out of his dangerous daydream. As he waits for whatever horror is about to unfold, Jigyu lets out a heavy sigh, absolutely dreading the bizarre prospect of dying inside Lu's fragile body. Seriously, isn't this a bit too extreme, dying without a single word of explanation? Suddenly, a violent tremor shakes the earth, shattering his thoughts. An absolute shockwave. Jigyu gasps in panic at the massive tremor, but Lu seems to have anticipated this. Lu urgently warns Jigyu to keep his eyes on the road ahead, snapping that this is absolutely no time to be standing around dazed. They are here. From the jagged mountain ranges, something massive and extremely hostile is charging straight toward them. A massive horde of heavily armed monsters swarms down the hills. Looking at the oncoming threat, Jigyu is completely overwhelmed. Staring at the terrifying creatures charging down, panic rapidly sets in as he struggles to comprehend what these things even are. What on earth is with this insane crowd? He is not necessarily afraid of combat, but the sheer numbers are simply overwhelming. Zero gear. Just as the battle erupts, his mind races as he tries to make sense of this chaotic mess. Now his anxiety multiplies as he is forced to fight an entire army with nothing but his bare hands, left completely clueless on who to call for help. Jigyu grits his teeth desperately, searching for a way out. He cannot contact L or Brunhart, hearing nothing but Lu's voice in his head. On top of that, he cannot even summon his signature weapons. What on earth can he do? Fortunately, Lu knows exactly what Jigyu needs. Sensing the imminent danger, the ego speaks up to snap him out of his trance, asking why he is just frozen there inside Lu's very body. Lu asks if he has completely forgotten his power. Hearing this, a sudden spark of hope ignites and Jigyu snaps back to full alertness. He suddenly remembered that Lu is the master of all demonic swords. Jigyu focused his mind completely. He pondered how to execute this ultimate move. He told himself he was Lu now, and somehow he would know how. Confidence washed over his face as he figured out the trick. Jigyu immediately began unleashing the skill. He conjured 2 demonic swords. The ability was incredible, but Jigyu muttered that he hated mimicking Lu, who instantly asked if there was a problem with his body. In the shadows, the hidden beast grinned with twisted joy as the swarming horde sped up their relentless assault. The monsters charged like wild beasts. Jigyu glared back, but his eyes caught a sudden strange shift in the crowd. What was it this time? Looming behind the small creatures, a massive towering silhouette began to take shape. It slowly stepped forward. Jigyu stared, trying to make out the giant form. Its horrifying face finally became clear. The colossal demon leader let out a mocking, triumphant roar that shook the air. The Demon King is running out of life force. This is our chance. The leader barked orders to his bloodthirsty horde. Charge Lu recognized the monster instantly and told Jigyu that the loudmouth was none other than the annoying bastard Belphegor. Jigyu questioned the name Belphegor, and Lu explained that he was the 7th king of hell, or rather one of the 6 high-ranking rulers of the 72 thrones. Lu spoke of his sheer power with deep caution. Although smaller than Botis when enraged, he is far more dangerous. Jigyu finally understood what they were dealing with. He knew exactly what had to be done. No matter how many monsters stood in his way, that leader had to fall. Jigyu resolved to carve out a path. He stepped forward to face the entire army completely on his own. A massive battle erupted as hundreds of monsters completely surrounded him, closing in from all sides. But armed with Lu's demonic blade, monsters fell in droves. With just a single mighty swing of his sword, hundreds of beasts crumbled to dust. Jigyu could barely believe his own eyes as the aggressive horde was completely obliterated. Watching from afar, Belphegor was left in utter shock. He never expected Lu to still possess such massive amounts of life force. After being attacked by 6 demon kings, he should have been half dead. Soon, a heavy silence settled over the battlefield. Every single monster Belphegor brought was wiped out. Jigyu stood there dazed, barely comprehending the absolute destruction he had just caused. With the battlefield now completely silent and empty, Lu urged Jigyu to lock this exact sensation into his mind and remember this power. This truth left Jigyu stunned. This was the real meaning of death control, and as a denizen of hell, Lu knew it best. But then a nameless stranger suddenly appeared in the depths of hell and everything began to change. Hell was already packed with vile demons, so another stray soul barely registered. But the chaos was only just beginning. That stranger began devouring his own kind, clawing his way up to the very absolute peak of hell. His name was Lucifer. Suddenly, back in reality, a massive blast erupted as Belphegor roared, forcing Jigyu to look up in shock. Looking up, a colossal shadow of Belphegor began blocking out the sky. Fueled by pure rage, the gigantic demon clenched his fist and lunged straight toward Jigyu. His massive hand morphed into a deadly axe right before Giju's eyes, closing the distance in a flash. The beast slammed down with a crushing blow, but Jigyu narrowly leaped out of the way just in time. Even in the heat of battle, Jigyu demanded to know if Lu was truly Lucifer, making the sword spirit hesitate. Lu muttered that he had forgotten that name long ago and was just Lu now. Jigyu smirked and quietly agreed. A wild grin spread across Giju's face. He raised the sword high, declaring that Lu was simply himself. Jigyu launched a testing strike, catching Belphegor completely off guard as the demon glanced back in surprise. The attack was too fast for him to block. Slashes rained down, cutting right through his defensive shield. Blood sprayed as the barrier cracked. Belphegor panicked, unable to comprehend how his ultimate defense had just been shattered. Standing over him, Jigyu delivered a message from Lu telling Belphegor that his old friend had a warning for him. Belphegor growled at the unfamiliar name, clueless that it was actually a direct, terrifying declaration of war from Lu. The message warned that when Lu returned to hell, everything Belphegor owned would burn, leaving the demon completely stunned. Lu promised to devour his entire clan alive, and the spectral image of Lu's dark wings filled Belphegor's vision. A demonic presence within Lu had fully awakened. With massive wings unfurled, the voice demanded that they bow to their king. The true king of hell had returned, making the very earth tremble and split under his colossal, suffocating pressure. Yet Belphegor refused to back down. He lunged forward for a final clash, and Jigyu was ready to end this. The brutal battle rages on, but as time passes, Jigyu relentlessly presses forward, pushing Belphegor into a desperate corner. The demon cannot comprehend how his opponent is growing exponentially stronger by the second. What is happening here? With his physical body completely exhausted, Belphegor stares in disbelief at the sheer terrifying madness unfolding right before him. Yet, as time ticks away, Jigyu only grows stronger. Lu can feel that his partner is fully adapting to this host body. A colossal power surges through them, and Lu urges Jigyu to hold onto that incredible sensation without letting it go. As for Jigyu, he finally grasps the true essence of this first trial. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he thinks. He thinks he gets it now. The trial demands experiencing a meaningful death, not just literal destruction. Belphegor freezes in pure shock. Standing right there is the true form of Jigyu, a literal demon king of hell. An entity possessing a power that completely dwarfs his own now looms overhead. This was the ultimate goal of the trial. Surviving death using Lu's vessel was the key. Lu quickly praises his sharp realization, teasing him for actually being smart for once. Lu jokes if that was all thanks to his body, while Jigyu ignores the tease as his demonic vortex grows even more violent. Putting the trial rules aside for a moment, the only target left to eliminate is this stubborn beast, Belphegor. Jigyu summons a massive demonic sword from the darkened sky, aiming its razor-sharp tip directly at the trembling monster below. The terrifying sight makes Belphegor hesitate. Powerless, he can do nothing but stand frozen as he stares up at the colossal blade. It is unbelievable. He cannot accept that his opponent's power has surged so far beyond his control. The beast realizes that even compared to Lucifer, this towering blade places Jigyu in an entirely different league of existence. Instantly, the massive sword plunges directly toward Belphegor, triggering an earth-shattering explosion that echoes through the sky. As thick dust blankets the area, Belphegor barely survives. He pulls all his life force into his sturdy shield to endure. But suddenly, the trembling demon notices that the deadly blade has stopped right against his defensive barrier. The giant sword slowly dissolves. Realizing the critical flaw in Gigyu's attack, a sinister laugh escapes Belphegor's lips. He breaks into a wild, maniacal laughter, utterly thrilled as he delivers a mockery filled with absolute arrogance. He sneers that Lucifer is a total joke of a demon king for failing to scratch him. Jigyu can only stare in sheer confusion, watching the villain stand tall and laugh in his face without a single scratch. How is this even possible, he wonders. How did his ultimate attack fail to leave even a minor scratch on this beast? Are all 6 demon kings this absurdly strong, he asks. Lu chimed in, reminding him that Belphegor is actually a ruler. Hearing those 3 words, Jigyu immediately recalls what the association president once mentioned about these legendary figures. They are the ones who built and ruled the tower, existing as sovereigns of another world. Lu explains Belphegor's unique power. To find a weak spot, Lu explains that while the beast is physically massive, he is actually borrowing another's authority. He doesn't naturally possess a shield with that level of power. Hearing this, Gigio finally understands how the defense works. Gigio understands now, his eyes burning with intense malice. All he has to do is smash that shield. Instantly, the magic circles shift. Countless demonic swords materialize in the air, all aiming directly at the shocked Belphegor. This is no longer a single blade. Hundreds of massive swords rain down to pulverize him all at once. Exactly, my lord. Lu agrees, confident that no cheap tricks can save Belphegor from Gigio's sheer unadulterated power. True death is an absolute force. Following Gigio's devastating barrage, the landscape is left completely unrecognizable. The cataclysmic onslaught leaves a massive smoking crater in the earth, and the arrogant beast is nowhere to be seen. Sighing in relief, Gigio admits that despite relying on borrowed power, the monster was a pretty tough opponent. The battle was far harder than expected, taking an entire week just to crack that shield. As for Belphegor, his shattered body lies buried deep beneath the rubble, with only his weak head exposed as he desperately begs Lucifer to spare his miserable life. Lu then reveals the ranking of the remaining demon kings, noting that out of the entire group of 6, Belphegor was actually the weakest one. Hearing this, Gigio stands completely frozen in utter disbelief. He struggled so hard to win, yet Lu calmly explains that a cheap imitation can never match the real thing. Lu breaks down the recent clash. Even though their power was overwhelming, the demon was not just a sitting duck. He analyzes the combat, pointing out how Belphegor repeatedly escaped certain death and dodged their lethal attacks with surprising speed. Lu adds that there were several close calls where the beast launched sudden, desperate counterattacks. Gigio ponders this for a long moment, realizing how incredibly lucky he was to win against a foe who lacked a true ruler blessing. Lu warns Gigio he stands absolutely no chance against the real deal, urging him to stop spacing out and focus on finishing up this test. That finally snaps Gigio out of his daze. Yes, it's over. Realizing it is time to end this trial, he steps directly in front of Belphegor. He tells Belphegor that Lu has a message for him. As the demon weakly gasps in response, Gigio raises his glowing magic sword. Seeing you makes me sick, Gigio whispers with a cold smirk, let's never meet again. Belphegor shrieks in pure horror, stuttering in disbelief. And get this, Belphegor realizes the truth way too late, screaming that this isn't Lucifer. He desperately asks who he is, but before the question can even finish, a decisive blade plunges straight into his chest. A final plunge. The demon lord is officially dead, bringing the very first test to a successful close. The system suddenly alerts Gigio that he has cleared the trial and teleportation to the next zone is now beginning. The hidden quest to defeat Belphegor is now complete. Along with his victory, he is also granted a special bonus reward. For successfully clearing the first trial, the system presents him with the unique weapon, the Great Mace of Belphegor. The massive weapon materializes instantly and crashes down right in front of him, leaving a completely bewildered Gigio to stare at his new prize. A mace. So Belphegor's mutated hand wasn't some kind of crazy monster skill, but an actual physical weapon this entire time. He recalls how the demon wielded it in battle just as his advisor Ego finally manages to re-establish a stable connection with him. Master, we lost connection and I was so worried, Brunhart cries. Gigio chuckles, softly apologizing for making his loyal advisor worry so much. Brunhart happily replies that he is just glad his master returned safe. Still highly suspicious of the weapon, Gigio immediately turns to Lu. He asks what this thing is, noting it looks much smaller now. Lu explains there is nothing strange about it since a demon king's size doesn't matter. Hearing that, Gigio starts to understand. So this thing apparently has the unique ability to automatically scale down its size. Lu suddenly remembers he forgot to mention something, adding that this is no ordinary weapon and calling it a mere item is a bit insulting. Lu reveals he actually forged it from the physical body of Satan. Hearing this, Gigio gasps in shock as Lu goes on to explain its origin. To make things clear, Lu asks if his master has ever heard of the 7 deadly sins. Gigio nods, recalling his basic knowledge. He mentions they are a religious concept he only knows vaguely. Lu dives deeper to fill him in, saying that makes this simple. The 7 deadly sins represent the core depravities of mankind. Lu begins listing them off: envy, pride, greed, gluttony, wrath, lust, and sloth. According to Lu, there are 7 great demon kings who rule over each of those specific sins to govern the underworld. Belphegor represents the sin of sloth. Hearing this, the advisor can't help but sigh at how incredibly complicated it all is. But based on what Gigio previously knew, he was highly confused. He thought Lu had mentioned there were only 6 demon kings. Lu quickly snaps back, telling him to stop interrupting and let him finish. Gigio hastily waves his hands in defeat, telling him, okay. Lu describes his bloody path to becoming a demon king, explaining that before his ascension he grew rapidly by devouring countless other demons. He reflects on his past, stating he surpassed the power of the 7 kings long ago, though only a maniac would fight them head-on. Lu leaves it on a cliffhanger, teasing that he eventually laid down a direct challenge to the absolute strongest ruler of them all, Satan, the Lord of Wrath. The advisor is speechless. A rumor like that would easily shake the heavens. Lu won, of course. That victory officially cemented his place as the absolute strongest entity in hell. He then reveals he tore Satan's body into 6 pieces to forge 6 weapons for the other demon kings, ensuring their total loyalty to his throne. Lu's voice drops in regret as he sighs, muttering that things obviously didn't turn out quite as planned. Jigyu is completely taken aback by the tale, pointing out that devouring his own kind and forging weapons from corpses is incredibly brutal. Wait. A sudden realization hits Jigyu. He wonders if this weapon is also Satan's flesh, meaning they can restore Lu's physical body. He remembers Huang Jiqion once mentioning that he would need at least 72 seats of power, or perhaps something even more potent like a piece of a demon king's actual physical body. Lu, however, seems a bit skeptical. He notes that the towers shouldn't be able to replicate something that powerful, suggesting it's likely a fake. Jigyu slowly approaches the weapon. He murmurs that he thought this would be an easy shortcut, but it looks like he spoke too soon as he walks over. He gently touches the massive mace, completely lost on how to even begin using a gigantic weapon like this. He wonders what to do with it since just lifting it is a nightmare. Meanwhile, Lu closely inspects the weapon and suddenly gasps that it is impossible. Jigyu freezes. What is it? Lu stammers in utter disbelief, stating this is definitely the real flesh of Satan. It is the exact piece Lu gave to Belphegor. Jigyu is completely baffled, noting that Lu just said copying it was impossible. Lu begins theorizing. Lu explains there are only 2 possibilities here. Either Belphegor is already dead or he found a weapon powerful enough to replace this. Hearing Lu's theories only leaves Jigyu feeling even more deeply confused. Wait, so Belphegor is still alive? Didn't you kill him yourself? Jigyu asks, immediately raising this massive doubt. His mind quickly shifts in a different direction. Hold on, that can't be right. You said you were sealed due to betrayal. Which means back then, but Lu instantly cuts off his wild theories, asking what on earth he is thinking. I could never lose to someone like Belphegor, Lu explains, brushing off Giju's doubts about his defeat. And it didn't even take me a week to conquer him. Lu's boasting leaves Jigyu feeling slightly awkward. Still, he wonders how Lu could be so incredibly powerful yet somehow let a guy like Belphegor survive. So why didn't you finish him off? Lu explains that just as he was about to strike, he recalled that exact moment. A ruler suddenly showed up. But as Lu says those words, something clicks in his mind. He cries out in utter disbelief. How is this possible? Jigyu can immediately feel Lu's sudden agonizing pain. He quickly asks if something is wrong while Lu desperately tries to remember. He struggles to recall the memories locked away by that ruler. I finally remember my sealing, Lu whispers, starting to describe the figure. Piece by piece, the fragments of his past return. The memories of the ruler who sealed him begin to surface. It was one of the grand archangels from heaven. As the blurry face clears, it looks exactly like Michael. Watching his 2 skeleton soldiers holding the items, Jigyu grins, surprised to obtain them so incredibly fast. Before bidding farewell to Jigyu, the old man assures him that everything will be fully prepared upon his return. I will make all the necessary preparations. See you after the trial. With that, the portal snaps shut. Left all alone, Jigyu stands in silence, his expression serious as he weighs his next moves. He can't stop agonizing over the identity of that mysterious ruler who sealed his companion. The entity was supposedly one of heaven's absolute archangels, possessing the exact same face as Michael. He is completely bewildered by the realization. Michael is the ruler, an archangel of heaven. Lu remains thoughtful, advising him not to jump to conclusions. It could easily just be a look-alike. Still, a connection between the two is undeniable. Lu recalls the overwhelming divine presence from that very day. He must truly possess the terrifying strength of a real holy angel. Despite the detailed analysis, Jigyu remains deeply unsettled, wrapped in a haze of doubt. He immediately turns to Elle, asking if she knows anything. After all, she blacked out during their last encounter. Recalling this critical detail, he hopes she can offer a lead to help them piece this together. Unfortunately, though, Elle looks incredibly apologetic, explaining that while many of her lost memories returned that day, things are still blank. She cannot recall his face or even her own name. There seems to be a massive void in her mind. He doesn't blame her at all, immediately searching for another path. Meanwhile, Lu begins to ponder deeply. Sensing that something is off, Lu speaks up, calling the situation incredibly bizarre. Heaven and hell have always been bitter enemies. It makes no sense for him to have 0 clues about a ruler. There must be a giant blank space in his own mind. Even Lu is completely in the dark. Jigyu decides to try a different approach, summoning 2 cards into his hands. He grabs the golden one. He is determined to use the upcoming trial to solve this mystery, hoping the next test will reveal the truth. The golden card begins to glow. A blinding pillar of light erupts as the system window flashes, warning him that the trial is officially starting. The trial site is automatically generated using Elle's personal data. In a flash, Jigyu is transported to a grand solemn hall. Right ahead stands a young woman, her back turned, whispering under her breath. She clasps her hands desperately, begging the gods for relief from the heavy burdens weighing on her soul. Why must she endure this test? What should she do? Standing behind her, Jigyu is utterly bewildered by the sight. He hesitantly calls out Elle's name. When she doesn't respond, he looks around, trying to make sense of the area. Lou Brunhilde, can you hear me? Not a single voice answers him. Cold dread washes over him. Have all his telepathic connections been completely severed? After a long moment of careful contemplation, he realizes this trial is vastly different. It strongly reminds him of the challenges on the 30th and 40th floors. Back then, Lou had a physical form, but Elle became her past self. Glancing directly back at the weeping girl, he slowly walks forward. He quietly asks if she can hear him, wondering if she's indeed Elle. But Elle does not reply. Kim Jigyu steps forward, reaching out to touch her while asking in total confusion what is going on. Yet the moment he makes contact, his hand sinks right in. All 5 of Kim Giju's fingers pass straight through Elle's body. Shocked, Kim Jigyu quickly pulls his hand back. He panics, realizing he cannot touch her at all. Maybe he is only meant to observe for now. Suddenly, a loud system notification rings out regarding the trial. The goal of this test is to survive a life-and-death trial with zero guidance, unlike Lou's quest. Suddenly, the door behind them swings open, drawing Kim Giju's attention. Someone slowly walks in, boasting 6 blue eyes and flowing white hair. A genderless beauty that would make anyone turn their head. Yet that face remains completely expressionless, staring coldly at Elle. Kim Jigyu has absolutely no clue who this newcomer is. Before he can even wonder, a voice suddenly rings out with the answer, Raphael. One of the 7 archangels of heaven. He is known as one of the most powerful and famous among them all. Hearing that familiar voice, Kim Jigyu gasps. Lou, are we linked again? But once more, there is no response. He realizes with a start, no, this is not Lou. It seems Lou's memories survive from when Kim Jigyu possessed his body. This is completely different from when Lou took over Kim Giju's body. Lou called that previous fusion 2 souls becoming one, but only now can Kim Jigyu feel their memories and spirits truly blending together. After praying to the gods for a moment, Elle stands up and turns toward Raphael. She asks what is wrong, and Raphael calmly replies that he was just worried. Is she unhappy with the meeting's outcome? Elle smiles at his concern, admitting that if she had to lie, she is satisfied since it is what everyone wanted. Seeing her reluctance, Raphael urges her, but you do not have to shoulder all this responsibility alone. Before he can finish, Elle cuts in firmly, insisting that she absolutely must take responsibility. As the leader of the angels, she insists that if she only knows how to boss others around, then she is unworthy of her title. She has a duty to protect everyone. Hearing her words, Kim Jigyu is stunned to learn Elle's true identity. What on earth? Elle is an archangel, she then reassures Raphael. She tells him not to worry since it is his dying wish. Suddenly, a cold voice interrupts their conversation. Demanding they drop the nonsense, all attention shifts to the newcomer. Kim Jigyu looks on. He seems to recognize the man, looking utterly surprised. Kim Jigyu silently guesses Michael as the man approaches Elle with a sarcastic sneer. His dying wish is laughable because he is no longer here. The man scowls, completely shattering her absurd belief. Everyone already knows that once the tower was completed, God died. Raphael is utterly shocked that he would dare say such a thing, but the next words completely stun him. He froze. He glances at Elle in utter confusion, trying to make sense of this. Did he just call Elle Michael? What does all this talk about God even mean? But Elle's next words only complicate things. She addresses him as Gabriel. Kim Jigyu freezes as a realization suddenly hits him. The one he assumed was Michael is actually Gabriel. And Elle, she is the real Michael. Knowing their identities only raises more questions. Talk about a completely tangled mess inside his head. He still has no clue what is happening. Gabriel abruptly cuts off his thoughts, demanding they get to business. Without hesitation, Gabriel initiates the plan. We must sacrifice Michael and completely destroy this tower anyway. Kim Jigyu is absolutely horrified by this plan, but he is powerless to stop it. Gabriel orders the ritual to begin. The ritual gets underway. Gabriel raises his voice, commanding everyone present to kneel respectfully. The surroundings suddenly warp, catching Kim Jigyu off guard. The scenery before him becomes incredibly grand and majestic. Every single archangel has now appeared, their bodies fully enveloped in a radiant holy light. Kim Jigyu looks around in panic. The location changed. Where are they? A booming noise echoes, putting Kim Jigyu on high alert as thousands of angels drop to their knees in deep respect. They chant in unison, offering their respect to the archangels. Kim Jigyu stands bewildered as he witnesses this grand spectacle. The sight leaves him totally speechless. Are they all angels, countless holy beings bowing before him? They all bow deeply to their leaders. Seeing that the grand host is fully assembled, Elle steps forward. She speaks to the gathered crowd in a solemn tone, announcing that a monumental change is coming today. After a brief silence, she delivers the tragic news God is gone and a choice must be made. Seeing Elle step up, Kim Gi-ju can only watch in deep worry. Her face is heavy with sorrow as she warns that this place will soon collapse. Hearing Elle say those words, Gi-ju finally realizes how complicated this situation really is. The grieving angels refuse to accept this devastating loss, but Elle quickly rallies their spirits. With absolute confidence, she declares that they must resolve this chaos or the world they built will fall. It will lose its balance and wither away. As she steps toward the center, the other leaders do not hesitate for a second. Raising their swords and pointing them straight at her, Elle fearlessly announces that she will begin the ritual. Giju is completely in the dark. Countless questions rush through his head. Withering rituals, what on earth is she talking about? Then Giju suddenly remembers Gabriel's warning about sacrificing Michael to destroy the tower. That is when the horrifying reality finally clicks in his mind. He panics watching Elle prepare to be sacrificed on the altar. He has no idea what is actually going on, but his instincts scream that he has to stop this. He clenches his fists, desperately looking for any way to save her. But his mind is completely blank. He has to do something, anything at all. Yet the moment Giju tries to step forward, some strange force pins his feet in place. He stares down in shock, completely unable to move. And now the final hour has arrived. The archangels prepare to make their move on Elle, sending Giju into a state of absolute terror. He knows this is all just an illusion, but the fear is real. But he still cannot bear to watch it happen. It is just a test, but he refuses to see her die again. The memory of her past death is a painful scar that haunts him to this day. He absolutely refuses to let it happen, repeating to himself that he will not watch her die a second time. As the final moment nears, his anxiety spikes. He strains with all his might, desperately begging his frozen body to move. Suddenly, Lu's voice breaks through the panic. He interrupts Gigu's thoughts, asking why his attitude here is so different from his own trial. The moment Lu speaks, a system notification pops up, reacting to the player's desperate will. Red lightning crackles around his hands and a strange light erupts from Gigu's chest. System notifications stream in declaring that their connection has been restored. Finally, he can hear those familiar voices again telling him that they have been waiting for their master. The instant Giju can move, he does not waste a single second. In a flash, he launches himself directly toward Elle. A deafening crash echoes through the area, throwing up a massive cloud of dust as the ritual circle is instantly shattered. The thick blanket of smoke leaves the high leaders utterly bewildered, unable to see what just interfered. What in the world is happening? Even the surrounding angels are startled by the violent blast. Looking up in absolute confusion, as the heavy dust begins to settle, Elle is left completely stunned. Giju stands heroically in front of her as a protective shield, his eyes burning with intense killing intent. He is ready to do whatever it takes to protect Elle. Suddenly, the system announces that the player has intervened in history. The hidden quest has officially begun. Meanwhile, across the globe in New York City, inside the massive headquarters of the Iron Guild, a high-stakes board meeting is drawing to a close. Only one final issue remains on the agenda. The presenter briefs the board members, announcing their plans to expand their guild branch into South Korea once again. The man in charge of this branch will be Vice President James Lohan. The speaker turns to Lohan, asking for his thoughts. He asks Lohan if he has any objections, but the vice president simply shakes his head. Seeing that everything is settled, the assistant prepares to conclude the meeting. But someone else in the room is not pleased. A strikingly handsome man with blonde hair and blue eyes sits nearby, looking highly displeased as he silently curses. He wonders why they are so obsessed with Korea, but realizes this might actually play right into his hands. As long as they share a common goal, they can use each other to firmly establish their roots in Korea. That was the business plan, at least. But his true personal goal is far more twisted: to torture the demon Lu to death. Soon the meeting adjourns. Board members whisper as they file out. One of them approaches Lohan, teasingly pointing out that he has only been vice president for a month. He sarcastically asks if the boss has already lost interest in him, calling the situation completely unbelievable. He mocks him for being sent to manage a tiny country, calling it a demotion. The arrogant blonde man keeps rambling on. He suggests getting a drink tonight, offering to buy a round as a farewell toast before the big move. Finally, Lohan speaks up flatly, rejecting the offer by saying he still has business to take care of. He walks right past them without caring about their reaction, coldly suggesting they grab a drink some other time. Watching him walk away, the coworkers find it incredibly strange, noting that Lohan has never turned down a drink before. But despite their warnings, Lohan marches straight forward. He looks like a man desperately thirsty for wine, and bloodthirsty too. Yet they have no idea that a twisted, terrifying smile hides behind his cold back. Lohan is finally showing his true colors. He reminds himself that this big comeback comes with two specific missions. First, he must secure a powerful foothold in Korea. Second, a sickening scheme. Morningstar must kidnap Kim Gi-ju's entire family. The impact is massive. Thick smoke blankets the area, leaving the clueless angels down below completely in the dark. They have no idea what just happened above. They stare in absolute shock as anxious whispers spread. What is going on? Stunned, the angels look up. They try to make out the mysterious figure crashing in. The sacred ritual is ruined. Where did this guy come from? Up high, things are getting tense. Jigyu stands tall right in front of Elle, shielding her. Seeing this, the cold Gabriel finally speaks up. Who goes there? Furious that his sacred ritual was ruined, he roars out, who dares disrupt this ceremony? To interrupt this holy rite, the very moment Gabriel finished speaking, a brilliant blinding light bursts from behind his back. A pair of golden wings unfolds, each feather looking like it was carved from holy metal. The other archangels follow suit. Spreading their wings, they launch themselves into the sky, forming a tight, inescapable circle around Jigyu to cut off any escape. But he doesn't show a hint of fear, standing his ground to protect Elle. Yet even Elle is completely stunned by his sudden arrival. She looks at him and asks, "Who are you?" Jigyu just chuckles softly and slowly replies, "I am your master." This is the absolute last thing she expected to hear. Seeing her blank reaction, he just smiles and keeps talking. "You probably don't recognize me, Elle." But Lu suddenly speaks up in sheer panic, warning him about the words he just spoke. Confused by Lu's weird reaction, Jigyu is about to ask questions when a massive wave of killing intent suddenly hits him. It sends a cold shiver down his spine. Elle's face twists in anger as her deadly aura surges. She growls out a question. "Did you just say that you are my master?" Talk about a total backfire. Elle's face is now twisted with pure, cold disgust. She unleashes a dark energy that is absolutely terrifying to behold. In a cold, demanding voice, Elle speaks. "You dare stand before me and claim to be God, the creator who leads all angels?" Jigyu never expected this kind of reaction from Elle. He stammers in panic, "Wait, what is going on here?" Her killing intent is so overwhelming that even the surrounding archangels struggle under its weight. And it just keeps growing. The atmosphere turns pitch black, making Jigyu shiver in terror. This bloodlust is completely insane, and it is quickly swallowing the entire land. No one can escape this heavy pressure. Lu yells in his head, calling him a total idiot because Elle is still an angel right now. Declaring yourself, her master is basically claiming to be equal to God himself. You just put yourself on the level of the creator. You must be suicidal to commit blasphemy right in front of a whole army of angels. But another gentle voice quickly chimes in, telling him not to worry because they will protect him. Hearing all of this, Jigyu finally realizes he just made a massive mistake. He grimaces, repeating the word to himself, God. Gabriel just said that God is dead, but if he connects all these pieces of the puzzle together, he asks himself in total confusion, does God actually exist? While Jigyu is lost in thought. Struggling with his own racing thoughts, Elle begins to calm down as her suffocating aura slowly fades away into nothingness. Elle stares at the man in front of her, wondering why she feels this way. She frowns deeply, lost in thought. This man called her by a strange name, and she knows she should execute him immediately for claiming to be her master. Yet she hesitates. Deep down, a strange feeling takes hold, making her realize she doesn't actually want to fight him. Suddenly, another archangel speaks up, breaking the tension and snapping Giju's attention back as he calls him a blasphemous sinner. Gabriel finishes the sentence, charging straight towards the boy while declaring that he will find no forgiveness, only absolute divine punishment. In the blink of an eye, Gabriel vanishes from sight, instantly reappearing right in front of Jigyu to deliver a lethal blow. Showing zero mercy, the archangel pours everything into his blade, ready to run him through with blinding lightning speed. Jigyu cannot even react in time, his entire body freezing up in shock. Seeing this, Elle panics and screams out to stop. "Wait, Gabriel." But her warning comes far too late as an earth-shattering explosion tears through the air. The blast shakes the entire realm, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Even after the noise fades, the ground continues to tremble. Debris is scattered everywhere, reducing the sacred grounds to absolute ruin. Gabriel calmly floats back up to safety. He hovers in the sky, maintaining his distance. But as the dust clears, something makes Gabriel frown in deep frustration. He carefully scans the absolute ruin before him, but there is no sign of Jigyu anywhere, leaving him wondering if the boy escaped. This guy is definitely no ordinary entity, judging by how easily he slipped away. Gabriel glances left and right in search of him, fuming over how anyone could dare to disrupt the holy ritual like this. Yet Elle's total lack of movement leaves him completely baffled. Why isn't Michael doing anything at all? Suddenly, a pair of blazing wings stretches across the sky, and Jigyu finally emerges from hiding, looking like an absolute monster. Those fiery wings and two dark horns make Jigyu look like a true demon, sending a cold shiver straight down Gabriel's spine. The other leaders are also left completely stunned by this transformation, and Raphael cannot help but feel deeply anxious. Feeling utterly crushed by this aura, this power is just too overwhelming. Gigu's eyes turn entirely lifeless as he radiates a dark force that completely suppresses the angels standing below. This frightening pressure leaves the angels terrified, wondering what the Lord of Hell is doing here, just as Jigyu suddenly snaps back to his senses. He looks around in pure confusion, totally shocked by his own appearance and wondering how on earth he unleashed Lu's demonic power. Suddenly, Beale pops out and excitedly cheers that the wicked Lu has finally shown up again. Jigyu snaps at the brat, but Lu quickly speaks up to soothe his rising panic. Lu calmly explains that Gyugu's dark persona hasn't fully taken over yet, suspecting this is just some residual effect from the first trial. Since some of that energy remains, they should be able to utilize their power to a certain extent during this current test. Finally, understanding the situation, Gyugu recalls that previous attack, realizing it was something he could never have dended. But Gyugu doesn't let himself get discouraged over it because the truth of the situation is obvious. Gabriel was the one who defeated Lu even when utterly exhausted, prompting Lu to carefully observe their current surroundings. Lu warns him that Gabriel isn't the only threat here, as every single angel present is a top-tier powerhouse. Each of them is easily on par with or perhaps even stronger than Belphegor. He adds with deep concern that if L decides to assist them, Gyugu won't stand a single chance of winning. Even if Lu lent him all of his power, he still scolds Gyugu for not staying put to easily pass the test. Instead, Gyugu chose the hard way, and now even he has to admit that he made a massive blunder. He reflects on his rash choice, realizing his decision was entirely hasty and lack of thought. Even in this grim situation, the two of them still find room to banter with each other. Jigyu insists he doesn't want Elle to die, but Lu counters that he never said she would, while Gabriel watches Elle stand still. Gabriel yells furiously at Michael, demanding to know what she is doing just standing there. The Lord of Hell is right before them, so why is their leader showing absolutely no reaction? Despite the shouting, Elle remains completely frozen, forcing Gabriel to scream Michael's name once more. She finally flinches and looks up, her face filled with hesitation as strange emotions swell deep within her. Elle clutches her head, desperately trying to clear her mind as she struggles with a persistent feeling of having forgotten something vital. Seeing her bizarre behavior, Gabriel grows increasingly impatient and snaps at her to focus. Realizing they cannot rely on her, the Archangel takes command and orders all common angels to retreat immediately. Obeying Gabriel's sudden command, the lower angels prepare to teleport away from the Demon Lord. In the blink of an eye, they all vanish without a trace, and Gabriel smiles, seeing that the area is clear. Now fully confident, he declares that the Archangels themselves will eliminate this dark threat. The remaining Archangels instantly surround Gyugu, locking into their battle stances to finish him off on the spot. Intense bloodlust floods the battlefield, but Gyugu stands his ground, fully prepared to face their onslaught. Suddenly, the sky fills with a sea of starlight falling like daytime meteors before a massive explosion erupts. The sky trembles and the earth literally tears apart, sending massive chunks of rock flying high into the air. Giant boulders shatter and scatter across the wasteland as the entire desert floor is completely ripped to shreds. Plumes of thick black smoke rise high into the atmosphere, completely obscuring the skyline over Sector 761. As we draw closer, the deafening sounds of clash shake the air amid a relentless barrage of heavy gunfire. Countless artillery shells collide and explode in rapid succession, blanketing the sky in dense, choking smoke. But after that devastating barrage, everything suddenly falls dead, silent as the thick fog slowly begins to clear. Suddenly, the Archangel Sariel appears out of nowhere in a blinding aura of light. Spreading his massive wings, he instantly summons dozens of glowing light swords around him. The holy blades pivot and rain down on Jigyu, who reacts with lightning speed. With killing intent in his eyes, he summons his demon sword at the absolute last second. Jigyu unleashes his dark power, using the blade to block the Archangel's devastating assault. The deflected light swords crash hard into the ground below, setting off a chain of massive energy explosions. Debris flies everywhere as the attack ends, leaving the battlefield choked in a thick cloud of dust. Chunks of shattered stone explode outward. Just as that happens, Sariel's backup finally arrives, none other than the Archangel Ramian. Crackling with terrifying lightning, she swoops in behind Jigyu and unleashes a massive roaring bolt right at him. Caught off guard, Jigyu spins around in shock, but he does not panic. Thinking fast, he activates his water elemental magic, which can turn his entire body into liquid. He conjures a swirling vortex, creating a massive waterfall that wraps right around the incoming electricity. Keeping the current at bay, he masterfully controls the water to channel that massive lightning strike straight down to the earth. It crashes harmlessly into the ground, completely neutralizing the attack. But then a sudden sharp flash. Something moves at blinding speed through the air. Suddenly, another Archangel appears. Raphael materializes right behind Jigyu. By the time he senses the danger and feels that chill, it is almost too late. He spins around in panic, but Raphael is already swinging his glowing blade in a barrage of rapid slashes. Under this fierce assault, Jigyu fights back without a second thought, trading blows with his own expert swordplay. Deflecting every single strike with brute force, the deafening sound of clashing metal rings out across the sky. The sheer shockwave from their intense duel is massive, blowing away all the dust and smoke around them. Up in the sky, you can only see two brilliant streaks of red and gold clashing violently. Neither Jigyu nor Raphael will back down, locking blades so close that sparks fly as they glare at each other. They glare as if ready to die right here. But while they are locked in this fierce struggle, watch out. A massive fireball suddenly detonates in midair, raining a shower of deadly sparks down onto the battlefield. The Archangel Raguin appears, clutching her sword amidst the roaring flames with eyes burning with pure malice. Providing cover for Raphael, she immediately unleashes a highly destructive wave of roaring fire aimed directly at Jigyu. Caught off guard, Jigyu quickly reacts by switching to his fire element to turn his own body into flame. But right as he transforms, Raguin's devastating and powerful fire attack slams directly into Jigyu with full force. The inferno is so terrifying it looks capable of vaporizing anything, forcing even Raphael to back away in fear. Suddenly, a burst of embers swirls gracefully upward, tracing a path around a massive towering pillar of fire. Jigyu is actually still alive. Covered in raging flames, he lands safely as the smoke disperses across the area. Radiating dark power, he glares through the thick black smoke at the gathered angels with absolute fury in his eyes. Suddenly, a thin stream of clear water snakes in, followed by 4 massive water blasts shooting down from above. They wrap tightly around Jigyu's body, catching him completely off guard as he struggles to comprehend what is happening. High above, someone is using powerful water magic to restrain the Lord of the Underworld. In a shocking twist, it is the Archangel Gabriel who suddenly yanks his water chains upward with immense crushing force. With this single move, Jigyu is completely pulled into the sky, launched straight through the clouds by the sheer force. Completely bound by the water chains, he is dragged upward, tearing through layers of smoke and dust. Before he can even recover his senses, Jigyu freezes in absolute shock, his eyes wide and mouth hanging completely open. Waiting for him high above is someone holding a brilliant holy sword bathed in the blinding light of the sun. It is the Archangel Uriel, scowling down at him with eyes full of rage and deadly intent. Without hesitation, Uriel swings his blade with devastating force, literally tearing the sky wide open. A colossal pillar of light slams straight into the ground below, triggering a massive explosion that sends debris flying everywhere. Once the blinding light fades, the devastating aftermath is clear. The ground has been carved into a massive crater. Deep cracks spiderweb across the earth while thick smoke billows from the crater and shattered rock continues to rain down everywhere. With no sign of life from the wreckage, a heavy silence falls before Lu's anxious voice breaks through. Lu asks how his master is feeling. Right then, an iron gauntlet gripping a dark blade breaks through the rubble. The sword sweeps away the thick black smoke. Its sharp, gleaming blade drives deep into the shattered ground. Using the leverage to pull himself up, Kim Jigyu stands tall. He looks a bit disheveled, but he doesn't have a single scratch. Kim Jigyu chuckles, noting that the attacks felt much weaker than expected. Seeing him completely unharmed, Uriel stands there utterly shocked. Speechless disbelief is written all over his face. Even the other high-ranking angels like Sariel look completely stunned by this. A sudden wave of fear washes over them as they whisper in panic, how did he survive all of those attacks? How is he completely unscathed? Even the mighty Ragil can only stare in absolute astonishment. It is a sight beyond their wildest imaginations. They stare down at Kim Jigyu as his massive dark demon wings spread wide. He stands tall amidst the utter ruin he just created, forcing them to mutter in awe that is the Lord of Hell. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoes declaring that this is the end. Hearing those words, Kim Jigyu flinches in sudden shock. A terrible premonition hits him. Remembering something crucial, he quickly whips his head up toward the massive towering skyscraper. 2 small figures are already waiting at the peak. Gabriel opens his mouth and shouts that the sacred ritual has officially begun. He drives his holy sword straight through the heart of the unconscious Io, delivering a merciless fatal blow. Kim Jigyu is instantly paralyzed by shock. For a split second, his entire body freezes up, completely unable to react. Kim Jigyu's agonizing scream of Io's name echoes across the barren desert. In a frantic panic, he quickly activates an item. Wing boots sprout on his feet as the skill activates, launching Kim Jigyu straight up toward the towering peak like a rocket. Leaving a trail of brilliant light, Kim Jigyu charges forward in a blind rage, summoning his dark blade with an explosion of magical force. The second he lands, Kim Jigyu slashes at Gabriel, but the Archangel slips away in an instant, leaving the stabbed Io behind. While she stands there frozen, his missed strike still unleashes a terrifying massive shockwave of pure magical energy. The blast slices clean down to the ground, threatening to obliterate everything in its path. Somehow, Gabriel barely escapes with his life. Standing high above and watching the lingering magic fade away, the Archangel cannot help but frown in deep thought. He stares down at the terrifying damage. Kim Jigyu's strike has carved a deep, jagged trench straight from the tower to the ground. In a panic, he realizes that defeating the Lord of Hell was never their actual objective to begin with. After all, Michael is the only one who can bring Kim Jigyu down. This realization leaves Gabriel feeling deeply uneasy. Michael's behavior has been pretty strange lately. Still, the situation is basically under control once this ritual succeeds. Even the Lord of Hell will be powerless. Yet, a split second later, Gabriel instantly regrets his confidence as he gasps in shock. Pure shock fills his eyes as he watches Kim Gi-ju's heavy armored hand begin to radiate a brilliant holy light. And get this, he is actually using healing magic trying to save the stabbed Io. This is completely unthinkable for a demon. Why does the Lord of Hell wield the power of life? Only one supreme being should hold that authority. Only the Creator is allowed to control life and death. Just like Gabriel, Raphael is completely frozen in disbelief. Watching this unfold, he breaks into a cold sweat. His eyes widen in absolute horror as tension grips the entire battlefield. He quietly whispers the word Father. Every single archangel present stares at this miraculous scene in complete disbelief. They all share the same burning question: how can the absolute Lord of Hell possess the power of life itself? Even Raphael is filled with deep confusion, softly calling out to Father. Nearby, Gabriel is just as dazed by this anomaly. He never anticipated this development. Frowning speechlessly, he watches the scene unfold below with growing dread. His worry deepens. Gabriel does not understand what is happening, but he knows the situation is becoming incredibly dangerous. Dark malice flares within Gabriel as he steels his resolve. The ritual has come too far now, they cannot let it be stopped. Gabriel suddenly shouts at the top of his lungs, startling the other angels. He barks out, "What are you all doing?" Furious and resolute, he issues a harsh warning. You all know exactly what happened to Father, so stay focused. Do not be deceived by the Lord of Hell's vile schemes. We will purge him here and continue our sacred ritual. Sariel is left bewildered by this speech, entirely unsure of what to do next. Right then, Raphael speaks up, protesting in deep confusion. But Gabriel, he demands with a sharp tone, only the Creator holds the power over life and death. Do you not even know that much? I can assure you of one thing: he is definitely connected to Father. Having his deepest secret exposed so easily, Gabriel can only grind his teeth in bitter, silent fury. Growling with an annoyed grimace, he glares at the others who look just as doubtful, silently questioning everything. How on earth did things end up like this? Well, whatever, he cannot make sense of this madness anyway. But suddenly Gabriel unleashes his divine energy, his hand flashing with a blinding light in an instant. A glittering holy sword appears. Gabriel tells himself the ritual must be finished and immediately charges straight toward the tower. Kim Gi-ju and Ao are right there. Seeing the archangel fly in, Kim Gi-ju gasps as his healing process gets cut short. Looking up in pure frustration, he complains that he has not even finished patching her up yet. Hearing this, Ao is completely speechless. She glances back at Kim Gi-ju, utterly bewildered by how he can command both life and death. And more than that, why does she miss him? Suddenly, a flood of memories about Kim Gi-ju starts rushing back. Images of him from when he was frail and innocent to his tall, fully grown self fill her mind, along with intense battles. From their simple daily moments to his warm, reassuring smile, every memory of him is suddenly so vivid. The realization jolts Ao wide awake, and the holy sword impaling her chest instantly vanishes into thin air. Gasping in shock, her emerald eyes fly open as a spark of magic surges. Her power has fully returned. Back in reality, Gabriel is spreading his massive wings, charging straight toward them at high speed. But clutching his blade of light, he suddenly freezes midair as if sensing something extremely unusual. Right at the peak of the tower, a wild surge of light erupts as lightning crackles violently through the sky. Gabriel mutters Michael's name in disbelief while Kim Gi-ju watches in shock. Up above, Raphael keeps a close eye on the scene. Wearing a deeply puzzled look, the other archangels also observe the situation with great caution. Tension is clear on every face. Right then, the wound on Ao's chest is rapidly healed by the glowing light. Basking in the brilliant sunlight and wrapped in absolute power, she turns back toward her master. Smiling softly, she tells him she is back, master. Kim Gi-ju is completely frozen, totally caught off guard. Speechless, he can only stare at her, but a proud grin slowly spreads across his face. Reaching his hand out toward Ao's glowing, semi-transparent form, Kim Gi-ju speaks in a firm, highly confident tone to her. He tells her to return to his side, and she instantly dissolves into a massive pillar of lightning. This bolt shoots straight into Kim Gi-ju's hand. Thrilled, he firmly grips his favorite weapon with absolute excitement. The blade glints in the sun. Brandon cheers her return while Lou lets out a very exhausted sigh of relief. Gabriel is stunned, staring in disbelief at the sword. How is this possible when the holy sword ritual is unfinished? Raphael is also shaken hesitantly, whispering Michael's name. Kim Ji-ju readies his stance, holding his holy weapon high. Let's go, Io. He tells her they are going to deliver a devastating blow together, and right now, Kim Gi-ju feels completely and utterly invincible. Armed with absolute top-tier gear, he smugly challenges the arrogant archangels, not even waiting for them to strike. Crossing his two swords, he channels their combined force. Gabriel finally snaps out of his daze, looking on in total shock. A blinding glow radiates from Kim Gi-ju, where wild, dark energy and pure light are beginning to mix. The elements clash, whipping up a massive hurricane. What on earth is that? Something insane is about to explode. Gabriel's expression slowly turns to pure terror as panic sets in. What is this suffocating pressure? This is extremely bad. He thinks in panic that if he cannot dodge this, he is dead. Seeing Kim Gi-ju's sinister smile only fuels his dread. Chaos is unleashed with a deafening boom, sending a catastrophic wave of raw energy tearing through the sky. The blast surges straight toward Gabriel, so violent that even Uriel, Raguel, Raphael, Ramian, and Sariel gape in horror. Speechless and terrified, they watch the blast fade, leaving only a faint pillar of light in the sky. Everyone holds their breath to see the aftermath. Silence falls, broken only by the sound of blood dripping onto cracked earth. Through the swirling dust, a battered figure is seen collapse on one knee, gasping heavily for air. It is Gabriel. He finally exhales, his face still pale with terror as he clutches his bleeding arm. Shaken to his core, he wonders what that attack was, since that power felt far greater than any archangel. He recalls how his survival instincts barely kicked in, allowing him to dodge to the side just in time. If he had been even a second late, he would be dead. Shivering, he slowly forces himself back up. Why did Michael choose to follow him? There are too many unanswered questions, but he must take control of the situation now. With a sudden thought, Gabriel raised his voice, shouting a loud warning to the angels and archangels. Gabriel resolutely demanded if they could feel it, the sheer demonic power dwelling deep inside him. He claimed it was definitely chaos, the very thing they despised to their bones after witnessing its horror. How long did they plan on blaspheming their father by confusing him with that blasphemous creature? He urged them to raise their swords, decapitate the heretic, and offer his head to Father, but then he froze. Gabriel was completely paralyzed with shock, his eyes wide with disbelief at the sight unfolding right in front of him. Just a short distance away, the archangels had already lined up in perfect formation at the tower's base. They closed their eyes in solemn reverence, bowed their heads deeply, and knelt on the earth, every single archangel except Gabriel. Together, they cried out a grand welcome to their father, and the entire area instantly fell dead silent. With only the howling wind left rushing past his ears, Gabriel stared at them and cried out in sheer horror. He screamed in shock, but immediately went silent as a blinding radiant light pierced directly into his eyes. Looking up, the very peak of the tower was radiating massive amounts of power, casting a brilliant and miraculous glow. That majestic light began to concentrate right above a familiar figure, leaving Lu completely stunned. Lu warned that they had a problem, prompting Jigyu to speak up and ask what was happening. He wanted to know exactly what was happening to him as the brilliant halo settled right behind his head. Its constant dazzling glow made him shiver, prompting him to shout that something felt incredibly strange behind his back. Bronhart cheerfully informed him that he was glowing, while El gasped in awe and Lu watched on with intense interest. Lu noted that things were finally getting interesting, questioning if the trial was causing this, then started explaining the phenomenon. He explained that when his own near-perfect powers from the trial clashed with El's nearly flawless, rapidly growing divine strength, then the ultimate halo, the sacred symbol of God itself, would manifest before them. Lu gasped that their master had become an entity incredibly close to God, marveling at the divine halo. Upon hearing that he was now an entity close to God, Jigyu frowned in deep confusion. He questioned this strange title, while Rain wondered if Jigyu was now God as the young man raised El's sword form. Holding her, he noted that since she was an angel serving God, she must know more about this than Lu. When asked what was happening, El admitted that she had no idea, regardless of how special he was. She explained that only God could possess a halo, but Lu chimed in, noting God kept many secrets. Lu added they had very little information, prompting Jigyu to nod and ask what the halo actually did. Lu dryly replied that it just glowed, causing Jigyu to complain before Lu added it also purified demonic energy. Jigyu asked if it purified demons, while his nearby clones stammered in shock as he turned his gaze toward a hysterical Gabriel. Gabriel shook his head frantically, muttering that it was impossible because God was already dead. Witnessing Gabriel's erratic behavior, the other angels gasped in shock while Jigyu gripped El tightly, pausing in deep thought. Staring at the archangel's silver wings, Lu urged his master to look closely. Lu revealed those were the wings of a fallen angel, prompting Raphael to scream at his strayed comrade in utter betrayal. Raphael trembled with rage, forcing himself to calm down as he accused Gabriel of betraying their kind. He yelled, asking if Gabriel had betrayed Michael and Father, while Gabriel wiped away his blood and laughed like a complete maniac. Gabriel mocked his foolish siblings, asking how long they would worship a creator who did nothing but quietly watch. He screamed that they would never understand why God had to die or why he had helped construct the tower. The angels demanded to know if Gabriel was an accomplice in Father's death, but he only smirked and raised his hands. Releasing a tidal wave of dark energy, Gabriel declared that the era of their useless passive God was officially over. Gabriel ranted, demanding if God's true duty with all that power was to actively rule and protect everyone rather than just standing idly by. He yelled to his siblings that their time had finally come and that they would be the ones to write history now. But before he could gloat, Gabriel instantly froze as the dark energy swirling around him was violently blown away. Deep, horrific slashes suddenly ripped across his body, spraying blood from his mouth and open wounds in an uncontrollable torrent. The angels watched in sheer terror as Gabriel was brutally torn apart while Giju calmly stepped closer to the fallen archangel. Giju asked if Gabriel was the one who killed El, and Rain confirmed his demonic nature, while Lu noted she was technically still alive. Ellie falls silent for a long moment before giving a soft nod in confirmation. She quietly thanks her master just as a sudden system notification pops up on the screen. You have passed Ellie's test and successfully completed the hidden quest to prevent Gabriel's ultimate betrayal. You have acquired Ellie's core data along with her actual physical body, which still holds a remnant of something else. With the remaining data currently transferring, the system grants the final reward, Gabriel's Holy Grail. Staring at the golden artifact before him, Kim Gi-ju wonders if this is truly the Holy Grail, picking it up to examine it closely. Kim Gi-ju mutters that it is incredibly bright yet feels strangely familiar, but Lu quickly explains that this is completely normal. Since a fragment of the Grail already resides within him, Kim Gi-ju is stunned, suddenly recalling what Mitran had told him before. The piece of the Grail he had was given to Kim Gi-ju. Unconsciously, the protagonist speaks Mitran's name, the man who looks exactly like Leo. Yet he uses Leo's old name, which is far too precise to be a coincidence, making Kim Gi-ju realize he needs to meet him. Kim Gi-ju knows he absolutely must meet this mysterious man, while Lu agrees, suspecting he is hiding deep secrets that directly involve them and their former master. It is finally time for answers, as both Ellie and Lu have recovered enough memories to address almost all of Kim Gi-ju's questions. They can reveal everything about the Tower-held God, the legendary Holy Sword, and the terrifying force known only as Chaos. Out of nowhere, the mysterious tower suddenly appeared and God died, with absolutely no one knowing the actual cause. As strange anomalies continued to erupt everywhere, it became quite obvious to everyone that these two massive events were linked. Ellie adds that after Father vanished, the world shifted drastically, even though he was never one to openly meddle in its affairs. His mere existence kept everything in perfect balance, but with Father gone, the entire foundation of their reality began to unravel. Since the seal of the monsters at the end of the world was broken, Kim Gi-ju frowns deeply, asking about these strange entities, while Ellie explains they reside far deeper than hell. Ellie calls them the forgotten siblings of God, but Lu interrupts, labeling them as the true original rulers of hell. They are called Beasts of the Edge because hell itself was built right over their seal, a fact that leaves Kim Gi-ju deeply unsettled. Kim Gi-ju suddenly realizes that despite learning all this forbidden lore, he hasn't received a single penalty. He wonders if it is because they are on the 50th floor, but Lu rejects that, explaining he already knew these things. Confused, the protagonist scratches his head as Lu reminds him that he had already fully absorbed Lu's physical vessel. He simply forgot, leaving Kim Gi-ju completely lost in thought until Ellie speaks up to gently clarify the situation for him. Ellie explains that before her soul was absorbed, their powerful bond allowed her old memories to slowly flow into his mind. Since none of this is actually new information to him, the protagonist turns to ask Lu and Ellie for final confirmation. He asks if they are just unlocking things he already knew, earning a playful jibe from Lu about his sudden burst of intelligence. Lu jokes that it must be the side effect of absorbing someone as brilliant as him, leaving Kim Gi-ju visibly annoyed by the comment. Asking if Lu ever feels any shame, Kim Gi-ju is suddenly interrupted as Ren frantically starts calling out for her master. Kim Gi-ju looks over, and Ren breathlessly confesses that her lost memories have finally returned, revealing she was actually a highborn princess in her past life. Lu immediately cuts her off, telling her to stop talking nonsense, but Ren desperately tries to explain her reasoning anyway. Lu scolds her for being incredibly rude and interrupting the adults, completely silencing the poor girl on the spot. Ren eventually screams out her hatred for Lu, leaving Ellie to calmly steer the conversation back to their main topic. First, Ellie wants to address the rituals, specifically their true origins, rather than the one Kim Gi-ju broke, which involved the holy swords. Countless angels willingly sacrificed themselves to become holy weapons, all to keep the monsters at the edge of the world sealed away. As the supreme leader of the angels, her sole destiny was to defeat the most powerful entity among those ancient beasts. Kim Gi-ju frowns, wondering if chaos itself is one of those beasts, and asks Ellie if that was what she originally tried to seal. Although the system labeled the target a mere demon, Ellie admits that the prompt was actually correct, confirming his suspicions. She confesses that she failed to seal chaos, prompting Lu to speak up about a glaring detail he still does not understand. The overwhelming power of chaos is something even God required, making it seemingly impossible for a single archangel to ever seal it away. Ellie agrees, noting that would be true. She had fought alone, which causes Lu to hesitate in silence. Lu begins to realize her plan as Ellie confirms that she was not the only angel to transform into a holy weapon. Myriads of other angels did the same, funneling their entire reserve of power directly into her to create a weapon capable of destroying chaos. Kim Gi-ju hesitates at the thought of drawing so much power into a single vessel, but Lu quickly reminds him of the bonding link. Lu explains that Kim Gi-ju is not the only person who can utilize a link, though it remains a highly restricted, incredibly rare technique that most cannot master. While massive restrictions prevent most people from ever using a link, Kim Gi-ju's personal connection is still far more unique than anyone else's. A spirit link only offers power that can't be easily transferred, and it is strictly limited by the physical body. But a being that can manipulate power without any limits at all. He's never seen anything like that but enough talk. Lou wants to let Ellie finish talking, but she immediately snaps back, asking if he is the one interrupting. When they started the ritual, everything went smoothly, allowing her to become the very first holy sword. But then she realized something was seriously wrong. For some strange reason, the massive power that should have concentrated on her was channeled into someone else instead. Gabriel had betrayed them, allowing a much stronger holy sword, the leader of the angels, to emerge. Kim Gi-ju guesses that is what Lee Sol-ho possesses, and Lu confirms they are indeed all holy swords as Lu tries to explain. But they ended up much stronger than her. After that, heaven quickly fell into chaos once Gabriel seized that absolute power. He began to rule heaven with an iron hand, leaving the remaining angels with absolutely no choice but to submit to him. All of them complied except for one archangel, Raphael, who took her in her holy sword form and escaped that living hell, so he could seal the chaos away once more. Jean sneers, muttering about what a heroic sacrifice that was. As Lu starts to explain, Kim Gi-ju cuts in hold on a second. Ellie blinks in curiosity as the main character clears his throat. He asks what exactly her relationship with Raphael is. Faced with this awkward question, Ellie falls completely silent, lost in thought. Lu speaks up for her, calling him an idiot. A moment later, Ellie finally speaks up, asking what he means regarding Raphael. Well, Raphael seemed pretty agitated during the inspection, so he can't help but wonder. He wonders if the two of them were actually lovers. Hearing this, Ellie completely freezes her face, turning bright red in embarrassment. She quickly protests that it is not like that at all. All the archangels, including Raphael, were simply her comrades. She claims she has never actually experienced love until now. Kim Gi-ju chuckles in amusement, apologizing for asking such a deeply personal question. As Lu repeats her words, Jean cuts him off, laughing that things are about to get really interesting. Lu agrees that he does not mind this kind of drama either. Ellie quickly changes the subject, noting that despite losing most of her strength, due to Gabriel's ultimate betrayal, she still held the power over life itself, which Raphael likely reinforced. He poured in his own power to seal the chaos. The success rate was almost zero, but maybe heaven lent them a hand. Because the seal on the chaos remains unbroken, Raphael thrust her now fully transformed into a holy sword, right into the absolute center of the seal. It seemed like they had almost succeeded, making the main character gasp in disbelief. Ellie confirms that despite everything, it failed. Gabriel showed up right at the end wearing a highly suspicious twisted grin. He was carrying a pitch-black sword back then, which was Lu. Hearing this, Lu is absolutely furious at that miserable bastard. Lu suspected someone had used him after the sealing, but hearing the truth is far more irritating than expected. He asks Ellie what happened next, and so Ellie continues her tale. Gabriel interfered with the sealing process, dragging them right into the worst-case scenario. The disrupted seal ended up provoking the dormant chaos, and its violent awakening only made Gabriel laugh with triumph. Meanwhile, Raphael was absolutely horrified. He screamed at the traitor, demanding to know if Gabriel had completely lost his mind. How could he unleash the chaos and destroy the world? Surely even Gabriel wouldn't want that to happen. Gabriel just laughed hysterically, stating he absolutely wants to unleash the chaos because this world holds far deeper secrets than they could ever imagine. He told Raphael that he and Metatron knew absolutely nothing. Twirling Lu in his hand, he hurls the sword straight at Raphael. Without a single second of hesitation, the blade pierces right through Raphael, leaving him frozen in pure shock. As Raphael gasps in agony, Gabriel smiles with satisfaction, telling the future ruler of hell to consider this a special parting gift. Bidding him farewell, Raphael begins to fall, though his hand still tightly grips Ellie. Refusing to accept his tragic fate, Raphael forces himself back up, flying straight toward the treacherous Gabriel. A blinding light erupts from Raphael's back, causing the traitor Gabriel to recoil in genuine fear. Raphael grabs him by the throat, growling that no matter where he ends up going, he is dragging Gabriel down with him. Gabriel chokes out, demanding to know where this power came from, wondering if Metatron granted him authority over life itself. Raphael snaps back that he is an idiot, as this is only a fraction of a power Gabriel could never hope to control. He admits Gabriel is right, but he has more than enough strength left to drag him down into the abyss together. Things will definitely not go according to plan. Raphael gains the upper hand, successfully shutting down Gabriel's dark schemes once and for all. Ellie wraps up her story, noting that is all she remembers. Kim Gi-ju sits stunned for a moment, wondering what happened to the chaos and the demon she sealed. Ellie admits she does not know the full details, but she can safely make a guess. Before Elle can finish, Huang transmits a message directly to Gi-ju, asking if he can hear him. Gi-ju answers back, but Huang cuts in to deliver some terrible news. The gate on his side is in serious trouble. Huang warns that he might never escape, if this keeps up, leaving Jigyu to gasp in absolute shock. Huang explains that while Jigyu has only been inside for 1 week, 2 weeks have already passed outside. The time flow is completely warped and the gap is widening fast. He needs to finish his trial right away. Huang senses something terrible is coming and a wave of anxiety hits Jigyu as he nods in agreement. Glancing down at the Holy Grail fragment, Jigyu asks Huang if he would be willing to examine a very interesting item. Huang is definitely surprised by the request, but he quickly agrees and says he can do it anytime. Jigyu summons the dimensional gate, but he suddenly flinches when he sees the heavily distorted portal right in front of him. The gate is completely unstable, and Lu explains that this temporal distortion is exactly what the old man warned about. Urging him to hurry, Jigyu pushes the Grail fragment through the gate to Huang, who receives it with shock. Huang gasps in awe, realizing it is a Holy Grail fragment, something he never expected to hold in his hands. He promises to research it immediately, but quickly shifts gears to warn Jigyu that the Iron Guild has been acting highly suspicious lately. Word on the street is they plan to establish a branch in South Korea, causing Gigyu's voice to drop. He warns Huang that they will likely target them first, but they need to take precautions just in case. There is something Huang needs to know about the Iron Guild's Vice Master, and with that final warning, their call ends. Now watch Jigyu initiates his final trial and the system instantly teleports him to the exam site. Jigyu closes his eyes as the teleportation process begins, and moments later he arrives at the exam site where the system issues a strict warning. Everything he sees from now on will reflect his deepest curiosities, which leaves Jigyu completely bewildered. Realizing the system just spoke to him directly, it confirms that this zone is entirely unaffected by the tower itself. Suspicious, he demands to know what the system actually is, but it remains silent for a long moment before answering. It tells him he will soon know everything, then slowly fades away, leaving a confused Jigyu calling out for it to wait. Suddenly, a fist slams onto a table as a furious man roars out, demanding how a mere creation dares to oppose the father. He furiously scoffs at the idea of divine will, shouting that their only duty is to blindly follow the creator's absolute wishes. Staring at the screaming figure, Jigyu stands there completely bewildered, looking around as he tries to make sense of his surroundings. Dozens of eyes glare back at him with pure hatred and anger, leading Jigyu to quickly realize that none of them are human. Answering his silent question, the system reveals they are the Laos born from the very first realm the creator ever made. After that first realm, he made heaven for the angels, eventually branching out to construct countless other dimensions. As the first creations in each world, they are known as the Lus, holding a fraction of the creator's vast absolute power. They govern their respective worlds as gods, keeping these realms completely isolated and unable to interact with one another. There was no crossover at all, but everything shifted after that fateful day, leaving Jigyu to wonder. The system continues, explaining it was the day chaos appeared and the ancient seal on hell began to weaken. Every single dimension felt the terrifying power of chaos, and even though it was eventually sealed back in hell, that brief appearance left devastating consequences, permanently shattering the delicate balance that held all their worlds together. Dimensional rifts suddenly opened to connect different realms, but the real issue was the pure dread that gripped everyone's hearts. When chaos stirred, they assumed the end times had arrived, because even though they rule as gods, the cold truth remains that they are still just creations destined to vanish the moment chaos fully awakens. Overcome with anxiety, they gather for this meeting while the white-haired man continues screaming that the end of the world is God's will. He yells that they should simply accept it, calling it their absolute duty as creations of the Almighty. Scarface immediately calls it nonsense, asking if he expects them to stand by and watch their worlds get obliterated. He mocks his definition of duty before a blue-haired ruler chimes in, asking if anyone actually has a plan. The entire hall suddenly falls dead silent before a deep voice rings out, urging everyone to calm down since they gathered to make a plan. He tells them they are far too agitated and offers an idea of his own, but that voice sounds incredibly familiar. Wait, what? Jigyu whips around only to find a man who looks exactly like his own father. The word father slips from his lips as the only memory he holds of him is a single warm hug. Under an icy, murderous gaze from across the room, Chrono speaks up calmly, announcing that he has a brilliant plan. A plan to stop the impending apocalypse, but the scarred god Anu simply crosses his arms, calling a corrupted deity's words completely worthless. Anu sneers that the god of humanity was usurped by an ungrateful brat, leaving Chrono standing there in heavy silence. The white-haired ruler quickly warns Anu to watch his mouth, reminding him this crucial meeting decides the fate of their entire world. This is no place for personal grudges. Anu clicks his tongue in annoyance, muttering that he's a hypocrite, while Chrono remains perfectly calm. Sensing the tension, Chrono speaks up with sheer arrogance, suggesting they got the order wrong before introducing himself as the god of the human realm. Jigyu is completely stunned. He can barely believe his father was actually a legendary ruler, let alone the god of humanity. Was this man really his father, or just a look-alike from his childhood memories? Meanwhile, Anu still glares with pure, unadulterated contempt. He mocks Chrono, asking what kind of absurd plan a corrupted human who murdered his own father could possibly be hatching. The white-haired ruler slams his hand on the table and snaps at Anu, highly displeased, since Chrono is actually keeping things professional. He demands that Anu show some respect, but the stubborn god fires back, asking if he said anything wrong when everyone already knows the truth. To him, a traitor has no right to sit at this table, especially when far more deserving candidates exist, someone far more worthy of being the human god. Chrono's face darkens instantly as he coldly admits that Anu is absolutely right. That person was absolutely meant to be the human god, but they specifically chose me to take this throne. Suddenly, a terrifying, suffocating aura begins to erupt violently from Chrono. He warns them that representing an entire world is not a seat won through mere technicalities, standard checklists, or simple age. His dark aura floods the room, forcing the other deities to grimace in sheer discomfort. What is this monstrous, suffocating power? Anu grits his teeth, realizing that this man did not secure his godhood through mere luck, as Chrono simply stands there, smirking. Chrono casually draws back his massive energy, smiling as he asks if they can finally get back to business. With no one else daring to object, Chrono explains his plan to prevent the apocalypse, which centers around a certain grand design. It involves constructing a massive tower. The gods whisper in doubt, while Kim Jigyu is left completely stunned by this revelation. Chrono adds that showing them will be much faster than explaining, deciding to project the design directly before their eyes. With a single clap, a holographic simulation of the tower materializes. The gods lean in, examining the strange structure with deep suspicion. They point out that it looks less like a tower and more like a weapon. Chrono nods, confirming it is indeed a giant spear, a tool designed to pierce through the cosmic chaos. Anu narrows his eyes, clearly unconvinced by this plan. He scoffs, asking if they are really expected to vanquish chaos with a simple spear, just because of its massive size. Anu calls the idea utterly childish, but a confident Chrono replies that this giant spear holds far more than mere scale. The tower will link all existing worlds together, tapping into the creator's power that was long ago scattered across the realms. By merging all those scattered fragments into a single point, the tower will become a vessel holding the ultimate combined force. With that raw energy, they can easily pierce through the chaos. Hearing this, Kim Jigyu turns to study the simulation of the massive structure. Though humanity calls it a tower, nobody actually understood its true cosmic purpose when it first appeared to the world. It was entirely indestructible, immune to any physical force, and was only named a tower because the system voice designated it as such. Whenever someone stepped inside, the system would echo, announcing that you have entered the tower. Only now does he finally realize the truth. The tower is actually a colossal spear meant to pierce through the cosmic void. Anu scoffs in disbelief, asking how such a ridiculous toy could ever hope to withstand the terrifying raw power of chaos. He insists only the creator himself can defeat chaos, and the white-haired ruler nods in silent agreement with his claim. Even with all their power combined, it would still just be a mere fragment of the creator's strength, far too weak against chaos. The other gods nod in agreement, but Chrono remains completely unfazed, calmly smiling as he tells them they are absolutely right. He explains that if his plan were that simple, he wouldn't have brought it up before laying out his true intention. He intends to harness the power of the creator himself. The gods look at him in absolute panic, wondering what madness he's speaking. Chrono points downward, explaining they will first drive the spear straight into the heart of chaos before curling his finger back up. Next, they will use the tower to absorb that chaos and drive it directly into the creator, turning cosmic energy against divine power. They will slay the creator using the very power of chaos to rebuild a brand new universe with their own hands. Suddenly, the system screen flashes, stating that the first recording is finished. The projection of the Divine Council fades away, leaving Kim Jigyu standing in absolute silence, deeply shaken by his father's final words. Slay chaos using the creator's power, and then use that very chaos to kill the creator himself, dividing and reshaping every single world. To gather all existing worlds, conquer chaos, and destroy the creator himself. Was this truly the dark reality behind the tower's creation? The system explains Cho Junho's grand plan: build the tower and slay chaos. The Lord ignores their consensus. The real issue lies in having way too many highly risky plans. Evading God's messenger angels is almost impossible, but Cho Junho found a way. Kim Jigyu mutters, wondering how. Then he remembers. Gabriel. The system confirms he recruited Gabriel. He was always dissatisfied with God's ways. The scenery shifts to the second recording. Galaxies are aligning. A massive construction project is underway. Voices shout to bring more materials and lend a hand. Kim Jigyu gasps in surprise. He recognizes the structure rising before them is that the tower. The system confirms it. This is the tower's birthplace. Nearby, Cho Junho approaches a lone figure. Asking if the plan is going smoothly, he utters a name, Gabriel. The angel appears behind him. Gabriel replies that nobody has noticed yet. However, he warns they must watch out for her. If she finds out, they fail. Cho Junho asks if they really must worry about her too. The one they are discussing is Archangel Michael. Gabriel explains that she stands out completely from the others. She is basically the incarnation of God. He smirks, telling him not to worry. Their countermeasure is already underway. He looks back. What about your plan to gather the power of chaos? Cho Jun-ho smiles mysteriously and claps. The floor opens. See for yourself. As the crevice slowly widens, Gabriel approaches the chamber. He gasps in awe. Is that Gaia? A woman lies curled inside an egg-like pod. Cho Jun-ho steps closer, touching the smooth membrane. He reveals his ultimate goal. He will become God, wielding both divine power and the force of chaos. He vows to rule the entire world after absorbing everything. He whispers, just wait a bit longer, Gaia. The system announces the end of the second recording. Kim Jigyu falls silent, completely in the dark. The system explains that Gaia was originally destined to lead humanity, not Cho Jun-ho. Yet she trusted him completely and handed the role over. Kim Jigyu mutters her name, Gaia. Was she really meant to lead humanity? Lord Anu once mentioned her, and who could be more worthy to lead humanity? The system continues in exchange for yielding her position to Cho Jun-ho. Gaia took on the burden of gathering Chaos's power and transferring it directly into the tower. A devout worshipper of Mother Earth, she was second closest to the divine after Michael. Therefore, she could control a fraction of Chaos's power. Viewing the third recording, Kim Gi-ju's surroundings warp. The tower radiates colossal energy as the gods channel their power, feeding it more and more. Anu and Hector declare they have done their best, urging quiet. The blue-haired god seems lost in thought. The rulers pour their power into Gaia, who transfers that energy straight into the tower. Kim Gi-ju's body flinches on its own. What is this insane energy? The system answers. Across the globe, by connecting all worlds together, the master of the tower possesses the ability to control this entire reserve of mana. Using Gaia as a medium, they pour everything in. Kim Gi-ju barely gasps. This is completely unbelievable. What happens next? The system answers him. The world and the tower began merging. Whoever controls the world also wields the absolute power of God. A brilliant light flashes atop the tower. Cho Jun-ho shouts, it is finally here. We only have one shot. We will end this in one blow. Immense power erupts from the summit. God himself descends. That is divine power, and they will end this in one go. Below, chaos itself emerges. Cho Jun-ho grins with excitement. We successfully gathered the power of chaos. God has to show up. Divine energy strikes the tower, turning it glowing gold. Kim Ji-ju freezes eyes wide. Cho Jun-ho is overcome with sheer joy, knowing his plan is succeeding. The white-haired god looks up in terror. Someone screams in panic, no, we can't win. Hold the line. Cho Jun-ho roars that if they miss this golden opportunity, if they miss this moment, they will all die. The rulers grit their teeth, struggling through hesitation. Steeling themselves, they push onward. Mana continues flooding into Gaia as she fulfills her role. She channels the power of chaos into the tower. Dazzling golden light shines above while pitch darkness envelops the bottom. Chaos clashes with Lord's divine power. As Lord weakens, the radiant light atop the tower finally fades away. Silence fills the air. Even Lucas is completely speechless while the white-haired one tensely asks if it's finally over. Everyone waits in anticipation until Oina cries out that they succeeded and Lord is dead, leaving the exhausted ruler to collapse. With a collective sigh of relief, they celebrate. They actually did it and Lord is truly dead. Lord's expression turns dark. As Gaia's protective eggshell slowly descends, Lord walks right up to her. Placing his hand gently on the egg's surface, he softly whispers that she did a wonderful job. A smug smile creeps onto his face as he declares himself the new god, but then a sudden tremor shakes the ground. The fallen ruler scrambles up, asking what is happening, while the long-haired one panics, wondering if it's still not over. The tremors grow incredibly violent, and hundreds of eyes seem to manifest, rising from the very depths beneath the tower. Terrified, the ruler realizes this terrifying rumble is chaos itself, prompting Lord to whip his head around in sheer disbelief. He orders Gaia to defeat the chaos, but she remains completely silent, making him frown deeply and wonder what is wrong. He suddenly gasps out Gabriel's name, while Gabriel asks him if the plan is going smoothly. Lord tells him that he will handle the chaos and to proceed as planned. After a brief silence, Gabriel quietly agrees. Anu demands to know what is happening since this contradicts their plan, but a sudden flash of light slices cleanly through his neck. Blood splatters everywhere as Anu falls dead, leaving the other frozen rulers to stare in absolute horror at his ruthless executioner. Gabriel glares back coldly. As Lucas gasps his name, the system explains that both Lord and Gabriel plan to monopolize this divine power. Refusing to share an ounce of power, they decided to slaughter the other rulers to keep the divine energy for themselves. Having already channeled their entire life force into the tower, those helpless rulers were easily butchered by Gabriel's own hands. Only one survived, and he does not seem surprised. He furiously roars that he knew this would happen, warning Lord that he will pay, but Lord is suddenly startled by Kasajin. Gabriel looks over in complete shock, startled to find another survivor and demanding to know how they still possess any strength. Dark energy leaks from the surviving ruler. Confused, Gabriel stammers that he heard rumors of his death and demands to know why he is here. He cannot believe his eyes as Satan suddenly materializes right behind Kasajin, completely shattering his assumption that the demon was dead. Lucas is stunned to see Satan. The system reveals that the Lu of Wrath was widely believed to have perished by Lucifer's hand. In truth, his soul survived. Kasajin had long anticipated Lord's betrayal and took steps to preserve his own power. He secured his survival by forging a pact with Satan, and right on cue, massive vines erupt from the ground as the final battle begins. Kasajin summoned those vines, telling Lord it is an honor to clash with him before commanding the roots to launch an all-out assault. Lord merely scoffs, conjuring a massive scythe in his hands while dismissing those words as completely empty chatter. Lord effortlessly slices through the vines, but they keep growing back. Gabriel watches in worry until a sudden voice calls out to him. Satan lunges forward with a vicious attack, telling the fallen angel to keep his eyes on his true opponent. Gabriel coldly swings his blade while Satan unleashes a devastating punch, causing their monstrous powers to violently collide in midair. Satan eagerly grins, pointing out that Gabriel must have done something incredibly twisted back down in hell. He highlights how Gabriel tried to turn the newly crowned king into a brainless puppet just so he could pull the strings. In fact, Gabriel behaves more like a demon than the actual denizens of hell, forcing the angel to grit his teeth in absolute rage. Gabriel screams not to compare him to such filth as his divine wings morph, claiming they could never comprehend his grand design. Veins bulge across his face as he barks that a mere ruler like Satan is nothing but worthless dust in his eyes. Dark aura erupts from his body, and he promises that Satan will ultimately serve as the perfect sacrifice for his grand scheme. Satan is visibly shaken by the sheer magnitude of Gabriel's hidden power, roaring in disbelief that he managed to conceal it for so long. With a deadly glare from Gabriel, the very earth beneath Satan begins to splinter and collapse, leaving Lucas watching in absolute horror. The cracked terrain completely shears off the floating island as a devastating shockwave erupts, forcing Lucas to shield his face from the blast. Blinding dust completely blocks the entire battlefield as he wonders what on earth is happening until the thick haze slowly clears, revealing Gabriel's terrifying silhouette. He freezes for a brief second, realizing that despite losing a massive chunk of his power after his prior defeat to Lucifer, he remains a legendary ruler of hell. Suddenly, a deeply unsettling laugh echoes from directly behind Gabriel. Gabriel immediately panics. Lord's vines twitch in place and fresh blood begins to drip slowly from sharp demonic claws. Jana falls at Satan's feet and vines wrap around the scythe in his hand, bringing it back to their dark master. Zirishin scoffs and murmurs that this must be the Void's scythe. Gabriel grits his teeth, calling him a total idiot. His eyes panic as he demands to know what Satan just did, but Satan only offers a smug hum of victory. As you said, I might be weak enough to be called mere dust, but I still have plenty of strength left to easily balance the scale between us two rulers. Gabriel freezes in absolute shock, stammering that he never meant it that way. The smile disappears from Satan's face. Gabriel asks if he seriously believes Satan would actually team up with him, without a damn good reason. What use is a half-baked ruler anyway? The truth is, it was all for Gaia. My only reason for partnering with Jana was because he is the single person capable of controlling her. Suddenly, the entire tower begins to shake, throwing Zarishin into a panic. Why is everything shaking like this? Satan seems to realize something, as Gaia's egg pod begins to glow intensely. The merging process begins as all necessary materials are confirmed and the blinding light grows stronger by the second. The power of creation is activating. Kim Jigyu recognizes the voice as the sleeping woman's eyelashes flutter slightly. Gaia snaps her eyes open. As the system completes, the bodies are lifted, absorbing the raw materials. Even Satan and Zirishin are hoisted into the air. Satan demands to know what is happening, and Gabriel cannot escape either. As they absorb the time scythe, only Jono remains lying completely motionless on the ground. Kim Jigyu watches the entire bizarre scene unfold in absolute shock. Finally, Jono's body is lifted into the air as well, while Gaia softly calls his name, crying and apologizing. A massive blast of energy erupts and the visions around Kim Jigyu vanish. He stands there, completely baffled by what just happened. The creation of the tower, the tragic demise of the gods, and Jono's ultimate betrayal. The desperate counterattack from Zirishin and Satan. Kim Jigyu calls out, asking the system if it is Gaia. After a brief silence, it finally speaks. Confirming it is Kim Jigyu demands to know what is going on. Did she not promise he would find his answers? Instead of getting those answers through this final trial, he is left with even more questions. Gaia gently responds, explaining that this confusion is simply because his test has not actually finished yet. Confused, Kim Jigyu watches as the space around him shifts, revealing a massive island floating in the deep cosmos. This is the real final trial, and this dimension is no mere digital simulation built from code. If he dies here, he dies for real. Unable to use his codex powers, he is tasked with defeating himself. In sheer disbelief, Kim Gi-ju stares at his exact double. He asks if he must defeat himself, and the system confirms it is his hidden true self. If he loses even once, the seal holding this double back will begin to break. With that, the trial officially begins. The sinister clone charges at Kim Gi-ju, who ducks to dodge a heavy punch. He immediately realizes his double is incredibly fast. Judging by that single strike, the clone is also remarkably strong, suddenly bending its knee for a savage thrust. Kim Gi-ju arches back to slip the blow, but a follow-up sidekick forces him to block with his bare hands. Their fists collide in a brutal clash. Kim Gi-ju grits his teeth while his dark double sneers, both trading a rapid flurry of savage blows. They spring backward to create distance, but Kim Gi-ju panics as his connection to his alter egos is completely severed. Left with no bonds, he wonders how he can still react to these attacks. He slides back, carving deep trenches into the ground. Kim Gi-ju frowns deeply, wondering how this is possible. Unlike previous battles where he constantly relied on his alternate selves, being separated from them reveals something new. He has grown far stronger on his own than ever before. Seeing this, the clone finally speaks. Asking if this feels strange, the double scoffs, calling Kim Gi-ju's mortal emotions an absolute joke. He mocks Kim Gi-ju for caring about such trivial things, claiming he still has no clue what true power he possesses as dark aura swirls around his hands. Demonic wings sprout from the clone's back as he draws a cursed blade, leaving Kim Gi-ju completely stunned. Giving him no time to recover, the clone unleashes devastating waves of dark energy, completely obliterating the ground as they tear forward. The clone chuckles with amusement, noticing that Kim Gi-ju managed to leap backward just in time to dodge. Kim Gi-ju gulps, remembering Gaia's words that this monster is his true self, and dark energy begins enveloping his own hands. If that is true, then whatever the clone can do, he should be able to replicate. As he leaps forward to strike, a violent shockwave erupts, sending thick dust billowing high into the air as two shadows clash. As the dust clears, the cold-eyed clone looks down at a beaten Kim Gi-ju, pointing a holy sword at his neck, mocking his lack of control. Half of the double burns with demonic energy, while the other half shines with angelic light, looking down like an arrogant god. A loser like you should just hand over your body to me, the clone sneers as Kim Gi-ju grits his teeth, dark energy surging through his hand. Kim Gi-ju immediately strikes at the clone, unleashing a massive burst of energy that takes a long moment to finally fade. The clone's voice suddenly whispers right in his ear. "I told you so," he says, somehow already slipping behind Kim Gi-ju to mock him for not knowing how to control his own power. Kim Gi-ju swings backward instantly, but his blow completely misses the clone, forcing him to admit that his opponent's words are absolutely right. He cannot wield the death sword exactly as he wants, having relied entirely on its raw power throughout this entire trial. Staring at his empty hand, he realizes that without the Lu, the massive gap in strength between them is just too wide. As the clone plunges down from above, Kim Gi-ju can only wrap his fist in dark aura to defend himself. He barely blocks the strike as the clone flashes a smug grin, already preparing his next move. The copy flickers to another spot and fires off several razor-sharp slashes, leaving Kim Gi-ju struggling as the growing power of the death sword overwhelms him. It is becoming too difficult to control, making things worse by the second. Suddenly, he remembers what Sujiang once told him. "Your abilities require perfect balance," she had said. "You cannot just throw away one side." With that, a warm light of life energy begins to gather in Kim Gi-ju's left hand. Kim Gi-ju throws a powerful punch to hold the clone back, but his opponent is completely unfazed, laughing that he knew this would happen. The clone asks if he really thinks a little life force is enough to harmonize everything, mocking him for believing such a wild power could be controlled so easily. Crouching low, the copy channels his aura and launches himself straight at Kim Gi-ju, shouting that it is still not enough. The clone of pride declares that playtime is over, thrusting two swords forward as he vows to devour Kim Gi-ju and take his place in the real world. As the dual blades cross, a volatile wave of chaos energy erupts, prompting Kim Gi-ju to rapidly boost the contrasting forces in both of his hands. If his opponent can do it, then Kim Gi-ju can too. He focuses, attempting to fuse death and life energy together in a desperate bid to match him. The two chaotic forces clash violently, tearing the very air apart as Kim Gi-ju pours every ounce of his remaining strength into holding the line. Digging his heels deep into the dirt, he realizes he is still being pushed back, completely outmatched in both raw power and energy control. If this keeps up, defeat is absolutely certain, unless he can somehow find an entirely different way to fight back. But then a familiar voice echoes inside his mind, calmly telling him that this situation does not even count as a real danger yet. Kim Gi-ju wonders if his connection to the Lu has finally restored, but no, this feels more like L's trial, with the Lu's memories speaking directly to him. Lucifer sits on his throne with his chin in his hand, reminding him that with such overwhelming potential, these petty tricks shouldn't even pose a threat. Yet this doesn't mean that the quiet patience and total mastery Kim Gi-ju has built up over time is completely useless. Have you forgotten? The voice asks, our entire existence is a difficult, struggling path that only the truly strong can walk. For the first time in this battle, Kim Gi-ju's eyes burn with fierce determination, realizing that if his raw strength cannot match the clone, he will find another way to break through even if failing means death. Suddenly, a sharp cracking sound echoes through the air. Crack spiderweb across Abaddon's gauntlets as Hermes' boots begin to tear apart, leaving the clone utterly confused at what is happening. A wild vortex of chaos gathers, carrying an immense pressure that suddenly rebounds, slamming right back toward the startled clone. A blinding flash of light erupts across the floating island as the ground shatters, sending debris flying into a thick, slow-clearing cloud of dust. Kim Gi-ju's hair whips in the wind as a bright streak of blood drips from the clone's mouth, his neck now locked in Kim Gi-ju's iron grip. Looking down, the clone asks if this is the ultimate result of finally understanding the true nature of his power. He admits the Chaos Sword is a fitting name indeed as the floating island crumbles beneath them and he finally concedes defeat. The system screen flashes to announce that the trial is passed, the seal is unlocked, and he has officially acquired the Chaos Sword. Both of them are transported back to the starting area where the final trial concludes, allowing the winner to ask the loser any question. The loser is bound to answer completely, prompting the clone to click his tongue and invite him to speak as Kim Gi-ju's gaze shifts. He glances down at his nearly ruined gauntlets and boots before the clone rubs his neck, telling Kim Gi-ju to go ahead and ask his questions. The copy admits he cannot defy the woman running the system, so Kim Gi-ju stares straight at him and asks who he really is. The copy groans at how boring the question is, claiming that he already gave the answer because he is simply Kim Gi-ju himself. Rubbing his chin, the copy decides he should probably clarify a bit more, finally uttering the name Jupiter. He laughs, calling it the most accurate name for his ego, and tells him to just call him Jupiter, leaving Kim Gi-ju hesitating. Kim Gi-ju stops himself and takes a slow, deep breath, deciding to change his question as he points a finger directly at himself. He asks who he really is, making Jupiter sigh in disappointment as he mocks Kim Gi-ju, admitting he expected him to be a bit smarter. But apparently not, and hearing this catches Kim Gi-ju completely off guard, while Jupiter just claps and laughs in pure mockery. He mocks that even with the memories of Lucifer and Michael, Kim Gi-ju is still limited, pointing back at himself and declaring that Kim Gi-ju is him. Jupiter then points directly at Gi-ju, declaring that they are one and the same as their intense gazes lock with sparking fire. He explains they are not separate beings, urging Gi-ju to stop trying to force them apart, especially since merging is the key to true power. To obtain true strength, Gi-ju must understand this reality, but the young man stays completely silent while a smug Jupiter points toward the sky to drop a hint. He warns that he can say no more due to the laws of causality, leaving Gi-ju deeply puzzled by those words. Gi-ju questions what he even means by causality, but Jupiter just smirks arrogantly and confirms that it is indeed the reason. A massive tower appears on screen, bound tightly by heavy chains and locks representing a complicated cosmic rule. Jupiter tells him to think of it as a penalty imposed by the tower, reminding him that he cannot disclose everything. He advises the young player to be extremely careful, urging him to choose his next question very wisely. Gi-ju stands in silence for a long moment before finally speaking a single name that catches his guide completely off guard. He mutters the name Kronos, instantly startling Jupiter as Gi-ju pictures his father determined to find the truth. He asks if Kronos is truly his father, staring at an old family photo where the husband's face is blurred by light. With the father's face obscured by a mysterious glow, Gi-ju admits he only knows his father was one of the enlightened ones and nothing more. Meanwhile, a vision shows Kronos touching a glass chamber that houses a mysterious woman who appears to be in a deep, peaceful sleep. He had no clue his father was actually a ruler, let alone close to another woman who was not his mother. Since that woman was not his mother, Jupiter finally gives him a direct answer, confirming that Kronos is indeed his father. The confirmation leaves Gi-ju completely stunned, while Jupiter can only let out a heavy, helpless sigh. He starts to say that this matter is also incredibly complicated, but suddenly stops mid-sentence to look at Gi-ju. He explains his silence, muttering that the laws of causality are blocking him from speaking any further. Since causality forbids him from speaking any deeper on the subject, Jupiter announces they must stop, prompting Gi-ju to desperately reach out to hold him back. Before he can even argue, a sudden blinding blue light erupts from his hand, and Jupiter is instantly enveloped in it as well. Gi-ju looks on in shock as a brilliant blue energy completely envelops the two of them. With the light wrapping around them, Jupiter flashes a sly grin and promises that all his burning questions will find their answers in the future, which only leaves Gi-ju more anxious. Confusion and panic wash over the boy's face, but Jupiter knows it is time to leave, offering a final farewell before promising they will meet again. Suddenly, both of them vanish from the mysterious space, followed by a system alert announcing that he has successfully cleared the test. While being teleported directly to the reward room, Gi-ju is relieved to find his body has finally reverted to its original form. The faint blue light still flickers on his palm, but his focus shifts when a familiar voice suddenly starts calling out to him. He immediately recognizes the source of that calling as the sweet, clear voice of Brunhild continues to echo in his ears. She gasps that his hair has completely changed color, pointing out the new ash-gray shade that leaves Jigyu absolutely stunned. He blurts out in disbelief, pulling a small strand of hair in front of his eyes to see for himself. He wonders if this sudden change is due to the power of chaos as a faint red glow ignites from his palm. From that beam of light, Lu's voice rings out, warning Kim Jigyu that his growing hair is definitely not a good sign. Not understanding why long hair is bad, Kim Jigyu asks in confusion, why is that? Lu explains the cause, stating it is proof that the timeline has already drifted completely off its normal course. Hearing that, Kim Jigyu frowns with a trace of fear as Brunhart's clear, bright voice warns him that all of their active connections will be completely severed, causing Kim Jigyu to panic and immediately look for a way out. Is that true? He realizes he has to get out of here as soon as possible. Kim Jigyu walks toward the glowing box in front of him and reaches out to touch its luminous surface, but Lu immediately stops him. Wait, master, Kim Jigyu's hand instinctively pulls back. Looking down at the box, he wonders what could be inside. He raises his hand and the tiny dot on it speaks with Lu's voice. The voice explains there is no need to rush as time here has already stopped before Lu goes into more detail. Or rather, it is more accurate to say that time on the outside has stopped. Kim Jigyu still has no idea what Lu means by that. A small yellow dot appears on his hand and L chimed in to explain that even if Kim Jigyu spends a lot of time in this place, absolutely nothing will happen out there. L also senses the same thing as Lu, guessing that the tower is behind all of this. It must be the tower's doing. Kim Jigyu's mind is filled with complex, heavy thoughts, wondering if Gio is truly the one behind this. He really needs more time to analyze the clues he has gathered, and Lu is just as eager to uncover more secrets with him. That actually works to our advantage. Let's see what you have figured out so far. What exactly went down during the third test? Jigyu sits down next to the box, staring at his hand while Lu cannot wrap his head around this bizarre situation. L spots the issue immediately. But wait, what is really going on with the relationship between heaven and hell? They were never on good terms, but for such a massive war to suddenly break out without anyone knowing is beyond bizarre. Lu explains why both realms remain in the dark, but it seems Gabriel was still able to pull the strings behind the scenes. He started the war just to distract L. Shifting the conversation entirely, Jigyu speaks up to break their train of thought. Alright, let's break this down by timeline. First, he traces the past events back to when Lu defeated Satan and took over Hell. After Satan bowed to Lu, the other rulers gathered for a critical meeting to decide what to do with the box. They began by constructing the massive tower, leading directly to the next crucial event involving Jigyu's father. Kronos and Gabriel betrayed everyone, triggering the great war between heaven and hell, though Jigyu is still fuzzy on the details. He admits he is not entirely sure, but when their grand plan failed, something crucial must have gone wrong. The processes of synthesis and creation took place. Lu quickly summarizes the subsequent events that Jigyu personally witnessed. After that, as you know, I was sealed away while L was transformed into a sword, but Lu realizes something. It feels like this story is full of holes, especially after Lu defeated Satan. Something is not quite adding up. For starters, how is Satan even still alive? And what truly happened to all those fallen rulers after their massive clash? Lu is left wondering about all of this. Why was chaos never destroyed, and what is the real story? Jigyu notices another massive red flag. Why on earth did they seal chaos inside of him? He cannot find an answer. Who are Jupiter and Kronos, really? Suddenly, a mysterious voice from the shadows rings out, making Jigyu gasp in utter shock. My son, let me explain that to you. Kronos suddenly materializes right before Jigyu, leaving both of them standing in tense, heavy silence. Staring at his father, Jigyu quietly calls out to him. Kronos finally steps forward to break the silence and explain. Let me explain it all to you, son. Jigyu stares at his father, but his face shows nothing but deep resentment. Kronos offers a warm, gentle smile, but suddenly violent streaks of crimson light begin erupting directly from Giju's hand. Those red beams instantly shoot toward Kronos as Lu growls in pure fury, calling out the traitor's name. Watching Lu lose control like this, Jigyu stares in absolute shock, unable to understand what is triggering his ego. Brunhart can also feel the overwhelming rage vibrating through him, desperately asking what is wrong with Lu. Veins pop across Lu's furious face as he lets out a low, terrifying growl of pure malice. He points a finger, exposing Kronos as the mastermind behind his ceiling, while the red light deepens into a dark crimson. The floor under their feet begins to splinter and crack as the dark crimson aura expands across the room. Terrified by the destruction, Jigyu calls out to Lu, but his ego's rage has already passed the point of no return. With a face of absolute malice, Lu snarls a promise of death to Kronos. He vows to tear his soul into 100 pieces and devour it. Seeing Lu completely lose his mind is terrifying. Jigyu is struck with fear, feeling completely powerless against the dark energy. His mind races with panic. This is the first time Lu has actively seized control of death. Jigyu tightly grips his own hand to hold back the dark mist. He frantically searches for a way to stop him, knowing he cannot control this power, but Elle steps in to help him stay calm. Hearing Elle's soft voice inside his mind, Lu gradually begins to back down as his partner whispers words of reason. It is not the right time yet, so hold yourself back. The menacing red light slowly retracts into Giju's palm. Lu remains silent, retreating back into his finger. Thanks to Elle's timely intervention, the danger is finally averted. He regains his composure, muttering that Elle is right before glaring directly at the physical form of Kronos. Lu mutters that he almost did something completely pointless, knowing full well this is not Kronos' real body. Kronos merely smiles, amused by the outburst. It seems he carried a lot more pent-up rage than he realized. Giju lets out a deep breath, and Brenhart rejoices that Lu calmed down. That was way too close, but now Jigyu turns his attention back to Kronos, demanding answers. Why are you here, and how did you even manage to get inside? He stares at the figure, seeking the truth. My father died in a tragic accident, so are you truly him? Kronos strokes his chin, lost in thought. Instead of answering, he suggests they take this conversation elsewhere, as it is going to be a very long story. With a sharp snap of his fingers, the surrounding space warps instantly, leaving them standing on an endless grassy plain with a fully set banquet table. Gigio looks around at this completely unfamiliar place. An endless grassy field stretches out under the setting sun, creating a dreamlike scene. Where are they? A spread of fresh, delicious dishes has suddenly appeared on the table as Kronos gestures for him to sit. Sit down, Kronos says, promising to explain everything as he uses a knife and fork to gently slice through a juicy steak. Bringing the meat to his mouth, Kronos slowly savors the incredible flavor before urging Gigio to eat, insisting that the food is absolutely delicious. But Gigio ignores the food, staring back with a sharp, guarded look to mask his growing discomfort. He glances around, wondering where they actually are. Is this the reward room, or is it somewhere on the 50th floor? Kronos elegantly dabs his mouth with a napkin and explains that this place is simply a pocket dimension. It is a domain under his complete control, not some reward room, so he tells his guest to make himself comfortable. With a sly, cunning smile, Kronos looks directly at the young man, calling him son and claiming to be a god here. Kronos snaps his fingers once more, causing several massive, mysterious piles of items to suddenly materialize around them. Gigio steps closer to inspect the strange piles, but Bernhardt instantly recognizes the glowing objects stacked before them. These are their own magic crystals, and Elle can immediately sense the power humming inside them. Lu marvels in awe, noting that the sheer magical energy flowing through this place is incredibly real. Even if this space cannot exist outside, the sheer scale of it is undeniably impressive. Once again, Kronos warmly invites him to eat, expressing how wonderful it feels to finally see his son again. But Gigio remains completely cold. He knit his brows, demanding a real explanation instead of a warm welcome. He demands answers before ever calling him father, questioning how this man can prove he is not just some copycat. Suspecting a cruel trick, Gigio stands firm, causing Kronos to rest his hands on the table with a knowing chuckle. Kronos invites his questions, and Gigio is finally ready to demand the answers he has chased for years. Keeping his expression completely blank, Gigio strictly reminds him that his actual father died in a horrific accident long ago. He explains how his mother subsequently fell terminally ill, spending her final days on a hospital bed, always missing her husband. Kronos rests his chin on his hand, instantly seeing through the bluff and asking if his son is trying to test him. The old man reveals the real truth, pointing out that she actually recovered using the divine potion her son brought back. Gigio lowers his head, hiding his face. Realizing Kronos knew all along, he tightly clenches his fists as painful memories of watching his sick mother flash by. Back then, he had collapsed in despair countless times, gritting his teeth through unimaginable pain and suffering. While his family endured years of absolute torment and he was even tied to a tree, Kronos was nowhere to be found. Tears silently stream down Gigio's cheeks as he fiercely demands to know what on earth his father was doing all those years. Hearing his son's heavy words, Kronos simply lowers his head in deep silence while Gigio struggles to stop his tears. Gigio shakes his head coldly, stating that even if this man is his biological father, he will never acknowledge him. Bernhardt softly calls out to his master as Gigio's vision begins to blur, heavy emotions clouding his eyes. With Kronos appearing as a mere blur, Gigio finally realizes that warm tears have been streaming down his face. Confused by his own tears, he gently wipes them away, wondering why he is reacting so strongly. He questions whether this is pure sadness or bottled-up rage, realizing he has kept these overwhelming emotions locked away for too long. As the tears continue to pour, Gigio looks up at Kronos and realizes these feelings actually belong to Jupiter. This is Jupiter's raw emotion upon seeing his father. But before Gigio can process this, the system suddenly flashes a red warning. An unauthorized intrusion is detected, prompting the system to block the threat as Kronos calmly dabs his mouth. Remaining completely calm, Kronos sighs that he was caught far too early before placing his hands back on the table. He stands up, shocking Gigio by announcing it is time for him to leave, causing the young man to bolt upright. Kronos glides right past him, leaving Jigyu frozen in place, unable to do anything but stare at the man's retreating back. Suddenly, a firm grip tightens around Gigyu's wrist. Lifting his hand, Kronos declares that he has come to reclaim something. He stares directly at the pocket watch on Gigyu's wrist, demandingly stating that he needs this exact item returned. A blinding light erupts from the face of the pocket watch as Kronos forcefully extracts his legendary Scythe of Time. Gigio watches in absolute shock as the massive weapon materializes while Kronos slowly closes his eyes in focus. Opening his eyes, Kronos looks directly at Gigio with an unreadable gaze, coughing slightly as L suddenly steps forward. Suddenly, Lu and Bernhardt materialize alongside L, completely surrounding the old god. Kronos merely smiles mockingly, noting that his son has gathered some truly loyal servants. L points her sword at him, warning him to back away from her master immediately, while Lu surrounds Kronos in a shroud of crimson light. She warns Kronos not to push his luck or assume they are completely powerless. Even if this is not your true body, Ranhos growls fiercely in his wolf form, ready to tear him apart. Vowing to protect Master Gigyu, the companion transforms as Kronos turns to look at him. He reminds Gigyu of his absolute power, raising 2 fingers to prepare a spell as he declares himself a god here. With a simple snap of his fingers, he pulls Gigyu into another dimension, forcing him to look down. Realizing he is standing in his own subconscious, Gigyu listens as Kronos explains that he merely separated the egos from him temporarily. Kronos reassures him that Gaia will intervene soon to return him to the reward room, leaving Gigyu to stand there in tense silence. But then Jigyu's gaze sharpens as he demands to know what connection Kronos has to him. He wants the truth about what happened back then, especially what occurred to him after Kronos' grand plan failed. He demands to know what happened to the world, recalling the moment Kronos touched his hand and his watch. Kronos closes his eyes, showing no emotion as he reveals how Gaia used the sacred power of both gods and chaos to build this world. She wanted to return everything to its original state, effectively reversing the connected dimensions. The rulers were wiped out and chaos was restored to its source, leaving the tower as the only true trace of change. And the new world that Gaia recently created is Earth itself, the very dimension where you are currently living. Earth Gigyu is completely stunned by this revelation, his mind racing as Kronos urges him to listen closely. He tells Gigyu to remember his words as a son, describing a world entirely devoid of gods. Because of his own pride and Gaia's absolute obsession, the dimensions fractured, throwing the entire world into complete chaos. He claims that only Gigyu has the power to fix this mess, leaving the young warrior looking completely bewildered by his words. Kronos adds one more crucial detail as a portrait of a family of 3 flashes on screen. The father who married Sujin Lee to raise him and Yu Jung is not Kronos, but one thing remains absolutely certain. Knowing Kronos is not his biological father leaves Gigyu shocked, yet the entity gently confesses how much he loves him. Hearing these words of affection straight from Kronos leaves Gigyu entirely frozen, speechless. To his shock, the powerful entity begins to fade away, offering one final farewell. Reaching out, Gigyu begs him to wait, desperate for answers to the countless questions still burning in his mind. But before he can utter a word, Kronos vanishes completely, leaving his questions unanswered. With his hands still frozen in empty space, Gigyu's face displays shock as a system notification abruptly alerts him. The system states unauthorized access has been blocked, restoring time and space to return Gigyu to the reward chamber. Standing directly before that mysterious box, he looks around at his surroundings, realizing he has returned to the reward chamber. Wondering if he truly made it back, he begins to question Kronos' puzzling final parting words. What did those parting words mean? He claimed to be his father, yet denied it. Gigyu raises his wrist to check his watch. But to his dismay, the heirloom watch is completely gone. That treasured keepsake was actually Kronos' Scythe of Time, and suddenly the necklace on his chest begins to glow. Bernhardt is calling out to him, and both Lu and El rejoice at the sight of their master's return. Welcoming him back, El apologizes for failing to protect him, while Gigyu looks at his hands with a bittersweet smile. Reassuring El that they were helpless in that situation, he insists he is fine, though Lu responds in her usual sassy tone. She retorts that is exactly why she did not apologize before asking what on earth happened to him in there. Startled by Lu's sudden question, Gigyu stammers in response, claiming that nothing out of the ordinary happened. Placing his hand on the mysterious box to examine it, he suggests they discuss it later. He declares they must first finish this tedious trial, but within his mental space, Lu gasps as she realizes what the box actually is. Recognizing it as a rare Ori Halcon box, Gigyu stares in disbelief, a feeling of shock shared entirely by El. It is an incredibly scarce material, often referred to as the core of an entire dimension. Previously, Gigyu had assumed the reward chest simply held a rare elixir, quietly guessing its contents. He recalls legends of a reward tier far exceeding a diamond chest rumored to hold the ultimate medicine. No player has ever managed to acquire it with its very existence, only whispered as a myth within the system. Gigyu slowly lifts the lid of the mysterious box, wondering what reward could be better than tons of gold. As he wonders what it could be, a powerful light bursts from the box and he catches a glimpse of the prize inside. His expression is incredibly complex as the system screen flashes a new reward notification. Power begins coursing directly into his heart, exactly as the system announcement describes. His life force surges and his blood vessels reconstruct themselves as the power of death rises alongside it. His blood vessels undergo a second reconstruction and his control over the ego powers stabilizes during the process. Hearing the alerts, Jigyu knits his brows, shocked that his entire body was reconstructed 3 separate times. It feels intense, like a powerful injection, as Lu and L receive massive database updates. His own power is not only reconstructed, but the status of his egos gets an upgrade as well. The system declares his private egos have grown stronger, more unique, and their overall capabilities have expanded. Even Brunhart gets an upgrade while Ren begins to evolve, though Oberon and Hemet remain damaged. Suddenly, Oberon and Hemet fuse directly with Brunhart, leaving both the shield and Jigyu completely stunned. They cannot believe their eyes as both of his damaged gauntlets and his boots begin to self-repair on their own. The pure energy flowing from the chest is immense, and Jigyu absorbs every single bit of it. His physical form starts to change, starting with a sleek, dark chest piece forming right over his chest. Heavy, resilient armor wraps around his entire body, and he realizes he has just obtained a complete full-body set. Brunhart gasps in absolute amazement, shouting to Elle and Lu about the incredible new transformation. Elle and Lu cannot help but admire the gorgeous armor teasingly, adding that it looks perfect for a weakling like him. After a brief moment of silence, the system delivers the final prompt, revealing the ultimate reward for his efforts. Climb the tower and conquer it, a skyscraper reaching the sky. With helicopters circling the giant structure, conquering the tower will allow him to link with Babel on floor 51. A bright purple portal suddenly opens and Jigyu steps out with a heavy frown, looking around with deep suspicion. Staring at the floating, glowing orb, he can barely believe his eyes as questions race through his mind. He wonders if he can truly link with Babel, a grand and ancient structure beyond imagination. Images of the legendary biblical Tower of Babel, famous for reaching straight into the heavens, quickly flash through his mind. Jigyu looks up at the colossal structure, still highly skeptical about what the system is telling him. This is where he stands now, but is it really possible to link with it just by climbing? Staring at the monumental wonder, Jigyu is completely overwhelmed and mutters that it is simply unimaginable. It is ridiculous, but a voice rings in his ear, insisting he already far exceeds the requirements. After being called the strongest, Jigyu snaps back to reality when he feels someone watching him. Spotting a strange man observing him nearby, he sharply demands to know his identity, catching the guy completely off guard. The man quickly collects himself and asks if he is indeed the famous hunter Kim Jigyu. He mentions that the hunter looks quite different from what he was told, and Jigyu simply confirms his identity. The man immediately bows respectfully, introducing himself and explaining his exact reason for being there. Introducing himself as Lee Min-gu from the Gate Management Bureau, he shares that Director Oh Tae-shik requested a meeting. He wanted to meet as soon as Jigyu exited, leaving the hunter wondering why the director needs him. When Jigyu asks if something happened, Min-gu hesitates for a few seconds before finally revealing the grim truth. While Jigyu was busy taking his test inside, the Korean Players Association completely collapsed, leaving him in absolute shock. Following closely behind Min-gu, highly suspicious Jigyu demands to know where they are actually heading. Min-gu calmly explains they are meeting a broker, admitting the full situation is far too complicated. Essentially, players can no longer enter gates through normal means, prompting Jigyu to stare back in complete and utter confusion. A sudden voice echoing out from the shadows startles Jigyu, mentioning that they have already checked the entire surrounding area, and he immediately recognizes Mr. Huang. Sitting there looking completely exhausted and helpless, Mr. Huang confirms that the messenger is telling the truth. Over the past 3 months, the entire association collapsed, and the older man hesitates to continue. Huang then drops a devastating bomb, revealing that Gyu's entire family, including his younger sister, Min-su, have completely and mysteriously vanished. Min-gu quietly slips away, but Jigyu is already standing there staring directly at his back. Jigyu calls out, telling Min-gu to freeze right there, forcing him to slowly turn his head. Playing completely dumb, Min-gu looks back and asks what Kim Jigyu is even talking about. Jigyu coldly tells him he only pretended to tag along because he was curious about his true motives. But now it is just a waste of time, though Min-gu still puts on an innocent act, asking what he means. Asking why he is saying such weird things, Min-gu gets a direct stare as Jigyu completely exposes him. Pointing out his heavy bloodlust, Jigyu watches Min-gu continue to play innocent, acting like he has no clue. But there is no fooling Jigyu, who asks point-blank if Min-gu really thought he could hide it. Realizing he can no longer hide it, Min-gu immediately drops his nice act and smirks deviously, admitting Jigyu is far sharper than he expected. Laughing like a complete maniac, he sneers that this makes all the effort he spent setting up this trap completely worth it. Right on cue, his cold-blooded lackeys step forward, their faces completely void of any mercy. Eager for a fight, a massive armed crowd carrying clubs and swords quickly forms a circle to completely trap Jigyu. Trapping him in the center, Mingu smiles wickedly, no longer hiding a single thing about the reward. He talks openly about the massive bounty, declaring that his men will not back down until they claim their reward. With a completely twisted grin, he points directly at Jigyu, calling him an extremely rare special first-ranked target. Jigyu can barely believe his own ears, asking if he was really just ranked as a special first class. Excitement rushes through Giju's mind as he silently marvels at the news to Brunhart. Brunhart warns him this is bad news, but playfully teases that at least it sounds pretty cool. Thinking Jigyu is completely drained of strength after finishing his test, Mingu mockingly advises him to save his energy and surrender. Telling him to let himself be tied up, Mingu notes they hurt his power rivals that of a high ranker. Glancing at his heavily armed and aggressive thugs, Mingu proudly brags that he came fully prepared for this exact fight. Speaking like a seasoned gangster, he sneers that even with wings, Jigyu cannot escape, so he should just come quietly. Jigyu only looks at them with pure contempt, completely unfazed as he coldly repeats the phrase, "Special First Class, huh?" Letting go of all restraint, Jigyu summons a glowing red sword into his hand, deciding to show no more mercy. With power surging from his chest and raw bloodlust in his eyes, he coldly tells them what they are up against. He promises to show them what they are dealing with before executing a single sword strike fast as lightning. That single swing proves just how overwhelmingly powerful he is, leaving Mingu's thugs completely dazed and unable to react. Caught completely off guard, they gasp in shock as Giju's blade carves right through their defense. Every single slash leaves a horrific trail of chaos and blood, leaving Mingu absolutely petrified by the sheer violence. Just look at that terrified face, he screams out in utter shock, completely overwhelmed by this monster power. Before he can even finish his sentence, Jigyu instantly grabs his pathetic face, leaning in close to whisper a chilling invitation to bring it on. Clenching his hand tightly over Mingu's terrified face, Jigyu lets out a sharp shout to trigger his next move. Instantly, a massive dimensional gate tears open in the air, slowly descending right before everyone's eyes. The thugs watch in utter shock, their minds completely blown as they begin whispering to each other in panic. Whispering about a gate appearing from thin air, they realize the rumors are true, yet they refuse to back down. Becoming even more aggressive, they tell each other that pulling off a massive move like that must be tiring. They guess he has almost drained all his energy, so they must attack now, completely underestimating Giju's true power. Raising his sword, Jigyu firmly declares that he is going to end this whole mess with a single devastating strike. Deep within him, his ego weapon cheers him on proudly, stating that it is completely ready. Even as Mingu's massive army charges forward like a raging storm, Jigyu does not flinch for a second. He calmly unleashes an absolutely devastating god-tier attack, shattering the quiet city streets in an instant. A massive violent explosion tears through the sky, kicking off an unprecedented battle unlike anything this city has ever witnessed. The terrifying shockwaves shake the very earth, threatening to swallow the entire city whole. Yet Jigyu stands tall and majestic amidst the thick, foggy smoke rising from the massive blast. The giant deep crater left in the middle of the city shows just how truly terrifying his power is. Instantly, the system alerts Jigyu. He's unlocked the unique Master of Ego class, a legendary talent linked to a double S rank assimilation skill. From chaos comes the ultimate blessing, plundering and assimilation. He can now tap into 90% of any stolen ego's true power. For a limited time, he can completely take over an ego and unleash its full potential. A massive crater is left in the wake of the battle. Jigyu looks exhausted, completely drained. That final move took everything he had. He is barely standing right now, pushing through the absolute limit. His trusty assistant pipes up, "Master, that was incredibly cool, but aren't you seriously pushing your luck here?" Jigyu grips his sword tight, refusing to back down. The assistant sighs, telling him there is no need to keep wasting energy like this. But Jigyu stands his ground. "It is faster," he says, "and clearing this tower is our top priority." His assistant has no choice but to yield. The assistant simply sighs, "Well, at least you are not letting your emotions drive you into doing something completely reckless." But wait, hear that? Urgent footsteps start rushing in, and suddenly, a group appears right behind Jigyu. His assistant's warning rings out, "More enemies are bound to show up soon. Did you even stop to consider that?" Jigyu does not flinch. He tells his assistant, "No need to worry." Sure enough, the leader of the group waves at him. Jigyu instantly recognizes that familiar energy. The man calls out to Ranker Kim with a warm, friendly smile. Jigyu turns around and welcomes his old friend. "Long time no see, Sungun." The newcomer is here with good news, offering to share the most urgent update first. "Your family is completely safe." Sungun goes on to explain the entire rescue operation in full detail. "We quickly evacuated them to a secure shelter because things were getting dangerous. Even your neighbor Minsu is safe with them." Finally, Jigyu lets out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Still, there are so many unanswered questions keeping him in the dark. He asks Sungun to fill him and tell me what exactly went down while I was gone. Sungun starts breaking it down, detailing exactly what happened right after Gyu entered the 50th floor. 20 irregular gates suddenly spawn across the globe, and then they were all destroyed at the exact same time. It was completely mind-blowing, and we ended up securing the remnants and holy relics of the demons. Right now, everyone is expecting the entire industry to surge forward. Major technological progress is already happening, all because the demon's tech is surprisingly advanced. Sungun frowns, looking deeply lost in thought. But that is where all the trouble starts, he explains. It is actually a method the demons use. They use it to hijack the bodies of active players. To make matters worse, they even go as far as stealing. They steal their memories and completely take over their minds. There is absolutely nothing we can do to save them right now. Hearing this makes Gyu realize the sheer gravity of the situation. It looks like they are planning an invasion. They want to take over Earth by possessing player bodies. His assistant points out that this nightmare is already happening. Gyu is still struggling to piece it together. Did the association disband because of them? Sungun shakes his head. No, not quite. He clarifies the situation. To put it more accurately, we actually made the decision to voluntarily disband ourselves. The explanation is a bit complicated, but Sungun breaks it down simply. Like I mentioned earlier, he says, the remains and relics inside those gates were incredible. But the strange part is, none of those things actually appeared in the Korean gates. After seeing that, the Korean Association repeatedly warned everyone about the danger of those relics. People started to get suspicious. Sungun raises a finger to emphasize his point. Did the Korean Association secretly monopolize all of it? Hearing this detailed explanation, everything finally clicks for Gyu as he ponders to himself. Could it really be? His assistant immediately confirms that they already had the answer. He reveals the secret truth to Gyu. Only 5 gates appeared in Korea, which pushed the association into an absolute corner. The whole thing was clearly a plot by Andrus. Sungun continues to patiently answer all of Gyu's lingering doubts. With public criticism hitting an all-time high, disbanding was inevitable. On the surface, that is how it collapsed, but Manager O and the president had already anticipated this downfall. Honestly, Sungun is actually quite relieved. Now that they are completely cut off from the association, they are free to move without any red tape. His subordinates look on, their eyes shining with intense determination. Sungun mentions mobilizing Gregory, a name that instantly catches Gyu completely off guard. Stunned, Gyu watches as Gregory stands before a line of disciplined soldiers completely unfazed by the pouring rain. A wave of complex emotions washes over Kim Gi-ju. The association president's secret soldiers actually helped him during his fierce battle against the Iron Society's Korean branch. As Kim Gi-ju quietly observes these elite troops, he cannot help but wonder if Gregory was really engineered solely for the survival of humanity. All of this leaves Kim Gi-ju deeply questioning the association president's true motives and just how far ahead he had planned. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Mingu, who has been beaten to the point of severe injury. Stumbling as he tries to flee, he is seething with rage, finally recognizing Kim Gi-ju's identity. So the rumors of Kim Gi-ju controlling the gates are actually true. Mingu looks up, barely able to gather his thoughts in time. Suddenly, a bizarre gate manifests right in front of him, releasing equally strange creatures, leaving him to scream in shock. What kind of freaky gate is this? He looks up, his eyes widening in complete disbelief at the sight of a griffin, undead skeletons, and some strange ancient structure. How on earth could a single gate contain all this? Old man Huang is already standing there, questioning him. You must be the guy Kim Gi-ju mentioned. Mingu sneers at the sight of a mere old man, while old man Huang is simply pondering his options. He wonders what the best way to capture him is, maybe tie him up first. Mingu just glares back with absolute contempt. He figures this old man inside the gate is just Kim Gi-ju's ally, but remembering Kim Gi-ju's terrifying power from earlier, he decides to take what he thinks is a much smarter approach, knowing he stands absolutely no chance of beating him. With that in mind, Mingu lunges forward to take down old man Huang. He plans to use him as a hostage, but old man Huang does not flinch. The old man merely strokes his beard, amused by the pathetic display. Mingu is completely outclassed, and with a single clean punch, old man Huang sends him flying yards away. Mingu is beaten so badly he coughs up blood, a tooth flying right out of his swollen mouth. Huang has not even followed up with another attack, looking genuinely surprised by Mingu's incredibly weak physical condition. Sent soaring into the air, Mingu faceplants into the dirt while old man Huang calmly shakes his hand and mocks him. My goodness, what an energetic young man, Huang chuckles. Still dazed, Mingu cannot even begin to comprehend what just happened. He gasps, what on earth just happened? That old guy did not look strong at all. He quickly pulls something out of his pocket, determined to risk everything now that things have reached this point. Old man Huang silently watches his move as Mingu produces a syringe filled with a mysterious green liquid. In a fit of madness, he stabs the needle straight into his thigh. Even old man Huang is taken aback as the green fluid is pumped into Mingu's body. Instantly, he grows significantly stronger as a massive surge of dark, corrupt energy erupts from within. The ominous energy completely takes control of Mingu's body, leaving Old Man Huang stunned by the sheer intensity of this dark magic. Frowning in absolute silence, he watches Mingu slowly absorb the dark power, left completely speechless by this energy. How could an ordinary human possibly possess such raw dark energy? Huang finds it hard to believe, while Mingu flashes a terrifying wild grin. He lets out a blood-curdling screech that shakes the surroundings. Completely consumed by madness, he speaks with absolute satisfaction. Yes, this is the exact power Mingu boasts with supreme confidence, believing that with this strength, the dying old man won't stand a chance. But before he can even make a move, Old Man Huang's massive, imposing army steps forward to shut him down. A legion of giant, undead skeleton soldiers completely immune to dark magic block his path alongside fierce, battle-ready angels. These angels are the ultimate counter to dark energy, and to top it off, a magnificent giant Griffin Lu joins the fray. Faced with the legendary Griffin Lu, Mingu's arrogance instantly evaporates and he begins to desperately beg for mercy. Please wait, spare my life. Meanwhile, Sung Hoon suggests that Ranker Kim should head down now, but Kim Gi-jiu seems quite hesitant to move. Sung Hoon voices his deep concerns to Kim Gi-jiu, explaining that things are looking pretty bad for them and the situation is getting incredibly complicated. Their authority over the gates has been severely restricted lately, and now he drops a massive bombshell on Kim Gi-jiu. He reveals that Kim Gi-jiu is currently a wanted man facing a situation no different from Gregory's, leaving Kim Gi-jiu completely stunned. He asks what on earth happened while he was gone, quickly realizing the extreme danger of his current situation and the real problem at hand. So the main issue is that I cannot be seen outside the tower, right? Sung Hoon nods in agreement, but Kim Gi-jiu is not worried at all. He calmly says he already has a perfect way to handle this, leaving Sung Hoon completely shocked. His jaw drops as a massive dimensional gateway opens right in front of them, leaving Sung Hoon to gasp in utter disbelief. They all step through and the portal transports them to an entirely different dimension, their curiosity about this magical gateway piquing. Sung Hoon mentions he had heard rumors about this, but looking up, they are all completely amazed that a gate like this actually belongs to a human. Completely mesmerized by his surroundings, he points toward a massive structure in the distance and asks Kim Jigyu if that is a tower. The talk of a pyramid only makes Jigyu laugh awkwardly, replying that he'd rather not mention it, while his assistant jokingly teases him. Why not just call it the Jigyu Tower? It sounds so cool. Right before a sudden voice calls out Jigyu. Wang calls him over as both of them sense a faint trace of dark energy nearby, which they can both feel clearly. Telling the kid not to lie, they realize the guy went wild right after injecting this mysterious syringe into his thigh. An enhancement drug. Gyu's surprised he even knows about it, a chemical designed to grant massive power with its functional use. It basically works like a standard booster, except the raw strength it gives is on a completely different level. But there's a heavy price. Users risk completely losing their minds alongside other severe side effects. It is highly illegal, but with the Hunter Association now disbanded, there is absolutely no way to control it. They cannot stop people from using it for quick power. Is this drug actually infused with dark energy? Dark energy, those damn demons must be plotting something again. Tracing the drug's origin might lead them right to the source. They need to find the masterminds behind its distribution. Fortunately, they already know the source is the Caravan Guild. These two guilds are based in Korea and have formed an alliance, actively manufacturing and distributing this toxic drug. Specifically, they're exploiting the absence of high-ranking hunters to take over, knowing the Iron Guild has returned to Korea. Even the Caravan Guild, which spent years hiding in the shadows, has finally crawled back into the light. Worst of all, they plan to rule Korea together. Does he remember that massive guild alliance meeting from before? A high demon with a suppressed aura had immediately caught his eye back then because of his physical appearance. And his demonic energy was totally different from before. But wait, are Andras and Iron Shield really targeting Korea? But why? Iron Shield might just want revenge for everything the association did to him. Why did Andras team up with him? What is his real goal in Korea? Paymon's demonic followers are involved. And the High Demon who sealed L along with Lee Seon-ho are both extremely suspicious in this matter. Who's their main target? What on earth is happening to this country? He might have already guessed the truth. Those two guilds are heavily tied to the downfall of the association and their deep conspiracy. They wanted to strip Oh Tae-shik of his power. Even though he disbanded the association willingly, his personal strength remains, and the Gremory Guild's power is completely intact, which totally ruined their plans to crush them. It makes sense why they were so obsessed with taking down the association, but their plan failed miserably. Eventually, they turned on each other, sparking an all-out war with the Gremory Guild. What if those two groups merge? Their combined power would be absolutely terrifying, and the initial clash seemed to be pretty evenly balanced. Gremory is way stronger than expected. Reinforcements from both sides joined the fight, including Yu Sek-woo. He brought along advisor Lim, while Andras and Lee Seon-ho joined too. Are they seriously planning to conquer the world? How on earth did they end up teaming up? Honestly, none of them can afford to just sit back anymore. Once the dust settles, the notable players left standing are none other than Ha Sung-soo and Yang Ha-rim. He feels like he has heard those names before. It was the very first gate he cleared the Talon dungeon where he met L. He remembers meeting him. Ha Sung-soo was the current leader of that dungeon raid team back then. They must have had a terribly difficult time adapting as the dungeon suddenly mutated, resulting in their absolute defeat. Even with reinforcements from the president and guild master, they failed. It's been a long time since Jigyu heard Ha Sung-soo's name. That permanent gate takes him right back to the Talon dungeon. His phone used to be flooded with raid invitations. He remembers the endless spam recruitment for D-rank gates in Guri F-rank hunts and urgent calls for healers in Namyeongju. It has been ages since a special gate appeared, but that very first raid is where he met L. Standing alone with his sword raised high, that was where he crossed paths with Ha Sung-soo and Yang Ha-rim. This comrade forced him to silently admit her strength, knowing Yang Ha-rim was incredibly strong, reminding him of her. She had easily outpaced him back when he was completely clueless, her raw power already being terrifying. According to Liu, her potential easily rivals Choi Soo-min's, yet he still wonders why Ha Sung-soo was the actual leader. He cannot help but remember Ha Sung-soo standing arrogantly over his defeated enemies, wondering if the man is truly that powerful. To single-handedly wipe out so many top-tier players like that, even Hwang Ji-cheon looks visibly worried. It is hard to believe. With the demon Liu and Lee Seon-ho teaming up, absolutely no one can stop them. Hee-suk was involved too. Hearing that name, Gi-ju frowned, his expression darkening as he repeated it. Sang-gun added that there was more. He asked if Gi-ju knew anything about Ha Sung-soo, looking completely baffled. He explained that Ha Sung-soo's appearance after the battle was identical to Gi-gyu's during the territory war. Gi-ju broke out into a cold sweat at the news. Apparently Ha Sung-soo had won that massive battle. He transformed into a demon and soared into the sky, demanding everyone bow down because hell had returned. Yet his face, horns, and glowing purple eyes looked exactly like a copy of Gi-ju himself. The monster rapidly expanded his influence. Reminiscing about their lost comrades, Sang-gun couldn't help but sigh with regret. Although Ha Sung-soo defeated them, fortunately none of their allies were killed or captured, they simply lost. While escorting Gi-ju to the teleportation gate with his squad, Sang-gun shared the honest truth with him. He didn't know their exact location, but everyone had found safety and the demon Liu was protecting Gi-ju's family. This put Gi-ju at ease. He nodded secretly, relieved to know that Soo-jung was safe and sound. Brunhart wondered why Elle was there since she disliked the lady. Sang-gun added that the demon Liu left a message. Even though she was severely injured, she trusted Gi-ju completely, leaving a message that they would wait for him. They would wait on the 50th floor until he finished his test and emerged. Sang-gun sighed heavily, admitting his exhaustion. With no hope in sight, they were worn out, but Sang-gun quickly flashed an eager, hopeful smile. He was genuinely thrilled to see Gi-ju return, leaving the young man frozen in place. Countless questions swirled in his head. Facing the sparkling, expectant eyes of Sang-gun's group, Gi-ju wanted to scream. What on earth was he supposed to do? Gi-ju's mind raced with confusion at their intense gaze. He wondered why Soo-jung said those things. Suddenly, Brunhart chimed in, mentioning the heavy burden of a true leader. The ego weapon encouraged his master, declaring he could accomplish anything, which made Gi-ju blush with embarrassment. Remembering their dire situation, he cleared his throat to steady himself and made a serious announcement. Since he was currently a wanted man, he would handle his business inside the gate, first asking Sang-gun to keep him updated on the outside world. Sang-gun confidently agreed without a single moment of hesitation. Their plan was to manage the external crisis while gathering the scattered members of the now disbanded guild. Feeling relieved, Gi-ju stared intently at the glowing teleportation gate and silently summoned his powerful allies. Hamel, Kamel, and Anael stepped through. Their sudden appearance instantly startled Sang-gun and his men. Looking at the three angels, Gi-ju calmly instructed them to assist Sang-gun's group and report back immediately. The three angels bowed their heads, respectfully acknowledging his order in perfect unison. Dumbfounded by the sight, Sang-gun stared at them and stammered, asking who those angels were. Gi-ju explained that since Sang-gun would face danger, the angels would act as his line of communication. They could communicate via telepathy, allowing Gi-ju to stay informed even from deep within the gate. But realizing they stood out far too much, he muttered to himself and asked one of them if they could hide their wings like Elle did. Their representative politely confirmed they could. Instantly, their wings vanished completely into their backs, earning a highly satisfied nod from Gi-ju. Leaving some clothes for Soo-jung, he prepared to depart and left Sang-gun with one final request. He placed everything in Sang-gun's hands. Moments later, Gi-ju stepped through the gate into a new dimension. He admired a grand statue sculpted in his exact likeness, then turned to Hwang Ji-cheon with slight disappointment. He wanted to complain that he looked far more menacing, but simply asked if it was still unfinished. Hwang Ji-cheon confirmed it wasn't. Despite gathering all the required resources, the elder explained that he couldn't control them, yet having only inherited Paimon's techniques without being a direct descendant. Jigyu understood the situation and nodded. Thinking of that brave young kid, he suggested they wait for Min-Su, but the elder immediately objected. He revealed Paimon had more than one descendant. Surprised, Jigyu slowly grasped his meaning and asked what he meant. The old blacksmith nodded in quiet confirmation. Suddenly, Jigyu recalled a certain cold-eyed young man who came to mind. He thought of that cold-eyed youth sharing the blacksmith's bloodline and said it was time to wake him up. The elder asked with worry if he really wanted to awaken Huang Chael. Excitement surged in Gigyu's chest, knowing they had to do it anyway. Energized, he smirks triumphantly with a dark thought. Once he gets his physical body back, those traitors are as good as dead. Hearing that Brunhart warns Lu they fight for their master, so he should leave his personal grudges out of it, he snaps back, telling her to cut the flattery since she wants a body too, but fearless Brunhart answers right back. But she still decides to send him something. The ring on his hand glows with blue light as she softly speaks up. This takes Kim Giju completely by surprise. Brunhart quickly pipes up to explain that since Elle already has a body, Lu will get one too. Even Brunhart wants one, but instead of comforting her, he teases the little girl, telling her not to be so greedy. He tells her she is just a kid who never had a real body, so she needs to wait 10,000 years, making the girl scream in anger. She complains about him always teasing her when suddenly a brilliant blue light erupts from his chest, making Kim Giju scream in panic. She ignores him and yells out in pure jealousy, claiming he is only ever nice to Elle, which leaves Kim Giju completely dumbfounded. He asks if he is really that nice to her. Suddenly, Brunhart glows, shouting that she wants her own body too, emitting a blinding light. Out of nowhere, another figure appears right beside him. Both Huang Ji-chan. What surprises them most is her tiny size, and honestly, you won't believe how small she actually is. Left completely speechless, Kim Gi-ju hesitantly calls out Brunhart's name. Even the little girl is shocked by her new body, spending a moment in total disbelief as she inspects herself from head to toe. Brunhart bursts with joy and leaps into his arms, crying out to her master. Still unable to believe it, Kim Gi-ju looks down at the tiny creature and asks if it is really her. With sparkling, excited eyes, she happily replies that she finally has a real body of her own. Kim Ji-gyu checks his hand only to find the bead is completely gone, leaving him to mutter in disbelief, "How is this even possible?" She doesn't understand why either, but chitters happily, explaining that she simply tried her best and suddenly ended up like this. Another bead on Kim Gi-yu's hand speaks up, suggesting it might be the result of evolution now that her bond with him has grown stronger, awakening her true latent potential, before it happily offers its congratulations to Kim Gi-ju. Brandon, who has been quietly watching, finally speaks up, calling it absolutely amazing. She quickly notices him and calls out to her father, flying around him like a child while asking how she looks. She eagerly asks if she looks pretty, and he laughs warmly, agreeing that she looks wonderful, which leaves Kim Gi-gyu standing right beside them, completely speechless at the sight. He has to clear his throat to break up the moment and seriously remind the older man of their earlier discussion. The sudden interruption snaps the father back to reality. Remembering his task, he points toward a nearby building and tells them to follow him because everything is ready. They soon arrive at a massive building covered in giant glass panes, and all three of them step inside. Inside, they stand before a strange statue, and she stares intensely at its completely missing legs. Instead of legs, the figure has tentacles. She hesitantly asks if this is Huang Chun, while the soul core in Kim Gi-gyu's hand remains equally skeptical. His face is the only part that resembles the original man. For some reason, she flies closer to inspect the body with naive curiosity. She innocently remarks that he looks just like a monster. Kim Gi-ju turns to the older man, asking if he prepared all of this beforehand. Huang Ji-cheon sighs and admits that even though he claimed he needed time to think, the truth is quite different. He actually started crafting at the moment Kim Gi-ju brought it up, back when he himself was still an unawakened statue. He explains that materials are not an issue since over half of the supplies remained after Min-Su sculpted his new body. He looks at the statue and declares this hideous form as punishment, while Brandon continues to fly around it in deep curiosity. She studies it closely, annoying the soul core in Kim Gi-ju's hand, which grumbles for the kid to stop circling because it's getting dizzy. The old man adds that he still hasn't fully forgiven him, leaving Kim Gi-ju quite surprised. Unsure of what to say, Kim Gi-ju just watches as the old man closes his eyes to find his composure, then opens them. He tells Kim Gi-gyu that the rest is up to him. Though nervous enough to break a sweat, Kim Gi-gyu nods in agreement. The youth slowly steps toward the statue, placing his hand on it to invoke the inheritance of Huang Chun's ego. Suddenly, a blazing light erupts, wrapping around both of them. The system immediately announces that a hidden skill has been unlocked because he has become an ego master. The inheritance skill is upgraded to legacy transfer, allowing him to place the ego into a complete vessel to begin the process. With the system warning that time is needed for the best result, Kim Gi-gyu quickly releases the blazing statue and backs away. Huang Ji-chan is completely stunned by the sight, muttering a confused "Okay, is it really done?" Barely believing it, he furrows his brow and replies that yeah, it seems so, but he is not sure. How does a legacy differ from inheritance? The tiny rice grain on his hand quickly explains. No big difference, apparently. Feeling reassured, he tells the old man it will not fail. Let's keep observing for now. Brandon, resting on Kim Gi-ju's shoulder, speaks up to ask if that means it will take much longer to fully restore Lu's body. Though slightly surprised by her question, Kim Gi-ju nods and admits that she is absolutely right. She rests her chin in her hand, humming in deep thought. Then she suddenly flies off his shoulder, landing to stare at the bead in his palm. She flashes a dark, mischievous grin at the bead. In a teasing tone, she notes that Lu will be the last one to get a physical form. With a mocking smirk, she continues to tease that arrogant guy who always looked at everyone like he was some kind of absolute winner. Even he has days like this, a total coward after all. Standing nearby, Elle finds this completely normal and warns them. Kim Gi-ju can only sigh at Lu's bad karma, clicking his tongue in resignation. Do they really have to argue over everything? Kim Gi-ju turns to Elder Chon, explaining he must meet Go Hyung-chun first before taking any further action. Surprised, the old man repeats the name immediately, remembering the guy Kim Gi-ju had beaten into complete unconsciousness. He notes that this was the very captive caught earlier, remembering he had asked Botis to watch him. He replies that the captive is currently in the basement with Botis keeping a close watch. Kim Gi-ju asks if they managed to squeeze all the information out of him before his return, just as they had planned. Did he end up confessing? Cheon flashes a confident, knowing smile and proudly confirms that he absolutely did. He adds that the guy is incredibly obedient now. Kim Gi-ju listens in surprise, wondering what on earth they did to break him. A moment later, Kim Gi-ju's disbelieving scream echoes through the room. The scene cuts to a crimson wasteland where someone is desperately digging with a shovel. Gasping heavily in absolute exhaustion, we see none other than the paparazzi player Go Hyung-chun. Drenched in sweat, he gasped for air while cursing this ridiculous situation. Staring out at the empty wasteland, he can only sigh in complete helplessness. He screams out, asking how on earth he is supposed to dig an entire river in this wasteland all by himself. Having dug up a pile of fast food that Kim Gi-ju brought over, Hyung-chun eagerly devours it. Meanwhile, Kim Gi-ju arrogantly strolls in and makes himself comfortable by using Botis as a makeshift chair. He tells him to eat slower to avoid indigestion, while the bead in his hand watches with a hint of pity. The bead notes that he was clearly starved but warns Kim Gi-ju not to show any mercy to an enemy regardless of the circumstances. But the moment Hyung-chun takes a massive bite of a rice ball, he freezes. Dropping his food, he clutches his throat and coughs violently. Panicked, Kim Gi-ju screams out to ask what is wrong, while the bead in his hand dryly comments that this is instant karma. Realizing it would be incredibly troublesome if the guy died, Kim Gi-ju watches him tremble and quickly figures out what is actually happening. He leaps up in a panic, wondering what on earth he should do. After a moment of thought, Kim Gi-ju clenches his fist and flexes his arm. Kim Gi-ju delivers a devastating Heimlich punch straight into Hyung-chun's diaphragm, leaving everyone in the room completely stunned as the captive quickly spits out the food, blocking his throat. Hyung-chun collapses onto the ground, slowly propping his trembling body up with his hands while coughing. Cursing Kim Gi-ju, he demands to know if the lunatic has ever heard of proper first aid. Kim Gi-ju simply strikes a highly proud and confident pose. Kim Gi-ju boasts that he did it because he knows exactly how to handle choking. Floating nearby, Brandon watches in absolute admiration, praising her master endlessly for being so amazing. However, the bead in his hand has a very different opinion. It mockingly points out that Kim Gi-ju looked like he was trying to commit murder instead. Quickly shaking it off, Kim Gi-ju gets down to business. He decides it is finally time for a real talk. Later, while visiting his hospitalized teammate, Kim Gi-ju notices Hyun-chun following him and confronts him. Kim Gi-ju demands to know why he followed him all the way to the association's treatment room. Soon both of them sit down to talk. Hyun-chun quietly replies that whether Kim Gi-ju chooses to believe it or not, their meeting was nothing more than a complete coincidence. He explains that he was actually there to find Yu-zeol, not him. Hearing this, Kim Gi-ju's eyes widen in sheer shock as he gasps. He demands to know what the paparazzi wanted with Yu-zeol while he was weakened. Instantly, Kim Gi-ju's eyes burn with a terrifying hellish fury. Looking ready to tear him apart, Kim Gi-ju terrifies Hyung-chun, who quickly waves his hands and begs him to wait and listen. Hyung-chun quickly explains that this is just another misunderstanding, as he has zero intention of hurting him. Struggling to state his true motive, he reveals that he only wants to discover his true identity. Completely unbothered, Brandon sits on Kim Gi-ju's shoulder, happily enjoying a lollipop. Meanwhile, Kim Gi-ju watches him with deep suspicion, suddenly recalling that he has heard those exact words before from Michael. Michael had said the exact same thing about discovering his identity. Kim Gi-ju stares at him, convinced of the connection. He remembers Michael growing majestic wings after gaining angelic powers, while Hyung-chun ended up possessing the legendary demon eye. Recalling the scene of Hyung-chun being choked by a mysterious hand, Kim Gi-yu wonders if these events are connected. Hyung-chun lets out a heavy sigh, admitting that he should probably start by telling Kim Gi-ju about his past. Flashing back to the memory of standing lonely in front of orphanage gates, he begins his story, revealing he was an orphan. He had no hometown, no parents, and absolutely no childhood memories. It wasn't just some vague, hazy blur. Rather, he couldn't remember a single thing at all. Both Kim Gi-ju and Brunhart stared at him in complete wide-eyed shock. Even so, he didn't stop his tale, continuing to explain that he only began sensing his own existence much later on. He paused to touch his eyes before continuing, "From the moment I got the demon eye, though back then I had no idea what it actually was, I became a player." He then remembered standing before a massive gate carved with towering sculptures of both angels and demons. He went on, "I climbed up to the 50th floor, and that was when my real power finally clicked. I began searching for the truth to find my parents and discover who I was." While everyone was completely absorbed in his story, Bodice suddenly trembled, desperately trying to convince himself that he wasn't scared and this was as light as a feather. Meanwhile, he continued sharing his past, "So I gave up my spot as a high-ranking ranker, a position coveted by millions, just to become a player paparazzi, the absolute best role for gathering intel." Suddenly, his voice turned deadly serious as he spoke. "That was when I discovered I was actually created." Kim Gi-ju repeated in pure disbelief, "You were created?" He stared at him, utterly confused. "What do you mean by that?" Young-chul slowly began to explain that the Atom Project was a secret initiative by the Caravan Guild to forge the ultimate weapon. Kim Gi-ju didn't really get it, asking if it meant Adam from the Bible. Suddenly, the bead on his hand spoke up, calling out to his master. Adam was the very first being created by God, and details about him have only ever been passed down as a myth. Without any real proof, he was only ever known as the one creature who was closer to God than even El himself. Kim Gi-ju grew even more curious, asking if that meant the project was actually trying to summon the original Adam to this world. He only received a shake of the head in response. "No, the name is just a symbol of how incredibly powerful the weapon would be." Kim Gi-ju crossed his arms with a smirk, calling it childish and suggesting they name it God's Project instead. El stood nearby, warning him that was blasphemous. He brushed it off, saying demons don't care about blasphemy anyway. Pondering for a moment, Kim Gi-ju asked how he even discovered the Atom Project. He replied that it wasn't too hard to investigate, especially since the place he grew up in was actually an orphanage. Remembering how he had to dig through piles of old documents back then, he said he just started searching from there, and eventually found out exactly who dumped him there. His sharp gut feeling was right, it was indeed the Caravan Guild. Kim Gi-ju frowned in deep concern. It had been decades since Hyung-chul was left there, meaning the Caravan Guild had been active for ages. Had they really been infiltrating the country for that long? At that moment, Kim Gi-ju realized a crucial detail and spoke up in absolute shock. "Wait, so is the reason you came looking for Seal?" Before Kim Gi-ju could even finish, the man nodded in confirmation, remembering when he dug through the records. He explained further that he had discovered a file on another failed product of the Atom Project, an abandoned creation who was just like himself. It was you, Sale. Kim Gi-ju frowned, unable to believe his ears, silently wondering if Sale was actually a created being as well. He remembered when they used to share coffee in the hallway, thinking back to those quiet moments. Sale had mentioned being adopted once, but his relationship with that family was always pretty strained. Because of that, he had always treated the Kane Guild as if they were his actual real family. Kim Gi-ju fell into deep thought, wondering if Seal already knew this secret or if he was keeping it hidden. Or maybe he truly was in the dark. Realizing he needed answers, Kim Gi-ju composed himself to ask for more details. Did they really want to build the ultimate weapon? What was it specifically? He could only reply that he didn't know. The Caravan Guild operates as an intelligence agency, so despite years of digging for secrets, he hadn't uncovered very much. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Kim Gi-ju scanned the screen, his eyes widening in pure shock before he abruptly stood up, saying they had to leave. It was time to ask someone who actually knew the truth. Hyung-chul stared back, frowning in total confusion at what was happening. He could only let out a confused gasp. Meanwhile, Kim Gi-ju smirked at the system alert, showing that Hwang Chae-il had finally awakened. Kim Gi-ju knew this guy was connected. Suddenly, Brunhart let out a panicked scream, causing the entire group to freeze in absolute confusion. Lu looked at the little girl, asking what was wrong, but Brunhart just yelled back in sheer frustration. Since that guy woke up, it means Lu's body is finally complete, and she hadn't even teased him nearly enough yet. She whined again about not getting to mess with him more, leaving the entire group completely speechless as they stared at her. Lu cursed at the annoying brat under his breath while El giggled, teasingly telling her that it was just instant karma. Heavy smoke began billow through the dark night, presenting a truly shocking, bizarre sight before them. A man stood completely motionless, engulfed in a blazing, scorching fire. He slowly opened his eyes, questioning where the flames came from. He knelt low on the ground, offering a respectful greeting to his master as Kim Gi-ju immediately gestured for him to rise. He tells him to look up, asking if he is indeed Min-su's father because he has some questions. Gi-ju suddenly notices something and gasps, while all his close companions close their eyes, lost in deep, quiet thought. Huang Jiqian waves goodbye and walks away, telling them to talk first, and he will speak with them later. Saying he is going to rest first, he leaves Gi-ju lost in thought until the young man's eyes suddenly light up. Perhaps he has figured something out as the girl looks toward the man, and points out that Reinhardt has already flown to his side. She looks innocently at the man before her, but then flashes a sinister smile and addresses him as her junior. Seeing this expression on her face, he completely freezes for 5 seconds with a million questions flashing through his mind. As the two begin their conversation, the man mentions Project Adam, confirming he knows about it since he played a role. He reveals he was actually a core figure for Project Adam, leaving the others quite confused by his sudden revelation. He brings up the memory of young boys relying on breathing tubes inside tightly sealed chambers of light. The project aimed to create the ultimate weapon, with the main goal being to fashion a vessel of unmatched power. Appearing right beside the glowing breathing pods, he goes on to explain that in this human world, the only person capable of achieving that is the direct descendant Min-su and himself, which explains why hearing Gi-ju's name immediately brought that image to his mind. With anger written all over Gi-ju's face, the man speaks from the heart, apologizing that he does not know many other details. He confesses that he was merely a tool for Andras, completely brainwashed to do nothing but blindly follow orders. Because of that, he does not know the core secrets, while Gi-ju and Jong-woo listen closely to his detailed story. With every emotion clear on their faces, the man bows his head, closes his eyes, and shares what he does know about Project Adam. Its ultimate goal is to seal the powers of El and Lucifer inside a completed vessel designed by Project Adam. This truth hits home for Gi-ju and Jong-woo, who grit their teeth and ask how much longer this has been going on. How much longer do they plan to use them as tools, he wonders, looking down at his hand, glowing with spiritual energy as he calls for Lu. After a brief pause, he asks if the man knows Ha Sung-soo and Ha Rim, briefly visualizing both of them in his mind. If his guess is correct, those two are definitely involved, prompting the man to look at him with innocent, confused eyes. He has no idea, explaining that he does not know the names of the project's creations as Gi-ju's companion notices him deep in thought. Gi-ju silently reasons that if his theory holds water, those two might actually be successful creations of Project Adam. The only explanation is that they have a tight bond with the Caravan Guild, otherwise their ridiculous strength makes absolutely no sense. Recalling the conversation between Lu and El, she suggests that based on what they have heard, they are unnaturally powerful. Since they are ridiculously strong, Gi-ju nods along, admitting that the theory does seem to make a lot of sense. However, they must consider other possibilities, just as Gi-ju's eyes light up with a sudden realization about a private matter. Gi-ju makes a proposal to the man, explaining that they have actually created a physical vessel for the Lucifer he mentioned. Just like how the man himself was brought back, he asks if he can help resurrect Lucifer inside that new body. Intrigued by the proposal, the man asks about Lucifer, wondering if that incredible energy and voice from earlier belonged to the demon lord. Bowing his head in deep admiration, the man praises Gi-ju as an extraordinary person and thanks him once again for helping him return to a life like this, before extending his long trailing tails and turning to Gi-ju with a very serious expression. He says he can perform the ritual right here and now, activating his tails while making Gi-ju feel slightly hesitant about the process. Closing his eyes to concentrate, the man explains to Gi-ju that during his own resurrection, he naturally gained this unique knowledge. He reveals he can manipulate the gate from right here before opening his eyes to state that there is even more to it. Gi-ju is highly impressed by this, realizing it must be an effect of the powerful legacy skill. Having inherited it, he has grown stronger than when he was alive, though he also lost some of his former abilities. However, he seems to have gained new innate ego abilities, instead interrupting Gi-ju's thoughts to state that he will begin. He promises to finish the task, immediately preparing Lucifer's vessel and setting straight to work. Working through the night, by the next morning, Lu's ego has successfully transferred into a flesh and blood body standing right before them. Huang Jiqian and Gi-ju fly closer in sheer curiosity, eager to observe the newly reborn Lu up close. Lu takes a few shaky, unstable steps, leaving them all staring in absolute awe as Gi-ju happily exclaims that it worked. It really worked, and looking down at his two hands, Lu is so completely shocked he is left speechless. Staring, Gi-ju asks Lu how he feels, while the newly revived Lucifer stands in utter disbelief to finally be himself. He gasps in relief. Finally, his body is his again. But Lu begins acting strange, and Kim Gi-ju tightly clenches his fists. Squeezing his hands together and bracing his lips, he tries to maintain control. Suddenly, Lu's eyes flare with a deep purple light, looking completely like a different person. He lunges forward and delivers a brutal punch straight to Kim Gi-ju. Jijin panics as Kim Gi-ju crashes down, and even Brunhart cannot hide her absolute shock. The onlookers are utterly stunned by this sudden clash. Feeling incredibly anxious, they look toward Kim Gi-ju and shout Lu's name, completely overwhelmed by shock. "What on earth did you do to Master Lu?" snaps back at Brunhart while charging at Kim Gi-ju, telling the dove to shut up because it is none of her business. He clenches his fist. Grinning like a villain, he admits he has wanted to punch him like this for a very long time. Kim Gi-ju finally pulls himself together, sits up and realizes what just happened. Rubbing his sore jaw, he stands up and stares straight at Lu. Amazing, Kim Ji-ju takes a battle stance, eager to clash with Lu. Smirking, Lu echoes the sentiment while nearby a man looks up. Having finished his task, the man gazes up at the sky. There are about 3 distinct layers inside this gate. The Sky Island is home to the Griffins, ruled by the Griffin Lu. Below that lies the mainland where the undead roam. Their forces are commanded by a powerful necromancer. Finally, the third territory lies deep underground, a mantis domain ruled by Bottas himself. The man realizes that estimating the mantis population in the thousands is a major understatement, but they seem to be dormant. They are still sleeping in underground cocoons, destined to become a terrifying force upon waking. The man then recalls Kim Gi-ju's own incredible incarnation. And then there are those egos serving their master Lu and L. He never expected to witness such legendary existences. They are the literal incarnations of Lucifer and Michael. The man looks deep in thought, unable to believe a single human could possess such overwhelming massive power. Facing him would be a nightmare even for a faction as grand as the Caravan Guild. Suddenly, he senses something highly unusual happening in the area. Feeling uneasy, he begins to scan his surroundings in confusion. He gasps out in shock, asking what on earth is happening as the ground collapses, sending thick clouds of dust everywhere. Through the haze, Kim Ji-gyu's silhouette emerges and his voice rings out, admitting that punching him with his own hands feels absolutely amazing. Kim Gi-ju looks up and calls out to Lu, who stands right in front of him. Both find themselves shaking as the ground violently rumbles. He chuckles and asks if Lu shouldn't save those arrogant words for after he actually manages to land a few more hits. Lu raises his hand, staring directly at Kim Gi-ju as the entire ground shakes violently from the intense raw friction between them. Pure chaos. They throw themselves into a wild, relentless brawl, neither side giving an inch as the earth violently rumbles. Watching this, Brunhart cries out for her master while Huang Jijian panics, realizing that Kim Gi-ju's entire tower will soon crumble. Sensing the absolute danger, Huang Jijian spins around and orders Brunhart's group to protect the tower. With shockwaves this intense, the entire structure will collapse. Brunhart quickly responds, promising to deploy a strong defensive magic barrier. Instantly, a massive double-edged sword rises to pierce the heavens, while the observing man watches from a safe distance. He quietly analyzes the situation and realizes it is simply not enough, closing his eyes to focus his thoughts. They are currently dealing with a clash between Lucifer and their master, and the worst-case scenario is looming. It will not just destroy the building, but the entire gate will collapse, leaving them with only one desperate choice. They must isolate the area. Meanwhile, Kim Gi-ju looks up at his enclosed surroundings in utter shock. Lu smiles as he looks at the barrier, noting that it seems to be the handiwork of that octopus. He has some pretty good instincts, Lu thinks with a satisfied grin. Now, they do not have to worry about damaging the gate. This means he can go all out. Lu charges toward Kim Gi-ju, shouting that he does not need to hold back anymore. Kim Gi-ju refuses to back down and fiercely charges forward. Abandoning all defense, both fighters unleash pure, raw offensive strikes on each other. Landing massive punches that distort their faces, they trade blows while Elle watches in pure panic, crying out to them. She pleads to help him fight, but Kim Gi-ju, still holding his ground, smiles and assures Elle that everything is perfectly fine. He tells Elle this is strictly between them. Lu cheerfully chimed in, agreeing that any interference would be a direct insult to them. No chance to react. Mid-sentence, Kim Gi-ju catches Lu completely off guard with a sudden, devastating counterattack. Brushing it off, Lu suddenly rockets forward with an explosive move that catches Kim Gi-ju off guard, leaving him struggling to process it. Why push him back? He stares at Lu in front of him with growing confusion. He knows Lu is incredibly powerful, even if he has not fully restored his prime thanks to his legacy skill, which allowed him to reclaim his absolute power. But their deep connection should have linked their strengths together. Meaning Lu's strength is his, plus he commands the power of his other egos. By simple math, it makes no sense. He really should be twice as strong. Lu smirks triumphantly at Kim Gi-ju, asking if he wants to hear the actual answer. Lu stares intensely at Jigyu, his words striking like a fatal blow as he asks why he is the stronger one. Or to be more precise, why are you so weak? Jigyu stands there shaken to his very core. That mocking provocation pushes Jigyu over the edge. He clenches his fist in pure rage and strikes. He throws a straight punch while screaming that this is impossible, but Lu easily avoids the massive blow with his absolute agility. Lu quickly counters with a sharp kick. Jigyu staggers backward. He cries out in absolute frustration. Lu tells him bluntly that despite his raw power and speed, he has never faced a battle that pushed him to his limits. Simply put, he does not know how to control his energy properly. Jigyu grits his teeth, forcing himself to gather every ounce of strength. He remembers the ultimate frustration of realizing he couldn't wield this massive power all on his own. That was exactly what Lu Peter had warned him about, and the bitter memory makes Jigyu grind his teeth in anger. Blocking Lu's incoming kick, Jigyu snaps back that if they are talking about facing death, he has survived it multiple times. He has stared down the abyss and lived to tell the tale. He channels all his magic to counter, but the ground suddenly erupts. Left completely alone, Jigyu scans the area in shock as a massive crater opens before him. Where did he go? A cold voice suddenly cuts through his confusion. Facing death, you say. It is Lu mocking him by claiming he has survived hundreds of situations far worse than anything Jigyu has faced. A giant bat. Lu hovers in the air, demanding his master to charge at him with every ounce of power. He challenges Jigyu to put his own life on the line, demanding that his master strike him with real intent to kill. Lu promises to double his master's power in just one day. Hearing this, Jigyu draws his blade and charges forward fiercely. He charges fiercely. Suddenly, a clock flashes in his vision, revealing a glimpse of the future. As both of them clash, he realizes this is the power of Bodice activating for the first time since his fight with L. Any activation criteria, Jigyu keeps his eyes glued onto Lu, wondering how to trigger it. The prediction shows him his opponent's next move. Jigyu predicts that Lu is about to swing his sword. He sees it as a feint. The real blow will come from the left, loaded with the power of death. An image of his defense flashes. He decides to block the strike using the Sword of Life and then instantly counterattack with death. Both warriors now ready themselves for impact. They clash like moths to a flame, and trust me, you won't believe what Lu does next to shatter his prediction. A total mismatch. The strike differs completely from his vision, sending him tumbling right into a deep pit. Lu looks down at his struggling master and casually reminds him of what he said before. With a smirk, he explains that the power of Bodice is not foolproof because it takes time to interpret. He claims Jigyu overthinks while the young warrior glares bitterly at Lu's smug face and his mocking tone. Lu boasts that he can easily read anyone relying purely on tactics. Jigyu ignores the taunts, slowly drawing out his weapon. Jigyu counters, stating that Lu's own memories inside his head prove that techniques are never truly useless. This instantly sparks Lu's curiosity, though he notes that his master has only managed to understand half of the actual truth. Lu admits he only achieved this level of power by absorbing the combat styles of every warrior he ever defeated. Lu firmly grips his sword, warning his master that the real challenge is what is about to come next. He lunges with his blade. Their swords clash violently, sending a massive shockwave of debris and dust flying all around them. Debris flies everywhere, and Lu yells out that these instincts will engrave into his body only when fighting on the brink of death. Jigyu refuses to yield, bracing himself against the onslaught while Lu continues to push him further. I have told you this so many times already. You have to fight, as if you are fully prepared to face death itself. The scene shifts to the next morning inside his tower, where Jigyu wakes up in absolute panic. As he looks around, confused about where he is, he hears Elle welcoming him back while Brunhart speaks up right beside her. Jigyu rubs his throbbing head, asking what happened, only to be told he passed out from pure exhaustion after fighting Lu. Elle explains they brought him back to safety to recover, adding that they even helped trim his overgrown hair while he slept. Jigyu runs a hand through his freshly cut hair, thanking them while admitting the long length was getting quite annoying. Suddenly, a smug voice remarks that he is finally awake. Lu's sudden presence catches the young warrior completely off guard. Jigyu asks if Lu was there the whole time, but he stops as he notices something incredibly funny about Lu's current look. The once mighty demon has shrunk into a small child. Lu crosses his arms defensively, asking what his master is staring at. Jigyu feels completely weirded out seeing how much Lu has shrunken. Elle quickly explains that it was because of the battle. Power pushed too far. His physical body simply couldn't take it, and this is the result. Now Lu looks like a grumpy little old man. Jigyu still can't believe this is actually happening. He turns. Bernhardt has snuck up behind Lu out of nowhere, grinning. With a creepy smile, she stares at Lu and gushes over how cute he looks. Lu screams at her to get lost before he swats her like a fly, but she won't stop teasing him. Now they are both tiny, which only annoys Lu further. Meanwhile, Huang Ji-cheon is standing nearby. He stands right in front of the octopus man. Both close their eyes in deep, quiet meditation. Huang Ji-cheon slowly speaks with a deadly serious look, asking if he has anything to say. After a brief silence, the man replies. Nothing to say, he mutters. I have no right. Huang Ji-cheon slowly speaks again. Don't you blame me, I am the one who turned you into this, he asks. The man replies with deep sadness. Without you, father, I would have died. Thank you for this second chance. I am sorry. Huang Ji-cheon sighs. Apologize to Misu, not me. Carry this guilt for the rest of your life. Yes, the man whispers. A month later, Kim Gi-ju calls a shareholder meeting at Kim Gi-ju Tower. With everyone's eyes locked onto him, Kim Gi-ju begins the meeting to discuss their upcoming assault. Cavan Guild is next. Sunlight glints off the luxury skyscraper. Dressed in a sharp suit, Hyo Sung-hoon formally kicks off the presentation with a Gregory activity report. He presents the details with absolute gravity. Here is the crucial intel we gathered. This is the data we collected from the outside up until now, Hyo Sung-hoon explains as the shareholders watch intensely. Sitting in the center, Kim Gi-ju notes they are finally getting advanced equipment. Hyo Sung-hoon presents with pride, thinking that Mr. Hwang is truly incredible. There is absolutely nothing his father cannot accomplish. Currently, the Cavan Guild has surrounded the hideout. 45 rangers are on the move. Pointing at the display, Hyo Sung-hoon breaks down their defensive setup. But surprisingly, even though a massive enemy force has surrounded them, yet not a single enemy has crossed the 500-meter perimeter around Kim Gi-ju's house. Kim Gi-ju pauses to think. 500 meters, that is the exact defensive radius he set when Hwang was resurrected. Keeping the radius tight maximizes defensive power while expanding it weakens their shields significantly. He glances over at Hwang Ji-cheon, highly suspicious. Could this really be just a coincidence? Beside Kim Gi-ju, Lu smiles. I get it now, he whispers. Meanwhile, in another scene. A white car sits parked. Oh Tae-shik quietly questions the man next to him. Can't we just charge in? The man exhales a thick cloud of smoke. They're already dead. Oh Tae-shik freezes. That house is cursed. Anyone who gets within a certain distance of it dies. The last transmission mentioned an old man and the undead. I don't know what is happening. Gulping, Kim Jong-hae warns Oh Tae-shik with dead seriousness. Suddenly, a stray bullet whistles past, spraying blood everywhere. So stay away. No one knows what will happen. Suddenly, he collapses backward dead. The gruesome sight unfolds right before Oh Tae-shik's eyes. Panic erupts in the back of the car as everyone scrambles. What is happening? Are we ambushed? Blinded by terror, they reach for their weapons. Wait, where's my sword? In a flash, a massive explosion coats the car in blood. Then complete silence. Droplets of blood leak from the doors, slowly turning into a heavy stream. Footsteps approach. Holding a dripping blood-stained knife, a mysterious figure stands beside the wreckage. He must be a ranger. These days, they are just chosen at random. Staring at Kim Gi-ju's men, he picks up a bloody tuft of fur. In an instant, the fur dissolves. A 5-pointed star magic circle glows. Back at the meeting, Lu is laying out the pieces. To put it simply, the demons have placed them strategically. These locations act as nodes, mimicking a magic circle. He displays a mysterious blue potion. The catalyst requires demonic energy that drives humans mad. First, they use a potion to convert the player's mana. Once converted, it fuels the magic circle. Kim Gi-gyu's face darkens as he listens. What does this magic circle actually do? Even Lu is completely stumped, admitting Andras has become far stronger than they ever anticipated. His words leave Gi-ju deep in thought. At this point, they have to prepare themselves for absolutely any possibility. Folding his arms, he turns to Gi-ju and says he can actually make a pretty good guess about the activation condition. Lu raises his index finger, pointing out that Gi-ju's own massive magic power is likely the key to triggering it. This startles Gi-ju. But Lu praises him staying inside for the past month was actually a brilliant move. Because while he was inside, the barrier created by Brunhart successfully kept all of his magic power hidden from the world. The worst-case scenario. It is too dark to contemplate. Without that barrier, they would be utterly doomed. Facing that magic completely unprepared would be pure suicide. Lu emphasizes that their immediate priority is clear. They must find and eliminate the circle's creator, cutting off the magic supply entirely. But even then, a massive risk still remains. Even if they succeed, the magic circle won't just vanish into thin air, but it will at least buy them some highly precious time. Hearing this, Sungun steps up, volunteering his squad to handle the job and proving that Team 5 is ready for action. They have reunited with several separated Grigori members, making them the group with the most valuable intel on the enemy rankers. Having already mapped out all the blind spots, they are fully prepared to launch a stealthy ambush if needed. Another fighter eagerly volunteers. With his unique skills, the ambush will be a complete piece of cake. Elle, sitting opposite them, offers her help as glowing holy feathers begin to materialize right inside her palms. She respectfully presents them to Gi-ju, asking him to hand them over, leaving him briefly wondering what feathers could do. They are beautiful, yes. But she warns them once the enemy falls, their dark energy will spill out. The demonic energy they emit will flow straight into the magic circle, but the holy power inside her feathers can stop it. As a feather drifts up into the sky, he looks around inside his vehicle, guessing his work here is officially done. Too easy. He frowns, his expression turning dead serious. Next up is your turn, Kim Gi-ju, and trust me, you are not ready for the gate that suddenly opens right inside. Figures slowly emerge from the portal, led by a highly determined Gi-ju heading straight into the unknown. And they begin. high above the entire city starts transforming into pure darkness. As a massive magic array casts its shadow over the streets, James Rohan knocks on a door, calling out to those inside. Introducing himself as the branch manager, he asks to enter, and once permitted, the heavy door slowly creaks open. The interior is pitch black and completely empty, but reality quickly shifts to reveal a far more sinister sight. Facing a man sitting with his back turned, Rohan reports that they have successfully confirmed the target's mana signature. He confirms Kim Gi-ju's barrier is active, prompting the man in the chair to slowly open his eyes. Kim Do-hyung asks in a low voice if there is anything else as Rohan reports the gruesome fate of their allies. Every single dark energy supplier has been slaughtered, their bodies littering the streets after a perfectly synchronized ambush. They struck so fast they couldn't even react, and they suspect the Grigori Guild is behind the attack. A heavy silence fills the room before a glowing blood-red spear suddenly manifests right out of thin air in front of Kim. Do-hyun then vanishes. Suddenly something fires straight at James Rohan, his eyes widening in horror. Blood splatters everywhere as the attack strikes James Rohan's face, sending him crashing to the floor in a pool of blood. The spear flies back into Kim Do-hyun's hand. He catches it effortlessly, then slowly stands up. He scoffs in disgust, mocking how pathetic the branch manager was and questioning Andrus's absolutely terrible judge of character. His eyes narrow before he cracks a devious smile, realizing that this hunt is going to be incredibly fun. This ruthless rancor is none other than the master of the Do-hyung Guild, the mercenary Kim Do-hyun. As his eyes glow blood red, the true form of the 64th demon of hell is revealed, casting the entire city into darkness. Suddenly, a brilliant star array lights up the sky, releasing a strange pink mist that leaves Giju completely frozen in shock. Everyone looks around at the warped environment as Lu deeply wonders how such a bizarre phenomenon is even possible. Calling Lu in his mind, he listens as his partner analyzes that Andrus has the power to create portals. It sounds hard to believe, but the information is fully verified, causing even Lu's eyes to widen in genuine surprise. He didn't expect the inside of the portal to resemble Earth so closely, his face tightening with serious concern. They are standing directly inside demon territory, and Lu wastes no time telling them exactly what they must do next. Even if that is the case, their mission remains unchanged. It is time to begin. With his master's approval, Jigyu closes his eyes for a few seconds, his brain starting to run complex calculations. He detects the incoming energy of players nearby, no doubt from the Cavan Guild, as his psychic perception flares to life. Sensing much weaker energy signatures as well, Jigyu opens his eyes, guessing they are just ordinary civilians, and turns to order Io. Instructing Io and the other angels to protect the innocent bystanders. Jigyu waits for her nod before turning left to issue another order. He orders Bernhus to team up with Grigori and crush the Cavan Guild. After a quick nod of agreement, Jigyu reaches out telepathically to coordinate with Hwang Ji-cheol. Jigyu instructs Hwang Ji-cheol to use his protective barrier to support the front line, prompting Hwang Ji-cheol to confidently unfold his powerful angel wings. With his allies taking action across the entire battlefield, Jigyu watches them set off and notes that the preparations are finally complete. His gaze hardens as he decides to accompany Lu. They leap high into the sky, unleashing an intense surge of magical power as Bernhus calls out. Vowing to follow his master, Bernhus leaps swiftly across the terrain alongside Jigyu, who glances down to question Lu. He asks if this area has already fallen to the demons. Keeping pace beside him, Lu confirms it is likely the domain of one of the 72 thrones. Blasting forward at hundreds of kilometers per hour, Jigyu asks when this territorial war actually began, prompting Lu to respond. Lu admits he has no idea since this has never happened before. Suddenly sensing something unusual, Jigyu quickly touches down on the ground. They halt at a safe distance to avoid getting any closer, and honestly, who could blame them after seeing what lies ahead? Before them lies a massive pool of burning lava, stretching so far it resembles an entire ocean. Jigyu mutters in absolute shock. Staring at the molten rock, Lu taps into his sixth sense and warns that he can feel the energy of the territory lord lurking deep below. Bernhus comments on the extreme heat, prompting a reckless thought to flash through Jigu's mind as he wonders if they seriously have to dive in. Stealing his resolve, Jigyu bravely dives straight into the sea of molten lava, eager to test out his newly acquired skills. Tapping into the lava element, Lu's hands also begin to shift and transform. Crackles of energy spark across Jigu's face as he plunges deep into the fiery currents. The system interface flashes before his eyes. The screen displays his stats paired with a level 102 blue beast, showcasing high-strength physical stamina and monster-shaping skills. Boasting enhanced bleed damage and the elemental master skill, he can now transform his body at will. He can morph into any elemental spirit. As the searing lava bubbles around them, Lu calls out to catch his master's attention. Lu wonders why lava is superior to basic fire, prompting Jigyu to explain that lava can consume fire itself, leaving his companion thoroughly confused. Jigyu tells him not to sweat the details. All around them, the suffocating cavern is completely bathed in an oppressive red glow. Descending deeper into the molten flow, Jigyu adapts his body to the harsh environment, completely blinded by the thick liquid. Yet he can feel every vibration, knowing exactly where to go, as the surrounding space maps itself out like a grid. Submerging himself fully, Jigyu wonders if clearing the 50th floor is what sharpened his senses, allowing him to perceive the terrain clearly, prompting Lu to comment. Lu notes that Gigyu's sensory skills have developed massively, while Bernhus offers some enthusiastic praise of his own. He calls Jigyu incredible, but Lu suddenly cuts in with a sharp warning that something dangerous is rapidly heading their way. The molten surface erupts as a massive, near-invisible force strikes out, revealing a colossal golem composed entirely of pure lava. Io wonders in shock if a giant monster has actually appeared in this place, just as the beast shifts its focus toward another sudden distraction. Struggling fiercely inside the behemoth's crushing grip, Jigyu finally forces his way out as Lu explains that this entity is a dangerous lava golem. It is a notorious weapon of hell that grows stronger under the right conditions, causing Io to mentally compare its power to her own. She wonders if the creature could actually match her own strength, but Lu quickly dismisses the beast as nothing more than a minor threat. He labels it a mere small fry compared to her, a sentiment Bernhust enthusiastically shares, while Jigyu nods along, agreeing that the thing feels incredibly weak. Jigyu admits he thought his sensory skill was acting up since the monster felt so weak before deciding it is time to act. Slipping away from the golem's reach, Jigyu smiles. This brute is the perfect test subject for his new summoning experiment. Focusing his strength, Jigyu charges the glowing gem in his hand with magical energy before launching a direct strike at the beast. Activating his summon, Gigyu's eyes glow with power as he unleashes a massive breakthrough in his mastery over the lava element. His form shifts, splitting his arms into multiple limbs to clash head-on at the towering lava titan. He unleashes a barrage of heavy strikes that forces the golem back, only for the beast to quickly launch a fierce counterattack. As the brutal struggle unfolds below, Jigyu watches the chaos from above, highly satisfied with the powerful entity he has created. With his assimilation skill recently leveled up, his mental links are stronger than ever, allowing his core abilities to sync together perfectly. The system flashes a double S-rank assimilation alert, granting him 90% of his ego's stats, while Lu chimes in with a helpful tip. Do you know the difference between yourself and a summoned monster? Jigyu closes his eyes, wondering what that difference actually is. Is not almost everything the same? Brunhart chimes in, thinking it is much faster. Looking at the similarities first, Lu crosses his arms with a confident grin. The most important part is the concept. Death simply does not apply to summoned monsters. Resummoning them might take a quite bit of time, but you can always bring them back even if they completely disappear. He gets it now. Their minds are totally linked. And right on cue, Gigyu's monster grabs hold of its opponent. It unleashes an intense heat that can literally melt lava, its massive muscles rippling with raw power. To completely incinerate its own body, held by the arms and neck, the trapped monster is totally helpless. A massive self-detonation follows as its body ignites, glowing bright in the middle of the lava. The beast burns away as thick black smoke rises from the lava, its crumbling body slowly breaking apart. Blue and red stones drift in the air and a purple gem emerges quietly, falling down to the ground. Jigyu slowly picks up the glowing gem, wondering what it is since it looks nothing like a crystal. Acting like a walking encyclopedia, Lu explains that it is a golem core, a pretty great find for him. He figures old man Huang will love this. Jigyu commands a spatial portal to open right in front of him. He feels a bit confused. Meanwhile, in front of old man Huang, a massive wave of molten fire erupts. Lava pours out of the open portal, leaving Huang completely stunned at the chaos. Jigyu grits his teeth, realizing his huge mistake. Shoot, he forgot he was currently submerged in lava. Lu calls him an idiot, and Jigyu quickly shuts the portal, apologizing profusely. Are you hurt? He asks. Brunhart also panics, asking if his father is okay, but a voice suddenly shouts, give me more. Jigyu is completely bewildered. Somehow, old man Huang turned this disaster into an opportunity, realizing the lava has power. This pure demonic lava is an amazing crafting material. Do you have more of this? Send some more over here. Jigyu gets even more confused. What do you mean I am literally drowning in lava? Huang just looks back with a grin. Yes, in the lava. Now is not the time to stand idle. Hold on, let me adjust the portal real quick. The lava sea is still extremely dangerous, but the bubbling finally calms down. Thick heat rises as a sudden eruption bursts forth. Old man Huang crosses his arms and nods, saying this is plenty, and they will probably never run out. Admiring his handiwork, he praises his own decision to have them dig out a literal riverbed beforehand. While old man Huang brags endlessly, a figure sits quietly behind him in the shadows. He originally wanted to fill it with water to sail a boat, but who knew they would get this lucky? Meanwhile, a humanoid bug huddles in a corner. Water slowly drips from the damp cave ceiling. Elsewhere, one of the squad members lets out a massive sigh of relief. Wu is boiling hot. An impatient teammate asks how much longer they have to keep doing this. Is a high-level fugitive really about to pass through here? Even their squad leader has absolutely no idea. How should I know, he complains, I just follow orders. The other two slump to the ground, whining about wanting to go home. Suddenly, the leader notices something off. He spins around and urgently asks if the lava level just went down. A teammate behind him looks confused, asking what on earth a lava level is even supposed to mean. His buddy finds the question ridiculous. If it is not a lava level, what else do you call it? The leader hesitates, muttering that either way there definitely seems to be much less lava in the basin now. Maybe it is just his imagination. But as he turns away, something strange suddenly leaps out from the magma. A molten lava hand shoots straight out, catching him off guard and instantly gripping him right by the face. His entire body is violently dragged down into the boiling magma, leaving him with absolutely no escape. Witnessing this horrifying sight, everyone else in the squad instantly jumps up in pure panic. What was that? They panic, wondering if this is a sudden ambush. Something deep beneath the lava causes it to bubble violently, and then right after that, it erupts right in front of them, sending molten rock splattering onto the rocky ground and destroying everything. As the liquid fire begins to dissipate, the clear silhouette of a young man slowly starts to emerge. The squad members whisper in sheer disbelief, realizing he actually showed up. Only one name fills their minds: Kim Jigyu. Spotting him, the terrified squad immediately scatters in absolute chaos. Kim Jigyu quietly sizes up the troublemakers. Meanwhile, a debate rages inside his head about how these foes are completely different from the enemies outside. A voice rings out asking if they are strong, and Lu immediately scoffs that they do not stand a single chance. They are nothing compared to his master, but using wide-range attacks in a tight space like this could be pretty troublesome. Unleashing death or chaos would bring the whole place collapsing down, and Kim Jigyu agrees. But Lu smirked, folding his arms and asking if that even mattered. After all, his master's actual special skill has been kept a secret, and now it is finally time to reveal it. It is time to test things out. Grinning with excitement, Kim Jigyu channels massive gravity straight into his legs. His feet begin to glow with intense light, making one of the enemies wonder if he is about to charge straight in. Instantly, two tiny white wings sprout from his feet, a legendary skill known as blink. Those miniature wings quickly begin to change. They grow larger and shine with a blinding golden glow. Kim Jigyu lunges forward with explosive speed, leaving nothing but an afterimage. Having no clue what kind of technique he is using, the group stands frozen. Just seconds later, he moves. He sweeps clean through their ranks. As a cloud of gray smoke rises behind them, the entire enemy crowd instantly collapses. They are completely wiped out from just that single blow. Kim Jigyu breathes a sigh of relief as Lu quickly chimes in. Lu asks how his master's body is holding up, while another voice chimes in to praise his absolute terrifying speed. With both of his legs trembling uncontrollably, it is clear that mastering this skill is still extremely tough. In fact, it is much harder than the first time, which Lu totally expected. Naturally, relying on it too often will only make it harder. Lu explains that the skill is not simply about boosting his speed or accelerating his physical body. Kim Jigyu is pretty surprised by this. Lu continues his analysis, recalling how the young man felt earlier. That sensation of time freezing was actually his body accelerating, which likely has something to do with his unique bloodline. Hearing that, Kim Jigyu immediately thinks of Kronos. Lu then asks what he plans to do with the defeated enemies. Lu figures there must be a reason they are still alive, and Jigyu smiles, admitting the elder needs some hard laborers. Meanwhile, in the outside space, subordinates wearing skull masks carry the unconscious defeated fighters over to their new destination. Huang Jichan stands right by the gate, cheerfully welcoming them to their new workplace before turning to speak with Jigyu. He expresses his gratitude, noting that with so many new workers, they can expand the gate even further. Kim Jigyu offers a polite laugh, agreeing it is great, just as Lu pops back up to speak with him. Lu points out they have been wandering around for quite some time, and Jigyu agrees as he scans the area. The paths are like a complete maze, making deep thinking pretty useless, but then another sweet voice rings out. The voice suggests simply breaking through the walls, leaving Jigyu to helplessly agree if they have no other choice. Lu quickly objects, warning the cave might collapse, but a sudden wave of killing intent violently slams right into Jigyu's chest. Jigyu is sent flying backward, his eyes wide in utter disbelief. Now watch, because things are about to get real. Unable to fight back, he trembles as he forces himself up from the painful blow, gritting his teeth in frustration. Wondering if it was an ambush, a voice in his head groans in pain, and Lu suddenly realizes who rules this place. Kim Jigyu is deeply confused. Lu explains in a very serious tone that even Jigyu's heightened senses could not detect it. The incoming blow was completely invisible. Jigyu stares ahead, wondering if the figure in front of him is the culprit. Right before their eyes, a bizarre creature that looks half-human and half-beast emerges from the shadows. Lu shares his knowledge, introducing the beast as Haraz, a notorious hunter of hell who holds the 64th seat of power. Known as the Silent Spear, this demon unleashes deadly attacks that leave absolutely no trace behind. He is a highly formidable opponent regardless of rank. Shaking off the pain, Kim Gi-ju struggles to his feet and suddenly he asks Brunhard if she is hurt, and she quickly reassures him that while it hurts, she is doing fine. She mentions being used to taking hits, leaving a troubled Gi-ju wondering how he should even respond to that. Right then, a low chuckle echoes through the cave, followed by a voice claiming he did not use his full power. Yet the boy still managed to block the strike, proving his armor is pretty tough, prompting an alarmed Jigyu to shout Horace's name. The demon is surprised that Jigyu knows him, noting that he is indeed the special target eyed by Andros. As Jigyu mutters the name Lu, immediately realizes that the demon is after the rewards earned by the Iron Guild. On top of that, he wants to take down his master. Sitting on a high rock, Horace makes a decision and pulls out a spear. He spins the weapon effortlessly before catching it, standing up fully prepared as Horace excitedly declares that it is finally hunting time. Summoning his powerful red sword, Kim Gi-gyu grips the hilt tightly, prepared to fight for his life in any situation. The battle kicks off with the two of them clashing furiously in midair, their razor-sharp blades colliding repeatedly to unleash a truly deafening screech. Gi-gyu is pleased to have blocked it, and Grandeur gets incredibly hyped for his master, but Lu thinks otherwise. He doesn't think it is that simple, and Gi-gyu soon senses something strange as well. Ares twirls his spear and commends the flawless swordsmanship that actually allowed Gi-gyu to block those invisible attacks. Those invisible attacks are quite impressive, but Gi-gyu excitedly notes Ares is just as expected as his own blade begins to glow. Gi-gyu channels his strength and unleashes a massive, powerful strike right at his opponent, pouring everything into this swing. This attack feels far more majestic and devastating than before, tearing forward like a wild hurricane as Gi-gyu watches closely. He hopes to deal some real damage, but Lu urgently warns that he cannot keep pushing himself any further. Ultimately, you will run out of steam first, which is exactly his plan. At this rate, we will get wiped out. Gi-gyu hesitates for a split second, but still forces another strike toward Ares, only for another massive problem to arise. If he uses his chaos power to attack, this whole place might collapse, so he charges forward while trying to dodge with extreme speed. By overlapping his movements in a chaotic pattern, he hopes to create an opening that even Ares will not be able to defend against. Hearing this plan, Grandeur feels completely helpless as Jigyu hits a dead end. There is only one card left to play: Bodhis's Future Sight. Gi-gyu desperately keeps swinging his sword at his foe. Frowning, Gi-gyu demands to know why Lu's promised Future Sight ability has not activated at all during this entire fight. Lu quickly explains that Ares' unique spear is messing with the surrounding space, which suppresses most of their skills. It completely disables standard abilities, and the sheer presence of that weapon is a massive threat, leaving most of his opponents completely unable to use their skills. Because of this, even higher-ranking warriors go out of their way to avoid facing him. Gi-gyu is in complete disbelief, realizing that such overwhelming power is almost on par with a monarch. Lu readily agrees, noting that a monarch's absolute power can only be countered by another monarch. Gi-gyu is left utterly confused by this explanation, which prompts Lu to elaborate on the concept further. Lu reminds him that his high-speed ability is essentially a force that mimics frozen time. It is bound to be affected by Chronos, and Future Sight is also a power deeply tied to time. Jigyu suddenly realizes something as their weapons continue to clash relentlessly, shattering the cavern and sending massive heavy rocks crashing down all around them. Jigyu calmly ponders the connection between extreme speed, future sight, and temporal manipulation. He has tapped into this power once before, so he closes his eyes to focus on that familiar sensation. Recalling that exact feeling allows him to peer into the future, and a few seconds later, he successfully opens his eyes. Right on cue, another invisible strike flies toward him, but this time he easily dodges the deadly blow. While Grandeur cheers in excitement, Lu quickly corrects him, pointing out that it was not a simple dodge. He merely tilted his head the instant the spear grazed his forehead, calmly standing straight as the danger passed. Lu speaks to him, noting that with Giju's godlike reflexes, repeating such a precise miracle is entirely within his capability. Though it takes a heavy toll, a panting Jigyu admits he is starting to grasp the pattern of those attacks. Lu is quite pleased to hear this and offers to provide another hint as he continues the fight. "I will give you a hint while fighting Ares," the demon says, while Ares himself watches from above, letting out a quiet grunt as he notices something off. Ares wonders how this mere human could possibly be deciphering his highly complex attack patterns piece by piece. "How did you manage that?" he wonders, spinning his spear before catching it again with a highly intrigued murmur. This is truly an enticing prey, he thinks, a savage glint in his eyes, making him eager to deliver the final blow. Down below, Jigyu hunches over to catch his breath, suddenly realizing that the onslaught of attacks has finally stopped. He wonders if Ares has run out of stamina too, completely unaware of a transparent foot appearing right behind him. Ares stands smugly right behind him, mocking Jigyu for having absolutely no defense despite his otherwise impressive level of strength. "Perhaps because you are strong, you have never truly experienced what it feels like to be hunted." His mouth twists into a grotesque wide grin, savoring the sight of a delicious prey in peak condition. Without hesitation, Ares lunges forward to break Giju's bones and end this battle once and for all. The spearhead thrusts dangerously toward Giju's neck as he stands motionless as if completely blind to the threat. But in a stunning turn of events, a hand catches the spear, leaving Ares completely shocked as his invisibility fades. Kim Gigyu calmly grips the spear tip and looks him dead in the eye with a smirk. "Got you, Harris," he says. Rewinding just a few minutes, Lu was busy sharing a crucial clue with Kim Gigyu. Lu asked if he could see through the guy's attacks, but Kim Gigyu just sighed, admitting he wasn't entirely sure yet. That caught Lu completely off guard. What he honestly never expected that kind of blunt answer from his master. But Lu knew the real deal. He explained that they just had to push themselves to the absolute limit. Harris is a hunter, not a frontline warrior. And a smart hunter always knows exactly when to strike and when to back off. If the prey is too much trouble, he will just abandon the hunt. Looking down at his sword, Kim Gigyu hesitated. Lu quickly reassured him. "All right, let's wrap this up the right way." Lu already had every single move and sneaky intention of his under complete control. Lu realized Harris was intentionally creating a dangerous situation just to make Kim Gigyu look like a totally helpless target. Back in the present, Kim Gigyu takes absolute control of the fight. He lunges, grabs Harris by the throat, and hoists him high. Kim Gigyu growls a cold threat. "It is way too early for you to brag about your battle experience or to think you can beat me." Have you ever heard that phrase? Harris suddenly senses something familiar, gasping for air as he stammers out the name Lucifer. Speaking from within, Lu mocks him. "Long time no see, Harris. You still haven't improved a bit." Harris looks back in pure shock. He demands to know what kind of messed up connection Kim Gigyu has with Lucifer, his gaze suddenly locking onto the boy's cold purple eyes. "No way," Harris mutters in sheer disbelief. "That is definitely Lucifer." Kim Gigyu snaps him back, reminding him who he is actually dealing with. "Honestly, isn't this pathetic? I used to absolutely loathe myself when I acted like a worthless piece of trash, just like you." Brunhart chimes in, joking about his master's lack of tact, leaving Lu to defend his own honor. He is the real villain. Just then, Kim Gigyu freezes. A familiar face flashes in his mind. It was Kim Do-hyun, the prominent guild leader he had crossed paths with back during the mercenary assembly. Lu warns that his worst fears have come true. Brunhart guesses the body was stolen, but Kim Gigyu keeps a tight chokehold on Harris. No time to waste. "I will get to the bottom of this later," Kim Gigyu thinks. But suddenly something catches his eye. He spins around. Heavy echoing footsteps approach. Out of the shadows walks a man dressed in a sharp formal suit. Appearing out of nowhere, the visitor is none other than Kim Do-hyun himself, glaring down at them with a deadly serious expression. Kim Gigyu demands to know his identity. Brunhart admits he has never seen the man before, while Lu begins to form his own suspicions. It is clear this newcomer is not an ally. Harris starts shaking, screaming in absolute rage, demanding to know how on earth he is still alive. He was absolutely certain. He had run this man through with his own spear in the past. Harris remembered driving his weapon right through the guy's face, making this reunion completely impossible. Branch manager Harris gasps. Kim Gigyu repeats the title in confusion while Lu guesses it must be the Cavan Association. Without uttering a single word, Kim Do-hyun pulls out a vial of glowing green liquid. Kim Gigyu watches in utter shock. He recognizes it instantly, a top-tier power-up serum. Without hesitating, the manager jams the needle straight into his own thigh. The chemical floods his system. It rewrites his biology instantly as the injection empties. Massive raw energy erupts around him. Horrifying purple veins begin to bulge and throb across Kim Do-hyun's face. His entire body shifts color as he mutates. In a split second, he vanishes from his spot, leaving only after images. He charges like a wild beast. Terrified, both Lu and Brunhart scream out to warn their master. Kim Gigyu calmly tells them he is fine. He chucks Harris aside and snatches up the discarded spear. Harris grits his teeth, realizing something is terribly wrong with his own body. He looks up and catches a glimpse of the blinding power radiating from Kim Gigyu. "Holy magic," he gasps, wondering why he has those magic eyes. Kim Gigyu readies himself for the clash. With a monstrous expression, Kim Do-hyun lunges straight onto the spear tip, letting his body slide right through the blade in a horrifying display. He coughs up a spray of dark blood. Kim Gigyu blinks in surprise, wondering how on earth this guy could possibly be so weak. But then he senses something is terribly off. He looks back at the spear, which is still impaling the man. Behind them, Harris's eyes go wide. Without anyone noticing, Kim Do-hyun had materialized right behind the hunter's back. He plunges his hand straight through the hunter's chest. Kim Gigyu watches in absolute horror. What just happened? Brunhart mutters that he might actually be an ally, but Lu remains highly skeptical given the man's brutal demeanor. "No, that's not it," Kim Gigyu mutters back. "I saw something weird just now." He suddenly realizes the chilling truth. Staring at the empty weapon, Kim Gigyu realizes the illusion has faded. A mocking laugh echoes, asking what kind of monster he really is. But how dare you underestimate me? The old man boasts with a smug grin, claiming he has a few special tricks of his own. That attack was actually his unique double skill, which lets him summon an alternate self with identical power. This duplicate shares the main body's strength within 10 meters. He slowly pulls his bloodied hand out of Ares' chest. No support, the body hits the dirt. A stunned Kim Gi-ju calls for Ares, watching him struggle helplessly. Arrogance. He blames himself for being too proud. While Kim Gi-ju is distracted by regret, the director makes his move. How dare you? Kim Gi-ju points his spear at the old man for stealing his prey. Lu quickly calms him down. Wait, master. The old man's actions are a bit strange. Lu points out the bizarre sight to Kim Ji-ju. Look at his hand. Both of them watch closely as Ares' remaining power is entirely absorbed by that old man's arm. Kim Gi-ju recognizes Ares' power. Lu crosses his arms and confirms that the old man is indeed absorbing every drop of it. And trust me, that is definitely no ordinary power, it is raw predation. Lu warns, watching the crazed director. He has a power similar to mine, Lu says. A cat statue flashes in Kim Gi-ju's mind, reminding him of Baal's devouring artifact. Of course, compared to Lu's power, that statue has strict limits and comes with severe side effects. It can devour other demons, Kim Gi-ju recalls. He looks at his opponent, wondering if Baal also possesses this terrifying consumption ability. Is this a common power? Kim Gi-ju asks. Lu scoffs, replying that it is not entirely unheard of in this world. Watching the purple energy radiating from the director, Lu adds that the bastard's stolen power is far from normal. Look, Lu suddenly shouts. Kim Gi-ju snaps his attention to the director, who is hunched over with a bizarre purple aura. The director draws his arm back and hurls it forward. Boom. A massive explosion erupts right under Kim Gi-ju. Smoke and debris fly. Kim Gi-ju emerges from the dust, frantically scanning the area to locate his enemy. Nothing. Even with his time eye active, Kim Gi-ju sees absolutely nothing. There was not a single warning sign before the attack. Is this Hermes' power? Kim Gi-ju wonders. Lu agrees, explaining it is an ability that devours the opponent's very essence. It is definitely the same category of power as mine, Lu adds, just as Brunhart suddenly speaks up. Frowning, the little ego insists she does not think this guy is actually bad. Just like you, Lu. Annoyed, Lu glares at Brunhart in disgust, before finally muttering a response. You are too young to understand, Lu replies. Angered by the dismissal, she snaps back, demanding to know what he means. So annoying, Brunhart grumbles. Kim Gi-ju remains completely still, scanning the area until Lu snaps him back to focus. Master, we need to end this fight quickly, Lu says. Honestly, the director still looks incredibly clumsy with his stolen skills. He has no idea how to fully draw out Hermes' speed, Lu explains, but his next words make Kim Gi-ju tense up. Let him adapt and we are in deep trouble. We must end this, master. Then Lu asks seriously if Kim Gi-ju can use super speed. The young warrior gives a slightly hesitant nod. Good enough, Lu responds. Kim Gi-ju immediately activates his skill, sprouting tiny wings beneath his heels. Do not give him a single second to react, Lu commands. Kim Gi-ju tosses his spear aside and channels his energy into his right hand. And get this, electricity crackles instantly. Following Lu's advice, Kim Gi-ju prepares to pierce the enemy in one flash. Move now, Kim Gi-ju grips his newly forged sword and lunges forward like lightning, raw energy exploding from his body. Plunging his blade straight into the director's chest, he makes the man scream in absolute agony. Blood stains his formal suit crimson as Kim Gi-ju rips the sword backward, letting a fresh spray spill out. The director stumbles and collapses. Kim Gi-ju stares down in quiet disbelief. Why did the man feel so surprisingly weak this time? But instead of disintegrating, the director's body suddenly begins to dissolve into a thick black smoke. The mist drifts away. Stunned, Kim Gi-ju senses sudden danger and immediately whips around to face his rear. Damn it, it is that same teleportation trick. Kim Gi-ju spins around frantically, looking for his vanished opponent. I cannot sense his presence anywhere, Kim Gi-ju mutters. Lu frowns, his voice tense as he admits he let his guard down. Be careful, master. He is different now. Hearing Lu's warning, Kim Gi-ju immediately activates his time eye. He peers deep into the dark cavern, waiting in tense silence. When nothing happens, his confusion only grows. Why is there no feedback? Kim Gi-ju scans the dark cave once more. Could it be? Looking up at the stone cave walls, Kim Gi-ju wonders if the enemy fled. Meanwhile, the director is running away like a madman, never once looking back. He chuckles as he flees mockingly, thinking Kim Gi-ju is insane to expect a head-on fight, recalling how he just pierced Ares' chest. He thinks to himself he only killed Hermes because he caught him off guard. There is no way. There is no way he can fight the monster who defeated Hermes and win. Absolutely none. Yet the branch manager still arrogantly charges straight forward. Right now, retreating is the only option, but realizing something, he suddenly freezes in his tracks. The manager stares in shock and asks what is happening. Kim Gi-ju's sword is now dripping with murderous intent as he turns his back on him. His body is wrapped in a dark, murderous aura. Kim Gi-ju coldly mutters that he does not care if this entire cave collapses. Kim Gi-ju's eyes flash with bloodlust as he speaks in a terrifying tone. Why do they not all just die together? Hearing this, Brunhild is completely stunned. Only Lu sighs in disappointment, asking if he plans on using anything he actually practiced. Did he really train all this time just to ignore his skills? Still, Lu cannot help but smirk, admitting he actually likes this dramatic move. Intense heat rises as lava flows through the crevices. Then, without warning, the ground suddenly explodes. Unleashing a torrent of molten lava, a spear pierces through heavy armor. Its tip is stained crimson with blood. Heo Sung-hoon violently lifts the soldier's body into the air before slamming his spear down, sliding the corpse off his blade. Panting heavily from pure exhaustion, Heo Sung-hoon tries to catch his breath. After a tense moment, he turns to ask his nearby colleague. He asks how bad the damage is and if everyone is alright. The agent looks over at the wounded currently receiving treatment. He reports 12 are injured with 3 in critical condition needing serious medical attention. Then with deep emotion, he addresses the casualties. The response leaves Heo Sung-hoon completely stunned. 0 deaths, he bites his lip and turns away as the entire team erupts in wild cheers. Everyone overflows with relief and joy. Their victory cries catch Elle's attention from afar as she happily smiles. It looks like they won. She immediately contacts the other teams to check on their status. She asks Haniel, Anael, and Kamael for updates. Over on their side, a long-haired angel holding a child quickly responds. The civilians are safe, and with Elle's power, they cleared out the dark energy. Anael also chimes in to report the same success. The last member confirms their area is completely clear as well. Hearing this, Elle sighs in relief and acknowledges the update. She tells them to focus on healing the wounded, but a sudden massive explosion startles her. She whips around toward the blast. Could it be? She wonders in confusion if her master is behind this. As the cave collapses and thick black smoke fills the air, a lone hand suddenly bursts from the debris. The branch manager drags his battered body out of the wreckage, shivering violently while gasping for air. He bitterly thinks to himself, did Kim Gi-gyu really cause all this destruction? Talk about a reality check. If they face that guy now, they will surely die. Terrified, he quickly scans the surrounding area. There is no time left. He needs to escape before this entire situation blows out of proportion. Suddenly, a sword flies out of nowhere and impales him right through the chest. Staring at the blade, he freezes. Pure shock. He clutches his chest in agony, shaking all over. Kim Gi-ju slowly approaches from the shadows. Hearing footsteps draw closer, pure terror grips his face. Kim Gi-gyu looks down at him coldly. He calmly says this is a demonic entity. Lu replies instantly. There is no room for mistakes now. Kim Gi-ju grabs the hilt and rips the blade out without hesitation, spraying blood everywhere. Suddenly, the system alerts him. Instant devour activated. The branch manager's body suddenly explodes, painting the stone floor in deep crimson. The system announces that the ego of the demon Hermes is being extracted. The extraction is a complete success. Kim Gi-ju is left completely bewildered. He looks down at his sword, wondering why Hermes' ego is here. Lu suddenly speaks up, mentioning the devour's skill. Kim Gi-ju asks him to explain. That branch manager could never fully absorb Hermes. The gap in their raw power was simply too massive. Even if you did not show up, he would have lost his mind soon anyway. But Lu suddenly pauses. A bigger issue has arisen. How did that guy even possess the same devouring ability as Lu? It is obvious he had barely mastered it. It certainly was not his original power. Lu points out that such an ability is not easily obtained. Suddenly, a sharp pain shoots through Lu's body. Seeing his distress, Kim Gi-ju quickly asks him what is wrong. What is happening? Lu Brunhild also chimes in with deep concern, asking what is wrong as the sword's energy fluctuates wildly. Suddenly, Lu is ejected from the blade, leaving Kim Gi-ju completely shocked. Wrapped in crackling electricity, Lu coughs violently. He spits up blood in agony. Terrified, Kim Gi-ju rushes over to help, while Brunhild asks in panic if he is alright. Are you alright, Lu? He collapses to his knees, shivering uncontrollably as he grabs Kim Gi-ju's outstretched hand. He struggles to speak, wondering how this could be happening before a sudden realization hits him. He clutches his chest in agony, gasping that he finally knows what the potion is made of. Before he can finish, Lu collapses and falls unconscious. Gi-ju watches in absolute shock. Right then, the system suddenly alerts that the ego Lu has successfully absorbed a fragment of the fallen Lucifer. Dumbfounded, he asks what that even means. Remembering the potion from before, he realizes it must be a fragment of the fallen Lucifer. So that was the main ingredient. Shaking his head, he carefully hoists Lu onto his shoulder, still completely baffled by the turn of events. What on earth is going on? Brunhild suddenly asks, desperately wanting to know if Lu is going to be alright. Jigyu looks over and checks on him, replying that his breathing is totally fine and their mental connection remains fully intact. He needs to discuss this with L. Brunhild sighs in relief, saying thank goodness, as the system flashes again to grab his attention. The system announces that he has defeated the demon hares, officially recording the occurrence of an unofficial territory war. Assessing the situation, the system has now upgraded this unofficial battle into a fully official territorial war. As the winner, he is granted a reward. Jigyu looks at the appearing item in surprise, curiously reaching out to catch it. A slimy, grotesque lump of flesh drops right into his hand, its surface completely covered in tiny staring eyes. He realizes this thing radiates the exact same energy as Paimon's legacy, leaving him wondering if Andrus was the one who created it. He wonders if he should ask the elder just as Huang Jiqian's voice booms out telling him to open up. Now they are at the skyscraper headquarters, which perfectly reflects the sky, while Lu and Brunhild sleep like the dead on the bed. Huang Jiqian stares in absolute shock at the lump of flesh, tightly grabbing Giju's arm to ask where on earth he found such a thing. Jigyu awkwardly explains that he simply defeated a demon and this bizarre lump of flesh was his reward. Jigyu anxiously watches him inspect the tissue, asking if it is actually worth anything, which only makes Huang Jiqian laugh with pure joy. Worth anything, he scoffs. That is an understatement, because if he is not mistaken, they can use this right around his home. They can actually build a spatial portal. As Jigyu gasps in disbelief, we cut to L's location where the sky is just starting to change color. After scanning the perimeter for threats, L finally orders her forces to withdraw since there are no enemies in sight. The entire squad lines up and steps through the dimensional portal, standing in solemn silence as they wait right outside the massive skyscraper. Inside, L quietly watches Lu for a long time as he sleeps peacefully, completely oblivious to a drowsy Brunhild sprawled out right on top of him. Turning around, she notes that while his condition is not terrible, it is not great either, and his sudden loss of consciousness was likely triggered by the shock of absorbing that corrupted fragment, adding that she will need to run further checks to know for sure. Jigyu falls silent, frowning as his mind races with worry, ultimately realizing there is only one logical path left for him to take. To unravel the secrets behind Andrus, he has no choice but to hunt down the Caravan Guild, prompting him to pick up a mysterious crimson crystal. This is the core of an unranked, nameless spatial shield, and recalling that grotesque lump of flesh, he asks Huang Jiqian if they are actually related. Sitting back calmly, the elder confirms that it is indeed a piece of Paimon's legacy, specifically the core of a powerful spatial barrier. He is taken aback when the elder adds that it is merely a replica, prompting Jigyu to look closer at the glowing stone. He wonders how they can even use it, since the elder mentioned it could open a portal immediately, drawing Huang Jiqian's attention. Pointing his finger up with a grin, the elder tells him to bind with it since he modified it to function just like an ego. Once the connection is established, he will naturally know how to wield its power, leaving Jigyu to stare silently at the crimson crystal. The glossy surface reflects his deep contemplative face before he looks up and commands it to link, causing the crystal to suddenly erupt with brilliant light. As the brilliant light floods the room, the scene shifts to the cliffside where everyone has gathered, and Sung-un curiously asks what is happening. He wants to know what player Kim Jigyu is up to, since seeing everyone gathered in one spot has him incredibly confused. Jigyu turns back with an excited grin, telling him that this is a highly rare and special occasion. He promises that something highly entertaining is about to go down, while Brunhild sits on his shoulder completely focused on munching on cookies. Sung-un tilts his head in confusion while his sleep-deprived colleague with heavy dark circles silently sighs in absolute exhaustion. His colleague secretly hopes this takes forever since he dreads going back to work, just as Jigyu slowly pulls out the glowing crystal. With a shout, he declares the territory, causing the unranked core to flare with power as it activates his special domain declaration skill. The system confirms the territorial declaration is establishing a massive spatial barrier as a blinding blue light begins radiating from the core stone. It completely illuminates the entire area, leaving Sung-un and his colleague utterly speechless, while L watches the spectacle with a completely blank expression. Staring straight ahead, he thrusts the core upward, sending it floating slowly into the sky where it begins to sparkle like a brilliant star. Everyone glues their eyes to the floating stone as the system suddenly announces that the territory has officially been declared and is now calculating the distance. With the portal officially opening, the core stone suddenly shoots a massive bolt of lightning straight up into the heavens. Up above, a massive spatial gate suddenly forms out of nowhere, expanding rapidly until it completely blankets the entire horizon. Over where Sung-hoon is, the sky is blacked out as wild winds start rising, making everyone look up in utter disbelief. A massive portal has appeared, and even the surrounding buildings are morphing, leaving a thoroughly confused Sung-hoon questioning what is happening. Everyone panics while looking around, and Bernhard suddenly calls out, noting that the buildings are reverting to their original forms. But Jigyu immediately disagrees, watching the structures intently before silently concluding that they are actually merging together. The reality consumed by chaos is blending directly with the environment inside his own gate, he realizes. casting his gaze toward another building. Suddenly, the portal unleashes a massive surge of energy as countless lightning bolts rain down, prompting Elle to observe the situation closely. She notes that the scent of life and death is overflowing, and Jigyu can only hesitantly reply that he had no idea. He never expected such a vast amount of life and death energy to coexist within the gate as Elle continues watching the leaking power. Inside the portal, these forces did not flow but remained stagnant, and now they have finally been stirred up. They are finally attempting to expand their domain, she explains, turning her attention toward the rest of the group. She tells them to look over there, and Jigyu immediately looks over to see Sung-hoon clutching his chest, shivering as his power gets painfully drained away. The colleague behind him groans in agreement while another frowns and scratches his head in sheer frustration. They complain about the awful sensation, but Elle steps in to explain that their master's power is actually being boosted. While everyone else weakens, a perfect fortress is born, and right before their eyes, a massive stronghold begins to take shape. The incredible structure rises to their utter astonishment, surrounded by pure energy, prompting Bernhard to cheer that it is Giju's tower. While the young man stands speechless, a sudden system notification pops up to grab his undivided attention. The system prompts him to name his newly formed territory, leaving him staring at the screen in mild confusion. Recalling past mentions of Project Atom, which was meant to create the ultimate weapon, he closes his eyes in deep, quiet thought. The ultimate existence, he thinks, opening his eyes with resolve as he looks ahead, deciding this is its true birthplace. He firmly declares the name Eden, and the system processes the request, announcing that the territory of Eden has been claimed. Now watch, here's where the chaos hits the public as a colossal gate suddenly appears over Seoul, throwing everyone into a panic. As tensions skyrocket across the nation, Soo-jung clutches her phone tightly, keeping her eyes glued to the live broadcast. The report details that the portal's epicenter is located at the mansion of South Korea's most wanted criminal, Kim Gi-ju. With the association investigating the connection, Soo-jung lets out a smirk while sitting cross-legged atop a literal mountain of corpses. She rests her chin on her hand, amused by her student's grand way of announcing that he is still alive. Turning to her subordinates, she commands them to mobilize, declaring that their beacon of hope has finally returned. Back at Eden, Bernhard urgently calls out to Gi-ju, shouting that Lu has finally awakened and needs him at the tower immediately. Lu inspects the carton of strawberry milk in his hand, praising the sweet taste before turning to complain to Gi-ju. He laments that his meals used to be solely for survival, as he never cared about enjoying delicious food before. But enjoying tasty food is actually pretty nice, and Bernhard quickly chimes in to suggest chocolate milk is even better. Once they finish, Gi-ju checks up on Lu's condition, only for Lu to grimace as if he just swallowed a fly. Not at all, he groans, explaining that the corrupted fragments are still violently swirling around inside his physical form. Old man Huang steps in, explaining that after speaking with his rebellious son, there are 3 ways to restore his body. Gi-ju looks over in pure curiosity, questioning those 3 methods, as Huang raises a single finger to explain the first option, retrieving Satan's actual body. He explains to Lu that since his current vessel was forged directly from Satan's remains, purifying and strengthening it is definitely their best approach. Gi-ju ponders the idea, pointing out that this method would take too much time, which Huang frankly admits is true. It's not something they can just pull off easily, so Huang raises 2 fingers to suggest the second option, sealing his current vessel. But Lu immediately shakes his head, arguing that while he would love to, the current situation is far too critical. He frustratingly asks if the old man thinks his foolish master can handle all of this without relying on his power. Feeling deeply insulted, Gi-ju responds with a twitching lip, telling Lu he knows exactly who he is making fun of. Since Lu stops talking, Gi-ju asks Huang for the third alternative, prompting the old man to hesitate before finally giving an answer. The third option is transferring the corruption to someone else, and in this scenario, the recipient would naturally be Gi-ju. He gulps nervously upon hearing the catch, and trust me, things are about to get even crazier as a playful voice suddenly mocks him from inside his head. The voice snickers, asking if he needs some help with this dilemma, causing Gi-ju to jump in surprise and look around. Everything seemed normal, but a voice suddenly echoed in his head, bringing back a familiar figure. Meanwhile, a man steps forward elsewhere. He introduces himself as Kim Dong-hee, leader of the Morning Star Guild. The man behind him follows suit, introducing himself as vice leader Kim Seon-bo. Hearing them, Choi Chang-yong quickly turns. "Nice to meet you both," he says. They shake hands in front of the Eden Gate as he introduces himself. "I am Choi Chang-yong, leader of the Bukon River Scouting Team and head of the Blue Dragon Guild." Choi Chang-yong. Seon-bo quietly recalls hearing rumors that this guy was extremely reckless and arrogant. Kim Dong-hee is quite surprised. The man is far more polite than expected. They quickly get straight to business. He asks why Choi Chang-yong personally chose their guild for this scouting mission. Is there some kind of special reason? The man closes his eyes in deep thought. A moment later, a quiet voice transmits directly into their minds. He warns Seon-bo and Kim Dong-hee to only answer with nods from now on, putting a finger to his lips. Signaling silence, he asks via telepathy if the rumors of the Morningstar Guild being close to the fugitive Kim Gi-gu are true. Hearing this, Kim Dong-hee glances at Seonbo. Both of them break into a sudden cold sweat. Making up his mind, Kim Dong-hee nods slowly. Choi Chang-yong looks back toward the Eden Gate, convinced this gate is Kim Gi-gu's work. Everyone already knows the kid possesses extraordinary abilities like controlling gates. It is a widely accepted fact at this point. An image of Gi-gu gathering power flashes through his mind. That kind of strength is undoubtedly incredibly rare. But he refuses to believe Gi-gu is some monstrous criminal despite how the media portrays him. Once finished speaking, Choi Chang-yong quietly reflects on the guilds. The Cavan Guild and the Iron Association branded Kim Gi-gu as humanity's enemy. Even worse, they suspiciously exploited the association's absence to seize absolute power. He faces Kim Dong-hee, stating his main point clearly. He is completely ready to take a massive gamble on this. His eyes are filled with determination. He is betting everything that Gi-gu did not betray humanity, asking if they will join him. The quiet atmosphere grows even heavier. After a long pause, both Kim Seon-bo and Kim Dong-hee nod with absolute seriousness. Satisfied, Choi Chang-yong wraps up the discussion, promising to share details later. But suddenly, a voice behind them ruins the moment. A sudden voice behind them makes them freeze. A tall man strides over, calling out that he finally found them. Stopping a short distance away, he calmly states he came to inspect the site. His face remains completely stone cold. Acting as the commander of this operation, this man is the head of the Korean Iron Association branch, James Rohan. Choi Chang-yong glares coldly, recalling that James Rohan served as the Iron Association vice leader before coming to Korea. His gaze turns icy. No matter how badly the association has fallen, letting a group not even in the top 10 seize power is just ridiculous. It is a joke. James Rohan ignores their coldness completely, casually asking what the three of them are discussing. Choi Chang-yong steps forward to answer, explaining they are simply coordinating their plans for tomorrow's upcoming scouting mission. Frowning slightly, the commander asks if that is truly necessary since the gate's lower area cannot be monitored from outside anyway. Staring up at the massive expanding rift, James Rowan asks if there really is no option but to step inside. An uncomfortable silence settles over them. James Rohan breaks it, announcing that his own combat team will join the mission. Hearing this, Choi Chang-yong quickly cuts him off, reminding him that their operation is scheduled to start first thing tomorrow. He asks why they are being forced in. James Rohan steps forward aggressively, asking if extra backup is somehow a problem. While trying to think of a defense, Choi Chang-yong grows increasingly anxious as the commander steps right into his space. With eyes full of warning, Rohan asks if there is something they are hiding. Choi Chang-yong slightly turns away uneasy. He wonders if this guy has somehow caught onto their plans. No, there is absolutely no way he could know. James Rohan closes his eyes to compose himself, then abruptly turns away with a casual wave, saying he looks forward to tomorrow before leaving. From start to finish, Kim Dong-hee and his companion just watch the commander walk away completely silent. After walking a safe distance, Rohan glances back, noting that both the Blue Dragon and Morningstar guilds still harbor serious hostility. Seeing all three of them standing there completely motionless, he realizes their betrayal would not be surprising at all, prompting a smug smirk. Beneath his fake exterior, his true face contorts with absolute greed and malice as he mutters to himself. Everything is going according to plan. His hidden system profile reveals he is actually Roger's hand level 107 with massive strength stats. Boasting high agility and mana, his unique skill allows him to completely hijack a corpse's physical body up to 3 times. With only one charge used, Jupiter suddenly speaks up coldly, asking if he is having a hard time. Jupiter asks if he needs help, which completely shocks Gigu. Nearby, Brandon watches this strange reaction, looking totally bewildered. "Master, what is it?" Old Man Huang asks, sharing Gigu's curiosity about what went wrong. Lu grows suspicious of the name. Jupiter talks about an unexpected twist as the entire room falls dead silent. El said his seal was reinforced. Has it been broken? In his head, Jupiter quickly denies it. No way. My awakening is simply due to external stimulation. Lucifer's corruption, which Lu possesses, contains chaos within it. Hearing this, Jigyu is shocked. Chaos, Jupiter reveals that while Jigyu is powerless, it is a simple matter for him. So do you want my help? Knowing Jupiter will not act for free, Jigyu demands to know what he expects to gain. Jupiter laughs, noting that Jigyu is not as foolish as he thought. The chaos inside Lucifer's corruption is just like him. If he absorbs it, he will gain far more power and will be able to influence Giju directly. Seeing him muttering, Lu asks who he is talking to, wanting to join in. Meanwhile, Jupiter asks if he finally understands. Giju agrees to the deal, prompting Jupiter to praise it as a wise decision before declaring they should begin. He places his hand on Lu's head. Confused, Lu asks what he is doing, but Giju promises to explain later. It will be over soon, he says as an aura flows into Lu's head. Meanwhile, the scouting teams are waiting. They wait anxiously for the dimensional gate to open. Realizing the time has come, Chang Yong orders the team to move out. Entering the gate, the crowd vanishes one by one. Rohan reports the scouting team's entry and Jigyu praises his good work. Rogers wait, he means Rohan. Rohan stays silent then asks for permission to deliver the latest status report to him. A total of 3 scout teams have entered, including the Blue Dragon Guild, led by Chang Yong, and the Morning Star Guild. They are joined by the Iron Guild's Korean branch strike team. Inside, Chang Yong suddenly comes to a halt. He calls out, but what lies ahead leaves the team stunned. An entire city has appeared before their eyes. Wondering if this is inside the barrier, Jigyu orders Mr. Huang to separate them. The old man quickly complies. The entire city begins to violently shake. Honestly, the sheer panic of the crowd is absolutely wild. They brace themselves as the ground violently shifts. Everyone watches in sheer shock as massive mounds of earth suddenly erupt upward. Chang Yong cannot believe his eyes. What the hell? Footsteps echo as Bodice steps out to calmly greet the crowd. Greeting these familiar faces, the demon reveals its identity as Bodice, one of the legendary 72 demons. Violent winds whip across the sky as an absolute bloodbath begins to unfold between the players and the monsters. Wave after wave of skeletons are shattered into tiny bone fragments, but the battle is far from over. The shattered bones slowly piece themselves back together, fully regenerating. It is enough to drive any hunter completely insane. Just how many times can these things revive? The hunters realize their bodies are suddenly feeling incredibly heavy, and the skeletons are strangely powerful. Sensing the commotion from afar, Jigyu realizes the clash has finally begun. It seems they are fighting over there, he realizes. Turning his attention to Jong Hyun's group, Jigyu demands some answers. He demands answers. Who betrayed his family? Meanwhile, silence follows Bodice's sudden appearance on Chang Yong's side. Chang Yong confirms the demon's identity, noting that this immense power and aura match their targets despite minor visual differences. He is indeed the boss of this gate. The arrogant Bodice speaks up mockingly, offering his sympathy to the intruders. However, letting them trespass any further is out of the question. Its razor-sharp blade-like pincers swing high into the air. Slapping them down, Bodice summons a swarm of its offspring, vowing to fight the hunters with all its might. The hunters stand frozen at the sight. Gritting his teeth, Chang Yong barks out orders for everyone to prepare for battle. Rumbling echoes from behind. Minna, currently busy fighting off the skeletons, turns around and immediately curses at the sight. Curses fly. Not again. Seeing Bodice, Minuk wonders what on earth is actually going on here. Sensing the immense danger, Minuk commands the entire Iron Guild to immediately use all their recovery and stat booster potions. They must act now. Meanwhile, Jigyu glares coldly at Jong Hyun's group, asking once more who is responsible. No one dares answer his demand about who tried to tear his family apart. 1 month earlier, Rohan had approached him. Greeting his master, Rohan is asked if he has gotten used to his new body yet. He quickly replies. The new body is incredible, and Rohan remains deeply grateful to his master for granting him such a vessel. Turning to the main issue, Jigyu asks about the traitor. Rohan reports that when the Global Wanted poster went out, he had immediately moved his family to safety. It was a hectic, incredibly rushed escape given the circumstances. Finding a hiding spot was his initial goal. However, things quickly spiraled out of control as the situation grew worse. Because the Caravan Guild heavily interfered in this, Jigyu repeated the name in surprise. The Caravan Guild. Rohan then continued. That was why he sent confidential information to contacts who could help protect his family. While the worst-case scenarios were mostly avoided, a new problem arose. Why was their secure hiding spot leaked? That hideout was supposed to be highly classified, a place virtually nobody could ever find. Processing this, he whispered that he finally understood everything. So that was why there was talk of a traitor. Rohan confirmed it, explaining that the leak came directly from the Morningstar Guild. Someone inside leaked the coordinates. Seonpo kept his eyes locked on the ground, avoiding Gigyu's gaze as he slowly stepped forward. Kneeling down, Seonpo desperately begged for forgiveness, confessing that he was the one who sold him out. Pressing his forehead against the dirt, he apologized over and over. Nearby, the remaining members struggled with immense guilt. Letting their weapons clatter to the ground, 3 more members knelt to confess that they too had betrayed him, with Mina speaking next. She knew it was completely wrong, but their hands were forced. Now they were ready to accept whatever punishment he decided. While traitors deserve harsh punishment, Jigyu demanded to know their motive, urging them to reveal the reason behind their betrayal. Had the Caravan Guild threatened their families? As Seonpo hesitated to answer, a sudden explosion tore the sky wide open above them. Seonpo was assassinated instantly. Just when you think things are settling down, everything goes sideways. Jigyu watched as a lethal strike hit them. Pierced clean through by a deadly surge of water magic, all 4 fell lifeless to the ground. Jigyu watched, wondering if the assassin wanted them dead. Suddenly, a strange gasp echoed from the corpse as a deep, chilling voice spoke through it, mocking why they had betrayed him. When a person sees their parents and siblings tortured right before their eyes, betrayal is the only choice. But where is Lucifer? Meanwhile, Jang Yang was rapidly losing his strength. Staring at the monstrous beast towering before him, his desperation only grew. He knew the situation had completely spiraled out of control. Deep down, pure despair began to consume him. The monster was simply too powerful to defeat. He wondered how long they had even been fighting, perhaps 1 or 2 hours already. No, it had likely only been a few short minutes, yet their entire defensive formation was already shattered. He had completely miscalculated the enemy's tier. He originally believed entering this place would earn him Jigyu's approval. He never expected a terrifying archdemon to be guarding this area, leaving him with only one desperate choice. Right as he braced himself, Elle suddenly materialized behind Bodice, her brilliant light washing over Jang Yang's face. Stunned, he wondered if an angel had arrived. Elle quickly reminded Bodice of their master's strict orders. They were only supposed to drive the intruders away, not slaughter them, but the stubborn demon refused to listen. Bodice snapped back that it only obeyed their master, refusing to let her boss it around, but Elle firmly stood her ground. She reminded him that this was the master's command, not hers. Weighing his options, Bodice spat out a bitter curse. Shrinking back to its tiny form, Bodice warned them to leave before it lost its temper. Instantly, all its summoned monsters began to retreat. Landing gracefully, Elle stood right before Jang Yang. As he stepped forward to thank her, she cut him off with a question. She demanded to know if they were enemies or friends to her master. Jang Yang immediately shook his head to deny it. He explained they only came to negotiate, not oppose Jigyu. Finishing his plea, he bowed his head in deep sincerity. He begged for an audience. While Elle carefully considered his request, her divine energy began to gently radiate outward. Radiant feathers floated down, landing softly on the fallen soldiers as a warm, healing light enveloped them. The incredible magic mended their wounds, shocking Jang Yang as he wondered what kind of power lay before him. Realizing it was high-level recovery magic, the revived soldiers gasped in disbelief, realizing they were actually still alive. And just like that, the relief vanishes. Agonizing screams echo out as Jang Yang watches his healed comrades begin to mutate. A sinister purple aura flared around the soldier as dark veins pulsed across his face, leaving Jang Yang completely speechless. He realized what was happening. It was undoubtedly demonic energy corrupting their souls. It was the exact dark corruption he had witnessed once before. Horror gripped him as more soldiers began transforming right before his eyes. Standing behind him, Elle quietly asked if he finally understood the sheer gravity of their current situation. Their bodies had been completely overtaken by demonic forces, turning them into mere puppets. Elle asked what he would do now. Steeling his resolve, he made a painful choice. He gripped his weapon tightly and decided to end this himself. He ordered the remaining Blue Dragon Guild members to rise, draw their weapons, and fight for their lives. Meanwhile, high above, Lu and Hart watched the entire battlefield unfold from the back of a massive eagle as Lu muttered thoughtfully. He complained that this was taking far too long. Hart offered to intervene directly, but Lu firmly rejected the idea. "This is fine. No need to step in yet, as things are finally getting interesting," Lu mutters, observing the battlefield with a frown. He observes that all the players relying on recovery and buff items are slowly losing their sanity. They are now fighting purely on primal instinct. From a quick glance, only the young kid currently battling Hap seems to have kept his sanity. But it changes absolutely nothing since they lack any real strength, and frankly, this entire clash is barely even worth talking about. Right then, he realizes something is terribly wrong, and Lu freezes in place as a sudden emergency unfolds. He shouts out to Old Man Huang, who is completely taken aback by the sheer panic in his voice. Lu urgently orders him to drop the defensive magic barrier and gather all forces immediately, because Leviathan, the seventh king of hell, has arrived. Seeing him dazed, Brunhart calls out to his master, who immediately triggers Flash Step, causing Jigyu to vanish. Reappearing where the fallen squad members are lying, a flash of light sweeps across as he pulls them up using his abilities to heal them. The first to wake up is Manhwa, immediately swearing under his breath until he recognizes the person standing right in front of him. Deeply moved, Manhwa calls out his name while Mina and the other survivor wake up in shock, remembering how badly they were injured. Jigyu warns them to get ready, to which Manhwa quickly obeys as their leader urges everyone to snap out of it during this crisis. Warning them that he cannot protect everyone, Jigyu dashes toward Donghai at lightning speed, who stands completely unfazed until a wicked smile creeps onto his face. With that sinister grin, a massive explosion erupts, blasting Jigyu backward as he frowns deeply at this entirely unexpected turn of events. Over where Chang Yang is, the ground begins to shake violently as massive waves of water suddenly cascade down from out of nowhere. Elle watches the surrounding water in confusion while Chang Yang wonders where it all came from, though Hap quickly senses that this power is extremely dangerous. If this continues, Eden will be completely destroyed, leaving them with no choice but to isolate the southern region first as a giant orb materializes in the center. Standing amidst the chaos, Jigyu looks at the frozen currents, wondering if the torrential flow has finally come to a halt. Brunhart confirms the waters have stopped, prompting Jigyu to ask Old Man Huang for a status update, who grimly replies that he can see the damage himself. That area is completely leveled, meaning they will have to join the fight soon, with the Iron Guild wiped out and the Blue Dragon Guild hiding quite a few demons in their ranks, just as they had suspected, though the situation on that side has fortunately been stabilized for now. Old Man Huang hesitates, staring at the massive waves ahead as they crash directly against the giant eagle where Lu is currently stationed. He remains perfectly calm, staring at the beast before him, who glares back with a dark expression before saying it has been a long time. Addressing him as Lucifer, Lu coldly acknowledges Leviathan, who mocks how incredibly tiny and adorable his former master looks. Wondering how their mighty king became so weak, the beast boasts he could finish him in a single strike, but Lu pays no mind to the insults. Calling him as talkative as ever, Lu warns him not to assume he has grown weak, leaving Leviathan completely baffled by the cryptic statement. Completely unaware that Jigyu has already materialized right behind him, preparing a devastating explosive skill, Leviathan is frozen solid in sheer shock. In an instant, Jigyu cleanly severs his head, leaving the beast utterly dumbfounded at being defeated the very second he entered the battle. Even as his head falls, his eyes gleam with absolute defiance and a menacing purple light flashes from Leviathan's gaze. The severed head unleashes a massive wave of destructive energy, blasting directly toward Jigyu. Brunhart warns his master to dodge the devastating blast from the head of Leviathan slams down like a nuclear bomb, yet Jigyu emerges completely untouched and totally shocked. Wondering how his severed head is still capable of fighting, he hears a worried Brunhart check if he is unharmed, urging extreme caution. In this state, Leviathan is practically immortal, and seeing the beast's relentless fury, Jigyu frowns, muttering that the warning came a bit too late. He immediately commands Old Man Huang to gather all the survivors into one safe area and deploy a defensive barrier. He agrees, while over on Chang Yong's side, they realize the ground has started shaking violently once again. Turning to Hap, Jigyu directs him to ensure that all the survivors are kept completely clear of the upcoming clash. Hap obeys instantly as a massive barrier rises in the center, prompting the Soul Group to watch in utter confusion as monsters fly out. They wonder what on earth is happening and why these creatures are shielding them, while Chang Yong himself stares at Jigyu in total disbelief. Stunned by the scale of the battle unfolding before them, they watch as Leviathan bellows to return, Lucifer continuously pouring down his raw power. Jigyu stands alone, block after block, with his sword as the beast roars out, demanding Lu's return, filling the entire sky with thick steam. Deftly dodging behind the beast, Jigyu delivers a swift backstab, slicing straight through the monster's head as the wound begins to corrode. Thick mist spreads through the air quickly, coalescing to fully regenerate Leviathan's severed head, leaving Jigyu completely frozen in shock. He wonders how even chaos power has absolutely no effect, prompting Lu to remind him that he already warned him about this. He is practically immortal now, though it is strange that Leviathan is already unleashing all of his power. Even at his absolute peak, even if incomplete, no ordinary human could ever match him. No one could ever hope to withstand Leviathan's raw power. Besides, Jong Hyun is not even a ranker, making this entire situation seem incredibly shady and suspicious. Leviathan returns to his original perfect form. Just then, a mysterious voice echoes through the air, drawing a cold, sharp glare from the beast. Even Kim Jigyu is left in complete shock. A lone figure stands right behind the colossal beast, and as Kim Jigyu gets a closer look, he gasps, recognizing Seonho. Elle is stunned. They have never met before. Leviathan growls, warning him to back off. "This is my fight," Seonho coldly asks if finding his vessel was just a complete waste of time. "Are you throwing this away?" Leviathan growls that other vessels exist, but the kid who controls Lucifer must die. Seonho glares. He shuts his eyes, and a sudden crushing force slams directly onto Leviathan's head, completely disorienting the massive beast. Another heavy strike crashes down. Kim Jigyu watches frozen as Seonho calmly pulls his leg back. Leviathan is pinned flat. The arrogant beast lies helpless on the ground as his giant form simply vanishes, leaving only his true physical body. Seonho steps closer and grabs Leviathan by his collar. He slung him over his shoulder, then glances back at Kim Jigyu. Kim Jigyu stands frozen, waiting to see his next move. "Not yet," Seonho says, "we will meet again." Then in the blink of an eye, both of them vanish. Kim Jigyu stares at the dust. Unbelievable. Did he really one-shot Leviathan? Lu confirms Seonho was indeed correct. Elle speaks up. If he is that strong, it makes sense why the others, including Taeshik, were defeated. His motives remain a mystery. Lu coldly notes that at least the battle here is finally finished. Go check on those people. Even though our subordinates are protecting them, we must make absolutely sure they are safe. Lu was right. A traitor sneaks up to assassinate Chang Yong, whispering that the presidency is mine. As Chang Yong turns his head, he is horrified to see his own men turning against him in open rebellion. He dodges gracefully, desperately wondering if they are still somehow possessed by demonic energy. Teammates are tearing each other apart, screaming that they have secretly hated one another for years. They scream insults. Absolute madness. Look at them. Chang Yang is completely bewildered by the sudden chaos. Kim Ji-ju watches from afar, utterly stunned by this chaotic mess. But Lu explains it is all because of Leviathan. As the Lu of envy, Leviathan's mere presence amplifies the dark hidden jealousy inside everyone. Human minds are incredibly fragile. Lu tells Elle to step in and try helping them. Elle can use her holy power to dispel the malice. It should work on those indirectly affected. Will it work? When Elle doesn't answer, Lu turns to look at her concerned. Kim Gi-ju calls her name. But Elle is frozen, her mind flooded with painful ancient memories. What is wrong? Kim Gi-ju asks. Are you hurt? She quickly reassures him that she is fine. Determined, she channels her divine magic. Holy light radiates from her hands to cleanse the area. Sensing her distress, Lu transports them. Later at the hospital, they ask if she is really all right. Kim Gi-ju insists that thanks to Ellen's powerful healing magic, he can take care of himself and doesn't need rest. Lu reluctantly sighs, but since Kim Gi-ju used both his haste and chaos power, pushing himself any further right now is entirely useless. Master must rest. Brunhart eagerly chimes in. Right on cue, a sharp pain shoots through Kim Gi-ju's head. Lu tells him to relax, assuring him that all the injured victims are already being treated at the temporary camp. Meanwhile, the lone survivor of the Iron Guild is being evaluated before his transfer to the association president. The most useless guy here is you, Lu teases. Kim Gi-ju sighs, asking if that was really necessary. Still troubled, Kim Ji-ju asks Lu if they could have actually won against Leviathan in a straight-up fight. Lu grows quiet, estimating their chances are only 50-50. Kim Ji-ju is completely taken aback by those grim odds. Lu analyzes the situation, explaining he doesn't know how they managed to summon Leviathan's true physical form. Fortunately, because the vessel was only Zhang Hyun, the beast was heavily restricted from using his full power. Even restricted, the odds are still 50-50. Lu reminds him of what he said during their battle with Belphegor. Belphegor was the absolute weakest of the 7 Hell Kings, and it is still far too early for them to fight higher-tier demons. Kim Gi-ju finally understands. Lu reassures him, adding that Leviathan likely suffered incredibly massive damage during that sudden, brutal clash. He won't show his face for a while. But right now, isn't there something far more important? Gi-ju guesses his ego sword's thoughts, prompting Lu to ask what he really thinks of the situation. He explains that something feels incredibly off. He definitely sensed danger, but the more he thinks about it now. Unlike the times he left no trace, this chilling sensation did not belong to a real physical entity. It was purely an illusion. Hearing this, the other two fell into deep thought as absolute silence filled the room. Gi-ju speaks up. Either way, they must keep climbing the tower, if only to finally understand more about its mysterious nature, or simply to increase his own strength. Lu wonders if he misheard, slowly processing what Gi-ju just said. He lets out a sigh of relief, realizing he forgot that their master has only cleared floor 50. Facing a monster like Leviathan with that level of power is just begging for death. Outside, the bright blue sky suddenly turns pitch black as a massive dimensional gate begins to warp. Inside his office, Gi-ju greets the 2 guild leaders, thanking them for visiting and asking if they slept well last night. Both thank him for his hospitality. Gi-ju nods, then reveals that Elle has just brought him some crucial news. 2 separate teams apparently want to join hands with him, but he questions how he can possibly trust them now. Outside, thick smoke and heavy ash roll across the sky. Elle finally arrives at the meeting spot Lu set up. She asks if something is wrong, jokingly reminding Lu that they are not a couple to be meeting like this. Only their master has the authority to order her, and she finds this highly annoying, but Lu quickly cuts her off. He tells the angel to shut her mouth. He did not want this either, but she already knows the truth. Her current condition is highly unstable. Under Elle's angelic authority, she has essentially been reduced to a human. Elle falls completely silent, her gaze turning incredibly sharp. Lu smirks, asking her how she feels about it. Whatever thoughts or feelings she has are none of his business, but he makes one thing very clear. If her condition ever interferes with their master, he will show no mercy. Meanwhile, inside the meeting room, Jigyu presses them again, asking how he can possibly trust them. Both Changyom and Sunpil remain completely silent. Finally, Sunpil breaks the silence with deep guilt, apologizing and admitting that they are being incredibly shameless by even asking for this. They had already betrayed him once in the past. Hearing this, Gi-ju stays quiet and lets out a heavy sigh. He tells them he understands they had no choice back then, so there is no need to apologize anymore. There is no need to carry that guilt, because if he were in their shoes, he would have done the same. However, that is not the main point. The 2 guild leaders wait in suspense for him to continue. He explains that Zhang Hu's body was taken by a demon. Thanks to Elle, he knows many of these monsters are still hiding around here. He knows for a fact that demons are crawling all over the place, but that is not proof of their innocence. There is no proof they stopped collaborating with those demons. They remain silent until Chang Yang finally speaks up, admitting he is right. Standing up abruptly, Chang Yong tries to convince him, admitting that Jigyu has every right to doubt them. He admits it might sound arrogant, but they also have no proof that Jigyu himself is not an enemy to humanity. Even so, they have decided to put their faith in him, and he is ready to prove their resolve. He suddenly does something that completely shocks the room. Blood splatters everywhere, and Sun Pil watches in horror as Chang Yong goes this far. As Jigyu stands frozen in shock, Chang Yong continues, admitting that this extreme gesture might not prove everything. He slams his bleeding hand onto the table, stating that, at the very least, prove their absolute sincerity so Jigyu can trust them. Jigyu asks why he went that far, especially since they share no real personal connection. Chang Yong admits he has no idea what goes on inside the mind of a powerhouse like Jigyu. But in this chaotic world, weak players like them have absolutely nobody else left to turn to for survival. This extreme act is the only way they can show their commitment and secure a path forward. When your life literally depends on someone else, personal feelings become meaningless. Hearing this, Jigyu cannot help but laugh out loud. He finds it hilarious that the Blue Dragon Guild master would speak like that, slowly rising from his seat. In a flash, Jigyu teleports right behind Chang Yong, telling him to sit completely still when he tries to look back. Warm healing magic begins to gather in Jigyu's palm as he starts treating the severe injury on Chang Yong's eye. The guild leader feels the burning pain fade away, and he slowly opens his fully healed eye in absolute shock. Looking through his fully restored eye, he stammers in disbelief, his mind suddenly drifting back to a memory from the past. The damage to the airship after the battle, or perhaps when repairing his eye, who knows. His magic power is now on par with a high-rank healer. What could his true background be? And what is his true strength? Seriously, you have to wonder about his limits. Meanwhile, Jigyu is frustrated that he still cannot perform as well as L. Later, he tells Chang Yong that since the guild leader has shown such strong determination already, he explains he cannot blindly trust them again, but if they want him to believe, they must offer some collateral. The two guild masters ask in unison, collateral. He just smiles and makes an offer. Gates have begun appearing under the name Eden, though many older gates already existed beforehand. Usually the path to the tower lies in the basement, but Jigyu's personal entrance was at his home. Now that gateway has moved to the first-floor parking garage. Lu asks if he is finally accepting the name Tower of Jigyu, but he grumpily cuts him off. Telling Lu to shut it, he listens to old man Huan. The blacksmith reports that the gate's inner environment has changed significantly. Even though the gate has finally manifested in reality, the number of floating islands inside remains completely unchanged. On top of that, only a handful of objects from the tower can actually be brought out to the real world. The rich mineral veins are still inside, waiting to be mined. Meanwhile, Bodice's territory remains locked inside the gate as always. Huang hesitates, asking if he really intends to build a permanent settlement in here. Jigyu happily confirms it. The Blue Dragon and Morningstar guilds have already decided to move their families inside. L knows her master's soft heart too well. He is far too merciful, even going so far as to forgive those who once betrayed and attacked him. Fortunately, only their master has the power to control this transport gateway. Even if Eden is besieged by war, this hidden territory will remain the absolute safest place on Earth. Lu chimes in, telling L to speak more realistically. He never expected Jigyu to plan a settlement here, but warns that if the gate's master should pass away, this entire pocket dimension will vanish forever. Since the master holds sole control over the gate, those families moving in are basically turning themselves into his willing hostages. Talk about a brilliant move. Thanks to Brunhart's recent evolution, the number of repairable gates has shot up dramatically. Going from 2 to 5, the very first repaired gate has been relocated from the basement up to the tower's first floor. The second gate sits in the Iron Guild's basement. As for the third, Sung Hoon points ahead, making the group gasp as they realize this is the Grigori base. Sung Hoon confirms it. To be precise, this is just one of several hidden outposts scattered around. And of course, this spot is the most unique. Chang Yong looks skeptical, asking if that is actually true. As Sung Hoon leads them on a quick tour, he explains that this base directly connects to the Hunter Association. Specifically, there is a hidden passage leading straight to the association's basement, heavily masked by a powerful barrier. Fortunately, neither the Iron nor Caravan guilds have noticed it. Old Man Huang praises the barrier's clever engineering. With just a few minor tweaks, they won't have to worry about detection. Sung Hoon then leads them to the main attraction, the gate currently undergoing repairs. Jigyu nods, quite satisfied that from this moment on, he can freely warp between gates whenever he wants. He turns to Sun Pil and Chang Yong, reminding them of their current situation. With their guilds seemingly pulling back, suspicion from their rivals is going to be completely unavoidable. He advises them to act natural and make others think they are simply keeping a watchful eye on this territory. He asks Old Man Huang to reinforce the protective barrier of this place. Meanwhile, Sung Hoon is tasked with monitoring the Caravan Guild and Hyung Jun's movements. Sung Hoon eagerly agrees to handle it, leaving Jigyu to pull out his special mask. Slipping it on, he announces his plan to climb the tower. Instantly, the system screen flashes with the mask's details. Level 10. Strength 3, Agility 11, Stamina 16, and Mana 21. 4 skills including Corpse Disguise. It mimics faces, voices, and physiques, though it only works on targets killed directly by him or his summons. Arriving on the 51st floor of the tower, Jigyu starts hunting giant stone golems, his blade hacking through solid rock. As the massive beast crumbles, he sighs in frustration about fighting with standard weapons without relying on his skills. Lu points out he has no choice since his unique skills are too recognizable. L adds that Master is simply too famous. Jigyu hesitates, looking over at the warp gate, which is currently surrounded by his skeleton soldiers. He eagerly wonders if he should collect a few crystals, since no one is watching. L sighingly notes he never changes. Despite accumulating immense wealth, he remains incredibly frugal, earning him a playful scolding from Lu. He complained about how stingy his master was, while Brunhart cheerfully chimed in that their master was just being highly thrifty. Jigyu reasonably pointed out that every single monster represents valuable experience points, and there is no way he is letting them go to waste. Deciding that it was finally time to step outside, Hal finished his sentence and immediately walked through the shimmering teleportation gate. Kneeling on one knee, he announced he followed every order of his great master, showing off his level of 127. With 202 strength, 256 agility, 233 stamina, and 298 magic. Jigyu curiously asked about his new spear. Asking if he liked his brand new spear, Hal hesitated for a second before admitting with all due respect that the weapon was a total disaster. He called it the absolute worst weapon in his entire possession, which immediately triggered the sentient spear in his hands to scream out in pure rage, demanding to know what he meant. The spear yelled, asking who he thought he was talking to, claiming it hated being stuck with him and wished it could just pierce his skull right now. His stats show a strength of 128, agility of 169, stamina of 119, and magic of 156. Along with a stealth skill, Jigyu silently recalls that Junhyuk is actually the powerful leader of the Caravan Guild's Soul Branch. He never expected that guy to end up as an avatar, but Lu casually chimed in that it was actually highly possible. With his incredibly high synchronization level, it was almost hard to believe as Hal slowly walked over and stood right next to Jigyu. A heavy silence fell between them before Jigyu finally spoke up, assigning a brand new mission to both Harris and Jung Heo. They quickly agreed, leading Jigyu to bring up a crucial detail about how the Caravan Guild targets players who break the established rules. Jung Heo confirmed that in several cases, those targets might have already been fully synchronized and taken over by other forces. Anyone who dares to disobey their direct orders is immediately turned into a helpless test subject for their very first experimental drugs. Since they act so violently, they eventually end up transforming into mindless berserkers, meaning getting rid of them leaves absolutely no consequences behind. Hearing this, Jigyu made his decision, telling them they must stay one step ahead and gather all those players inside the tower immediately. Lu felt incredibly proud, praising the plan since stopping this dangerous experiment would also allow them to build up their own strengths. Both Elle and Brunhart chimed in, saying that their master was truly brilliant and had everything completely under control as always. They kept calling him a genius until Lu got pretty annoyed, telling them to stop exaggerating everything so much. Suddenly, Hearst called out to report that the mysterious woman from Eden had finally arrived as a clear and loud voice rang out inside a cozy neighborhood cafe. Pointing out that Ha Song-soo had already made a move, she mentioned her plans of packing up and heading back to South Korea. Ball stayed completely silent, casually lifting his warm cup of coffee to take a slow sip before finally offering a reply. Warning her of the danger, he asked if she could actually feel the terrifying presence of Leviathan lingering there. Soo-jong revealed that was exactly why she had to go, as things were starting to get extremely rushed and urgent. Pointing out that showing up empty-handed after so long would be bad manners, she recalled his mention of a certain rebellious vice guild leader. Since that guy from the Iron Guild was leading the rebels in Korea, she excitedly suggested chopping his head off as a perfect gift for their student. She grew thrilled thinking about her plan, while back in the quiet flower garden of Yubin's vessel, things were finally starting to move. Jigyu slowly opened his eyes, finding his head resting gently on Yubin's lap, as she softly asked if he was finally awake. Still feeling completely dazed, he mumbled her name and asked what happened just as the entire vessel suddenly began to shake violently. A heavy invisible pressure suddenly locked onto the area, instantly forcing both of them out of the peaceful field and back to reality. Elle seemed completely out of her mind, screaming that her master loved her and only her, making Soo-jong ask him how he planned to handle this. Lu snapped back in pure annoyance, telling her to stop calling him a kid as his actual form began to shift quite dramatically. Jigyu casually clicked his tongue, watching Lu transform before realizing that a brutal fight was the only option they had left. With no other choice, they rushed outside into the open, and a massive explosion immediately shattered the sky. Elle swung her sword wildly against both of them, completely losing her mind as Lu teased her crazed gaze, pointing it out to Soo-jong. Sujeong agreed that her temper was definitely no joke, while old man Huang watched in total shock, wondering why these powerful egos were suddenly fighting. Hurst was equally stunned, questioning what had gotten into them as a brutal battle began to unfold in the sky above Elle's blank eyes. Elle swung her blade with pure destructive force, catching them both off guard for a quick second, before Sujeong raised her own sword to block it. Lu remarked that she was attacking without a single thought, asking if she was risking her life while Sujeong prepared for the worst. She pointed out that Elle was completely ignoring her own body's limits, meaning this fight would not end well no matter who won. With Elle having completely lost her mind, a dark, terrifying power suddenly began to gather in the palm of her hand. Keeping her guard up, Sujeong immediately noticed an incredibly eerie force erupting from Elle, shocking her, as she wondered what that strange power could possibly be. She questioned why an angel would use the power of death, while Lu stared in confusion, admitting he had no idea why she ended up this way. Sudong has to admit that anyone connected to their master is bound to be completely out of their mind. He agrees that their disciple is pretty abnormal, and right then Io launches her next attack, vanishing completely from sight in a split second. Io attempts a sneak attack from behind, pivoting with insane speed to strike Sudong head-on instead. Lu swiftly blocks the blow. She is pushing herself to the absolute limit, but Sudong calmly remains relaxed. It seems her body can't take much more. Lu shouts that they can't do that, deflecting another lethal strike. If they let this continue, she will completely burn through her own life force. Lu warns Io. He doesn't like her, but he cannot let her die. He urges her to calm down. Suddenly, a heavy dark energy crashes down, forcing Io to look up and brace herself. The overflowing energy causes the massive walls of Eden to crack under the pressure. Thick smoke fills the air. Lu is genuinely surprised to see that Io actually blocked that devastating strike. Did she really just unleash her death magic to stop that blow? If so, she took a massive hit. Her injuries are severe, forcing Lu to waste the energy he tried to save. Lu watches in absolute shock as Io gathers more dark energy below, wondering if she is seriously insane enough to try and summon that forbidden power. Consumed by pure hatred, Io summons the power of chaos, forming a swirling, volatile shield around her. Both of them look on in sheer horror, as Lu screams at her at the top of his lungs, calling her a lunatic and warning her to stop. He begs her to stop before she disintegrates. She keeps channeling it, spitting up blood, making Lu swear under his breath. She ignores him. A normal barrier won't contain this blast if she continues. Io is going to get vaporized regardless of whether her desperate spell actually succeeds or fails. No choice left. He turns to the fake demon king, needing to make a move. He tells Sudong to hold the line entirely alone, vanishing into thin air before his shocked ally can even ask what the hell is happening. Promising to return quickly, Lu vanishes, leaving a very confused Sudong wondering what he is doing. He must have lost his mind to leave her facing a literal vortex of chaos all by herself. She clearly doesn't have full control over it yet, and one wrong touch could trigger an explosion. Should he set up a shield first? Suddenly, Sudong lets his own blood drip right into the center of that swirling pitch-black vortex. A brilliant red barrier instantly seals the chaotic energy, and meanwhile, Lu touches down nearby, quietly formulating a highly desperate plan in his head. Stopping Io in this state requires extreme measures. He looks up and screams her name, demanding she listen. He orders her to stop this madness right now or face the ultimate consequences. Raising his sharp claws, he threatens the life of their hostage, Kim Jigyu. Meanwhile, in a serene, dreamlike world, Kim Jigyu is resting peacefully under a blue sky, slowly opening his eyes. He sees Yubin leaning over him, gently asking if he is okay. Kim Jigyu murmurs that he forgot something important. She gently tells him to ignore all of his worries and just rest. Closing his eyes, he sinks back into the comfort. It has been far too long since he felt this relaxed. She whispers about his heavy burdens, and Kim Jigyu slowly nods, letting his guard down. It has been exhausting, with enemies constantly hunting him, all while a past he cannot remember continues to haunt him. The world's strongest champions place their hopes on him. Who is he really? He confesses that all he ever wanted was to live a simple, happy life with his family, and she gently reassures him. She coaxes him to stay here forever. Slowly, Kim Jigyu covers his eyes with his hand. For a brief second, time stands perfectly still in this serene, peaceful paradise, but then a familiar voice suddenly echoes out, calling him master. He bolts upright in surprise. Recognizing that voice instantly as Io, everything comes flooding back to him. He remembers exactly why he came to this dark place, and when the fake Yubin asks if he had a nightmare, he glares back very coldly. Declaring the game over, his hand tightens around her neck as the dark presence of Asmodeus finally reveals itself. Shedding her disguise, the remnant of Asmodeus shifts back, mocking him for finally figuring it all out. She taunts him, asking if he truly plans to kill her, sneering that she is nothing but leftover useless trash at this point anyway. She warns him that if she dies, Yubin dies with her. She dares him to try and strike her down. Kim Jigyu tells her to shut her mouth. Glaring back with absolute resolve, he vows to save Yuban as his hand crushes the darkness. Next, we face the chaos controlled. Asmodeus recalls that exact power torn from that woman's body, ripped clean from her flesh. Staring in absolute horror, he realizes he cannot stop it from violently invading his own body. Outside, Lu asks Elle a question. Is she awake? Slowly, her body returns to its original form. Lu warns her. Even together, they are too weak to help their master right now. Inside his mind, the master knows what to do. But if she enters now, she is just a burden. She would only hold him back. Elle falls silent. Lu quietly reflects on their grim luck. At least she is sane. That is lucky. Just then, Suryong lands on the ground. Stepping inside, she gasps in surprise to see Elle awake. How does she feel? And what about Kim Gi-ju right now? Lu speaks up, noting that things seem somewhat stable, though the master still has not fully mastered controlling the chaos inside. But gradually, their master should improve. If things continue like this, the situation might become much easier to handle. But wait, look at him. Sweat drips down Kim Ji-ju's face as he suffers through something terrible. His face twists in pain. Lu anxiously cries out, asking their master what is happening. Elle frantically calls out to him. Is he unable to control the chaos inside her? Suddenly, Lu realizes the truth. Grinding his teeth in pure rage, his expression turns completely furious. He turns to the others with a dark revelation. We have been completely and utterly tricked. Suryong gasps in disbelief. Lu reveals that their master is losing his advantage, slowly yielding his physical body to Jupiter. Both of them freeze in absolute shock. Lu admits it was his own mistake, confessing he had doubted Jupiter's cooperative intentions all along. However, he grew careless, believing the villain couldn't manifest without their master's permission. Confused, Elle questions the logic. Since Jupiter was previously defeated by their master, the clear hierarchy between them should have already been established. Yet, now everything is falling apart. Lu briefly explains that Jupiter used an intermediary method, leaving Elle utterly confused by it. Lu explains further, realizing he should have noticed something was wrong when Asmodeus's fragment remained inside Yuban's body from the very beginning. A mastermind capable of controlling chaos, so masterfully would never make such a simple, careless mistake under normal circumstances. Normally, scattered fragments would naturally return to the main body, just like how Lu absorbed his own corrupted pieces. But Jupiter cleverly reversed that natural rule, using the fragment inside Yuban as mere bait to lure their master directly inside. Once inside, Jupiter could easily use his massive power to manipulate everything. Hearing this, Elle grows deeply anxious for their master. Inside Yuban's vessel, Kim Gi-ju's body slowly slips from his control. Jupiter sneers, urging Kim Gi-ju to give up. He demands the master surrender his body immediately. Back in reality, Elle asks what they should do now. Lu hesitates. Then he makes a decision. He will go in. Stunned, Elle questions him. He reveals that the only way to stop Jupiter is to seal him inside another body instead of the master's. He volunteers to sacrifice himself, promising to trap Jupiter inside his own body. He instructs them to seal or destroy him once the villain is captured. Silence fills the room. No other way exists. But then a dangerous idea sparks in Elle's mind. She offers to go instead. Lu is shocked. Sadly, she admits she can never be pure again. Her strength once came from her absolute purity, which is now gone. Therefore, she must be the one to go. In her final moments, she simply wishes to serve her master faithfully. Reluctantly, Lu agrees to let her try. Deep in the dark void, Kim Gi-ju is bound tightly. Heavy chains hold him down. He is still unconscious. Slowly, his eyes open. He stares at his restraints. Jupiter has nearly consumed everything. The villain sneers. You are right, Kim Gi-ju, but do not worry. I will grant your desires. He demands the master's physical body in exchange, promising to decapitate all their enemies and fulfill every last wish. He promises to make Kim Gi-ju listen to their painful, desperate screams, while the young master merely stands by and watches. Everything will belong to them. Kim Gi-ju desperately struggles against his heavy restraints, but his efforts are entirely in vain. He curses. He cannot move. These chains seal away his magical powers, keeping him trapped forever. Suddenly, a gentle, invisible hand touches his face. Elle appears softly, calling out to her master. He never expected to see her in this darkness. Her figure slowly fades as he cries out, remembering Lu's final instructions in reality. Lu had asked if she was ready, warning that she cannot manifest her true form inside someone else's body. It acts more like a temporary incarnation, meaning she must successfully seize control of Yuban's angel first, then defeat Jupiter and absorb him into your own body. You already know all of this, don't you? Elle understands, and Lu warns her that her role is easily the most critical. To save her master, Elle must succeed. She knows this well, making Lu sigh in relief. With that, they must begin and not mess up this time. Elle arrives to find Jupiter choking Asmodeus with a tight, suffocating grip. Throwing her aside, he checks his power and wonders if it was always this easy. He wants this body. After a brief pause, Jupiter turns to leave. He knows it is time to claim his true form, but behind him, Yubin suddenly sits up and Jupiter immediately senses the movement. Ominous energy floods Yubin as she leaps high into the air to launch a powerful fist, leaving Jupiter completely stunned at her sudden strength. He realizes this is Elle, chuckling coldly since she came to save Jigyu. It seems the outsiders already know what is happening in here, even though he assumed taking over the true form would settle everything. He thought her ego would obey, admitting he miscalculated. Elle rains down heavy punches, but Jupiter slips away and suddenly reappears. He launches a surprise attack, throwing invisible strikes at Elle before lifting his leg to deliver a brutal direct kick straight to her stomach. Gasping in agony, she flies backward from the impact of a kick so powerful that it sends her crashing to the ground. Dust flies as Jupiter sneers, mocking her weakness. What confidence drove her to challenge him? No matter, he still learned his lesson. Gathering raw chaos energy, Jupiter prepares to teach her a lesson. The chaos condenses into a small orb. Elle watches helplessly as a wicked smile spreads across his face before he raises his hand. He promises it will only hurt a little, forcing Elle to close her eyes and silently cry out for her master as the sky shifts. But there is no pain. Elle looks up to find another hand, stopping him. Giju's hands struggle against each other, leaving Elle shocked and Jupiter yelling in disbelief. He screams, demanding to know how Jigyu is still conscious when the seal was completely reversed, realizing chaos is taking over. The surging chaos spins completely out of control, leaving him in denial since this power was supposed to be his alone. Chaos erupts like a massive tornado, dragging Jupiter straight into a shrinking orb. Jupiter looks around in a daze only to see Jigyu walking forward, claiming his own revenge and his own dark past. He insists his duties and his deep bonds are burdens that he alone must carry forward. Jigyu stares down his would-be thief, warning Jupiter that he will not hand over a single thing to him. He screams, unable to believe how a human broke the seal. Telling him to shut up, Jigyu commands his heavy binding chains to fly forward, wrapping tightly around Jupiter's neck. Gripping the heavy iron chains, he commands Jupiter to vanish as more metal links wrap around the thief's struggling hands. The chains quickly bind his limbs, making Jupiter tremble with rage. While Jigyu watches on with a completely calm expression, Jupiter desperately vows to return and claim this body one day. Back in the vessel, Jigyu stares at the person before him. He asks if she is Yubin, but Elle assures him he is safe, just as Yubin reveals two souls now inhabit her body. With split blue and purple eyes, she leaves Jigyu wondering if they fused. Elle remains dead silent, offering no answers, while on the outside, the dark mist slowly begins to recede from Giju's body. Lu grows anxious, but Sujong senses the chaos fading, proving she succeeded. Lu confirms Elle is sealed, asking if the other went with her. He went to investigate heaven but will arrive soon since she summoned him, prompting Lu to call Huang Ji Qian right away. He orders a full resource deployment to Giju's tower, leaving the man skeptical. When asked if he means everything, Lu confirms this fight will be so brutal that a single slip-up means they all die. Golden light radiates from Elle, leaving Lu shocked as he pieces it together. He realizes the crazy bastard broke the seal all on his own, though the discovery leaves him feeling quite hesitant. It is time to return as her unstable soul cannot save them. Her physical body can no longer bear the strain, leaving her to wait for death while inside a flower field. Elle asks Jigyu, "Do you know what the mist flower means?" He remains silent, waiting for her to continue, as Elle explains that the purple mist flower represents a completely pure heart. Pink brings joyful moments, while white symbolizes death. Just like us, the time we spent by your side, Master, was filled with so much happiness. Because we love you, both of them say from the bottom of their hearts, making Kim Jigyu call out in deep pain, "Elle Yubin." Her body slowly begins to dissolve into delicate flower petals, and in her final moments, she says that dying right by his side, right next to their master, is the greatest honor they have ever known, leaving Kim Jigyu completely helpless as he watches her form slowly fade. He cries out in utter despair, no before rushing forward to reach her, his hand desperately grasping onto her shoulder. "Promise me you won't speak like that. I will save you both at all costs," he mutters silently, calculating his moves. Kim Jigyu starts thinking to himself, realizing that after learning how to control the seal's energy, the power within those binding chains is neither the force of life nor death, and it definitely is not chaos. His eyes flashing with determination as he hopes he is right. The system instantly flashes warning alerts showing that unstable energy has been detected. As the warnings continue, Kim Jigyu pulls her close and begs from the bottom of his heart, "Please Gaia, just this once." He only needs this one single miracle as the system continuously floods his screen with warnings about unstable energy. More alerts flash announcing that the conditions for awakening have finally been met. The notification says he can temporarily use divine power, and as a massive wave of energy flows in, both of them are saved and murmur, "Master." Kim Jigyu keeps pushing his strength, knowing it is still not enough even though this power already surpasses all normal human understanding. Simply having this energy will not be enough to mend a shattered vessel, meaning what he desperately needs right now is a raw material. He decides to use the ego of Asmodeus as the material, leaving Jupiter bound inside to gasp in pure shock. It is hard to believe you actually managed to figure out the solution in such a short amount of time. The sheer power of a ruler is impossible to deny as the sky outside suddenly turns pitch black and Kim Gi-ju snaps back into his own body. Having finally opened his eyes, he glances to his side where two familiar figures slowly materialize, prompting Kim Gi-ju to softly call out to Elle and Yubin. They joyfully welcome him back, and honestly, even Lu is stunned that this absolute crazy bastard actually pulled it off. Sujong chimes in saying she might need to reconsider treating him like a mere disciple, while Kim Ji-ju happily smiles at them and Lu. He lets out a massive sigh of relief, incredibly thankful that he succeeded in saving both of them before Lu steps in to advise him. Lu tells him to just rest for now, and as Kim Gi-ju agrees, Elle quietly turns her gaze toward the other person sleeping nearby. Knowing his master is already aware, she glances at Hae-suk, who remains motionless and frail on the nearby hospital bed. Slowly sitting up, he says he knows, but then Kim Gi-ju completely freezes when he notices Brunhart crawling out from right under the sheets. The little girl calls out to her master, and seeing him awake, Brunhart happily lunges forward, though Lu immediately steps in and pinches her cheek. Lu complains, asking her how she can just sleep all day without helping, which makes Brunhart cry out that it hurts. Kim Gi-ju steps in to stop Lu, pointing out that Brunhart cannot even manifest her body properly yet, as the poor girl, sniffling, agrees. That is very true, he casually adds, because even if she shows up, Brunhart will not be of much help to me anyway, making her pout before Kim Gi-ju looks at Lu and says he trusts him. As a dark aura wraps around Kim Gi-ju's hand, he summons his sword and slowly sits up on the bed. He steps over to Hae-suk's bed, and with a swift strike, the system announces his devour skill is officially active. The sky gradually clears up, and by the next day, a recovered Hae-suk meets them in the office to offer her deepest thanks. She admits she had a vague feeling about her condition, but the recovery was still shocking as her body feels completely normal now. In fact, she feels even stronger than before, with a massive wave of power currently surging deep within her soul. Hae-suk reaches level 141 with her base strength skyrocketing past 212. With stamina at 293 and magic at 371, Kim Gi-ju tells her to thank Old Man Huang instead. When she asks how Yubin and Elle are doing, Kim Gi-ju reassures her that they are fine, though their minds are slightly different now. Elle has completely purged her dark magic and is now brimming with life energy, becoming far more powerful than ever before, according to Lu. He explains she is the only angel to ever overcome falling, while Yubin has successfully embraced the demonic power of Asmodeus. After absorbing a massive amount of that ego power, Yubin now exists in a unique half-human ego state. Hae-suk sighs in relief, amazed that everything turned out so well, and sincerely admits that she owes him a massive debt of gratitude. Sujong cuts in, suggesting they save the celebration for later, as it is finally time to get down to actual business. Seeing her former teacher fall silent, Sujong addresses her respectfully, bringing a warm, nostalgic smile to Hae-suk's face after all this time. "It has been a while since you last called me master. Let me finish the story we left behind." She slowly lists every single name from Kronos and Gaia to Kim Sejin, Lee Sujin, and even Jupiter. Afterward, Hae-suk emphasizes his true identity, pointing back to the 60th floor where the trial took place. An easy yet deeply infamous trial. For 3 whole months, every one of his senses was shut down. This is why they named that room the space of mind and time. Some say losing your track of time makes you feel imprisoned for centuries. Yet, for Jigyu, this was actually a precious opportunity. In this silent void, he looks at Jupiter standing before him. The figure silently stares back at Jigyu. Time ticks away as Jigyu slowly stands. He silently faces his doppelganger, who finally speaks up. "Training completely alone in an imaginary world, cut off from all emotion, are you really that determined? So you already know the whole story, don't you?" With those words, he calls Jigyu a mere placeholder. Back in reality, Jigyu is completely stunned, and honestly, who wouldn't be after a massive reveal like this? Hae-suk asks if he saw that scene on the 50th floor. "Your father is Kronos himself. He ruled humanity, taking the throne even after committing the ultimate crime of killing his own father. Yet Kronos became an outstanding leader, mostly because the previous ruler, Uranus, was an incredibly brutal tyrant. Kronos became a hero. But in the end, even he could not escape despair. He realized an invisible entity was lurking deep beneath the earth, a force known as chaos. Caught off guard by chaos, Kronos stood helpless. Hae-suk then asks how much he knows of the tower's secrets. Jigyu admits he only knows a few vague and mysterious details so far. He knows the tower was built to suppress both God and chaos, and that Kronos tried to steal that power. He wanted to become a god himself, but the plan failed and Gaia absorbed both divine power and chaos, recreating the world instead. Surprised by this, Hae-suk notes that he already knows quite a lot. Those who are worthy receive more information from the tower. Perhaps he even understands it better than she does. Either way, this saves them some time. Still, she wants to clarify that Gaia played a crucial role. She was vital to the plan of Kronos. Even though Kronos held absolute supreme power as a leader, he still lacked a vessel strong enough to contain the combined might of both God and chaos. Jigyu nods, saying he heard Gaia is the entity closest to godhood, second only to El. She confirms this. Originally, no single vessel could hold divine power, but Gaia made a wild plan possible. Thanks to her special ability as Mother Earth, she possessed the unique power to connect different vessels together. She was even capable of turning the very world she inhabited into a massive vessel. Jigyu hesitatingly speaks up, noting that Sudong once mentioned a certain link that sounds highly similar, just like his own unique power. Jigyu notices this strange similarity and begins to wonder, could this imply that there is a deep hidden connection between Gaia and himself? Haesuk ponders this. She speaks gently, suggesting they discuss the details slowly. She promises to explain everything step by step. This will help everyone understand better. Jigyu quietly agrees and Haesuk continues in her steady tone. Gaia went along with the plan of Kronos, ignoring insults to destroy chaos and even slay God himself. She truly loved the world as it was, but in the end, Gaia had absolutely no choice. She had to join the plan all because of him. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to the Dark Void. The Dark Void holding Jupiter. As they clash, a massive iron chain whips forward, but Jigyu dodges backward. He keeps his eyes glued to Jupiter, never lowering his guard. Jupiter gasps in surprise. Your movements are improving incredibly fast. Two more heavy chains whip forward, forcing Jigyu to leap back. He quickly analyzes the battle before teleporting in a flash, reappearing right behind Jupiter. He throws a heavy punch. As Jupiter turns, Jigyu asks what kind of man Kronos was to him. He replies that Kronos was a brilliant leader but a terrible father. Hearing this, Jigyu looks deeply saddened. He nods, then asks how Jupiter truly feels about his mother Gaia. Sealing you, Jupiter is completely stunned by this revelation, his expression turning dark. He mutters a curse. They already told you everything, didn't they? Those damn bastards. Jigyu thinks back to his discussion with Sujeong and advisor Lim Haesuk regarding Jupiter's tragic past. Advisor Lim Haesuk explained that Jupiter was the son of Kronos and Gaia, and that she only teamed up with Kronos to save their child. In Advisor Lim's mind, the memory of Kronos painted him as a powerful figure who once possessed absolutely everything. Yet his silhouette always looked incredibly lonely. Advisor Lim went on to explain that children born to lose were naturally extraordinary from the start, but Jupiter was on a whole other level. He inherited power from both Kronos and Gaia, a force blending directly with the universe. The advisor continued, explaining that because of this unique lineage, Jupiter became the master of an incredibly massive vessel. A container so vast it could easily hold an entire dimension, and honestly, maybe even more than that. At this point, Advisor Lim's voice grew notably grave, for that immense power carried a terrifying consequence. He could never live a normal life. The sheer scale of the power he held was impossible to control. Sitting beside them with her chin in her hand, Sujeong idly watched Advisor Lim describe the true extent of Jupiter's terrifying abilities. Lim Haesuk went on, explaining that the connections inherited from Gaia would trigger at random, causing that massive vessel to swallow absolutely everything in its path without any limit. At that moment, Sujeong shifted her gaze. She stared at Jigyu with deep amusement, pointing out that he might have already gone through something quite similar himself. Her provocative words made Jigyu freeze. He knit his brows in deep thought as a sudden realization began to click. He vividly recalled the intense tightness in his chest, back then a strange sensation of being deeply connected to everyone around him. Advisor Lim folded her arms, silently observing Jigyu for a few seconds before noting his troubled expression. It seems you have realized something. If you have felt it yourself, then you must understand this better than anyone else. Lowering her head slightly, she explained that absorbing the thoughts and heavy emotions of others would ultimately drag him down too, even if it is against your own will. Her words perfectly mirrored the exact terrifying sensations Jigyu had lived through. He quietly agreed. Just like what Jigyu felt, Jupiter went through the same thing but with far more violent intensity. Advisor Lim then revealed that back then Jupiter was rapidly losing his sanity. As a heavy silence filled the room, Jigyu spoke up, admitting he could piece together what happened next. But in the end, we are talking about absolute powerhouses like Kronos and Gaia. Was there really no other solution? Advisor Lim replied solemnly that the core issue was time. Confused by her vague answer, Jigyu pressed her for details. Advisor Lim went on to explain the direct volatile connection between Kronos' legacy and the concept of time. She confirmed that the absolute power of time inherited from Kronos would eventually run completely wild. It constantly froze Jupiter's personal timeline. Looking up at Jigyu, she noted that any remedy required a natural flow. No matter how godlike and powerful they were, they stood completely helpless against this curse. Jigyu clasped his hands together, lost in deep thought. Frowning, he reasoned that Kronos must have offered Gaia a deal to save Jupiter using the power of gods, promising to save Jupiter through the strength of the gods. Beside him, Sujeong idly glanced over at Advisor Lim. Just as you guessed, Gaia had zero alternatives but to cooperate. In the dark and distant past, Gaia had to stand by and watch her own son get sealed inside a magical barrier. Advisor Lim continued. But for the plan to succeed, Jupiter's seal was mandatory. Gaia had to seal her own child with her own hands. Sujong smirked with amusement, muttering in a highly condescending tone that the whole ordeal sounded incredibly foolish. She exposed the harsh truth about Kronos, that he never actually had the power to control the flow of God. Back in the present clash between Jigyu and Jupiter, the massive chains that once imprisoned him became his deadliest weapons. Jupiter weaves the heavy metal into a colossal net to trap Jigyu, who intensely monitors every single movement. As the metal net drops, Jigyu desperately dodges the multi-directional assault, but the heavy iron links still strike. The impact against his armor unleashes violent sparks, causing Jupiter to frown and immediately redirect his deadly chains. Blinding smoke and sparks fill the battlefield as a massive chain slams down, forcing Jigyu to block it with his bare arm. His face contorts with teeth clenched tight in agony. Suddenly, Giju's expression worsens as he glares directly at Jupiter. Jupiter kicks a massive pile of chains right at Jigyu, triggering a barrage of electrical sparks and explosions that blanket the area in dense smoke. Slamming onto his knees, Jigyu glares in absolute frustration, cursing himself for not realizing things would escalate to this point. He really should have brought Lu and El along. As the thick smoke finally clears, his legs are tightly bound by chains. Jupiter steps right up to Kim Jigyu, his voice dropping low, saying he wants to make things absolutely clear, just in case there is any misunderstanding. His words carry a sharp warning. He doesn't actually hate his mother, he is just sick of how everyone thinks they can say whatever they want. Kim Jigyu responds seriously, saying he knows. Jupiter stops locking eyes with him, but Kim Jigyu can already read Jupiter like an open book. The one he truly hates is Kronos. Kim Jigyu recalls the story Sujung told him about how Kronos slowly became completely corrupted over time. She even mentioned that Kronos couldn't bring himself to trust Gaia, the very person he had dragged into his schemes. He became utterly obsessed with hoarding all the power of the gods, and back then Sujung questioned where that dark obsession even came from. How could this happen to a man who once held such noble ideals and walked in the light? Advisor Lim Hae-suk speaks up. She folds her arms, closing her eyes as she explains that in the beginning, Kronos only wanted to save the world. But he ended up losing himself in a sea of greed, proving that even a ruler is still just human after all. At this point, Advisor Lim Hae-suk's expression shifts completely, her brow furrowing with a hint of rising anger. And Kronos' foolishness did not stop there, the advisor adds before posing a sudden question. She asks if he has ever heard of Adam. Hearing that familiar name, Kim Jigyu looks serious, offering a quiet nod. He remembers the dark rumors of Project Adam, a top-secret plan aiming to create the ultimate biological weapon tied directly to someone in San-gun's old organization. Noticing his reaction, Sujung dives into ancient history, explaining that Adam was believed to be the very first creature ever crafted by the gods. Though his actual existence was never fully proven, Advisor Lim Hae-suk seems rather amused by this, letting out a soft chuckle. She remarks that Kim Jigyu seems quite well informed, but Sujung simply folds her arms, admitting she knew absolutely nothing back in those days. Noting that his innocence is long gone, Sujung quickly gets back to business, her tone turning dead serious as she looks at Kim Jigyu. She continues, explaining that Kronos began relentlessly searching for Adam, even though no one could prove the being was even real. Sujung points out that a man driven by such absolute conviction would stop at absolutely nothing to get what he wanted. Yet even Kronos hit a wall, because even among the powerful rulers of the world, Adam was nothing short of a myth. She leans back quietly in her chair, adding that despite the creature's mythical status, Kronos had a very terrifying reason to be obsessed. He actually knew the creature's true hidden identity, she says, leaving Kim Jigyu completely stunned as he gasps out his true identity. Without making him wait, she drops a bombshell with a deadpan face. Adam is actually the physical vessel of God, a physical body crafted as an emergency backup. She reminds Kim Jigyu that he has probably witnessed this divine concept himself. So he must understand that when people speak of God, they only picture a blinding, brilliant light, a radiance shining over everything, because God has no physical shape. The room falls dead silent once again. Since God exists purely as a spiritual force, Adam was created to serve as a physical vessel, a backup container for that immense divinity. This wild revelation leaves Kim Jigyu utterly speechless, his mind completely reeling. But ignoring his visible shock, she calmly presses on. Sujung calmly explains that Adam was the ultimate perfect vessel for divine power, which is exactly why Kronos went absolutely mad trying to find him. He searched tirelessly for Adam's physical shell, but in the end his search failed completely, leaving him empty-handed. He spiraled deeper and deeper into pure madness. Everyone figured he would give up, but instead he made a dark decision. He came to a terrifying conclusion: if he couldn't find Adam, he would simply build a vessel just like him. Kim Jigyu is thoroughly confused at this point. How could anyone possibly replicate and create the very vessel of God? Could a crazy thing like that actually be possible? Sujung explains that under normal circumstances, it is absolutely impossible. But Kronos had the perfect raw material ready. Kim Gi-ju seems to guess the terrifying truth, hesitatingly asking what it is. Sujung nods, confirming his dark suspicion. In his mad pursuit, Kronos had used his very own son Jupiter as a test subject. Kronos and Gaia had a son together named Jupiter, but Kronos designed a twisted plot specifically to deceive his own offspring. As the offspring of two of the strongest rulers in existence, Jupiter possessed immense potential, prompting Kronos to turn his own flesh and blood into a test subject. Advisor Lim Hae-suk explains that the very first prototype of Project Atom was actually initiated long ago by Kronos. Reeling from one shocking revelation after another, Kim Gi-ju stands frozen, completely unable to process the sheer horror of it all. The dark, cold face and piercing eyes of Kronos flash vividly in his mind, sending a chill right down his spine. He lowers his head, visibly unsettled. Sujung watches his reaction closely before asking if he already knows what happened next. After the tower was finally completed, the gods in chaos were ruthlessly slaughtered, leading to a massive conflict. Gaia wept as she begged Kronos for forgiveness because she had betrayed him. But here Sujung pauses, shifting her perspective. Calling it a betrayal isn't actually correct since Kronos broke his promise first. Kim Gi-ju frowns in deep confusion, questioning her about Gaia. Sujung slowly replies that she knew exactly what Kronos did. Yes, even he could not hide from her watchful eyes. Remembering that massive system tower with its endless floors, that was the exact reason why Gaia ended up becoming the system tower herself, using divine power to complete the entire system. She restored everything that was destroyed. Kronos tried using countless disguises, but he just could not slip past her. He ended up buried deep within the abyss, slowly sinking into the dark, endless void of raw chaos. Advisor Lim Hae-suk speaks up, her face turning dark as she mentions that Gaia failed to anticipate one crucial thing. Something totally unexpected was creeping up from the very bottom of the tower. Pure greed and madness kept Kronos clinging to life, allowing him to crawl out of chaos and target Jigyu and Jupiter. Right then, Jigyu reaches his hand forward. A strange blue light shoots from his fingertips, wrapping around the heavy chains binding Jupiter. Tiny sparks of lightning crackle as the chains binding Jupiter's limbs and neck suddenly shatter and fall to the floor. Jupiter stares blankly at the shattered chains, and honestly, who can blame him for being completely confused? Clenching his fists, he looks at Gaiju with deep suspicion. Is he actually breaking his seal? Jupiter growls Kim Giju's name, but Giju just stares back with a serious look, ready to break the heavy silence. He makes an unexpected offer: work with me, Jupiter, and let's team up. Jiju promises to help him get revenge if he agrees to cooperate and finally stop playing these secret mind games. Jupiter is still confused, unable to grasp what Giju is really after. After a quiet moment, he lets out a heavy sigh. Suddenly, a sinister grin creeps onto his face. His eyes flash with pure malice, and in a flash he vanishes. Defeat me first, his voice echoes as he charges at Giju. Only then can we talk. Smirking, Jupiter throws a powerful right punch. Giju stands totally still, reading his movements. Giju easily catches the heavy punch. Jupiter immediately swings his other hand, aiming at his throat. Terrifying energy erupts. A massive explosion follows instantly, blanketing everything in thick, blinding smoke. During their last meeting, Sujung explained how Kronos escaped the abyss and took advantage of Jupiter's sealed, weakened body. She revealed that once Kronos broke free, he immediately targeted Jupiter's physical form to steal it yet again. After slowly taking full control of the body, Kronos finally confronted Gaia. At least that is how Sujung tells it. That was his path to Babel, meeting Gaia to steal her divine power. Sujung's expression grows much more serious now. Kronos possessed a nearly flawless vessel while Gaia held absolute divine power. She was severely restricted by the system tower. Even so, Advisor Lim adds that Gaia still won. Kronos and Jupiter were ripped apart once more. Right then, Advisor Lim envisions the massive system tower. The surrounding area lies in complete ruin, a devastating reminder of the brutal clash that just occurred. With every dimension collapsing around them, the tower stands alone amidst the absolute apocalypse. Amazingly, the chaotic void itself managed to survive, remaining as the only stable region left standing. Somehow, the chaotic void stayed completely quiet, and Sujong says Gaia rebuilt the entire world once more. This time, she fused the new world directly with the tower, making Giju frown in confusion. Connecting it to the tower means Advisor Lim nods, confirming his exact thoughts. Those massive floors are actually fragmented dimensions that were forcefully bound directly to the system tower itself. Giju's eyes widen in shock, but Sujong quickly interrupts, stating Gaia would never link every single world. Two dimensions remain completely beyond even Gaia's reach. Her gaze drifts off as she thinks of them. One is the peaceful sky-high world of the spirits, sitting completely out of any god's reach, and the other is hell itself, a dark, blazing underworld overflowing with lava and thick smoke. Clenching his fists, Giju realizes that if those two beings were actually present right now, They might hold the key to everything. But Advisor Lim abruptly cuts off his deep thoughts. That is not the main issue. The scary part is that history is actively repeating itself right now. Kronos has returned and Jigyu quietly curses the villain's stubborn persistence, while Sujong playfully teases him. She asks if calling his own father persistent is a bit too disrespectful, leaving everyone dead silent. Blushing, she quickly clears her throat, explaining that Kronos and his father are actually entirely different entities. Sujong snaps her fingers, promising she will explain all of that later as she points directly at Giju's completely bewildered face. The resurrected Kronos discover that Jupiter's physical body is on Earth. She asks in a deadly serious tone if he already knows who that is. Giju's face darkens as he frowns in deep irritation, realizing his true identity at last while the television suddenly broadcasts the news. On the 8th of this month, a massive gate appeared right in the sky over Seoul, triggering endless shock and intense public discussion. The gate opened right above the home of Jigyu, a top-wanted criminal, causing massive outrage and widespread public panic. Rumors are spreading that Jigyu has the strange ability to create a flawless time gate. Everyone suspects this cannot be a mere coincidence. Furthermore, the Iron Guild's scouts are wiped out, prompting Blue Dragon Guildmaster Taeyong to speak. He announces that the scouts split up, making it extremely difficult to get specific details, though the entire situation remains highly suspicious. The destruction of the Iron Guild is terrifyingly similar to the outbreak at Doksendong, leaving the Morning Star Guild in complete shock. That woman had already arrived in Eden. Inside the meeting room, seeing Giju's distracted attitude, Haesuk waits and asks him with clear annoyance. She asks if he is disappointed that she is not the guest he expected, while Min-soo smiles warmly to greet Giju after such a long time apart. Only then does he step closer to ask about Advisor Lim and Min-soo, but right at that moment the door flings wide open. Mr. Huang rushes inside, shouting out for Haesuk and Min-soo. The room falls completely silent as Giju silently watches, realizing they must be very close acquaintances. But calling her name so casually is surprising. Lu mutters that they cannot possibly know her, while Brunhild asks a curious question. She wonders how she should address her, and Elle suggests calling her aunt, though it ultimately depends on what feels most natural. Just use whatever name feels comfortable. Haesuk then stands up to warmly greet her old friend. Min-soo cries out in pure joy as Mr. Huang runs forward, and the young boy throws himself directly into his grandfather's warm embrace. The boy cries out that he missed him terribly, and the old man holds him close, whispering how much he missed him too. Brunhild and Elle both comment on how touching it is that the young boy made it back safely before Giju speaks up. Giju asks Advisor Lim about his family, and she assures him that Sujong has already taken precautions, so he has nothing to worry about. Both his mother and sister are completely safe, so he pulls up a chair, sits down, and admits he has many urgent questions. He asks what happened while he was gone. Haesuk looks at him, noting that answering is easy, but her time is running short. He is stunned as a strange smoke rises around Haesuk, who speaks in a hoarse voice. She explains that maintaining her younger appearance has reached its absolute limit, her face instantly aging as she begs him for a favor. If he helps her, she promises to answer all his questions and fully join his side, pleading with him to save Yubin. While Eden remains peaceful outside, Giju asks in shock if Yubin is in China, and she confirms that Yubin is indeed imprisoned there. Giju is stunned, wondering why she was suddenly captured, as Haesuk explains what happened after the battle with the Iron Caravan Alliance. Members of the Hwasung Guild failed to retreat safely, and though they managed to rescue a few, they were completely exhausted after fighting Sung Soo. They could not save Yubin, allowing the Caravan Guild to take her, but they have finally managed to pinpoint her location. She is currently held in a secret branch of the Caravan Guild, located in Shanghai, where they keep her heavily guarded. Giju voices his concern, pointing out that even getting into China will be an incredibly difficult task for him. Since he is a wanted fugitive, boarding a plane is impossible, and he cannot use the official international teleportation gates either. She promises they will handle that issue using a secret gate hidden inside the tower, but asks if he truly intends to help. She warns him that the mission is extremely dangerous, but Giju smiles, reminding her of how much she has helped him before. More importantly, Yubin is a precious comrade to him, which prompts Lu to tease Elle about Giju's choice of words. Elle coldly tells Lu to shut up, while Haesuk looks at Giju with deep gratitude, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Haesuk offers her sincere thanks, and shortly after, Giju contacts Hearts at his current mission site, declaring he has a new assignment. Hearts appears immediately to await his master's orders, as Giju explains that in order for him to act freely, he must distract their enemies, but strictly orders Hearts to make sure no civilians get hurt in the process, asking if he understands. Hearts complies immediately, and with the negotiations successfully settled, Giju quietly walks outside to gaze up at the sky. Lu suddenly points out that if he wants to pull this off, he needs to be much more aggressive to make it believable. Otherwise, the enemy will quickly spot the trap, meaning they must push even harder if they want to trick them. Giju tells him not to worry since he already has a plan, referring to Rohan back at the Korean branch of the Iron Guild. Inside a blood-splattered office, a voice calls out for Rohan as Giju's voice suddenly echoes in his ears, delivering a direct order. He demands Rohan answer, but Rohan remains silent as Sujeong points her sword at him, keeping him pinned down. What the hell, is he actually a branch manager? That is pretty weird since he was supposed to be the vice president. Her gaze suddenly turns razor sharp. How do you have my disciple's magic? Giju, did you request this? I need you to remain at Eden. Gregory is tracking the Caravan Merchant Guild and angels alone cannot handle these demons. That is why I want you to help hunt them down. Elle immediately bows, yes, master. Though she would rather stay by his side to protect him, she obeys. Brunhart quietly bids her farewell. We will meet again. Giju then glances at Hai Suk and tells her to put on the mask. His face quickly shifts into an old man. Let us go. Stepping through the portal, they reach China, Shanghai. The two of them walk the busy streets. Giju looking around, we really made it to China. Brunhart gasps at the massive crowds and Lu agrees it is pretty noisy. Hai Suk guides them forward. Follow me, our destination is pretty far. He asks advisor Lim why she is so determined to rescue Yubin. She is clearly more than just a guild member, so what is her connection to you? Hai Suk sighs. To me, she's the most important person alive. When life felt utterly exhausting, she gave me a reason to live. She hesitates, stopping herself from saying more. We will talk later, she mutters, keeping her eyes forward. Time is running out. Deep inside a corporate hallway, the Shanghai branch manager turns to his subordinates. How is the progress? One replies that everything is going smoothly and they are entering the final stage. He smiles in satisfaction, but a bizarre sound suddenly echoes ahead. What is that noise? He mutters. Now watch, because around this corner the hallway is about to turn into an absolute bloodbath. Giant claws emerge as Hao drags a fresh corpse out. The manager freezes a massive wolf. Are they under attack? What just happened? Hao tosses the body aside and lunges directly at them. Before they can react, the wolf moves like lightning, ripping through them until the manager is left entirely alone. His voice shakes as he stammers out, what on earth just happened? Pure terror grips his mind. It was too fast to track. Two elites dead in a flash. Wait, isn't there a rumor about Jigyu? The Korean hunter who commands wolves. Suddenly, a cold blade presses against his throat as Jigyu demands answers. Are you the branch manager? The guy panics even more. How does he know Korean? Is Giju really here? He glances at the shadowy figure behind him, desperately wondering who that is. Giju asks advisor Lim if this is the target. She nods, thanking him for pinning him down. Haesuk stares at the young hunter, realizing that while he was strong before, he is on another level now. To grow this fast after passing the 50th floor is pretty terrifying. But then she spots something. His power feels dangerously unstable. Just then, the manager looks up and recognizes her face. It is the old hag who ambushed them before. She steps closer, ignoring his shock. Where is the girl you kidnapped? Cooperate and she will let him live, but he only sneers. It is too late because the ritual has already begun. Haesuk goes completely pale at those words. What do you mean by that? She demands. Behind her, Jiju is lost since they are speaking Chinese. Brunhart cannot translate it either. Recognizing the grim reality, Haesuk realizes they are out of time. She bolts forward. We have to move right now. We are going to be too late. Giju watches her dash off, completely stunned. Only one thought drives her forward: they must make it. She grits her teeth in sheer panic. She fears the demon Lu will take Yubin's body. Giju summons a portal. He hurls the manager inside before the gate snaps shut, then rushes after Haesuk at full speed. Catch up, he demands to know what she meant by being too late. She desperately explains the ritual Yubin is being sacrificed to summon the demon Lu. Giju gasps. Images of Dong Hei's horrific possession flash through his mind, a physical vessel for a demon lord. Will her body be completely stolen just like Dong Hei's? Suddenly, Lu warns him. A massive burst of raw energy crashes down ahead, forcing them both to leap backward in shock. Haesuk gasps as thick, suffocating black fog begins to seep from the shadows. Kyu of the Seven Deities recognizes the dark energy of one of the 72 great demons, fearing they are too late. But Lu reassures his master that he completely misunderstood his words. Lu reveals this dark energy belongs to Nabarius, the 24th demon, who was the only one who never betrayed him. Remembering his painful past, Lu recalls scolding Nabarius, calling her a fool and asking why she did not just run away. With the traitors holding all the cards, Nabarius remained fiercely loyal to Lu, declaring he was the only king she would ever serve. She vowed to stay by his side until the end, making him chuckle as he called her a fool who never changed. Seeing her master cough in severe discomfort, Nabarius cried out in worry before starting to contemplate a desperate final choice. Stealing her resolve, she begged him to devour her soul to heal himself, but Lu flatly refused, saying he would never do such a thing. He asked how she could even think of that, leaving Nabarius completely stunned as he let out a heavy, defeated sigh. Slowly rising to his feet, Lu muttered that he could not believe he had let his own subordinate worry about him. Telling her to look closely, Lu began to transform, taking on a powerful demonic form as horns and massive wings sprouted out. He told her that this was the master she once served, but back in reality, Naberius had turned into something else. She had become a hideous, towering abomination. Jigyu stared at the giant, three-headed beast in absolute shock, questioning if that was really her. Brainhurt was equally stunned to see the three-headed monster, while Lu angrily cursed the name of that bastard Andras. Lu wondered what that despicable bastard had done, realizing she must have absorbed other great demons to obtain this newly acquired terrifying power. But looking into Naberius's completely lifeless and unconscious eyes, Lu painfully noted that this terrible strength came with a devastating ultimate price. She had completely lost her mind as she swung a massive fist right at Jigyu and the elder deity. Dodging the blow just in time, Jigyu yelled to Advisor Lim to leave this to him and go help Yubin instead. She asked in deep concern if he would be alright alone, but Jigyu was already nimbly dodging another swift attack. Ducking under another devastating strike from Naberius, Jigyu urged her to go, insisting he would be perfectly fine. Knowing they were running out of time, Jigyu hesitated for a second, admitting he felt a strange sensation about this fight. Jigyu sensed this was the exact moment he had to put an end to all of this, leaving the shocked elder with no choice but to trust him. Leaving the battle in his hands, she retreated immediately, but Naberius spotted her and instantly gave chase. Refusing to let the beast escape, Jigyu slammed his foot down hard to anchor himself to the ground, instantly activating a dark elemental binding spell to restrain her. Dark tendrils wrapped tightly around Naberius's massive body as Jigyu coldly reminded her that he was the one she was fighting. Lu spoke up with a heavy request, asking Jigyu for a favor despite the hideous monster Naberius had become. He explained that since she once swore her loyalty to him, he wanted Jigyu to end her life quickly. Lu begged for her to suffer as little as possible, and though surprised, Jigyu deeply understood his loyal companion's pain. Yu agreed to the request, utilizing his anchored stance to propel himself forward with blinding speed for a final strike. His sword flashed cleanly through Naberius's body, ending her suffering instantly as a system notification announced that he had defeated the beast. The system processed the defeat of the 24th demon as Lu barely managed to suppress his own gluttony skill. Immediately after the oppressive authority, ego was activated, and after a tense silence, Lu finally voiced his thoughts. Lu casually commented that it was a decent finishing blow for a master, though still a bit clumsy, prompting Gyu's annoyance. Jigyu argued that he had done his absolute best, while Brainhurt chimed in, calling Lu incredibly thick-skinned. Lu ignored the comment and asked for one more favor, requesting Jigyu to completely destroy Naberius's body using chaos. He warned that leaving her corpse intact would only let the vile Cavans exploit it, acknowledging that Jigyu was already pushing his limits. Lu worried that they were running out of time, but Jigyu quickly cut him off, asking why he was being so incredibly formal. Moved by his master's warm attitude, Jigyu began gathering power in his hand, announcing that he was ready to begin. He prepared to cast chaos, but Jigyu froze in disbelief as his sword suddenly locked up and strange energy surged in. The mysterious power flooded Gyu's body as a strange necklace formed, triggering a notification that the ego had absorbed Naberius. Jigyu was left completely paralyzed as the system finalized the absorption process, leading to another urgent notification. The system declared that the evolution requirements were met, prompting his inner power ego to begin its transformation. Jigyu stood in absolute shock at the evolution, while Brainhurt noted that the giant body had completely vanished. Even Lu was stunned by the sudden turn of events, wondering if the absorption was an automatic reaction due to their shared bloodline. Jigyu found his explanation a bit hard to swallow, but Lu immediately shot back, defending his logic with confidence. Suddenly realizing a new threat, Jigyu whirled around in panic as a dark cloud of smoke began drifting rapidly toward Yubin. The faint mist from before transforms into dark, eerie streams of raw power completely surrounding Jigyu. Lu senses this dark energy and warns him to hurry as the ritual seems to be in its final stages. Could the advisor have failed, he wonders, quickening his pace. In an instant, Jigyu vanishes from sight. Moving as fast as the wind, he fears even a second of delay means losing his only chance to save them. Lu asks to make sure, and Jigyu nods, staring at the circular hole in the door ahead. He knows what lies beyond. He charges inside, slamming his foot down to launch himself high into the air. Arriving just in time, Jigyu sees Yubin choking Hisak. The brutal sight leaves him completely stunned. Jigyu cries out for the advisor, watching Hisak gasp for air, then whispers Yubin's name in disbelief. She seems possessed, crying out that her body won't move the way she wants. Her words strike Jigyu like a physical blow. Teleporting straight toward them, Jigyu swings his blade as Yubin looks up with a blank face. His sword slashes down, but she easily warps behind him. Jigyu immediately tenses up, looking back with extreme caution. A distorted voice echoes, mocking his reflexes. Dark, evil energy completely stains her face. The host of Lucifer lives up to his name. Jigyu pulls Hisak to safety as Lu silently analyzes their terrifying opponent. Asmodeus, the Queen of Lust, speaks up. "It has been a long time, Lucifer. I never expected you to serve a mere human. Does this hurt your pride? Lu remains completely silent, making the teasing demon queen click her tongue in annoyance. You are so boring. I wanted to see you squirm with shame. Her words leave both Gyu and Brandhurst speechless. Gyu asks curiously, Hey Lu, why are all the demon kings like this? Lu cuts him off instantly, telling him to drop the subject. Gyu supports the weakening advisor, asking if she's alright. Are you okay? Hee-sok weakly tells him to run, catching Gyu off guard. Seeing him hesitate, she screams at him to escape. You stand no chance against her, she warns. And deep down, he knows she is right. But Gyu refuses to give up. He gently helps her sit down, leaning her weak body against the wall. He tells her to stay put while he saves Yuban. Observing the enemy closely, he notices something crucial. She is not fully possessed yet. If they strike now, they might still be able to bring her back. Lu warns that time is running out. They must subdue her immediately, and Jigyu quickly agrees to the plan. Launching himself forward, Yu maintains his blinding speed. The distance between them closes in the blink of an eye. He unleashes a fierce assault on Asmodeus, who remains completely unfazed. But Gyu already has a strategy in mind. Super speed is too risky. He only has a few charges left, and failing to suppress her in one strike would be fatal. But he still has the close combat skills he learned from Lu and Su. The key here is not raw speed, but predicting her next move. It is about staying one step ahead. He draws his sword, but she blocks the blade with her bare hands. Asmodeus channels her dark energy, but her physical vessel suddenly resists, causing her to stagger. Lu proudly boasts of their success. That is how you use that power. Yu appears right behind her, pressing his sword against her throat with a cold stare. As I said, seeing the future is not absolute. You can only anticipate 1 or 2 steps ahead at best. That is why you lost our last battle. But watch. With fully sharpened battle instincts, no ability can overwhelm you. Brandhurst cheers. Looks like they finally won this round. Water, elemental life force, gathers in his palm as he covers her mouth, whispering softly into her ear to hang on. I will save you, Yuban. But Asmodeus' eyes turn vicious as she silently gathers dark energy in her hand. An oppressive wave of dark energy erupts, sending shockwaves that make Hee-sok groan in pain. Only now does Gyu realize the terrifying extent of her true power. This is insane. Even after weakening her with life energy, she still resists with this much sheer force. Of course. You can only suppress her now because she has not fully taken control of that body yet. She will grow stronger with time. You must end this quickly, even if it means resorting to extreme measures. Gyu starts calculating his options. Infusing more life energy might work, but it comes with a heavy risk. Since their souls are fused, it could harm Yuban too. Using death or chaos magic is completely uncontrollable. What on earth should he do? Asmodeus flashes a chilling grin and grips his sharp sword with her bare hands. He senses her dark intentions. Asmodeus' sinister voice whispers, asking if this girl is truly that important to him. Brandhurst gasps in horror as Yuban's blood is absorbed by Asmodeus. The demon queen smiles, smug that her plan has succeeded. She quickly breaks free from Jiju's grip, leaving him stunned that he actually let her slip away, while Asmodeus just sneers coldly at his failure. Face-palming in pure disappointment, Lu mutters about how weak they are, prompting an annoyed question from Jigyu. Lu casually blames Netflix before pointing out that his master completely blew his best shot. Missing the golden window is bad enough, but now Asmodeus is rapidly reclaiming her true power and will use Yuban's physical vessel to launch a devastating attack. He has to fight with the absolute determination to kill her. If it comes to that, a terrifying reality that Jigyu can only whisper to himself. Suddenly, a voice echoes in his mind, asking if he needs a hand just one more time. Looking around in confusion, he realizes it is Jupiter, who tells him to cheer up already. Letting Jupiter take the wheel, Jigyu still frets, terrified of what might happen if Yuban dies. While Lu admits he does not care, Jupiter cuts them both off to handle business himself. Dust kicks up instantly as Jupiter makes his move, forcing Asmodeus to block the sudden kinetic shift. Her opponent's movements are entirely different now, ruining her plan to conserve energy for the possession. Unleashing a torrent of dark energy to obliterate him, she is utterly stunned when Jupiter calmly counters by activating his chaotic power. A shadowy barrier absorbs the impact completely, forcing Asmodeus to finally pull out her ultimate trump card. Lethal hair whips forward like silk ribbons, moving so fast that Jupiter realizes there is no dodging. Blown backward by the raw force of the strike, Jupiter barely manages to stabilize the trembling body while wondering what kind of attack that was. Even he could not block it. Lu explains it is Satan's body. It is one of the ultimate weapons distributed to Belphegor's 6 branches, specifically the fangs of Leviathan. Hearing this makes Jupiter pause in disbelief, but Lu quickly urges him to move faster. Unleashing these demonic weapons means she is close to fully claiming Yuban's body, which Jupiter now understands. A wicked grin spreads across his face, leaving Jigyu frozen inside as Jupiter calls out to Lucifer. With a strange gleam in his eyes, he tells Lu to keep Jigyu quiet while charging forward. Before she can comprehend his sudden spike in power, Jupiter lands a devastating punch, sparking a wave of panic from Jigyu watching inside. Lu quickly silences his master, telling him this is their best option, while Brendan watches in absolute anxiety. Addressing Jupiter directly, Lu warns him that while they are temporary allies, he must not cross the line. Accepting the warning with a shrug, Jupiter shifts his weight and drives a vicious uppercut into her jaw. Grabbing her by the hair, Jupiter mockingly demands to see her proud face while Asmodeus endures the humiliation. She gasps in disbelief, demanding to know how a mere human could possibly wield such immense demonic power. Jupiter tells her to shut up before turning to Jigyu to claim the prize he was promised. Ready for the twist. Asmodeus cannot fathom his intentions, but his sinister grin makes it clear that the upcoming pain is inevitable. Sensing immediate danger, she frantically demands to know his plan, but her window of escape has already closed. The last thing she sees is his devilish grin as he prepares to harvest her soul, triggering a system alert. A notification flashes to announce the defeat of Demon Lu Asmodeus, granting a reward based on this achievement. Having acquired a piece of Satan's body, Jupiter immediately activates a life-saving healing skill to stabilize Yubin's condition. With the job done, Jupiter hands control back to Jigyu, who is left utterly baffled. What just happened? The soul transfer initiates immediately, violently pulling Giju's consciousness back into his own physical form. As his eyes refocus, the massive mental overload forces him to drop to his knees, deeply worrying Brendan. Brendan rushes over to check on him, while a panting Jigyu asks Lu what is happening to his body. Lu explains that Jupiter recklessly pushed the physical vessel far beyond its limits to achieve those insane speeds. He basically redlined his muscles, leaving Giju's entire frame trembling in pain as he curses the crazy bastard. Happily, Lu adds that this means all this power actually belongs to him. The reminder that his true potential is far greater than he ever imagined leaves him completely speechless. Finding a silver lining in this absolute chaos is nice, but Giju's senses suddenly spike as someone approaches. Heavy footsteps echo from the doorway behind him, and the familiar overwhelming energy signature leaves him completely frozen. The entrance flashes with a blinding light before completely exploding, filling the entire room with a thick cloud of dust. A figure slowly steps through the smoke, followed by an entire squad, leaving him completely stunned at who just arrived. Seeing that armored warrior, a name pops up: Tao Chen. He stares sternly at Jigyu. Gripping his spear tightly, he calls out, "So you Carven Guild bastards are here." Jigyu freezes in confusion. As Lu asks what the man is saying, the young man replies, "I do not understand Chinese either." Highly alert, Tao Chen suddenly charges, thrusting his spear straight at Jigyu. Dodging in a panic, he screams for him to wait as the spearhead descends, but Tao Chen remains completely cold. Jigyu catches the spearhead with his bare hands, desperately yelling for him to just listen. Seeing that Tao Chen refuses to listen, Jigyu exerts his strength, slowly pushing the general back step by step. The armored warrior never expected to be suppressed so easily, leaving his entire squad of subordinates completely dumbfounded by it. With Tao Chen pinned down, Jigyu asks if there is some misunderstanding, reminding him that they are actually acquaintances. Why attack without any warning? Lu quickly speaks up, reminding his master that he is still wearing a disguise. Tao Chen gasps in realization after hearing the explanation. Jigyu chuckles curiously, calling him far too trusting since he could easily be an enemy. He could be lying right now, but Tao Chen calmly explains that he already knows the young man's true strength. If Jigyu wanted to, he could easily wipe everyone out here, an undeniable truth that makes him slightly hesitate. Even if Jigyu is allied with the Carven Guild, that is a risk they must take because their current situation is just that desperate. Realizing the Chinese Player Association is on the verge of total collapse, Jigyu asks for details. Tao Chen's face darkens with deep sorrow as he reveals that the entire Chinese Player Association has fallen into demonic hands. He begs Jigyu for help, leaving the young man completely caught off guard by the sudden request. Tao Chen apologizes for making such a sudden and shameless plea, but confesses they truly have no other options left. They have gathered a small, reliable force, but they have no idea how deep the demonic infection has penetrated. Critically lacking in power, he emphasizes that this is not just China's issue, but a war for all humanity. He calls Jigyu humanity's last hope, making the young man blush while Lu holds back a chuckle. Rohan enthusiastically praises his master, leaving Jigyu completely speechless before he lets out a heavy, weary sigh of his own. Turning to the veteran warrior, Jigyu suggests postponing this long conversation because there is an incredibly pressing matter at hand. Details can wait. There is a critical emergency right now, leaving Tao Chen completely taken aback. Jigyu silently glances at the unconscious Yubin and Hai Suk, making Tao Chen quickly apologize for his thoughtless and hurried behavior. Standing up, Jigyu invites the veteran warrior to follow him to a completely different place if they truly trust each other. Receiving a final nod of agreement, Jigyu calls out, opening a massive dimensional portal to bring them all back. Tao Chen's entire group steps through, completely frozen in absolute awe as they gaze at the majestic Eden Gate. Dumbfounded by their surroundings, they watch as Giju quickly carries the two patients directly to the clinic beds. Watching them rest, Giju asks Lu for an assessment. Lu notes that even life energy cannot heal them. Their internal vessels are completely damaged, the old lady from overexerting her power and Yubin from hosting the demon lord Asmodeus. Since their very lifelines are fractured, Lu points out there is only one drastic solution left. Holding the legendary elixir, Giju hesitates to use it just yet. Suddenly, a realization hits him. Wait, can L actually do something? Lu points out that L once manufactured a similar cure to save Tae-shik. However, that divine power is highly restricted, though L's massive breakthrough past the 50th floor might offer them some partial recovery. Hoping she can restore them, Gigyu reveals that he already summoned her earlier and she is currently on her way to this location. Traveling far alongside her angels, it will take several hours for her to arrive, leaving them with no choice but to wait. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoes, stating they do not have that kind of luxury. Giju spins around. He is completely shocked to see Sujang standing there while Rohan cheers excitedly at her sudden, unexpected appearance. She quickly cuts him off, explaining that Tae-shik and her strong allies are keeping his family absolutely safe and protected. Giju immediately asks about this safe location, overwhelmed by endless questions but desperate to understand her sudden warning. Sujong repeats her grim warning, stating they simply do not have the luxury to sit around and wait for that angel to arrive. While Haesuk might barely hold on, Yubin is already reaching her absolute limit at this very moment, making Rohan gasp in complete shock. Giju asks what they should do. Sujong confronts him, asking if he already knows the only way. Giju is horrified. Lu remains silent while Sujong coldly suggests they must kill them both to turn them into egos. The room falls dead, silent as Giju flatly refuses. He says he absolutely cannot do it, which makes Sujong question his choice. Why not, she asks. He has done this before, and this situation is no different. As memories of the past rush back, Lu agrees with her. Master, there is no other way, Lu warns. Hesitation is pure poison even in a situation like this. Their blood vessels are dissolving by the second. The longer they delay, the slimmer their chances. Giju hesitates, arguing this is different. Doing this without their permission, Sujong asks if they just need to get approval. Giju can barely believe his ears, stunned by her words. Walking toward the bed, she tells him to wait while she temporarily pulls their consciousness into her own body. There is no time to waste. Sujong's consciousness enters Haesuk's body. She closes her eyes, preparing to dive deep inside. Slowly, her own eyes open back up. With a completely dazed expression, she gasps in disbelief, wondering where she is and what is happening. She trails off, glancing at the body lying right next to her. Giju hesitates, asking if it is really her, the elder. Haesuk realizes they are using Sujong's power. Giju quickly explains the situation, telling the elder that both she and Yubin are in grave danger. Yubin could die at any moment, but he explains that there is still one final way, turning them into egos. He did the exact same thing to save Elder Huang Jiqian, but first he must take their lives. What do you think? Elder Haesuk calls it a massive dilemma but admits she already owes him a huge debt. Honestly, an old woman like her doesn't matter, but a world without Yubin is far worse. However, if Yubin wants this too, she asks him to do the same to her. Giju nods and agrees. Slowly closing her eyes, Sujong returns to her own body. She knows that ultimately the final choice lies with Yubin. All right, I am going in, she says. Placing her hand on Yubin's forehead, a bright light suddenly floods the room. Closing her eyes, Sujong begins another transfer. This time, Yubin wakes in shock, looking at him and whispering Gigyu's name. Gigyu steps forward, placing a hand on her shoulder. He speaks urgently, warning her they have no time to waste. Yubin, you are going to die soon. But there is still one way, becoming an ego. In other words, she cuts him off, saying she knows. Gigyu looks at her in shock as she reveals she could somehow hear him asking if he will kill her. And then she will return as an ego, right? Gigyu confirms it, waiting for her answer. Yubin looks at him, pleading for his help. Please kill me, she asks. Even though he prepared himself, her direct plea leaves Gigyu utterly stunned, gasping in shock. Yubin continues, explaining she can still feel a massive surge of dark energy. Asmodeus possessed her body and his essence still flows through her veins. If she returns like this, she won't be herself anymore, so she begs him to end it. Hearing this, Brunhart feels completely heartbroken. Lu finally understands the full picture. He realizes what he thought was just leftover demonic energy was never fully erased. If they are lucky, it will split into two egos, like Hal. If they are unlucky, she will become a monster that is neither Yubin nor Asmodeus. In the absolute worst case, Asmodeus will consume her shell and be reborn. Giju stands frozen, hearing Lu's words. Gritting his teeth, he struggles to decide. Lu silently notes that from his perspective, turning Asmodeus into an ego would be more beneficial. But he keeps quiet, thinking humans are always so complicated. Lu says nothing else, knowing he is in no position to advise. Suddenly, a system notification rings out. As Lu's suppressed ego skill activates, a dark, filthy stain begins to spread. Meanwhile, Elle and the angels fly back in a rush. She knows she cannot afford to delay even a single second, but suddenly her eyes widen in pure disbelief at what she senses. Feeling her master's growing anxiety and turbulent emotions, she immediately calls out to Hamiel, Kamel, and Anael. She tells them she will fly ahead and they can catch up. Confused, one of the angels asks Elle what is wrong. She immediately speeds away, leaving the other angels far behind. Her movement is so incredibly fast that she becomes a mere blur, a streak of light flashing across the blue sky. Meanwhile, back in the room, Sujong closes her eyes, returning her soul to her body. Her eyes slowly open. A heavy silence falls over the three of them. Jigyu looks deeply sorrowful as Sujong calmly asks what he plans to do. The answer is pretty obvious. Honestly, even if she turns into an ego, it won't really do him any harm. Even if Yubin loses consciousness, he can still keep Asmodeus fully under control. She advises him to strongly consider it. She teases that little Lucifer over there agrees with her. Annoyed, Lu snaps back, telling her not to call him that weird name. An ego is always loyal to its master. It depends on the level of freedom granted, but as long as a solid link is established, there is no need to worry about losing control. Brunhart feels a bit hesitant, sensing that something is still not quite right. Lu carefully watches Gigyu's expression. Seeing his master's mounting headache, Lu sighs, admitting he hates to bring this up, but there is a way. But of course that comes with massive risks. While Jigyu waits for him to continue, Lu presents his plan. You must enter Yubin's vessel and extract Asmodeus yourself. You have done something similar in the past, right? Memories of entering Sujong's vessel flood back. Lu hates this plan, it is too dangerous, and if they fail, Yubin dies. And you would not escape unscathed either. Are you still going through with it? Giju answers of course he is. Lu knew he would say that. Damn it, why did I choose a fool as my master? Brunhart praises Lu's kindness, but he snaps back. Shut up, you bug. Lu then guides Giju on how to sever Asmodeus's hold on Yubin's body. We must utilize chaos. I have seen this done before, is basically the same thing Jupiter did in the past. Giju wonders if that is the case, should they not ask Jupiter for help? Lu shakes his head. He might seem cooperative, but you can never truly tell what that guy is plotting behind our backs. It is best not to rely too much on him. Sujong gasps in surprise. Jupiter. You guys actually met Jupiter. Giju is shocked. You know Jupiter, but she quickly brushes it aside. They can discuss that later as more urgent matters await. Giju looks at Yubin with deep concern. He places his hand on her forehead, letting chaos channel directly into her body. Focusing his mind, Giju enters a space blooming with flowers. Believe it or not, Yubin's vessel is a vast flower field. It is completely different from his own vessel or Sujong's. He calls out for Lu and Brunhart, but only silence answers. Because the vessel is heavily damaged, he cannot communicate with his egos. But deep within this space, he finally spots Yubin. She is standing right in front of him. Sensing someone approaching, Yubin quickly turns around and locks eyes with him. Meanwhile, back in reality, the room door bursts open. Elle rushes inside while Sujong calmly remarks on her arrival. Oh, it is the angel maid servant. Elle scans the room anxiously, asking where her master is, prompting Lu to explain. As you can see, he is currently confronting Asmodeus, who has possessed Yubin's vessel. Elle gasps, possessed her vessel. Why did you not stop him? Lu sighs in defeat. You know how he is. Even if we protested, would he have listened? Elle frowns, but you still know how dangerous this is. So why did you let him? Lu simply responds, because I believed it was our best shot. Compared to the risk of doing nothing and watching our master perish, I chose this. Elle stands stunned. But still risking his life for a woman like her, Lu frowns, telling her to mind her tongue. Have you lost your mind? Elle is left speechless by his words, but Sujong interjects to add fuel to the fire. You were actually emitting bloodlust aimed right at me. Your master is going to despise you. Elle denies it instantly. Her eyes turn incredibly sharp, and with a dark, chilling voice, she mutters, Master would never hate me. Elle's appearance warps into something sinister as she claims her master only loves her. Meanwhile, inside a dark, hazy void, an ancient stone tablet bearing a beastly print appears. Thick white fog rolls in, revealing the shadow of a man behind it. Compared to that flawed imitation of Jupiter on the other side, you have made incredible progress, Kim Jigyu. Standing there with his head bowed, Giju is startled. A flawed imitation, he recalls the voices from the conference room. They called him a mere copy, a failed prototype. Yes, that is essentially what they meant. Hae-suk sits there, explaining that his family was born from Gaia's deep obsession. Giju frowns. What exactly do you mean by that? Placing her hands on the table directly opposite him, she asks, You met Kronos on the 50th floor, correct? Did he tell you anything about Lee Suqing? Giju looks up, frowning with anxiety. Yes, he did tell me. An image flashes of the man who married Lee Suqin, eventually fathering you and Kim Doon. But that man was not really him. Hae-suk continues, confirming that everything he said was absolutely true. Kronos was actually a new entity created by Gaia. Memories show Kronos gazing lovingly at Gaia holding their baby. Before falling into darkness, Kronos loved Gaia deeply, and he was the only one she ever truly cherished. Gaia's relentless obsession and longing are what reconstructed that family from her long-lost past. Haesuk's eyes shine with absolute confidence as she assures him you are different from anyone else. You are no mere copy. An image of a swaddled infant appears. Though Gaia and Kronos were weakened vessels, the child they brought into this world is the real original Jupiter. Suddenly, Jigyu slams his hands on the table, his face contorted in disbelief. Wait a minute. If what you are saying is true, then that means the weakened Gaia is actually my mother. But you know that makes absolutely no sense. Both my mother and Dune are completely normal humans. Sitting nearby, Sujung speaks up. Hey, calm down. I told you I would explain everything to you in order. She reaches out. It is pretty weird to keep calling your parents by their full names, so let us just call him your father for now. An image of Kronos and Gaia's family happily holding their baby appears. After all, Gaia wanted her own clone, and your father to live a completely normal life. A peaceful existence without any special powers or magic in an ordinary world. The bright image of Earth represents that very desire, but then, a dark-faced Kronos looks down at the globe. The narrator explains that on the day you were born, Kronos discovered your existence. Leading a massive, diverse army clad in matching uniforms, he plotted with the other rulers to invade Earth. Ultimately, Gaia had to abandon her dream of a normal world while Sujin stood there watching with folded arms. And that is exactly how the tower appeared on Earth. Do you get the picture now? Jigyu frowns with deep worry. The system and the players, those things were created to fight against them, right? She frowns and answers that they were indeed made to stop Kronos. Gaia had no choice but to link Earth with the tower. Haesuk sits nearby, her eyes closed. Yet no matter how carefully they prepared, Kronos' sheer persistence was beyond imagination. In the end, with a single attempt, he successfully invaded Earth. Kronos appears before them with a sly, wicked grin. Of course, he could not unleash his full strength on Earth. A serious expression flashes across Sejin's face. But in the end, as a mere clone, Kim Se-jin could not defeat the original Kronos. She opens her eyes and looks up. You probably do not remember, but Kronos actually kidnapped you once before. Jigyu looks up in sheer disbelief. Does that mean? He thinks back to the dark silhouette of Kronos, remembering that terrifying gaze from his memories. It was a look filled with pure murderous intent. Looking at the pathetic ruins on the street, he speaks as the memories return, recalling when he was just a helpless baby cradled by adults. So this is the vessel of Jupiter that I reclaimed. You possess power, but it is completely sealed away. Besides, you are still far too weak to be of any use. Kronos frowns down at the baby. In your current state, you are absolutely worthless. Just then, a heavily exhausted Kim Se-jin approaches Kronos, trembling all over. Clinging to his weapon, he demands that Kronos give Kim Jigyu back immediately. Below, Lim Heo crawls forward, gritting his teeth. Nearby, Otagu struggles to stand. Kronos stands there, holding the child, scoffing at how bizarre the request is. He frowns down at them. He tells them the child was his from the very beginning, so what is wrong with reclaiming what belongs to him? Se-jin grits his teeth, tightly gripping his staff. Across from him, Kronos flings the baby over his shoulder, declaring this is not the only thing he intends to reclaim. He will take back the scythe of time and space. Kronos blocks the path forward, and the power of the gods as well. He keeps his hand raised against Se-jin, who can only stare up in utter shock. Suddenly, his gaze shifts. Otagu looks up with a distorted face, wondering what on earth is happening. Lim Heo grits his teeth in worry. Something terrible is about to happen. The baby in Kronos' arms suddenly unleashes a blinding surge of blue energy. Kronos glares at the child as the blue aura wraps completely around him. Se-jin looks up in terror, praying to God. He stares down, bracing for the worst possible outcome. The baby floats into the air, pulling Kronos along with him. In a vortex of immense power, Giju's soul becomes linked with Kronos. Se-jin watches them spin together, realizing how disastrous this is. Kronos' mind is far too massive for Giju's young brain to process. Se-jin sits there in absolute terror. At this rate, the child will be completely destroyed. They must do something. Suddenly, a loud scream startles him, calling out Se-jin's name. He spins around to see Gaia cradling her child in the distance, looking utterly devastated. Back at the mercenary system headquarters, Haesuk frowns and looks up at Jigyu. How much do you actually know about our system? Jigyu looks back anxiously, explaining that they cooperate with the association when needed and receive quite a few benefits. Haesuk sits there, resting her hands on the table and lowering her face. That is technically correct, she says, but that is not why it was founded. She frowns with a serious expression, explaining that the mercenaries were originally your personal bodyguards. He grows even more anxious hearing her next words. It was a special force established by Kim Se-jin just to protect you, his father. Images of Sujin wielding her weapon and Otagu standing firm appear alongside countless predecessors who fell in battle. Along that perilous path, a massive, powerful army was forged. Sitting there, Haesuk continues her explanation. We gathered as mercenaries with the sole purpose of keeping you safe. Because if we had not, this world would have ended long ago. Back in the past, Sejin turns to see Sujin standing before Cronus, using her magic to keep baby Giju afloat. He desperately cries out to her, begging Sujin to wait. Her heartbreaking face is shown as she cradles her baby. In a complete panic, Sejin turns around to find her standing there with the children, his legs shaking uncontrollably. Gripping his weapon, he turns back to her and screams for Sujin to run immediately, yelling for her to leave Giju in his hands. Terror grips Sujin as Sejin glances back, seeing Kronos charge directly at them. Gritting his teeth with a trembling voice, he snarls that he must reclaim the scythe of time and the power of the gods. Suddenly, heavy iron chains manifest out of thin air, instantly binding his limbs with a massive surge of energy. Clenching his fists in absolute fury, Kronos grits his teeth and glares forward, growling like a trapped beast. Kronos rages at her for interfering again, while Sejin watches in shock as his wife raises her hand to release her power. Channeling Gaia's power, Sujin binds Kronos high in the air, leaving him to scream out, asking how long she plans to get in his way. He roars that saving Jupiter is his only option, demanding her power. He promises to save Jupiter and fulfill her wish, but a voice suddenly interrupts, declaring that the child is not Jupiter. A shocked Kronos demands answers as Sujin steps forward and Giju is slowly released. Sejin watches Sujin caress the boy's face, explaining this is not Jupiter but Kim Giju. She gently touches his unconscious face, then pulls both of her children close into her arms as she looks straight ahead. She declares that she is not Gaia but Lee Sujin, leaving the bound Kronos in complete and utter disbelief. Looking down in shock as a golden aura erupts around her and the children, Kronos desperately screams for her to stop. He asks if she intends to save the child with the creator's power, but her eyes remain closed. Ignoring his desperate warnings that her severely weakened body could never control such a massive amount of divine energy, she stays focused. Standing behind her, Sejin calls her name in terror, but a sudden jolt of agony pierces his heart as her power begins to affect him too. Collapsing to his knees, he cries out their names, but she stands completely still, holding her son. With a face full of maternal love, she whispers an apology to Giju, saying she can no longer stay by his side. She tells her children how much she loves them, tears streaming down her face as she also whispers an apology to Ludi. A vision of her crouching in complete isolation appears on screen. Sujin's volatile power completely shakes the surrounding area, leaving Kronos in a state of panic, while Sejin looks up with dread. She begs them to wait just a little longer before we snap back to reality with Giju. Sitting across from him, Haesuk explains that while Sujin tried to trade her own life to save him, it was actually Kim Sejin who jumped in. Even though Sejin was already in critical condition, he desperately reached out to protect them. As Sujin held the children amidst the swirling energy, he sacrificed all of his power and life force to save her instead. With one final embrace, he saved his son and repelled Kronos. However, the cost of this desperate move was his own life as his hands slowly began to fade away into nothingness. Giju can only listen in silence. Unleashing godlike power in a decaying body always carries a heavy toll. Even with Sejin's ultimate sacrifice, she could not be fully saved, leaving her in a fragile, broken state. She explains that the divine elixir Giju used to cure his mother was actually the ultimate price of that tragedy, prompting him to ask a serious question. He asks if she knew all along before shifting his thoughts. Recalling how Yujung used to smile so brightly, he asks about her true identity, only for Haesuk to look down and reveal that she is just a regular human. She is an extremely ordinary girl born from the simple wish of two parents who just wanted a normal life. Just like Sujin and Sejin, who only ever wanted to live a normal, peaceful life away from all the divine chaos. Her familiar gentle smile appears on screen as Haesuk explains that the beautiful result of their wish was the birth of Yu-yeon, their completely normal daughter. Stunned, Giju listens as Haesuk calmly addresses his question about his mother. He asks if Lee Sujin remembers any of this, but Haesuk simply shakes her head, admitting that even she cannot be certain. His mother has memory loss, but some fragments might still remain. Bowing his head in silence, he recalls his mother holding his hand tightly during her final moments, leaving him with those heavy parting words. She had desperately tried to tell him who he really was before. Haesuk snaps him back to reality, asking how he feels. She asks if his questions have finally been answered as a heavy, tense silence completely fills the room around them. Seeing his thoughtful expression, she notes that he still has more doubts while Giju stares down his mind, drifting toward the fate of Earth. He sat there, head bowed, carrying the heavy truth that this world's crisis was ultimately caused by his own parents. Yet saving the Earth was also the ultimate achievement his parents secured through their very own sacrifice. He grew quiet, his mind drifting back to the moment he opened the door and stepped into the room. His sister, his mother, and himself. Giju looked up with a pained expression, remembering how his family struggled through hard times. His gaze softened as he looked away, murmuring that they never asked for much, while Haesuk and Sujong sat opposite him in silence. Remembering the massive camera installed on the ceiling, he spoke up, admitting that his words might sound a bit shameless. Those mercenaries sacrificed their lives to protect him, and he now owed them a debt he could never fully repay. Bitterly, Jigyu looked up to speak, but Hisuk closed her eyes and stopped him, telling him to say no more. He stared in surprise. He watched her as she spoke, saying that she understood his feelings and that his emotions were completely justified. But speaking those thoughts aloud must be incredibly painful. She opened her eyes to look at him, apologizing for burdening him with such difficult questions. Faced with such heavy questions, Jigyu fell completely silent. Hisuk bowed her head in worry, confessing that honestly even they had forgotten almost everything. His eyes widened in shock, but his shoulders slumped in disappointment as she continued, admitting she had only recently remembered all of these events herself. She believed their memories had been altered, her eyes looking up with a faint glint of hope as she spoke of his friends. Lee Soo-jin and Kim Si-jin were not wiped entirely, yet the most critical parts were strangely and completely forgotten. Sitting up straight, Jigyu asked if President Otegu suffered the same fate, and she confirmed it was almost identical. After all, did not his own son, Taeshik, help your family out in both direct and indirect ways? Her next words made him fall completely silent, lost in thought. She admitted she had no idea how much of it was Taeshik's own intention, but she was certain those remaining memories played some role. He looked down, furrowing his brow in deep thought. He had heard that Taeshik was an old friend of his father. After learning all this, he couldn't help but wonder, just how much did Taeshik actually know? He narrowed his eyes, deeply buried in his own thoughts. More importantly, why did Gaia alter everyone's memories in the first place? An image of Gaia flashed through his mind, along with Lee Soo-jin standing beside her. The thought consumed him. Even if Gaia and his mother were separate entities, his own family was still shaped by Gaia's very will. So why did Gaia make this specific choice, especially when she possessed the absolute supreme power of a god? Questions raced through his head. That single decision had plunged his family into pure misery for a very long time, and Jigyu brought a hand to his chin, startled by the next words. Perhaps she wanted him to live as a human. Resting her chin on her hand, Soo-jin added that Gaia desperately wanted her descendants to live a normal life. Propping her head up, she looked down and muttered that well, in the end, that was only her own personal speculation. Jigyu sat opposite her in silence, watching thin lines of light materialize as she spoke. She believed Gaia and Lee Soo-jin shared the exact same wish, sealing Jupiter away at the very same time. As they sealed the memories of everyone involved, it left them clutching their heads in panic, blocking all access to the truth. In principle, it was likely similar to the tower's punishment. Placing his hand on the table, Jigyu nodded and said he understood. Still, why now? Why did Gaia choose to lift the memory seal at this exact moment? Sitting nearby, Hisuk slightly bowed her head and began to explain. They had actually begun recovering these memories around the time he took on his trial on the 50th floor. He was completely stunned to hear this. Because he had finally qualified, Gaia made the decision to reveal everything. Her eyes flickered with a trace of anxiety, stating that this world's system exists solely for him, making him its true protagonist. Jigyu stood frozen, completely wide-eyed and speechless. He looked down anxiously, thinking that if Lu ever heard about this, he would probably burst out laughing. An image of Lu cackling wildly on a system screen flashed before his eyes. Master, you are the protagonist." Jigyu sat there, face cast downward, deeply pondering how the system existed just for him. No, perhaps its existence was not meant solely for him. The next day, before a carved stone monument, Jupiter appeared. Thick smoke-like mist still drifted heavily through the air. Jupiter lay there, looking exhausted, sighing with his hand covering his closed eyes. So that was how it all went, huh? Clad in solid black, Jigyu stepped toward where Jupiter lay, lamenting. In the end, he still could not defeat him. Jigyu looked down with concern, but Jupiter just continued talking from the ground. He told him to do whatever he wanted, whether to seal him forever or destroy him, his hand still shielding his eyes. He had every right to do so. Yet Jigyu remained completely silent, taking a single step closer before finally speaking. He reminded him of when he claimed they were one and the same. Back then, Jupiter had laughed mockingly, pointing his finger and declaring that they were one. Looking down, Jigyu replied that he was dead wrong. He was himself and Jupiter was Jupiter. He extended his hand, looking down anxiously. So he makes it crystal clear once again, slowly lowering his hand from his eyes to look back while continuing to speak. Team up with me, Jupiter. Right then, a system notification flashes. The challenge is finally complete. Over by the stone tablet, a heavy passageway slowly grinds open. With firm, heavy footsteps, Jigyu steps right through the doorway and lets out a long sigh. As the alert for the 60th floor of the Pantheon Tower pops up, he keeps up his older disguise. He blocks the blinding sunlight with his hand. 3 months have already flown by, yet it honestly feels like an entire year has passed. A sudden voice startles him, crying out how much they miss their master. Jigyu places his hand on his chest, offering a warm smile while apologizing to Behemoth. Behemoth must have felt completely suffocated throughout that brutal challenge, but then again things are finally starting to turn around. He could never leave that place empty-handed. Behemoth quickly chimes in to assure him that everything is perfectly fine. Standing there in the form of a little girl, Behemoth looks up. Jigyu flinches in surprise and peers down. Panic rises as desperate voices call out for their master, warning him of an absolute emergency requiring his immediate attention. Crowds of terrified people flood the streets, staring up at what looks like a river of pure fire raining down. Eden is officially plunged into a state of total war. Everyone is on edge, fully armed and clad in combat gear. Jigyu stands silently. And get this, everything is unfolding exactly as he planned when a sudden voice breaks the silence. Looking toward the massive tower in the distance, his alternate self stands nearby and asks if he is finally ready for the 60th floor test. As Ellie watches, the real Jigyu turns around. He agrees, knowing there is no better time than now to surpass Jupiter in strength. She looks on with deep worry as his other self stands nearby, arms crossed, doubting the plan. They ask if he will really be fine, leaving them behind, warning that facing him head-on is suicide. Jigyu looks back to reply. He knows this is a trial he must face alone eventually. His eyes burn with fierce determination as he promises it will be soon. Thousands of players are about to flood into Eden. The two stand there in utter shock as a man named James Riddle appears. Riddle Han steps forward with a grim expression. He warns that not only are Ion and Cavan invading, but global factions are joining in. They are planning a massive raid on Eden. Jigyu turns to his alternate self, stating they are now the enemies of humanity. To the outside world, Eden looks like an unprecedented supergate. His smaller self hesitates for a second before speaking up to ask, "Didn't he mention that they completely lost contact with Rohan?" Jigyu awkwardly looks away, his mind instantly drifting back to Sujung and that mess. He apologizes to his disciple, claiming he had no idea and that it happened ages ago in those treacherous lands. In short, though, he wants everyone to hold down the fort and protect Eden at all costs until his return. Listening closely, Behemoth stands nearby in his small girl form. The blue-haired little girl scratches her face awkwardly, muttering that she feels like she has heard him give this exact speech before. Jigyu stands tall in his aged disguise. He notes that he must leave soon, but first asks Behemoth if he wants to test their new power. In his little girl form, he eagerly agrees, explaining that both he and Levi successfully evolved during the trial. A mysterious glowing box suddenly opens. A blinding light flashes. System alerts confirm that the egos of Behemoth and Levi are actively evolving. Jigyu walks ahead, scanning his surroundings. He suggests finding an isolated spot first so they can open a portal and head straight there. Behemoth complies immediately. Meanwhile, crowds continue to bustle past the massive stone gate while a live news broadcast airs in the background. The reporter highlights the massive cosmic rift looming in the sky, noting it has been over 2 months since the Vanguard team first entered. They breached the mysterious zone known as Eden. A breathtaking shot of a towering structure piercing a vibrant, colorful sky plays on the screen. With all contact lost, the Central Association is debating whether to send more troops. High above the mountains, a fiery orange glow paints the horizon. A heavy footstep lands. A bald guild leader leading his small, anxious army mutters that they made a grave mistake. He stares ahead, realizing they have been running in circles for days. To make matters worse, their rations are almost entirely gone. Shimmering light from the distant gate bleeds into the surroundings as he stands before a completely locked down zone. The path ahead seems entirely blocked by some strange invisible barrier, leaving them completely unable to scout any further. He curses the winding labyrinthine path, wondering what kind of nightmare this gate actually is. Suddenly, a scout behind him spots something strange. The soldier warns his master of movement up ahead. The guild leader clenches his fist, his face contorting in sheer frustration. He curses, wondering if it is another horde of those damn undead. He spins around, barking orders to his battle-weary squad. He yells to prepare for battle as enemies approach, but then his eyes dart to the side, catching something unexpected. Silky hair catches the wind as soft, measured footsteps approach. It is a lone woman carrying a massive sword. Her sudden entrance sends waves of panic through the squad. Standing in the distance, she leaves the leader stunned as he recognizes her familiar face. He gasps in shock. It is Ruben, sporting a dazzling smile. Talk about an unexpected reunion. It is the guild master of Misty Flowers, Shin Yubin. She cheerfully greets them, leaving the opposing army standing there in utter shock. The enemy leader asks what is going on, noting that she was reported missing months ago. She clenches her hands in slight embarrassment, explaining that it is a long story, but her next words catch everyone off guard. She casually declares that from now on she will control them all, leaving him to shout out in utter disbelief. Looking down shyly, Shin Yu-bin rests a hand on her cheek and asks them to excuse her if she says anything weird mid-fight. They stand there in pure panic, demanding to know what she means as her dark hair flutters gently in the wind. Suddenly, a heart-shaped tail appears as Hamiel materializes before them with a powerful purple energy swirling around his body. Framing his face playfully, he tells them to scream as much as they want while a massive bird glides through the bright orange sky. A younger version of Jigyu sits on the bird, running a hand through his hair in confusion, realizing it has turned completely white. He admits he does not like this at all, remembering Satan with the exact same white hair. He wonders if this is due to Satan's body, which he retrieved from the syndicate, since that human vessel also had silver hair. Sitting atop the massive bird, he surveys the battlefield below as explosions ring out, suggesting their operation is going smoothly. Their forces scatter the enemies to exhaust them while Hamiel stands nearby, wrapping one of them up with his own hair. They subdue the hostiles with minimal casualties. On the other side, El takes down a foe with purple light, preparing to hunt down the remaining demons. Jigyu looks down and thinks to himself that while things are going smoothly, there is absolutely no way this battle will end so easily. And right on cue, here comes trouble, a massive army clad in black armor, marching forward as he looks on from above. They have finally arrived, a massive throng of black hooded figures. These are the true enemies of this war. Wrapped in dark cloaks, one of them lets out a smug laugh, while others show absolutely no emotion whatsoever. Another grins excitedly as purple flame-like energy flows around them, while one man clutches his head as if he is losing his mind. Everything gets worse for him until he finally collapses onto the ground just as Elle steps toward him. She lets out a deep sigh and looks up calmly, hoping that everything on this end is fully taken care of. Suddenly, a voice calling her name startles Elle. Turning around, she sees Tao Chen standing in the distance, slowly stroking his proud beard. He praises her for a job well done, noting his side is cleared. Elle approaches and insists he deserves the praise instead. She points out he is not even a member of Eden, but he just stands there laughing, telling her not to worry. Raising his hand as if holding something, he admits he was the one who made unreasonable demands of Morning Star, so he is glad to help. In fact, he is actually quite grateful, recalling the time he sat on the stairs and made his plea. He begged them to help them. Back then, Elle had only looked at him in silence. Suddenly, something makes her gasp and look back. The sky behind her has dyed in a deep orange. Standing there in shock, she wonders in panic if the demons have already invaded Eden. This invasion was expected, but seriously, check out those insane numbers. No wonder she is totally frozen in sheer terror. Seeing the massive army of black cloaks, she estimates there are at least 10 god-class entities, along with 3 demon kings, Sir Jinyun. Meanwhile, in a dark and desolate land, Bodice can be seen flying in from afar. He stands there intimidatingly, but someone approaches and tells Hal that he has worked hard. Placing a hand over his chest before Votis, he thanks him for his understanding as the cunning Duke stands there listening. Votis then orders them to collect the corpses, as they are noting that the annoying angel has just left. Bodice respectfully complies, and several skull-headed figures immediately move forward to gather the bodies. Votis silently watches them clear the area from a distance, but suddenly, the thought of a certain clock fills him with dread. His eyes glow red as he turns around in confusion. Looking back, he spots a winged figure shrouded in a brilliant purple light. Someone is coming. A figure steps out right in front of those massive wings. Amidst the dark purple light, a man in a black cloak appears right before that tentacle-like mass. It is Ziba, grinning sinisterly with glowing eyes. Votis narrows his eyes, looking completely annoyed by his presence. He casually remarks that it has been a while. Hearing Ziba, the man just smirks as his hands start to glow. Clenching his fists, a fiery power erupts behind him, manifesting as intense roaring flames that consume the area. The ground trembles. Votis keeps his hands in his pockets while Ziba stands ready, draped in red and brimming with power. Drawing his sword, Ziba points it at him mockingly, calling him pathetic, a sinister smile visible behind his protective visor. Ziba, one of the 16 divine seats. Votis simply closes his eyes calmly, noting that Ziba does not look much better himself. His eyes flash a crimson red, casting a monochrome filter over the clearing where the tree stumps were cleanly severed. Towering against a fiery sky, a massive explosion suddenly rips through the main lobby on the 61st floor. A surge of purple energy forms a glowing triangle and shoots off into the distance, leaving Ji Hyun completely bewildered. Confused, he frowns at the sealed gate while Bo Young, trapped in the body of a little girl, cries out in panic. I honestly do not know, since the connection was stable just a second ago, but now it is completely gone. He cannot even read the situation anymore, glancing to the side while realizing he has lost touch with his other selves. Wondering if their long separation weakened the bond, Ji Hyun frowns deeply and focuses his gaze on the path ahead. He has to rush over there immediately and pray that nothing catastrophic has already happened to the distant burning skyscraper. Beneath the orange smoke-filled sky, 2 figures stand far apart as Leviathan appears with a cold grin, declaring they meet again. The demon smirks triumphantly while Lucifer merely frowns with absolute seriousness, bowing his head to let out a heavy sigh. His hands hang low as he looks at the crimson power he worked so hard to reclaim, suddenly clenching his fists as the energy erupts. He hates the idea of wasting this precious power on something so utterly pointless, sliding into his solid combat stance. With two horns flared and red aura swirling, Lucifer prepares while Leviathan simply stands there with a smug, mocking smile. Focusing the raw crimson energy into his palms, he stares forward coldly, swearing to personally rip out every single one of his opponent's fangs. High up in a massive skyscraper, brilliant golden streams of light wrap around the outer walls. This creates a breathtaking magical sight as two mysterious figures materialize inside one of the penthouse rooms. Swirling her wine glass, she calmly asks for an update, prompting Baal to report everything that has transpired. Leviathan and Lord Lucifer have finally crossed paths, which is the absolute best outcome they could have ever anticipated. Baal frowns with a hint of hesitation, but before he can finish, a massive dragon made of pure water materializes. The liquid beast roars furiously, while Lucifer stands his ground below, extending a hand as dark, shadowy mist begins to coil. Crimson and black smoke wraps around Lucifer's fist as he glares ahead, but his opponent simply swings an arm that instantly dissolves into liquid. The dragon tears up the ground, and honestly, Leviathan is absolutely loving the thrill of this fight. His eyes gleam with cruelty, but from the thick, billowing smoke, a dark-winged silhouette slowly begins to emerge. Stepping forward with absolute majesty, Lucifer takes flight, conjuring a violent tempest that shreds the surrounding clouds. In a flash, he hovers directly above his foe, glaring down with eyes dripping with pure, unadulterated bloodlust. Far below, the corner of Leviathan's mouth twists into a horrifying, highly distorted grin. Suddenly, Leviathan's eyes widen in shock as Lucifer hovers overhead, surrounded by a swirling vortex of brilliant red and gold light. "Look at that crazy smile," Leviathan mockingly asks if this barrier is just to keep them apart. He sneers mockingly, asking Lucifer when exactly he became such a pathetic coward while staring him down. He boldly mocks him, questioning if the great Demon King's master plan is just hiding behind his shield to gain an easy advantage. Met with these taunts, Lucifer remains dead, silent, refusing to say a word before immediately taking action. He summons thousands of blazing red blades from the heavens, sending them raining down directly at Leviathan. The weapons streak through the air, leaving trails of crimson light, yet Leviathan does not show even a hint of fear. Laughing maniacally, he thrusts his hand forward as his fingertips melt away, forming a massive multi-headed water dragon that roars into existence. The beast holds its head high, roaring as it intercepts Lucifer's incoming red blades mid-air. The ferocious beast easily chews and shreds the crimson blades, turning them into harmless dust. Watching them shatter into countless fragments, Lucifer looks on with suspicion, asking if his enemy has consumed something powerful. Observing his opponent's absolute peak condition, Lucifer must admit that his enemy's energy is indeed overflowing. Leviathan calls out, his voice practically dripping with pure arrogance and provocation. He mocks him, asking where all that big talk about pulling out fangs went, urging his rival to make a move. Veins pop across his face as sharp fangs slide out, his expression twisting into a wild, maniacal grin. Declaring he will take the first turn, Leviathan morphs into his beast form as massive geysers of water erupt. The torrents shoot skyward as he launches himself directly toward his target. Back at the skyscraper, Baal firmly reports that the barrier is already shaking and will collapse within 10 minutes. Showing absolutely zero concern, she merely swirls her red wine, calmly watching the chaos unfold before her eyes. Baal replies that this worst-case scenario was already factored into their backup plans. Sojung turns to Baal and asks how things are progressing, and he replies that everything is going smoothly. Baal heaps praise on the performance in front of them, noting that Lord Lucifer is stalling. He is buying them time beautifully, and the acting is working. But Sojung disagrees, asking what acting he means. Leviathan is just a simpleton, Sojung explains, slowly detailing her plan to feign a reckless attack. Then they would fake a defeat to make him Russian blind. Baal admits he has never heard such a sloppy plan, but adds that what is worse, it actually worked perfectly. Sojung smugly replies they just know him too well as Baal begins analyzing the situation. In reality, Lord Lucifer is conserving his strength while forcing Leviathan to waste all his precious energy. With that, his eyes shift forward. Baal calmly announces that everything is ready as glowing red barrier circles appear. Covered in elaborate magic patterns, they densely surround the two of them. Keeping his cool, Baal slowly addresses Sojung. Then activate the magic circle. Her face looks more determined than ever as a steel will ignites in Sojung's eyes. With absolutely no fear at all, a blinding flash erupts from inside the building, blowing one entire floor to pieces. Debris and dust rain down as the old man stares at the blast in shock, wondering what is happening. Nearby, Cotton notices the explosion and asks in sheer surprise if it has finally begun. But completely indifferent to the chaos, a thick wave of mysterious purple smoke suddenly floods the area. High above, Sojung spreads her massive wings. Lucifer mockingly asks if she is finally ready to show her face or if she is still playing house with Baal. Ripples distort the space as cracks begin tearing open from the inside. A massive torrent of water erupts into the air. It slowly studies her, noting that Sojung smells incredibly strange. She watches quietly with glowing purple eyes as Leviathan's massive form towers directly in front of her in the sky. Leviathan hesitates, staring at her with deep suspicion before asking if she is even a human being at all. She smiles slightly at this. Sujung warns him seriously, asking if he actually has time to stand around chatting. Your opponent is not me. What it asks in confusion just as a dark shadow rises. A winged figure with massive horns appears. Leviathan turns around in surprise while Lucifer smirks with a malicious thought. Lucifer reminds Leviathan of his promise to rip its teeth out, snapping his fingers as immediately. In a single instant, Leviathan's head completely vanishes and its once solid body dissolves into a sloshing water puddle. Lucifer hovers in the air watching. Leviathan struggles to reform, utterly unable to believe what is happening before its eyes. The beast is left wondering. Wasn't Lucifer supposed to be completely out of energy? Could he have actually recovered his full legendary power? The monster roars in rage, screaming out Lucifer's name. Lucifer snaps his fingers yet again. The moment Leviathan regenerates its head, it instantly disintegrates into thin air. Every part of its massive body begins to dissolve. Meanwhile, inside a hidden transparent room on one of the floors, he quietly watches with everything playing out exactly as planned. Leaving Leviathan to Lord Lucifer was the right call. Bale adjusts his glasses and tells her that she can begin now, to which Sojung simply nods. Eerie purple energy begins to swirl around her body, growing thicker and more intense by the second. The power summoned by the two of them surges. Just as the beast tries to reform, the purple mist wraps around it. Leviathan stands shocked, unable to comprehend what is happening as this strange purple energy binds him. This raw force penetrates and attacks the monster's entire body. Sujung slowly raises her hand, activating her unique black flame skill. A massive magic barrier manifests above her head, drawing the purple mist into a swirling, dense vortex. Watching this unfold from below, the old man is completely struck with awe, wondering what kind of insane power this is. They are here. Goodbye, Zeba. Zella's eyes widen in absolute shock as he asks what is happening, but before getting an answer, the purple energy sweeps down, engulfing his entire body. Zella is completely consumed by the raging violet flames. His body is quickly incinerated while Vortis calmly stands by and watches the purple energy continue to gather. From inside his protected room, he watches the entire chaotic scene unfold with a perfectly calm expression. Bao thinks to himself that everything is going quite smoothly, recalling how Guang Jie and Guang Chol joined forces. The intense agony forces a desperate scream from him, but this special spell is designed to target only their enemies. Everyone else remains completely unharmed by the violet fire, leaving their allies entirely safe from the blast. She stares coldly down below, using a massive magic circle to amplify her dark flames. The helpless crowd plunges into madness as the blazing fire devours them, their eyes rolling back as they scream in agony. The dream of controlling king-class demons has officially dissolved into absolute despair. Stripped of any power to resist, fighting back seems impossible. He suddenly hesitates, though. Even after Sujung's relentless barrage of attacks, Leviathan still hovers menacingly in the air, mockingly sneering at such cheap tricks. Baal silently realizes that such petty attacks won't scratch a demon king-class beast. Suddenly, a wild idea flashes through his mind. Then out from the dark shadows, a mysterious footstep sounds. Two heavily cloaked figures slowly step forward through the swirling purple smoke. An eerie smile spreads across their faces, their eyes glowing with a chilling, cold purple light. This terrifying sight leaves Baal highly suspicious of the two king-class demons accompanying Leviathan. Who exactly are they? Suddenly, a massive fireball crashes directly into the ground, all captured right on camera. The cameraman glues his eyes to the live footage, sighing in absolute frustration. He honestly has no idea what he is even looking at anymore. It has been 2 dull months with absolutely zero action. But suddenly, the clear, blue sky decorated with warm sunlight and soft clouds is violently shattered. Something suddenly streaks right past where he is standing, leaving him in pure confusion. He whips around to see what it is, but a violent gust of wind hits, shaking the entire area and leaving him stumbling to stay upright. What on earth is that, he wonders. Swirling currents of wind suddenly surge upward into the sky, rushing from every direction straight into the barrier. He stands there completely stunned by the spectacle. As the danger slowly passes, the reporter cautiously pushes himself back up. He gasps in disbelief. Green and pink streaks of light were just bouncing everywhere before diving straight into the barrier. It leaves him utterly baffled, desperately wondering what that was. Meanwhile, over at the familiar tower, thick purple smoke and heavy dust wrap around the area. Leviathan lets out a terrifying massive roar before spinning around to pursue Lu. Lu frowns in pure annoyance, muttering about how persistent the beast is before stopping to face the monster. At the same time, Sujung appears right behind the battlefield. She folds her arms quietly, observing from a distance while keeping her sharp eyes locked on Lu. It seems like Lu is dominating Leviathan, or at least holding his own. However, she quickly realizes he will definitely run out of stamina first. She had heard rumors, but that regeneration power is truly insane. Sujung continues to watch Leviathan, deeply curious. How did he even manage to obtain such an incredibly durable body? Meanwhile, Lu's arms have already started trembling violently. He looks down at his own hands, wondering if his limits have finally been reached. As expected, it was bound to happen. Possessing only a mere fragment of Satan's body definitely has its limits. Lu looks up once again. He glares at the rampaging Leviathan, knowing there must be a heavy price for manifesting on Earth. From this moment on, it is a pure war of attrition. Once more, he measures that colossal, overwhelming power. If his fangs can actually restore the fragment of Satan's body he was given, then this might actually work. Lu narrows his eyes carefully, calculating his options. He cannot afford to make a reckless move right now. There are still too many dangerous variables, especially those two mysterious cloaked figures. Dealing with two more king-class enemies is extremely risky. He absolutely cannot afford to waste his energy. Right at that moment, LA sends a telepathic message straight to Lu. He looks up instantly. Having watched the entire battle unfold, she asks with deep concern if things are going downhill. She reassures him that everything on her end is completely taken care of, asking how she can help, which only makes Lu grit his teeth in anger. LA hears his furious reply, "Shut up, bird brain. He can handle his own business perfectly fine." She gently closes her eyes, choosing to remain silent. But when Lu suddenly retracts his statement, she gasps, her beautiful eyes snapping open. On his end, Lu buries his face in his hand with a heavy sigh, his expression turning incredibly serious. With sharp eyes, he admits he is actually requesting her assistance, now leaving LA standing there with her mouth wide open. She quickly recovers and flashes a bright smile, agreeing to help. Meanwhile, Leviathan is rapidly expanding his dark power. His massive body coils tightly around the tower as dark energy violently leaks out. Suddenly, a blinding golden light flashes in the distance. The intense glow forces Leviathan to recoil, screaming out in utter panic, "What is this holy power?" As its massive eyes struggle to focus, the realization hits the beast. Of course, he forgot she was present here. Leviathan glares directly at her, growling about that annoying little sparrow, but Ellie merely stares right back, completely unfazed. With the monster fully distracted, Lu seizes the opportunity and silently moves in from behind. Leviathan quickly glances back in alarm, but Lu's already flicked his wrist, summoning a surge of dark energy. Intricate red threads entangle in the air as Lu prepares to strike, ready to unleash his next move. Leviathan has been tightly bound by the red string, but it still refuses to give up its body, thrashing restlessly. He frowns, demanding Ellie use her power. She quickly nods in agreement, waving her hand to summon blinding holy light. Countless beams of intense golden light shoot directly toward where Leviathan is trapped with terrifying speed. The violent collision triggers a massive explosion, sending up thick dust that forces her to shield herself. Once the smoke finally clears, Leviathan lies completely defeated, groaning as if all its strength has been drained away. The beast still mutters in absolute disbelief. Is Lu actually working with an angel? That arrogant Lu of hell. Inside Leviathan's true form, a blue-haired man is screaming in denial, refusing to believe it. He grits his teeth in raw fury, unable to accept this reality. He opens his mouth, screaming for Lord Lucifer. His master would never do such a thing. As he rants, Lu suddenly appears right in front of him. "Shut up," Lu snaps with a heavy frown, asking who said he was his Lucifer. Lu loudly declares his true identity, and yellow holy power flashes as his hand sweeps across the giant creature. In that instant, Leviathan's massive head vanishes entirely. As Lu's dark energy lingers, he reveals the beast's dripping blue heart in his palm. With blood still dripping from the organ, Lu smirks down at his prize, whispering that he finally has him. He holds it out toward Leviathan. Without another word, Lu mercilessly crushes the glowing blue heart in his grip. Instantly, the heart begins to take humanoid shape. Lu's arm tenses, green veins bulging from the sheer force. The blue-haired man's neck veins strain in agony. Trembling violently, he gasps that Lu is definitely not Lucifer. Suddenly, the blue-haired man flies into a wild frenzy, his purple eyes burning with rage as his teeth grind. He throws his head back and screams for Belphegor. Lu looks on, confused, as he repeats the unfamiliar name. Belphegor seems to sense something at that moment. Ella and Sutrung turn together in worry, while Baal stands guard inside the tall building. Baal frowns and looks up as a massive mocking mouth appears in the air, laughing with a deep rumbling voice. The voice mockingly asks if Leviathan has finally woken up before a figure suddenly leaps down behind the blue-haired man. Lu is utterly shocked. Staring in disbelief, he demands to know how Belphegor could possibly still be alive. Lu quickly deduces there are only two explanations: either Belphegor died or there is something far worse happening. He found a stronger weapon and discarded this one. Suddenly, Sabin screams from behind, warning Lu to watch his back. Another enemy is waiting. While Lu is still processing the warning, a cloaked figure is already poised to strike. Lu whips around his hand, still choking his captive. He glares at the intruder, demanding to know who they are. The wind blows the intruder's hood back, revealing a shockingly familiar, scarred face. Lu freezes, caught in deep confusion. He looks back and mutters in shock that there are two Belphegors. Inside the tower, Baal watches the chaotic battle. Even Baal cannot believe his eyes as he stares at the madness unfolding outside, muttering in sheer disbelief. It makes no sense to have two Belphegors. Baal's eyes narrow, wondering if this is some kind of clone. He ponders whether copying a Demon King-level entity is even possible in this world. Suddenly, a name flashes in Baal's mind, Andes. He angrily whispers, demanding to know what they are plotting. What kind of scheme is this? Elsewhere, a massive golden barrier rises, forming a giant pillar of light. In the luxurious city center, a purple dome blankets the sky so immense that even the birds scatter in fear. Someone realizes that everyone was teleported here. Meanwhile, the ground is littered with injured fallen players. Their bodies are covered in severe wounds. These are normal players who managed to avoid demon possession. In the crowd, Tao Chen rants that they just need to join the battle to meet the minimum player requirement. He asks Vadet for his thoughts, noting that Vadet is currently in charge. Vadet rubs his chin, thinking deeply. Vadet agrees, glancing back at Duong, who is shouting furiously behind Tao Chen. Duong is visibly angry, muttering that he is supposed to be the actual deputy administrator here. Ignoring the complaints, Tao Chen announces that a simple brute force attack with numbers will not be effective. He orders the Unhai army and the mantis beasts to stay behind. Meanwhile, Duong is busy drawing in the dirt. A tear wells up in Duong's eye. He silently pleads to be heard, suddenly sensing a strange presence. He whips his head around, staring in one direction, and calls out to the administrator, Chi-chun. Duong asks if Chi-chun was maintaining the magic circle with his son. Chi-chun simply looks down. The magic circle itself is completely fine, but he anxiously reports that something incredibly strange is currently unfolding over in Eden. Everyone stay exactly where you are, Chi-chun warns them with a heavy frown, sensing that things are getting incredibly serious. This is not a situation you can interfere with. Get back to the match immediately. The first Belphegor swings a massive fist, while the second one crashes down another blow, both aiming to utterly crush Zhu. But Zhu instantly teleports away, reappearing on the opposite side while still dragging that green-haired guy along with him. It causes him absolute agony, but even though Belphegor missed, he does not look angry at all, just smugly grinning. Floating high above, Zhu calls out to ask Belphegor what on earth is happening while silently analyzing the situation. The intruder being Belphegor is actually great news, as he is the weakest of the 6 demon kings, but looking below, the current situation tells a different story. Seeing two Belphegors completely frustrates Zhu, shattering every single logical prediction they had previously made. Copying a high-level demon like Belphegor should be absolutely impossible. Right on cue, the green-haired guy lets out a painful groan. You are not my Lucifer." This only makes Zhu more furious, muttering about how incredibly annoying this whole situation has become. "Since I cannot kill you just yet," Zhu raises his hand anyway, bearing razor-sharp claws dripping with pure killing intent. "Let me tear you to shreds first." Instantly, Zhu clamps his hand down tightly, squeezing the man's neck. His other hand inches dangerously close to the green-haired man's eyes, whose vision slowly begins to fade as he slips out of consciousness. Suddenly, Leviathan's colossal form manifests once more in the sky above, leaving Sujung and the others stunned. El, completely shell-shocked with wide eyes. Even Baal, guarding the magic circle, watches on with a deeply furrowed brow of pure disbelief. Zhu, still clutching the green-haired man, looks up in shock, gasping out, "What on earth is this?" Up above, Leviathan is roaring in agonizing pain. Its massive eyes stretch so wide they look bloodshot and ready to burst, while Leviathan's glowing purple pupils suddenly shift to the side. It locks onto Belphegor's direction, snapping its giant jaw wide open. Both of the Belphegor clones are completely stunned. They stand completely frozen in absolute shock. The beast stretches its jaws even wider, bearing rows of razor-sharp, terrifying teeth, and right after, one of the Belphegors fails to escape Leviathan's absolute ferocity, leaving the remaining clones standing there completely stunned. Shaking off the shock, veins pop across his forehead as he screams, "Leviathan, what the hell are you doing?" Watching from afar, Su Jung. The girl frowns heavily, stammering out, "What in the world is going on?" She stares over at the chaotic battlefield. She watches Belphegor's limp body plummeting down, utterly confused. Aren't they supposed to be allies? Right as she finishes speaking, Leviathan's eyes flare with a blinding light that quickly envelops its entire massive form. The light radiates so intensely that even Zhu has to shield his eyes. Suddenly, vibrant colors paint the entire sky as energy shifts. Fierce energy shifts accompanied by chaotic streaks of lightning. Meanwhile, the sheer force heavily shakes Chi-chun's area, causing everything to tremble violently. He peers outside in sheer panic, stammering, "What is that?" All of a sudden, the surrounding area plunges into pitch darkness, trapping Zhu. Standing in the dark, Zhu silently looks up in shock. Staring at the colossal shadow, he realizes that things have just taken a turn for the worse. Looking directly into Leviathan's ominous purple eyes, he confirms a terrifying fact: that troublesome monster is back. The beast has officially reclaimed his peak power. Glaring down with 4 terrifying eyes, his colossal form is absolutely menacing, prompting Zhu. He mutters under his breath, "The Lord of the Abyss, demonic dragon Leviathan." With 2 pairs of eyes and giant fangs, it is terrifying. The beast radiates an overwhelming aura of absolute authority. Everyone stands frozen at the sight as someone whispers, "Was Belphegor just swallowed?" Sujung and Ella remain completely paralyzed with fear, while Zhu silently realizes that his dangerous foe has finally unlocked his full peak power. Watching from afar, Bao frowns as he pieces it together, muttering to himself, "The Lord of the Abyss demonic dragon Leviathan has descended." Belphegor is pushed to the absolute brink of madness. Gritting his teeth, he unleashes a furious roar that shakes the area. Leviathan. Belphegor's purple eyes glow with overflowing bloodlust as thick veins pop violently across his entire forehead. Red energy furiously surges all around his body, but suddenly a crushing wave of purple light completely envelops him. The massive shockwave spreads rapidly, forcing Zhu to shield his body from afar, while Belphegor completely loses his mind as his jaw violently deforms. His fangs grow massive and his pitch-black muscles swell to an insane degree as he roars out, "I am going to crush you." Belphegor's body reverts back to its monstrous original form, regrowing two massive horns as he screams, "Leviathan." In the distance, others look on. Ellie and Sujong watch on in absolute silence. Ellie mutters in confusion, "Why are they fighting?" Sujong replies, "Have they gone completely mad?" Zhu just holds his head in utter disbelief, thinking they are always like this. Not a single one of these so-called loose is sane. His eyes narrow slightly as he schemes, "If they keep tearing each other apart, we can easily take advantage of this." Finding himself in such a perfect position is absolutely fantastic. Zhu stares at the cracking red barrier, quietly calculating his next move. But the barrier will not hold much longer. Right then, Chi-chun shouts to Lu that things are getting far too dangerous. He screams in sheer panic as the barrier crumbles. At this rate, Lu's shield will break and strange sounds already echo from the outside. A blonde guy holding a camera seems to hear something and looks up, asking with a highly skeptical look, "Did you guys hear that weird noise just now?" Behind him, a live streamer points his selfie stick at the massive gate. "Hello everyone, I am standing right before the giant gate." Comments keep rapidly flooding onto his stream. Another one, a viewer posts asking if this is just more clickbait trash content, while another replies that they already said nothing would happen. Seeing the backlash, he scratches his head in embarrassment. "This is not clickbait, guys. Did you not hear the breaking news? Tons of high-level players from the Cavan Guild have joined the battle." The capped guy grins from ear to ear and spins around. "Look, that is the Korean branch leader of the Cavan Guild." Suddenly, a pair of legs steps right through the barrier, freezing everyone in place. Even the waiting reporters are left utterly stunned. Someone gasps in sheer disbelief. "Wait," a reporter stammers, "is that actually the famous Tao Chen? The top-ranked powerhouse from China? Did Tao Chen actually join this raid?" Cameras immediately start clicking and blinding flashes burst nonstop in his face. Reporters swarm forward aggressively, fighting for an interview. "Please just give us a brief moment of your time. What exactly is happening in there? Why did you come out alone before Tao Chen can even speak?" They keep shouting questions. "Is Kim Jigyu in there? Idiot, you have to ask him in English." Tao Chen scowls, overwhelmed by the noise. Unable to hold back his frustration, he bellows at the top of his lungs, "Get back. The barrier could burst at any second." Tao Chen warns loudly, "If you stay here, you will die. Leave right now." His warning only sparks massive confusion. Everyone looks completely lost, muttering, "What is he even saying? The barrier is collapsing. Run away." They do not even care about the danger, only urging each other to write the articles quickly. An awakened rancor is violating press freedom. Tao Chen shakes with boiling rage, cursing them in his head. Damn it, talking to them is entirely useless. He scowls quickly, calculating his options, knowing there is no other way. Since things have gotten this bad, I must. Suddenly, a brilliant blue and red light shoots down from the sky. It streaks directly past Tao Chen's eyes, and then a brilliant gold flash erupts right behind him. Blinded by the flash, he and the surrounding reporters quickly spin around. Tao Chen stands frozen, jaw dropped in total disbelief at the sight. Meanwhile, on the 60th floor of the tower inside the reward room, a dark figure dressed in black stands waiting. A pale hand gently lifts the box lid, letting a blue light spill out. As the flash fades, a system notification rings. Ego J has completed the process. The Ego J has claimed ownership of a taboo name, a wolf. The system chimes, announcing that J can now use the name Fenny. Instantly, the beast pounces forward, biting hard into Belphegor's shoulder before the demon can react. Shocked, Belphegor grits his teeth in pain, groaning, "What is this?" Even Lu stares in wide-eyed shock, wondering if that is really J. Leviathan watches the scene play out with its 4 eyes, completely baffled by the turn of events. Ella's equally stunned, whispering if J has arrived and the master. Sensing immediate danger, Leviathan quickly backs away, only to be instantly bound by an unknown heavy force. What is this? What on earth is happening so suddenly? Glowing red threads materialize in midair, and just as expected, they close in. The beast is tightly bound by them. A mechanical voice announces the consciousness of Brynhild is evolving. Her purple eyes change as she loses consciousness. With a flick of her hand, Leviathan's head explodes, revealing Kim Ji-ju's handsome face. The system announces that Brynhild has acquired the Dragon Slayer form. Over on the side, Lu watches in complete awe. The system announces that the connection with Ego Lu has been established. But the alerts do not stop just yet. Connection with Ego LA has been established. She merely narrows her eyes from deep within the barrier. The robotic voice speaks once more. Connection to Eden is restored. Brynhild now stands in the form of a cute, innocent little girl, yet possessing a devilish aura as she proudly announces her arrival. Back to the other fight. Fenny flies in, sinking its teeth into Belphegor's neck. He grits his teeth, looking down in panic. Belphegor swings his sharp claws wildly, ready to strike back, but Jay is fully prepared. Clamping his jaws shut without letting go, he commands Fire Element. A massive circle of fire erupts surrounding Belphegor with thick smoke and dust. The demon gnashes his teeth. His eyes widen as he senses the immense danger approaching. Suddenly, a wild flame from afar swirls back with an overwhelming pressure. This is the lava element. While Belphegor is still bound, a sudden blow strikes. Another strike crashed down, one he couldn't possibly dodge. Belphegor could only stand there helplessly, watching the blazing flame draw closer. An agonizing shriek tore from his throat as the pain consumed him. Right after, severed chunks of his body were sliced into pieces. Belphegor's shredded remains floated in mid-air. Even the purple eyes of Leviathan now shared that same grim fate, completely bewildered. What was that? What just happened? Far in the distance, a winged figure clad in heavy armor stood tall. It was still trying to piece it together. Someone had slashed it while passing by. Leviathan stared at its own scattered body parts. He silently urged his body to regenerate immediately. But after a few seconds, those eyes suddenly snapped wide open in sheer panic. Why wasn't he regenerating? Just then, Lu recalled Giju's devastating sword strike, certain that the previous slash was delivered before their link was even established. Recalling that overwhelming aura, Lu deduced that Giju had neutralized Leviathan in a single instant. He didn't borrow their strength, this was done entirely with his own raw power. Realizing this, he couldn't help but grin with absolute delight. Lu turned to look at Giju, thrilled by his growth. He had returned as a true monster. Elle was so ecstatic she clasped her hands in joy, while Sujong merely watched on, completely unfazed. Crossing her arms, she noted his perfect timing. Suddenly, Giju called out to Lu, catching him completely off guard. Giju urgently tossed over a purple horn fragment, shouting for him to catch it. Though confused, Lu quickly reached out and snatched it. Frowning, he examined the object, wondering what it was, but Giju barked out a direct command to absorb it immediately. He even strictly ordered him to devour it whole. Lu hesitated for a second, letting the words sink in, but a devious smirk quickly spread across his face. He absorbed the item, black energy billowing out as he sighed in satisfaction. This was exactly what he needed. Lu's human form vanished, replaced by a dark sword enveloped in a protective layer of black energy. The weapon in Gigyu's grip vanished for an instant before Lu returned to his sword form, and Gigyu caught him midair. Lu murmured that it had been ages since he last took on this particular form. Placing a hand over her heart, Elle declared that she would help him too. Acknowledging her fiery determination, Giju gave her a task. Giju quickly assigned a different mission, telling Elle there was something specific he needed her to do. There were still too many civilians trapped outside. He ordered her to summon their summons and evacuate everyone at all costs. Gigyu softly asked if she could handle it. Elle was momentarily taken aback, but a confident smile quickly returned to her face. Assuring her master, she unfurled her massive wings and soared into the sky. By now, everyone had completely ignored the bound. Belphegor, who was trembling with absolute rage. Struggling against his restraints, he lunged toward Elle, snarling about where she thought she was going. He closed the distance, screaming at her for being a fake god, but his words were cut short. Multiple beams of light pierced right through him. Something flashed across his vision, leaving Belphegor completely frozen in place. Arcs of lightning crackled across his body. Realizing he was paralyzed, he muttered that his limbs wouldn't move, his eyes widening in shock. Staring at the massive threads binding his flesh, he desperately tried to recall if he had ever heard of such a technique. But how could a single person masterfully control two completely opposing attributes like life and death? He stared at Giju, wondering who this kid really was. Below, Sujong chimed in, offering her assistance. She asked if he needed any help, but immediately scoffed at herself. Since when did she have to ask for permission to act? She recalled how just last year Giju had been a fragile, weak player who looked like he would break. He used to look like he'd shatter at a single touch. Yet, as she looked up at him now, everything had changed. She knew deep down that the entire world now revolved around him. Not getting an immediate response, she prompted him again. Sujong asked what she should do to help, just as Leviathan's massive body began to crack and shatter into pieces. Giju replied that they needed to reinforce the barrier, explaining that once the real battle began, things would get ugly. The barrier wouldn't hold on its own. Jigyu called out to Bale, who adjusted his glasses before turning his gaze toward the others. He asked the elder and Guangchul to assist as well, politely requesting their help in holding the line. Keeping her usual cold expression, Sujong broke into a slight sweat, stating she could feed him some of her energy. But it wouldn't be easy. Even with their combined energy, they could only hold the barrier for a minute, maybe even 30 seconds. A sudden realization hit, and he mumbled that it would have to be enough. Giju smiled, satisfied with the plan. Holding out for 30 seconds would be plenty. Meanwhile, Leviathan's shattered remains were desperately trying to stitch themselves back together. A swirling blue energy attempted to fuse the pieces back, cursing the pathetic humans for talking so much trash. The dark blue energy struggles to bind together, angrily cursing the inferior humans for bragging the moment they open their mouths. At Leviathan's severed neck, countless blue energy streams begin to shoot out, crisscrossing through the air as they desperately try to stitch its mutilated body parts back together. It is a rough and messy stitch-up, but it gets the job done. Honestly, Leviathan looks absolutely horrifying right now. It is enough to send shivers down your spine, yet the beast keeps screaming, telling him not to get cocky. Just because one sneak attack worked doesn't mean it's over. Outside the barrier, the human alliance is still holding strong. Suddenly, an army of skeletal soldiers marches out of the portal immediately, sending the nearby reporters into a frantic, screaming panic. They yell in terror about skeleton soldiers and monsters, screaming for everyone to run. The crowd descends into pure chaos, wondering what the hell is happening. People scramble down the main streets, shoving each other to escape. High above, Elle watches the madness unfold beneath her. She unleashes her radiant holy power with a wave of her hand, ordering her allies to ignore the chaotic panic. She promises to heal any of the wounded, urging everyone to focus on evacuating the area as quickly as possible. The angels immediately salute. When Elle asks if they understand, Hamel places a hand over his chest armor to confirm. Below, Yubin and Tao Chen nod in agreement, while Brunhart takes a silent moment to think before giving her reply. She agrees to cooperate just this once for their master's sake. Meanwhile, Botis remains silent and gets to work. He quickly gathers his squad of giant mantises. To make things wilder, the massive Griffin Lu suddenly appears in the sky. Clutched in its talons is a human, causing onlookers to scream in shock as Botis's forces dive straight into the fray. The streets erupt into screams about monsters. Amidst the rising dread, Shin Yubin turns and shouts at the top of her lungs. She orders everyone to fall back. The confused crowd looks on, staring at Elle's brilliant holy power in utter disbelief. People keep asking what is happening, but the only answer is to run. Suddenly, Elle's eyes widen in sheer shock. Freezing in place, Elle quickly whips her head around and stares directly into the heart of the barrier. The real clash has begun. She can feel her master's presence igniting in battle. Giju stands before the newly stitched Leviathan, looking completely relaxed as he softly calls Bia back to him. At his word, the glowing threads binding Belphegor instantly unravel and fly straight back to Giju. The rope retreats into his necklace, leaving Belphegor completely baffled. He wonders if the boy has stopped attacking out of pure arrogance. Bloodshot veins bulge in Belphegor's furious eyes as he sees it being looked down upon by a mere human. Meanwhile, inside the tower, a brilliant light flashes as the four wizards strain to keep the Crimson Magic Circle stable. Sujong lets out a heavy sigh, estimating that they only need 30 more seconds. But outside, Giju wears a smug grin, looking ready to end it in 3. Sujong quickly warns him not to get carried away. She warns that pushing too hard could collapse the barrier. But Giju is already locked in, his eyes glowing with manic energy. Beautiful golden wings sprout from his boots as the system announces a speed boost, and the golden threads flash to life again. They wrap around Belphegor and Leviathan before vanishing in a blink, leaving the giant demon completely bewildered once more. Before he can process what is happening, glowing crisscross patterns suddenly erupt right across his distorted face. In a flash, those red and gold threads wrap around both monsters, squeezing their massive bodies with immense pressure. As they freeze, the system announces the activation of his predation skill. Even the forces outside can feel the ground shaking. The blonde hunter blushes furiously, completely caught off guard by the bizarre situation he has found himself in. Hamel is carrying him through the air, and the guy cannot help but feel a bit overwhelmed by the experience. Getting carried princess style by a beautiful angel is definitely a first, but his romantic thoughts shatter when he looks behind them. He points and screams for the angel to look behind him. Hamel quickly whips around to see what the commotion is about. The massive barrier is actually beginning to fade away. Seeing this, the other angels freeze mid-flight, completely stunned. The barrier of Eden is breaking. They stare in absolute dread, desperately wondering if their master is okay inside. Within seconds, more than half of the dome vanishes, exposing the blue sky as Brunhart looks up in awe. The soldiers riding atop Botis's Mantis army watch in silence alongside the refugees carried by the Griffin. Everyone's jaws drop in absolute shock. From the ground below, Yubin stares up with wide, disbelieving eyes, completely unable to process the sight. As the thick smoke and dust slowly settle, the horrific scene is revealed. Belphegor and Leviathan have been sliced into pieces. Their severed parts are scattered across the battlefield, and Belphegor's decapitated head falls heavily to the ground. It shatters into fragments, and his bloated torso is devoured next. Tao Chen and Yubin watch the horror. They stand frozen in place as massive globs of dark blood rain down heavily, soaking the entire battlefield. A pair of feet slowly appears before everyone. Of course, it is Jigyu, completely unscathed, right as the system sounds an announcement. The ego, Lu, has successfully absorbed Leviathan and Belphegor. Flashing a red eye on Giju's hand, the weapon prompts a callback to some time ago. For over 2 months, the raid on the giant gate has raged on, led by more than just the Korean Player Association. Associations from all over the world sent countless high-ranking players, but the absolute worst-case scenario happened as they all completely vanished. Yet the only thing they managed to retrieve was a few short video clips. Capturing the rare moment when the gate's barrier was deactivated, this shaky footage was all they had. Each video lasted only about 1 minute, but through those trembling frames they could make out a grim reality. They could see a bizarre, unprecedented battlefield showing the traces of a colossal, unidentified beast along with completely unfamiliar surroundings. And there was Kim Gi-ju, a Class 1 wanted criminal. His sharp face flickered behind the barrier alongside a massive force field erected in the middle of a distant city. Suddenly, a knee drops heavily to the ground. Seeing this, the surrounding players panic and cry out to their leader. They scream, asking if the captain is alright, completely confused as they call out for Vice Captain Rohan. Yes, this is Rohan, also known as Oh Han Yeol. Ignoring their frantic shouts, he keeps his eyes fixed straight ahead. Tears well up as Rohan welcomes back his master, while Giju gently replies, telling him he has done a wonderful job. But Giju doesn't stop there, urging the others to step forward. James can no longer hold back his tears, weeping uncontrollably until his face is completely soaked. Laughing through his tears, James screams out that they can finally avenge COA June. Meanwhile, at the same time, tension rises within the Global Player Association headquarters. Someone slams their fist onto the table in a rage, demanding to know what is being proposed as a heavily bearded man glares. He angrily points out that in the European raid alone, nearly 1,000 players have already been killed. This is Rook, president of the European Council. He continues to press the issue, demanding to know how they could possibly. How can they launch another massive raid? Staring straight ahead, he demands to know if the president has completely lost his mind. Sitting at the high table is Lob Ambrose, the powerful president of the Global Player Association. He calmly replies that Kim Gi-ju is clearly a terrorist and a direct threat to all humanity, and they simply cannot negotiate with terrorists. Rook immediately counters, arguing that by those standards he is not even sure if Gi-gyu is actually an enemy of mankind. Looking around the room, he asks if he is the only one who finds the reasons for Gi-ju's wanted status highly suspicious. Rook openly declares they have eyes everywhere, warning the president not to think they can continue pulling the strings, manipulating everything through the Central Association forever. As he finishes, the entire hall falls into dead silence with no one uttering a word. After a moment, Ambrose speaks up, asking what they want. Rook seriously responds, calling for dialogue and negotiations by recognizing Gi-ju's strength as an independent faction working toward a mutually acceptable way for both sides to coexist. Hearing this, Ambrose dismisses the proposal as cowardly. Without losing his temper, Rook counters that on his side, they call it simple rationality. Don't both sides bear the heavy responsibility for hundreds of millions of lives? Suddenly, a hand appears. Clapping loudly to grab attention, a holy-looking old man interrupts, suggesting that the discussion is becoming far too tense for anyone's good. This is the Pope. He warns that pushing further will only serve to deepen the misunderstandings between them, so they should pause to cool down and reflect. After a brief moment of thought, Rook nods, agreeing to end today's meeting right here. Afterward, everyone files out of the meeting room one by one, while Rook silently watches their departing figures. Leaning forward on the table with interlocked fingers, he suddenly looks up, and his eyes flash with a sharp, calculating red gleam. Meanwhile, in a dark parking garage, a small vortex materializes on a massive concrete pillar, forming a portal. A hand reaches out as a golden holy energy washes over Sugano's handsome face, forcing him to snap awake with eyes wide open. It takes him a few seconds to regain full consciousness and realize exactly where he is standing. This area is a gathering point for players who have fallen unconscious. Sugano sits up abruptly, questioning where on earth he is. Nearby, someone wonders about his identity. Hearing the voice, Sugano glances over as Tao Chen nods in confirmation. He introduces the bewildered newcomer as Sugano, a high-ranking player. Yes, this confused man is indeed the powerful Sugano. Elle doesn't hesitate, telling him to follow because their master is waiting as her white-socked feet click in familiar wooden sandals. Emerging from the portal in the parking garage, they walk right into view, led by Tao Chen and Elle. Sugano looks around curiously, questioning how he ended up in this strange place immediately after exiting the gate. Wondering what kind of area this really is, Sugano suddenly notices a fleet of luxury cars parked nearby. Those luxury vehicles put him on high alert, causing him to frown deeply as he cautiously looks over at his side. First up is the blonde American ranker, Captain Loale. Right behind him is a heavily bearded man, India's top ranker Silver. And it doesn't stop there, even several South Korean guild masters have arrived. This is a massive gathering of elite players. It really makes you wonder, what on earth are they planning to do? The elevator speeds down at a dizzying pace, stopping right outside a room marked with a polished classroom sign. The doors slide open, and they file in one by one. Jigyu, Lu, and Bodice are already waiting. Jigyu welcomes them, checking if everyone can hear him clearly. The guests scan the room, looking highly suspicious. Cho Sung-woo is baffled. He hears Korean, but understands it perfectly. Has this entire room been enchanted? He is certain that normal translation magic cannot possibly achieve this level of accuracy. Then again, absolutely nothing here is normal. Behind the scenes, Ki-chun is likely bursting with pride. He is the one who created this area after all. Jigyu welcomes them again, gesturing for everyone to sit. They have a lot to discuss. Switching to a serious tone, Jigyu asks if they will even believe him. He is about to reveal a critical truth. His voice deepens as he brings up the powerful guilds. The dark truth about the Iron Guild and the Caravan Guild. Once everyone is seated, the briefing begins. First up is the demon Andros and his alliance with the Iron Guild shown on screen. Their schemes are already affecting the entire world. They have planned to disguise demons among the players, even orchestrating the elixir incident. Since everyone present has cleared the 50th floor, they skip the basic details. The briefing stays short and sweet. Jigyu narrows his eyes, scanning the expressions of the rankers around him. Their reactions vary wildly. Some look completely shocked, while others are starting to grow highly skeptical. But for many, the pieces are finally falling into place. A few nod silently. Jigyu knows a ripple has started. The seed of doubt has been planted. With that, his presentation ends. A moment later, he gives an order. L is instructed to guide them out. Once the rankers leave, Lu, who has been quiet, finally speaks up. Is it really okay to just let them go like this? Master Jigyu chuckles, assuring him it is fine. The seeds of doubt are already sown. Rumors are bound to spread one way or another. People will start keeping a close eye on the Iron and Caravan guilds. That is far better than fighting the world. Suddenly, Jigyu turns to Lu with curiosity, asking how he is holding up. After absorbing Belphegor and Leviathan, Lu stares at his hands and admits he is still digesting them. Their power is simply too massive to assimilate all at once, forcing him back into this child form. Suddenly, Gigyu's chest glows. A flash of blue light reveals Brunhild in her tiny baby form. She happily pipes up, liking Lu as a kid. Lu is not amused at all, snapping back, telling the annoying fly to shut up. While Brunhild playfully messes with his hair, Jigyu cuts in. It is time for Lu to explain what happened. What went down in Eden while he was gone? Lu smiles, teasing that his master talks like it was a minor skirmish. It was actually a massive battle, but their master, the absolute monster, returns, acting like nothing happened. Lu explains the details. First, Lim Hai-suk is with Ryoi. She has become an ego, acting like a messenger. She is incredibly skilled at tracking down the Caravan Guild. Meanwhile, the rest of the crew bought time in Eden. The self-proclaimed demon Lu and Baal teamed up with Huang Jiman and his son to cast massive magic barriers. El and the angels focused on purging demons, while Shin Yubin, Tao Chen, the undead, and monsters handled the frontline combat. Lu then remembers a key detail. Tao Chen mentioned wanting a private word with Jigyu once everything had fully settled down. Jigyu is quite surprised, wondering what he wants to discuss. He recalls how Tao Chen had humbly asked for a favor. He begged Jigyu to help save his country, China. Later, in a familiar parking garage, the two meet up. Tao Chen bows deeply, thanking him for listening and apologizing for taking up his precious time. Jigyu waves his hands dismissively, saying there is no need to apologize. He is the one who owes a debt of gratitude. Then Jigyu tilts his head, spotting Bodice sitting behind them. He is staring intensely at a chessboard, completely focused. The demon looks incredibly serious, as if struggling to find his next move. Tao Chen calmly explains. He is just playing chess with Master Bodice. Jigyu mumbles to himself, wondering when they became such close friends. Realizing he is being rude, Jigyu coughs to clear his throat. He quickly shifts back to business, eager to hear the main point. Speaking of something precious falling into demon hands at the Chinese Players Association, Tao Chen continues. China is a powerhouse with countless players whose strength has been steadily growing since long before the towers and gates even appeared. Their massive size and huge population are factors, but the biggest contributor to their rapid growth is actually martial arts. In the modern era, traditional martial arts are usually just seen as something from fantasy novels. But ever since the era of the towers and gates began, its status has completely shifted. Surprisingly, these martial arts seem to be built on the very existence of mana, which makes Jigyu analyze the past. It was once dismissed as a ridiculous conspiracy theory, but now he understands as he remembers the ancient ones in Gaia. Since Earth was born from their massive conflict, it makes sense that their lingering influence is still felt here today. He reminds himself that it is still just a theory, but Jigyu knows there is more to it. Either way, he has plenty of reasons to go to China, especially with the Carven Guild situation. Looking at the serious Tao Chen, waiting Jigyu realizes he also owes a debt to this bearded man. Tao Chen explains how the Chinese Players Association ended up falling directly into the hands of the demons. Even the association president has likely been possessed by a demon, which Tao Chen does not try to hide. Because of this, he gathered trusted players to build a resistance force and take back their homeland from the demons. With absolute sincerity, Tao Chen begs Jigyu to join their resistance army. They must work together to free China from demon control, leaving Jigyu deep in serious thought. His immediate concern is figuring out how to sneak into China now that Tao Chen is a wanted man. Anyone seeing them together would assume an alliance, making normal transport like planes or official gates completely impossible. Tao Chen asks if Jigyu can just open a portal, but Jigyu explains he cannot stabilize one over there. Luckily, Haesuk told Tao Chen about a secret gate that can get them through safely. Jigyu can easily disguise himself, but the real issue is hiding Tao Chen, who stands out too much. Tao Chen suggests wearing full armor or a helmet, but Jigyu warns that would only draw more attention. While guards might not check, everyone looking too suspicious will get him detained, leading Jigyu to stare at Tao Chen's prominent beard. He mutters that the beard has to go, sending a wave of sheer terror through the martial artist. Tao Chen desperately begs to save his beloved beard, claiming it is worth more than his own life, as the rune falls dead silent. Jigyu just stares back blankly until Tao Chen finally caves in, trembling as he prepares to make the ultimate sacrifice. With tears welling in his eyes, Tao Chen begs Jigyu to shave it cleanly and gently mourning his loss. Jigyu apologizes, having no idea the beard meant so much, but he already has a different plan in mind. He decides to head to China alone, first planning to open a stable portal for the others later. Two massive guards stand watch outside the towering Gong base, but inside the secure underground facility, a brilliant spatial portal suddenly tears open. Stepping into the multipurpose room, a familiar system notification rings out, welcoming Jigyu back after his long absence. The handsome secretary Heo Sung-hoon warmly greets him, noting that Jigyu is trending all over the internet. Next is the rugged Choi Chang-yong, the fierce leader of the prestigious Blue Dragon Guild, welcoming him back. Another familiar face holding a bundle of green steps forward, and that is none other than Kim San-pyo. He is the master of the Morin Guild, standing alongside the high-ranking player Go Hyung-chul. Staring at the massive feast laid out, Jigyu shyly asks if this is a meat party, making Sung-hoon laugh. He explains they just returned after 3 months, so grilled pork belly is an absolute must. The other guild members are also celebrating in the cafeteria, as keeping morale high is a top priority for leadership. Sung-hoon pulls out a chair, encouraging Jigyu to sit down and enjoy the meal. He tells him to eat first before talking business, and soon empty bottles and plates cover the table. Sighing in satisfaction after the delicious meal, Sung-hoon wipes his mouth and gets down to business. Unfortunately, there are no massive updates yet, but they are still actively monitoring the Carven Guild. They manage to locate and destroy a few hidden bases, but the enemies are scattered too widely. Their heightened defenses make striking back difficult, but Sung-hoon has one more critical piece of news to share. He reveals that the Korean government has officially reached out to make contact with them. For the longest time, they had always wanted to control the association. Back then, President Oh Tae-gu was friendly, so their relationship was never tense. Having kept quiet until now, Hyun-soo finally chimes in that the game has completely changed. They must be anxious. Especially with Eden rising as a powerhouse, they are likely testing the waters to see who to align with. He waves his toothpick, adding that they have not allied with Iron or Caravan, yet a fact he personally confirmed by sneaking in. Disappointed, he shakes his head, muttering how a national leader could have such incredibly sloppy security. Hearing this, Jigyu speaks up, saying that since Sung-hoon is busy dealing with the situation in China, he will hand this task over to him. Sung-hoon nods, asking how much he is allowed to reveal. Stroking his chin in deep thought, Jigyu ultimately orders him to take Rohan along. It is time to play a few cards and show them which side truly holds all the benefits. Jigyu then glances over at Chang-yong. What about the Blue Dragon and Morning Star guilds? He asks why they skipped the Eden raid, prompting Chang-yong to respond. We were cut from the strike force because we survived Eden once before. They suspect we might betray them, and Chang-yong adds that this suspicion was actually a deliberate setup by Rohan. Then Hyun-soo speaks up. We are slowly clearing our names, but to avoid raising any more eyebrows, we decided to sit this one out. Jigyu nods in understanding. Since the other guilds got a free pass, this time the tension has eased up. Suddenly, Hyun-soo looks over with curiosity. By the way, Jigyu, are you heading to China soon? Hyun-soo asks, leaving Jigyu surprised that he already knows about it. Confused, Jigyu asks what he is talking about. Hyun-soo is blunt, isn't he going because he already knows what happened? He intended to wait for confirmation, but he reveals that Belphegor is currently being cloned over in China. Meanwhile, the spatial gate hums loudly. Elle looks at him with deep worry, asking if he is really fine leaving them behind. Giju replies that there is no telling what might happen back in Eden, so it is best for both of them to stay put. He reassures them, pointing out that thanks to the gate, he can easily warp back whenever he is needed. Brunhart suddenly pops up in her small girl form, bursting with confidence as she speaks up. She proudly boasts about protecting her master, her nose growing hilariously long and sharp like Pinocchio, which Lu immediately judges. Lu scoffs that her protection is exactly what worries him. Annoyed, she fires back that he is basically a kid too, making Giju laugh. He steps in to stop their bickering, pulling out a disguise mask. Smiling, Jigyu bids them farewell, promising to return soon. His face quickly shifts into that of an old man. A brief moment later, he arrives amidst a breathtaking range of majestic mountains. As soon as Giju pulls off his mask, a welcoming voice calls out from above. It's none other than Tao Chen. He welcomes Giju to their rebel front line, proudly introducing the ancient Shaolin temple towering before them. Behind him stands a massive, impressive sign. Brunhart is completely awestruck, while Giju silently marvels at actually being at Shaolin Temple. He never imagined he would stand in such a legendary place in real life. Tao Chen then gestures forward, asking him to follow. Tao Chen mentions he already alerted his allies. As they walk deep inside the temple, an elder monk approaches. The head abbot, flanked by several disciples, steps forward to ask if he is truly the son of the legendary Kronos. Giju looks around in confusion, wondering how they could possibly know about Kronos as he spots several young monks nearby. Among the crowd are heavily armored warriors as well. Raising a hand, the abbot explains that during the early days of the tower, China received immense blessings from Kronos. Indeed, all the legendary pioneers are viewed as their savior heroes. Bowing slightly, the monk formally introduces himself as Abbot Chu, the leader of the Shaolin Temple. Giju exhales in relief, realizing they were talking about his father. Brunhart chirps in that she was startled too as Abbot Chu politely welcomes them. Giju offers a respectful bow, introducing himself as Kim Gi, Gyu from South Korea, while Brunhart mutters in his head that she is his trusty companion. Yet Abbot Chu Guang quickly turns serious, stating that although they owe his father a great debt, placing their trust in Gyu is an entirely different matter. They cannot simply hand over their country's future to a complete stranger. Hearing this, Tao Chen immediately reacts with anger, calling out to the abbot. He argues that he has explained this situation multiple times and treating an honored guest so coldly is highly disrespectful. Addressing him as beautiful beard, the abbot calmly explains that without absolute trust, internal division will surely tear them apart. Abbot Chu Guang emphasizes that trust is not something that can simply be handed over on a silver platter. Still annoyed, Tao Chen tries to object to the harsh treatment, but Giju raises a hand, assuring him it is fine. Looking the abbot directly in the eye, he calmly asks what he must do to earn their trust, which earns an appreciative nod. Abbot Chu Guang's eyes glinted with sudden intensity. If Giju wanted to convince them, he had to prove it with martial arts. No empty words or excuses. Only real strength matters. And the abbot wasn't done. He demanded the fight happen right here. The abbot challenged Giju directly, demanding a duel. Giju scratched his head with a sigh. He knew it would come to this. It was a classic setup. Brunhart got pretty excited, whispering that anyone who talked big like that always ended up in a coffin. He silently warned Brunhart to stand back a bit, then turned to the abbot and accepted the challenge with one condition. Looking at the waiting disciples, he made a crazy suggestion: let them all attack him together. This sheer arrogance shocked Abbot Chu Guang, who sputtered out, "What did the boy just say?" Even the armored warriors exchanged anxious glances. Tao Chen looked on hesitantly, calling out Gigyu's alias Morning Star. Abbot Chu Guang snorted in anger, veins bulging on his forehead. He warned that arrogance always leads to a swift downfall. With a heavy clatter, several metal bracelets slipped off his wrists and crashed onto the stone floor. Gigyu watched them fall. The abbot proudly explained that they were ancient devices used to suppress mana. Chinese martial artists do not just rely on flashy moves, they use these to forge both body and spirit. Frowning, the abbot declared that they would unleash their full power. Gigyu just nodded casually, completely unfazed by the threat. Noticing similar shackles on all the other disciples, Giju realized everyone present had been training with them. Giju raised his hand, triggering a system notification as countless dark threads erupted forward like clutching vines. The threads wrapped tightly around the warriors' arms. As they cried out in shock, the threads easily stripped off their heavy bracelets. The disciples yelled in panic as the black threads snatched their cuffs, pulling them high into the air. They snapped onto Giju's arms. He clenched his fists, letting the sheer weight of their power sink in. Honestly, you have to love his confidence. Giju slyly smiles, completely fine fighting with this massive handicap. The restraint settled perfectly onto Giju's wrists. Abbot Chu Guang watched in absolute horror, his jaw dropping. Tao Chen was just as shocked, whispering Morningstar's name in disbelief as the Shaolin disciples began to panic. Cold sweat dripped down their faces as they looked at each other. Finally, Abbot Chu Guang steeled himself. He gathered his inner energy accepting the terms, while warning Jigyu to prepare to pay for his sheer arrogance. The abbot's eyes flared crimson, veins popping on his forehead as he lunged forward with terrifying speed. He vanished in a blink, instantly reappearing right before Jigyu while kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Gritting his teeth in fury, the abbot threw a devastating punch, but Jigyu easily slipped past the strike. Jigyu snatched the abbot's arm and threw him overhead, slamming the old master hard into the ground. The impact shattered the stone floor, sending debris flying as the groaning abbot struggled to pick himself up. Standing tall with a smug grin, Jigyu openly mocked the crowd, inviting every single disciple to come and attack him at once. For several tense seconds, absolute silence hung over the entire courtyard. With every eye locked onto him, Jigyu stood his ground, scanning the crowd with sharp, fearless eyes. He watched as they unleashed their ultimate techniques, the Dark Dharma Sword, the ultimate triple slash, and the mountain-shattering fist. Even the 13 Lotus Spear form was brought out quickly, followed by the glowing strikes of the Tai Lei sword style. Countless Shaolin disciples surged forward in a wave. Jigyu stood motionless, waiting as a long-haired swordsman swung a massive blade. With a smug smile, Jigyu flicked his wrist. A burst of energy deflected the heavy blade, forcing the swordsman to grit his teeth. Completely losing control of his own weapon, the swordsman watched in horror as his blade swung toward his ally. The ally quickly dodged, wondering if Jigyu had simply missed his target with that deflection. Or was this all calculated from the start? Suddenly, two sharp blades clashed together, releasing a shower of bright sparks. Spears and swords clanged together in total chaos. Interfering with each other, the disciples started shouting in anger. One snapped that his ally was blocking him, while the other yelled back that it wasn't his fault. And here's the crazy part: their attacks keep missing, leaving them utterly baffled until someone finally notices. He screamed for everyone to scatter and stay out of Giju's range, while Tao Chen watched from afar. Disciples warned each other that Jigyu could read their every move. Watching this unravel, Tao Chen frowned, deeply lost in silent thought. Morning Star was incredibly strong, but this was on a whole different level. Right then, Abbot Chu Guang snapped. Unleashing a terrifying wave of killing intent, he threw punch after punch with immense pressure rushing back into the fight. With just a glance, he sensed that attack could not be avoided, yet Jigyu charged directly toward Abbot Chu Guang instead. Bringing up his own fist, Jigyu unleashed a wine-splitting punch that pierced straight through Abbot Chu Guang and sent him flying backward. A clear mark was left on his chest as the abbot gritted his teeth, realizing this young man possessed far more than just raw combat skills. Abbot Chu Guang observed closely, realizing Jigyu was analyzing and absorbing every single move used against him. In that instant, Jigyu understood that his massive leap in strength came from absorbing all those combat skills. He had taken them from every enemy he defeated. Suddenly, recalling Juye's words about fighting to the absolute death. Those skills would eventually etch themselves into his body as the heavy rings on Jigyu's arms suddenly tightened and locked around his wrists. A massive explosion shook the temple, throwing up a thick curtain of dust that blinded everyone before the wind slowly swept it all away. Inside lay absolute devastation, with debris scattered everywhere as Tao Chen panted heavily while trying to assess the damage. Before Abbot Chu Guang could even recover his senses, Jigyu spoke up with a casual apology for breaking their equipment. Emerging from the dissipating smoke, Jigyu gave his arms a quick shake as if it were no big deal. The shattered remains of the iron rings clattered to the floor as he asked if he had finally passed their little test. Following that brief clash, their attitude toward him shifted entirely, with the disciples now warmly greeting him as Morningstar hero. Bruises from the battle still marked their faces, but even the proudest warriors bowed respectfully, thanking the Morningstar hero for his guidance. They addressed Jigyu with immense respect, prompting Brunhard, who was clinging to his shoulder, to ask about the title out of pure curiosity. When asked what a hero was, Jigyu awkwardly explained it as a term of high respect, just as something on his hand flashed. It was the translating ring made by Guangju, leaving Jigyu wondering why they could not just call him Hero Kim instead of that odd name. He seemed completely stuck with the weird Morningstar hero title, and shortly after they relocated to a quiet, serene courtyard. Surrounded by lush greenery, this was the private chamber of the Shaolin abbot, where Abbot Chu Guang respectfully offered him a hot cup of tea. He offered tea to the Morningstar hero, while Jigyu sat there feeling quite awkward about the grand title. Unable to find the right words, he cleared his throat and decided to drop it directly, asking why the abbot had summoned him. Sensing they needed to speak without others around, Abbot Chu Guang bowed, explaining the matter had nothing to do with the rebel army. Instead, it was a critical secret of Shaolin, as the abbot asked if the Morningstar hero had ever heard of Bodhidharma. Jigyu nodded, admitting he had only heard of the legendary figure, prompting Abbot Chu Guang to elaborate on the details. He explained that Bodhidharma was the founder of Shaolin martial arts and revered as the ancestor of all Chinese martial arts. Speaking in a calm tone, the abbot listened as Jigyu noted that Chinese martial arts were actually built upon magic power. Abbot Chogwang took a sip of tea, agreeing that the closer one drew to the source, the stronger the magical resonance became. For example, he explained that Shaolin techniques passed down to true disciples allowed them to grasp the inner essence through simple training. Taking a sip of his own tea, Giju pondered that if this was true, Bodhidharma might have been someone who reached the ruler state. Pushing aside questions about who the Grandmaster really was, he wondered what goal lay behind creating these martial arts and passing them down. As those thoughts swirled, Abbot Choguang broke the silence, revealing that the very chamber they were currently sitting in was highly special. It was rumored to be the exact dwelling of Bodhidharma, causing Giju to look up in shock as the abbot continued his explanation. Despite countless renovations over the centuries, this room had remained completely untouched, with not even a single brick ever being moved. One could say Shaolin Temple existed solely to protect this room, the abbot explained as he slowly stood and turned toward the bookshelf behind him. Gently pulling a specific book from the shelf, he told the Morning Star hero that he had something incredible to show him. Instantly, the massive bookcase parted like double doors, revealing a blinding, vibrant green portal to another dimension that left Giju completely speechless with awe. Sitting up straight with a sharp gasp, Giju watched in disbelief while Brunhart squealed on his shoulder in pure excitement. Staring through the newly opened wall, he narrowed his eyes, absolutely certain of the massive energy radiating from within. It was unmistakable divine power as Abbot Chogwang stood by quietly prepared to explain further. He explained that this was a secret chamber passed down only to abbots built by the hands of Bodhidharma himself. Giju frowned, asking why such a vital, secure place was being shown to an outsider like him, to which the abbot nodded. He answered that only those with the proper qualifications could enter, leaving Giju to question what those qualifications actually were. Placing his hand gently flat against the glowing barrier, Abbot Chogwang watched as a soft, swirling vortex rippled across the energy surface. He then calmly explained that even as the abbot of Shaolin, he was not permitted to step inside this secret chamber. Turning back to face Jigyu, the abbot admitted that after their duel, a sudden powerful intuition had taken hold of him. Abbot Chogwang firmly believed the boy was the chosen one. Step by step, Jihyu walked toward the massive gate. Jihyu reached out his hand, slowly touching the barrier. It let him through, proving his worth. He glanced back at the abbot. Abbot Chogwang gave a gentle nod of approval. Jihyu nodded back in understanding, then crossed the threshold. Watching the boy disappear, Abbot Chogwang silently wondered what the young Morning Star hero would find inside. Even the abbot couldn't know. He remembered clearly that up until this moment things remained hidden. Only a single soul in history had ever qualified to enter. Beyond that gate lay absolute dark silence. Jihyu stepped forward, his sharp eyes scanning the pitch-black void. He couldn't see a single thing around him. He frowned, wondering how this endless corridor could possibly fit inside the temple. Baryong cried out at its sheer size. Jihyu reasoned that space itself must be warped. He turned to look at the gate behind him to confirm his theory. A teleportation portal was connecting this vast room to the secret chamber. In his heart, Jihyu knew the truth. To build such a gateway centuries ago, when mana was incredibly scarce, Master Bodhidharma must have been more than just a supreme master. He had likely achieved true godhood. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed through the darkness. "You have arrived, chosen one." He flinched, spinning around to find the source. Here is where the vibe completely changes. "Who are you?" Without receiving an answer, the voice continued pressing him, demanding to know which specific version of Kronos he actually was. Jihyu muttered in confusion, while Baryong voiced her own doubts. "Master, isn't Kronos supposed to be your father?" The little spirit was curious, wondering if that meant Jihyu had multiple fathers. That would certainly be interesting. Jihyu quickly shut down the thought, telling her it was nothing like that. After a brief silence, he spoke into the dark, asserting that he wasn't Kronos and demanding to know the speaker's identity. The voice fell completely silent, totally stunned. Out of the darkness stepped a silver-haired elder, muttering to himself that this was absolutely impossible. He kept repeating that it was impossible, demanding to know his name. The boy introduced himself as Kim Jihyu, son of Sejin. Hearing the name Kim Sejin, the elder was visibly shaken but managed to calm down, issuing a sudden command. He told Jihyu to follow his voice. Nodding in agreement, the boy began tracing the sound through the dark. Walking down the endless dark corridor, Jihyu suddenly stopped as a distant figure caught his eye, sparking his curiosity. It looked like a clay doll of a man with an incredibly long beard and hair. Suddenly, a light flashed from his chest, and Baryong popped out to circle the clay statue with curiosity. She reported feeling something incredibly familiar here. Jihyu nodded, agreeing that he sensed the exact same energy. Stepping closer barefoot, he reached out his hand to touch the statue, quietly activating his linking ability. A bright blue glow burst from his hand quickly, spreading to illuminate the dark room. The light enveloped them all, but after a moment, Jihyu frowned in disappointment, while Baryong watched in confusion. She noted that nothing had happened. Jihyu agreed, deeply perplexed, because he definitely felt his own ego's resonance. The connection was there, yet everything felt hollow. Then a sudden realization hit him as he looked closer. The face on the statue looked incredibly familiar, but he quickly dismissed it as mere imagination. Letting go of the statue, Jihoo decided they should press on. Watch closely now as they ventured deeper inside. But they only found a barren, empty room. Jihoo looked around, noting there was absolutely nothing left inside. Baryong agreed right before that mysterious voice echoed once again, welcoming Jihoo to the inner chamber. A white mist condensed into the physical shape of a white-haired man. Jihoo warily demanded to know his identity. Suspecting it was Kronos, the boy clenched his fists, releasing a wave of pure, unfiltered killing intent. Standing completely ready for a fight, Jihoo glared at the old man who remained perfectly still. The white-haired elder noted that the boy had clearly encountered Kronos before. He told Jihoo to stand down, and with a wave the boy's surging power instantly vanished. Jihoo stood in absolute shock, unable to believe how easily this mysterious man had nullified his aura. The stranger advised him to relax and chat, asking what he knew about Kronos and his own father. Jihoo didn't hide anything, explaining that he knew about Kronos' pursuit of godhood and how his father was a clone. The man nodded in approval, noting that while the boy knew a lot, he was missing one major detail. He explained that there were actually many other clones. He then asked if Jihoo knew about Gaia creating Earth. That was by no means an easy task. Suddenly, the mysterious man asked him if he knew what made Earth different from other worlds. Kim Jiju silently shook his head, and Baryon did too, but the old man did not get angry. He explained that the lack of miracles meant Earth was a world completely free of divine intervention. In fact, that made its creation many times more difficult, as nurturing true intelligence from a chaotic world required absolute precision. Every single variable had to be perfectly controlled. The mysterious man knew that only then could Gaia complete her long-awaited ideal world. Yet Baryon remained completely clueless, admitting he did not understand, while Kim Gi-ju simply stayed quiet. Ignoring the question, the old man looked straight at Kim Gi-ju and asked if he knew his existence was a miracle, tears quietly streaming down his face. "Thank you for being born, my son. A world governed by free will, entirely untouched by the direct intervention of any divine power." In other words, a world of probability was exactly what Gaia had always desired, and the only interventions allowed were the cloned souls of Gaia and Cronus, though her wish had remained unfulfilled for the longest time. Her goal was simply to create a human realm that did not rely on the will of any god. It was more miraculous than any magic, yet that was only the beginning, because in a world forged from order within chaos, both Gaia and I could do nothing but drift helplessly through random timelines. Because of that, our encounters were never easy. Life repeated itself in an endless loop, like when Cronus existed in a completely different era, wielding a spear to fight alongside war elephants, or serving as a guard at a pyramid in distant Arabia, or deeply meditating in some strange, unfamiliar place. Sometimes Cronus even appeared as a legendary god to his people. Other times he was alone, once even reincarnating as a detective. Cronus' steady voice continued to drone on. These lifetimes persisted, regardless of time or space, yet the chance of us meeting was slimmer than a falling millet seed sliding through a needle. Though Gaia and I met often, even he did not understand why. But for some strange reason, we were never allowed to have children, Cronus repeated. "Child, do you know how miraculous the odds of your birth truly are?" Silence reclaimed the entire space once more. He sighed softly, apologizing that this must feel incredibly sudden. Cronus then clarified that he was not talking about Jupiter, but Kim Ji-ju. "You define your own existence, which means I am neither your biological father nor your spiritual father." Once again, both Kim Gi-gyu and Baryon were left utterly confused, while the old man wiped away his tears. "Regardless of all that, I am truly happy to finally meet you, Kim Gi-ju." Cronus snapped his fingers, summoning a table and 2 cushions. He suggested they talk a bit more, asking Kim Gi-ju to share his stories over the freshly prepared hot tea. As steam rose from the cups, Kim Gi-ju recalled talking about everything, his mind instantly flooding with happy childhood memories. From vague childhood moments, his thoughts shifted to growing up and eventually to when his mother fell ill. He remembered his youth, a mere kid carrying the entire family, followed by the kind people who helped him along. He spoke of his journey after becoming a player, fighting dangerous monsters, and quietly pondered the magical barrier alongside their current situation. After listening, Cronus fell silent once more, saying that Kim Gi-ju had certainly been through a lot. This made Kim Gi-ju shyly scratch his head, murmuring it was not that bad. Cronus now seemed hesitant about something. His mouth opened and closed in silence. Suddenly, the tea table vanished, and Cronus slowly stood up to approach. Kim Ji-ju, just this once, can I hug you?" Cronus hesitantly made his request, his expression filled with pure, heartfelt sincerity. Anticipation hung in the air. Kim Gi-ju got up, agreeing to the request, and stepped forward to embrace him. During the embrace, Kim Gi-ju felt a strange warmth. Despite having no clear memory of a father, something felt so deeply right. It felt like he was back in his father's arms. Kim Gi-ju rested his hands on Cronus's back, gently patting. The embrace tightened for a moment as the old man gently patted Kim Gi-ju, saying he had done incredibly well. These words made Kim Gi-ju tremble. Suddenly, Kronos' body began to emit glowing particles as the wind kicked up. Seeing his body fading away, Kim Gi-ju gasped in panic, but Kronos only closed his eyes. "It seems our brief time is up," Kronos said quickly, revealing he was the 3713th clone, a remnant of Bodhidharma. "With your arrival, my task is complete." Kronos told him that all the divine power gathered in this place was prepared just for him. Kim Gi-ju was completely stunned, realizing a mere remnant soul shouldn't possess actual speech-independent thoughts and genuine emotions. If this was not a true soul, then what was? It had its own ego. It was a living self. Kim Gi-ju made a silent resolve right then. He had to save him. Gi-ju is sure of it. As long as a vessel exists, there is hope. He gently grabs Kronos' shoulder, telling him to wait a bit longer. Calling him father completely shocks Kronos, but he slowly nods and asks if Gi-ju really meant it. Outside the abbot's room, the blue sky remains clear and bright. The pacing Abbot Chu Kuang suddenly hears a noise. He whips around only to see Kronos quietly meditating on a nearby rock. Abbot Chu Kuang stammers, deeply shaken by the massive, overwhelming presence he feels nearby. Kronos only smiles, refusing to speak just yet. Moving his hands slightly, he stands up with a very joyful expression. It seems he has truly become a father. As for Kronos' stats, they are too high for the system to even measure. Still completely lost, Abbot Chu Kuang warily asks what he means. His suspicion begins to grow. An unknown intruder appearing now, highly suspicious. But the abbot is held back by the overwhelming divine power radiating from the man. It commands absolute respect. And right on cue, a pair of legs in familiar sneakers steps forward as Gi-ju finally arrives, spotting the mysterious figure. Abbot Chu Kuang spins around and cannot believe his eyes. Seeing the young man completely unharmed, he cries out in shock. Gi-ju offers an awkward laugh and asks him to stop using that title. Meanwhile, inside his head, Brunhilde is extremely confused and questions him. She asks why he called the man father earlier, but is now acting so formal. Gi-ju's face flushes red as he tries to find an excuse. He admits he just feels a bit embarrassed. Kronos notices this and understands that expecting too much right away might be difficult. Viewing him as a real father might be a stretch, but Kronos has already made up his mind. The ancient god is fully prepared to spend the rest of his existence for his son, remembering the moment Gi-ju called him father. Kronos was so stunned his jaw dropped, realizing he is finally a parent. Meanwhile, Abbot Chu Kuang stands there completely lost in confusion. The abbot demands to know what is going on and if Gi-ju knows this man. Gi-ju taps his chin and casually confirms that he does. Kronos steps up and introduces himself as Thadia, explaining that since he left his monastic robes behind, they should use his secular name. Gi-ju mutters the name Thadia to himself. Abbot Chu Kuang frowns, feeling like he has definitely heard that name somewhere in his life. Suddenly, the abbot's eyes go wide as a shocking realization hits him. Isn't Thadia the legendary secular name of Bodhidharma himself? Shaking with pure excitement, Abbot Chu Kuang falls to his knees and calls out Bodhidharma's legendary name, his voice echoing through the halls. As night falls, Shaolin Temple returns to its usual peaceful silence. Abbot Chu Kuang leads Gi-ju to a private room to settle in. He explains that this will be Gi-ju's temporary room, complete with a cozy bed and closet. Gi-ju and Brunhilde look around to examine the space. Even a small robot cleaner tucked neatly under a low table does not escape his attention. Staring at the high-tech computer setup, Gi-ju notes that this is a far cry from the ancient temple he imagined. The abbot chuckles and explains that after all, it is the 21st century now. Gi-ju nods, realizing he has a point. Still, he cannot help but marvel at the massive bunker hidden right here. Who would expect an entire underground base beneath Shaolin Temple? The abbot explains it was all the vision of his predecessor. Right after the towers and gates first emerged, the previous abbot began preparing for the absolute worst-case scenario. He faced heavy opposition back then, but now that humanity faces an unprecedented threat, those doubts have completely vanished. His foresight was completely correct, and even the interior design was just a personal hobby of his. Gi-ju can only offer a silent, amused smile. Pressing a button on his remote to open the exit, the abbot turns to leave, bidding the young man a peaceful night. Once Abbot Chu Kuang walks away, Gi-ju sits back down on the plush bed and quietly commands his dimensional gate to open. A spatial portal rips open, revealing Elle and Lu waiting on the other side. Elle calls out to her master with pure delight. Lu remarks on his arrival, while Gi-ju warmly asks how they both have been. Beside him, Brunhilde waves her hands in pure excitement. The ego sword shrugs, pointing out they have not been apart for very long, so everything is exactly as he left it. But then Lu pauses as he senses something strange, noting that his master's aura has undergone yet another massive transformation. He asks what exactly happened during his trip. Back in the brightly lit room, Gi-ju explains the situation and Lu nods along. It turns out he encountered another fragment of Kronos and successfully absorbed the divine power that the clone was keeping hidden. Giju touches his chest, admitting he still does not know how to control this newly acquired power. Yet he is certain that this divine energy is completely keeping the chaos inside him at bay for now. This means Jupiter can no longer run wild. Lu raises an eyebrow, remembering he has not yet asked about Jupiter's current status. He knows Giju went all the way to the 60th floor just to subdue him, but the young man still looks quite uncertain. Jigyu confesses he cannot say for sure, explaining that even though he successfully sealed him, trying to communicate is a different story. He stopped replying entirely. Juhi figured he was probably just sulking again. Meanwhile, Giju was getting pretty curious about Bodhidharma. "Where is the clone of Jonas you linked with?" Giju replied that he was outside, apparently wanting to take a short walk. Right after speaking, Giju let out a massive exaggerated yawn. Juhi noticed and mentioned he looked way more exhausted than usual. Elle was worried, asking if her master was all right and urging him to rest. Giju smiled, reassuring her his body felt completely fine. He just had too many things spinning in his head, his face growing serious as he quietly thought about his father. Bodhidharma was not his real father, leaving Giju unsure of how to even approach him. In the end, he decided to put it off. It was already late anyway, and Giju knew the war would kick off tomorrow. Meanwhile, over at the Chinese Players Association, just as dawn broke, a subordinate rushed in to report that the rebel forces had made their move. A beautiful woman slowly turned around. "They are later than I thought," she muttered. This was the powerful president of the association, Cheon Ma. In the middle of the bustling streets and towering high-rises, Giju stood silently staring up at the massive association building before him. Now fully disguised, he did a quick sweep of the area to make sure everything was set before lightly waving his hand. Giju cleared his throat and a massive portal opened right in front of him, instantly shocking everyone nearby. Onlookers on the street gaped in absolute shock, pointing and whispering that a warp gate had suddenly appeared. Soon, row after row of skeletal soldiers marched out of the gate. The entire city panicked as emergency alarms blared loudly. An emergency broadcast ordered everyone to evacuate as thick smoke and dust covered the city streets. Civilians fled in sheer panic as more figures emerged. Following closely behind were the powerful disciples and warrior monks of the Shaolin Temple. Leading the pack was none other than Tao Chen, brandishing his giant broadsword as the city speakers continued to blare. While the sirens wailed, the scene cuts back to the previous night inside a quiet, familiar temple room. Tao Chen insisted that protecting innocent civilians was their top priority since their only real enemies were the demons. He pleaded with Morningstar to use his incredible strength to minimize casualties. High above, the ruthless president watched. Cheon Ma calmly looked down at the unfolding chaos. Just watch, things were about to play out exactly as she expected. Her crimson eyes flashed, locking onto the sprawling city below. Suddenly, a massive star-shaped magic circle materialized in the sky. Enclosed in a perfect ring, the circle began warping the surrounding space. Giju picked up on the shift almost instantly. The sky quickly turned a deep crimson, prompting Bile to screech. This was exactly like the incident in the previous zone. Just as Juhi had warned, Giju realized this place had fully transformed into demon territory. He kept his composure, looking over. He ordered Tao Chen to move forward with their plan. Tao Chen nodded while Giju deactivated his own disguise. His fierce, sharp eyes showed he had already planned everything. The rebel army would focus on invading the upper floors. They would lock down the upper levels of the association while a glowing blue armor materialized around Giju. As the system triggered a speed buff, he remembered He Lingsu's crucial warning about Belphegor being cloned right here in China. Giju was determined to investigate the intel He Lingsu brought back, wasting no time to make his move. He dashed forward at absolute lightning speed, kicking up a heavy trail of smoke as he headed straight for the main association entrance. As Cheon Ma watched, Giju sensed a strange energy and quickly pinpointed the exact location of the underground basement. Detecting a massive wave of demonic energy coming from below, he suspected that must be where they were cloning Belphegor. Suddenly, a streak of bright golden light shot straight through the entrance, triggering a massive earth-shaking explosion right inside. Amidst the swirling dust and flying debris, Giju stood completely tall and unfazed in the empty hall, letting out a mocking smirk. Gazing at the army blocking his path, he joked about their grand welcome, while Bile eagerly readied her combat stance. Bile eagerly asked if they could wipe them all out, but as she got ready, Giju simply replied no. He announced they were heading straight to the basement as a dark swirl of crimson energy materialized in his palm. The system announced his skill activation. Giju raised both arms high and slammed his power violently down onto the floor. A massive wave of dust exploded, blinding the enemy. The startled demons quickly covered their faces, shouting in sheer confusion. Once the dust settled and they opened their red eyes, a giant hole yawned in the floor, but Giju had vanished. They screamed that he was dropping straight into the basement, but before they could pursue, Jonas suddenly materialized behind them. Jonas warned them that he was their opponent now. As a demon whipped around, his body felt weightless and his eyes went blank. 4 of his vital points had been struck in an instant. His bloodshot eyes bulged and cold sweat poured down his face. The demon collapsed heavily onto the floor while Jonas calmly walked past, speaking up without even bothering to look back. Jonas gestures with a smirk. The surrounding demons watch him warily as he curls his finger, beckoning them to bring it on. Meanwhile, as dust still hangs thick in the air, Kim Jigyu steps down into the basement with his sharp eyes focused straight ahead. Dim green lights flicker along the endless corridor. Outside, under a blood-red sky, Tao Chen and Abbot Chu Guang prepare for battle. They lead an army waiting in suspense. Suddenly, a massive pressure washes over them. Tao Chen frowns as a hostile force emerges through the haze. Looming through the thick dust, a massive demonic horde advances, their signature, sharp horns cutting through the haze. With blood-red eyes and brutal battle-hungry faces, they surge forward. This sight catches even Tao Chen completely off guard. Gritting his teeth, doubt fills his mind. Could every single one of these people have been possessed by demons? Shaking off the shock, he grips his great blade, raises it high, and roars to rally his soldiers. He prays for peace for their fallen comrades. Meanwhile, Tian Ma, the possessed Chinese Association president, watches the chaos from a high glass window. She shows zero concern. Instead, a crazed smile spreads across her face as she whispers that it has finally begun. She tells them to enjoy the show, then vanishes instantly as a glowing portal tears open nearby. Down in the basement, Kim Jigyu summons Lu. The Holy Sword spirit materializes, utterly confused by the sudden call. Lu mutters about being told to wait at Eden only to be summoned in a rush, scanning the quiet room. Kim Jigyu explains that plans changed. He intended to go solo, but stops to stare down a dark corridor. He warns that the demonic energy ahead feels entirely unnatural, and Lu nods in agreement while Buryong excitedly waves around. Kim Jigyu urges Lu to hurry, warning everyone to stay on high alert from this point forward. Lu cautions that the overwhelming energy could cloud his senses, but Kim Jigyu simply nods and keeps scanning. He admits he felt it long ago, but a strange question lingers: what presence is hiding beneath this fog? Kim Jigyu finds the sensation both strange and weirdly familiar. Moments later, they arrive at a massive sealed door. Demonic energy literally leaks through the cracks, confirming this is the spot. Even Lu shouts out in warning. The pressure is bizarre. When Biryong stammers about a bad feeling, Lu quickly snaps at him to shut up, telling him not to speak if he cannot identify the threat. Kim Jigyu tightens his grip as tension rises. It is incredibly strange that nobody is trying to stop them. A critical facility like this should be heavily guarded, yet it lies empty. Is it a trap, or are the enemies just that arrogant? Kim Jigyu simply opens his hand. Lu transforms into his sword form. Making his decision, Kim Jigyu declares they will just break right through. Lu agrees with the straightforward plan, while an excited Baryong cheers them on as they prepare to strike. Crisscrossing crimson slashes slice across the dark door, unleashing a shockwave that makes the entire underground area violently tremble. The shockwave reaches the surface, making Tao Chen flinch. He spins around, staring back in absolute disbelief. Staring at the massive headquarters, he mutters about the bizarre aura. Suddenly, a vision of a woman's face flashes before him. Shocked to his core, Tao Chen stands completely frozen as his mouth hangs open. What kind of monster possesses that level of power? Watching the dark energy seep into the streets, he realizes this presence is unlike anything he has ever felt. It is on a completely different level than any demon before. Shaking his head in disbelief, he suddenly recalls Kim Jigyu's warning about the possessed Tian Ma. As the strongest player in China and the association president, if she really was possessed by a demon, then tragedy has struck. She would have easily become a terrifying throne-class demon. Kim Jigyu warned him that a stronger host makes the demon far more lethal. At the time, Tao Chen wondered if this demon ranked alongside the Lord of the Void as another throne. He worries this foe might equal the Lord of the Void, or perhaps prove even stronger. Wondering if he must face such a monster alone, Tao Chen looks around at his struggling allies. Realizing the bitter truth, Tao Chen grips his heavy blade with resolve. He has no other choice. He must face this monster alone, recalling his grueling days defending Eden against countless waves of dark intruders. His eyes flare with newfound power as he tells himself this battle is a true test of his limits. Vowing not to let his hard training go to waste, he accelerates instantly and vanishes from sight. Only a swirling gust of wind remains where he stood. Meanwhile, back in the ruined basement, a massive wall lies completely shattered. Kim Jigyu peers warily into the breach, spotting a red-haired figure waiting in the shadows. Lu reacts with absolute shock. Demanding to know why he is there, the red-haired man simply bows politely to the master of Lucifer. Keeping his gaze low, he introduces himself as the ninth throne of hell, placing a hand over his chest. His name is Aimun. Crimson demonic energy completely blankets the entire Chinese Heavenly Demon Association building, while the president stands at a distance, silently observing the chilling red aura. Amon lets out a quiet sneer, thinking how amusing it is that a mere scouting probe of hers was detected, and yet someone still has the guts to face her alone. Inside the possessed president's mind, a brilliant flash of golden light suddenly sparks as the captive soul screams out for her to return her body. Yelling at the evil parasite, she clutches her head in pain and snaps back, calling the soul a persistent, incredibly noisy nuisance. Grimacing, she curses under her breath, noting that her personality and speech are completely ruined, yet she still has not fully taken control of this physical vessel. Annoyed by the constant resistance, the possessed president merely closes her beautiful eyes and softly mutters to herself. She declares herself as the Grand Marquise of Hell, the seventh throne, before snapping open her signature glowing red eyes. This entity is indeed Amon, the seventh throne of Hell, while at the exact same moment Tao Chen is rushing to the scene like a bullet racing down empty streets filled with nothing but thick smoke and crumbling ruins. Suddenly, he leaps high into the air and crashes back down with devastating force, completely shattering the concrete ground beneath him. Tao Chen is here with one clear goal: to block the seventh throne. Amon, his face hardened with intense killing intent. Amon flashes a thrilled smile in return, and as their massive auras clash, both figures vanish in a blinding burst of speed. A violent collision erupts immediately, shaking the entire building to its foundation and sending heavy debris flying in all directions. Down in the basement, a flat, monotonous voice echoes through the dark, repeating that he is the ninth throne of Hell. Surrounding them are massive glass jars containing clones of Belphegor, while the red-haired demon continuously rambling in front of them is Paimon. Jigyu repeats the name in confusion, wondering if it is the demon they know, as Lu suddenly unleashes his crimson energy. Taking the form of a young boy, Lu frowns as he calls out Paimon's name, which seems to be exactly what the demon wanted. Paimon bows, deeply confirming his identity as Lord Lucifer, and asks what happened since he was supposed to be dead, leaving only a legacy behind. Looking toward the nearby incubation tubes, he explains that he has been resurrected, leaving Lu to question if Andras was behind this. Paimon openly nods and confirms that Andras resurrected him, explaining that inside the very legacy he had left behind long ago, he had carefully hidden clues to trigger his own resurrection, yet not a single one of his descendants ever managed to notice them. Paimon looks back, noting that only Andras, the one who ultimately claimed his legacy, actually understood his true intentions. Calling it a total pity, Jigyu expresses his confusion about this arrangement, admitting that he cannot understand any of it. Lu remains completely silent without asking any further questions, deeply lost in his own thoughts about what Paimon's setup truly means. He still has no idea how Andras managed to bring him back, but looking over at the nearby incubation chambers, seeing Belphegor's clones, he suddenly realizes how such an illogical feat as replicating a demon Lu was actually made possible. Lu understands it now because in both name and reality, this demon is known as the greatest blacksmith and researcher in all of Hell, a heavy truth that makes him frown and release a helpless sigh. Lu breaks his silence to tell Paimon that he has no desire to fight one of the very few demons who never turn their back on him, which brings a deeply honored, pleased expression to Paimon's face. But after a brief pause, Lu's eyes turn cold and demonic once again as he coldly declares him a complete fake. The fake gasps in absolute shock right before Lu unleashes a violent storm of dark energy and crackling lightning across the room. Even Jihoo looks on in total bewilderment, wondering aloud why Lu is suddenly attacking when suddenly on his arm, the familiar swirling red and black vortex appears as the system announces death, unleashing a crushing aura and a terrifyingly deep voice. Roaring in fury at the attempt to deceive him, Death lunges directly at Paimon, who simply stands his ground with a calm smile. The explosive clash violently warps the surrounding space, sending out massive shockwaves that are easily picked up by Kronos. Instantly recognizing the raw energy as Jihoo's Kronos sits calmly atop a massive pile of dead bodies, quietly analyzing the situation. He notes how masterfully the kid is wielding that lightning, looking as if he has been practicing with it for a very long time. He deduces that despite the massive collision, the minimal collateral damage means the opponent is either perfectly matched or even stronger. Stepping down from the pile of corpses, Kronos begins walking down the exact path Jihoo took. He mutters to himself that the kid probably knows how to take care of himself but decides to head over and check anyway. Naturally, the ground above the association building is heavily shaken, and the deep basement below suffers the exact same fate. As thick dust blankly hangs in the air, Lu pulls back his hand as his murderous aura fades, his eyes suddenly sharp as he glances right. The smoke clears to reveal the massive body of Belphegor standing in front of some unknown entity to shield them. While the shield's body is charred black from the blast, Paimon stands behind him completely unharmed, letting out a highly smug, triumphant laugh. Lu angrily curses the bastard. Looking over, he notices one of the glass chambers has already been shattered. You used a cloned Belphegor, knowing full well he was just a shield, didn't you? Lu demands. As the smoke clears, Giju's legs are revealed. Caught completely off guard, he yells Belphegor, while Brunhart screams the name too. Giju wonders if it is awakening, seeing that all the test chambers around them remain completely intact. The other clones are still sleeping soundly. Lu senses something off, raising his hand and urging his master to wait. No, that is not it. Gritting his teeth, Lu mentally deduces that the enemy's goal might be to replace Paimon. Paimon realizes this too. Laughing with a deceptively harmless smile, he praises Lord Lucifer's sharp mind, but suddenly the dark energy belonging to Lu himself surges violently. He grits his teeth in panic. Seeing his state, Jigyu screams Lu's name in pure worry. Lu struggles to shout for his master to run, but Belphegor's body is already mutating, swelling up with bubble-like growths. Violet energy suddenly erupts violently everywhere. Jigyu shields his face as Brunhart screams out for him, while Lu curses that they are too late. Jigyu is completely baffled, wondering why his super acceleration failed to trigger as he looks down at his own feet. Brunhart quickly adds that the skill abruptly stopped activating. Lu grits his teeth deeply, regretting his own sheer carelessness. He should have retreated the moment they met, but he panicked and completely misjudged the situation. He now recalls Paimon's true identity as a legendary blacksmith. Within a pocket dimension created by Hell's absolute greatest craftsman, temporarily sealing ruler-class power is not difficult at all. Jigyu speaks up, asking if Lu didn't previously claim that this enemy was just a complete fake. Lu explains that only his mind is a replica, but his raw power is entirely genuine, as evidenced by that overwhelming energy. He warns him to be careful because the foe is coming. Right on cue, the violent energy strikes with full force. Jigyu grips his sword tightly as red lightning flashes across the blade. He swings with all his might, unleashing a massive slash. He cleaves the purple energy apart, but it immediately recongregates into a massive sphere and rains down upon them. Realizing the sheer gravity of the situation, he grits his teeth as the purple energy transforms into tight, constricting ropes. They bind Giju's body tightly, forcing Brunhart and Lu to scream out for their master in panic. He frantically calls for Brunhart as the system triggers. Lu immediately commands her to open the dimensional gate. Lu yells that they must summon El to borrow her divine power, but Giju's body is rapidly reaching its absolute limit. With bulging veins covering his face and bloodshot eyes, he realizes the delicate balance between magic and divine power is collapsing. Lu knows the physical vessel will shatter at this rate as Giju's consciousness fades. A tearful Brunhart frantically reports a critical error. She screams that the gate will not open. Lu grits his teeth in rage, realizing the enemy planned for this too. With the barrier completely cutting off their connection to Eden, their vital link to El has vanished alongside it. This is officially the worst possible scenario. Staring at Paimon, Lu wonders how far ahead this bastard actually planned. Paimon slowly approaches the helpless Jigyu, openly admitting that he already knows all about the boy's unique syncing abilities. He notes how Lucifer, Michael, and countless other powerful entities are all stored within a single mortal vessel. Paimon smugly notes that absolutely no conventional attack could ever hope to leave a scratch on such a vessel. Paimon is fully aware of the events in Eden, pointing out that Lucifer recently absorbed both Belphegor and Leviathan. He remarks that Lucifer should have had ample time to digest them, showing a deep, terrifying understanding of Lu. Yet the former ruler still looks like a child, leading Paimon to coldly assume he is suppressing his own power. Paimon points out that Lucifer has changed far too much. Outraged, Lu completely loses control and curses him, while Jigyu groans in sheer agonizing pain. They have merged. Lu's quiet warning echoes in the boy's mind. My ego once took over your body, and now the deleted memories are beginning to fuse into your vessel. His entire physical body trembles violently with uncontrollable, desperate weakness. Suddenly, Lu senses something else and quickly whips his head around. His master has collapsed completely, losing consciousness. In this terrifying moment, Lu realizes a horrific truth. It means that dark personality can suddenly awaken at any moment. Giju's eyes instantly shift to a deep dark purple. Kronos is still slowly making his way toward that chamber. Suddenly, sensing an abnormal surge of power, he looks up, his brows furrowing deeply. Sensing the danger, Kronos immediately teleports. Elsewhere, as a teacup is placed on the table, Jichun freezes, realizing his connection to his lord was severed. Jigyu is completely cut off. He looks up and calls for Haesuk, a level 147 player. With 216 strength, 241 agility, 297 stamina, and 381 magic, she nods. While this was technically within their calculations, Haesuk frowns deeply, knowing this is the absolute worst possible scenario. Taking a sip of tea, she brings up her doubts. Didn't you say the chances of losing our connection again were incredibly low, Jichun? Jichun nods. That is correct, since we have already been hit by this cheap trick once before. So I prepared for everything, but he insisted the last incident only happened because of Lord Jigyu. He was only on the 60th floor back then. Now that he is at the absolute peak, there is no way to get disconnected by normal means. Hearing this, Haesuk immediately gets it. They must have used a highly unconventional method. Jichun nods in confirmation. He had his doubts too, but his brow furrows as a sudden realization hits him. His successor intuition is screaming at him. Thanks to that gut feeling, Jichun finally figures out who is pulling the strings. What on earth is happening, Lord Paimon? The sky over the Chinese Association remains stained a deep, ominous red. Gloom hangs heavy over the battlefield. Tao Chen's massive blade ignites with a violent blue light as he grips it tight and swings it back. He unleashes rapid, crisscrossing slashes into a storm of energy roaring out at the top of his lungs. The devastating shockwaves rip through the ground, tearing up earth and stone toward Amon, who merely watches with a cold, sinister smile. Before the blast can connect, Amon vanishes into thin air. In a split second, she materializes right behind Tao Chen. Stunned by her speed, Tao Chen grits his teeth and whips around, driving his blade down only for it to be effortlessly caught barehanded. No matter how hard he struggles, he cannot budge his weapon a single inch. Shoving the weapon aside, she smirks at his effort, calling his pathetic attempt raw and completely amateur. With lightning speed, Amon whips her leg high into the air, her heel instantly aiming straight for Tao Chen's head. The blow sends him crashing. Looking down with pure contempt, she admits his effort was actually somewhat impressive. He still grips his blade even while unconscious. She throws him a bone, praising his refusal to drop his weapon. Truly a proud model of a martial artist. But her praise is fleeting, and she raises her heel before violently stomping down on his unconscious body. Blood sprays everywhere, painting the ground in a gruesome crimson. Only when Tao Chen stops moving does she finally halt her assault, casually wiping the blood from her face with a cold sneer. A model martial artist, what a joke. Suddenly, she grits her teeth in sheer agony, purple veins popping across her face as she curses her host, calling her a damn bitch. Are you still refusing to hand over full control? Amon's massive wings burst out into the air and two menacing horns grow from her head. She mocks the idea of martial honor once more. To her, the weak exists solely to be crushed beneath her heels. Flapping her wings, she takes off toward the association building. She seems to have complete control now, her pitch-black eyes glowing with crimson pupils. Waving her hand, a torrent of demonic energy erupts. With a cold command to die, she rains black fire down onto Tao Chen's body. Thick smoke and fire consume his resting place. Meanwhile, back in the basement, the Belphegors sleep peacefully, while Paimon is choked by a mysterious hand. Cronus has finally arrived, firmly pinning Paimon down. It is hard to tell what exactly is happening in this chaotic basement. Gritting his teeth in fury, Cronus demands an explanation while a choking Paimon desperately tries to break free from his grip. Nearby, Ji-hye remains bound by a strange purple energy, struggling to let out even a faint whimper of pain. But she is completely paralyzed. Inside her mind, Ju-hee screams for her master to wake up and regain his sanity. Bo-young cries out in terror, begging her master not to transform into an evil, twisted monster like Ju-hee. Even in this dire situation, he snaps at the brat in frustration as purple energy continues to warp his entire body. Jigu's eyes flash with a sinister light, indicating the monster has taken full control. Dragging his heavy, altered body, he lunges straight toward Paimon. Sensing the sudden danger, Cronus whips around in shock, only to find Jigu's fist right in his face, unleashing a devastating collision of sheer world-shaking power. A massive explosion rocks the room, filling the air with blinding dust and smoke that slowly begins to clear. Jigyu stands there in sheer excitement, exhaling a thick plume of white steam as he turns his eyes toward the sleeping Belphegors. He sizes them up like a predator. The blast has completely vaporized the ceiling, exposing the crimson sky directly above. Crimson veins snake across his face as he smiles, thrilled by the massive feast laid out right in front of him. His eyes glow with a dark purple energy as shadows swirl around him, while the massive high-rise building above lies half destroyed. As black smoke billows into the sky, Amon lands gracefully, muttering to herself that this was all just a massive waste of time. But through the clearing smoke, a faint light begins to flicker, revealing a familiar silhouette as Tao Chen slowly drags himself back to his feet. Though his body is battered and bloody, his indomitable spirit refuses to break as he stubbornly declares his resolve. It is not over yet. Underneath the stained sky, the association building is suddenly rocked by a massive, violent shockwave. The entire structure trembles as two figures are violently launched into the air, revealing none other than Cronus and Paimon. He cursed under his breath, furious. Had Jihu really been completely swallowed by that terrifying demon? German Krone's sharp brown eyes darted to the side. For now, it was probably best to keep this low-level demon alive. He leaped onto the giant eagle that had been flying alongside them, pulling both himself and Paimon onto its back. Krone's eyes suddenly went completely white and terrifying as he vanished, moving at the speed of light. Slamming back down into the basement, the massive impact shattered the ground. But get this, Tao Chen was still ready to fight. Refusing to back down, he recalled the moment Wu Chul appeared at the Gangnam Station gate. What was he doing back then? Amon gasped in surprise, mocking his persistence before her voice turned cold. You insects, as she hurled another ball of fire. The blast was incredibly powerful, and before Tao Chen could even react, the direct hit sent him flying through the air. He crashed violently into a distant building, the massive impact shaking the entire structure as concrete and debris shattered everywhere. Deep regrets washed over him as he questioned what he had actually accomplished back when Eden was first invaded by the enemy. Now Tao Chen stood firm on the ground, gripping his greatsword in a wide stance, his determined eyes overflowing with raw power. She simply sighed in disappointment. She had zero interest in playing with prey that was already cornered in her hand. Turning her head away, she told him to go ahead and struggle as her eyes flashed a dangerous, terrifying crimson. A massive wave of energy suddenly erupted from Tao Chen as he muttered coldly, "I already told you." With a quick spin of his greatsword, a massive dragon aura materialized behind him, his voice cutting through the air. "It is not over yet." Instantly, Tao Chen surged forward at light speed, his dragon aura roaring with terrifying fury. Amon frowned in surprise as the massive dragon closed the distance, its jaws open wide as if to swallow her whole. The dragon suddenly vanished, revealing Tao Chen swinging his blade as Amon scrambled to raise her arms and block the strike. Shocked, she grit her teeth in disbelief. What was this? Meanwhile, Tao Chen locked eyes with her and quietly whispered his next move. Annihilation. Multiple glowing sword slashes intersected, forming a cage that locked Amon inside as he unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Explosions erupted one after another as flashes of light illuminated the area, but Amon simply soared higher, looking down in pure disdain. She mocked his familiar attack, but a sudden shift in the air made her stop. Raising an eyebrow, she questioned what in the world was happening. Something was coming. Within seconds, Amon nodded in understanding as she stared at Tao Chen's faint silhouette through the thick smoke. There were always pests like him, stubborn humans who somehow managed to break past their limits when backed into a corner. Mocking his desperate struggle, she figured she could easily dodge him, but watch closely because her overconfidence was about to cost her everything. But the moment those thoughts crossed her mind, Amon froze. Looking down at her trembling hand, she realized she could not move. The original soul was fighting back. The body's original owner had seized back control, holding Amon in place while declaring that this was the end for her. The demon's pupils dilated, breaking out in a cold sweat. Trembling helplessly in mid-air, Amon cursed her luck. How could she lose control of her vessel at such a critical moment? Down below, Tao Chen gripped his greatsword with both hands and raised it high, the blade crackling with a terrifying amount of energy. Looking down, her expression warped in sheer terror as she realized she had absolutely no way of surviving that incoming strike. Staring at Tao Chen's battered, bloodied body, she could not believe her eyes. Was she really about to be defeated by a lowly human? His eyes locked onto the target with absolute precision as a chilling sensation of being sliced in half washed over Amon. "This is impossible," she screamed in her mind as a brilliant blue light drew closer and the devastating blade cut straight through her. Tao Chen roared out his dimensional slash, a strike so powerful it literally tore space itself apart, completely devastating the ground below. Buildings and streets collapsed into rubble as dust filled the sky right as the system began flashing a series of notifications. He had successfully broken past his limits and grasped a clue, bringing him one step closer to reaching the level of Alu. Once all conditions were met, his class would officially upgrade, starting his transition into the legendary tier of Alu. Meanwhile, a massive hole blasted through the ceiling as Jigyu, driven completely wild, unleashed a torrent of dark demonic energy. This terrifying surge of raw power was aimed directly at the Belphegor beasts slumbering inside their containment glass. The dark energy shattered the glass as the system triggered an absorption mechanism and Jigyu began devouring their raw power. After a brief frown, Jigyu threw his head back and laughed maniacally as a violent wave of purple energy exploded outward. Bio Ryung cried out in absolute panic, begging her master not to lose himself and end up like Juhei. Juhei joined the desperate screams, begging their master to answer them as they tried to help him regain his sanity. They knew he could master this power if he could just wake up, but suddenly someone fell straight through the ceiling hole. Even as Jigyu continued his maniacal laughter, it was Jonas who dropped down, carrying Paimon casually, tossing the unconscious guy onto the hard ground. Jonas asks carefully as his ultimate skill fades, "Jihyun, can you hear my voice?" Tao Chen stays frozen, panting hard before his glowing system screen as his eyes roll back completely. His strength drains completely. Tao Chen collapses, but he can still feel strange currents of energy swirling around him. Face down in the dirt, he desperately claws the ground to stay upright. He struggles to force his battered body up. His eyes flash because this battle is far from over. Down in the basement, Jihyun stands right before coronavirus, but he is actually excited. "Did you come back just to be eaten alive?" Bold move, but the old man is deeply puzzled. The balance is broken by demonic energy, yet somehow it is not completely unbearable just yet. Seeing this, Lu steps in to explain he is temporarily suppressing it, shocking Jonas. Lu adds that Jonas is right. Sharing the heavy burden keeps the demonic energy manageable. His master can withstand this amount. Jonas finally understands and asks if this is really true. Jonas asks him to explain the details, but Lu immediately snaps back in annoyance. He tells him to stop using that weird name, clearing his throat after realizing he overreacted. Lu admits he does not fully know either, though the current situation is clearly dangerous. Still, their master's willpower should easily pull him through. Suddenly, Lu glares as he notices something. He mutters that focusing too much on the demonic energy made him realize the truth way too late. Lu warns this is bad, leaving coronavirus confused about what he means. He explains that Belphegor is the lord of laziness, meaning the demonic energy is not the issue. His emotional influence is the real trap. Lu realizes their master has basically become completely lazy now. Over in Eden, a massive explosion suddenly rips through the barrier, tearing apart a corner of the city. It is only the beginning, as more attacks follow, raining heavy debris down on everyone. Shi-chun and La watch in absolute horror as Eden begins to shake under the heavy assault. Sujong mutters that they have finally arrived, giving a quick nod to Ha Song-soo. Back in the smoke, Lu sighs that their master has become totally useless. Lu curses under his breath, realizing the enemy has always targeted their master's human vulnerabilities. After attacking Eden, they knew head-on fights are useless. There must be another way to handle this. Inside his consciousness, a heavy chain rattles. Ji-hyun whips around as he hears footsteps approaching him. Jupiter demands they merge, but Ji-hyun looks at him like he is totally insane. Outside, under the gloomy sky, Ji-hyun remains frozen while coronavirus watches his every move closely. Watch this. Jonas quickly notices the sudden shift and wonders why he stopped moving. Jonas wonders if he is regulating his power. This feeling seems so familiar. Then his jaw drops in shock as a very familiar figure flashes in his mind. At that exact moment, Baemon wakes up laughing like a maniac while clutching his head. He mutters about making a pleasant mistake involving martial arts and the legend of Bodhidharma. He rambles on about the master of life, death, chaos, and absolute order. Baemon recognizes his grand identity, whispering that it is a true honor to meet him. Baemon laughs while coronavirus simply frowns, having absolutely no idea what he is talking about. No matter how many defenses he prepared, he never expected a supreme being would miss this entirely. It seems his son is extremely important to him, but Jonas suddenly senses a strange energy. Jonas whips around only to find a massive blue dragon with purple eyes roaring loudly. It is Leviathan. Inside the mindscape, Jupiter tells Ji-hyun it is time to merge. Ji-hyun remains clueless, forcing a frustrated Jupiter to lose his patience and kick him hard. Gritting his teeth through the pain, Ji-hyun rubs his backside, while Jupiter demands he snap out of it. Sitting up with visible anger, Ji-hyun reminds him that he was the one who asked to cooperate. Jupiter grabs him by the collar, warning Ji-hyun fiercely that this is his absolute last chance. If you let me see you in this pathetic state again, I won't even care about working together with you anymore. I will take over your body. Her sharp gaze locks onto a dazed Jigyu, while several Belphegor clones remain curled up asleep. Meanwhile, Baemon sits on the ground with a frown as two hands hold those two massive blue hearts. He cannot believe it, a mistake too grave to laugh off, revealing Cronus alongside Jigyu. Staring at his sharp gaze, Baemon knows that even though the power is in an incomplete state, he is stunned that Leviathan was completely wiped out with just a single strike from Cronus. Glancing over, Elle happily asks if he has finally regained consciousness, while Brunhilde also cries out to her master. But as he speaks, he realizes otherwise, and Cronus has also noticed, calling out to Jupiter. Even so, he does not reply. He merely closes his eyes to communicate deep within his own consciousness. I leave the rest to you, Kim Gi-ju. With those final words, he releases Leviathan's heart and collapses to the earth. A red light flashes in his palm, and Elle instantly appears, asking if her master is okay as Brunhilde watches anxiously. Are you all right? She asks, and seconds later, Gi-ju wakes up, calling Elle's name in confusion as she sighs in relief. It seems you received some help. Elle notes her tone turning dead serious as she tells her master to listen closely. I have something important to share, she says, asking if he remembers arriving and what he actually did here, leaving Cronus stunned. Elle begins listing his actions, first displaying his power at Shaolin Temple and then right as the battle kicked off. He clashed directly with Paimon only to end up completely consumed by demonic energy the entire time. And everything was resolved thanks to Jupiter, Elle bluntly adds, reminding him of his arrival. You did absolutely nothing useful here, she declares, and trust me, that brutal truth leaves Jigyu completely speechless. A heavy silence drops over the area where even a soft breath can be heard, while the sky outside remains unchanged. With battle cries still echoing, he bows to Cronus, pleading for him to stay and keep watch so Paimon plays no tricks. While Paimon is left questioning everything, Jigyu announces that he will first go end this war before returning. With a smug smile, he boldly claims he will be back before the tea even cools, negotiating with Cronus. Master, please guard Paimon here for a moment so he does not try anything while I go finish this fight and return. His hand crackles with red lightning once more as Jigyu promises to return before the tea cools, priming his speed. He vanishes at light speed, leaving only a trail of smoke behind, which makes Cronus chuckle in amusement. It seems you are in a rush, he muses with a frown, thinking that haste is a shortcut to inner demons. But perhaps there is no need to worry, Cronus tells himself, realizing the truth. You have already begun utilizing divine power, he thinks before turning to Paimon and asking if he is still their enemy. No wonder he has been so unusually well behaved, as Paimon politely requests to be addressed by his proper name. Yes, we are indeed on opposing sides, Paimon admits proudly, though he confesses there is simply no other choice left now. I am a demon who always prepares for every possible scenario, yet even I lack the power to salvage this. With a plan this ruined, he explains that he never clings to things that have already slipped out of his hands. Hearing those words, Cronus reminds himself that trying to understand the minds of demons is always a completely foolish endeavor. He glances around, wishing he could eradicate every single demon here, but then his attention shifts. Cronus is busy inspecting Leviathan's heart in his hand along with the cloned Belphegor monsters. He calculates that as long as Jigyu absorbs them properly, he can convert all of them into raw power, so it is best to leave them alone. Cronus decides, gazing in the direction Jigyu just departed. Feeling a pang of sadness, he wonders if Jupiter still resents him while Jigyu rushes outside. Moving like a streak of lightning, he stops high in the sky to observe the intense battlefield raging below. Abbot Cho Guang screams for everyone to hold the defensive formation right next to a severely injured Tao Chen. Meanwhile, the energetic demons laugh maniacally, ordering their forces to wipe out the humans during the ambush. Abbot Cho Guang curses in frustration, knowing that the longer this battle drags on, the worse it gets. He understands the heavy mental toll of forcing warriors to point their weapons at familiar comrades. It is slowly eating away at their resolve, while Abbot Cho Guang also begins to sense another terrifying truth. The demons possessing human bodies seem to have fully adapted, growing exponentially stronger with each passing second. Sensing a sudden shift in the air, Abbot Zhao Guang looks up toward the sky. It is Jigyu. In his heart, the abbot wonders if Hero Mu is truly finished. With him, victory is assured. But before the abbot can even speak, the young player vanishes into thin air. Did he see wrong? He is panicking. Unnoticed, Jigyu has already materialized behind his back. The ego weapon Lu manifests with a tight grip, asking him how his body is holding up. Placing a hand over his chest, Jigyu answers truthfully. The balance is broken, which explains that sudden, unbearable pain from earlier. His vessel was ready to shatter. Yet at the same time, he felt something else. A massive force. The strange energy is actively repairing his vessel. Lu immediately recognizes it as divine power. Can he actually control it? Shaking his head honestly, Jigyu admits it is beyond his control. Saving Yubin was nothing short of a literal miracle. He remembers the system notification granting temporary use of divine power. Quietly, he casts his sharp gaze toward the distant path. Looking back at their journey, he suddenly realizes something. Super acceleration. He used it a lot, yet there was no burden. None. Meanwhile, the demons below rage. Jigyu has a theory. It was likely activating unconsciously on its own. Suddenly, the demons freeze in their tracks. Stopped. Completely paralyzed. Golden threads suddenly wrap around their bodies, draining their consciousness. One by one, the massive demon horde collapses to the ground. The entire crowd stands frozen in complete disbelief. Did the entire demonic horde just collapse in a single instant? Tao Chen searches for the culprit. Naturally, he looks up. There's Jigyu high above. With an outstretched hand, the system confirms Jigyu is using pressure point block, a quiet skill to safely paralyze his foes. Lu crosses his arms, evaluating the move. Simple, yet effective. Lu asks if he learned the elegant technique while syncing with Jonas. Lowering his hand, the young master nods in agreement. With this technique, he can easily suppress enemies without taking lives. Yet Lu wonders why his master is suddenly showing mercy. He asks if it is really fine to spare them. Jigyu calmly explains his past reasoning. In the past, there was absolutely no choice but to kill them. Sparing them was useless, since they could never become human again. Neither Lu nor El could do it. Even their combined power was useless. Jigyu looks at his hand. But with his current self possessing divine power, perhaps there is a way. Lu can only let out a deeply helpless sigh. Slapping a hand to his forehead, Lu grumbles about his master being far too soft, completely crushing his hopes of a colder leader. Yet deep down he understands. This gentle nature is exactly what pushes his master to grow. Lu reflects silently on his master's boundless benevolence. Step by step, he is starting to mirror the traits of a true god. Down below, Abbot Zhao Guang calls out to his savior, still unable to believe his eyes. He begs to know if this war is finally over. Jigyu shakes his head. Not yet. First, bind the fallen demons and gather them. The crowd responds in unison, quickly moving to obey. Looking up at the crimson sky, the young master ponders their next crucial step. They must dismantle the territory's spatial barrier first. Lu quickly agrees, adding that this domain belongs to Paimon, one of the demon kings. If the young master is qualified for a territory war and manages to defeat him, he can claim the spatial barrier's core. It should be like last time. Yet, when they face him, Paimon willingly holds it out with both hands. The demon willingly surrenders his core, admitting he has absolutely no desire to die. The sudden surrender leaves Jigyu completely dumbfounded. How on earth did things turn out like this? Still, his journey to China yielded massive gains, starting with his soul link to Grandmaster Bodhidharma. Though their direct bond is still somewhat vague, he has secured a powerful ally whose combat strength easily surpasses both Lu and El. Plus, he absorbed divine power from the Grandmaster's rune. Mastering this unique energy will grant him a massive, unprecedented advantage. It will yield entirely different results compared to life, death, or chaos. He truly believes this new energy can perform literal miracles. With a sharp look, he turns back to Paimon. Confronting Paimon, the young player keeps his sword pointed directly at the demon's throat, carefully weighing his next move. Whether this encounter is a blessing or a curse remains a total mystery. With a cold voice, he declares he will defeat Paimon. He demands the core to dissolve the spatial barrier, but the demon simply smiles and hands it over, eager to save his own life. Jigyu is completely speechless, utterly unable to comprehend what trick Paimon is playing. Outside the barrier, the hellish sky continues to glow crimson. Abbot Zhao Guang orders the disciples to tie up the demon securely. Remain vigilant. Below, the Shaolin disciples quickly gather the bound demons into a tight corner. From up high, Jigyu quietly observes the entire scene. Gripping his sword, he asks Lu if sparing Paimon is wise. The ego weapon answers indifferently. Of course, to get the spatial barrier core, they have to go this route. If necessary, turning him into an ego weapon is the only option. In truth, he seems deep in thought, but there are far too many details that worry him, and yet Lu keeps those doubts to herself. She simply proposes talking first. Even if turning him succeeds, they would still need time to prepare a suitable vessel for him. After pondering, he decides the best plan is to extract whatever information they can first. If this is indeed the Paimon from Lu's memories, she notes he might be much easier to talk to than they think. Jigyu stands frozen, utterly surprised by that friendly face. Never expecting the demon to be this cooperative, he watches as Paimon casually offers to answer any questions they might have. Promising to answer with absolute sincerity, Paimon waits as Jigyu anxiously whispers to Lu, wondering if this is a trap. Lu disagrees completely. Paimon might be cunning, but he is a weirdly honest demon. He is surprisingly straightforward in the strangest ways. But Jigyu suddenly recalls their first encounter. Didn't she claim this Paimon was a fake? Lu had confidently declared him a fake, but she now explains the truth. The demon's mind is currently being entirely manipulated by Andres. While his current mind is a fabrication, his fundamental core remains intact. Lu firmly believes that no matter how outstanding Andres's power is, nothing can warp a ninth-seat demon. At that moment, Cerberus speaks, agreeing that the demon is indeed a bizarre soul who seems entirely genuine. Lu chimes in to give her master a quick reminder. She urges her master to ask exactly as she instructed. Jigyu immediately demands to know how Paimon is still alive, and without giving him a chance to answer, he fires off his next question. Did you copy Leviathan and Belphegor? How did Andres bring you back from the dead, and what is his ultimate plot? Paimon doesn't show a hint of anger, calmly noting how many questions he has. He begins to answer, starting with Andres. But before he can finish, the demon freezes, unable to utter another word. Suddenly, fresh blood begins to gush from Paimon's nose and mouth. The demon collapses. Complete panic. Lu curses in absolute frustration, while Bo Young screams that he has fallen. Jigyu can no longer control himself. He grabs Paimon's limp body, shaking him frantically. Is this suicide? But the dying demon cannot utter a single word. With blood dripping from his face, Cerberus recognizes the signs of a triggered curse. Lu immediately realizes what is happening, cursing Andres. She warns Jigyu that a deadly curse was placed to prevent any information leak. He must decide immediately, or the demon will die or lose his mind. These warnings leave Jigyu completely dazed, staring down at Paimon, but his mind steadies faster than you would think. Grasping Lu's hilt, Jigyu points the sharp blade straight at Paimon's chest. In the end, eliminating him is the only way to claim his ego. Moving his hand, the razor-sharp blade finds its target, defenseless. Suddenly, a loud scream echoes. The tip of the sword freezes just inches from Paimon's chest, barely touching his shirt. The entire room goes dead silent. Even Lu is stunned. It was never a fake. Paimon is real. Lu growls Paimon's name, prompting the demon to slowly open his eyes, exposing a cold, half-lidded stare that sends chills down their spines. A mechanical notification rings out. The unofficial fight is now officially a formal territory war. With the great demon Paimon declaring his surrender, the entire pocket dimension begins to shake and rumble violently. The sky cracks. Rewards distributed. The temporary barrier is dissolved, leaving everyone staring up in pure horror as they finally realize what is happening. The blood-red sky shatters, completely raining down on everyone. As sunlight finally breaks through the darkness, the shocked survivors look around, wondering if things have finally returned to normal. Is it over? Bo Young screams with joy. She immediately calls to re-establish the link with Eden. The distant sky looks off, but no one realizes the danger waiting. On the other side of the horizon, the sky turns blood-red as Ruben collapses. His discarded sword lies nearby, while Sujung is forced to lean against a giant boulder for support, spitting out fresh blood. The boulder shatters. A footstep appears. Wondering if they have finally arrived, a man dressed in a sharp suit stands there, gazing up and whispering. Deep in the dungeon, Izanseal remains bound by heavy chains. Standing below with an unreadable expression, Andres lets out a mocking laugh, noting that the contract is officially cancelled. He remembers payment and says he's not dead yet, leaving Iron Seal to ponder before asking. What do you mean, he asks, realizing Kim Gi-ju's powers have just evolved to another level. It is clear that Kim Gi-ju is growing stronger by the minute, putting Iron Seal in a tough spot. What does this mean for their plans? Andy calmly explains without showing any emotion that although they must make a few adjustments, everything is still under his control. With that, Andy turns to leave, telling him not to worry since their revenge will still go down exactly as planned. Andy stops and calls out to Iron Seal, whose face is twisted in sheer rage, veins bulging from his furious expression. After a brief pause, Andy speaks up, destroying Eden is actually going much smoother than he originally expected. In the end, Andy reminds him not to panic and to simply do exactly what he was told. Bidding farewell to Iron Seal, Andy fades away into a dark cloud of smoke and completely vanishes. He leaves Iron Seal alone in the dark silence while outside sunlight peacefully filters through the lush green leaves. Footsteps echo down the hallway as Andres walks deep in thought and realizing that Iron Seal has completely fallen. His value is almost entirely gone. Andres knows this, yet he is already plotting a way to squeeze him dry one last time. Iron Seal still has no idea he's being used, letting out a ferocious and wild growl in his isolation. He vows to destroy everyone, gritting his teeth in pure hatred as he envisions the annoying face of Ma Long promising to kill him too. Iron Seal loses control as his chains rattle violently. And check this out, something strange begins happening to his severed leg. Thorny tentacles begin to sprout like a newly born leg, while multiple eyes filled with pure hatred cover his furious face. He quietly swears to eliminate them all, while outside the dark room the rest of the world remains perfectly normal. Towering skyscrapers loom over the core of the barrier which houses the replicated heart of the mighty Leviathan. Beside Beale's physical clones, Paimon lies completely unconscious on the cold ground, representing the quiet aftermath of this devastating battle. Kim Gi-ju looks down at Paimon, feeling deeply confused. He is certain he just heard a faint voice echoing in his mind. Wait, even Blue Head and Ju Yi notice it. They definitely did not mishear. That was without a doubt Paimon's voice. It is definitely his breath. The two look at Paimon, hesitantly realizing it is best not to jump to conclusions just yet. Kim Gi-ju raises his hand to interrupt them, wanting to focus on opening the portal back to Eden first, but nothing happens. The surrounding area remains completely still. Stunned and growing increasingly anxious, Kim Gi-ju turns to ask Blue Head what is wrong. Why is the portal failing to open, he asks. Blue Head pauses to think it over before offering an answer. He admits he has no idea since the connection was clearly restored, but then Hee-suk chimes in beside them. She picks up the replicated heart of Leviathan, pointing out that the space around them has not fully stabilized yet. Handing the item over to Kim Gi-ju, she tells him to draw his blade since escaping this unstable space requires full power. With this sword, she believes he can restore the path. Placing her hand on his back, she quietly transfers her energy. Kim Gi-ju raises his weapon high into the air. Behind him, Hee-suk instructs him to keep holding that exact stance. She tells him to visualize his destination and slash downward. Kim Gi-ju focuses his mind and delivers a powerful strike. A blinding light tears through time and space, opening up a small rift until they finally spot an exit gap. Kim Gi-ju stands in absolute disbelief, his eyes widening in shock at the pure chaos unfolding right before him. He furrows his brow in confusion, desperately wondering what on earth could have happened here. Both Ju Yi and Blue Head gasp in surprise. Below them lies a ruined landscape with a very familiar figure on the ground. There are absolutely no signs of life left. Suddenly, footsteps slowly approach as a voice asks if they have finally arrived. Hearing his name, Kim Gi-ju spins around and you will not believe who is standing there. It is Ha Song-soo. Sensing a heavy pressure from his opponent, Kim Gi-ju wastes no time and throws a powerful punch, but Song-soo remains completely unfazed. He calmly remarks that Andaz's calculations must have gone slightly off course, but adds that it really does not matter. Song-soo makes no effort to dodge, taking the impact directly as Kim Gi-ju glares at him with furrowed brows. Kim Gi-ju tells him to shut up and vows to end his life. The heavy blow kicks up a thick cloud of dust. Cold, murderous intent fills Kim Gi-ju's eyes. Meanwhile, in a flashback just outside a conference room, a voice calls out to Ha Song-soo. Ma Long chuckles softly, asking if he was summoned all this way just to be mocked for his humiliating defeat. Kim Gi-ju chuckles awkwardly and tells him not to think that way, but Ma Long merely smirks and brushes it off. He admits he was only teasing before she seriously begins, explaining knowing he wants to learn the absolute truth. Just how terrifying Ha Song-soo's true strength really is and what kind of monstrous power he actually wields in this fight. Kim Gi-ju nods, seriously listening as Mariong takes a sip of water, admitting he is not quite sure either. Disappointed, Kim Gi-ju asks if he is truly clueless. Mariong looks over, bringing up that beautiful secretary whose name escapes his memory right now. Inside the gate, Brunhart and Lu exchange looks, wondering if that girl really plans on waving a knife around under such a ridiculous name. Mariong recounts that brutal battle from that day. According to the secretary, Ha-Song-Soo now looks no different from a terrifying, bloodthirsty demon. His appearance closely resembled the disciple whose body had been possessed. This devilish power is truly terrifying, just that overwhelming demonic energy alone is enough to crush everyone. That alone was enough to leave everyone completely helpless, forced to stand there and take it so no useful information could be gathered. Nothing of real value was obtained, but one thing is certain: he is still holding back his true trump cards. Just as Mariong warned, despite taking such massive hits, Song-Soo remains completely unscathed. Deep within his eyes, an even more fanatical and terrifying power begins to surge. This sudden explosion of energy is several times stronger than Kim Gi-ju's previous strike. Everything is spiraling completely out of control. Nobody knows just how bizarre Song-Soo's true power actually is, or how many dark secrets he is keeping hidden deep inside. Lu and Brunhart are gripped by sheer panic, crying out to their master that the fight outside is getting insanely intense. With no clear winner in sight, Song-Soo sprouts formidable horns on his head and locks his sights directly on Kim Gi-ju. Gathering massive energy in his hands, he launches a barrage of deadly projectiles toward the young man, filling the air with endless streams of force. The onslaught completely covers the sky. Watching from below, Hae-suk is left totally dazed by the sheer scale of the collision. This murderous aura is on a completely different level compared to those weak demons from earlier. What is happening to this world? Suddenly, Kim Gi-ju sends a desperate telepathic plea, asking the Grand Master to lend a hand. Confused and startled, Hae-suk quickly turns around to face him. Scattered on the ground below are Kim Gi-gyu's battered comrades, their survival highly uncertain, while Kim Gi-gyu himself is clearly being pushed deep onto the defensive. His breathing grows heavy, leaving Brunhart and Lu watching in absolute terror for their master. No matter how well he masters his divine power, relying too much on extreme speed will leave him completely drained and vulnerable. Kim Gi-ju remains silent, catching his breath heavily as he admits he got carried away in the heat of battle but can definitely feel the strain now. His other allies are currently fighting for their lives inside the gates, and though he desperately wants to rush over and back up his friends right away, he glares back at Song-Soo, knowing that to save them he has to end this guy once and for all. Taking action immediately, Kim Gi-ju vanishes into thin air, leaving Brunhart and Lu startled as they cry out for him. They beg to know what he is planning, hoping he is not being reckless, but Kim Gi-ju has already dived straight into a rift. Inside, he shatters the fluid-filled incubation pods one after another, spilling liquid everywhere as he carefully pulls all the captives out into the open space. Once freed, they begin trembling violently, as if their physical bodies are about to explode from some sudden, unstable reaction. He keeps a close eye on everything while Song-Soo channels an incredibly intense battle aura, making Lu shudder in fear. Breaking into a cold sweat, Lu asks if he is crazy, especially right after barely recovering. But Kim Gi-ju simply speaks in a calm, reassuring tone, telling them to relax because everything is under control. Lu remains deeply worried, yet there is a sense of reassurance in the way Kim Gi-ju confidently delivers his promise. He assures them that he has everything under control, prompting Jupiter to burst into a satisfied laugh from within. Smugly, Jupiter wonders how on earth the kid could have grasped the flow of this power so incredibly fast. He admits defeat to such a madman as Kim Gi-ju bends down to retrieve his fallen blade from the ground. The sharp, murderous intent radiating from the legendary blade is absolutely undeniable at this point. It projects thousands of ethereal duplicates, each packing immense destructive power under the direct and precise command of Kim Gi-ju. Frowning at the spectacle, Song-Soo watches as countless streaks of high-speed light begin raining down from the sky, locking onto him instantly. A flicker of doubt crosses his eyes as the entire sky fills with blinding sparks of light, which suddenly detonate in a massive and chaotic chain reaction. Utilizing his ultimate high-speed technique, the two of them clash once more, but Song-Soo is proving to be a highly formidable opponent to deal with. Neither can be easily defeated as both fighters pour every ounce of strength into landing a single fatal blow. The aftermath of their collision leaves behind brilliant, exploding flashes of light highlighting the sheer intensity of the battle. Inside the rift, the water tanks begin to vibrate as Hae-suk works quickly to move their fallen comrades to safety. Once they are lined up safely, Hae-suk glances outside with a deep frown, realizing that the massive shockwaves are already reaching the far side of the rift. Weak rulers would never survive a collision of this magnitude, especially with such a massive wave of energy surging from the rift. Hae-suk silently prays for him, hoping Kim Gi-ju stays safe while she handles things on her end, fully aware that other realms are bound to be just as chaotic. Blinding pillars of light burst one after another inside the old gateway area of the association's residential zone. Furious with rage, the Blue Dragon Guild Master Cho Chang-dong barks orders at his deployed units. Hold the formation, do not let a single enemy slip past us. Meanwhile, the beasts glare with cold, glowing blue eyes. Flickering their tongues in hunger, they charge ahead as clear commands ring out, block them, do not let one escape. Remember, our families are right behind us, but the beasts do not care, driven only by an insatiable hunger to slaughter. Amidst the chaotic clash of weapons and shields, a stone-faced Chi-Chun deflects an incoming strike before delivering an incredibly devastating counterpunch of his own. He remains completely expressionless from start to finish, his piercing gaze radiating a cold, terrifying intensity. Glancing over, the other defenders are still desperately holding the line to protect the residential zone built inside this gate. Though building it on Giju's orders seemed a bit excessive at first, it turned out to be an incredibly wise move. Frontline warriors can fight without worry, knowing their families are safe, even as a strange illusionary fog begins to swallow the entire area. With the ground obscured, a winged beast with bloodshot eyes and a sinister grin suddenly launches itself high into the sky. It tears straight through time and space, vanishing completely, while a familiar figure quietly watches the chaos from atop a skyscraper. With a cold expression, the first throne Baal channels his energy, his mind clouded with dark, heavy anxiety. Still unable to contact his master, he stares blankly into the empty void, deeply worried about how things are developing out there. Wondering how bad the situation has truly gotten, a high-level meeting is underway inside the base, discussing Ha Sung-soo's imminent arrival. As the top brass crowd around the table, Ma Ryong takes the lead, warning them in a very grave tone about their enemy. Mobilizing a whole army is utterly pointless, which is why only I and 3 others will confront him directly. She glances at the 2 of them, naming Aesop and Shin Rubin, before pointing out Bo Yi, confirming that only those 4 will stand on the front lines. Suddenly, someone cuts in with a highly critical tone. Wait, even if you are in charge, why is my name excluded? Ma Ryong calmly explains the reasoning. Angel, you must stay behind to guard this gate for the time being. Putting Eden aside, this exact location must be defended at all costs, and we cannot entrust such a critical task to anyone else. Chi-Chun chimes in the worst-case scenario, even if we have to completely shut the door, we must protect this place. Ma Ryong nods in agreement. Exactly, and if the situation on the outside starts going south, I will immediately contact you. You will receive updates through Baal, so just stay inside the gate for now, which leaves Baal lost in deep, quiet reflection. If things have deteriorated this much, shutting the gate might be the only option left when suddenly a massive shift occurs in the distance. After a brief fluctuation, the spatial gateway is completely shattered, leaving everyone to wonder what is actually happening on the outside. It is a question no one can answer yet, but the climax is clearly here as Giju's battle finally reaches its decisive end. Giju presses his blade right against Sung-soo's throat, his eyes cold and brimming with lethal intent as his opponent lies defeated. Sung-soo lies motionless before slowly opening his eyes, only to freeze in sheer terror as he feels the cold steel pressing against his neck. His eyes widen in pure horror as the air turns freezing cold, signaling that this brutal conflict has finally reached its end. While Sung-soo struggles to even utter a coherent word, Bo Ryan cries out in pure joy, praising his master's incredible victory. Ju Ye can only watch in utter disbelief, admitting he thought the move was far too risky to actually succeed. No one expected him to tame such massive demonic energy without being consumed, leaving a trembling Sung-soo to mutter in disbelief. Before his opponent can even process, Gaiju looks down with absolute malice and coldly delivers his final sentence. Die. Flashes of blinding light instantly overlap, followed by a massive earth-shaking explosion that consumes the battlefield. As the deafening blast fades, only Giju's solitary silhouette is left standing amidst the smoking ruins. Scanning the wreckage, his eyes lock onto a familiar figure who managed to carry Sung-soo's body clear of the blast. The rescuer glares back with intense hatred, prompting Ju Ye and Bo Ryan to yell out in confusion, demanding to know who she is. Recognizing that familiar figure from the previous gateway, Giju finally connects the dots and grits his teeth, snarling her name, Hazim. His blade twitches as memories of the very first gateway flash back, a time when she seemed like an unreachable summit. Back then, Hazim was an absolute powerhouse, a master so incredibly strong that the gap between them felt completely insurmountable. Narrowing his eyes as he sizes her up, he realizes with absolute certainty that things are very different now. She is no longer any match for him, and with his godlike speed, he could close the distance in a mere flash. He plans to unleash a relentless combo to completely overwhelm her, but before he can even make his move, Hazim conjures her power through tear-filled eyes, vanishing in an instant and leaving nothing behind but the silent, ruined wasteland. She's already run away. Meanwhile, in a completely different dimension, the battle is still raging. Elle unleashes her war declaration. The battle is still locked in a fierce stalemate while Baal stands nearby, focusing his own energy. Below, everyone watches with bated breath as the clash grows more brutal, with a thick, blinding fog completely blanketing the battlefield. A mysterious light pierces through the black smoke as a horde of roaring monsters suddenly emerges. Baal immediately retracts his power. He realizes that quite a few of these demons are nearly at the rank of a demon Lu. But because their host is too weak, they can't unleash their full potential. If this keeps up, things are going to get ugly. High above, the guardians seem to notice the danger. Exchanging worried glances, they call out to Elle, their voices growing more frantic by the second. Why did you stop your attack so suddenly? But they are met with only silence and a subtle smirk. Channeling her energy directly into her hands, her eyes light up with uncontrollable excitement and deep adoration. My master is finally here. She closes her eyes, focusing her energy until her signature golden light bursts forth. True to her words, Jigyu arrives, sword raised high. He gently takes her hand with a warm smile. It's been a while, Elle. Lou and Brynhart also chime in, offering their own long overdue greetings, though it really hasn't been that long. Elle places her hand over her chest, looking up in confusion at her master. Why do you look like that? Lou, growing quite impatient, cuts her off, telling her not to worry because nothing bad is going to happen. Lou flashes a triumphant smirk. Just stand back and watch how much he's evolved in such a short time. He's turned into a terrifying monster. Below, amidst the lingering fog and dense smoke, Hyam Chul slowly closes his eyes and evaluates the scene. It's already been 10 minutes. Hearing this, Jigyu looks over, slightly surprised by the quick passage of time. That's counting from the moment you and you and Fen first appeared to wipe out the battlefield. It took exactly 10 minutes. Hyun Chul smiles warmly, noting how much stronger Jigyu has truly become. Blushing slightly at the sudden praise, Jigyu mutters that a lot has happened to push him this far. Suddenly, Hyun Chul looks up at him. Honestly, he still hasn't fully adjusted to Jigyu's overwhelming new power. Did you really have to obliterate absolutely everything so completely? Just then, Jupiter calls out from the side, addressing Jigyu directly. It's time to put that power to use. With eyes full of anticipation, he urges him to show what he can really do. He's talking about the power of God. Meanwhile, deep within another gate inside the commander's quarters of the residential area, Jigyu's comrades have been safely brought in. Whether it's thanks to Bodhidharma's protection or just pure luck, they made it. The 4 who collapsed in Eden are now resting comfortably with no major complications. Haisuk, back at the old gate, already confirmed that while their lives aren't in any immediate danger, their internal injuries run pretty deep. They will need a substantial amount of time to recover. Meanwhile, the massive task of clearing the battlefield and disposing of demon corpses is moving rapidly. Standing atop a building, Baal clears his throat and asks if Miss Un is doing all right. After chatting for a bit, Baal breaks into a cold sweat in utter shock. Is that the same Paimon he once knew? Before he can even process that, Baal gets hit with another bombshell. Kronos too, he asks, growing increasingly agitated. What on earth happened over in China? First it was Paimon, and now even Kronos has actually turned up. Jigyu lets out an awkward chuckle silently, noting how fast Baal can switch up his attitude. With so many immediate crises to handle, he decides that introducing Bodhidharma to the others can wait for now. Growing serious, he tells himself that the Paimon situation must be put on hold. At least this gate's battle is resolved, leaving only ruins behind. Still, Jupiter's earlier suggestion echoes in his mind, urging him to finally use it seriously. It's the power of God. Only now does Jigyu truly ponder it. The power of a deity. Chaos is the power of destruction, reducing all matter back to nothingness. On the other hand, order is the power of creation, bringing all life into existence. That is the authority of a god. Yet just like a broken glass, trying to restore shattered pieces back to their original state of order is normally an impossible task. But this power actually reverses the laws of entropy. That is the ultimate divine authority. Suddenly, Baal appears out of nowhere. Pushing up his glasses, he explains that entropy is simply the measure of molecular disorder. But if you reduce it, then that means Jigyu jumps in shock, yelling, "Whoa, Baal, when did you get here?" Lou and Brynhart are equally startled. You practically scared us to death, you absolute lunatic. Baal gives him a serious look, noting that his master was so deep in thought he didn't even notice someone standing right beside him. Excuse me, but I couldn't help overhearing your quiet muttering. Are you planning to use that power to restore Eden? Kim Jigyu snaps out of his thoughts. He admits that is the plan, but he still does not know how to do it. Why are you overcomplicating things? Lou asks with a sly grin, pointing behind them. If you want to understand gods, just ask the expert standing right there. She was closer to God than anyone else. It finally clicks. Elle shyly steps forward, admitting she is quite embarrassed about it. She does not really understand his power either, since it is a level far beyond what she could ever reach. Kim Jigyu is confused. He asks if she has any guesses or clues at all. She thinks it over. According to her, he should first disperse the chaotic aura. He needs to clear the dark demonic energy on his wings and horns. Lou tells her to stop being so creepy. Lou gives him a serious look. He should suppress that demonic energy since gods represent absolute balance. To use that power, his top priority is achieving balance and reclaiming the stability that was shattered. Restoring it will not be easy. Kim Jigyu gazes down at the ruins of Eden, muttering about balance before deciding to try. Now watch. He closes his eyes and concentrates deeply until his left wing begins to glow brightly. Seeing the success, Kim Jigyu declares it is time. Lu is amazed he pulled it off instantly. Behemoth proudly declares this is expected from his master. Lu smiles knowingly, her gaze turning sharp. Honestly, he always handles these things in a flash, she remarks, though he can occasionally be quite thick-headed. She jokes about wanting to smack some sense into him. Elle warns her to watch her mouth, but Lu just smirks. Lu mocks the little pigeon, asking if she knows anything else useful, or if she's just dead weight. Do you realize you can be a massive burden sometimes? Crushed by the criticism, Elle hangs her head. Behemoth chuckles and tries to comfort her. He still prefers her gentle side, even if she messes up. Elle sighs that his words do not feel very comforting before clearing her throat to collect her emotions. She wonders what else could help. Maybe prayer. Hearing this, Kim Gi-ju mutters the word prayer. Putting her hands together, she prays, stating that sincere wishes will always reach the heavens. Once devotion touches the celestial realm, a miracle is granted. That has always been her ancient clan's belief. Still, she worries her ancient traditions might not provide the actual divine clue he needs. Kim Ji-ju seriously considers this idea, wondering if he should gather everyone in the base to pray together. Ji-chun, quiet until now, suggests looking at it from the opposite perspective, prompting Kim Gi-ju to look up. He asks what Ji-chun means. The veteran points out that Kim Ji-ju's first divine awakening was not from prayer. It was born from his desperate desire to save Elle and the goblins. No one was praying for him then. He does not think prayer is the trigger. Ji-chun patiently advises him to think like the giver instead. Rather than begging, he must consider the pure selflessness that stands opposite to selfish desire. Kim Gi-ju realizes he means a noble heart that constantly thinks of others. Ji-chun asks if he gets it. He tells him to reflect on why he wants to restore Eden so badly. Kim Gi-ju immediately answers. Eden is his most important stronghold. Ji-chun quietly questions if that is really all, leaving him thinking. He must protect Eden as the lone outpost to stop Andros's plans, but his true purpose goes deeper. He wants to protect the beloved people around him, though Kim Gi-ju immediately second-guesses his own thoughts. Is it really that simple? There is no grand duty forcing him and no responsibility demanding it. Yet, he simply wants to keep them safe because that is the one thing he truly desires. Inside his mind, Lu smirks, knowing that this exact realization was the key Kim Gi-ju needed. Even if he rarely talks about sacrifice and despite his short temper, he still possesses true compassion. That compassion is the true essence of a god. Suddenly, a blinding sheet of light envelops the scene. Urgent news reports that the massive gate has completely recovered and a wanted criminal has been spotted. While experts debate the criminal's mysterious abilities, Rohan stares intently at his phone screen. The voice of his master crackles through the phone. Rohan bolts upright and quickly confirms he is listening. He assures his master he is on the line. The voice apologizes for not helping him get revenge first, but he had already left for China. Rohan just kept his smile on his face, replying that it was totally fine. How could he question his master's choice? Jupiter, the version of him from another timeline, asked if that was really so. Either way, he told them not to worry. It was finally time to act, his gaze turning incredibly serious. No more sitting around waiting to be attacked because they were going on the offensive, he declared before asking another question. He wanted to know about the Iron Guild. Rohan seriously reported back that he was not entirely sure of the details. No orders regarding this battle had been issued, and even communicating with the main headquarters was becoming extremely difficult. There were even rumors spreading that the Iron Guild master had not shown his face at all recently. Gi-ju sensed that something was seriously wrong, but ultimately told Rohan that he understood, advising him to take a few risks to investigate deeper. Inside the isolated basement of the tower, everyone stood around Paimon, while Ji-chun stared at him with deep suspicion. Was this really what they suspected? They stared at the bound man before them, falling into a tense silence. Could this tied-up person really be Paimon? Bal adjusted his glasses, scanning him thoroughly before shifting his gaze to size up Hesu. He asked if he was Juno, bowing politely as he spoke. It was an honor to meet such a noble figure, introducing himself as Baal, ruler of the first territory of Hell. Hesu casually replied that they could just call him Hesu, as that was the name he currently went by. Ji-chun turned to Gi-ju to ask what was going on, amazed that Paimon could actually be reborn like this. With a completely intact body inside Jikyu's mind, Lu scoffed, asking if the old man was blind to call this intact. Elle lowered her head, clarifying that was not what she meant, while Gi-ju quietly noted he had not had a real conversation with him yet. Paimon had once mentioned that he hid the clues to his resurrection right inside his very own legacy. But none of his descendants ever realized it. Only Andros discovered the truth and brought him back, causing Ji-chun to turn and ask the person behind him. Did they know anything about this? To which the followers seriously replied that they had no special ideas. Lu raised two fingers, explaining that they could be absolutely sure of two things, starting with what happened after the resurrection. Andros had placed a mental restriction on Paimon, and once that limit was shattered, Paimon's mind was bound to suffer severe damage. To protect himself from that devastating impact, Paimon had proactively severed his own original consciousness and hid it away, burying it deep within the vessel. Thinking of this, Lu suddenly froze as if a massive realization had just struck him. That voice echoing when Jigyu tried to turn him into an ego, it definitely belonged to Paimon's true self. Jigyu stroked his chin, recalling that exact moment clearly, while Lu explained it was a fierce rejection driven entirely by Paimon's instinctual self-preservation. He must have sensed the overwhelming power of Gigyu's synchronization, knowing that forcing a connection would completely shatter his remaining soul, leaving absolutely nothing behind. But Gigyu showed no fear, calmly stating that the solution to this was actually pretty simple. Hearing those words, Lu was completely taken aback, but Gigyu offered no further explanation, placing his hand directly on Paimon's shoulder. Sitting opposite Paimon, he announced that he would initiate a forced connection, causing Elle to call out to her master in sheer panic. Lu put his hand to his forehead with a frustrated laugh, asking if this crazy guy had even listened to a word he said. Then Lu screamed a desperate warning, yelling that forcing a connection right now was pure madness and would ruin everything. Completely ignoring the warnings, Gigyu pushed forward anyway, initiating the forced synchronization directly with Paimon. By now, Lu was in a full panic, scolding him for recklessly relying on his power to force his way through. Did he honestly think his ability was some kind of miracle fix? If gods were that capable, the world would not be in ruins, but Elle quickly cut Lu off, accusing him of blasphemy. Lu snapped in frustration, shouting that he did not care because forcing a connection on an unegoized soul was pure insanity. Besides, even if Gigyu acted reckless, sometimes he was not the type to do things without a solid plan. Brunhart shouted with all her might that she believed in her master, since he actually had some pretty smart moments. Elle immediately questioned Brunhart, noting that saying he was only smart occasionally was a bit too much. Gigyu broke out in a cold sweat, telling everyone to quiet down so he could focus on what Lu had just explained. Since Paimon's soul was split in two, the target of his connection was not going to be the real consciousness. Lu realized his plan. Gigyu was going to link with the fake body currently being manipulated by Andres. He would force that mental clone down to pull up the buried true soul, just like he did with Howard Hung-hoon Amdusias and Shin Yubin. And even with Gigyu himself, though each situation differed, their master was already a seasoned expert at separating souls. After their split personalities remained separated, Kim Gigyu suddenly snaps back in complete shock, staring at Paimon with deep suspicion. What on earth is this? A faint trace of demonic energy from Paimon begins swirling around the building like a guide path, triggering something deep in Kim Giju's mind. With a sudden nod of realization, he grabs the source of the demonic energy right in front of him, with a mocking grin. He whispers, "Is that you, Andres?" With one brutal squeeze, Andres coughs up blood. This sudden backlash drains a massive portion of his strength, leaving Andres too weak to even stand on his own feet. He drops straight onto the freezing floor, his eyes filled with a burning absolute hatred that goes straight to the bone. Kim Giju tightly grips the demonic energy with an arrogant grin, speaking out, "So this is our very first time formally greeting each other." He looks forward to working with him. Meanwhile, at another gate, Andres sits in a dark hallway, gasping heavily for breath. Unable to believe what just happened, he mutters in disbelief as his eyes darken and his brow furrows with intense rage. After a long, tense pause, Andras growls, "Did you do this, Kim Giju?" Just uttering that name out loud makes the veins on his forehead bulge in fury. Meanwhile, Kim Giju's sync is going smoothly as blue light wraps around Paimon's body. Paimon slowly opens his eyes, the massive chains binding him shattering under a sudden surge of raw power. The broken metal links clatter onto the ground. Ji-chan watches in utter shock as Paimon slowly rises to his feet. A heavy silence fills Paimon's eyes, terrifying everyone. After all, those were the legendary chains meant to restrain Ha Song-soo himself, yet they were shattered like paper. Ji-chun tentatively calls out to him and Paimon rasps in a low voice just as expected. With a calm gaze, the ancient demon notes that although they share no blood, Ji-chun has inherited his ultimate will. Ji-chun bows his head in deep reverence, replying, "Yes, Lord Paimon, and despite all my current shortcomings, I will try. I still consider myself your sole successor. My name is Ji-chun." Paimon chuckles softly and nods, showing his complete satisfaction. But suddenly, Paimon grits his teeth in irritation. Ji-chun and the surrounding players look on, completely baffled by his sudden mood swing. Paimon raises his hand, lecturing like an old man about how hopeless kids these days really are. "They do not understand the true intention behind my legacy, and they cannot even forge a single decent chain." Becoming increasingly offended, Paimon snaps, "How dare you call yourself my successor?" Ji-chun is utterly stunned, meekly whispering yes. Pointing at the broken links on the floor, Paimon keeps lecturing, telling him to look closely at this garbage craftsmanship. Stomping his foot, he grumbles that while it looks decent, the execution is pathetic. Kim Giju stands nearby, completely speechless. After his tantrum, Paimon clears his throat and shifts back to a calm tone. He apologizes, introducing himself as Paimon, Lord of the Ninth Throne of Hell. Still processing the absurd display, Kim Giju just hesitantly nods. Inside his soul, Brunhart freezes up and quietly questions Lu. She wonders if this is actually correct because something feels incredibly off while Lu facepalms in absolute defeat, sighing. Lu explains that this is indeed the old demon's real personality. Meanwhile, Paimon places his hand on his chest, speaking seriously. He claims he was fully aware of his actions and never meant to get in Kim Gi-ju's way, thanking him for the recovery. Bowing respectfully, the ancient demon offers his deepest apologies while Kim Gi-ju quickly waves his hands to dismiss the grand gesture. Kim Ji-ju mentions he had his own motives anyway. Paimon chuckles, knowingly acknowledging that Kim Ji-ju must have endless questions. Rather than explaining everything from scratch, Paimon decides to skip ahead, bringing up Andros's dark and ultimate plan. He admits he has no idea how much Kim Gi-yu knows about the tower's history, but he gets straight to the point. He explains that Andros is trying to replicate what the creator once did, a terrifying revelation that Ha Song-soo instantly understands. Kim Ji-yu breaks into a cold sweat, realizing the truth, asking if Andros actually wants to recreate the entire world. Paimon nods, confirming that Kim Gi-ju gets it. He admits success is uncertain, but mentions the major threat of Roger's Han. With such powerful backing, this insane dream is actually worth attempting. But as he speaks, Paimon's eyes shift. He glances over at Ha Song-soo, clarifying he is not referring to Kronos. Kim Gi-yu fully understands the danger ahead. He urgently asks if Kronos is indeed backing Andros. Inside, Lu rubs his chin, breaking into a cold sweat. Both of their goals to escape the tower and conquer Earth align. That is bad news, yet it might offer an opportunity. It means they can finally gather all these separate threats in one place to analyze. Seeing this, Paimon speaks up. He clears his throat, explaining that the history of the Hell Kings and Ha Song-soo is a very long story. He suggests finding a better spot to talk, wishing they had some wine for this massive tale of a lifetime. Kim Ji-ju nods. Outside remains safe as they move into the quiet office. Paimon speaks up first, complaining that blacksmiths these days are completely boring and have zero ambition. He demands his direct descendant pour him a cup of wine, and someone immediately steps up with a bottle, obeying Lord Paimon. Paimon studies him for a moment, asking why he looks like that, but Gi-ju replies it is a very long story. Gi-ju breaks the awkward silence from across the table, asking Paimon if they can finally get started, which startles the old blacksmith. Right, Paimon mutters, almost forgetting where he left off, so Chi-jun reminds him that he was talking about his blacksmithing days. Specifically, his days as the best blacksmith in hell, prompting Paimon to chuckle and sip his drink. A slight flush colors Paimon's cheeks, but even that glory was not enough to satisfy his hunger to forge the ultimate weapon. Forging the perfect weapon was his absolute goal, but what would that even look like, he wonders. Imagine a weapon that instantly makes you insanely powerful, just by carrying it around. Paimon smirks, pointing at Lu as he explains that creating a weapon with a living soul is where everything truly began. Lu sighs from within, complaining that the introduction is way too long for the legendary blacksmith of hell. Paimon was never satisfied with just being at the peak, always hungering to reach a much higher realm of power. He envisioned the ultimate weapon of the world, one that would make any user overwhelmingly strong just by carrying it regardless of their physical limits. To forge such a masterpiece, that very thought sparked the beginning of all Paimon's research into soul-forged equipment. It all began with Satan, the demon killed by Lord Lucifer, whose soul became Paimon's very first test subject. Suddenly, the ring on Gi-gyu's hand glows brightly as Lu manifests himself outside to demand answers about Satan's resurrection. Lu asks if Paimon was behind it, while Gi-gyu panics and yells at his ego weapon to get down immediately. But Lu is too busy complimenting Gi-gyu's impressive abs, forcing his annoyed master to tell him to back off. Paimon takes another sip and admits it was a total failure, as he was not skilled enough back then to control his soul. Since he could not control that soul, he insists that Satan's resurrection had absolutely nothing to do with him. While Jigyu keeps telling Lu to step down, Paimon calmly mentions hearing rumors that Satan had resurrected and joined hands with a lie. But Paimon cannot confirm if the rumors are true, leaving Jigyu to quietly analyze the timeline of events. That was when the rulers schemed to destroy both Chaos and God just to construct their massive tower. Cyrus and Ezio betrayed their fellow rulers, while Degadahi allied with Satan once he realized what was happening. Lu cuts in to stop Giju's train of thought, wanting to organize all the events that occurred after he personally executed Satan. Lu remembers dismembering Satan's body and dividing the remains among the 6 demon kings after taking the throne of hell. In the vision, the monster growls fiercely at its prey as demonic energy erupts, but Lu quickly brings the focus back. Lu asks if Paimon secretly stole the remaining fragments of Satan's soul to use as a test subject, and Paimon proudly confirms it. Paimon adds that even though Lucifer did not care, there was simply no better material for his grand ultimate plan. Brunhild rests her chin on her hand with a cold snort while Lu shoots her an annoyed look, calling her a dummy. While those two keep bickering, Jigyu ignores them and asks Paimon if the soul weapon plan was a complete failure. It seems strange because the soul-infused weapons Old Man Huang crafted, although completely incomplete, still possess unique demonic traits. Jigyu could easily connect with those weapons, and he points out that Bu-ha standing right here is prime evidence of that. Paimon sets his glass down and looks over at Chi-jun, asking who this old man Huang is, making Chi-jun smile sheepishly. Paimon swirls his drink and chuckles, admitting that while he failed at first, he had absolutely no intention of giving up. He searched through every ancient record available from the depths of Hell's archives to forbidden texts confiscated from the heavens. Eventually, Paimon uncovered a long-forgotten truth about how the primordial creator first shaped this entire world. The creator forged existence while holding two primordial spheres of light and absolute darkness in his hands. Haiwan looks doubtful upon hearing this, while Jigyu is equally stunned, prompting Paimon to lean forward with an amused grin. Paimon asks if that story sounds strangely familiar, while Haiwan remains completely silent, her face growing pale with panic. That primordial myth gave him the secret key to forge the strongest weapon in history, and his very first successful creation from that method was none other than Lord Lucifer himself, a shocking revelation that instantly strikes everyone in the room completely speechless. Lu's eyes widen in absolute shock as he stammers, while Paimon calmly takes another sip of his drink. Paimon boasts that he remains his absolute masterpiece, leaving Lu to laugh helplessly. Lu demands to know if the legendary sealed sword carried by Ezio was Paimon's creation, and the blacksmith proudly confirms it. When Lu gets the results, her temper flares instantly. She screams out, calling him a lunatic and demanding how he dared. She just cannot hold back her rage. She threatens to slaughter both him and Kim Jigyu on the spot. Kim Jigyu is caught completely off guard, frantically telling her to calm down while secretly complaining about being dragged into her mess. Lu puts all her strength into grabbing Paimon's face, yelling that she actually believed the bastard would never betray her. Paimon frowns deeply, pleading for Lord Lucifer to calm down and listen. He explains that there is a major misunderstanding and he did not seal her at all. In fact, it was quite the opposite. He actually restored her original form. Hearing this, Lu finally pauses in confusion, prompting Paimon to quickly explain the details. He reveals that Lord Lucifer was originally a sacred sword, a legendary blade held in God's very hand since the beginning of time. Meanwhile, in another space-time rift inside the building, thick black demonic energy gathers as Andy struggles forward, his breath ragged and heavy. Blood drips from Andy's mouth as his breathing falters. Gritting his teeth, he mutters the name Iron Seal. Wait, did he really just find him? Andy's completely freezes as cold sweat breaks out, realizing they have to throw out their entire plan. The heavy chains have been completely shattered by Iron Seal. Aside from the echoes of clashing metal, the room is empty with shattered links scattered all over the floor. Andy's gasps in disbelief, wondering how Iron Seal could have simply vanished. He is still completely oblivious to the massive beast looming right behind him. He wonders where on earth the beast could have run off to. Meanwhile, outside the heavily guarded base, Paimon continues his explanation through the pain. Lucifer was actually a sword, a divine weapon held in God's own hands since the dawn of creation. Lu's face turns grim as she asks what he just said. Her entire presence shifts, freezing the air around them, leaving Chi-chun staring in sheer disbelief. No one dares to utter a single word or even breathe too loudly, terrified that even the slightest movement might trigger her wrath. As Lu's rage boils, a system alert flashes, warning that they have accessed forbidden information. The system initiates a painful penalty. Kim Jigyu clutches his chest in agonizing pain, and Lu is struck by the same crushing force. Lu struggles to comprehend this agonizing sensation. A penalty. Could it be that even after passing Floor 50, this forbidden truth is still too much to bear? Even Great Master Heisuk is visibly suffering from the backlash. This only proves one thing: this is a secret so deep that even the creator of the tower itself is forbidden from knowing it. Kim Jigyu grits his teeth as his sharp pain cuts his lip. Fighting through the intense pressure, he glares at Paimon with a highly suspicious look. Fortunately, they are still quite lucky. Thanks to their soul connection, the severity of the punishment has been heavily dampened. Because all the connected IO entities are sharing the incoming damage, those bound to the link only feel a temporary wave of discomfort. Hat clutches his head, asking Thea if his skull felt like it was splitting in two, only for the other to reply that he doesn't even have a skull. Everyone tied to the bond feels the sudden sharp ache, crying out to their masters and elders in confusion. Kim Jigyu places a hand on his chest and sighs in relief as the pain slowly fades, looking around at Master Dam Mu, Elder Guang, and Guang Jie. All of them are IO entities whose souls are connected directly to him. But as he realizes this, he suddenly gasps in surprise. Wondering if absolutely everyone was hit, Kim Jigyu glances down at Bale, lying face down beside him, completely panicked by how badly Bale was affected. Bal suddenly sits straight up on the table, casually pushing up his glasses and thanking everyone for their kind concern. He claims to be perfectly fine, but Lu immediately scoffs, telling him to wipe the drool off his face before he tries to speak. Calling him an absolute idiot, Bal grabs a cloth to clean his mouth, his expression turning serious as he shifts the focus. Bale turns to Paimon, asking if he is holding up all right. Paimon merely offers a faint smile, admitting that absolutely nothing escapes his notice. The moment he speaks, blood begins to trickle from Paimon's nose, leaving Kim Gi-ju staring in absolute shock. Despite his face being smeared with fresh blood, Paimon still manages a lighthearted chuckle, saying he simply let some forbidden secrets slip. He admits he miscalculated the heavenly backlash, foolishly believing that sharing this much information would still be within safe limits. Chi-chun watches him with deep concern, softly calling his name, but Paimon merely wipes the blood away and casually continues. He confesses that his physical form had already begun destabilizing the moment he broke his seal, meaning his remaining time here is extremely limited. Lu crosses her arms and questions why they do not try turning him into a proper IO instead. She points out that with her master's secret techniques, such a transformation is entirely possible and highly realistic. Another companion quickly chimes in, agreeing that if Paimon simply needs a physical vessel, they are more than capable of forging one. After all, they already successfully forged a physical body for Lucifer once before. But Paimon quickly speaks up, cutting off their generous offer. He patiently explains that such a quick fix is impossible, as a mere physical shell, no matter how well-crafted, is far from enough. To safely house a soul as incredibly chaotic as his, the vessel would have to achieve absolute flawless perfection. He adds that his current state is practically useless to them, brutally pointing out that their current skills are simply not up to par. Chi-chun broke out in a cold sweat, struggling to absorb all the teachings as he lowered his head in disappointment. Feeling completely useless, his self-pity is suddenly cut short as the door swings open and little Min-soo walks inside. Asking if they are inside, a shocked Chi-chun quickly reminds Min-soo that he was strictly told to stay home. When asked why he came all this way, the innocent boy approaches, complaining of hunger, which makes Chi-chun gasp. He was so busy talking with the adults that he completely forgot, but suddenly Paimon firmly grabs the boy by his shoulder. With eyes full of wild excitement, Paimon declares he found the perfect talent they need, leaving poor Min-soo pale with terror. The night remains unusually quiet, but a week later, strange metallic sounds begin echoing from deep inside Ji-ho's secret base. Discussing their options, Ji-ho glances over anxiously, pointing out that the young boy has been working like this all week. Wondering if it is safe to leave him be, Chi-chun looks over too, reassuring him that everything will turn out fine. After all, young Min-soo is the one who inherited Paimon's legendary bloodline in the most powerful way possible. It would be a grave mistake to treat him like an ordinary kid, especially when he swings that heavy blacksmith hammer. Every strike brings a look of pure, unhideable joy to his face, but suddenly the workshop door swings wide open. Blinding light and thick smoke pour out, forcing Ji-ho to shield his face from the sudden, overwhelming wave of heat. Squinting through the haze, he tries to see inside. Are we finally about to witness the birth of their ultimate weapon? As the smoke completely envelops them, young Min-soo finally steps out, wiping sweat from a face that looks totally different. His childish features have completely vanished, leaving Chi-chun and Ji-ho stunned and uncertain of what actually just happened. A tense silence fills the room as they stare at each other, but the sweat-drenched boy suddenly laughs out with pure joy. Hugging Chi-chun tightly around the waist, the boy catches the old man completely by surprise. Asking if it is really him, Min-soo looks up with a bright smile, saying it has been far too long. Staring in absolute disbelief, Ji-ho wonders if this is truly the same little kid he knew, questioning what on earth just happened. Emerging from the thick smoke, Paimon notices their shock and asks why they are making such a big deal out of this. Speaking with supreme arrogance, the demon explains that young Min-soo has fully inherited his powerful legendary bloodline. As his power grows, his physical body naturally matures, so they really should stop comparing him to ordinary human children. Watching him step forward, Ji-ho points in utter disbelief, calling out to Paimon that actual flames are spewing from his mouth. After Paimon clears his throat, a thoroughly confused Ji-ho demands to know why he is suddenly breathing fire like a dragon. Chi-chun proudly explains that it is simply a unique trait of their clan, leaving Ji-ho even more bewildered by the explanation. He clarifies that Paimon's lineage is built around manipulating hellfire. They use hellfire to forge divine metals, though Chi-chun admits he was a defective heir who only inherited a fraction of it. He could only mimic a fraction of it, leaving Ji-ho utterly stunned. Remembering the past, Ji-ho recalls seeing a large forge inside the old man's workshop and asks if it is still there. With a deadpan expression, Chi-chun reveals it was purely decorative, leaving Ji-ho flabbergasted by his bizarre sense of style. Suppressing the flames in his mouth, Paimon cuts in, asking if they can finally begin forging his brand new body. He warns them that his current state is reaching its absolute limit, flashing a dark, knowing smile as he speaks. With Min-soo's vessel fully prepared, the delicate process of resurrecting the demon lord goes off without a single hitch. Using rare materials gathered by Kwang Chul and Old Man Kwang, the young prodigy successfully crafts the ultimate physical vessel. Meanwhile, Baal utilizes a glowing crystal to completely restore his consciousness before merging it directly into the newly forged vessel. With everything finally in place, Paimon opens his eyes and examines his powerful new form with immense satisfaction. Delighted with the result, Paimon listens as an impatient Ji-hoo immediately asks if they can finally discuss Ha Song-soo's situation. Grabbing Ji-hoo by the shoulder, Paimon playfully asks why he is in such a massive rush on a beautiful day. He tells Ji-hoo to drop the overly polite tone, reminding him of how blunt and casual he used to be. Giving a sheepish laugh, Ji-hoo points out that they were bitter enemies back then, which explains his lack of respect. Sensing the demon is in a fantastic mood, Ji-hoo prepares himself for what promises to be a very complicated explanation. Dropping the playful attitude, Paimon strokes his chin and gets straight to business regarding the mysterious Ha Song-soo. He reveals that the target was a Cavan Guild experiment from the Atom Project. Talk about a chilling twist. Waiting in silence for details, Ji-hoo grows impatient when Paimon stops talking quickly, pressing him for more answers. Is that it? Paimon chuckles and replies that he is already done, leaving Jigyu frozen, only able to sputter out a dumbfounded huh. The suffocating silence is heavy enough to kill, and internally Jigyu curses Paimon's entire lineage. Did he really waste an entire week waiting for this? Just to hear these few words, he could have easily told him all of this last week before taking off. Lou scoffs internally, knowing he is the type whose mind goes completely blank the moment his eyes lock onto something. He completely lost track of time, totally obsessed, probably just staring at Misu's raw talent. Jigyu loses his patience and asks about Ha-rim, but Paimon folds his arms and shrugs. Ha-rim. He has never even heard that name. After waiting a whole week for absolutely nothing, Jigyu sighs in deep despair. In the end, he still could not dig up any new info while Paimon rubs his chin trying to recall. However, Paimon thinks he knows where the man is. With a sharp, resolute gaze, he claims Ha Song-soo is likely down in hell. That is because the main base of the Caravan Guild is hidden deep in hell. Finally, Jigyu gets some actual useful information. Down in hell, Paimon explains more about the current situation, revealing that Ha Song-soo is really nothing more than a chess piece. After all, if they cannot wipe out that stronghold, this war will never end. It is pointless. Jigyu frowns, repeating the word chess piece. He recalls that inexplicable battle. Back then, they easily could have abandoned Ha Song-soo to save themselves. Yet they still chose to rescue him. That was just last week. Right after Ha Song-soo led his forces to attack Eden, someone inside the base anxiously asked if everyone was okay. Jigyu's subordinates reply that some suffered minor injuries, but they were easily healed with potions, thankfully leaving absolutely zero casualties. This only fuels his suspicion. How could a massive clash of that scale result in absolutely zero casualties? Could that have been Ha Song-soo's plan all along? But the ones fighting on his side were literal bloodthirsty demons. Just who is Ha Song-soo? It is a question Jigyu still cannot answer. Meanwhile, deep in a cave, Song-soo clutches his aching chest. Are you awake? She looks at Ha Song-soo with deep concern. Seeing her there, he softly whispers her name as she sits down beside him. Resisting Andros's heavy control to this extent is insane, but the moment Song-soo wakes up, he begs for a desperate favor. Ha-rim watches his back with pure skepticism, wondering what he wants as he flashes a dark, meaningful smile. He wants peace. He clearly utters the words, "Please, just kill me." Closing his eyes, Song-soo weakly begs Garyon to end his life, leaving her completely stunned. She stands frozen, unable to believe those words actually came out of his mouth as her voice begins to tremble. Refusing to believe it, she gasps out, "What did he just say?" her eyes wide with pain as she stares at him. She desperately needs to confirm this, but elsewhere, Andros forces his consciousness through calling out to Ha Song-soo. Standing on a beast with deep exhaustion, Andros asks if he can hear him, his lips twitching in absolute fury. He grits his teeth in rage. How dare that bastard act on his own? His icy voice echoes, accusing Song-soo of altering the battlefield formation to minimize casualties for Kim Gi-ju's side. Andros smirks mockingly, asking if he really thought he wouldn't find out, while Song-soo clutches his head in absolute agony. The dark voice echoes directly inside his mind as Andros coldly issues a command, allowing absolutely zero room for resistance. The order is simple: kill Kim Gi-ju. Hearing this, Song-soo's eyes immediately lose all light, turning completely hollow. He speaks in a flat, hollow tone like a mindless puppet ready to execute the next plan, leaving Garyon in total panic. She stares in shock at this unbelievable change just as the first morning light begins to filter into the dark cave. Panting heavily and exhausted, Andros barely stands atop his beast as he mutters a frustrated curse under his breath. Muttering that they are like leeches, Andros raises his hand to activate his shield, while elsewhere, Jigyu calmly organizes his thoughts. Connecting all the dots, he knows his family is currently safe under the protection of Otashik. Though he wants to see them immediately, they are much safer there than at Eden, which is about to become a literal war zone. Standing on a high cliff, he scans the area below, but despite trying to stay calm, anxiety slowly begins to build. Honestly, he is still worried sick, wishing he at least knew their exact location. Suddenly, Sujung's words echo in his mind, reminding him that even she does not know the exact spot. Since Otashik is hiding them, no one will ever find them. Sighing helplessly, Jigyu concludes he just has to trust them. Ayla smiles gently and reassures her master that everything will be alright, making Bo Young immediately nod in agreement. Indeed it is. Jigyu recalls the latest reports he just received, noting that Heo Sung-hoon and Gil-won are already on their way back. Word has it that this negotiation with the South Korean government went incredibly well. He quietly ponders the status of that other investigation. They can temporarily pause tracking down the Cavan Association. Why did finding even a single trail have to be so difficult for so long? A sudden clue makes Jigyu frown slightly. It is hard to believe that their entire base is actually hidden right beneath hell itself. Tilting his head, he slowly asks Lu for his thoughts, who crosses his arms and calmly delivers a solid conclusion. With a soul link established, lying is completely out of the question, though it is quite unfortunate that Paymun's memories are heavily fragmented. Lu suddenly recalls the words Timon spoke after waking up as he was still adjusting to his brand new body. He noted that he needed some time to adjust, promising to report back once more returned. His eyes glinted with deep thought. Still, Lu can vaguely guess a few things about that hell, and he figures his host likely feels the same way. Jigyu nods slowly, acknowledging the place where the Pope reunited with his wife as his gaze grows increasingly serious. Recalling the tower's basement, Jigyu frowns, remembering that he had followed the directions and gone there several times. Yet Lu shakes his head, finishing the thought that they still could not find any way down to that basement level. He proposes a new theory, wondering if it requires a specific sacrifice, much like when the Cavan members kidnapped Min So. Could there be a special requirement to trigger it? He sighs, frustrated after putting so much effort into capturing their core members. Still, they have failed to pry any crucial details out of them. Lu shrugs calmly as if he expected this outcome. It cannot be helped, as those who hold the most critical information are bound by Underrat's intense mental manipulation. The curse on them is just too strong. He explains that even though she only holds an outer seat in their faction, under the right conditions, her powerful mental magic can easily pull the strings of those sitting in much higher positions. This is getting incredibly complicated. Jigyu rubs his temples slowly, feeling a massive headache coming on from all this complexity. He turns around, waiting for the next answer. Jigyu tilts his head with a deeply curious and searching gaze. He wonders if there is any more intel. Right on cue, Hyung-chun suddenly materializes out of nowhere right behind him. He casually remarks that Jigyu never seems to get startled, prompting a helpless sigh as Jigyu turns around to look. He complains about Hyung-chun always sneaking up like a ghost, to which Hyung-chun simply smirks and says he likes it. Jigyu shakes his head at the childish antics. Hyung-chun then gets straight to the point and shares his latest findings. He explains that he prioritized looking into Jigyu's family but ran into a major obstacle. He simply could not find any traces of them. Hyung-chun shrugs, a helpless look washing over his face. From Do Suk-gu and Otitis to Otugu and Lee Sun-ho, they have all completely vanished without a single trace. They left absolutely nothing behind. Jigyu chuckles softly as if he had already expected this dead end anyway. He admits he did not expect much, drawing an annoyed look from Hyung-chun, who grumbles about his sharp tongue. Jigyu realizes that if even Go Hyung-chun's master-level tracking skills turned up absolutely nothing, something is seriously wrong. Is this a good sign or a bad omen? Hyung-chun narrows his eyes, accusing him of thinking something incredibly rude right now. Hyung-chun shifts his tone with a knowing smile, mentioning he brought back some exciting news. He brings up the target Michael from the Vatican. At the mere mention of that name, Jigyu instantly freezes. His gaze sharpens as the name flashes through his mind. Michael, the mysterious figure who shares the exact face of Gabriel. He continues speaking, his voice taking a serious tone. That target is currently on the other side of the barrier surrounding a quiet and grand cathedral. Inside the quiet sanctuary, flickering candles cast long shadows as the Pope lets out a soft chuckle. With eyes full of pity, he mutters that a mere puppet should know its place and stay obedient. Michael grits his teeth furiously, demanding how a holy leader could dare use his sacred title for this. He clenches his fists, asking if the Pope has absolutely no fear of the gods for colluding with such evil demons. In response to his rage, the old man only offers a calm smile, making Michael shake his head in complete disbelief. His eyes tremble as he quietly utters the name Gabriel, while the Pope simply stares back with a serene smile. Narrowing his eyes with deep pity and contempt, the Pope quietly addresses him, calling out Michael. He asks if Michael still has not opened his eyes as invisible magic surges from him and chokes the young man. He hoists him high into the air, his voice cold and utterly ruthless as he calls him nothing but a puppet. A mere vessel created for his own body, the Pope sneers, with every word landing like a final death sentence. You were brought into this world solely for that purpose, Michael, so you had better learn your place. Bound tightly to the chair, Michael gasps and trembles for air, yet his burning eyes still glare with fierce defiance. Shaking with pure rage, Michael watches as the Pope slowly releases his grip, letting the heavy mana finally fade away. Glancing down at him coldly one last time, the Pope asks how much longer he can possibly hold out, then calmly folds his arms. He turns and leaves the cell, leaving Michael slumped over in the dark dungeon as each breath grows agonizingly heavy. Locked in utter despair, a single name suddenly flashes through Michael's mind, wondering if that person could change things. Closing his eyes, Michael wonders if an absolute anomaly who defies all human limits could actually break this hopeless deadlock. Calling out to Kim Jigyu, a brilliant golden aura suddenly explodes into the dark cell, casting a blinding, glittering light. The blinding radiance engulfs the dark dungeon, unleashing a surge of mysterious godly power right in the heart of the city. Meanwhile, far away, Jigyu suddenly freezes in place, his eyes widening with shock as he stares blankly into the distance. Confused by the sudden sensation, Jigyu gets a curious look from Hyung-chun, who frowns at his strange reaction. Hyung-chun asks what happened, but Jigyu quickly shakes his head to regain composure, claiming he just zoned out for a second. Hyung-chun crosses his arms in annoyance, telling Jigyu to pay attention since he went through a lot of trouble to gather intel. Inside the soul space, Lu immediately speaks up to ask what is wrong, while LA looks on with deep worry. LA asks if something happened, but Jigyu silently shakes his head as Hyung-chun continues sharing his findings. Hyung-chun gets serious, stating it is absolutely certain that Michael is currently being held under tight house arrest at the Vatican. Even worse, the local players in the Vatican are calling Michael a traitor or a straight-up devil. Jigyu immediately rejects the idea, firmly stating that is completely absurd and there is no way Michael is evil. Remembering their past encounter, Jigyu recalls both the angelic energy Michael wielded and the immense power of his holy sword. Jigyu notes he tested that strength himself, and Hyung-chun slowly nods in agreement, saying he feels the exact same way. Hyung-chun reveals he confirmed that the old pope and his faction players have officially teamed up with the Cavan Guild. Jigu's eyes widen in sheer shock at the news, while Hyung-chun grimly explains that he witnessed their secret meetings with his own two eyes. They met to secure some sacred relic, and Hyung-chun lowers his voice, noting their outfits were definitely official Vatican vestments. He adds that the group planned to deliver the artifact directly to the Pope, causing Jigyu to silently clench his fist. Jigu's gaze turns ice cold at the mention of the Pope, while Lu quietly analyzes the situation from the soul space. She notes that although not everyone there may be corrupt, Jigyu sneers, stating that if the leaders sold out, they are all doomed anyway. Jigyu contemplates the news, realizing the Vatican is compromised just like China, leaving him to wonder how many nations have already fallen. As Jigyu worries about the global threat, Hyung-chun suddenly calls his name with a deadly serious look on his face. Slowly drawing his sword from his hip, Hyung-chun drops into a low stance and points the sharp tip directly at Jigyu. Smirking with an intense hunger for battle in his eyes, Hyung-chun eagerly challenges him to a friendly sparring match. A powerful blazing aura erupts around Hyung-chun, but Jigyu only stares back in confusion, wondering what he is up to. Tightening his grip on the hilt, Hyung-chun explains that he is starting to realize just how terrifying the Cavan power truly is. Staring directly into Jigu's eyes, Hyung-chun admits the enemy is far more overwhelming than he ever could have imagined. He knows teaming up is their best option, but he refuses to rely on Jigyu completely as his eyes suddenly darken. He still harbors deep rage against those who treated him like a cheap lab rat before throwing him away. He refuses to just stand by while someone else takes his revenge, prompting Jigyu to chuckle, finally understanding his goal. Jigyu asks if he wants to spar for some quick training, and Hyung-chun nods with unwavering resolve in his eyes. He knows the absolute fastest way to improve is through raw combat against an opponent who is vastly superior. Though he knows he is no match for Jigyu, Hyung-chun determinedly shifts his weight onto his back leg to charge. Preparing for a sudden burst, he instantly launches himself forward at the absolute maximum speed he can manage. He silently resolves to survive as many moves as possible, hoping to closely observe and steal a few of Jigu's techniques. But just a few steps away from Jigyu, Hyung-chun suddenly freezes in his tracks as his face pales with shock. Realizing Jigyu has already read his movements perfectly, Hyung-chun grits his teeth and quickly tries to force himself to stay calm. Either way, everything went according to plan, so he just had to anticipate his opponent's next move. Hyung-chun instantly decided that pushing his magic ring to its absolute limit would guarantee he dodged the incoming strike. Right then, Jigyu suddenly unleashed a counterattack, leaving Hyung-chun staring in pure shock at the incoming strike. Sometime later, Hyung-chun slowly woke up to find Jigyu standing before him, smiling and asking if he was finally awake. He sheepishly scratched his head, apologizing for going a bit too far since he still couldn't control his insane strength. Hyung-chun groaned and blinked, staring blankly up at the sky with a helpless laugh, realizing he was knocked out before even landing a single hit. Knocked out cold just like that, suddenly Hyung-chun's expression turned serious. He had a massive request for Jigyu. He suddenly dropped to one knee right in front of him, looking up at Jigyu with absolute determination. He begged to be taken in as his servant. Just as those words left his mouth, the surrounding air turned incredibly awkward, and seeing Jigu's increasingly weird expression, Hyung-chun immediately scrambled to explain himself. He panicked, asking what was up with that face and shouting that it was absolutely not what he was thinking. Under the clear blue sky, Jigyu quickly waved his hands. He looked completely flustered and embarrassed. Ha-Young-chun blushed furiously, waving his hands while shouting that he had no such weird tastes and to stop saying such dirty things. What a terrible misunderstanding. Yue crossed her arms and shook her head. Humans were indeed too complicated. Beika tilted her head in confusion, wondering why everyone was reacting so weirdly, while Elle smiled and gently covered her ears. Elle whispered that it was still too early for Beika to hear such things, while Hyung-chun let out a long, heavy sigh. Looking straight at Jigyu with a dead serious expression, Hyung-chun asked once more to be turned into his ego. He slowly explained his reasoning, mentioning he heard rumors about a girl named Shin Yubin becoming his ego. She gained massive power. Realizing this, Hyung-chun clenched his fist with absolute determination. Shin Yubin used to barely be ranked, but now she has surpassed high-level rankers with her formidable new strength. Bowing his head, his voice turned desperate as he pleaded that he wanted that same power for himself. Silence fell once more. Jigyu blinked, looking extremely skeptical. Was this proposal really not something dirty? Hyung-chun pinched his nose in exhaustion, repeating that it was not like that at all, and Jigyu finally sensed his true resolve. Jigyu slowly spoke up, saying he understood, but warned that once he became an ego, absolute loyalty was required. He stared straight into Hyung-chun's eyes, his voice growing dead serious as he added that no order could ever be disobeyed. They would no longer be equals, like they were now asking if he was truly ready to accept those terms. But in his mind, Hyung-chun pictured himself getting constantly beaten up. It made him sweat. Wait, equals? Jigyu frowned in confusion at his weird expression, asking what exactly that face of his meant. Yue mockingly chimed in, asking if her master felt even a shred of guilt as Hyung-chun took a deep breath. His gaze remained incredibly determined as he declared he was willing to do whatever it took to earn his trust. He bowed deeply in front of him, pleading with Jigyu, who couldn't help but let out a soft smile. Finally, Jigyu made his decision. All right, if that's really what you want. He calmly gathered divine energy into his palm. Looking straight at Hyung-chun, he coldly told him to die. Here that Hyung-chun completely froze. He stood utterly dazed as his brain went entirely blank. Mindful of question marks, he frantically waved his hands. Wait, hold on a minute. He stammered that nobody mentioned this part, but Jigyu merely shrugged. He looked completely casual. Jigyu questioned if he lacked the resolve to become an ego, making Hyung-chun frantically shake his head in panic. He argued those were completely different things, staring at Jigyu in absolute shock as a sudden realization hit him. He wasn't joking. Swallowing hard, Hyung-chun's mind raced. Absolute submission, that was terrifying. It meant completely erasing his own sense of self, and Hyung-chun's gaze grew deeply conflicted. Jigyu fully understood the heavy moral burden of stripping away a person's free will as Yue tilted her head to speak. She asked if killing him was truly necessary, recalling how they had previously separated Damon's consciousness without any deaths. She reminded him that he had forced a connection before without turning them into an ego, crossing her arms. Though that situation was different, linking with a human was much easier, making Jigyu nod as he finally remembered. Realizing she was right, Jigyu turned to him with a sheepish smile apologetically, saying he wouldn't have to die after all. Hyung-chun immediately lost his temper, glaring at Jihoo and asking how he could speak of such a serious matter so lightly. He offered a soft smile, silently concluding that one way or another, Hyung-chun was already bound as his undead servant. This was no joking matter. He frowned deeply, while down below the tower, the sunset was slowly painting the sky crimson, as cameras were quickly turned on to record the meeting. Jihoo looked around and calmly announced he was heading to Italy, leaving the council members staring back in absolute shock. Looking at him, the others were also utterly baffled, with Sujung blinking in disbelief and asking why he was suddenly leaving. Jihoo turned to him and asked Ju Chumyong to explain, causing Hyung-chun to instantly widen his eyes in shock. Ju Chumyong. What the hell is going on? He cleared his throat with a dead serious expression as Hyung-chun formally reported. He explained that he had uncovered indirect evidence proving Vatican teamed up with Cavan, and the discovery was made right in Italy. He slowly explained that as everyone knew, the Vatican was a nation completely destroyed several years ago. It was lost to a massive gate outbreak, and though nobody knew where they fled, they apparently still maintained a secret base in Italy. Seong-hun rested his chin on his hand curiously, asking how he managed to cross borders all the way to Italy in this day and age. Hyung-chun smirked proudly, boasting that as a professional paparazzi player he obviously had his own secret underground channels. Then, scratching his head with a sheepish chuckle, he confessed he just turned invisible and snuck onto a plane, nearly making Paimon drop his wine glass. He immediately pointed directly at Hyung-chun, shouting in pure anger, asking how he could speak so recklessly like that. Do you want to die? Paimon snapped. He complained about the lack of respect while Chi-chun tried to mediate. Chi-chun offered to lecture him, and Hyung-chun quickly bowed his head in apology. Meanwhile, Sujung watched them, still highly skeptical. But even in Italy, how could anyone locate the Vatican hidden across such a massive country? She shrugged with a mischievous grin, explaining that Hyun-chan had gotten lucky by following a solid lead like a professional stalker. Hyun-chan instantly protested, snapping at her not to call him a stalker, while Soo-jung stood proudly with hands on her hips. She bragged about her disciple achieving what the Italian government failed to do for years, while Jihoo nodded, already mapping out a plan. Jihoo assured them he had a solid plan to track it down, eventually reaching his hand inside his coat pocket. He retrieved the Holy Grail fragment Michael had gifted him, feeling a lingering connection to the Archangel, which left Soo-jung staring in shock. What was that? Hee-suk nodded in understanding, realizing how it all fit together. Jihoo turned back to the group, suggesting they temporarily change the subject, and shifted his gaze over to Song-hun. He asked Song-hun about their contact with the South Korean government, and Song-hun gave a slow nod of acknowledgement. A smug smile spread across Song-hun's face as he congratulated player Kim Jihoo on officially becoming the new president of the Players Association, specifically the Korean Players Association. He suddenly trailed off, noticing Jihoo freeze upon hearing the unexpected news. He tilted his head in confusion, pointing out that Jihoo did not look happy at all, while Jihoo pointed at himself. Looking utterly dumbfounded, Jihoo asked why it had to be him, rubbing his forehead as an instant headache started to kick in. He blinked, trying to double-check the reality of it all, and Song-hun gave a firm nod to confirm the sudden promotion. They had decided to establish a completely brand new association, and Song-hun smiled, confirming Jihoo was indeed the chosen leader. And Jihoo would be the president of this new association. Song-hun nodded with absolute certainty, confirming it was correct. Jihoo held his head in despair. Meanwhile, Elle stood proudly by his side. She praised him as her incredible master, while Behemoth excitedly nodded along, agreeing that Jihoo was truly the absolute best. Seung-hun smiled and explained that the Korean government had officially recognized the legitimacy of their guild Eden. There was no longer any Korean association operating under the thumb of the International Players Association anymore. Korea's association was now a completely independent organization officially named Eden. Seung-hun waved his hand to reassure Jihoo that everything was fine. He would not have to deal with any annoying administrative tasks, as it was mostly just an honorary title. Song-hun would act as the public spokesperson, instead letting Jihoo breathe a massive sigh of relief at the wonderful news. He chuckled and added that this position actually came with major benefits, starting with the immediate lifting of Kim Ji-woo's wanted status. Furthermore, they could now walk freely and utilize the national teleportation gates without any issues. Otherwise, traveling all the way to Italy would have normally required going through endless mountains of annoying paperwork. Jihoo nodded in agreement. While they had a secret route to China thanks to the guidance of Advisor Lim, going all the way to Italy would have otherwise dragged them into a massive pile of unwanted trouble. Kim Ji-joo suddenly remembered someone asking where Master Dharma was. Chi-chun smiled as he answered. He is down in the court's mine because the magic energy there is incredibly dense. He calmly recalls what happened. Apparently, he is busy practicing some sort of energy regulation. Kim Ji-joo nods quietly, so that is where he is. Kim Ji-joo thinks it over and decides he needs to prepare for his journey, weighing who goes and who stays. Right at that moment, a brilliant pillar of light erupts in the heart of the city. The magnificent castle of the Italian Players Association rises before him, and a man approaches with a warm, welcoming smile. Welcome, Morning Star. Welcome to Italy. Standing right in front of Kim Ji-joo is none other than Alberto Mino, the president of the Italian Players Association. Kim Ji-joo looks at him, thinking how smooth entry into the country was. Still, these annoying formal meetings are completely unavoidable. Kim Ji-joo offers a polite, quiet nod of his head. Introducing himself, he says he is Kim Ji-joo from South Korea. Alberto smiles, his eyes shining with pure admiration. He mentions hearing about the Morning Star for ages. Kim Ji-joo chuckles awkwardly, waving it off, asking to be called Kim. Kim Ji-joo quickly scans the area. He wants to know if the security around here is actually tight. He recalls their agreement for a completely secret entry as the words of Hyo Sung-hoon echo in his mind. He remembers being told that Alberto, the Italian Association president, used to have a very close connection. He had a great relationship with former President Otugu, though they had only met face-to-face a few times. But essentially, he is someone to trust. Kim Ji-joo narrows his eyes, his mind turning the pieces over and over. Hyo Sung-hoon believed that, but who can be sure of anything now? Nobody knows how deep old man Andy has dug. For now, at the very least, he cannot sense any trace of dark magic or hostile energy around them. Alberto calmly reassures him not to worry since he already activated a high-grade perception-concealing artifact. Smiling, he explains that detection magic is active as well, and anyone creeping near will be caught immediately. It is an item crafted by Italy's absolute finest blacksmith, so they can trust it completely. For now, he invites him to follow. He nods and steps behind Alberto, while Hyung-chun, fully cloaked in invisibility, quietly calls out to Kim Ji-joo. Sending a quiet telepathic message, he says he will scout the perimeter first and reach out if he finds anything suspicious. Kim Ji-joo simply nods in response, and Hyung-chun immediately slips away, vanishing silently into thin air. Lou crosses his arms and scoffs, mocking their security when someone is literally standing invisible right under their nose. They do not even realize it, especially since the gear old Chi-Chun makes is easily a million times better. Behemoth immediately puffs out his chest with pride, boasting that his dad is indeed the absolute greatest. He wonders why security is so loose or if it is a trap to make him drop his guard. He quietly shakes his head. "You have been getting way too suspicious lately. Caution is good, but this seems a bit much. I do not think things are as calculated as you imagine." Lou smiles, telling him to realize something. He and everyone around him have already grown into absolute monsters. Ellie gently smiles and agrees with the sentiment. She admits she actually has to agree with Lou this time. Kim Gi-ju raises an eyebrow, asking what there is to regret. Kim Gi-ju says nothing more, quietly following Alberto, but his steps suddenly halt as a weak, desperate voice echoes inside his mind. "Please help me." Kim Gi-ju stops dead in his tracks. Alberto turns around, looking back. Confused, Alberto asks if something is wrong. Suddenly, a realization hits Kim Gi-ju and a solid conclusion forms in his mind. Michael is definitely here in Italy. Quickly regaining his composure, Kim Gi-ju tells him it is nothing and to keep moving. A few minutes later, a magnificent building rises before them amidst the bustling crowds of the Vatican. Kim Gi-ju looks up at the building, noting that it looks exactly like the old photos, and asks if they restored it. Alberto nods, explaining that it has indeed been over 25 years since the tragic fall of the Vatican. Looking out across the vast empty square, his voice drops as he admits that despite the appearance, the reality is different. It is now basically just a memorial to the tragedy, as everyone who once lived here vanished without a single trace. Suddenly, remembering something, Kim Gi-gyu asks about the Pope, who apparently still makes occasional appearances in public. How exactly does the association or the government get in touch with them? Alberto shrugs helplessly, shaking his head with a troubled expression, admitting he has absolutely no clue. They have no contact information or whereabouts, as the other side is always the one reaching out first. Alberto chuckled awkwardly, adding that maybe the higher-ups with real power would know. Gi-ju frowned in confusion, asking if there was actually someone above him. Could anyone possibly sit above your position? As the association president, Alberto let out a soft sigh before offering an explanation. In other countries, the association and the government operate completely independently. But in our European region, it is a completely different story. All the power is concentrated in the hands of the European Council. Alberto paused for a moment before continuing. The true ruler of European players. It is not the one with the biggest fists, but the ones with the most money, those who have held wealth and power. They have been pulling the strings behind everything since previous generations. His gaze gradually turned dead serious, and according to what we have speculated, they definitely share a shady, secretive business relationship with the Vatican. That thought sent a sudden shiver down Giju's spine. If so, that meant it was highly likely. Europe might have completely fallen to the Cavan faction. She let out a soft sigh. The ruling class everywhere is just as corrupt. Lou sneered coldly, adding that it looked even more disgusting than hell itself. Giju silently observed Alberto. His mind calculated his next move, knowing that even though Heo Sung-hoon had assured him that this Italian president was trustworthy, but in his position, he could not afford to overlook even the smallest shred of doubt. With his eyes sharpening into a glare, Gi-ju slowly raised his hand and quietly activated his unique link ability. Immediately after, divine power quietly spread and enveloped Alberto, causing his body to freeze up for a brief moment. Gi-ju calmly observed the memories flashing before his eyes with no intention of causing harm. He did not need to force compliance. He simply wanted to check if the old man was secretly working with the enemy. Specifically, he searched for ties to the Cavan faction, sorting through the president's mind until a specific memory caught his attention. His gaze locked onto a particular scene. Immediately withdrawing his divine power, he watched as Alberto stumbled backward several paces. Clutching his chest, Alberto gasped heavily for air. He stared at the young man, utterly bewildered, wondering what the hell just happened. Gi-ju bowed his head slightly, offering a sincere apology for taking the liberty of reading his memories without prior permission. Alberto's eyes widened as everything clicked. So the rumors were actually true. Gi-ju gave a small nod to confirm it. "Yes, that is correct," Gi-ju replied with an awkward smile. He felt a bit embarrassed about playing both sides like this. He admitted it felt quite morally wrong to do. Meanwhile, deep inside his spiritual space, his companions reacted. Elle quickly reached out to cover both of Brunhart's ears from hearing it.